Soul Beast forces annihilate. Soul Master forces annihilate. God, annihilate as well. As long as it can be transformed into strength, all shall be taken away. This narrative will not feature a so-called female lead. The protagonist is an exceedingly selfish entity. Every decision will be made solely in favor of his own benefit. In times of insufficient growth and lacking confidence, I shall remain silent. However, once I possess the strength to challenge, all debts owed must be repaid. Chapter 1. The Rightful Bonds of Kinship. Beneath the sun, upon the verdant grass, a slumbering youth was abruptly roused from his dreams at a sudden jolt. He felt a wave of soreness engulfing his body, rendering him incapable of rising immediately. After a moment of silence, he managed to turn over and slowly rise to his feet. His gaze swept across his surroundings, and a burgeoning sense of bewilderment surfaced within his small eyes. Glancing at his hands and body, he winced at the pain that was the reason for his struggle to stand. After all, wasn't the act of getting up as easy as a carp leaping? Moreover, when he reached up to touch his head, he discovered the crimson fluid. Was that blood? Who am I? Where's this place? What am I to do? He felt utterly dazed. Following the classic existential inquiries, a torrent of fragmented memories began to surge through his mind. The intense pain forced the youth to collapse once more onto the ground, rendering him nearly voiceless from the agony. Yet, he managed to emit a few feeble cries. I found him. Young Master Gu is here to take tea. That moment, a finely dressed attendant, guided by the sound, located the struggling young boy. Xiao Xian. The youth? No, he should be referred to as Gu Xian, was met by the sight of a tall, albeit thinning-haired elder. And then, the boy gloriously fainted. Rong, you have truly gone too far this time. In a chamber of the Seven-Treasure glazed tile school, Ning Fengji sat in the main seat, glaring at the petite girl before him, who was being chastised. On the opposite side, Chan Xian and Gu Rong remained silent, not uttering a word. Especially Gu Rong, who unusually did not come to the defense of the little princess he had always protected. Chen Xian contemplated speaking up in her defense, but upon considering Gu Rong's sentiments, he ultimately refrained. After all, Ning Rongrong's transgression was indeed grave. I merely nudged him a little. Who knew he would lose his balance and fall? It was his own fault for being so engrossed in his training and neglecting to play with me. Ning Rongrong's eyes brimmed with tears as she pouted, her appearance evoking sympathy, yet her words were chillingly callous. Crack! The wooden armrest in Gu Rong's grasp splintered into pieces. Cease your insolence. Do not dare to feign innocence. Someone, take the young lady into confinement. She shall remain there until Xiao Xian recovers, and no one is permitted to visit her without my consent. Ning Fengji's gaze fell upon Gu Rong's actions, and he was instantly engulfed in fury. Slamming his palm upon the table and shouting, "2 maidservants hurriedly entered from outside, bowed to the assembly, and swiftly carried Ning Rongrong away, not daring to lift their heads. Uncle Gu, Rongrong is headstrong. It is my failure to discipline her. Please do not be angry. I shall ensure she is taught a stern lesson this time. As for Xiao Xian, I will enlist the finest healing soul master to aid in his recovery, and I will seek out a soul bone over 50,000 years old to supplement him, if possible." After a moment of silence, Ning Fengji rose, bowing to Gu Rong with a wry smile. Ning Rongrong's mistake was indeed severe. Initially, she had playfully pranked Gu Xian while he was nearing exhaustion from training, pushing him just enough to send him tumbling off a cliff. Then, she had concealed his whereabouts while everyone searched for him, causing Gu Xian to miss the optimal moment for treatment. And Gu Xian was Gu Rong's own grandson. He was the last descendant of their line. Under normal circumstances, Ning Rongrong's playful antics would be inconsequential, but now she had nearly caused a fatality. Had she promptly reported the incident, help could have been dispatched in time. However, her later admission only after they had found him transformed the nature of her actions into something far more reprehensible. Were it not for the close ties between the Seven-Treasure glazed tile school and Gu Rong, he could have easily extracted Gu Xian from the school at this juncture. At Gu Rong's level, he sought only stability, but he wished for his own peace, as well as the security of his descendants, if the last of his lineage could not grow up safely. What purpose was there in remaining at the Seven-Treasure glazed tile school? Thus, Ning Fengji genuinely feared that Gu Rong, in a fit of anger, would depart from the school to retain Gu Rong. Ning Fengji was willing to pay any price, even if it meant offering a top-tier soul bone. As for disciplining Ning Rongrong, that was merely a secondary concern. Upon hearing Ning Fengji's offer, Gu Rong's expression softened slightly. After all, a soul bone of 50,000 years was no small matter. Should Gu Xian's talents prove lacking, such a high-year soul bone could provide considerable enhancement. If he was exceptionally gifted, even better. a soul bone, could propel Gu Xian further along his path. Very well, but Fengji, you know Xiao Xian's temperament. Do not allow Rongrong to disturb him in the future. After pondering for a moment, Gu Rong replied, Thank you, Uncle Gu, for your understanding. I assure you I will impose strict regulations on Rongrong. Ning Fengji replied with a bitter smile. Gu Xian, the grandson of Gu Rong from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, had displayed exceptional intelligence and resilience from a young age, although he was often perceived as somewhat rigid, a trait that ultimately brought comfort to those around him. While other children were engaged in playful antics, Gu Xian had already begun consciously training his body. While others were fishing for opportunities, Gu Xian was poring over various texts in the library of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. In summary, Gu Xian had become the envy of many parents within the school, often regarded as the ideal child. Simultaneously, he was the object of disdain among his peers. After all, not everyone relished being compared unfavorably to Master Gu Xian. From an early age, Gu Xian had exhibited extraordinary wisdom and perseverance, leading all his elders to believe he was destined for greatness. With such a prodigious child in the family, Gu Rong was naturally elated. Yet today, his prodigious child had nearly met his end. Had it not been for the timely discovery, he shuddered to think of the consequences. Ning Fengji also felt immense relief at the timely intervention. The repercussions of inaction were too dreadful to contemplate. Very well. You may attend to your matters. I shall remain here to oversee everything. Gu Rong spoke in a low, sullen tone, his head bowed. Well, Ning Fengji wished to say more, yet he swallowed his words under the weight of Qinshin's piercing gaze. Then, Uncle Gu, please keep watch here while I attempt to summon someone from Jiuxin Haiteng. Ning Fengji inclined his head respectfully towards Gu Rong. Gu Rong nodded, preferring silence over conversation. Observing the atmosphere, Ning Fengji understood that mending the rift between them would prove challenging, yet he discreetly exited the room. Rest assured, Xiao Xian will be fine. Qinshin comforted, gently patting Gu Rong's shoulder as he passed by. Thank you for your kind words. Gu Rong finally lifted his gaze to offer Qinshin a strained, bitter smile. Without further discourse, Qinshin sighed, gave Gu Rong another reassuring pat, and departed the room. Left alone, Gu Rong sat in solitude, his heart heavy, occasionally casting glances towards the room across from him. Inside, countless healing soul masters unleashed their soul techniques as if they were of no cost, the luminous shadows of soul rings illuminating the room as though a strobe light had been activated. Chapter 2. The Ancient Banyan that Distinguishes Clearly. Where am I? In the chaotic ocean of consciousness, Gu Xian finally regained his awareness. Right, I am Gu Xian, a citizen of Blue Star. No, I am Gu Xian, the grandson of the Douluo of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Two streams of memory intertwined within Gu Xian's mind. Yet this time, there was no longer the previous unbearable anguish. Instead, it was a harmonious blend, causing Gu Xian to comfortingly narrow his eyes. I remember now. After an indeterminate period, Gu Xian reopened his eyes. He is Gu Xian, and he is also Gu Xian. After dying outside of Blue Star, he traversed to the Douluo continent, specifically the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. However, at that time, his body could not withstand the entirety of his soul, leading it to fall into slumber, with only a fragment of consciousness governing his body. Nevertheless, even this fraction of consciousness was no different from that of a normal person. Indeed, the incompleteness of his awareness often led him to overthink matters. Under the subconscious guidance of the primary consciousness, he had always enjoyed exercising and acquiring knowledge, while harboring a profound disdain for those who disturbed him. This very trait had crafted the so-called model student in the eyes of others, as well as the boor in Ning Rongrong's perspective. Now, due to his body's imminent demise, the main consciousness was forcibly awakened, and the long-separated fragments of awareness were indeed merging again, albeit with a slight pang of pain. However, this significantly stimulated the potential of his body, enabling him to endure until the moment of rescue. The Douluo continent, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. How intriguing indeed. Gu Xian, having assimilated both memories, revealed a smile. For one who had lived in the mundane realm, the opportunity to encounter miraculous powers was an allure that was simply irresistible. The grandson of Gu Rong, of a similar age to Ning Rongrong. What a golden age this is. However, while he was grateful to Ning Rongrong for awakening him from his slumber, this was not a reason he could forgive her. Her harm to others was of no concern to him, yet harming oneself was evidently intolerable. He had even resolved that if his grandfather were indeed a sycophant, then perhaps this grandfather should be disregarded. He had no need for a feeble old man who bends over backward. From past memories, Gu Rong had always indulged Ning Rongrong, even advising Gu Xian to spend more time with her, despite Gu Xian's clear expression that she would interrupt his studies and training. If such a thing were to happen again, and Gu Rong did not stand by him, even going so far as to ask for forgiveness or apologize to Ning Rongrong like a character in a novel, then he would have no qualms about disowning this grandfather. With such thoughts, Gu Xian suddenly opened his eyes. The chaotic darkness faded away, revealing a familiar ceiling. "Child, how do you feel?" Upon seeing Gu Xian awaken, a beautiful woman approached with a smile, gently inquiring. Gu Xian glanced at the begonia flower in her hand and the 7 soul rings behind her, and a surge of pertinent knowledge flooded his mind, allowing him to instantly deduce her identity. "I feel good, just a bit weak," Gu Xian replied, frowning as he moved his limbs. He could move, but it felt weightless and devoid of strength. "That is of no concern. It is merely that some areas have newly healed and need time to adjust. Once you acclimate, all will be well," the woman reassured him in a soothing tone, a glimmer of pity flashing in her eyes for this young child who had endured such tribulation. "Xian, are you all right?" A gust of wind blew open the door, and a tall elder suddenly appeared before Gu Xian. The elder was of impressive stature, likely around 2 meters tall, though his thinning hair gave him a somewhat intimidating appearance. Yet at that moment he looked at Gu Xian with a deeply worried expression, hesitant to reach out for fear of causing him pain, entirely uncharacteristic of a title de law. "Grandfather, I'm fine." Upon seeing Gu Rong, Gu Xian's smile instantly faded. However, noticing the concern etched on Gu Rong's face, he calmly replied, "Is he really all right?" Gu Rong turned to Yi Xinlan, inquiring, "Rest assured, Senior Bone, even if you do not trust me, you must trust in my martial soul. As long as the 9-star begonia is present, it can completely heal him as long as he isn't entirely gone. He has already fully recovered from his injuries. Now, he merely needs a period of rest to readjust to his body," Yi Xinlan said with a gentle smile, her demeanor elegant and composed, showing no signs of awkwardness even in the presence of a title de law. "That is good to hear. I owe you a favor this time," Gu Rong said solemnly. "Thank you, Senior. If you wish to converse with Xian, it would be best not to prolong it. He needs ample rest." "I shall not intrude further," Yi Xinlan said, bowing to Gu Rong. "Go ahead." Gu Rong waved his hand, allowing Yi Xinlan to exit the room, then turned his gaze back to Gu Xian, who was also looking at him. "It seems this injury was quite serious," Gu Xian remarked as he attempted to sit up in bed, yet his body felt too weak. Gu Rong hurriedly stepped forward to assist him, enabling Gu Xian to sit properly. How could it not be serious? The healing soul masters of the 7 treasures glazed tile school were powerless. In the end, we had to call upon the 9-star begonia family for assistance. Moreover, Gu Xian had been unconscious for a full 3 days. "It would be a miracle if it weren't serious," Gu Rong said, sitting on the edge of the bed with his head bowed in silence. Observing Gu Rong's forlorn demeanor almost made Gu Xian chuckle in exasperation. What kind of expression is that? Is silence the best option? Gu Rong, seeing his grandson speak only once before falling silent, cautiously lifted his head, meeting Gu Xian's gaze. I've already discussed with Feng Ji. In the future, I will ensure Rongrong does not disturb your training, and I will not pressure you any longer. You may live as you wish, associating with whomever you desire." "How does that sound?" Gu Rong replied cautiously. "Oh, is that all?" Gu Xian said with an impassive expression. He nearly lost his life. If Ning Rongrong were to face no consequences, then there was no need to remain in the 7 treasures glazed tile school. Well, I wouldn't mind disowning this grandfather either. Having given Gu Rong enough face in front of others earlier, he now wondered if he could regain some dignity for himself. Feng Ji has already confined Rongrong for 3 days, stating that she would only be released once you recover. I did not plead for her this time, Gu Rong hurriedly added, though he noticed Gu Xian's expression remained unchanged. Moreover, Feng Ji has promised to prepare a soul bone over 5,000 years old as compensation. I did not refuse this either. Can we consider that satisfactory? Gu Rong observed as Gu Xian's expression darkened further, feeling increasingly uneasy. Though Gu Xian's face still bore a frown, it was significantly less severe than before. Regarding grandfather Gu Yong, there is a slight sense of satisfaction. At least this time, he refrained from pleading on behalf of Ning Rongrong, which is a considerable improvement. In the past, Gu Fengji would have likely reacted with indignation, even striking Gu Yong for attempting to punish Ning Rongrong. The fact that he did not intercede this time marks a positive beginning. However, Gu Xian held a degree of disdain for Gu Fengji's approach. A mere 50,000-year-old spirit bone? Did Gu Yong truly think he could not gather it for Gu Xian? As a 95-level title Douluo skilled in spatial manipulation, hunting spirit beasts is an effortless task. Moreover, the punishment meted out to Ning Rongrong, simply confinement? Her room is grander than many estates. What difference does it make to confine her versus allowing her to amuse herself within those walls? Nonetheless, Gu Fengji is Gu Fengji. At the very least, he has noticed Gu Yong's transformation. Indeed, although he indulges Ning Rongrong in ordinary circumstances when genuine threats arise, this old man remains steadfastly on his side, which is commendable. Ah, grandfather, and I'm hungry. Gu Xian gently nodded and spoke calmly. Upon hearing Gu Xian's words, Gu Yong's eyes lit up. Since Gu Xian has relented, it indicates that there remains room for reconciliation between them. Wait here. I shall prepare something delicious for you. As he spoke, Gu Yong vanished in a flash, retreating into the spatial realm. Chapter 3. Gu Fengji's Tactics. Xian, how are you feeling? The following day, upon Gu Xian's awakening, both Gu Fengji and Chen Xian appeared in his room, with the first order of business being an inquiry into Gu Xian's condition. I have already reprimanded Rongrong, and I will have her come to apologize to you. As her elder brother, you ought not to hold a grudge against her. What do you say? Gu Fengji arranged for a chair to be brought and sat beside Gu Xian, leaning on his cane with a serene expression. His tone as warm as a summer's breeze. It's quite all right, Uncle Ning. I am nearly recovered, and I have forgiven Rongrong. An apology is unnecessary. I'm not so petty. Gu Xian, gazing at Gu Fengji's benevolent countenance, did not perceive him as a genuinely good person. To attain the position of the sect master of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, while managing such a vast enterprise as a support-type soul saint, one must possess a profoundly intricate mind, truly akin to a cunning old fox. Nevertheless, he felt no obligation to bestow Gu Fengji any undue favor, for his grandfather is Gu Yong, who had already indicated his allegiance to Gu Xian. Moreover, it is only natural for a child to exhibit some indignation when wronged. Therefore, at this moment, even if Gu Fengji is the sect master of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, Gu Xian saw no reason to grant him a favorable demeanor. I understand that Rongrong acted inappropriately. I apologize on her behalf and assure you that she will no longer disturb you. How's that sound? Gu Xian's reaction appeared entirely reasonable to Gu Fengji, especially given that he had nearly been pushed into the gates of death due to Ning Rongrong's actions. For Gu Xian to remain at the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School was, in his view, a stroke of good fortune, and obtaining his forgiveness would likely require a gradual approach. Fortunately, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School had indeed treated Gu Xian well. Otherwise, if he were to insist on leaving, it would be a significant blow to the school. Xuanzi. Gu Fengji remained silent, and, at that moment, Chen Xian called out to Gu Xian. Grandfather Jian. Gu Xian turned his gaze toward Chen Xian, who undeniably possessed a countenance far more pleasant than Gu Yong's. With hair as white as snow and clad in a light blue robe, he exuded an air of a celestial swordsman. However, did he come to plead for Ning Rongrong? It made sense. One must play the role of the villain while the other plays the hero. This is a rare snow silkworm I have collected. Take it and nurture your body with it. Chen Xian surprisingly did not speak in favor of Ning Rongrong, which left Gu Xian feeling somewhat perplexed. Take it. Having faced such a calamity, it will likely affect your foundation. In a few days, you will awaken your martial soul, and this will serve to replenish your physical losses. Chen Xian pressed the box into Gu Xian's arms. Martial soul awakening. Only then did Gu Xian realize that he had yet to awaken his martial soul. All his previous efforts to strengthen his body were aimed at maximizing his potential during the awakening. He could not help but wonder how much of his latent energy had been depleted due to Ning Rongrong's reckless actions. With this thought, his disdain for her mischief deepened further. What are you waiting for? Thank you, old sword master. Fengji, you all may leave now. I need to refine this snow silkworm into my body first. Chen Xian's reminder was timely, as Gu Yong suddenly grasped the implications. Indeed, such a significant depletion of physical strength could impact the potential during martial soul awakening, while a strong body might not affect the lower limit of soul power. Severe physical depletion could certainly influence the innate upper limit of soul power. Grateful, Gu Yong cast a glance of appreciation toward Chen Xian before promptly ushering them out. Then, Uncle Gu, we shall take our leave. Gu Fengji smiled as he bowed to Gu Yong. Thank you, Grandfather Jian. Grandfather Jian, Uncle Ning, farewell. Gu Xian also politely bid farewell to the two. Come, little Xian, quickly take the medicine. Grandfather will help you refine its potency into your body. Observing the eager Gu Yong, Gu Xian sighed inwardly. Indeed, one could not underestimate the people of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Their methods were truly exquisite. What seemed like a mere trifle of kindness had rekindled Gu Yong's affection for the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Gu Fengji possesses quite the cunning. As he consumed the slightly bitter snow silkworm, Gu Xian pondered. Fengji, how do you perceive the situation? Chen Xin and Gu Fengji chatted amicably as they walked along the path. It's hard to say. Ever since Xian awoke, he seems to have changed significantly. He no longer appears as rigid as before. There's a newfound spark in his eyes. After some contemplation, Gu Fengji remarked, in the past, Gu Xian acted as though he were a programmed machine, capable of laughter and anger, yet his emotions rarely fluctuated. At that time, they speculated that Gu Xian was likely born with a natural emotional detachment. However, this was understandable, for Gu Yong's martial soul was a bone dragon, a creature of the undead, which likely resulted in some form of mutation in Gu Xian. But upon seeing him today, Gu Fengji noted a hint of liveliness in Gu Xian's once lifeless eyes. Indeed, the former Gu Xian had been excessively devoid of spirit. Now, he finally resembled a typical child. Chen Xin and Gu Fengji did not regard Gu Xian's anger as significant. After all, he was merely a child, and what harm could arise from that? Moreover, for them, Gu Xian's anger was a positive development, indicating that he had finally transformed into a normal child. Gu Fengji nodded gently, choosing not to elaborate further. Normal? In truth, he preferred Gu Xian to remain as he once was. The present Gu Xian evoked an indescribable feeling within him. Let us go and visit Rongrong. She has been confined for 4 days, and I am curious about her well-being. Chen paid little attention to Ning Fengji's shifting expressions, instead focusing on Ning Rongrong's situation. They had refrained from visiting her, while Gu Xian remained unconscious. But now that he had awakened, it was indeed time to see her. Jian Shu, it is your indulgence that has transformed Rongrong into her current state, Ning Fengji lamented, casting a troubled glance at Chen. What nonsense are you spouting? Girls are meant to be cherished. Chen retorted. After some reflection, I believe Rongrong has learned her lesson. She has been confined for 4 days. Do you not feel sorrow for her plight? Furthermore, little Xian has already stated that he forgives Rongrong, so you must not keep her imprisoned any longer. Ignoring Ning Fengji's thoughts, Chen dashed off to Rongrong's quarters. Ning Fengji shook his head and followed suit. The three of them were unsure of how their conversation unfolded, but ultimately, the decree of Rongrong's confinement was lifted. The mischievous little sorceress was free once more. However, this turn of events did not disrupt Gu Xian's cultivation. 3 days of recuperation passed as quietly as fallen leaves, stirring not the slightest ripple. Rongrong did not seek revenge on Gu Xian, possibly out of guilt or other reasons. In any case, Gu Xian did not encounter the bothersome little sorceress again. As the 3rd day came to a close, it was Gu Xian's 6th birthday, and he was led by Gu Rong to the Sex Main Hall. In Douluo continent, birthdays held little significance. They paled in comparison to the moment of awakening one's martial spirit, and Gu Xian was no exception. Upon entering the hall, he understood well what was about to transpire. As he walked, all who beheld him offered a respectful nod from a distance. After all, he was the one capable of confining the little sorceress Ning Rongrong, a feat worthy of their admiration. Gu Xian halt this instant. As he stepped into the main hall, a voice both familiar and alien echoed in his ears. Gu Xian, you stop right there. A childish voice called out from behind, though its tone was surprisingly domineering. Gu Xian furrowed his brow upon hearing the voice. How could this little sorceress be here? Was Ning Fengji truly oblivious? He was aware that their relationship had reached a freezing point due to Ning Rongrong, and releasing her now seemed a deliberate attempt to fortify the bond between Gu Xian, Gu Rong, and the 7-treasure glazed tile school. Ning Rongrong was furious. She had merely given Gu Xian a gentle push. She had pushed many within the sect. Why should she be confined for such a trivial matter? Moreover, her father had the audacity to demand that she apologize to Gu Xian. As a little princess of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, why should she bow to him? In her eyes, everyone else treated her with affection. Yet Gu Xian remained indifferent, making her feel looked down upon. Thus, she continuously sought to provoke him. At that time, Gu Xian had approached Gu Rong, but Gu Rong had merely viewed it as a minor dispute between children. After all, Gu Xian was an older brother and should tolerate Ning Rongrong's antics. However, following the recent incident, Gu Rong's perspective had shifted entirely. Such behavior could no longer be tolerated. What had begun as playful teasing had escalated to potential violence. Who could predict what Ning Rongrong might do next? Originally, Ning Rongrong had been scheduled to apologize to Gu Xian today. However, upon seeing him walk alongside Gu Rong with ease, she felt deceived by her father and the others. Wasn't he supposed to be on the verge of death? Clearly, he was merely feigning weakness to avoid punishment. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, vowing to reveal Gu Xian's true nature to her father. Sensing the impending storm that was Ning Rongrong, Gu Rong frowned slightly. Before Gu Xian's incident, he had considered Ning Rongrong's actions to be those of a mere child. But now, after the event, he could not help but view her with disdain. Such behavior was unacceptable. If the future of the seven-treasure glazed tile school rested in Ning Rongrong's hands, he would sooner allow Gu Xian to leave and forge his own path. Ning Fengji indeed had several offspring, 3 sons to be precise. However, though all bore the martial spirit of the seven-treasure pagoda, the most gifted among them possessed only a meager level 5 soul power. Following an injury that rendered him unable to have more children, Ning Fengji placed all his hopes on Ning Rongrong, desiring her to awaken a formidable talent. His excessive affection led her to become a little sorceress, spoiled and unrestrained. Gu Rong had once been one of her doting admirers, yet now he found himself at a loss when faced with her. It was not hatred, yet he could not dismiss his feelings of discontent. Therefore, without waiting for Ning Rongrong to catch up, Gu Rong swiftly transported Gu Xian into the hall. Jin Grandpa, Ning Kle. Gu Xian found himself standing before Chen Xin and Ning Fengji, greeting them calmly as he regained his composure. As for Ning Rongrong, who was she? Alas! Ning Fengji sighed as he observed Gu Rong leading Gu Xian to a nearby seat. He felt a twinge of resentment towards Ning Rongrong. Had she not been instructed to apologize? Why was she raising her voice? Daddy! Just as they settled into their seats, a charming little girl adorned in a flowing azure gown bounded into the hall. Setting aside her troublesome disposition, one could easily be enchanted by her adorable appearance. Upon entering, Ning Rongrong immediately spotted her father, her eyes narrowing as a delightful smile graced her face. She raced toward Ning Fengji. In that moment, the anger that had briefly flared within Ning Fengji was swiftly quelled. Gugu, look at this. He turned to Gu Rong with an awkward smile. Enough. Old bone, we are all adults here. Cease this childishness. If it truly vexes you, I shall spar with you, and I will even let you win, Chen Xin advised. Gu Rong tilted his head, choosing to remain silent. Gu Xian, meanwhile, focused on his fingers, contemplating his future path. If he were to awaken the Bone Dragon martial spirit, he certainly could not follow Gu Rong's route. There was no connection between the Bone Dragon and spatial abilities. His path would undoubtedly lead him towards necromancy and brute strength. Rongrong, observing the 2 stubborn old men, Ning Fengji felt a headache coming on. He looked sternly at the now approaching Ning Rongrong. One was his beloved daughter, while the other was his family's pillar. He could not favor one over the other. Go and apologize to Brother Xian. Ning Fengji gestured towards the silent Gu Xian and spoke to Ning Rongrong. Ning Rongrong turned to glance at Gu Xian and then at Ning Fengji, eager to say something, but was met with Ning Fengji's stern gaze. She shifted her attention back to Gu Xian, who at that moment also raised his head to meet her gaze. I refuse. Ning Rongrong immediately tossed her head defiantly. There was no way she would apologize to Gu Xian. A dullard like him was utterly uninteresting, and she certainly wouldn't compromise her pride for anyone. Rongrong, even Ning Fengji's usually placid demeanor could not contain his irritation any longer, and his tone turned notably more severe. Grandpa Jian, my father is being mean to me, Ning Rongrong exclaimed, dashing towards Chen Xian and throwing herself into his embrace. Come now, why are we quarreling with Rongrong? Everyone makes mistakes in their youth. Let us just brush it off, Chen Xian replied, wishing to ease the tension between the parties while not wanting to see Ning Rongrong distressed. All right, weren't we supposed to awaken my martial soul today? Let's forget about that incident and not put Miss Rongrong in a difficult position. We can begin now. At this moment, Gu Xian rose from his seat and approached Gu Rong. Originally, Gu Xian had intended to have Gu Rong assist him in a casual awakening at home, but Ning Fengji insisted on bringing them here. Now, not only had he not offered an apology, but he was also delaying his awakening. Very well, Uncle Gu, let's proceed. It will also give us a chance to assess young Xian's aptitude, Ning Fengji said with a smile. Tales of Gu Xian's potential had long circulated within the sect, suggesting he was destined for greatness. The outcome would depend on the present. Gu Rong nodded gently and retrieved 6 awakening stones from his storage soul guide, placing them beside Gu Xian. As Gu Rong infused his soul power into the awakening stones, a golden light began to emanate around Gu Xian, which he instinctively absorbed into his body. As time passed, the golden particles he absorbed multiplied, and Ning Fengji's initially cheerful expression gradually turned grave. Chen Xian, too, set aside his playful banter with Ning Rongrong and regarded Gu Xian Xian's awakening with a serious demeanor. Ning Rongrong, on the other hand, appeared puzzled. Gu Rong, who was aiding Gu Xian's awakening, noticed his murky eyes beginning to clear, even shining with light. Chapter 5. The Saint Lord, the damage of dragon explosion. On the Douluo continent, the quality of a martial soul correlates with the time required for awakening. The higher the quality, the longer the awakening process, and the greater the innate soul power. Gu Xian's martial soul quality was undoubtedly exceptional, and his innate soul power would certainly not be lacking. With a baseline of level 9, or perhaps even a full innate soul power. This was soul power. How wondrous it was, the essence of extraordinary strength. Gu Xian, too, felt the change within him, sensing a searing energy akin to flames coursing through his body, yet it posed no threat to him. After years, he was finally on the brink of acquiring extraordinary abilities. After an indeterminate period, he suddenly felt a surge of power rushing towards his right hand, and almost instinctively, Gu Xian raised it. Simultaneously, he sensed a similar force manifesting in his left hand. Unbeknownst to others, Gu Xian stealthily tucked his left hand into his pocket, adopting a slightly aloof posture, as if deliberately trying to appear cool. Yet his left fist was clenched tightly, suppressing the emergence of that power. As Gu Xian raised his hand, the attention of those present was drawn to his right hand. Even upon witnessing his action, no one harbored doubts. They could only commend. What a graceful motion! As the soul power coalesced, a pale yellow stone sculpture materialized on Gu Xian's right hand. The entire sculpture resembled a serpent coiled around itself. Yet at its center lay a fearsome dragon's head. What martial soul is this? Gu Rong inquired curiously as the awakening reached completion, halting his infusion of energy. It appears to be a mutated martial soul, exhibiting draconic features, though its exact nature remains unclear. Gu Xian remained silent, intrigued by his own martial soul. Why does this martial soul seem increasingly familiar? His expression shifted to one of bewilderment. Isn't this the Saint Lord from the adventures of Chunlong? How has it become my martial soul? Moreover, not all the 12 indents on the sculpture were empty. One of them housed a dragon-shaped talisman. Saint Lord. Gu Xian instinctively responded to Gu Rong's query, his mind racing. Saint Lord? It appears to be a statue, Gu Rong remarked, perplexed. Young Xian's martial soul seems to have mutated. Uncle Gu, your martial soul is a bone dragon, which is not a true dragon in flesh and blood. Young Xian's martial soul could be more accurately described as a stone dragon, perhaps. Quickly, let's test his soul power. Ning Fengji interjected, having already approached Gu Xian with a crystal ball in hand. Hearing Ning Fengji, Gu Xian couldn't help but roll his eyes. While both bones and stones contain calcium, one cannot forcibly equate the two. However, given the situation, Ning Fengji's words conveniently spared him from having to respond. He was also curious about his innate soul power. Without a moment's hesitation, Gu Xian placed his right hand on the soul power testing crystal ball. Almost instantly, the crystal ball began to glow with a visible intensity, filling with a radiant blue light. Full innate soul power. As he beheld the dazzling crystal beneath Gu Xian's palm, Ning Fengji's hands trembled slightly. This signified that if Gu Xian could mature safely, their 7 treasures glazed tile school could flourish for at least another 300 years. Ning Rongrong. Upon realizing this, Ning Fengji shouted at Ning Rongrong. Startled by his outburst, she instinctively shrank her neck deeper into Chun Xian's embrace. Fengji, Chun Xian attempted to interject, but Ning Fengji was not inclined to listen. Gu Xian represented the future of the sect, although the nature of the Saint Lord martial soul remained uncertain. The awakening scene of a top-tier martial soul alongside full innate soul power was irrefutable. Ning Rongrong, you must apologize, whether you wish to or not. Ning Fengji approached Chun Xian and forcefully brought Ning Rongrong before Gu Xian. You shall promptly apologize to your elder brother, Young Xian. Ning Fengji sternly commanded. Ning Rongrong stood there, momentarily dazed, unsure of how to respond. Enough, Uncle Ning, there is no need for such measures. Gu Xian found Ning Fengji's actions somewhat distasteful. Feeling the sudden shift in demeanor now that his value had been established, he had no need for such forced apologies. Shaking his head, Gu Xian turned away from Ning Rongrong and addressed Gu Rong. Grandpa, could you test the quality of my martial soul? Use me as a target. Of course, Gu Rong replied readily. The ancient banyan finally broke into a smile. What could bring greater joy to an elder than witnessing the promising future of his descendants? Cheerfully, he led Gu Xian aside, not straying too far, as he wished to showcase this moment to Ning Fengji and Chun Xian. Grandfather, my martial soul is named Saint Lord. a fire dragon stripped of its power. At present, due to its recent awakening, it retains only the fiery essence of a dragon. To cultivate further, I must imbue my martial soul with a variety of soul rings to restore its strength. Now, I shall test its remaining power. Dragon Explosion. Gu Xian proclaimed as he and the ancient banyan took their positions in the center of the Grand Hall. A fire dragon stripped of its power? Come, let me see what strength this little fire dragon still possesses, the ancient banyan said, stretching his limbs, his eyes sparkling with delight. Here it comes. Gu Xian's eyes shimmered with the patterns of the spell dragon as a torrent of fiery energy surged within him. With a casual flick of his hand, a colossal fireball hurtled toward the ancient banyan. As the massive fireball approached, the ancient banyan's eyes lit up, though it posed no real threat to him. He graciously waved his hand, shattering the fireball with a deft motion. Boom! In that instant of destruction, the fireball erupted violently. The ancient banyan's eyes gleamed brighter with each passing moment. The temperature of the flames is commendable, and the explosive force is formidable. Its power can rival that of a typical Great Spirit Master's soul skill, he offered sincerely. What about this? Gu Xian remained silent, raising his right hand once more as the fire surged anew. Boom! A massive pillar of fire erupted from Gu Xian's hand, surging toward the ancient banyan. Witnessing this display, the ancient banyan's excitement grew. He opted against excessive defense and braced himself for the onslaught. Crackle! The sounds of flames scorching and exploding filled the Grand Hall, raising the temperature significantly. Only when Gu Xian felt his soul power dwindle did he cease the dragon explosion. Good, very good. The ancient banyan's eyes gleamed with joy as he swiftly approached Gu Xian, who was slightly panting, and clapped him on the shoulder, laughing heartily. Your full-force strike not only boasts high flame temperatures, but also continuous explosive damage. It's might sufficient to rival the full output of an average spirit elder. Hallelujah to the Gu clan. Chapter 6, Pure Yang Sword. Ning Fengji and Chun Xin stood in stunned silence, unable to articulate their astonishment. Though they had not personally experienced Gu Xian's power, the overwhelming aura alone hinted at the terrifying damage he could inflict. To think that a mere youth, having just awakened his martial soul, could unleash an attack surpassing that of a spirit elder. What kind of fearsome martial soul must he possess to yield such prowess? Congratulations, Uncle Gu. Young Xian's extraordinary talents guarantee a future of unparalleled potential. Ning Fengji unabashedly flattered the ancient banyan. Ha ha ha, it's nothing extraordinary. If young Xian wishes to grow, he will need the support of the sect. The ancient banyan, overjoyed, momentarily forgot his previous displeasure. With such talent, diligent cultivation will surely yield great results. Chun Xin approached Gu Xian and presented him with an exquisitely crafted wrist guard adorned with a green gemstone. Take this, young Xian. It is one of the old swordmaster's treasures, a storage soul guide with a capacity of 300 cubic units, capable of holding living beings. I once coveted it, but was unable to acquire it. The ancient banyan seized it and joyfully thrust it into Gu Xian's embrace. Grandfather, there's no need for such elaborate explanations, Gu Xian retorted, accepting the gift while respectfully bowing to Chun Xin. Thank you, Grandfather Sword, for this precious gift. I shall cultivate diligently. Though he accepted the gift, it did not indicate any fondness for Chun Xin. The matter of Chun Xin shielding Ning Rongrong remained a barrier that could not be easily bridged. However, one could not disregard the courtesy owed for such generosity. Yet, the prospect of forming a closer bond was utterly out of the question. Indeed, Chun Xin nodded gently, ruffling Gu Xian's hair before stepping aside. He found nothing unusual in the boy's demeanor, as Gu Xian had always been one to act with nonchalance. To think you possess such remarkable talent. Since Uncle Sword has gifted you a storage soul guide, I shall not be stingy either. Here, take this dragon blood fruit, Ning Fengji said, handing Gu Xian a red fruit adorned with faint golden dragon patterns. Gu Xian sensed a subtle draconic aura emanating from the fruit. In his understanding, the dragon blood fruit could only be born from the soil nourished by true dragon blood, making it a rare treasure for those of the subdragon lineage. For the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, it held an irresistible allure. One such fruit could likely fetch a soul bone in exchange from the clan. While it was indeed a valuable treasure, it held little utility for Gu Xian. Thank you, Uncle Ning, he replied, accepting it with both hands and bowing in gratitude. No need for such formality. We are family, after all. Ning Fengji chuckled, patting Gu Xian's shoulder. Uncle Ning, Grandfather Sword, Grandfather, if you have matters to discuss, please carry on. I shall take my leave for now. My soul power is somewhat depleted. and I need to familiarize myself with the meditation techniques to prepare for absorbing the soul rings, Gu Xian said, addressing Ning Fengji and the others. He sought to avoid giving Ning Fengji the opportunity to interact with Ning Rongrong. After all, Ning Rongrong would not genuinely apologize to him, and he could never truly forgive her. Rather than feign compliance with Ning Fengji, he preferred to depart with clarity. Observing Gu Xian's departure, Ning Fengji's gaze flickered momentarily, ultimately leading him to sigh deeply. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong, hidden behind Chan Exin, watched Gu Xian retreating, her large eyes shimmering with a flicker of indecision. Upon returning to his dwelling, Gu Xian promptly settled into a meditative posture, embarking on his first meditation practice to restore his soul power. Having never awakened his martial soul prior, he had yet to experience the sensation of soul power coursing within him, rendering effective meditation impossible. Without meditation, the process of absorbing soul rings would be utterly futile. In the current era of the Douluo continent, the cultivation of soul masters had evolved significantly. It was no longer a passive endeavor of merely absorbing soul power. Stronger sects possessed meditation techniques akin to martial arts. These techniques incorporated concepts similar to meridians, painstakingly developed through countless refinements by numerous soul masters over time. Yet, compared to orthodox martial arts, they still fell short. However, Gu Xian did not believe that possessing a technique alone was sufficient. After all, Tang San had the Shintian skill, yet in terms of soul power cultivation, he could only match the speed of an innate full soul power soul master. Thus, it was evident that innate full soul power soul masters were not significantly inferior in their cultivation compared to those with techniques. The role of a technique was merely to elevate the lower limit of a soul master's cultivation. It could not enhance the upper limit. The fastest cultivation speed in the Douluo continent was, after all, that of innate full soul power. Any speed beyond that was merely a result of fortuitous circumstances. Despite it being his first meditation session, Gu Xian found the process remarkably smooth. The soul power from the heavens and earth continuously flowed into his body, which he then guided through the operational method of the Seven Treasures glazed tile school before storing it in his dantian. With the innate full soul power talent combined with the supreme martial soul of the Saint Lord, Gu Xian's cultivation speed reached the pinnacle of the Douluo continent. The soul power from his surroundings continually nourished his dantian, replenishing the consumed soul power. After approximately 10 minutes, Gu Xian completed the replenishment, filling his dantian with soul power once again. At this juncture, the storage capacity within his dantian was nearly at its limit. If he were to absorb any more soul power from the external environment, most of it would not be able to enter his dantian. However, if he were to force it in, he could continuously refine the quality of the soul power. When he awaited the absorption of a soul ring, the compressed soul power would rebound to occupy new space, thus achieving an enhancement beyond his current level. Yet, such a practice was generally discouraged, as it wasted considerable time and soul power, rendering it counterproductive. Moreover, the efficiency of soul power absorption varied greatly between soul masters and soul fighters. While breaking through a bottleneck was possible without promotion, no soul master would advocate for such a method. Upon reaching a bottleneck, one should strive for immediate breakthrough to avoid squandering their innate talent. My first martial soul is the Saint Lord, but what about my second martial soul? Gu Xian pondered curiously as he raised his left hand. During the awakening of his martial soul, he refrained from revealing his second martial soul for fear that Ning Fengji would relentlessly pursue him upon discovering his true talent. Just possessing an innate full soul power was already enough to coerce him against his will. If he were to possess twin martial souls, it would undoubtedly send Ning Fengji into a frenzy. Who could predict the lengths to which Ning Fengji might go to bind him? Lost in thought, a seemingly unremarkable long sword gradually materialized in Gu Xian's left hand, its hilt inscribed with the words Pure Yang. Pure Yang? Gu Xian gazed in astonishment at the seemingly ordinary sword, which resembled a common iron blade. He was acutely aware of what the Pure Yang sword represented, the legendary weapon wielded by El Dongbin. Even within the tales of Jackie Chan adventures, it was a sword used by an immortal deity. Moreover, it was a primary material for sealing the Saint Lord. Could it be anything less than formidable? As he grasped the Pure Yang sword, Gu Xian felt a warm current begin to flow through his body. It was not as domineering as fire. It had exuded an essence of utmost yang and vigor, akin to a gentle breeze and soft rain. Was it possible that such unassuming simplicity harbored profound mysteries? Gu Xian gently caressed the Pure Yang sword. Treasures are often sullied by their bearers. Currently, Gu Xian lacked the strength to fully unleash the sword's true potential, which resulted in its extraordinary power being obscured. After all, how could an artifact capable of subduing the Saint Lord appear so mundane? Yet, perhaps this was for the best. The greater the martial soul's power, the more significant the benefits during later cultivation. For now, it would be prudent to focus solely on cultivating the Saint Lord martial soul. Gu Xian casually swung the pure yang sword a couple of times, and although its true might remain concealed, trails of sword energy coalesced around the blade. This startled Gu Xian, prompting him to immediately retract his martial soul. He wished to keep the secret of his second martial soul hidden from prying eyes. With a wave of his hand, a colossal stone tablet of the Saint Lord materialized before him, previously lacking the confidence to examine it. Gu Xian now sought to ascertain whether this so-called Saint Lord tablet possessed any sentience. He hoped it did not harbor the soul of the Saint Lord, akin to the tales from Jackie Chan adventures. The Saint Lord? Gu Xian tapped the fierce dragon head. Was there no intelligence within? His gaze fell upon the one socket among the 12 that contained an object, the dragon talisman. Gu Xian reached out to grasp the dragon talisman, wanted to see if he could detach it. To his delight, it was indeed possible. As he held the talisman, Gu Xian's brow twitched slightly. With a mere thought, the talisman vanished from his grasp, returning to the Saint Lord. It was confirmed. This was merely an empty shell of the Saint Lord, and as his martial soul, it was entirely under his control. Even the borrowed talisman could be summoned back at will. Gu Xian felt immensely satisfied with this outcome. Now, how should he choose the soul rings? Observing the 11 empty sockets on the Saint Lord, it became clear that he needed to install 11 soul rings onto the Saint Lord to fully awaken its power. However, he was uncertain about how to select the soul rings. Should he hunt soul beasts that matched the 12 zodiac signs, or those with similar abilities? As a stone dragon, he suspected that Gu Rong would not easily allow him to absorb soul rings from creatures like mice, rabbits, sheep, or chickens. Therefore, the choice of the first soul ring was of paramount importance. Gu Xian had numerous ideas for the first soul ring, such as a mouse, which would grant him the ability to transform stillness into motion, allowing him to resurrect various renowned figures from across the realms for guidance. While it may not be feasible in other worlds, the Douluo continent certainly had many worthy individuals to learn from. However, Gu Rong and others would likely never permit him to absorb a mouse as his first ring. A dragon martial soul absorbing a mouse soul beast? No one would agree to that. Next was the horse talisman, which embodied the strength of a horse. With it, Gu Xian would no longer fear the repercussions of training. The noble horse could dispel any detrimental factors affecting his body. Yet, ultimately, Gu Xian dismissed these options, recognizing that to enhance his strength, one must prioritize powerful capabilities. Furthermore, persuading Gu Rong to hunt a formidable bull-type soul beast for him would be far simpler than coaxing them to procure a mouse or rabbit. Moreover, should the formation of the talisman not be determined by the type of soul beast absorbed, the bull-type soul beasts also emphasize strength, alleviating concerns about failing to awaken the bull talisman. Once awakened, his physical strength would undoubtedly receive a tremendous boost, allowing Gu Xian to transform from a high attack, low defense fragile soul master into a formidable soul master capable of both offense and defense. Additionally, a robust physique would aid in the future absorption of soul rings. With his initial attack power already bolstered by the dragon's explosive capabilities, he need not focus on accumulating combat power. Instead, he should enhance various auxiliary abilities, such as the immortality of dogs, the indestructibility of horses, the soul enhancement of sheep, and the resurrection of mice. Once these 4 abilities were sufficiently fortified, Gu Xian would undoubtedly achieve significant advancements within the Douluo continent. The enhancement of one's abilities is indeed formidable. However, this remains merely a figment of imagination. The actual arrangement of soul rings must be determined by real circumstances. Currently, the only power at my disposal is the dragon talisman, which enables me to harness the essence of flames. As Gu Xian spoke, a fleeting glimmer of the dragon talisman sparkled in his eyes, and then his hands coalesced into a fireball the size of a basketball. As the Lord of Flames, his mastery over fire was, of course, unparalleled. Yet, in the original narrative, the mere act of breathing fire failed to convey the true grandeur of the fire demon. With Gu Xian's mental command, it was as if he imbued the flames with a soul. They began to writhe, then split and coalesce, transforming into a fire dragon and a fire phoenix. Everything appearing so effortlessly natural. The control he wielded over this fire was astonishing. Gu Xian's eyes sparkled with delight. What he had presumed would be a laborious task now transpired with but a mere thought. These flames felt as though they were an extension of his own body, obediently aligning themselves at the beckoning of his mind. It seemed he would no longer lack in combat prowess. With such control, crafting unique soul techniques would be mere child's play. Contemplating this, Gu Xian began to manipulate the flames, continually condensing them until a flaming longsword emerged in his grasp. The crimson blade blazed with fierce flames, intermittently emitting explosive sounds that attested to its instability. While he could indeed condense the sword, it required a significant expenditure of mental energy. The challenge lay not in the initial creation, but in the sustained maintenance of its form, necessitating a continuous mental effort to suppress the fiery essence into the shape of a sword, leading to a considerable drain on his spirit. Nevertheless, this was sufficient. Even without the pure Yang sword, he could practice his swordsmanship with this flaming longsword without arousing suspicion. Xiao Xian, what are you up to? Gu Rong's figure materialized beside Gu Xian, his gaze widening in astonishment at the longsword in Gu Xian's hand, though he quickly stifled his surprise. It's nothing much. I simply discovered that my control over flames seems remarkably high. They respond to my will, so I decided to conjure a long sword for a bit of practice. Gu Xian replied, casually tossing the long sword into the air. It soared like a shooting star for several dozen meters before detonating with a resounding boom, unleashing a torrent of flames that engulfed the ground. Impressive. At the very least, an ordinary soul master would find it difficult to withstand. Gu Rong nodded in satisfaction, increasingly astounded by his grandson's talent. The ability to condense energy into a sword was a feat even many soul saints could not achieve. Yet his grandson had accomplished this at merely the 10th level. Here, this is a gift from your grandfather. Cherish it well. Gu Rong jested as he produced a pendant-like soul guide and handed it to Gu Xian. This trinket was a treasured possession of his, contributing to his breakthrough as a title Douluo. Curiously, Gu Xian accepted the pendant and inquired, what is this? I'm not entirely certain, but it's something I found in a relic during my youth. Its function is to actively gather the soul power from the surrounding environment, condensing it into an exceptionally pure soul liquid for soul masters to cultivate. It can only produce a drop a day, and while it proves useful before reaching the 70th level, its efficacy diminishes significantly thereafter, becoming nearly useless post-80th level. Had it not been for you, I would have kept it for myself, Gu Rong reflected. This soul guide had aided him through his most challenging times, and he had intended to keep it until his grave. Yet, Gu Xian's emergence had finally given this artifact a purpose. After all, while soul guides are powerful, without sufficient talent, hastening one's progress merely depletes their potential. Why should he part with it for anyone else? Rest well tonight. Tomorrow, I shall take you hunting for soul beasts, Gu Rong said, patting Gu Xian on the head before turning to leave. Chapter 8. The First Soul Ring. Xiao Xian, what are your thoughts on your first soul ring? Gu Rong inquired leisurely as he and Gu Xian soared through the skies. Given that Gu Xian's martial spirit was a stone dragon, Gu Rong envisioned a development towards defense and brute strength. Nevertheless, he was mindful not to overlook his grandson's opinions. Grandfather, I wish to hunt a canine-type soul beast, Gu Xian ultimately declared after much contemplation. The dog talisman could maintain one's energy at peak condition. If he were to obtain the dog talisman, it was highly likely he would acquire the passive ability of infinite soul power or maintain his physical condition at its zenith. Both outcomes would yield significant enhancements for Gu Xian, even if he did not gain infinite soul power. Remaining in peak physical condition would afford him an unparalleled rate and duration of cultivation. In the realm of talismans, the dog talisman offered the greatest benefits. A canine soul beast? Gu Rong abruptly halted. Xiao Xian, why do you desire a soul ring from a canine beast? He perched on a large tree, placing Gu Xian upon the sturdy trunk. Gu Rong was not an inflexible elder, nor did he believe his scholarly grandson would make such an unwise choice detrimental to his training without sound reasoning. Grandfather, I have nothing to hide from you. Please take a close look at my martial spirit. Gu Xian had no intention of concealing many secrets of his lord martial spirit from Gu Rong. To garner ample support, a degree of transparency was essential, as it would reassure those who cared for him. He had always valued reciprocity. When others treated him well, he would ensure not to cause them distress. Gu Xian summoned his Lord Stone Dragon martial spirit, enlarging it to the scale of an animated figure. Do you see this, grandfather? He pointed to the dragon-shaped talisman inscribed upon the stone. What significance does this dragon-shaped stone hold? Gu Rong pondered, gazing at the stone with curiosity. Without uttering a word, Gu Xian removed the talisman. Indeed, through his research, he had discovered that the talismans condensed upon his martial spirit could be detached. However, the talismans possessed singularity. Once removed, they could not be recondensed until the previous one was dispelled. As for whether others could wield the power of the talismans once mastered, Gu Xian believed it to be plausible. Can it be removed? Gu Rong was momentarily taken aback. Gu Xian handed the talisman to Gu Rong. Grandfather, please try infusing it with your soul power. Upon hearing this, Gu Rong regained his composure and obediently infused his soul power into the talisman. Boom! In an instant, the dragon insignia upon the dragon talisman blazed a brilliant crimson hue, while the soul power within Gu Rong was imbued with an explosive fiery essence. A colossal fire dragon erupted forth from his hand, crashing into a small mountain and reducing it to mere rubble in the blink of an eye. The sheer might of this display astonished Gu Rong. This is the power of my martial soul, absorbing soul rings to transform into corresponding talismans. This talisman, representing the dragon, embodies the explosive fervor of fire, capable of converting another's soul power into a fierce fiery assault. Moreover, my sacred lord martial soul still harbors 11 vacancies, each symbolizing a unique force. It does not imply that my martial soul, being a stone dragon, is solely suited to hunt dragon-type and earth-type soul beasts. The martial soul that truly aligns with me will naturally select itself. In the long run, the dog proves to be the most fitting choice for my soul beast. With a wave of his hand, Gu Xian made the dragon talisman, still warm in Gu Rong's grasp, vanish, reappearing upon the sacred lord's stone effigy. Gu Rong was left momentarily dumbfounded. The disappearance of the dragon talisman left him feeling a sense of loss. He had become somewhat intoxicated by the sheer intensity of the explosion and flames. Having dwelled in darkness for so long, he craved light and warmth. He could guarantee that if he were to wield the dragon talisman, even the sword-wielding Chen Xian would stand no chance against him. What a tremendous enhancement this is. It is worth noting that Gu Xian is merely a soul master who has yet to acquire a single soul ring. This martial soul is extraordinarily formidable, surpassing even the 7 treasures glazed tile pagoda. Furthermore, with 11 vacancies on Gu Xian's sacred lord stone effigy, this essentially signifies that he can absorb 11 more soul rings. In a world where 9 rings represent the pinnacle, just how extraordinary would an 11-ringed individual be? Gu Rong found himself momentarily parched with excitement. His grandson possesses the potential for godhood. Very well, since you wish to pursue this path, I shall support you. However, from this day forth, you must remember that your talisman is integrated with your martial soul and cannot be detached. Do you understand? Faced with Gu Xian's peculiar martial soul, Gu Rong felt at a loss and was uncertain about which soul beasts or soul rings would be appropriate. Nevertheless, since it was Gu Xian's assertion, it must surely be in accordance with the information provided by the martial soul. Given his own ignorance, he thought it wiser to follow Gu Xian's lead. The only thing Gu Xian needed to be cautious about was ensuring that the ability to detach his talisman remained undisclosed. The talisman could be detached, and it would even affect Gu Rong, the title Douluo, without any repercussions for its original owner, Gu Xian. This auxiliary ability was simply extraordinary, far surpassing that of the 7 treasures glazed tile sect. Hence, this matter must remain a secret. I understand, grandfather. Gu Xian nodded, recognizing that being overly exceptional could be detrimental. With that, Gu Rong and Gu Xian set forth once more. With Gu Xian's explanation, Gu Rong did not oppose the notion of his dragon-type martial soul absorbing a dog-type soul ring. Gu Xian had also confirmed one thing. His talisman was immensely powerful. Even a title Douluo wielding the talisman could effortlessly convert their entire strength into explosive dragon attributes. Furthermore, an ordinary person devoid of power, if they were to grasp his dragon talisman, would likely exhibit considerable strength, potentially equivalent to their own level of cultivation. Truly, the power of talismans treats every individual equally. While Gu Xian marveled at the formidable nature of the talisman, Gu Rong descended from the heavens with Gu Xian in tow. With a resounding crash, Gu Rong landed, creating a considerable crater in the ground. Come, little Xian, are you not seeking to absorb a dog-type soul ring? This wind hound, approximately 460 years old, should be quite suitable for you. With a swift kick, he sent a feeble wind hound tumbling toward Gu Xian. Unlike dragon-type soul beasts, dog-type soul beasts were not particularly difficult to find. A casual stroll through the forest would yield results. Thank you, grandfather. Gu Xian had no desire to pursue the sensation of surpassing limits. He believed that even without pushing beyond his boundaries, diligent training would suffice for him to become a formidable force. Thus, Why take unnecessary risks? As flames blazed in his hand, Gu Xian struck toward the Windhound. An explosion echoed, and a circle of yellow soul rings gradually ascended. Chapter 9. The Potent Effects of the Dog Talisman. Based on Gu Xian's deductions, the age of the soul ring held little significance for him. What truly mattered was whether the soul beast that produced the soul ring was compatible. Were it not for his awakening of the martial soul, he might not have known how to configure soul rings, leaving others potentially incapable of unlocking the correct utilization of the sacred Lord Martial Soul throughout their lives. Little Xian, are you certain you wish to absorb this soul ring? Gu Rong scrutinized the ring, feeling that a dragon-type martial soul absorbing a canine soul ring was rather unconventional. Trust me, grandfather. Gu Xian settled into a meditative position, the sacred Lord Stone effigy materializing behind him. As he activated his soul power to connect with the soul ring, the effigy's eyes suddenly ignited with a crimson glow. The yellow 100-year soul ring spun in the air twice before enveloping Gu Xian. The searing soul power began to surge within him. Yet, before it could stir any ripples, an even more intense wave of soul power surged forth. This power enveloped the essence of the soul beast, continuously scorching and refining it until it was perfectly molded. Meanwhile, as Gu Xian absorbed the ring, a trickle of energy began to be drawn into the sacred Lord's stone effigy from the yellow soul ring. Within the 11 empty slots on the effigy, one slot emitted a radiant silver glow. Amidst this brilliance, a polygonal stone silhouette gradually materialized. As time passed, the once ethereal talisman's silhouette began to solidify. With a resonating hum, the moment the talisman fully materialized, the steadfast sacred Lord statue trembled violently, its eyes ablaze with a scarlet luminescence. The tumultuous energy within the soul ring instantly calmed, as if Gu Xian had gained ultimate control over it. This immense power, which had seemed overwhelming, now flowed into Gu Xian's body, meek as a lamb, obediently becoming a part of his strength. What? Gu Rong's eyes nearly bulged out at this sight. What kind of absurd absorption speed is this? He looked skyward, realizing that only a few minutes had passed since the absorption began. Swish! 10 minutes later, Gu Xian, having fully absorbed the soul ring, opened his eyes for meditation. The shadow of the dog talisman flickered momentarily in his pupils. How do you feel? Gu Rong swiftly moved to Gu Xian's side, concern etched on his face. Could he not be worried? A dragon-type soul master had absorbed a canine soul ring. What if the incompatibility of the soul ring diminished the martial soul's strength? It is vital to recognize that the selection of the first and second soul rings is crucial for powerful soul masters. Rest assured, Grandpa, I feel absolutely splendid. The power of the dog talisman bestows eternal life, allowing its bearer to maintain their attributes in a perpetual state of peak performance. In other words, Gu Xian, upon sensing his own soul power, could not help but smile. He experienced an overwhelming sense of fulfillment. What is the most vital aspect for a soul master? Naturally, is soul power. Under the influence of the dog talisman, he had transformed into the singular dominator soul master, with his soul power forever at its zenith. Even his stamina remained unyielding. Really, you wouldn't be deceiving Grandpa, would you? Gu Rong expressed his concern, until he witnessed tangible results. He would not place his faith in a single word from Gu Xian. Gu Xian, somewhat at a loss for words, nonetheless raised his hand, summoning the dog talisman embedded in the statue of the Holy Lord to his grasp. You will know once you try. The sensation is beyond your imagination. Gu Xian offered the dog talisman to Gu Rong. Hesitantly, Gu Rong accepted it, activating it with his soul power just as he would with the dragon talisman. In the next moment, the dog talisman erupted in a radiant white light. An exhilarating sensation enveloped Gu Rong instantly. Roar! Unable to contain himself any longer, Gu Rong threw back his head and unleashed a commanding roar. The sound reverberated through the heavens, striking fear into numerous soul beasts, which fled in a frenzy. This feeling is simply marvelous. After a minute of howling, Gu Rong finally subdued the overwhelming euphoria. He gazed at his tightly clenched fists. Although he still bore the visage of age, he felt a rejuvenating vitality coursing through him. The disparity between a fresh body and an aging one was stark. Furthermore, Gu Rong flung his hand, releasing a massive orb of soul power from within. His smile widened even more. Indeed, not only had his body returned to its prime, but his soul power and stamina also remained at their peak. What a remarkable martial soul this is. Gu Rong looked at Gu Xian with a mixture of astonishment and delight. Xianer, this soul skill is extraordinary. Gu Rong found himself at a loss for words to describe the soul skill. Even the support of the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda paled in comparison to this soul skill. What kind of support could maintain someone in a state of perpetual peak? However, it was indeed miraculous. This soul skill lacked healing effects, and when severely injured, even an abundance of soul power could not enable combat. Gu Xian waved his hand, returning it to his pocket. You may borrow this talisman for now, Grandpa. Under this state, how long do you think it will take for you to break through to level 96? Gu Xian had no intention of reclaiming the talisman just yet. Its primary purpose was to ensure his safety while providing ample support during training. Additionally, it served to bolster Gu Rong's strength. As Gu Xian's sole reliance at present, Gu Rong's increased power would only benefit Gu Xian. Currently, Gu Rong hovered at the pinnacle of level 95, yet his advanced age hindered his breakthrough to 96. As for the notion that one must comprehend their martial soul post-level 90, that was largely nonsense. Merely an excuse for older soul masters who could no longer rely on absorbing soul power for strength. With age, one's physical condition gradually weakens, and the allure of soul power diminishes compared to their youthful days. Hence, they could only rely on comprehending their martial soul to aid their soul power in overcoming level barriers. Yet, the reality was that the younger one was, the less they needed to comprehend their martial soul to break through to title Douluo. Take Tang, San, and his companions. Did they need to comprehend their martial souls? As long as their energy was sufficient, breaking through was as simple as drinking water. Therefore, should Gu Rong return to his peak, level 95 would no longer impede him. In fact, reaching level 99 would not be an insurmountable task. Upon hearing Gu Xian's words, Gu Rong snapped back from his joyous reverie. If I hold on to this, will it affect you in any way? Gu Rong did not immediately agree, but instead inquired about the implications of possessing the talisman. It won't impact me significantly. However, it can only be used during your breakthrough. I will also need it later. Gu Rong breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. Well then, given my current condition, I should be able to successfully break through to level 96 within a month. Gu Rong burst into hearty laughter. At that point, I'll be eager to see what the swordman has left to boast about. Although the allure of the dog talisman was immense, he recognized that it was already quite commendable for Gu Xian to lend it to him for breaking through his bottleneck. He understood how vital it was for Gu Xian to possess something that could keep him perpetually at his peak. By the way, Xianer, you absolutely must not disclose the effects of this talisman upon our return to the sect. In fact, you must not reveal that it can be lent to others either. Do you understand? Gu Rong said with gravity. He was acutely aware of the allure the dog talisman held for soul masters. Were it not for Gu Xian being his beloved grandson, he might have been tempted to seize it himself. Furthermore, if news of Gu Xian's ability to lend the talisman were to leak, the title of the continent's foremost supportive soul master would swiftly change. At that point, Gu Rong could not guarantee what actions Ning Fengji might take. Understood, Grandpa. I have no intention of sharing this with anyone else. I will proclaim that I have acquired a soul skill for energy storage. Gu Xian was no fool. The effects of the dog talisman would incite envy not only among soul masters, but even among deities. How much more so for those old-timers who had been unable to make any progress due to age. It could even be said that, should he wish, he could effortlessly establish a sect as formidable as the top 3 sections. Good, as long as you comprehend the importance of this matter, Gu Rong said, patting Gu Xian's shoulder with a smile. He was already eager to return to seclusion. Chapter 10. The Wrath of the True Dragon. Uncle Bone, why are you back so soon? Did you forget something? Ning Fengji, observing Gu Rong and Gu Xian, who had just departed barely half a morning ago, appeared somewhat bewildered. No, we simply had a stroke of good fortune. As soon as we arrived at the soul hunting forest, we encountered a suitable soul beast. After successfully acquiring the soul ring, we returned immediately, Gu Rong replied cheerfully. Oh, you succeeded? What soul skill did you obtain? Shen Xian's eyes brightened. Sect Master, Sword Grandpa. The soul skill I acquired is called energy storage. It allows me to store 40% of my soul power for replenishment in critical moments. Gu Xian stepped forward and bowed respectfully. Storing 40% of soul power, this soul skill is quite remarkable. It will play a crucial role both now and in the future. Little Xian, your luck this time is exceptional. You have acquired a truly premium soul skill. Ning Fengxi's eyes sparkled with excitement as he spoke. In their research, it was found that the more formidable the soul master's innate talent, the less they should acquire attack-type soul skills in the initial soul rings. Instead, they ought to seek enhancement-type soul skills or those with unique effects. However, the acquisition of soul skills is largely a matter of luck. Sometimes, even soul masters who obtain the same type of soul beast may not receive identical soul skills, let alone the possibility of acquiring a desired soul skill from a single soul ring. Gu Xian nodded slightly, displaying no modesty whatsoever. Observing Gu Xian's demeanor, Ning Fengzi felt a twinge of headache and gently pinched the bridge of his nose. In the past, Gu Xian had many admirable qualities, but he was too dull. Now, although Gu Xian had improved, he had become somewhat estranged from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School due to Ning Rongrong. Were it not for Ning Rongrong being his child, he could easily take decisive action to eliminate Gu Xian's grievances. However, with Gu Xian and Ning Rongrong involved, he could only choose Ning Rongrong. Thus, he had to bear the consequences of Gu Xian's distance from him. Well then, Fengzi, if there is nothing else, we shall take our leave. Swordsman, I entrust Fengzi's safety to you for the time being. I have reached the bottleneck at level 96 and need to enter seclusion for a while, Gu Rong said, placing his hand on Gu Xian's head and ruffling his hair. Is that so? Uncle Gu, please focus on your breakthrough. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School will be just fine, Ning Fengzi replied, his eyes immediately lighting up at the news of Gu Rong's impending breakthrough. The stronger Gu Rong became, the stronger the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School would be. Old Bone, rest assured and break through. I will ensure the safety of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Chun Xian added, his expression turning serious upon hearing about Gu Rong's breakthrough. Each level for a title Douluo is crucial, and with Gu Rong's breakthrough, he must ensure no one disturbs him. All right, let us proceed then. I will take Xian'er with me now. Xian'er, bid farewell to Grandpa Jian. Master, Grandpa Jian will be taking our leave. After bowing to the two, Gu Xian followed Gu Rong out of the hall. Sigh. Once Gu Xian and Gu Rong departed, Ning Fengzi let out a long sigh. The more outstanding Gu Xian performed, the more discomfort Ning Fengzi felt in his heart. If only Ning Rongrong were a boy, he could vent his frustrations through a good scolding. Yet, the one making mistakes was his cherished little princess. Fengzi, do not fret. With Old Bone around, Xian'er will not engage in any reckless behavior, Chun Xian reassured him, understanding Ning Fengzi's concerns. However, he was at a loss for a solution and could only offer consolation. Uncle Jian, do you think I should be stricter with Rongrong? At this rate, I have no idea how the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School will fare, Ning Fengzi replied with a bitter smile. He had suffered injuries in his early years, and having Ning Rongrong as a daughter was already a blessing bestowed by his wife at the cost of her life. If Ning Rongrong continued to be unmanageable, what future awaited the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School? Originally, Gu Xian, who should have been the closest to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, had been pushed away by Ning Rongrong. If even Gu Xian had distanced himself, how would the other disciples of various sects perceive this? The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School had not grown to its current stature purely on strength. It had thrived on the goodwill and alliances built over generations. Yet, all he saw in Ning Rongrong was the image of a little witch. At this rate, not only would she be incapable of supporting the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, but she might also end up without anyone trustworthy by her side. Fear not, Fengzi. Have you not already disciplined Rongrong? She is still young and doesn't understand. She will comprehend in due time. Chun Xian, a lifelong bachelor, had watched Ning Rongrong grow up and could only describe his feelings for her as indulgent, naturally unwilling to speak ill of her. He endeavored to maintain her image. However, had Chun Xian known that in the original storyline, Ning Rongrong would prefer to save that so-called third brother over him, what would his thoughts have been? Let us hope so. Ning Fengzi seemed to be somewhat reassured by Chun Xian's words, believing that Ning Rongrong would change as she matured, and he decided to let the matter rest. Xian, will you be all right training alone? Gu Rong inquired before entering seclusion. Absolutely, Grandpa, Gu Xian replied, producing a dragon talisman and tossing it into the air to demonstrate his offensive capabilities. The dragon burst could deliver formidable fiery damage to soul masters. Although he had only reached level 12 soul power, its damage would not pale in comparison to that of a soul sovereign. Within the entire Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, who besides that little witch would dare to provoke him? Even if the little witch had his back, who would be bold enough to confront Gu Xian? Do you have any idea how many lives I have in my hands? He chuckled. Then I shall rest easy. Await my return. When I emerge, you will be the grandson of a 96th level Super Douluo. Gu Rong laughed heartily, patting Gu Xian on the shoulder before turning to enter the secret chamber. After witnessing the door to the secret chamber close behind Gu Rong, Gu Xian turned and exited the room. Sitting cross-legged in the courtyard facing the setting sun, Gu Xian allowed his soul power to flow gently within him. due to his cautious approach in absorbing high-age soul rings and accumulating soul power. His soul power had only risen modestly by 2 levels. However, as Gu Xian gazed at the dragon talisman in his hand, feelings of dissatisfaction towards Ning Fengzi and Ning Rongrong began to surface, igniting a flicker of anger within his eyes. Slowly raising the dragon talisman, a fiery beam of red tinged with gold erupted forth, striking a decorative rockery in the courtyard. With a resounding boom, the rockery exploded instantaneously. Anger can amplify the talisman's power, rendering it even more lethal. Gu Xian's expression gradually settled into tranquility, as if all of this were unrelated to him. It was time to train. Glancing at the setting sun, he slowly closed his eyes. Strength. He needed formidable strength. As Gu Xian immersed himself in his training, the fire elements of the world began to surge wildly towards him. Chapter 11. A Close Call. Ever since it was revealed that Gu Xian's martial soul possessed a primary fire attribute, a top-tier fire simulation training room was established at Gu Xian's residence on the mountain with Ning Fengzi's explicit permission. The rarity and difficulty of capturing dragon-type soul beasts meant that, otherwise, Ning Fengzi would have sought to procure a few to place within. Gu Xian did not refuse Ning Fengzi's special treatment, as it was well-deserved. As a venerated elder of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, Gu Rong could no longer receive any benefits from it, and thus his share of advantages naturally fell to Gu Xian. Hence, Gu Xian had no objections to Ning Fengzi's arrangements. Within the elite simulation training ground, Gu Xian's cultivation speed reached its zenith. With his innate full soul power and the unparalleled training environment, in just 1 month, Gu Xian advanced from the initial level 12 to level 13. Level 13. Gu Xian opened his eyes, a fleeting flash of crimson light shimmering within them. Simultaneously, at the very moment Gu Xian broke through, a tremendous aura erupted violently from the mountaintop where he stood. A roar, hoarse and suffused with the essence of death, reverberated throughout the 7 treasures glazed sect. The old fellow has made a breakthrough. A smile graced Gu Xian's face as he pushed open the door and stepped out of the cultivation chamber. Above the 7 treasures glazed sect, a colossal skeletal dragon soared freely, and atop its head stood a man who appeared to be in his middle years. Hands clasped behind his back and an expression of disdain etched upon his features. Upon seeing Gu Xian emerge from the chamber, Gu Rong's face lit up with joy. He immediately commanded the skeletal dragon to approach Gu Xian, but just as it was about to draw near, the dragon abruptly dissipated, transforming into soul power that returned to Gu Rong's body. Congratulations on your successful breakthrough, grandfather, Gu Xian said, beaming with genuine warmth. For Gu Rong was truly his only kin in this world, and his ascension in power was indeed a boon for him. Ha ha ha, it's nothing much, merely a breakthrough, and it largely depends on you, Xianer. Quickly conceal it. Now that I have broken through, I will not require it for the time being. Do not let it be exposed. Gu Rong hastily urged as he handed a talisman to Gu Xian. Understood. Gu Xian nodded, not hesitating to accept it. The talisman was inherently part of him. It was inconceivable for him to leave it behind. This was his time for growth, and possessing the talisman would accelerate his progress. Moreover, if Gu Rong required it in the future, he could always lend it back, couldn't he? As soon as the talisman left his grasp, Gu Rong felt an immediate discomfort, as if a burdensome weight had returned to him, leaving him uneasy. Yet, the more he felt this way, the more he appreciated the value of Gu Xian's talisman. Understanding its preciousness would only deepen his resolve to guard this secret. Fortunately, he had now ascended to the 96th level, and his physical condition had improved somewhat, rendering him considerably more at ease than before. Once Gu Xian reabsorbed the talisman, a surge of energy instantaneously filled his being, obliterating the fatigue accumulated from prolonged cultivation, and restoring his vitality to its zenith. Not only his energy, but also his soul power, life force, and even mental acuity reached their peak in that instant. The talisman of the skeletal dog granted immortality, allowing its bearer to maintain their state at the pinnacle of their current stage. While it could not heal injuries, under the aegis of immortality, even the gravest wounds could eventually mend given enough time. With a smile gracing his features, Gu Xian found that with the talisman restored, his cultivation speed could finally accelerate. His soul power would perpetually remain at its zenith, ensuring that Gu Xian's abilities would only ascend without depletion. His soul skills could be freely utilized to enhance their proficiency, and his replenished energy would allow him to devote more time to cultivation. Thus, one talisman effectively resolved nearly all challenges he faced in his early training. With the talisman in hand, He had already meticulously charted his future cultivation path in his mind. Uncle Gu, congratulations on your further advancement in strength. The sudden voice of congratulations jolted Gu Xian from his contemplations. His gaze sharpened as he beheld Ning Fengji and Jian Qinxin. It was unclear when these two had arrived. Ning Fengji immediately offered his congratulations to Gu Rong upon arrival. Ha ha ha, it's merely an occasional breakthrough. Gu Rong waved dismissively, then looked at Qinxin with a hint of disdain in his eyes. In terms of power, he had now caught up with Qinxin, and with a grandson like Gu Xian, he felt his life had already surpassed that of the old swordsman. Oh, is that so? How about we have a spar to see whether your old bones are sturdier or my sword is sharper? Qinxin would not relent. Summoning the 7 kills sword into his hand, a glimmer of battle intent igniting in his eyes as he regarded Gu Rong. Ha ha, just as I wished, old swordsman. Let's have a duel. The spark of combat also ignited within Gu Rong's eyes. The old swordsman's soul power had always overshadowed him, and now that he had finally caught up, he was determined to make Qinxin eat dirt today. With a pair of skeletal dragon wings manifesting behind him, Gu Rong flapped his wings and vanished from sight. Qinxin, not to be outdone, conjured a sword shadow beneath his feet and soared into the sky. In that moment, it seemed as though the spotlight had shifted entirely to Qinxin and Gu Rong, compelling even Ning Fengji to focus his attention on their duel. The confrontation between the skeletal dragon and the 7 kills sword unfolded high above the 7 treasures glazed sect, a sight they had grown accustomed to. In fact, the frequent battles between the two had become a major draw for outsiders wishing to join the sect, as such clashes were on par with titled Douluo level combat. Where else could one witness such encounters outside the 7 treasures glazed sect? Though Ning Fengji stood alongside Gu Xian, both were captivated by the duel between Qinxin and Gu Rong. The clash of the skeletal dragon and the 7 kills sword played out before them in a dazzling spectacle. Gu Xian found it challenging to catch the intricacies of the battle, yet he could still discern glimpses of the action. In a more mystical sense, as he beheld the myriad sword shadows in the sky, Gu Xian's left hand began to tremble slightly. A sword shadow gradually materialized in his eyes. Suddenly, a piercing sword intent erupted from within Gu Xian, sharp and fervent. In an instant, he reacted, having grasped the essence of the sword intent. Ning Fengji, who had been attentively observing the battle, was abruptly struck by a familiar, yet foreign force emanating from beside him. This power, which he often witnessed, was what Qinxin referred to as sword intent. But how could it emanate from Gu Xian? Was it possible? Ning Fengji turned sharply, only to find Gu Xian's eyes glazed over, his hands raised high as blazing flames coalesced above them. As the flames roiled, a colossal sword of fire took shape in Gu Xian's grasp, its sword intent growing ever sharper and more intense. Chapter 12. Refusal of Qinxin. Upon sensing the sword intent radiating from Gu Xian, Ning Fengji's heart raced. Could it be that Gu Xian possessed a second sword martial soul? Why would a direct descendant of the 7 treasures glazed sect conceal the secret of dual martial souls? Surely this indicated a rift with the sect. Such behavior suggested a lack of trust in Ning Fengji. However, when he turned to look, he found no sign of a dual martial soul. Though Gu Xian's level was not high, he still possessed the ability to discern martial souls. There was no dual martial soul. It was merely a manifestation of exquisite control over fire, forming a fiery longsword. At this moment, the 2 combatants in the sky ceased their fierce clash, their gazes drawn downward. Despite their skirmish, their attention had never strayed far from Ning Fengji. The instant Gu Xian exhibited abnormality, both warriors sensed it. Initially, they presumed Gu Xian harbored a concealed martial soul. Yet once he manifested a longsword forged of flames, they swiftly aligned their thoughts with Ning Fengji. In a flash, they transformed into 2 streaks of light, descending gracefully. As they landed, Gu Xian dissipated the fiery longsword in his grasp. "Swordmaster, Uncle Gu," he called out, rushing forward to greet them. Setting aside all else, Ning Fengji held the utmost respect for Chun Xian and Gu Rong. "Swordman, I must say your swordsmanship leaves much to be desired," Gu Rong remarked, exchanging nods with Chun Xian before casting a sidelong glance at Ning Fengji. "Huh, whether it is sharp or not is not for you to decide. No matter how impenetrable your tortoiseshell may be, you're still merely a target for beating." Jian Xin Vito. While he might treat others with courtesy, his demeanor towards Gu Rong was markedly different. "Oh, you old swordman. It's merely that I refrained from exerting my full strength. Otherwise, a single spatial cut could easily claim your life. Do you dare to doubt it?" Gu Rong's fiery temper flared, nearly igniting a 3-day-long brawl with Chun Xian. Hey, Uncle Gu, Swordmaster, let us not quarrel. Gu Xian's matter is of utmost importance, Ning Fengji interjected hastily. As the sect leader, he often found himself caught in the middle, managing the affairs of the sect while also serving as the stepping stone for the two elder gentlemen. Were it not for their personalities, the seven-treasure glazed tile school would hardly find peace. Humph, I cannot be bothered to engage with you. Chan Xian dismissed Gu Rong with a glance, then excitedly approached Gu Xian, squatting down to observe him closely. Little Xian, could you showcase that remarkable creation of yours once more? Chen Xian's eyes sparkled with anticipation. With Gu Rong's grandson in existence, though his martial soul was not that of a bone dragon, he at least had an heir. As for himself, as a practitioner of swordsmanship, he had long believed that women merely impeded his swiftness in drawing his sword. Hence, unless he encountered a woman truly worthy of his attention, procreation was not on his agenda. At this stage, he had largely relinquished the notions of romance and offspring. However, that did not mean he was disinterested in finding a successor. The number of geniuses with sword martial souls who caught his eye was exceedingly scant. Thus, he had yet to discover a suitable disciple over the years. Yet, Gu Xian had just grasped sword intent. Although this sword intent vastly differed from the seven killing sword intent, it was still sword intent. And Gu Xian was merely 6 years old. What was he doing at that age? Likely swinging a small wooden sword. Yet here was Gu Xian, comprehending sword intent at such a tender age. What extraordinary talent for the sword he must possess. Gu Xian did not respond immediately. Instead, he cast a glance at Gu Rong. He had not anticipated that while observing the battle between Gu Rong and Chen Xian, he would awaken this sword intent. Fortunately, the pure yang sword intent, embodying utmost brightness and rigidity, had been temporarily masked by his fiery giant sword at a critical moment. Otherwise, he could only imagine how Ning Fengji would attempt to brainwash him. He understood Chan Xian's intentions, yet he did not wish to entangle himself with him. In the Douluo continent, the master-disciple bond could sometimes prove more solid than that of father and son, and he had no desire to shackle himself with such a constraint. Moreover, it was merely swordsmanship. He possessed ample means to learn superior techniques without wasting time under Chen Xian's tutelage. However, Gu Rong and Gu Xian had spent relatively little time together. Ironically, Gu Rong had spent more time with Ning Rongrong than with his own grandson. Had it not been for Gu Xian's life-threatening situation that activated their bond, he might have even forgotten what Gu Xian was like. Xuania, since your sword grandfather wishes to see your prowess, do show him. If you truly possess the talent for swordsmanship, it must not go to waste, Gu Rong exclaimed. Mistaking Gu Xian's inquiry for a request for his approval, his face lighting up with joy as he stroked his beard and chuckled heartily. A flicker of disappointment flashed in Gu Xian's calm eyes. The rapport between the grandfather and grandson remained insufficiently developed, although he had anticipated this outcome. The disappointment was swiftly concealed as he nodded, and suddenly, a flicker of flame coalesced in his right hand. With a casual flourish, a long sword, entirely forged from pure flames, materialized in his grasp. The moment the long sword appeared, an intense aura of utmost brightness and sharpness emanated from Gu Xian. This was the feeling. Chen Xian's eyes lit up. What he had sensed earlier was indeed this sword intent. Fiery, pure, and razor-sharp. Little Xian, you possess remarkable talent in swordsmanship. Would you consider taking me as your master? Chen Xian proposed. Although Gu Xian's martial soul was not that of a sword, his mastery over flames enabled him to transform flames into a long sword, serving as an alternative sword martial soul. As for soul skills, did a true sword practitioner ever obsess over soul skills? As long as one's swordsmanship was sufficiently advanced, the significance of soul rings could be disregarded, couldn't it? Ning Fengji's eyes brightened upon hearing Chan Xian's words. Gu Xian's talent and value in his eyes escalated to a new level. Should he truly choose to apprentice under Chan Xian, another bond would be forged with the seven-treasure glazed tile school, alleviating any concerns about Gu Xian's relationship with the sect. Thus, Ning Fengji found himself second only to Gu Rong in hoping for Gu Xian to become Chan Xian's disciple. Even Gu Rong gazed at Gu Xian with hopeful anticipation. Though reluctant to admit it, the attack power of Chan Xian's seven-killing sword was indeed formidable, even when comparing it to the Haotian hammer. Chan Xian's prowess in offense was undoubtedly superior, provided the Haotian hammer did not employ its explosive rings. No need. I have no interest in swordsmanship. I appreciate your kindness. Sword grandfather, Gu Xian replied, dismissing the fiery giant sword with a wave of his hand. He was acutely aware of Ning Fengji's calculations. While Chen Xian might genuinely wish to impart sword techniques, Gu Xian had no desire to learn from him. What? With such remarkable talent, why squander it? Chun Xan gazed at Gu Xian in disbelief, unable to fathom his rejection. Sword grandfather, possessing talent does not necessitate its exchange. If we speak of swordsmanship talent, why not discuss my aptitude in the domain of fire? Cultivation emphasizes precision over quantity. My mastery of fire is already sufficient for my training. There is no need to squander time in other areas. Gu Xian gently shook his head, and with a wave of his hand, even more intense flames erupted around him, revealing formations of knives, spears, swords, and beasts amidst the flames. Gathering fire into form is a simple task for me. Must I learn everything? Chapter 13, The Invitation. Upon hearing Gu Xian's words and witnessing his nearly transcendent control over flames, Chun Xian found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, true strength has always stemmed from singular focus. One need not fear an opponent who has practiced a myriad of soul skills, but rather, one should be wary of an adversary who has perfected a single skill through relentless repetition. If, at this moment, Gu Xian were to unveil his extraordinary swordsmanship talent, would it compel him to shift his focus to the path of fire, specifically the fiery sword path? But what if Gu Xian also possessed an aptitude for blade techniques? Should he pursue them all? No. A true warrior ought to steadfastly commit to a singular path from beginning to end, persevering unwaveringly. Alas, it is surprising that at my age, I find myself outshone by a mere child who perceives the world with such clarity. In comparison to your talent in the realm of fire, your swordsmanship is, indeed, rather mediocre. Chun Xian felt as though his resolve was on the verge of shattering. A talent so casually displayed had reached unprecedented heights, leaving him questioning what right he had to ask another to forsake their greater aptitude in favor of a lesser path in swordsmanship. Disheartened, Chun Xian no longer paid heed to Ning Fengji and departed alone on his flying sword, enveloped in gloom. Uncle Chun, Ning Fengji, witnessing Chun Xian's departure, stood momentarily dumbfounded. Is he truly giving up just like that? Ha ha, rest assured, Fengji, that swordsman will come to no harm. He may merely sulk for a few days. Let him boast of his own talents. Now, he has been thoroughly humbled by my Xiener, hasn't he? Gu Rong was thoroughly impressed, for his son had not disappointed him. His talent was indeed formidable. Yet, he realized that while Gu Xian's swordsmanship was commendable, there remained the matter of his flame path. How could one abandon the fundamentals for the trivial? Fortunately, his grandson was astute enough. Then little Xian, Ning Fengji, aimed to persist. It matters not. Swordsmanship pales in significance compared to the path of fire. Little Xian must not squander his energies on other avenues. His focus should be solely on honing his fire path. In fact, even mastering the flame path was secondary. His primary goal should be to elevate his cultivation. Gu Rong, sensing Ning Fengji's intention to speak further, promptly interrupted him. Very well, Uncle Gu, you are right. Little Xian should indeed concentrate on cultivating his spiritual power. Ning Fengji quickly composed his expression. This simulated training environment is still inadequate. I plan to finance the construction of a small volcano for little Xian, connecting it to the underground fire veins. This way, his cultivation speed may be further accelerated. Since I am unable to bind Gu Xian through personal connections, I shall resort to financial means. That is a splendid plan. I shall personally oversee the opening of the fire vein passage. Just inform me when you are prepared. Before Gu Xian could voice his thoughts, Ning Fengji and Gu Rong had already mapped out his future. Yet, since Gu Rong had spoken, he refrained from uttering any words of dissent. A superior simulated training environment would be foolish to reject. Moreover, this was merely his rightful share of the benefits from Gu Rong. Why should he turn it away? Let me decide thus. By the way, Uncle Gu, a month from now will be Rong Rong's soul awakening. How about you preside over the ceremony? Ning Fengji, sensing Gu Xian's acquiescence, felt a sense of balance within as he recalled another matter. Apart from being his daughter, Ning Rong also served as a thread binding Chun Xian and Gu Rong. He now wished to ascertain if this thread still held any sway over Gu Rong. Ning Rong is no issue. I shall take care of that when the time comes. Gu Rong nodded without hesitation. After all, he had watched Ning Rong grow up, and out of respect for Ning Fengji, this was a request he could not refuse. Is Ning Rong about to awaken her martial soul? After agreeing to attend the ceremony, Gu Xian murmured to himself as he watched Ning Fengji depart from the courtyard. To him, Ning Rong was but a stranger. He would not allow himself to sulk over someone unfamiliar. Xiener, you wouldn't hold it against me for agreeing to this matter without consulting you, would you? Gu Rong suddenly squatted down to gaze at Gu Xian after Ning Fengji had walked far away. Not at all, grandfather. Your decision suffices. I only ask that you stand by my side in the future. Gu Xian's words nearly sent Gu Rong's spirit soaring. Ha ha, indeed. You speak wisely. I shall unwaveringly stand by you from now on. Gu Rong beamed with satisfaction at Gu Xian's trust, laughing heartily as he patted Gu Xian's shoulder. Grandfather, if there is nothing else, I shall return to my cultivation. You are correct. My spiritual power must take precedence at this stage. After nodding to Gu Rong, Gu Xian returned to his simulated training chamber. Sword. As he sat cross-legged on the ground, Gu Xian summoned the pure Yang sword into his hand with a wave. Legend has it that the pure Yang sword was wielded by the venerable ancestor, El Dongbin, and later used to seal the demon sovereign. A sword capable of imprisoning the demon sovereign could hardly be simple. What he had not anticipated was that possessing the pure Yang sword would endow him with such exceptional swordsmanship talent. Merely sensing the essence of the sword path, he grasped the unique pure Yang sword path. Fortunately, he cleverly concealed his dual martial soul talent by manifesting a sword from flames. Otherwise, the revelation of his dual martial souls would have been inevitable. Just the talent of a single martial soul had already prompted Ning Fengji to spare no expense in his efforts to win him over. Should the existence of his dual martial souls come to light, he feared that Ning Fengji would resort to even more vexatious measures. At that point, he might truly consider departing from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Currently, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School was rather agreeable. As long as Ning Rongrong did not provoke him and Ning Fengji did not scheme against him, there was no reason not to remain. However, despite asserting that he would not cultivate the sword path, how could he possibly abandon the training of the pure Yang sword path? This was an artifact capable of suppressing the sovereign, a true divine weapon. Nevertheless, for now, he would refrain from revealing too much. As for a swordsmanship mentor, there were countless individuals skilled in sword techniques. At worst, he could wait until he obtained the rat talisman before learning. Dispelling the complexities of his thoughts, Gu Xian once more entered a profound meditative state. For the time being, he should not concern himself with the proficiency of soul skills. His primary aim should be the enhancement of his spiritual power. With the return of the dog talisman, Gu Xian's spiritual power had remained in a state of saturation. His cultivation yielded results in proportion to his efforts, and even depletion would be instantly replenished. In essence, the spiritual power he cultivated transformed into experience points for leveling up. Unlike other soul masters who had to expend and recover, Gu Xian bypassed this recovery process entirely, and coupled with his peak physical condition, his cultivation progressed at an astonishing pace. Thus, it is evident how influential the dog talisman is for cultivators. In just a month, he once again broke through a minor realm, ascending from level 13 to level 14. Yet, at this point, he could no longer afford to remain in seclusion. Ning Rongrong's martial soul awakening would necessitate the attendance of the entire sect's upper echelons and core disciples. Not to mention, his grandfather would preside over the awakening ceremony. So he too must attend the banquet. Chapter 14. The First Encounter with Xue Qinghe. As he walked through the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Gu Xian opted to refuse Gu Rong's invitation to join him in conversing with Ning Fengji, choosing instead to stroll alone through the sect. As time remains abundant, it is customary for us to awaken around noon and subsequently commence the celebrations for Ning Rongrong, which will extend into the evening. This early hour, aside from engaging in trivial banter with Ning Fengji, leaves little else for me to occupy my time. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, indeed the wealthiest sect in the realm, boasts edifices adorned with a plethora of jewels and exquisite patterns. The entire sect exudes a singular essence, opulence. However, I harbor no aversion to wealth, for I possess even greater riches. The construction of the volcanic simulation training chamber promised to me by the sect is nearing completion, and the expenses incurred have been nothing short of staggering. The golden soul coins have flowed out like a torrential river. I estimate that this immersive training environment will suffice for my ascension to Soul Sage. Truth be told, despite my awareness of Ning Fengji's ulterior motives, I must concede that he has executed his role with remarkable finesse. He treats me with utmost sincerity, extending a sugary invitation that is hard to refuse. It is no wonder he is capable of presiding over a sect. Alas, misfortune has befallen him. The stark contrast between Ning Fengji and Ning Rongrong prompts me to shake my head in contemplation. Xian, my younger brother, what brings you here looking so dejected? At that moment, a refined voice, imbued with warmth, resonated from behind me. I turned in curiosity and was greeted by a somewhat familiar visage. Your Highness, the Crown Prince. Upon recognizing the newcomer, I comprehended the situation but chose to mask my recognition, merely offering a slight bow. Xue Qinghe, as Ning Fengji's disciple, had crossed paths with me on a few occasions, though our camaraderie remained rather superficial. Ah, I have heard that you, Xian, have awakened your martial soul with innate full soul power. Regrettably, I have been too preoccupied to come and celebrate this momentous occasion with you. Please accept this small gift from me. I hope you will not find it lacking. Furthermore, do refrain from calling me Your Highness. I am but a few years your senior. If you prefer, simply refer to me as Brother Qinghe. Xue Qinghe smiled warmly, presenting me with a beautifully wrapped gift box. I had long known that upon being thrown by Ning Rongrong, I had suffered a blow to my head, resulting in the awakening of my innate full soul power. I had often wished to meet him, yet lacked sufficient reason to approach the seven-treasure glazed tile school, and even if I did, the likelihood of encountering Xian was slim. Thus, while this visit was ostensibly to celebrate Ning Rongrong's birthday, it was in truth an opportunity to engage with Xian. Rumors suggested that Xian's ties with the seven-treasure glazed tile school were tenuous, and if I could forge a connection, it would not be without merit. It is noteworthy that innate full soul power is a rarity on the continent. Even though I possess a foundational soul power level of 20, my cultivation speed is not significantly swifter than that of someone with innate full soul power. It is merely the strength of my attributes that grants me the capability to combat foes of higher levels. The angel martial soul bestows a divine soul power of level 10 upon awakening, while the true innate soul power emerges thereafter. Thus, even with my innate level 20, I cannot afford to disregard any individual possessing innate full soul power. Thank you, Brother Qinghe. I shall accept your kindness without hesitation. I readily acknowledged this newfound fraternal bond. I had never been fond of the title Your Highness and welcomed Xue Qinghe's overtures of friendship. Without even unwrapping the gift, I store it within my soul guide. Ah, splendid. Should you require any assistance in the future, do not hesitate to approach me at the Crown Prince's residence. Though my abilities may be limited, I will offer my utmost support. Xue Qinghe had not anticipated that despite my recovery, my thoughts remained somewhat scattered, complicating his attempts at persuasion. However, my acceptance of the title brother marked a step towards strengthening our relationship. By the way, Xian, I have heard that you have awakened your martial soul with innate full soul power. Is this true? With the relationship having been established, it was time to inquire about the matter of utmost interest. Indeed, my martial soul is a fire dragon stone sculpture, possessing innate full soul power and the ability to manipulate fire elements, I replied nonchalantly. You truly are gifted, Xian. Xue Qinghe's face radiated admiration, though inwardly he felt a tinge of pride. After all, possessing innate full soul power is commendable, but he himself has a foundational soul power of 20. As long as he draws breath, he remains the continent's foremost genius. Nevertheless, it is merely average, I remarked, causing Xue Qinghe to pause. If having innate full soul power is considered average, what then could be said of others? By the way, my younger brother, why are you not in the Seven Treasure Great Hall, but rather out here? Too many people can be bothersome. I shall go later, I answered candidly. For me, there was nothing that could not be shared, as long as it did not pertain to my core secrets. If others wished to inquire, I would oblige, alleviating both their and my own burdens. Ah, you are quite straightforward, my brother, Xue Qinghe chuckled, finding my candor amusing. However, such forthrightness made our conversation effortless, devoid of unnecessary circumlocution. Thus, we meandered through the seven-treasure glazed tile school, one reluctant to attend the banquet too early, the other eager to engage with the other. Now that fate had intertwined our paths, there was no need to rush. As time progressed, I raised my gaze to the sky, realizing that the moment had arrived. Turning to Xue Qinghe, I suggested, shall we proceed to the banquet? We can converse further at another time. Through our interactions, Xue Qinghe discerned that I was indeed a prodigy, albeit somewhat aloof. However, this was to be expected. Prior to the incident, I had been rather reticent. The fact that I could now converse so freely was already a remarkable transformation. Qinghe, you have finally arrived. Oh, Xian, what brings you here, Qinghe? As we entered the grand hall, Ning Fengji's eyes sparkled with delight upon spotting us, and he approached with a broad smile. Though Xue Qinghe was his disciple, he was also the crown prince of Tiandou, and thus, the appropriate etiquette must be observed. Yet, the sight of Xian alongside Xue Qinghe was somewhat disconcerting. Should Xian be swayed by Xue Qinghe, the seven-treasure glazed tile school would suffer a significant loss. My apologies, master. I encountered Xian along the way, and our conversation grew quite engaging, resulting in a slight delay. You do not harbor any resentment, do you? Qinghe bowed respectfully to Ning Fengji. Ah, it is indeed a good thing that you two have found common ground. Now that you are here, please come inside. Ning Fengji glanced at Gu Xian, noting the lack of change in his expression, even perceiving a hint of disinterest. He secretly sighed in relief. It appeared that their amiable conversation was merely a fade. How could the genius of the Seven Treasures glazed sect be so easily swayed by outsiders? With this thought in mind, Ning Fengji felt compelled to invite the two into the chief position. Hey, little Xuanzi, where's my gift? However, as soon as they arrived at the chief position, an unwelcome voice that Gu Xian detested rang out. Chapter 15, The Eye of the Demon. Gu Xian could probably guess Ning Fengji's and Qinghe's intentions, but it was of no concern to him. His sole focus now was to cultivate his soul power. As long as he remained within the confines of the Seven Treasures glazed sect, his safety was assured. Let them plot their schemes. He would remain blissfully ignorant of the outside world. Nodding at Ning Fengji and addressing him as uncle, he proceeded toward the chief position. As the only innate, full soul power individual in a century and the direct grandson of Gu Rong, Gu Xian's status within the Seven Treasures glazed sect was second only to Gu Rong himself, even surpassing that of Ning Fengji's sons. Thus, it was indisputable that Gu Xian's ascent to the chief position was beyond reproach. Grandfather, sword grandfather. Gu Xian and Qinghe greeted the two pillars of the Seven Treasures glazed sect and, upon receiving their nods, made their way to their respective seats. Qinghe was seated to the right of Ning Fengji, while Gu Xian headed toward Gu Rong's direction. However, he had not walked far when a spoiled and willful voice called out, "Hey, little Xuanzi, where's my birthday gift?" Gu Xian turned to see Ning Rong standing on her chair, hands on her hips, looking at him with a proud expression. It must be said that if the scene were to play out with other children, it would likely come across as exceedingly cute. Yet, in the case of Ning Rong, as perceived by Gu Xian, it was a different story. The Holy Lord, aside from being a dragon, was also a demonic sorcerer. Although Gu Xian had not obtained any memories related to the Holy Lord's magic, he could clearly sense the malice emanating from Ning Rong through the eye of the demon. While he might not discern who truly wished him well, he could undoubtedly identify those who harbored ill intentions. Ning Fengji's expression stiffened upon witnessing this scene, which also drew the attention of numerous onlookers in the grand hall. Qinghe nearly burst into laughter, but managed to maintain his composure with commendable skill. It appeared that he would not need to intervene significantly. Ning Rong alone could likely sow discord in Gu Xian's relationship with the Seven Treasures glazed sect. Ning Rong gazed at Gu Xian with an air of arrogance. She was being deliberately provocative. If he had not prepared a gift today, it would be a tremendous embarrassment for him. She was confident that Gu Xian would not have a gift for her, considering their current strained relationship. She certainly wouldn't prepare one for him. However, failing to bring a gift to someone's birthday would inevitably result in accusations of rudeness, wouldn't it? She envisioned Gu Xian experiencing the consequences of being confined in a small dark room, allowing the sect to speak ill of him, and then waiting for him to apologize to her. Ning Rong had already devised a plan to tame Gu Xian, eagerly anticipating the moment he would be unable to present her with a gift, thus providing her with the opportunity to torment him. However, to her disappointment, Gu Xian expressionlessly retrieved a box from his soul guide. This was a gift prepared by Gu Rong, after all. It was only fitting to acknowledge the birthday of the little princess of the Seven Treasures glazed sect. Gu Xian contemplated for a moment before accepting it, prioritizing etiquette over personal feelings, as he had not invested anything of his own. Here, Gu Xian tossed the box toward Ning Rong and then turned to sit beside Gu Rong, calling out grandfather as he settled down. Ning Fengji secretly sighed in relief, though his gaze toward Ning Rong held a hint of exasperation. Fortunately, Gu Xian had prepared a gift. Had he not, the chaos that would have ensued was unimaginable. Ning Rong stared at the gift box on her table, her face a mix of disbelief. She was about to voice her thoughts when, in the blink of an eye, Ning Fengji gently covered her mouth from behind. "All right, everyone, let the banquet commence. Thank you all for taking time out of your busy schedules to celebrate my little girl's birthday at the Seven Treasures glazed sect." Ning Fengji was well aware that this gift was not personally prepared by Gu Xian, and Ning Rong undoubtedly realized the same. For the gift from Gu Rong was identical to the one presented by Gu Xian. Yet, could Ning Rong ever admit to this? Would she dare to further humiliate herself? "Shinner, how did you come to know Qinghe?" Gu Rong sighed, appearing somewhat disappointed, before turning to Gu Xian with curiosity. "Not well. We just chatted outside for a bit," Gu Xian replied honestly. "Well, you should limit your interactions with him. He is quite manipulative, and your primary focus should be on your cultivation, Gu Rong cautioned. Fully aware of the underhanded nature of royal family members and fearing that Gu Xian might be led astray by Xue Qinghe. Rest assured, grandfather, my ambition is to become the strongest man, and until I achieve that, nothing will sway me, Gu Xian declared with unwavering conviction. Ha ha ha, indeed. A man of the Gu family should possess such spirit. Gu Rong laughed heartily, causing a flicker of envy to flash in Chen Xian's eyes. Should he consider having one himself? No, that would not do. Women and children would only hinder his swordsmanship. Chen Xian promptly dismissed any unrealistic thoughts from his mind. It could only be said that the reason the 7-killing sword did not rank above the Haotian hammer was clear. Practicing the sword had eradicated all desire. All right, Uncle Gu, the next segment will be the moment of the little birthday girl's martial soul awakening. After the banquet concluded and the servants cleared the tables, Ning Fengji turned to invite Gu Rong. Although Ning Rongrong's earlier antics displeased Gu Rong, she was still a child he had watched grow up. Gu Rong could not entirely disregard her, so he stood up from his seat with a neutral expression. In a flash, he appeared in the center of the grand hall. 9 soul rings, shimmering in shades of yellow, purple, and black, materialized beneath his feet, yet his aura remained contained, not spilling out in the slightest. Just the sight of those 9 soul rings was enough to leave a profound impact on the onlookers. There was no need for an external display of power. Rong, come down. Bone grandfather will assist you in awakening your martial soul. Gu Rong managed to show a hint of a smile toward Ning Rongrong. Okay, Ning Rongrong replied sweetly, and halfway through her run, she turned to glance at Gu Xian, displaying a proud expression as if to say, my martial soul will be awakened by your grandfather. What will you do about it? Are you angry? Gu Xian remained expressionless, even closing his eyes entirely. Seeing Gu Xian reveal not a hint of weakness, Ning Rongrong stomped her foot in frustration before turning and racing to stand before Gu Rong. Grandpa Gu, could you possibly awaken my innate full soul power as well? Ning Rongrong pleaded while clinging to Gu Rong's leg, believing that Gu Xian's innate full soul power had been awakened with his assistance. Thus it should not pose a problem for her. Observing Ning Rongrong's endearing antics, Gu Rong found himself at a loss for words. For the matter of innate soul power was beyond his control. Rong, stop this nonsense and get down immediately, Ning Fengji admonished, his countenance darkening from repeated frustration. At last, under Ning Fengji's piercing gaze, Ning Rongrong obediently stepped into the awakening array. The 16th chapter concludes with the resonance of whale glue. Gu Rong had participated in the awakening ceremony countless times in his youth. With a casual wave, the formation activated, and golden light swiftly enveloped Ning Rongrong. Xiao Xian, what do you think Rongrong will awaken as her martial soul? At an unexpected moment, Xue Qinghe had moved from across the room to sit beside Gu Xian. Are you that bored? Gu Xian replied with a hint of exasperation, casting a glance at Xue Qinghe. What else could it be? Surely, it can only be the 7 treasures glazed tower, Gu Xian answered with a sigh. Ning Rongrong's unique lineage warranted such a conclusion. While her elder brothers might awaken other martial souls, she was destined to awaken the 7 treasures glazed tower, for her mother possessed the same martial soul. Her lineage was profoundly entwined with the 7 treasures glazed tower, extending even to her paternal ancestors, having maintained a close kinship with Ning Fengji. The people of Douluo continent were notoriously ruthless. Few of the women around Ning Fengji had met a good end, whether through assassination, poisoning, or ambush during soul hunting. Regardless of the forces at play, Ning Fengji had become a solitary figure. Gu Xian had gleaned these insights from conversations he overheard in his youth. With 2 7 treasures glazed towers, could any other martial soul possibly emerge? There might be deeper secrets involved, but Gu Xian was indifferent. After all, he would not be the one to suffer. The truth was not particularly arcane. It involved relentless inbreeding in hopes of achieving a martial soul surpassing the 7 treasures glazed tower through the augmentation of bloodlines. Should Ning Rongrong fail to awaken a martial soul exceeding the 7 treasures glazed tower, she might follow in Ning Fengji's footsteps, endlessly bearing offspring. The morality of this matter eluded him. He only knew that it would inflict considerable harm on Ning Rongrong, which was the primary reason for the tender affection shown to her by Ning Fengji, Jiangu, and the others. Oh, is that so? A flicker of light sparked in Xue Qinghe's eyes before quickly dimming. It seems Rongrong possesses quite the talent. As Xue Qinghe observed the golden light surrounding Ning Rongrong, he shifted the topic. It's decent enough. She should reach around level 9. Even without Gu Xian's words, Anyone with discerning eyes could perceive the rich golden aura, which was only marginally less than what Gu Xian had experienced during his awakening. Innate soul power was undoubtedly promising. Upon hearing Gu Xian's words, both Ning Fengji and Chun Xian wore broad smiles, for the enduring efforts of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect over generations might finally bear fruit today. Considering this, Ning Fengji and Chun Xian's expressions grew solemn as they focused intently on Ning Rongrong's right hand. As the golden light was absorbed by Ning Rongrong, a small tower gradually coalesced from the void. 1, 2, 7. The Seven Treasures Glazed Tower. For reasons unknown, upon hearing Ning Fengji's exclamation, Gu Xian felt a twinge of regret. A fleeting look of regret crossed Gu Rong's eyes, but vanished instantly. After Ning Rongrong had her fill of her martial soul, he produced a crystal ball and presented it to her. Rongrong, let us test your soul power. Ning Rongrong, after familiarizing herself, retracted her martial soul and placed her palm on the crystal ball. A hazy blue light swiftly spread, nearly filling the entire orb. Innate level 9 soul power. Ning Fengji, witnessing this scene, sprang to his feet, his earlier regret evaporating. Overjoyed, he descended from his position and swept Ning Rongrong into his arms. Ha ha ha, Rongrong, you are truly a genius, Ning Fengji exclaimed, brimming with joy, while the others felt a pang of envy at Ning Rongrong's awakening of level 9 soul power. They still congratulated Ning Fengji. In Douluo continent, innate full soul power was exceedingly rare. Level 9 indicated a promising prospect for ascension to the title Douluo, while level 8 was achievable with effort. Reaching level 7 innate soul power was already a rarity, and level 8 was scarce, with level 9 being a true marvel. Ning Fengji had long hoped for a breakthrough within the Seven Treasures Glazed sect, and although Ning Rongrong had not awakened an 8 or 9 treasure tower, her innate soul power of level 9 represented potential for surpassing the title of Title Douluo in the realm of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tower. The highest innate soul power was capped at level 8. Perhaps in the future, Ning Rongrong might even create a miracle by breaking through the limitations of the 9 treasures. Considering the entire Seven Treasures Glazed sect, Ning Rongrong was likely the only one with such prospects. Thus, why would Ning Fengji be elated? Giggling, Ning Rongrong, unaware of the true reason behind Ning Fengji's joy, assumed it was due to her talent, and joined in the laughter, casting a teasing glance towards Gu Xian's direction. However, by that time, Gu Xian had already departed. His presence was merely to ascertain whether his existence had any impact on the world. Now, it seemed that even within the Seven Treasures Glazed sect, where he was closest, Ning Rongrong had not undergone any changes, indicating that the other key figures in the narrative were unlikely to experience any unforeseen alterations. Brother Shui, I shall take my leave now. I must return to my cultivation. Gu Xian turned to Shui Qinghe, bowing slightly, his intent to refuse clear. Ah, then take care, Xiao Xian. I apologize for my abruptness. When I have the opportunity, I will host a banquet in your honor, Shui Qinghe remarked, taken aback by Gu Xian's apparent disregard for social niceties. However, he chose not to press further and instead sought a future occasion. Let's see about the timing. If I find the opportunity, I shall attend. Gu Xian was well aware that the likelihood of such an opportunity arising was slim. He had little interest in socializing when he could be cultivating. Did Shui Qinghe truly believe that everyone was foolish enough to neglect their cultivation for the sake of schemes? Observing Gu Xian's retreating figure, Shui Qinghe felt a pang of frustration. This particular bone was difficult to chew, yet tantalizingly appealing, leaving him reluctant to let go. Now that Shui Qinghe had taken notice of him, Gu Xian realized that he should refrain from descending the mountain in the future. It was best to avoid leaving the Seven Treasures Glazed sect unless absolutely necessary. Alternatively, for safety, he could absorb the power of a horse for his next soul ring and create a horse talisman. A glimmer of determination shone in Gu Xian's eyes. For his own safety, he would seek to gather both a dog and a horse first. At that moment, one would indeed achieve immortality. It would be prudent to utilize some auxiliary cultivation resources, even though it may sow seeds of future peril. However, as long as the talisman is in hand, nothing would pose a significant issue. Gu Xian was genuinely striving to devise a plan for his own survival. Speaking of cultivation resources, before acquiring the bull talisman, he must not overlook the opportunity to enhance his physical form with whale oil. He had not forgotten this substance, which in this era was primarily used for aphrodisiac purposes. Although its price was somewhat steep, it wasn't exorbitantly so. If memory served, the Seven Treasures glazed sect possessed a considerable collection of whale oil with remarkably long shelf life. However, due to its potent effects, it was mostly kept as a display item, making it unlikely that he would encounter much trouble in procuring it. Gu Xian contemplated and promptly turned ahead towards the treasury of the Seven Treasures glazed sect. Armed with Gu Rong's token, he may not access the core area. But surely those whale oils were not deserving of such privileged placement. Chapter 17. Misunderstanding. What did you say? After the banquet, Ning Fengji and Chen Xian were just about to return a rest when one of the guards stationed at the treasury approached. Upon noticing the vicinity was devoid of others, he whispered about the events that had transpired earlier. Gu Rong's expression darkened, shifting rapidly from black to red. Uncle Gu, please do not be angry. The situation remains unclear. It may simply be an accident. Perhaps little Xian was merely curious. Ning Fengji hastily interjected, gripping Gu Rong. I knew that none of the royal family were virtuous. It hasn't been long, and they've already led little Xian astray. Chen Xian chimed in, fanning the flames. Though he still restrained Gu Rong, this guard was a trusted confidant of the Seven Treasures glazed sect. Otherwise, he would not have been entrusted with the treasury's defense. Just moments ago, Gu Xian had used Gu Rong's token to not only take a dozen pieces of whale oil, but also a substantial amount of resources intended to accelerate cultivation. They were indifferent to the resources meant for hastening cultivation. The more proactive Gu Xian was, the more pleased they felt. In the Douluo continent, resources beneficial for Soul Master's cultivation were not scarce, yet those with minimal side effects were few and far between. Each piece was exceedingly valuable, often entirely consumed among the higher-ups. Although Gu Xian's actions were somewhat irregular, it was inconsequential. After all, if he lacked the qualifications to take them, others were even less entitled. However, the whale oil seemed somewhat excessive. In the eyes of Chen Xian and Gu Rong, Gu Xian had always been a good child, surely led astray by Xue Qinghe. After all, Gu Xian had remained within the Seven Treasures glazed sect, while Xue Qinghe, though appearing gentle and amiable, concealed who knew how much deception within. Gu Rong's ire was directed at Xue Qinghe. He wished to deliver a sound beating for leading his grandson astray. Yet, with his hands restrained, escape was extraordinarily difficult. He is at least a prince. I am too weary to provoke him. Release me at once. I must ascertain how little Xian is faring. He better not be in real trouble. Gu Rong forcefully yanked his arm free and vanished from sight in an instant. Fengji, you truly must educate Xue Qinghe properly. This is utterly unacceptable. How could he teach little Xian such things at such a tender age? Chen Xian lamented, filled with exasperation. Uncle Jian, I understand. I will ensure he receives proper guidance next time. Ning Fengji massaged his temples, utterly unwilling to believe that Xue Qinghe could engage in such behavior. But who else could it be? Xue Qinghe lay unjustly accused. Achoo! On the road back to Tiando City from the Seven Treasures glazed sect, Xue Qinghe suddenly sneezed, feeling inexplicably perplexed. Your Highness, do you feel unwell? Should I slow down? Came the voice of a guard from outside the carriage. No need. It was merely an accident. Bang! In Gu Xian's chamber, just as he was about to place some auxiliary cultivation resources from his soul guide into his mouth, the door was abruptly thrust open. Gu Rong charged in like a gust of wind, seizing Gu Xian's hand just before it reached his lips. The atmosphere fell into an immediate silence. Grandfather, what are you doing? Gu Xian exclaimed, startled by Gu Rong's sudden entrance. Gu Rong, however, refrained from scolding him at once. Ever since Gu Xian had tumbled down a cliff, he had harbored a peculiar feeling that should he overstep, this grandson of his might truly disown him. It was quite strange. A Soul Master grandson who would forsake the title of Douluo. It was almost farcical, yet he genuinely felt that way. Thus, regarding Gu Xian's actions, he resolved to clarify the situation before making any judgments. Moreover, he observed clearly that what Gu Xian held was not whale oil, but merely some auxiliary materials for cultivation. Xianer, tell grandfather, did you take something from the treasury that you shouldn't have? Gu Rong inquired cautiously. Gu Xian instinctively rolled his eyes. Indeed, it was those guards. He had initially thought that taking medicinal herbs would obscure his actions, yet they had still noticed his acquisition of whale oil. I was merely curious, conducting an experiment. I would not consume it myself. Gu Xian was not about to reveal the effects of the whale oil, regardless of the circumstance. Really? Gu Rong questioned, somewhat incredulous. Of course. What do you think I would do with it? I'm only 6 years old. Besides, whale oil isn't worth much. Even if I were to burn it. What of it? Gu Xian retorted, his confidence bolstered by the auxiliary materials in his possession. Well, grandfather believes you. But you must remember never to heed the words of those royal offspring. none of them bear good intentions. Upon realizing that Gu Xian did not appear to be fabricating, Gu Rong's heart finally eased. Ha! Grandfather is merely worried about you. After all, you're still young, and early exposure to such substances could be detrimental to your health. He quickly released his grip on Gu Xian, chuckling lightly. Rest assured, Grandfather, I understand the importance of moderation. By the way, when you have time, could you practice some combat with me? Although my soul abilities are powerful, I still need to train. Sensing Gu Rong's relaxation, Gu Xian sought to divert the topic, attempting to shift his grandfather's focus away from the whale oil. Kumba, that is certainly feasible, but grandfather lacks sufficient time. Perhaps I should enroll you in a Soul Master Academy? Gu Rong, who typically needed to accompany Chen Xin to ensure Ning Fengji's safety, genuinely lacked the time to instruct Gu Xian. Forget it. If you have the opportunity to teach me, that would suffice. If not, then so be it. As for schooling, let us not even discuss that. It would waste my time. To Gu Xian, attending school was merely a waste of his life. Given that time, he could practice on his own, which seemed far more beneficial. Furthermore, attending school would necessitate leaving the Seven Treasures glazed sect, which inherently posed a risk. Thus, he would never consent to such a notion. Very well, then let today suffice. Rise early tomorrow, and I shall practice with you. After a moment of contemplation, Gu Rong provided a definitive answer. Thank you, Grandfather. Gu Xian successfully ushered Gu Rong out of the room. As soon as Gu Rong exited the room, his expression darkened. Although his grandson was astute and unperturbed by matters of romantic entanglement, the mischief instigated by Xue Qinghe with Gu Xian could not simply be overlooked. Yet, the image of Gu Xian's diligent and studious demeanor brought a smile to Gu Rong's face. And as for the matter of the soul beast gel, as Gu Xian had said, if there was no issue with kindling a fire, why should there be so many restrictions? As long as he refrained from indulging himself, he could play as he pleased, couldn't he? After watching Gu Rong depart, Gu Xian glanced at the items in his hand and immediately took a couple of bites, stuffing them into his mouth. Following that, his soul power began to surge, flowing steadily from his abdomen and being absorbed. After traversing a cycle according to his meditative practice, he returned to his dantian. Chapter 18, Training. As the soul power coursed through his body, with each complete cycle, Gu Xian's soul power level would rise incrementally. The perpetually overflowing dantian was terrifyingly beneficial for enhancing his level. While others might worry about soul power depletion or other concerns, Gu Xian had no such worries. Each strand of soul power he cultivated was a brick in his ascent. At this pace, he could amass the soul power required to elevate himself from level 14 to 20 within 6 months at most. Wasn't this training speed a tad excessive? Upon opening his eyes, Gu Xian noticed the first light of dawn breaking in the sky. Despite having stayed up all night training, he felt vibrant and invigorated. However, he feared that such rapid advancement might lead to unforeseen complications. Take Chen Xin and Ning Fengji, for instance. Their discernment would not let Gu Xian's cultivation progress go unnoticed. He was not concerned about them harboring malicious intent, but rather feared they might act irrationally upon recognizing his talent. Well, if it came to that, perhaps it would present an opportunity to extricate himself from the Seven Treasure glazed tile school. Gu Xian stroked his chin, pondering. Has Shin arisen yet? Don't you wish to engage in some practical combat? Come, let Grandpa give you a try. As Gu Xian was lost in thought, Gu Rong's voice echoed from outside the door. I'm coming, Grandpa. Upon hearing Gu Rong's words, Gu Xian sprang to his feet. Oh, have you not slept a wink? As Gu Xian pushed the door open, a wave of scorching heat rushed towards Gu Rong. Stepping back, Gu Rong gazed at Gu Xian with a sense of wonder. With such an excellent training environment, it would be a shame to waste it. And you know the effects of the dog talisman, Grandpa. If I don't seize this moment to train diligently and create a gap, would I squander my innate gifts? My aspirations have never been to match my peers, but to surpass the elder generations. Gu Xian's words, though pleasing to Gu Rong's ears, also filled him with a sense of helplessness. His grandson was far too sensible, leaving little room for the joys of parenting. Very well, as long as you understand. Youth is the time to labor diligently in cultivation. Otherwise, in old age, one amounts to nothing. Gu Rong said, stroking his beard with a smile. The two then took their stances in the courtyard. Come on, Shinner, let Grandpa witness the fruits of your labor over the past 2 months. Gu Rong beckoned to Gu Xian. Just watch and see. The sacred master statue manifested behind Gu Xian, and simultaneously, a yellow soul ring appeared beneath his feet. Fiery flames erupted from his body, enveloping him, making Gu Xian appear as if he were a god of fire, descending upon the earth. What imposing presence! Gutnes Xuanea. You've reached level 14? Gu Rong, who had been absent-mindedly toying with the remaining strands of his beard, nearly pulled them out in shock. He had hardly paid attention before, but how had he suddenly reached level 14? Upon absorbing the soul ring, I advanced to the latter stage of level 12, then spent a month cultivating to break through to level 13. After the return of the dog talisman, my training speed has accelerated without concern for other influences. In fact, I estimate that within 6 months, I shall achieve level 20. Gu Xian replied calmly, striking an offensive posture. Gu Rong inhaled sharply for what felt like the umpteenth time. This speed of cultivation was likely unparalleled in the annals of Douluo continent as history. A 6-year and 8-month-old soul master. Who would dare to believe such a thing? This talent could rival that of the deceased innate full soul power 20-level saintess from the Spear Hall. My grandson possesses the potential for divinity. Gu Rong's eyes brimmed with dreams of Gu Xian's ascendance to godhood. Suddenly, a flaming fist appeared before him. Caught off guard, Gu Rong was sent flying with a single blow, crashing into a decorative rockery in the courtyard, stirring up a cloud of dust. Grandpa, losing focus during combat is a grave error, Gu Xian remarked, retracting his fist with a hint of exasperation. Despite the impressive display, he knew that Gu Rong was a defensive-type title Douluo. Even without employing soul power, he could likely contend with a soul Douluo-level opponent. His punch was merely a demonstration, and Gu Rong probably hadn't lost a single hair. Ha ha ha, my dear grandson speaks the truth. One mustn't be distracted in battle. Let us continue. Gu Rong emerged from the dust with a hearty laugh, completely unscathed, and resumed his defensive stance, his face alight with joy. The revelation of his grandson's talent was astonishing. Not only was he gifted, but his temperament was equally commendable. With such talent and character, becoming a title Douluo seemed within reach. Perhaps godhood was not an impossibility after all. As for the concern that his swift cultivation would attract envy, did they truly underestimate Gu Rong's capabilities? Soon, the battle began with Gu Xian on the offensive and Gu Rong on the defensive. Gu Xian, relying on his boundless soul power, stamina, and vitality, unleashed a series of increasingly fierce attacks. A novice soul master was able to exude the aura of a soul king. This one do. I need to temper my strikes further. In combat, one must strike with intent. Otherwise, if you do not incapacitate your opponent, they will seek to do so to you. Defense cannot be neglected in favor of sheer aggression. At least a third of your focus must be reserved for vigilance. While many soul masters engage in one-on-one or team battles, can you truly adhere to their expectations? Besides the immediate foes, vigilance against other threats must not wane. Let us refine the soul power further. Don't unleash it all at once, or else the flames become too dispersed, resulting in insufficient damage against higher-level adversaries. Now, let us see the effect without the dog talisman. Precision in controlling soul power is the only solution when soul power is lacking. The key is how to use a small amount of soul power to achieve a greater effect. Pay close attention and learn well. As Gu Xian exhibited his burgeoning combat talent, Gu Rong's teachings grew increasingly intricate. They no longer viewed opponents of the same level as equals, instead challenging each other to rise above their station. The lessons became ever more demanding. Thus, their training continued for a full hour. All right, that'll be all for today. In the future, I will teach you to adapt to combat in 2 different states. Keep the dog talisman hidden as a trump card, and only deploy it in dire situations to achieve the element of surprise. Moreover, remaining in a state of weakness facilitates the enhancement of one's strength. Gu Rong placed the utterly exhausted Gu Xian on the ground and remarked, "I understand, Grandpa." Gu Xian gasped for air, though he did not perceive any flaw in relying on his own power. However, Gu Rong was correct. Maintaining a weaker state indeed allowed for easier augmentation of combat prowess. After taking a few deep breaths, the yellow spirit ring beneath his feet flickered, instantly activating the effect of the dog talisman. A surge of vitality instantly filled his entire being, and a formidable energy erupted from within him. Indeed, this is the optimal method of training. If you persist in this manner, you shall undoubtedly become the strongest man on the continent, Gu Rong said, patting Gu Xian's shoulder with satisfaction. Chapter 19. Cultivating the Soul. Question: how does one become the strongest after acquiring the dog talisman? A. As long as you do not perish, push yourself to the limit. Understanding the formidable power of Gu Xian's dog talisman, Gu Rong devised a training regimen for him that, while not injurious, would yield immense benefits. The intensity of this regimen was so severe that even the sword cultivator Chun Xin found it to be cruel. Truly, Gu Rong was a master of physical training. seemingly treating his grandson as if he were less than human. Even more alarming to Chun Xian was the fact that Gu Xian, like a beast, also disregarded his own humanity. The training they undertook was, in his eyes, beyond human capability. Yet, Gu Xian persevered resolutely. Faced with this bizarre grandfather-grandson duo, Chun Xian could only express his admiration for their tenacity. Under Gu Rong's devilish teaching methods, coupled with the ample tonics provided by the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, and Gu Xian's discreet consumption of whale glue, Gu Xian's physical prowess and combat awareness could be likened to that of a rocket. In a mere 2 months, his physical condition had multiplied several times over. In fact, to make a comparison, Gu Xian could now effortlessly pin his former self to the ground with one hand. Gu Rong, having plucked at his sparse beard for what felt like the umpteenth time, found it had grown even thinner. In just 2 months, Gu Xian had managed to break through yet another level right under his nose, and it seemed likely that another breakthrough would occur within days. This prodigious talent had Gu Rong waking in the night, startled by his own laughter. If Gu Xian had not devoted so much time to honing his body and sharpening his combat instincts, he might have achieved the terrifying feat of advancing a level each month. To facilitate Gu Xian's training further, he and Chun Xian adjusted their schedules. Gu Rong would train in the afternoons while Chun Xian would take the mornings, clearly delineating their responsibilities. Ha ha ha, Shinner! You've worked hard. Come, have some fruit to cool off, Gu Rong exclaimed. Bustling over with a plate of fruit and a damp towel he had prepared long in advance. His eager demeanor was reminiscent of a devoted servant. Grandpa, you really don't need to fuss over me like this, Gu Xian said, somewhat amused, as he accepted the towel to wipe his brow. 2 months of rigorous training had sculpted his physique to a near-perfect state. Though his body had not matured excessively due to his age, it had begun to take shape, evidenced by the emergence of defined abdominal muscles. Yet, these physical enhancements were merely byproducts of his endeavor to increase his strength. His combat training with Gu Rong primarily aimed to elevate his practical fighting skills, which naturally involved extensive physical exertion. Even without specifically training his body, his encounters with Gu Rong had elevated his physical capabilities at an astonishing rate. Mind your own business. I take pleasure in this, Gu Rong declared, lifting his chin haughtily while continuing to assist Gu Xian in loosening up his muscles. Grandpa, I feel as though my combat strength has reached its limit. Is there any other way for me to continue advancing? Gu Xian asked, clenching his fists in frustration. Don't be ridiculous. A soul master who relies solely on flames and extraordinary physical prowess possesses combat strength comparable to that of a soul master of the fourth ring. You are still a soul master. How could you wish to soar higher? Gu Rong replied, both proud and exasperated by Gu Xian's complaints. Initially, Gu Xian's combat awareness had been insufficient, allowing him to merely contend with soul masters of levels 20 to 30 due to his powerful martial soul. Now, with the enhancement of his physical abilities and combat instincts, he could likely face even soul sex without issue. The speed of his progress was almost painful for Gu Rong to witness. And yet, Gu Xian still felt unsatisfied with his perceived stagnation. How would that account for someone like him, who could only bully those of the same rank? Nevertheless, Gu Rong could not suppress his pride. His grandson was capable of challenging opponents 3 major realms above him, perhaps even winning such encounters. Stop overthinking. Unless your soul power experiences a significant boost, it is unlikely you will achieve much improvement in combat strength in the short term. Gu Rong observed Gu Xian, feeling both irritated and compelled to calm him. Grandpa, I understand what you're saying, but I just want to know if there are any methods or directions for further enhancement, Gu Xian replied, not believing he had reached the pinnacle of his capabilities as a soul master. It must be said that the thrill of enhancing one's power can indeed become addictive, especially when one can readily sense their growing combat strength. Being abruptly hindered now felt rather uncomfortable. Furthermore, breaking through limits was precisely what they, as transgressors, excelled at, was it not? Forget about augmenting your strength for now. Since you cannot enhance your physical power, focus instead on elevating your mental fortitude. You surely do not wish to be merely a brute, do you? Gu Rong found himself unexpectedly advocating for a more versatile approach. For a soul master, reaching near the limits of a singular path was already a significant accomplishment. Few could so easily attain the extremes of a stage as Gu Xian had. In Gu Rong's eyes, Gu Xian's physical strength was undoubtedly monstrous. Very well, Gu Xian sighed. The limitations of Douluo continent were indeed numerous. He had thought of a method to break through physical constraints, spirit rings infused with vital essence. However, it was well known that such rings were artifacts developed by Tang San for Tang Wulin, unattainable by outsiders. Moreover, Gu Xian's next spirit ring would likely be the bull talisman. In that case, even without training his own strength, he would receive considerable enhancements, rendering the concept of level limitations utterly absurd. However, as someone who prioritized caution above all else, Gu Xian could not afford to invest in offensive capabilities at this early stage. He needed to ensure that his life-preserving skills were fully developed first. Additionally, as one destined to acquire the bull talisman, he was not necessarily required to rely solely on training to enhance his strength or physical fortitude. Instead, he needed to hone his techniques. Regardless, as he continued to grow, all of his shortcomings would eventually be addressed. What he needed was to adapt and make efficient use of this newfound power. Unlike the Holy Master, who, despite possessing excellent trump cards, failed to utilize them effectively, even allowing two ordinary individuals to turn the tide against him. Although one could hardly blame him, as those two were indeed somewhat unreasonable. However, he is different. With such profound foundations, it is only natural for him to fully harness his own powers. Beyond mere strength, mastery over the soul is also imperative. After all, precise control over one's body, spiritual energy, and mental force is absolutely indispensable. At present, his mental faculties exhibit certain deficiencies, as he does not intend to incorporate strength or soul-related spirit rings in the early stages of his training. It is nonetheless vital to occasionally attend to the enhancement of both strength and soul. In fact, the ability to control both is crucial. Otherwise, if he fails to manage the formidable power derived from talismans in the future, it could spell disaster. Take, for instance, the strength of sheep and chickens, which is invariably linked to their souls. Without robust control, it is exceedingly difficult to unleash their potential. Come on, grandfather, how should I train my soul? Ah, the soul. Quite simple. A mischievous smile curled upon Gu Rong's lips. In Chapter 20, Ning Rongrong departed in tears. In the realm of Douluo continent, there exists no method for soul cultivation. What is termed as distraction control is merely a means of multitasking, lacking any significant impact on the enhancement of mental force. It is universally acknowledged that without any technique, the sole method to bolster mental strength is through sheer brute force. Mental fortitude, after all, can be augmented through rigorous trials. The method proposed by Gu Rong is straightforward. Practice. By employing the mental might of a tidal Douluo to exert pressure on Gu Xian's psyche, he can facilitate continuous growth. This technique indeed proves effective, yet it is prone to induce mental fatigue and, if carelessly executed, could inflict harm upon the soul. For ordinary soul masters, employing such a method to enhance mental strength necessitates enduring immense suffering and expending considerable resources. Yet, when juxtaposed with the resources consumed, the gains are negligible. In the absence of expert guidance, even an abundance of resources proves futile. However, Gu Xian is unconcerned, armed with the talisman of the dog. He can train relentlessly without fear of demise. Thus, under the mental duress imposed by Gu Rong, Gu Xian's mental resilience steadily ascends. Though each session leaves him in a state of disarray, progress is invariably made. Nevertheless, due to the nature of his mental training, Gu Xian discovers that the recovery facilitated by the dog talisman pales in comparison to the resilience gained through self-recovery. Indeed, relying on the rapid restoration afforded by the dog talisman does not subject the soul to sufficient anguish, and, consequently, the intensity of recovery fails to match that achieved through enduring suffering. It is often said that only by traversing the 7 layers of solitude can one emerge as a true powerhouse. It is through genuine experiences of pain that Gu Xian's willpower can be continuously fortified. No, I cannot go on, grandfather. I need a rest. Gu Xian reclined on the ground, his eyes glazed. Although his body felt unwearied, his spirit was exceedingly fatigued. After several trials, Gu Xian discerned that to genuinely bolster his mental prowess, reliance on the dog talisman, while beneficial, is far inferior to the resilience gained through gradual self-recovery. Thus, following a series of comparisons, Gu Xian ceased to consider the dog talisman for recovery once his mental reserves reached their limits. Moreover, compared to the heightened state of mental exhilaration experienced while activating the talisman, this sense of fatigue made him feel more human. In truth, it is not that he harbors any tendencies towards self-masochism. Even without rigorous training, the elevation of his cultivation would still yield the acquisition of other talismans. Should he lack strength, he could augment it with the bull talisman. Should he lack mental fortitude, he could employ the sheep talisman. These would enable him to emerge as a formidable entity in his own domain. Yet, he does not intend to pursue such straightforward growth. That would render this world exceedingly dull, devoid of any challenge. Thus, rather than viewing his arduous training as self-inflicted torment, it is more accurate to perceive it as an enjoyment of the process of becoming stronger. If not for the pleasure derived from this journey, why would he exert himself in such a thankless endeavor? Lying softly upon the ground, Gu Xian's soul power instinctively began to flow. Then, under Gu Rong's watchful gaze, Gu Xian's soul power silently breached the 16th level. Goodness, over 4 months, and you've ascended by a full 4 levels. In the outside world, others would scarcely dare to dream of such progress. Gu Rong had grown somewhat immune to his grandson's extraordinary talent. While envy was not absent, it was overshadowed by pride. With such innate ability coupled with relentless effort, he firmly believed that Gu Xian had already attained the potential of a limit Douluo, with divinity within reach. As long as Gu Xian could persist in this manner, attaining the status of a limit Douluo was certainly not beyond the realm of possibility. Others cannot claim such fortune as I. Gu Xian, sensing the transformation within his soul power, grinned with abandon. Indeed, with a super Douluo as a training partner, any missteps in his cultivation would be swiftly corrected, coupled with the unreserved allocation of resources from the 7-treasure glazed tile school. As long as one is not utterly inept, one could certainly achieve commendable success. Does having such privileges equate to your level of perseverance? Gu Rong retorted, jesting that his grandson was the best in the world. He would not permit Gu Xian to downplay his achievements. All right, grandfather, I understand. I am the best in the world. Is that satisfactory? Gu Xian would not allow himself to become complacent due to a momentary thrill. But he relished in amusing the old man. Indeed. Maintain this mindset. What is wrong with being confident as my grandson? Gu Rong exclaimed, brimming with joy. Suddenly, as Gu Rong was bantering with Gu Xian, he lifted his gaze to the horizon. Gu Xian followed Gu Rong's line of sight. Whoosh! A blue streak of light flashed across the sky, and a figure rapidly approached from afar, materializing before Gu Rong. Observing the figure emerging from his sword light, Gu Rong instinctively curled his lip. Why is it you old hag? Is there nothing better to do than fly around aimlessly? Gu Rong rolled his eyes, a hint of jealousy seeping through his tone, for the sight of Chun Exen soaring gracefully on his sword was undeniably impressive. Unlike himself, who, while also formidable, lacked the same allure. Grandpa Bones, I'm here too. At that moment, a small head peeked out from behind Chun Exen, and Ning Rongrong bounded forth. Hee, Grandpa Bones. I made a breakthrough. Now I'm also a soul master with a spirit ring. Ning Rongrong declared proudly, hands on her hips, as a spirit ring finally manifested beneath her feet after a considerable wait. Indeed, she has come to flaunt her achievement. Even if Gu Xian's innate soul power surpassed hers, what of it? Lady Rongrong's talent was not to be underestimated. She had elevated her soul power by 1 level in merely 2 months, which filled her with pride. Oh, splendid Rongrong. Gu Rong, observing Ning Rongrong's eager expression, turned to glance at his grandson, who appeared ready to depart and could only muster a few words of praise. What more could he say? In the face of Gu Xian, Ning Rongrong's talents were hardly worthy of mention. At present, Gu Xian is not exerting his full strength in cultivating his soul power. Otherwise, Ning Rongrong would scarcely have the chance to glimpse even the tail lights of his vehicle. Ning Rongrong's frustration erupted upon witnessing Gu Rong's dismissive demeanor and Gu Xian's indifferent gaze. Tears welled up in her large eyes, reddening her eyelids. She yearned to articulate her feelings, yet Gu Xian did not grant her the opportunity to express herself. She had invested considerable time preparing for this day, dedicating 4 hours daily to her training. The failure to showcase her accomplishments left Ning Rongrong feeling utterly dejected, prompting her to run away in tears. The 2 elderly men exchanged glances, silently acknowledging each other's thoughts, their resolve unwavering. One was overly mature, while the other was excessively immature. Achieving harmony between them would necessitate the sacrifice of one party's feelings, yet neither was willing to concede. Gu Rong might have previously chosen to let Gu Xian regress. But after learning from past experiences, he had awakened to the reality that his grandson must not endure any unwarranted grievances. Old Bones, don't take it to heart. Rongrong is still young. Just consider it a moment of indulgence for Xianer to avoid his ire. Chun Exen finally offered an explanation before gratefully departing to pursue Ning Rongrong. The mountain path was treacherous. What if she fell? Gu Xian, hearing the commotion behind him, couldn't he help but smile slightly. At least Gu Rong was holding his ground. Chapter 21. A glimpse of astonishment from Gu Rong. Ning Fengji felt a profound weariness in his heart. Despite his efforts to mend a relationship between Ning Rongrong and Gu Xian, Ning Rongrong remained uncooperative, frequently seeking validation from Gu Xian. He feared that one day, Gu Xian might become so irked that he would leave the seven-treasure glazed tile school altogether. However, reprimanding Ning Rongrong was difficult due to his feelings of guilt, and he dreaded that the conflict between the two children could lead to dire consequences for Gu Rong and the school. Sword Master, what is the meaning of this? Ning Fengji lamented, feeling a headache coming on. Little Xian is not an unmindful child. Henceforth, I must ensure Rongrong does not disturb him. Additionally, I must intensify my efforts in her education to help her grasp the harsh realities of the continent as soon as possible. Chen Xian shared Ning Fengji's concerns regarding the relationship between Gu Xian and Ning Rongrong. However, he recognized that the fault did not lie with Gu Xian, thus seeking a breakthrough through Ning Rongrong. Currently, her temperament was exceedingly poor. To mend their relationship, the first step must be to temper her disposition. Otherwise, the future of the seven-treasure glazed tile school would be bleak. Rest assured, Sword Master, I understand all this. However, Rongrong is still young, and a misstep could inflict significant psychological harm. Let us wait a while. Once she turns 12, I will find a way to send her out for hardship training. I believe she will show improvement by then. Ning Fengji sighed. Although he could forcibly alter Ning Rongrong's character now, it might cause irreparable damage to her young psyche. As a father, he could not guarantee her future, so he resolved to let her enjoy her childhood as much as possible. Do not be misled into believing that the seven-treasure glazed tile school is a benevolent institution. When they are ruthless, they spare not even their own. No one knows the sacrifices they have made to advance the seven treasures. Ning Rongrong is one of the fruits of those sacrifices, and although she has not broken through the limitations of the seven treasures, she is the first soul master of the seven-treasure glazed tile tower to achieve a level 9 soul power, the closest to a breakthrough. Thus, Ning Rongrong is destined to continue participating in that plan, which may seem trivial to men, but will undoubtedly inflict considerable harm on women. By the way, Sword Master, didn't you promise to provide a soul bone of over 50,000 years for little Xian? I recall there's a 6,000-year-old right leg bone of a unicorn fire tyrannosaurus in the storeroom. Would you kindly retrieve it? Ning Fengji addressed Chen Xian. If it were anyone else, he would not dare to ask them to fetch a soul bone, but Chen Xian and Gu Rong were different. As the pillars of the sect, any suitable high-quality soul bone would undoubtedly be prioritized for them. Unfortunately, suitable soul bones had always been scarce. Otherwise, with Ning Fengji's determination and the financial resources of the seven-treasure glazed tile school, he would have long since gathered a complete set of soul bones for both of them. It was precisely because of Ning Fengji's heartfelt attitude that Gu Rong and Chen Xian willingly accepted his assignments. Now that Ning Rongrong was throwing a tantrum, although uncertain whether Gu Xian would be angered, Ning Fengji felt compelled to assert his stance. Indeed, Chen Xian's eyes brightened as he nodded. Although he acknowledged Ning Rongrong's higher standing, it did not mean he did not wish for Gu Xian to thrive. In fact, in his heart, Gu Xian could be considered his junior. Thus, he was naturally pleased to have the opportunity to benefit Gu Xian. Soul bones can enhance a soul master's physical abilities, and a 10,000-year-old soul bone would significantly increase Gu Xian's physical strength, potentially leading to a major breakthrough in his second soul ring. Chen Xian felt as though he had grasped something crucial, but the realization slipped away almost as quickly as it came. However, despite the fleeting thought, it did not hinder his speed in retrieving the soul bone. Moments later, Chen Xian appeared before Ning Fengji with a beautifully crafted box, then took to the skies on his sword, leading Ning Fengji toward the mountain peak where Gu Rong resided. Unbeknownst to them, on the plaza of the seven-treasure glazed tile school, Ning Rongrong, who had been playing with the other children, noticed the two figures speeding away on their swords. Observing the direction they took, her small face puffed up in indignation. At that moment, she vowed to find someone even more exceptional than Gu Xian to be her partner and teach him a lesson. Though only 6 years old, Ning Rongrong was already acutely aware of the customs of the seven-treasure glazed tile school. Under normal circumstances, Gu Xian and Ning Rongrong will be considered the most perfect match at this stage. Regrettably, the current Gu Xian seemed to find Ning Rongrong utterly distasteful. The prospect of them being together for a lifetime was dubious, let alone spending just a few minutes together. Bone Peak. Chen Xian descended with Ning Fengji, and upon looking up, they saw Gu Rong leisurely seated in a rocking chair, sipping tea, embodying the epitome of relaxation. Ah, the old rascal has arrived. Gu Rong remarked with a knowing smile as he saw the two. You've become quite the hedonist, neglecting the affairs of the sect, Chun Xin retorted, approaching Gu Rong and conjuring 2 lounge chairs from his quarters. You misunderstand. When have I ever shirked my duties? My spiritual energy is ever vigilant. Monitoring the spatial fluctuations of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, Gu Rong replied, unabashedly defending his leisurely demeanor. Inevitably, his innate talent is inherently suited for defending the home, which elucidates why Ning Fengji invariably accompanies Qinxin during his travels. Uncle Gu, your efforts have not gone unnoticed. After a lifetime of toil for the 7-treasure glazed tile school, it is only fitting that you enjoy some respite. Ning Fengji, a man of eloquence, approached with a smile, mirroring Gu Rong's demeanor as he reclined in the rocking chair, flanking Gu Rong on either side. Uncle Gu, here is the soul bone I promised to Xiao Xian. The right leg bone of a 6,000-year-old infernal fire Tyrannosaurus, flawless in quality, though its soul skill remains unidentified. However, it will likely manifest as a skill of immense fortitude, Ning Fengji remarked, extending the soul bone towards Gu Rong. Xuan possesses remarquable talent. We shall ensure to keep a vigilant eye for soul bones and similar treasures for him. Given his potential, anything below 50,000 years should hardly be a concern. Only then can he traverse the path of a soul master with increasing prowess. Qinxin contributed his insights. Is that even up for debate? Qinxin scoffed. If only there were more 10,000-year flame attribute soul beasts. Otherwise, my grandson deserves nothing less than a complete set of 10,000-year soul bones. In Gu Rong's eyes, Gu Xian undoubtedly harbored divine potential. Acquiring a mere 10,000-year soul bone would be a trivial task were he to be informed of its availability. Nevertheless, he graciously accepted the soul bone from Ning Fengji, his eyes narrowing as he examined it. The abundant soul power contained within, coupled with its 6,000-year quality, might elevate Gu Xian's cultivation to the 20th level. Imagine if you could locate one without lifting a finger. I would personally excavate it for him, Qinxin quipped, rolling his eyes. At their current strength, 10,000-year soul beasts have become mere shadows of their former selves, if they were not in haste for soul rings. Eliminating a 10,000-year soul beast for its bones was hardly a daunting task. Regrettably, the remaining 10,000-year soul beasts were exceedingly scarce. The Stardew Forest housed only a handful, and other locales lacked suitable attributes. Enough of this jesting. Do not make me too jovial, old man, Gu Rong chuckled, though his expression soon turned grave. Fengji, Uncle Bone, I must speak candidly. Gu Rong turned his gaze toward Ning Fengji. Speak freely, Uncle Gu. I shall remember your words, Ning Fengji replied, his demeanor now serious. Along with Qinxin, as they listened intently, I can assure you that Xianer's talent is unprecedented. Should he mature, not only will he surpass both me and that wretched woman, but he may even rival the esteemed offerings of the Spirit Hall. If you wish for the 7-treasure glazed tile school to flourish for another 300 years, it is imperative to impose some discipline on Rong. Otherwise, my influence will be fleeting. After delivering his counsel, Gu Rong closed his eyes, feigning slumber, leaving the two men to exchange perplexed glances. Chapter 22. Right leg bone of the infernal fire Tyrannosaurus. Master Jian, do you believe Uncle Bone's words to be true? Ning Fengji inquired of Qinxin as they departed from Bone Peak toward the sex hall. Do you doubt it? Qinxin's gaze flickered as he fell into reminiscence. Gu Xian was undoubtedly the most gifted individual in his memory. Upon awakening his martial soul, he could unleash soul master-level damage thanks to its exceptional quality. And after acquiring his first soul ring, he demonstrated unparalleled mastery over fire. While this may be a gift, the distinction between a genius and an ordinary individual lies precisely in such innate talent. With Old Bone's direct tutelage, what heights do you suppose he could attain? Qinxin compared his own talent with that of Gu Xian. In this comparison, his once prized abilities seemed almost laughable. Nonetheless, his father had previously claimed that Gu Xian's talent eclipsed his own. His father ultimately reached the pinnacle of level 98. He believed he could achieve that level before his downfall, and if Gu Xian surpassed him, then reaching the zenith of the Douluo realm might not be so unattainable. Very well, I shall be more mindful of Rong in the future, Ning Fengji resolved, choosing to refrain from plotting against Gu Xian henceforth. Building genuine relationships and letting things unfold naturally seemed prudent. He believed that as long as he offered his true heart, Gu Xian would, in due time, look favorably upon the 7-treasure glazed tile school, even if he did not steadfastly stand by it. That is wise. Xianer is a child who understands gratitude. I must admit, I am rather eager to see how far he will go, Chunxin remarked as they returned to the Seven Treasure Hall, where Ning Fengji, as the sect leader, had numerous matters to attend to. The following morning, Gu Xian awoke from meditation, his mind rejuvenated after expending his spiritual energy, which indeed proved beneficial for its gradual recovery. Upon opening his eyes, a dragon's sigil shimmered vibrantly before quickly dimming. "Grandfather, you truly need not go to such lengths," Gu Xian said, stepping through the door to find Gu Rong had prepared an array of medicinal dishes. Most of these were nourishing concoctions designed to bolster the body and strengthen the muscles, such as dragon tendons and various delicacies crafted from formidable soul beasts. During this period, most sects with a lineage possessed similar medicinal methodologies to assist in cultivation. Among these, Gu Xian favored food supplementation above all. As Gu Rong's beloved grandson, especially after awakening his soul power, his treatment surpassed all expectations. His diet consisted almost entirely of items crafted from thousand-year soul beasts. However, it felt somewhat undignified for a titled Douluo to be preparing meals like a mere housekeeper. Did the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School lack suitable servants or caretakers? Do not fret, this will only be for a few days. Once old Fu returns, I shall find peace of mind, Gu Rong replied, not disputing this arrangement. As a grandfather, catering to his grandson was hardly an issue. He was, after all, a titled Douluo of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Yet, relying on others for Gu Xian's safety left him uneasy. He preferred to await the return of his trusted subordinate. Old Fu. Gu Xian's memories surged forth as he recalled Old Fu's background. Old Fu was one of Gu Rong's confidants, albeit limited by his innate talent. Despite the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School's robust training, he barely achieved the rank of Soul Douluo. He was among the most elite of Gu Rong's subordinates. Based on Gu Rong's words, Old Fu would likely serve as Gu Xian's protector in the future. Yes, he undertook a transport mission to Xinglong. It's been half a year, so he should be returning soon. I can entrust your needs to him with confidence. While Gu Rong yearned to remain by Gu Xian's side, the arrival of Ning Fengji and Chunxin reminded him that he was not alone. It was impractical to continually reap benefits without contributing. He needed to rely on the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School to gather sufficient soul bones for his grandson. Understood. Gu Xian nodded, acknowledging this arrangement. After all, Gu Rong's companionship over the past few months was already commendable. In the past, seeing each other a few times a month was considered diligent. By the way, this is what your Uncle Ning promised you. After their meal, Gu Rong retrieved a box from the Soul Guide device and handed it to Gu Xian. Before Gu Xian had the chance to squint and savor the warmth of his body, a beautifully crafted box appeared before him. Without delving into other details, the material and intricate carvings of this box alone would command a price in the thousands of soul coins in the outside world. Each time he consumed a substantial amount of food, Gu Xian would reflect on the immense advantages bestowed by the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. This was also the reason he, despite his disdain for Ning Rongrong, had not chosen to leave. Departing from this place would result in at least a one-third reduction in his rate of growth, a seemingly small figure. Yet over time, it would translate into a monumental loss. Upon taking the box brought by Gu Rong, Gu Xian opened it himself, and an intense heat immediately enveloped him, causing his eyes to involuntarily narrow. A dragon-type soul bone. One cannot help but acknowledge that Ning Fengji understood how to win hearts. Just when Ning Rongrong had displeased him, he sought ways to mend the rift. Moreover, he had elevated the originally promised 50,000-year soul bone to 60,000 years. It is no wonder he could wield control over the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. This particular piece originated from the right leg of a unicorn fire Tyrannosaurus, boasting an impressive 60,000-year age. Were it not for the mismatch in attributes, it would not have been offered to you at all, Gu Rong remarked. To this day, he possessed only 3 soul bones, all of which had been procured by the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, each exceptional in both quality and age. Yet, even the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School struggled to find him sufficiently compatible and powerful soul bones. Otherwise, had he been fully equipped with soul bones, his strength would undoubtedly have increased by at least 1 level. The unicorn fire Tyrannosaurus. Gu Xian regarded this soul bone with a discerning eye, finding it rather unimpressive. From the perspective of a transmigrator, if one's twin martial souls did not accumulate soul bones totaling 100,000 years, was the journey not in vain? However, if the roles were reversed, the age of the soul bone would not hold as much significance for him. What truly mattered was compatibility. The quality of this soul bone could only be described as perfect, with an exceptionally rich aura of soul power, suggesting it was likely a newly formed bone. This soul bone had never been absorbed before, and its soul power was at its most abundant. If absorbed, it could potentially elevate his soul power directly to level 20, and even significantly enhance his physique. Of course, if you find this soul bone unsatisfactory, fret not. Grandpa will find ways to help you acquire other superior soul bones in the future. Perhaps even a 100,000-year soul bone will be arranged for you. It was evident that Gu Rong was exceedingly pleased with this soul bone. However, if Gu Xian did not desire it, Gu Rong would not insist on its absorption, but would instead strive to provide him with superior alternatives. No need for that. This one is quite satisfactory. Grandpa, please keep an eye on it. I shall absorb it now. After some contemplation, Gu Xian resolved to absorb it. On the Douluo continent, fire attribute soul beasts of 100,000 years were indeed scarce, and he was not so finicky as to only accept soul bones of that age. He was not that stubborn. Moreover, there were certainly ways to enhance the age of soul bones in the future. Absorbing the soul bone now would only hasten his progress along the path of Soul Master. With his mind made up, Gu Xian directly retrieved the soul bone before Gu Rong and placed it on his right leg, channeling his soul power to begin the absorption. Chapter 23. Soul Bone Transformation into External Attached Soul Bone. Compared to soul rings, soul bones offer a plethora of advantages. Firstly, they're not subject to level restrictions. Any level of Soul Master can successfully absorb any level of soul bone, unlike soul rings which carry the risk of overwhelming the Soul Master. Additionally, soul bones possess a formidable ability to enhance the physical constitution of the Soul Master for those with lesser talent. A high-quality soul bone can indeed have a transformative effect on their fate. Regrettably, such fortuitous opportunities are seldom encountered by ordinary individuals. What others might desperately seek is merely an inevitable part of growth for Gu Xian. A 60,000-year soul bone was still somewhat excessive for Gu Xian at this stage. Moreover, perhaps due to its fire attribute as a dragon-type soul bone, the moment it connected with his body, the dormant dragon talisman within him ignited with brilliance. An intense flame emanated from the statue of the Holy Lord, weaving through Gu Xian's soul power and the soul bone, merging into his right leg. The absorption process spanned a full 2 days and nights. As day turned to night, Gu Xian opened his eyes, and a surge of flame erupted from them, forming a fire dragon that charged forth before him. Hey, not even a moment of peace after awakening, Gu Rong remarked, squinting at the fire dragon racing toward him. A smirk playing on his lips, his eyes glinting with surprise as he reached out to grasp the fiery creature. The once ferocious fire dragon attempted to struggle at the moment of capture, but Gu Rong would not permit an explosion at such close range. With a slight clench of his hand, the fire dragon was instantly crushed and dissipated by an overwhelming force of soul power. Impressive. This power would spell doom for any ordinary soul master, Gu Rong concluded, his eyes sparkling with delight. How is the harvest? Gu Rong swiftly moved to Gu Xian's side. An eager expression plastered on his face as he helped him to his feet. Grandpa, Gu Xian found himself somewhat unaccustomed to this treatment. It felt reminiscent of the attention once reserved for Ning Rongrong. Although somewhat speechless, he replied, the harvest was quite good. As he rose, he discreetly withdrew his hand. His soul power had successfully broken through to level 20, and his physique had undergone significant enhancement. Clenching his fist, the surge of soul power radiated forth, revealing his new level without any concealment to Gu Rong's perception. The quality of the 60,000-year soul bone spoke for itself. The elevation of his soul power was merely a minor detail. The true enhancement lay in Gu Xian's physical constitution. Now, even without the use of soul power, he could contend with ordinary century-old soul beasts. Stay still. Grandpa will check your body. Gu Rong, excited by the mention of an enhanced physique, could not help but place a hand on Gu Xian's shoulder. Gu Xian, curious about the extent of his current physical capabilities, did not resist. Gu Xian felt an overwhelming surge of soul power entering his body, pure and potent, carefully diffusing as it completed a full circuit within him, taking a full 10 minutes. The more Gu Rong examined, the brighter his eyes became. How is it? Gu Xian inquired, noticing Gu Rong's frozen state as if he were a statue. What do you mean, how is it? This is simply remarkable. Xianer, you truly are my outstanding grandson, ha ha ha. Gu Rong's eyes radiated satisfaction as he turned his gaze back to Gu Xian. Observing Gu Rong's exuberant demeanor, Gu Xian's expression gradually shifted to one of incredulity. Hey, don't be upset. Grandpa is just overly joyful. Gu Rong quickly reassured, resuming his composure as he guided Gu Xian to a chair before taking a seat himself. Your current physical condition is truly comparable to that of an ordinary century-old spirit beast, and it even exceeds that of a formidable soul master in the assault category. I recall that when your grandfather, was at the same level of soul mastery, I did not possess the physical prowess you exhibit now. The absorption of this spirit bone was indeed a fortuitous decision, remarked Gu Rong, savoring the implications. The physical strength of a soul master? Gu Xian clenched his fist. He could certainly sense a remarkable enhancement in his physical attributes, yet he had not anticipated such a significant increase. However, if his physical capabilities have escalated, could it not imply that the quality of his spirit rings might also improve? Surely, the physique of a soul master would not allow him to absorb a century-old spirit ring. Moreover, if he was not mistaken, this spirit bone was likely more than just the soul bone of a uniquely horned fire Tyrannosaurus. Given that it was infused with the power of the sacred Master Dragon's talisman, it must possess some form of enhancement. By the way, Xianer, what is the ability of your spirit bone? What type of spirit skill does it confer? Gu Rong inquired immediately, as this was crucial for understanding the future compatibility of Gu Xian's spirit bone. The spirit bone skill. Gu Xian remained silent, opting instead to demonstrate the truth through action. As he channeled his soul power to activate the spirit bone in his right leg, a surge of information flooded his mind, awakening the spirit bone's abilities. Gu Xian felt a tinge of embarrassment as Gu Rong observed him with a bemused expression. Moments ago, a layer of flames had enveloped Gu Xian's body, exuding a formidable aura. Yet before the soul skill could fully materialize, the flames had dissipated completely. Though the attempt had failed, the brief moment had indeed granted Gu Xian an immense surge in strength. He had been careless in his previous effort. Regaining his composure, Gu Xian began anew, this time directly invoking the dog talisman's enhancement. The previously limited soul power instantly transformed into an inexhaustible source of energy. This, after all, was a reason for his earlier failure. Expecting to unleash a 6,000-year spirit bone skill with merely his 20-level soul power was indeed ambitious. Gu Rong had seen through the entire situation with a knowing smile. Now, with the support of the dog talisman, Gu Xian's soul power finally met the standards required to activate this soul skill. His right leg shimmered with a brilliant crimson light, and flames surged around him. The right leg spirit bone skill of the uniquely horned fire Tyrannosaurus, infernal fire domain. As Gu Xian stomped the ground, a 30-meter radius around him suddenly caved in, and fierce flames erupted from the surface, creating a miniature realm of fire. The flames blazing within were none other than the explosive fire conjured by Gu Xian's dragon talisman. Realm. Gu Rong, who had been seated, was instantly propelled to his feet, staring in astonishment at the phenomenon resembling a domain and at Gu Xian, who was maintaining it. What a jest! To absorb a 6,000-year spirit bone and conjure a domain, it was noteworthy that even he lacked such a domain. In that moment, despite Gu Xian being his own grandson, Gu Rong could not suppress his envy. Noticing the admiration and jealousy in Gu Rong's expression, Gu Xian smirked slightly, relishing the moment. However, he understood the intricacies of the situation. This spirit bone skill could not possibly be classified as a domain-type ability. In reality, the skill was merely a soul skill surrounding Gu Xian himself, aptly named Flame Domination. It enhanced all attributes fourfold and rendered him immune to control skills upon activation. Yet, under the infusion of the Dragon Talisman, the Flame Domination had inadvertently given rise to the Infernal Fire Domain. Within this domain, any elemental force would be converted into sustenance for the fire element, while lacking the conceptual suppression of combat power characteristic of a true domain. The fiery pressure within would still affect the strength of anyone caught within. What surprised him most was that, after the transformation via the Dragon Talisman, this spirit bone could no longer be considered an ordinary spirit bone. It had melded entirely with him, resembling an external spirit bone in nature. Chapter 24, Acknowledging Reality. By consuming the essence of the spirit beast and converting it entirely into his own, Gu Xian once again felt the overwhelming power of the sacred master martial spirit. With this ability, he no longer feared the limitations of low-year spirit bones. As long as his strength continued to rise, even the most inferior spirit bones could be elevated to the status of 10,000-year bones. However, as a precaution, he would prefer to focus on fire dragon-related spirit bones in the future. What if the sacred master martial spirit did not recognize other types? At least, that was his stance until he discovered a method to refine the essence of spirit bones. Gu Xian spread his arms wide, reveling in his newfound strength. With the enhancement of the spirit bone skill, his power had surged tremendously, granting him an exhilarating sense of invincibility. Yet concurrently, He felt his soul power depleting and replenishing almost every second. It was fortunate for him that the dog talisman was so formidable. Otherwise, he would struggle to maintain this domain for even a second. You lucky brat. This is a domain-type spirit bone. If you were to trade it outside, it could exchange for a 10,000-year spirit bone. What a tremendous windfall you've gained. Gu Rong remarked, a hint of envy coloring his tone. I have not taken advantage of anyone. Gu Xian replied, the smile on his face fading as the domain vanished and the dog talisman dimmed, returning him to a state of mediocrity. Gu Xian felt it necessary to clarify certain matters with Gu Rong. Otherwise, if Gu Rong continued to believe that Ning Fengji had bestowed upon him a spirit bone with domain skills, it might lead to misunderstandings that he did not wish to cultivate. He had no need for misconceptions in his life. Aside from the need to keep his twin martial spirits hidden for the time being, he had nothing else to conceal from Gu Rong. Gu Rong's expression shifted slightly. He perceived Gu Xian's actions as somewhat ungrateful. Although the spirit bone had been promised as compensation, the benefits he reaped far exceeded the original compensation. Surely, this should be acknowledged? Observing Gu Rong's expression, Gu Xian realized that if he did not clarify, any future actions that might offend the seven-treasure glazed tile school could lead to discord between them. After all, aside from familial ties, a title also valued reputation. Gu Xian's actions appeared somewhat dishonorable in Gu Rong's eyes. Do you truly believe that the uniquely horned fire Tyrannosaurus could provide me with a domain spirit skill? Understand that for a spirit beast to offer a domain spirit skill, the provider of the spirit ring or spirit bone must already possess a domain. Otherwise, how could a spirit beast devoid of a domain bestow such an ability? Gu Xian asserted, confident that his explanation would not seem out of place. Gu Xian had always been perceived as a scholar. Now, he had a reasonable justification to present. As Gu Rong listened to Gu Xian's words, his previously stern expression began to stiffen. Though he had doubts, the reasoning was indeed sound. The 6,000-year, uniquely horned fire Tyrannosaurus, while powerful, had not reached the level of producing a domain. How could it possibly grant Gu Xian a domain-type spirit skill? Oh dear! As Gu Rong observed Gu Xian's indifferent demeanor, he felt as though he had made a miscalculation. The true soul skill of the uniquely horned fire Tyrannosaurus is known as Flame Dominance, a formidable enhancement-type skill that amplifies all attributes by fourfold and grants immunity to control-type soul skills. What you perceive as a domain soul skill is merely a technique formed under the aegis of my martial spirit. Did you not notice that the flames burning within the domain are released by my dragon incantation? Gu Xian elucidated the matter clearly to prevent any misunderstanding from befalling Ning Fengji. He had no desire for them to misinterpret anything. So it was thus. Gu Rong chuckled awkwardly, realizing that he had indeed misconstrued the situation. The domain had little connection to the soul bone, at most serving as a mere vessel for it. Although there existed some correlation with the soul bone, the primary factor remained the formidable prowess of his grandson's martial spirit. Wait, if flame dominance counts as one soul skill and the domain as another, does this not imply that this soul bone harbors two soul skills in total? What then distinguishes it from a 100,000-year soul bone? His grandson is truly impressive, with such a robust martial spirit. Should any of his future descendants possess even the slightest chance of inheriting this martial spirit, the Gu family would indeed flourish. Merely pondering this for a moment, Gu Rong could foresee the resplendent future awaiting his clan. What utter nonsense regarding the angel martial spirit. In the presence of this sacred lord's statue, it pales into insignificance. My dear wife, it is imperative that my grandson finds numerous brides. Only in this manner can he elevate the prestige of the Gu family. Gu Rong's eyes sparkled with excitement. Yet as he turned to glance at Gu Xian, he was doused with a bucket of cold water. Gu Xian's expression was frigid, devoid of any joy at possessing a soul bone that encompassed two soul skills. Xianer, grandfather acknowledges his error. Please do not be angry. I will no longer act without your consent. Gu Rong hastily conceded, having already surmised the reason for Gu Xian's anger. He felt an overwhelming urge to slap himself. How could he have been so foolish? His alignment with the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School was his own affair. What did it have to do with Xianer? How lowly! As this thought crossed his mind, Gu Rong gently slapped himself. His grandson was destined to become a top-tier powerhouse. At that time, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School might even become subordinate to him. As an inferior, how could they presume to dictate terms to a superior? All right, as long as you understand, I shall never live my life according to the whims of others. Only I can dictate my path, and if I do not wish for it, no one should attempt to seize control of my existence. Gu Xian spoke with an air of arrogance. especially given that he had yet to fully mature, standing before title de law. Yet he uttered those words nonetheless. He possessed his own pride, at worst. It would be a matter of survival, seeing who could outlast whom. Yet Gu Rong thrived on this attitude. Were anyone else to dare utter such words in his presence, Gu Rong would bet that their graves would be 10 meters high. However, when Gu Xian spoke, it felt entirely appropriate. His grandson possessed unparalleled talent, temperament, and tenacity. What was wrong with being a bit arrogant? Is it not the prerogative of youth to be so? Though this was a double standard, was not the pursuit of strength merely a means to earn the right to such double standards? Indeed, Xianer, you are correct. With grandfather here, no one shall interfere with your growth. Not even the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. If things become untenable, I shall depart with you. Gu Rong now sought to mend his relationship with Gu Xian. As for the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, he felt regret, yet his grandson took precedence. He had already erred twice. Who knew if a third transgression would lead his grandson to forsake him? If familial bonds were severed, it would be truly disastrous. Very well, let's proceed. I require a steed-type soul beast, ideally one imbued with healing attributes. A lifespan of 4,000 years will suffice. Gu Xian had decisively determined the type of incantation he wished to unseal next. A healing horse, a noble steed that could ward off any external threats. With the horse and canine incantations in his possession, Gu Xian would indeed be indestructible. Chapter 25. The Unfortunate Dark Golden Bear. For 1,000 years, Gu Rong's eyes narrowed slightly, as if something within his mind had suddenly detonated. A torrent of thoughts surged forth. The denizens of Douluo continent are not unintelligent. Often, however, their imagination is constrained by their thought processes. It is akin to their understanding that bodily attributes and the absorption age of soul rings are related to soul bones, enhancing physical prowess. Yet, due to the rarity of soul bones, few consider them as tools for physical enhancement to prolong the absorption period of early soul rings. After all, using a 10,000-year soul bone to strengthen one's physique merely yields a 1,000-year soul ring absorption. Such an exchange is hardly worthwhile. Over time, the association between soul bones and soul rings has diminished. Now, Gu Xian's words had awakened a slumbering mind. Gu Rong suddenly realized that his grandson could employ this method. Who is he? A 96-level super Douluo, the possessor of the ancient dragon martial spirit, a pseudo-omniscient title Douluo capable of defense, offense, and even control. With such power, what was the issue in providing his grandson with a complete set of 50,000-year soul bones? Imagining his grandson absorbing a 10,000-year soul ring at the third or even fourth ring, Gu Rong's eyes sparkled with renewed vigor. It was settled. Gu Rong stood abruptly. Let's go, Xianer. I shall now take you to hunt for your second soul ring. A smile crept across Gu Rong's face as he seized Gu Xian's hand. Activating his 8th soul skill, space teleportation, without waiting for Gu Xian to respond. He could hardly contain his eagerness to conduct his experiment. Should it succeed, Gu Xian would undoubtedly emerge as the undisputed leader of this world. He might even reign supreme for an era. What has been decided? Gu Xian inquired, utterly bewildered. But before he could process the situation, he was whisked away. What had come over this old man? The moment Gu Rong departed with Gu Xian, a beam of sword light descended upon the spot where the spatial rift had closed. Sensing the fluctuations of space, Chen Xian's gaze turned somewhat bewildered. What could have prompted such haste to even invoke the 8th soul skill? Suddenly, Chen Xian considered a possibility, based on his understanding of Gu Rong and Gu Xian. If it were not for a significant breakthrough, Gu Rong would never leave the sect. Could it be? Has it only been a brief time? Even a 60,000-year soul bone should not lead to such a drastic outcome. Chen Xian murmured, finding it somewhat incredible, yet upon scanning with his spiritual sense, he indeed discerned no trace of Gu Xian. How long had it been since Gu Xian's breakthrough? Yet apart from this possibility, Chen Xian could conceive no other reason that might compel the reclusive Gu Xian to venture forth. Suddenly, a thought struck Chen Xian, pushing aside the shock brought about by Gu Xian's breakthrough. Xianer has become far too withdrawn. This will not do. What if he is deceived in the future due to a lack of social experience? As Chen Xian recalled the rumors surrounding a certain pope from a spirit hall in Yushaojiang, he sensed that Gu Xian still had some shortcomings. Avoiding human interaction signifies a lack of understanding of social intricacies, and such ignorance inevitably leads to susceptibility to deception in the future. It seems prudent to consult with the old sage. With a swift movement, Chen Xin vanished from his location, only to reappear beside the seat of Ning Fengji. Swordmaster, has something transpired? Ning Fengji inquired with curiosity, observing Chen Xin's return. That old rascal Gu Rong has taken Xiao Xian away from the sect once again. Employing the 8th soul skill to do so, his intentions remain unclear. Chen Xin sipped his tea, casting an enigmatic glance towards Ning Fengji. With this revelation, Ning Fengji's expression shifted to one of grave concern. Based on his knowledge of Gu Rong, it was implausible that he would abandon the sect over such trivial matters. Their conflict with Gu Xian had not escalated to that point. Moreover, Gu Xian generally preferred to remain within the confines of the sect, having mastered the principles of stealth. While other children might frolic with peers, Gu Xian had always exhibited a singular focus in his endeavors. Without a compelling reason, it was inconceivable for him to alter his life's trajectory. Considering the recently dispatched soul bone, the true answer was not difficult to deduce. Yet, a soul bone aged 60,000 years, Gu Xian had only been a soul master for 4 months. How could that propel him to level 20? Nevertheless, after ruling out various possibilities, it appeared that this singular answer was the only one left. It seems that Gu Rong indeed spoke the truth. Thus we must invest greater effort into nurturing Xiao Xian. Sword Master, please make the necessary arrangements. Let the sect's resources be allocated entirely towards Xiao Xian. After all, we may yet cultivate a limit Douluo. Sunset Forest. Gu Rong materialized in the heart of Sunset Forest via spatial transfer. Though this forest, adjacent to the Heaven Do Empire, could not rival the Star Do Forest in scale, it was still teeming with a rich variety of species. The primary difference lay in the absence of 100,000-year soul beasts in Sunset Forest. With Gu Rong's formidable level 96 prowess, he was an indomitable force within this realm. Healing-type soul beasts were universally revered and protected, regardless of their location. To locate a 100-year healing soul beast, one would typically need to venture into the region inhabited by 1,000-year beasts. For a 1,000-year healing soul beast, one would have to delve into the core area of 10,000-year beasts. As Gu Rong arrived, the core region of Sunset Forest erupted into chaos, akin to encountering a specter in broad daylight. Unlike the Star Do Forest, there was no so-called king of the forest here, without 100,000-year soul beasts to dominate. Various powerful soul beasts governed their respective territories. Gu Rong and Gu Xian had descended directly into the domain of one such beast king. Upon sensing Gu Rong's presence, the beast king contemplated fleeing, but before it could react, a massive foot descended from the heavens. Boom! A 20-meter-tall dark golden bear was sent crashing into the earth by Gu Rong's kick, causing the ground to tremble. Terrified creatures fled in panic. The dark golden bear, momentarily dazed, soon had its ferocity ignited, raising its head to roar at Gu Rong and Gu Xian. A warrior may be slain, but never humiliated. A bear shall never yield. Boom! Gu Rong, with an impassive countenance, waved his hand, summoning a colossal skeletal dragon's arm from the void, which descended upon the dark golden bear with relentless force. The beast's attempts to resist were swiftly quelled, leading to a brutal onslaught. The bear's roars of fury transformed into howls of anguish, eventually devolving into whimpers of submission. As a powerful beast king with nearly 90,000 years of cultivation, the dark golden bear ruled this territory with authority. Yet, in the hands of Gu Rong, it was reduced to mere plaything. Chapter 26. An unexpected encounter with Qian Renxue. Once arrogant and domineering, the dark golden bear became docile after enduring Gu Rong's punishment. At this level of cultivation, soul beasts with strong bloodlines possessed intelligence comparable to that of ordinary soul masters. However, the inherent ferocity in their bloodlines often led them to prefer brute strength as a solution to conflicts. Yet, when their ferocity was tempered, they could be quite reasonable. As evidenced by this bear, now bruised and battered, it resembled a wronged spouse curled up before Gu Rong and Gu Xian. Xianer, do you see? In the Douluo continent, power reigns supreme. With sufficient strength, whether human or soul beast, they will heed your words, Gu Rong remarked, his expression inscrutable as he regarded Gu Xian. Indeed, Grandpa is correct, Gu Xian affirmed with a nod. In this fantastical world, it was evident that strength dictated reason. Whimper. Observing the grandfather and grandson discuss the matter of power right before it, the dark golden bear could not help but whimper in despair. It had come to realize that Gu Rong and Gu Xian were not there to trouble it. After all, Gu Rong had no need for the bear, and Gu Xian appeared too young to absorb its soul ring. But what exactly are you here for? You come here and start hammering me without so much as a word, lamented the dark golden bear, tears welling up in its eyes. Stop crying. What kind of bear are you, weeping like a child? Gu Rong exhibited no remorse, instead delivering a playful kick to the bear's arm, causing it to instinctively recoil. Once a formidable ruler, it now found itself a target of ridicule. It had attempted to resist, but the power of a super Douluo was beyond its capacity to counter. I have a question for you. Where in Sunset Forest can I find a healing-type horse soul beast, age 4,000 years? The purpose of Gu Rong's inquiry was straightforward. Compared to ordinary canine soul beasts, healing-type horse soul beasts were akin to pandas in the realm of soul beasts, making them exceedingly rare in the vast expanse of Sunset Forest. Rather than squander time searching aimlessly, Gu Rong preferred to consult a local. Upon hearing Gu Rong's question, the dark golden bear's eyes widened, though its battered visage rendered the expression somewhat comical. As a beast king, was it truly expected to sell out its fellow soul beasts? What would become of its dignity? Gu Rong's eyes narrowed, exerting an imposing aura upon the dark golden bear. Roar, roar, roar. Terrified, the dark golden bear hastily pointed in a direction, resembling a bumbling fool. You could have done that sooner. Gu Rong scoffed, taking Gu Xian with him as they followed the bear's indication. Roar. You nearly gave me a heart attack. The dark golden bear king let out a sigh of relief as Gu Rong departed, finally bidding farewell to this ancestral presence. The core area was no longer a safe haven. It was imperative for the bear to make a hasty retreat. Just as the dark golden bear king rose to flee, Gu Rong reappeared before it, causing the bear to plop back onto the ground in fright, its massive form shaking the very earth beneath it. You would do well not to deceive me, or I possess a myriad of methods to make your life a torment and your death a distant hope, Gu Rong warned, manifesting a wisp of soul energy that he transformed into a spatial marker, embedding it within the bear's body as a threat. Should the dark golden bear king dare to mislead him, Gu Rong could easily traverse to its side using this spatial coordinate, delivering quite the shocking surprise. Roaring in despair, the dark golden bear king vigorously shook its head, desperate to convey its honesty. It genuinely had no intention of lying. After all, soul beasts were largely innocent, and deceit was a trait more common among humans. To its dismay, even its truthfulness was met with skepticism. Gu Xian, witnessing the plight of the beleaguered bear, couldn't help but feel a twinge of pity for its unfortunate circumstances. By the way, Xianer, do you require a bear among the soul beasts? Gu Rong inquired, having discerned that Gu Xian's desired soul rings included a variety of creatures, yet conspicuously absent was a dragon. He thought to ask if he wanted a bear's soul ring, considering that the dark golden bear king boasted commendable quality and age. The dark golden bear king trembled at this suggestion, pleading silently for its continued existence for another 90,000 years. No need, grandfather. I do not require a bear as an option for my soul ring, Gu Xian replied, shaking his head. While the bear's strength was indeed formidable, he approached this matter with utmost seriousness. Very well, that seems prudent. This bear appears rather dim-witted. Bestowing upon you its soul ring would be a disservice to it. As Gu Rong and Gu Xian gradually distanced themselves, the dark golden bear king wore an expression of relief, content to remain alive, with no inclination to flee. It resigned itself to its fate, lying down in the pit it had created and falling asleep. The day had been far too harrowing for the bear. After receiving precise directions from a bear, Gu Rong swiftly led Gu Xian in that direction. Along the way, they even surpassed fleeing soul beasts, leaving them far behind. The Sunset Forest, though not vast, was significant as the largest soul beast forest within the borders of the Tiando Empire, having avoided extinction even after millennia. However, it was not overly expansive. Under the guidance of a super Douluo, they traversed several Beast King territories in no time. At last they arrived. The Dark Golden Bear King had proven to be astute, accurately directing them. After crossing multiple Beast King territories, they finally discovered the Soul Beast group Gu Xian sought on a particular Beast King's domain. Indeed, it was a group, the Holy Radiance Unicorn, a soul beast strikingly similar to the Shifeng brightness, boasted a coat as white as snow, reflecting golden rays in the sunlight, complete with a pair of pristine wings at its back. Sacred and untouchable, a cluster of Holy Radiance unicorns resided near a serene lake, led by a millennium-old patriarch, accompanied by hundreds of soul beasts aged from 1,000 years to mere decades, frolicking in playful abandon. Merely observing them was a source of immense joy. Grandfather, is there a suitable soul beast for me? Gu Xian inquired, his gaze fixed intently on the group of Holy Radiance unicorns. While their presence was undoubtedly delightful, in his eyes, they represented mere tokens of power. Regardless of their beauty, all he desired was to capture one, to craft a soul ring, and to elevate it to the honor of becoming his own. With the horse talisman and dog talisman in his possession, he could finally unleash his potential without restraint. After all, as long as the dog talisman was with him, he would not perish, and with the horse talisman, he would remain unscathed. The mere thought filled him with uncontrollable excitement. Wait, there are others, Gu Xian noted, his eagerness tempered as Gu Rong restrained him, gazing intently in another direction with a serious expression. Opposite them stood Shi Long and Ci Shui, who had come with Qian Rinxue to hunt for soul rings. Momentarily taken aback, the atmosphere between the two parties grew tense. Chapter 27. The God-level account becomes a useless representative. Shi Long and Ci Shui were speechless. Their young mistress was delightful in every aspect, albeit a bit headstrong. Recently, she had finally found time to hunt soul beasts, and, typically, they would capture the beasts, deliver them a sound thrashing, and then leave the finishing blow to Qian Rinxue. However, upon sighting the group of Holy Radiance unicorns, Qian Rinxue became entranced. It was not that she didn't want their soul rings. Rather, she simply wished to observe them a little longer. After all, the beauty of the Holy Radiance unicorns was undeniable, and they possessed the ability to gather fortune, making them a small, auspicious presence within the Sunset Forest. Qian Rinxue, being a woman, naturally cherished and appreciated beautiful things. This led to what should have been a swift engagement between two titled Douluos extending into 3 hours without any action taken. All right, elders, it's time to make your move. Qian Rinxue finally acknowledged that she had lingered too long. However, having spent so much time confined within the royal palace, she yearned for freedom, which led to a slight indulgence on her part, unexpectedly stretching the time to such an extent. Heaven help them, upon hearing Qian Rinxue permit them to attack. Shi Long and Ci Shui nearly wept tears of joy. At last, they were free to act. However, before they could spring into action, Shi Long keenly sensed the approach of a powerful presence and swiftly halted Ci Shui. Ci Shui, somewhat bewildered, was not particularly perceptive, but he held complete trust in Shi Long, his expression turning serious as he cautiously followed Shi Long's gaze. Yet he could see nothing. Gu Rong had not anticipated that the group of Holy Radiance unicorns would be under the scrutiny of others besides himself. Moreover, as Gu Rong squinted, he noted the presence of 2 titled Douluos. What force was so grand that they required 2 titled Douluos as enforcers to hunt a soul beast? While Shi Long and Ci Shui appeared insignificant in his eyes, that assessment was based on his solitary strength. If he were alone, he would not fear even double their might. Yet, he was accompanied by a burden. Shi Long and Ci Shui were not well known, even within the Spirit Hall, and Gu Rong was utterly unaware of their existence. Shi Long, upon spotting Gu Rong, inhaled sharply. Although they were merely at rank 92, they stood no chance against Gu Rong, who had reached rank 95, especially since news of his breakthrough had yet to spread. Their only advantage lay in their numbers. Observing Gu Rong's company, they surmised he might be more cautious given his companion. Both parties remained vigilant, eyeing each other with caution. Yet none dared to make the first move. However, neither side chose to retreat, for the Radiant Unicorn was the target designated by both, and the thought of losing it due to a hasty withdrawal was unsettling. What is going on? Qian Rinxue, concealed beneath her cloak, inquired curiously as she observed the 2 combatants remaining still. Miss, we have encountered Gu Rong. He appears to be leading a group to hunt for soul rings. Specifically the Radiant Unicorn, replied Shi Long, while Gu Xian remained hidden behind Gu Rong, making it difficult for Shi Long to discern Gu Xian's features. Upon hearing Gu Rong's name, Ci Shui's pupils constricted, and his stout frame instinctively became alert. Gu Rong was a master of spatial manipulation. Instead of utilizing his formidable bone dragon martial spirit for defense, he opted for spatial tricks, which was truly perplexing. Internally, Ci Shui felt a pang of anxiety, realizing that if a confrontation ensued, they would stand no chance. Let us avoid provoking him and seize an opportunity to capture one and depart, suggested Qian Rinxue, taken aback by the unexpected encounter with Gu Rong from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. However, discretion was paramount. Their identities as Shi Long and Ci Shui could not be exposed. After all, the fact that Gu Rong was personally leading a hunt for soul beasts indicated that he was undoubtedly a highly valued genius within the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Such individuals were often titled Douluo, or even more than that. All right. Shi Long nodded and stepped forward, gesturing towards a 7,000-year-old Radiant Unicorn in the field. This was his way of greeting Gu Rong. With so many Radiant Unicorns around, as long as neither party held animosity, they could each hunt undisturbed. Even if they had their sights set on the same creature, they could simply choose another. Gu Rong, sensing no hostility, lightly nodded in acknowledgement and pointed to a 4,000-year-old Radiant Unicorn among the herd. Young master, Their target is a 4,000-year-old radiant unicorn. They likely seek it for their fourth soul ring, Shi Long murmured, relieved by Gu Rong's considerate demeanor. Grandfather, what is happening? Gu Xian, eager to peek, was restrained by Gu Rong, prompting his curiosity. We've encountered fellow hunters. They too are here for the radiant unicorn, and their status is likely significant, given that they have two titled Douluo leading their hunt. Gu Rong's expression grew more serious. There could be no room for error with Gu Xian present. Two titled Douluo? Hunting radiant unicorns? Gu Xian immediately deduced the identity of their rivals without hesitation. Apart from Qian Renxue, who else could command two titled Douluo as guardians while pursuing the sacred radiant unicorn? He pondered her current level. Was she aiming for Millennium Soul Ring or a 10,000-year one? By now, Qian Renxue should be around 15 years old, possessing innate soul power at level 20. And after absorbing a head soul bone from a 99,999-year-old angel, she must be around level 50. Grandfather, they are hunting their own, and we are hunting ours. Let us not create conflict, Gu Xian advised softly, aware that even with all his talismans, Gu Rong would not stand a chance against Qian Douluo. It was better to avoid antagonism. Gu Rong, influenced by Gu Xian's counsel, relinquished any thoughts of confrontation. Otherwise, his domineering nature would have compelled Shi Long and Xishue to retreat for a while. A 7,000-year-old? It seems one is either a genius or utterly inept. Gu Rong mused as he lowered his hand, lost in thought. Grandfather, what is the situation? Gu Xian, unable to observe the opposing party, inquired with curiosity. They seek a 7,000-year-old radiant unicorn, likely for their fourth or fifth ring. I suspect it's for the fourth, Gu Rong speculated, aware that some prodigies could surpass ordinary limits through cultivation and enhancement from their martial spirits, thus absorbing stronger soul rings. He surmised that Qian Renxue, under the protection of two titled Douluo, must be exceptionally gifted. Hence, the likelihood of her being at level 40 was high. Level 40? Gu Xian nearly choked on his drink at this conjecture. How had Qian Renxue cultivated? With innate soul power at level 20, it had been over 9 years since then, and she had only progressed 20 levels. This did not account for the 3 soul rings she had absorbed and the angel head soul bone. If he had been born in the same era as Qian Renxue, he might have already achieved unparalleled strength. With such extraordinary talent and resources, how had Qian Renxue managed to reach her current status? Gu Xian couldn't help but wonder, are you even trying, my friend? Aside from a four-eyed pig, Gu Xian would gladly label Qian Renxue as the new most incompetent pig. Chapter 28, Absorbing Soul Rings. The two sides moved almost simultaneously. Shi Long dashed towards the herd of radiant unicorns, gliding along the ground like a serpent, and in the blink of an eye, he was among them. A massive serpentine silhouette emerged, indicating he had unleashed his martial spirit's true form. There was no choice. The pressure exerted by Gu Rong was overwhelming, and he feared being caught off guard if he did not commit fully. After all, Gu Rong's reputation within the higher echelons of Soul Masters was formidable. Unlike Shi Long, Gu Rong narrowed his eyes and, at the instant of Shi Long's strike, summoned his 8th soul ring. His left hand pierced through the ring, utilizing his soul skills with utmost precision, and his hand mysteriously appeared among the herd of unicorns. The commotion caused by the simultaneous actions of two titled Douluo could only be described as terrifying, sending the radiant unicorns scattering in panic. Yet before they could flee, the colossal serpent formed by Shi Long had already seized a 7,000-year-old radiant unicorn in its jaws and was retreating as if pursued by a ferocious beast. Shi Long's martial spirit possessed a unique ability, allowing him to switch between the beast martial spirit, the two-headed serpent, and the weapon martial spirit, the serpent spear, each conferring different enhancements to the soul master. Gu Rong, on the other hand, was straightforward. He grasped a radiant unicorn by the scruff of its neck and yanked it into the spatial realm, reappearing beside Gu Xian and Gu Rong. Let us go. Both Gu Rong and Shi Long declared in unison, instinctively heading in opposite directions. Gu Xian, propelled by Gu Rong, moved with a speed that far surpassed that of Qian Renxue and her team. Halfway through, Qian Renxue glanced back, her eyes betraying a cautious expression. What an eerie method. Such an ability, if employed for assassination, would render anyone other than a powerful title Douluo utterly defenseless. No wonder the Soul Master community referred to him as the most enigmatic figure on land, even more so than the Ghost Douluo. Qian Renxue surmised that if Gu Rong intended to eliminate her, Shi Long and Xishue would stand no chance of defense. Upon returning, she would need to conceal her identity even further. After witnessing the terrifying power of Gu Rong, Qian Rinxue grew increasingly curious about the individual capable of enabling Gu Rong to harness a soul ring. Elder Xixue, upon our return, I require an investigation into the emergence of such a prodigy within the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. I demand all relevant information within 3 days, she instructed Xixue, who was flying her through the air. Understood, young mistress. I shall commence the inquiry upon our return, Xixue replied, noting Qian Rinxue's interest in Gu Xian and deciding to conduct a discreet investigation. Meanwhile, Gu Rong brought Gu Xian to a secluded valley, previously inhabited by numerous monkey-type soul beasts. However, upon sensing Gu Rong's aura, they hastily fled, observing the Monkey King, the strongest among them, which was merely around 5,000 years old. Gu Xian withdrew his gaze with a sense of relief. While the transformation ability is indeed impressive, its age does not meet the conditions I require for future enhancements, he reflected. Gu Xian, do you have options for monkey-type soul rings in your future absorptions? Gu Rong inquired with curiosity. Indeed, but I have no immediate need for them, Gu Xian replied, planning to inform Gu Rong of the types of soul beasts he intended to utilize upon their return, requesting him to remain vigilant. Aside from the first 5 soul rings, which were fixed, the rest held little significance. Gu Xian's specific requirements for the initial 5 rings were dog, horse, rat, sheep, and tiger. With these talismans in place, he believed he would no longer need to worry, simply focusing on a steady progression in his cultivation, allowing the soul rings to come as they may. Monkeys? Gu Rong's thoughts drifted to the Titan giant ape in the Stardow forest. Aren't apes also considered monkeys? The 100,000-year Titan giant ape barely qualifies as a potential soul ring for my grandson. Enough, grandfather. Let us not dwell on that. I will first absorb the soul ring from this soul beast, Gu Xian said, his gaze fixed fervently on the Holy Radiance unicorn. True to its name, the Holy Radiance unicorn retained an aura of sanctity despite its current plight. Upon closer inspection, Gu Xian realized the unicorn was quite large. At merely 4,000 years of age, it stood at an impressive 5 meters tall. As a creature of fortune, the Holy Radiance unicorn exhibited remarkable intelligence. Its eyes filled with a profound plea as they met Gu Xian's. When a beautiful creature displays such vulnerability, it is nearly impossible not to feel compassion. Gu Xian was no exception. Gu Rong, witnessing this scene, chose to remain silent, observing Gu Xian without pressing him. A formidable soul master must possess a resolute heart. Otherwise, even the allure of a captivating soul beast, or even a beautiful woman, should not sway one's resolve, he thought. Turning away, Gu Xian raised his hand. If I cannot bear to look, then I shall avert my gaze. With a resounding roar, a torrent of dragon flames erupted from Gu Xian's palm, engulfing the Holy Radiance unicorn. To mitigate its suffering, Gu Xian activated 2 talismans simultaneously, channeling a seemingly inexhaustible flow of soul power. Under maximum output, the unicorn was reduced to charred remains before it even had a chance to cry out. The air was thick with the acrid scent of scorched flesh. Gu Rong's brow twitched at the sight. His grandson was indeed ruthless. Yet, without such resolve, one could hardly stand firm. To become a true powerhouse, one must embrace a heart of steel. As the Holy Radiance unicorn succumbed to the flames, a purple soul ring gradually emerged from the ashes. Do you feel confident, Xiana? Gu Rong asked, concern creeping into his voice as he gazed at the soul ring. This is a 4,000-year soul ring. Are you certain you wish to proceed with such a significant leap for your second? Grandfather, even if you doubt me, surely you trust in the soul bone? A 60,000-year soul bone significantly enhances the potency of a 4,000-year soul ring. Gu Xian reassured Gu Rong before settling beside the remains of the Holy Radiance unicorn, assuming a meditative posture. As Gu Xian circulated his soul power, the sacred master steel materialized behind him. With a flash of crimson light in his eyes, the floating soul ring swiftly encircled Gu Xian. Though the disparity in age was considerable for others, Gu Xian felt little pressure. After all, his foundation was solid, and the age of the soul beast remained within his grasp. As time passed, Gu Rong's anxiety gradually subsided. Gu Xian's body remained steady, indicating he had yet to reach his limits. Gu Rong nodded, a broader smile spreading across his face, his conviction in his decision strengthening. Suddenly, Gu Rong's previously jovial expression shifted dramatically as he abruptly turned, his eyes filled with a fierce intent, as if a secret had been unveiled. Chapter 29. Douluo Bo's recognition of defeat. Due to Gu Rong's imposing presence in the Sunset Forest, coupled with his intention to intimidate potential threats, he had not concealed his own aura. This had rendered him no different from a searchlight in the forest. Although he ceased his intimidation upon reaching the valley, the commotion he had caused attracted the attention of the tidal Douluos residing within the sunset forest. Today marked the monthly full moon, and in an effort to alleviate his suffering, Douluo had ventured to the ice and fire Yin-Yang Eye, hoping to harness its unique spiritual energy to suppress his internal torment. However, he was startled to discover Gu Rong's overwhelming presence, which, through a twist of fate, had led him to a valley not far from Douluo's location. This frightful realization left Douluo rather shaken. Should he succumb to his affliction in Gu Rong's presence, not only would he risk exposing his vulnerabilities, but his very life might hang in the balance. Thus, with self-preservation in mind, Douluo resolved to investigate the situation, hoping to persuade Gu Rong to grant him some space. After all, as a revered elder of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School and a venerated figure in the Tiando Empire, he believed they could find common ground. Taking advantage of the remaining daylight, Douluo approached the valley. Just as he prepared to greet Gu Rong and establish a rapport, he was met with a fierce glare from Gu Rong that sent chills down his spine. Instinctively, he took a step back, noticing Gu Xian standing behind Gu Rong. Though it was but a fleeting glimpse, the sight nearly caused Douluo's eyes to bulge in shock. What had he just seen? He recognized Gu Xian. As the few tidal Douluos in the Tiando Empire were aware of one another's kin. In the realm of cultivation, there existed 4 stages: aunt, acquaintance, companion, and elder. The purpose of such introductions was primarily to elevate the status of their offspring to the level of acquaintances, ensuring their safety and prosperity. If Douluo recalled correctly, this young man was named Gu Xian, who had only recently awakened his martial soul. Following the incident with Ning Rongrong, Ning Fingji had refrained from hosting a grand awakening ceremony for Gu Xian. After all, what should he do if his foundation is compromised, leading to a lack of talent? Yet, he still retained some fragmented memories. This young lad was over 6 years younger than his own granddaughter and must have only recently awakened his martial soul. But what did he see? A yellow soul ring was already rotating beneath him, indicating it had been refined. This could only signify one thing. Gu Xian's talent was exceptionally high. However, what was the meaning of the purple soul rings encircling Gu Xian? He could accept innate full soul power, and he had heard of innate level 20 before. But who among the virtuous would begin absorbing 1,000-year soul rings with just 2 rings? Something was amiss. There was undoubtedly something significant about Gu Rong and Gu Xian. Though Douluo had realized the gravity of the situation, he suddenly found himself entangled in a predicament he could not afford. Brother Gu Rong, I apologize. I have nothing but medicinal stew simmering at home, and I saw and heard nothing. I must take my leave. Douluo attempted to feign ignorance, slowly retreating. He had inadvertently wandered into a den of wolves, and having witnessed such a monumental secret, he feared he might not leave here alive. He wished he could slap himself for being so foolish, for seeking validation in such a manner. Gu Rong had also grown careless. After all, few dared to approach him under the pressure of a tidal Douluo in the sunset forest. Coupled with his earlier contemplation of Gu Xian's brilliant future, he had momentarily lost focus. Otherwise, Douluo, as the gatekeeper, would never have been able to evade his senses and appear behind him. Witnessing such a shocking scene that shattered Douluo's worldview and could very well cost him his life. Under Gu Rong's imposing gaze, Douluo felt a tingling sensation wash over him, as if the air around him were 1,000 needles piercing into his skin. He would die. There was no doubt about it. An internal alarm blared within Douluo, urging him to flee, yet his rationality forced his body to maintain a semblance of dignity. How could a rank 91 hope to escape from a rank 96 Gu Rong? In the case of the Chrysanthemum Pass, he might have had some confidence. But against Gu Rong, he saw no glimmer of hope. If I say this is a misunderstanding, and that I saw nothing, would you believe me? Douluo forced a bitter smile. Though he longed to speak with bravado, the reality was he did not wish to meet his end. What do you think? Behind Gu Rong, pale bones gradually manifested, slowly assembling into a fearsome skeletal dragon, its eyes ablaze with blue flames, quietly observing Douluo simultaneously. A unique wave of energy emanated, enveloping both Gu Rong and Douluo. As Douluo sensed the sudden shift in the atmosphere, his expression grew even more bitter. This old fellow was truly bullying him. If only Gu Rong's soul power were a tad lower, he might have dared to stand his ground. But now let us negotiate. As long as it's not something too heinous, I will comply. Douluo was compelled to lower his proud head. In truth, whether he lived or died mattered little to him. However, he had yet to find a solution for the green snake poison. and he did not wish for Dugu Yin to meet a similar fate. Moreover, Gu Rong had not struck immediately, which indicated that perhaps there was room for negotiation. Yet, he suspected the terms would not be very favorable. After all, it concerned his life. He could only blame his own curiosity for wanting to intrude. If Dugu Yin possessed Gu Xian's talent, others would likely silence him to prevent such a threat from emerging. Only those who have matured into true geniuses can be called geniuses. Over the years, how many true talents have emerged on the continent? With major factions at odds, covert assassinations of rival geniuses were commonplace. Innate full soul power was sufficient to place Gu Xian in peril. If it were to suddenly be revealed that he possessed talent, even surpassing innate full soul power, the attempts against Gu Xian would likely escalate beyond mere ordinary assassinations to those at the level of title Douluo. After all, innate full soul power was the qualification of a limit Douluo. Who would wish for their rival faction to harbor such a concealed threat? This was precisely why Gu Xian was reluctant to leave the Seven Treasure glazed tile school. Within the school, there would always be at least one title Douluo present. Moreover, two of them had a good relationship with him. Only a fool would depart from the novice village before fully developing. Observing Dugu Bo's resignation, Gu Rong could not help but let a slight smirk grace his lips. Chapter 30, Dugu Bo's submission. Ever since witnessing a junior genius protected by two title Douluo, Gu Rong had been inclined to find two powerful guardians for Gu Xian as well. Ideally, they would also be title Douluo, no matter how high the other's talent. In comparison to his grandson, they were mere refuse. If such a child could have two title Douluo as protectors, how could his grandson be any less? Initially, he had merely intended to find two soul Douluo for immediate support. Yet, he never anticipated such fortuitous luck. With Dugu Bo arriving at his doorstep and willingly violating the unspoken rules of the Soul Master world. Now, eliminating Dugu Bo required no further justification. Of course, even if he were to use Dugu Bo as leverage, he could not voice his intentions. After all, Dugu Bo had approached him, having seen his secret. He had not captured him. Though Dugu Bo was considered the weakest title Douluo, he was still stronger than 99.9% of Soul Masters on the continent. Gu Rong could not remain by Gu Xian's side at all times, but Dugu Bo could. Having a title Douluo as Gu Xian's personal protector would prove invaluable. In the event of an insurmountable crisis, as long as Gu Xian produced a talisman, it could instantly elevate an ordinary title Douluo to the strength of a 95-level super Douluo, and not just any, but one with a domineering fire attribute. That would be more than sufficient to ensure Gu Xian's safety. I need you to swear by your martial soul, vowing never to disclose my grandson, Xianer's circumstances, and to pledge your unwavering loyalty to him from this day forth. Gu Rong narrowed his eyes, gazing at Dugu Bo, his smile harboring malice. Dugu Bo's face turned green. What a ridiculous jest, asking him to pledge loyalty to a 6-year-old child. What did talent matter? Dugu Bo's eyes widened as he was about to refute. After all, to an ordinary title Douluo, it would indeed be embarrassing to pledge allegiance to a 6-year-old. However, if that child were Gu Xian, Dugu Bo's countenance shifted to one of contemplation. Gu Xian's age of 6 was undoubtedly accurate, and his recent awakening of martial soul was common knowledge. He had initially thought that innate full soul power was already sufficiently monstrous, but now it seemed that it was far beyond that. Even the configuration of soul rings was that of a second ring at 1,000 years. If such talent were to be revealed to the outside world, it would undoubtedly drive all soul masters into a frenzy. Yet, if it were to be concealed within their own ranks, it would be a pleasant surprise. If Gu Xian were his enemy, he would likely spend sleepless nights devising ways to eliminate him. However, if he were also part of the Gu Xian faction, even if his life were to be short-lived, as long as Gu Xian were to grow and provide protection for his granddaughter, it would undoubtedly pose no issue. Gu Xian's innate talent has already manifested in the past. His potential was far inferior, yet he managed to cultivate himself to the rank of title Douluo, albeit hindered by the influence of his own toxins. Were it not for the toxins, he would likely have reached at least level 93 by now. Given that Gu Xian's talent surpasses his by at least 2 tiers, what heights might he achieve by the time he reaches this age? A super Douluo? Or perhaps an ultimate Douluo? Regardless, his life has reached its zenith, and it would be more prudent to secure a bright future for his granddaughter before he departs. So, what say you, old poison? Have you made your decision? Gu Rong observed the expression on Dugu Bo's face as the corners of his mouth curled slightly upward, knowing that a choice had been made. Count me unfortunate. If I must serve, then so be it, Dugu Bo replied, somewhat dejectedly, before swearing an oath to Gu Xian using his martial soul, vowing to remain eternally loyal to him. Spare me the reluctant demeanor. With my grandson's talent, Your fealty is a privilege, not a burden. Others would covet such an opportunity, yet I grant it to you, Gu Rong retorted disdainfully, regarding Douluo Bo's expression, one akin to constipation, with derision. It was precisely because it was Douluo Bo that he could believe it. Had it been anyone else, he would have found it hard to accept. After all, Douluo Bo's reputation precedes him. Having been saved by Xue Xing, he had begrudgingly associated himself with someone as frivolous as Xue Xing and had assisted him countless times. Yet, even amidst this, Douluo Bo chose not to leave, which speaks volumes of his character. With such a person safeguarding Gu Xian, Gu Rong felt reassured. Meanwhile, as Gu Xian absorbed the power of the soul ring, a tempestuous surge of soul power surged toward his meridians. In an instant, the dragon's eye etched upon the Saint Master steel within Gu Xian's body ignited with a crimson glow. A terrifying flame engulfed the soul power flooding into Gu Xian, fervently refining the characteristics of the soul beast contained within. 3 minutes later, as the last vestiges of soul power were incinerated, the purple soul ring encircling Gu Xian's body flickered momentarily before vanishing into his being. Subsequently, within the groove of the Saint Master stone sculpture, an octagonal stone began to take shape, adorned with the intricate patterns of a horse. The moment the horse talisman crystallized, Gu Xian opened his eyes and rose from the ground. No, wait, how long has it been? Douluo Bo stared, dumbfounded at the scene before him. What kind of is this? Under normal circumstances, absorbing a soul ring takes at least a day, and for those of higher age, 2 days is quite common. Yet, how long has Gu Xian been absorbing? Just a few minutes? What an unsophisticated view. Gu Rong mocked Douluo Bo derisively, as if he were an unlearned rustic. You. Douluo Bo's eyes widened in indignation, though he refrained from expressing his anger, knowing his strength would not permit it. Huh? Grandpa, who is he? Gu Xian queried, glancing at the suddenly present Douluo Bo, feeling somewhat perplexed. How could reality be so harsh? Conjuring Douluo Bo from the Sunset Forest. Could it be true that the saying holds? The Sunset Forest must spawn a wild boss. Douluo Bo? Come, Xianer, let me introduce you. This is Douluo Bo, whom you may refer to as Old Poison. He is a title Douluo of the Poison attribute, a level 91 control system title Douluo, and from now on, he shall be your personal bodyguard. When I am not by your side, I find solace in knowing he will protect you, Gu Rong said, patting Douluo Bo's shoulder as he introduced him to Gu Xian. A servant? Gu Xian expressed mild surprise, but upon observing Douluo Bo's lack of objection, he quickly grasped the implications. He had only just begun absorbing his soul ring, and Gu Rong had already subjugated Douluo Bo, compelling him to serve wholeheartedly. It is worth noting that titled Douluos possess a certain dignity. It is virtually impossible to have one serve as a bodyguard without significant justification. Douluo Bo sighed inwardly, realizing he had seen something he shouldn't have. He truly did not wish for this, yet he had no choice but to submit. And Gu Xian's talent made it somewhat easier to accept. Greetings, young master. I hope you will be lenient with me in the future, Douluo Bo said, bowing slightly before Gu Xian. No need for formalities. Here, we do not adhere to such complexities. You may accompany me, provided you do not disturb my training, otherwise. You are free to manage your own affairs, Gu Xian replied, not pushing Douluo Bo away. Since he had already come to pledge allegiance, there was no reason to refuse. Besides, he was confident that Douluo Bo would find it difficult to part from him. Chapter 31. The Creation of Artifacts of Power. Understood. Douluo Bo observed Gu Xian's mature demeanor, finding it somewhat peculiar, for he sensed a level of gravitas unusual for someone so young. He dared not inquire about Gu Xian's circumstances, though curious about how he managed to absorb a millennium-old soul ring in mere moments. He deemed his own life too fragile to pry into such secrets. Well then, since we have successfully absorbed the soul ring, let us return, Gu Rong suggested. Glancing at the sky, they had arrived at midday, and only 2 to 3 hours had passed. They could still make it back to the Seven Treasures glazed tile school in time for dinner. All right, Gu Xian agreed. For the purpose of their outing was to hunt for soul rings, and returning post-hunt was entirely acceptable. As for Douluo Bo's medicinal garden, to be frank, he held it in slight contempt. Given his current cultivation speed, even peers indulging in drugs would struggle to match his progress. Perhaps he could visit it someday, but he couldn't just outright express his desire to see Douluo Bo's medicinal garden without any evidence. How could he possibly know about it? That was a matter only Douluo Bo was privy to. It was too complicated to explain its origins. Since he had no desire to elaborate, he decided to wait for an opportunity to visit it in the future. After all, Douluo Bo was currently under his service, and as long as he did not act too conspicuously, there would undoubtedly be a way to visit the Eye of Ice and Fire in due time. As for Tang San, although he had no connections with Tang San, Now that Douluo was in his employ, the Eye of Ice and Fire naturally became his possession, severing any ties between it and Tang San. Both Gu Rong and Gu Xian were preparing to return to the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School when Douluo awkwardly raised his hand. Try to delay my departure by a couple of days? I have some matters to attend to in the Sunset Forest. Douluo chuckled awkwardly. The invasion of the green-scaled serpent's poison inflicted excruciating pain upon his body during the full moon nights, and only the icy and fiery energies of the Eye of Ice and Fire could alleviate this torment. Coincidentally, tonight was the full moon night, and if he did not remain near the Eye of Ice and Fire, he would be overwhelmed by agony. Additionally, he needed to store some icy and fiery energy for dealing with overcast days, necessitating a few more days before he could guard Gu Xian. Even so, he anticipated needing to request a few days off each month moving forward. Gu Rong remained silent, casting a glance at Gu Xian, awaiting his decision. Very well. I shall grant you a few days to prepare. After a moment of contemplation, Gu Xian realized the true intentions of Douluo upon checking the date, and thus chose not to hasten to the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Eye with him, nodding in agreement to allow him a few days off. No one appreciates a person who seeks to pry into their secrets upon first acquaintance, not even a direct superior. He believed that in due time, he would reveal the reasons to Douluo himself. When the moment is right, he would seek a natural opportunity to journey to the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Eye. Thank you, young master. Douluo's heart swelled with joy, his admiration for Gu Xian significantly enhanced. Whereas previously he had yielded to Gu Xian's talent and Gu Rong's prowess, now there was a burgeoning appreciation for Gu Xian's character. Arrive at the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect promptly. There are matters I must attend to outside. I shall entrust her safety to you then, Gu Rong stated solemnly. Gazing at Douluo understood, I assure you I will handle everything expeditiously. Douluo replied with a respectful gesture. Gu Rong nodded lightly before transforming into a skeletal dragon, soaring into the sky with Gu Xian. After completing a circular ascent, they headed towards the direction of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect. Gu Xian, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, may also serve as a refuge for Yin Yin. Douluo mused, watching Gu Rong and Gu Xian depart, his gaze gradually becoming more sagacious. Time was not on his side, yet before it ran out, he wished to secure a formidable ally for Douluo. Presently, it appeared that Gu Xian was undoubtedly the foremost and optimal choice. With his decision made, Douluo swiftly moved toward the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Eye. On their journey to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, Gu Rong and Gu Xian sat cross-legged atop the skeletal dragon's head, witnessing the endless expanse of forest rapidly receding behind them. To shield Gu Xian from the howling winds, Gu Rong thoughtfully isolated the surrounding air with his soul power. Xianer, how fruitful was this endeavor? Once out of Douluo's line of sight, Gu Rong's demeanor shifted from that of a formidable expert to one of keen curiosity as he inquired, focusing intently on Gu Xian. His expression conveyed a greater anticipation for the effectiveness of the talismans than Gu Xian himself. Observing Gu Rong's marked transformation, Gu Xian rolled his eyes but did not dismiss his curiosity. Instead, he summoned the sacred master stone carving, which remained unchanged after being blessed by 2 soul rings. Yet 3 of the 12 grooves were now adorned with talismans: the dragon, the dog, and the newly acquired horse. Gu Xian held the horse talisman in his hand, channeling his soul power, and a brilliant white light enveloped him, bringing an immediate sense of relief. The slight injuries sustained from his devilish training were instantaneously mended, invigorating his already youthful body even further. Have there been any changes? Gu Xian's subtle injuries were minimal, so he did not notice significant effects from the horse talisman, leaving Gu Rong momentarily oblivious to any irregularities. He widened his eyes, attempting to discern where the changes lay. Grandfather, why not try it yourself? But be cautious. The activation may be rather vigorous, Gu Xian advised, with no embellishments. For seasoned soul masters, the dog and horse talismans were exceptionally suitable. This was due to the decline in bodily functions that often accompanied age, which hindered their ability to unleash their full power. The weight of experience from numerous battles left many with irreparable hidden injuries, ultimately diminishing both their lifespan and combat prowess. In general, a titled Douluo could expect a lifespan of at least 300 years, gaining an additional century with each rank ascension. Once one attained the rank of titled Douluo, reaching the pinnacle of Douluo was merely a matter of time. However, many titled Douluos failed to live out their full natural lives, often succumbing to sudden demise when their bodies could no longer withstand their hidden injuries. The dog talisman merely allowed the holder to maintain peak physical condition, akin to a personal artifact. In contrast, the horse talisman served as a medical device. Once it healed, hidden injuries would not resurface within the Soul Master's body. Consider the immense fortune it represented. For the denizens of Douluo continent, the horse talisman was undeniably a tool for the powerful. Should others become aware of its effects, Gu Xian could command their absolute reverence without dissent. Is it truly so miraculous? Gu Rong pondered, observing Gu Xian's earnest expression with a hint of skepticism. For safety's sake, he first located a secure spot before carefully accepting the horse talisman from Gu Xian. Chapter 32. Gu Rong in conceptual mode. Having used Gu Xian's talismans before, Gu Rong casually held the horse talisman in his hand. He examined it closely. It bore no discernible differences from the other two talismans, save for the engraved horse head upon its surface. What powers could it possess? Curiosity piqued, Gu Rong tentatively infused his soul power into the small talisman. Boom! A blinding white light erupted, and an unprecedented wave of euphoria surged through every cell of his being. Despite his attempts to control it, an overwhelming force threatened to burst forth from within him. Gu Xian, standing beside him, felt the immense pressure in that instant. Without hesitation, he activated the dragon and dog talismans, yet he still felt the oppressive force. Under such strain, his body could scarcely endure. Should Gu Rong inadvertently unleash his inner power, Gu Xian could very well face a self-detonation. Yet the dog talisman would ensure his survival. Without a moment's hesitation, Gu Rong stepped forward and vanished from Gu Xian's view. In an instant, the pressure on Gu Xian dissipated, and he collapsed to his knees, breathless. How terrifying! Gu Xian's garments were instantly soaked with sweat, his chest heaving, heart racing. Although he understood the gap between himself and a super Douluo, he had not anticipated the disparity to be so vast. He felt utterly powerless. I need power. I am still too weak, he thought as his body gradually calmed under the influence of the dog talisman. Rising to his feet, Gu Xian gazed up at the sky, where the turbulent soul power had drawn the surrounding dark clouds into a vortex. Within that black whirlpool, a fearsome skeletal dragon soared. Perhaps it was merely an illusion, but Gu Xian fancied the skeletal dragon was becoming more majestic. Boom! Half an hour later, the swirling dark clouds abruptly ceased their tumult, and a skeletal dragon burst forth from the depths of the clouds. No, at this moment, it would be more appropriate to describe it as a jade dragon rather than a skeletal dragon. Alternatively, one could invoke the image of the skeletal dragon at its initial awakening. While the original skeletal dragon was indeed composed of bones, it possessed a jade-like warmth and a lustrous sheen. However, as Gu Rong engaged in cultivation and battle, numerous marks began to mar the skeletal dragon's form, transforming what was once a somewhat elegant being into the current fearsome visage, scarred and battle-worn. Yet, under the influence of the horse talisman's ability to dispel external forces and heal injuries, the traces left on Gu Rong's martial soul were astonishingly treated as marks caused by external forces and subsequently eradicated. Ha ha ha! Gu Rong's laughter resonated across the heavens and the earth. Although still bearing the weight of age, it was rich and powerful, shaking the very skies. Gu Rong was not yet 200 years old, and a title Douluo of the 96th level could, under strict calculations, live up to 800 years. Thus, when considering the span of his life, Gu Rong was remarkably youthful. After soaring through the skies, the skeletal dragon morphed into a shadow and plummeted down, dispersing abruptly before Gu Xian. Gu Rong's figure reemerged before Gu Xian, still emaciated, with sparse hair, yet his eyes shone with an extraordinary brightness. The once hideous visage of age could no longer conceal his joy in this moment. The assistance provided by the horse talisman was far superior to that of the dog talisman. While the dog talisman could maintain his energy at its peak, the horse talisman could help him eradicate hidden injuries and significantly extend his lifespan. Now, even without the use of the dog talisman, his physical condition remained at its zenith. For in the face of an 800-year lifespan, he was but a young man at under 200 years. It was merely his mindset that had aged. Otherwise, he possessed numerous methods to rejuvenate his body. However, while his physical condition had been restored, his soul power had not yet broken through. After all, he had only just reached the 96th level. Nonetheless, even so, he had reaped substantial benefits, elevating himself directly from the initial stage of the 96th level to its peak. Given his current physical condition, he felt that it would not be long before he could ascend to the 97th level. With no hidden injuries in his body and an undamaged martial soul, he realized that even when he first awakened his martial soul, he had never enjoyed such optimal physical conditions. He now felt an unparalleled sense of comfort. Previously, he had been relegated to merely enduring beatings at the hands of Chun Xian, but now he was confident he could suppress Chun Xian. Comfort, pure comfort. After Gu Rong landed, his smile remained unabated. Shinner, take this talisman back. However, heed this warning. Do not reveal your talisman to anyone, otherwise, even your grandfather cannot protect you. Gu Rong had already experimented with the horse talisman's healing properties, discovering they were permanent and would not dissipate with the talisman's disappearance. Thus, he did not covet the effects of the horse talisman, willingly returning it to Gu Xian. The immortality granted by the dog talisman, combined with the enduring nature of the horse talisman, who could possibly harm his grandson from now on, the sensation of complete injury restoration was profoundly reassuring. Such a safeguard should indeed be entrusted to his grandson. Gu Xian accepted the horse talisman, placing it back upon the Saint Lord stone sculpture. Grandfather, how do you feel? Gu Xian inquired with curiosity, unaware of how beneficial the horse talisman could be for a soul master. The effects are remarkable, albeit quite terrifying. You should understand the difference between the theoretical and actual lifespans of a title Douluo, right? Gu Rong replied to Gu Xian. Achieving title Douluo status was no simple feat. Throughout their lives, soul masters faced countless battles, each injury inevitably shortening their lifespan. A soul master who had become a title Douluo had, if not spent a lifetime in warfare, at least endured hundreds or thousands of battles. Naturally, their life arc would be significantly compressed. Gu Xian nodded in understanding. Having perused numerous texts, he was well versed in such knowledge. Your talisman's effects are potent, forcibly restoring the soul master's body and replenishing lost vitality. In other words, under the influence of your horse talisman, any theoretical condition of a soul master can be realized, much like extending their lifespan. Gu Rong marveled once again at the might of Gu Xian's martial soul. Each talisman brought him unexpected delight. Simultaneously, he resolved that Gu Xian's situation must remain a closely guarded secret, impermissible even to Ning Fengji or Chen Xian. Grandfather truly owes you a debt of gratitude. Without you, I would never have experienced this feeling. Gu Rong expressed with heartfelt emotion. Chapter 33. Exhausted and distraught Ning Fengji. In the early days of entering the world of soul masters, after experiencing his first battle, he became utterly engrossed. He was perpetually preoccupied with thoughts of combat and improvement. Yet, as time passed, he unknowingly accumulated a multitude of hidden injuries. Had it not been for Gu Xian, he might not have perceived this as an issue. After all, everyone faced similar fates, growing stronger through battle, but hidden injuries also accumulated in tandem. However, under the influence of the horse talisman, while he had not grown stronger, his hidden injuries had vanished, restoring him to peak physical condition, an unprecedented clarity of mind. It is only natural, as you're my grandfather. Gu Xuan, still in his formative years, required a formidable support system. Gu Rong and he shared an inseparable blood bond, as long as he remained steadfast. Providing Gu Rong with some benefits was hardly unwelcome. Well then, let us hasten back to settle you in, for I have a significant matter to attend to. Gu Rong gazed at Gu Xian with a solemn expression, playfully pulling him skyward. By the way, Shinner, is your speed in refining soul rings rather excessive? Have you not reached your limit? Gu Rong suddenly pondered this question. Gu Xian's speed in absorbing soul rings was astonishingly swift, akin to drinking water, leading him to suspect that Gu Xian's endurance far exceeded the age of the soul rings he was absorbing. If this were the case, had he perhaps underestimated the age of the soul rings he had chosen for Gu Xian? That would be quite a loss. No, I'm nearing my limit. My rapid absorption is primarily due to the unique characteristics of my martial soul, which allows me to bypass many unnecessary steps, thus appearing swift. Ordinary soul masters require a gradual process to dissipate the characteristics of the soul beast within the soul rings, but Gu Xian did not. The dragon flames consumed them completely, swiftly and efficiently. However, if he were to push further, his meridians might not withstand strain. Presently, with both the dog and horse talismans at his disposal, he could absorb soul rings of 1,000 or even 10,000 years without issue. Nevertheless, Gu Xian did not intend to rely on these talismans to forcibly absorb higher-age soul rings. For him, soul rings might be precious to others, but they were of little significance. What truly mattered was the type of soul ring. If he truly cannot find a high-aged soul ring, he is still capable of absorbing those of lower ages. After all, in his perspective, a lower-aged one might far surpass what others can achieve. Upon hearing Gu Xian's response, Gu Rong couldn't help but smile. If they possessed such talent, navigating the Stardow Forest would be astonishingly effortless. As long as they did not exceed their physical limits for a few minutes, They could absorb a soul ring. How remarkable! In the Qibao glazed sect, Ning Fengji and Chun Xen, after a day of handling affairs, sat together, enjoying dinner served by numerous maidens. Truly, as the richest sect in the world, the Qibao glazed sect offered dishes that flew from the sky, ran on the ground, and swam in the waters, all infused with various restorative properties. Although at Chun Xen's level, such delicacies held little practical value. Merely gazing upon them brought a sense of delight. It had been a day, yet the return of Uncle Bone and the others remained uncertain. Ning Fengji's expression was somewhat conflicted, fearing that Gu Rong had whisked Gu Xian away and Wu Ti return. Rest assured, based on my understanding of the old Bone, he would never abandon the sect, Chen Xian reassured, well aware of Gu Rong's character. With a flick of his chopsticks, he levitated a piece of fish from the dining table onto his own, showcasing the privilege of a titled Douluo. Mealtime was not the moment for peculiar musings. Ning Fengji cast a somewhat resentful glance at Chen Xian, pondering the necessity of such displays after their established familiarity. Ignoring Ning Fengji's glum expression, Chen Xian savored the fish as if it were a rare delicacy. To possess strength without ostentation is to waste that strength, he mused. Suddenly, the previously elegant Chen Xian paused, his demeanor shifting to one of lightness, a smile gracing his lips. You may all leave now. He instructed the maidens, attending to Ning Fengji. Yes, sir. The maidens exchanged glances and quickly bowed, exiting the room. Ning Fengji held a profound respect for Chen Xian and Gu Rong. Should any maiden disregard their commands, they would face Ning Fengji's stern punishment. In certain trivial matters, Chen Xian and Gu Rong could command the maidens directly, disregarding Ning Fengji's authority, a tacit rule within the Qibao glazed sect. Uncle Jian, Ning Feng Ti inquired, gazing at Chen Xian in confusion. They have returned, Chen Xian replied, his internal tension finally dissipating. They are back. A fleeting expression of joy illuminated Ning Fengji's face before he quickly masked it, reverting to his usual serious demeanor. As long as they are back, that is sufficient. His smile was expertly controlled, appearing gentle and cultured. The next moment, Gu Rong appeared in the hall, accompanied by Gu Xian, as if they had materialized. Gu Xian couldn't help but envy their speed. However, he had no intentions of using the rabbit talisman for now and would have to wait for another occasion. Uncle Bone, Xiao Xian, you have returned. What treasures did you acquire? Ning Fengji exclaimed, rising to greet them, with Chen Xian standing as well. Their formalities were not out of courtesy. Rather, they were simply curious about Gu Xian's current state. For months have passed, even if one had refined a 60,000-year-old soul bone. It should not lead to such a swift breakthrough to level 20. Chen Xian pondered incredulously. Gu Xian, bewildered, met their scrutinizing gazes. He was certain that Gu Rong had not revealed his breakthrough to anyone, yet the two appeared remarkably prepared. Indeed, I have acquired a recovery-type soul skill that restores 40% of my health upon use, Gu Rong proudly declared, patting Gu Xian's head. This was a deception they had concocted together. After all, soul skills must be utilized. Recovering 40% of health meant that as long as he sustained injuries less than that threshold, no one would discern the truth. Wow! Chen Xian and Ning Fengji gasped in astonishment. This soul skill was nothing short of extraordinary. A recovery of 40% of soul power, coupled with a restoration of 40% of health. Both skills had the potential to turn the tide in battles. However, considering Gu Xian's innate talent, they found it hard to deem these soul skills as overwhelmingly powerful. Chapter 34. Ning Fengji's Wild Speculations. After a brief conversation, the four transitioned to the dining table to enjoy their meal while discussing further. Uncle Bone, what exactly is the situation with Xiao Xian? It has only been 4 months. Ning Fengji remarked, glancing at Gu Xian, who was engrossed in gnawing on a piece of dragon tendon, then turning to Gu Rong. Gu Xian's rapid ascension in cultivation seemed abnormal, raising concerns that Gu Rong might have employed some means to squander Gu Xian's potential. Gu Xian, uninterested in their speculations, was keen to observe Gu Rong's progress, as it would influence his future attitude towards him. Fear not. Have you forgotten the soul-condensing necklace I provided to Xiao Xian? Coupled with his diligent cultivation, he has ascended 4 ranks in 4 months, reaching level 16. Thus, breaking through with a 60,000-year-old soul bone to achieve level 20 is a mere trifle, Gu Rong stated confidently, exuding a sense of grandeur. But this still doesn't add up. Even if he absorbed the soul bone and subsequently the soul ring, Xiao Xian should not possess such strength, Chen Xian remarked, his eyes fixed on Gu Xian. With his esteemed status as a titled Douluo, Gu Xian's cultivation posed no secrets to him. Even if Gu Xian absorbed both the soul bone and soul ring, achieving level 26 soul power seemed implausible. Is he riding a rocket? Or perhaps he is cheating? Or has he simply not engaged at all? Ning Feng Ti Bonderet Alod. Uncle Jian, is there an issue with Xiao Xian's cultivation? Ning Feng Ti, having been somewhat swayed by Gu Rong's explanation, recalled how Gu Xian's reputation as a cultivation prodigy had spread throughout the sect, positively influencing the training environment. Coupled with Gu Rong's mention of the soul condensing necklace, Ning Fengji found himself reluctantly convinced of Gu Xian's cultivation. However, listening to Chun XN's perspective, the anomaly in Gu Xian's cultivation could not be overlooked. Xiao Xian is now at level 26. Do you not see the problem? Chun Xin asserted, turning his gaze toward Gu Rong. Old Bone, while Xiao Xian's talent is indeed remarkable, one must appreciate the value of gradual accumulation. At such a tender age, you should not squander his foundational potential so recklessly. Chun Xin suspected that Gu Rong had manipulated Gu Xian's innate gifts through unorthodox means. Otherwise, there is simply no rational explanation for Gu Xian's astonishingly high cultivation level. 26. Ning Fengji, upon hearing the words, couldn't help but rise to his feet. His brow furrowed as he gazed at Gu Rong, seeking an answer. Though Gu Xian was Gu Rong's grandson, he was also a member of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, and he could not permit Gu Xian's exceptional talent to be squandered. What is this expression on your faces? Gu Rong remarked haughtily, casting a sidelong glance at the two. Xianer, why don't you show them what you're capable of? His demeanor resembled that of an insatiable dog, yet Gu Xian did not disappoint him. The instant all eyes shifted to him, Gu Xian summoned his martial soul and soul rings. As the golden and purple soul rings manifested, Gu Xian could easily discern the shock reflected in their eyes. At that moment, no matter how proficient they were in their breathing techniques, all pretenses were shattered. 1,000-year second ring. The elusive notion that had evaded Chun Xian's grasp was suddenly seized. Simultaneously, he understood why Gu Xian's soul ring was purple. A long-held common knowledge finally crystallized into a coherent understanding within his mind today. The age of soul rings fluctuates with the strength of the body, while soul bones significantly enhance physical capabilities. Hence, absorbing soul bones equates to fortifying one's body and extending the absorption age of soul rings. In that instant, Chun Xin felt a sudden clarity, as if a veil had been lifted from his thoughts. Ning Fengji was no fool. Having delved into the extensive literature of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School in pursuit of methods to evolve the Seven Treasure Glazed Pagoda, his reservoir of knowledge rivaled that of Gu Xian. He too instantly connected the concepts of soul rings and soul bones. What a narrow perspective. Ning Fengji resumed his seat, a smile gracing his features. Although Gu Xian's method may not be widely applicable, it could certainly be utilized to nurture core strength. There was no need for it to be employed on many individuals. Even one prodigious talent in a generation would offer absolute assurance for the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Just imagine if they could have a gifted child absorb 6 soul bones. They could ensure that child begins with at least a 1,000-year soul ring. The higher the quality of the soul rings, the more they could enhance the martial soul's potential in the early stages. Thus, even an ordinary martial soul, bolstered by numerous high-quality soul rings, could have the opportunity to transform into a more formidable entity. Soul bones are indeed precious, but in comparison to the chance to alter one's fate, what value do they hold? Ning Fengji was suddenly struck by a wild idea. What if Ning Rongrong absorbed 6 exceptional soul bones, using their power to enhance her physique and mental fortitude? Then, starting from her second soul ring, she could absorb soul rings beyond their usual limits. The inability of the Seven Treasure Glazed Pagoda to evolve might very well stem from the inferior quality of the soul rings absorbed. Historically, it seems that no soul master of the Seven Treasure Glazed Pagoda has ever exceeded the absorption limits. In the realm of soul beasts, the notion of 10,000-year soul beasts is prevalent. Yet, the soul masters of the Seven Treasure Glazed Pagoda have never accumulated a total exceeding 100,000 years, even when considering all their soul rings combined. Even his own total barely reached 80,000 years. If, hypothetically, they could elevate the total age of the soul rings to 100,000 years, might it truly enable the evolution of the Seven Treasure Glazed Pagoda? Ning Fengji's eyes sparkled with newfound determination. This was an uncharted path that no soul master of the Seven Treasure Glazed Pagoda had ever traversed. He was not deterred by the challenges ahead. What truly frightened him was the prospect of having no path to follow. Now that a direction had presented itself, he was resolute in his desire to explore it. Immediately, Ning Fengji conveyed his thoughts to Chen Xian and Gu Rong. Gu Xuan, who had been gnawing on a large bone nearby, was taken aback. A total soul ring age of 100,000 years? Why does that sound so much like the cumulative age of the soul rings from 10,000-year transformed soul beasts? Though somewhat fantastical, it indeed seemed like a viable path. Auxiliary soul masters typically possess fragile physiques, even among powerful assault-type soul masters. Few could guarantee that their total soul ring age would reach 100,000 years by the time they became soul saints. 100,000 years is, after all, a significant threshold, and perhaps there truly lies a possibility. Gu Xian regarded Ning Fengji with astonished eyes, silently applauding his brilliant idea. Just from a glance at his second soul ring, he had conceived so much. Such a feat surely required a knowledge reservoir akin to his own. Indeed, one ought not to underestimate these so-called natives. It was certainly worth a try, although even for the seven-treasure glazed tile school, gathering a set of reasonably good soul bones would be challenging. Chen Xian nodded in agreement, recognizing the plausibility of Ning Fengji's idea. No worries. As long as one is willing to invest, it is indeed possible to gather the necessary resources. After all, there are still several decent soul bones in the treasury. Even if we must trade, we will retrieve them. Ning Fengji continuously pondered in his mind which places might have suitable soul bones for exchange. Soul bones cannot simply be purchased with gold soul coins. They can only be obtained through mutual trade or, in some cases, through forceful acquisition. Observing Ning Fengji's excited countenance, Gu Rong felt a flush of warmth in his cheeks, yet he remained silent. Chen Xian, deep in thought about where suitable soul bones might be found, was oblivious to Gu Rong's peculiar demeanor. However, Gu Xian noticed it clearly. Chapter 35. A relieved Gu Rong. Fengji, since there is nothing pressing, let us return. Shinner has not rested for 2 days, and I suspect the soul-hunting expedition has left him weary, Gu Rong stated, observing that Gu Xian had nearly finished his meal. Oh, very well. Then Uncle Gu, you and the others should return to rest, Ning Fengji replied, suddenly aware of the now-cold food before him. Feeling somewhat embarrassed for having forgotten about Uncle Gu and Little Xian amidst their brainstorming. No worries, Fengji. Your idea is quite commendable. Perhaps in the future, we could indeed nurture a soul master of the 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda. Gu Rong encouraged with a smile, patting Ning Fengji's shoulder. Thank you, Uncle Gu, for your kind words. Ning Fengji beamed brightly. After exchanging farewells with Gu Xian, Gu Rong, and Chen Xian, they departed from the Great Hall. Grandfather, are you not happy? Gu Xian suddenly inquired, observing Gu Rong leading the way ahead. Gu Rong paused momentarily, but quickly regained his composure. There is nothing to be unhappy about, merely a slight discomfort, he replied, gazing up at the night sky. The 7-treasure glazed tile school's reserve of quality soul bones is rather limited. Aside from the 6 soul bones possessed by myself and that old rascal, there are only 4 decent quality ones left. Among those, 2 are particularly well suited to you. The method Fengji proposed was actually one I had contemplated before. However, I envisioned having you absorb a complete set of soul bones, thereby allowing you to leapfrog in the absorption of soul rings. Initially, I intended for Fengji to provide you with the 2 soul bones from the sect that suit you, while I sought to hunt several powerful soul beasts outside to acquire more soul bones. Although the probability of obtaining soul bones this way is quite low, with enough attempts, it is certain that we would eventually acquire suitable soul bones. However, Fengji's aspirations aligned with mine. He too wished to prepare a complete set of high-quality soul bones for Rong Rong. Yet, acquiring such soul bones is not a matter of mere desire. Fengji must resort to trading soul bones to procure enough of them. Those 2 pieces of soul bones are undoubtedly among the bargaining chips for this exchange. Gu Rong, speaking, turned a glance at Gu Xian. I wish to provide you with a superior cultivation environment, and Fengji aims to secure a brighter future for Rong Rong. Those 2 soul bones were never ours to begin with, so even if he exchanges them, I cannot harbor any resentment, though I must admit it does weigh on my heart. After all, Ning Fengji only considered Ning Rong Rong and neglected Gu Xian. Given the current situation of the 7 treasures glazed tile school, it ought to prioritize Gu Xian, as he is a candidate for becoming a limit Douluo, while Ning Rong Rong merely has the potential to evolve the 7 treasures glazed tile pagoda. Nonetheless, the 7 treasures glazed tile school is ultimately under the stewardship of Ning Fengji, and he cannot voice his discontent. Is this all? Gu Xian's lips curled into a dismissive smile as he looked up at the towering Gu Rong, who stood over 2 meters tall. Grandfather, do you underestimate me too much? Or perhaps you underestimate yourself. Others may crave soul bones, but do we? Hand me 2 talismans, and I could wreak havoc in the Douluo forest without a second thought. In that case, soul bones would merely be a matter of course. Guxian waved his hand dismissively. The greatest concern when slaughtering soul beasts in the Douluo forest is the fear of being overwhelmed by a horde of beasts. Once a beast tide occurs, even a titled Douluo would hesitate to confront it head-on. But why would a titled Douluo fear direct confrontation? It's simply a matter of life or death. Is that a concern for him? The dog talisman ensures Gu Rong remains unscathed and in peak condition, while the horse talisman guarantees he will never be harmed, shielding him from external influences. With these 2 talismans in play, as long as time permits, Gu Rong can thoroughly scour the Douluo forest. Of course, this is contingent on avoiding those old monsters. Otherwise, even if he cannot die or be destroyed, he could easily be captured and sealed away. As for killing, that's a jest. Having traversed to the Douluo continent, who fears taking lives? Shrek Academy, despite advocating for the harmonious coexistence of soul beasts, still discards secret method soul bones one after another, to the extent of using soul beast skulls to build training chambers. Thus, it is clear, as long as outsiders remain unaware, what is the harm in slaughtering a few soul beasts? Sustainable development is undoubtedly crucial, but he will not allow himself to be shackled by so-called morals. In the Douluo continent, self-improvement always takes precedence. Morals can only occupy a secondary or even lower position. Only with strength can one earn the right to discuss morality. The Spirit Hall, for instance, possesses the strength and ample stock of soul bones. Thus they can proclaim the Soul Beast Protection Law. Otherwise, why should they, who dominate the vast majority of soul masters, demand that soul masters refrain from indiscriminate slaughter? He currently lacks the strength to assert moral superiority. He can only listen to others preach morals. Why do people heed Laozi's teachings on morality? It is because Laozi's fists are strong enough. Upon hearing Gu Xian's words, Gu Rong's eyes instantly glimmered with excitement. Haha, indeed, we shall hunt for soul bones ourselves. We owe him nothing. Gu Rong affectionately ruffled Gu Xian's hair, laughing heartily. Unbeknownst to them, a rift had begun to form between Gu Rong and Ning Fengji. Once that old poison master returns, I shall venture out and ensure I gather a complete set of soul bones for you. Gu Rong regained his spirited demeanor. By the way, Xianer, what kind of soul bones do you desire? Choose freely. Your grandfather guarantees a clear arrangement. Gu Rong was brimming with confidence. Not only for Gu Xian, but even for himself, planning to secure a set as well. If what he obtained was unsuitable, then he would simply hunt more. After all, he was fast enough that no one could stop him, and his underhanded methods would remain undetected. Gu Rong chuckled mischievously. As for the type, fire attribute dragon species would be ideal, Gu Xian mused before finally stating. He was uncertain if absorbing soul bones of other varieties would trigger a resonance with the dragon talisman. If it did not resonate, would he not essentially lose an external soul bone? Hence, for safety's sake, it was best to absorb only fire attribute dragon species soul bones. All right, I promise to arrange it clearly for you. Gu Rong considered that only dragon species soul bones would be worthy of his grandson. By the way, Xianer, you mentioned needing to absorb different types of spirit rings to condense talismans. What are the remaining 9? Gu Rong pondered, realizing that Gu Xian still needed to absorb 9 spirit rings, which made his teeth ache. 10 talismans equate to a title Douluo and 12. 110 levels. What an absurdity. He now wanted to inquire about this, while also being mindful when hunting soul beasts for soul bones, so that his grandson could absorb the spirit rings promptly upon his breakthrough. My martial soul has 12 sockets, each representing an animal. Gu Xian explained the 12 zodiac animals to Gu Rong, emphasizing that he would choose his next 3 spirit rings from the rat, the goat, and the tiger. Gu Rong listened with a sense of admiration for the might of Gu Xian's martial soul, without questioning the powers represented by each talisman. In his words, maintaining an air of mystery would enhance the surprise when the time came. Chapter 36, The Limits of Talismans. Ever since his soul power surpassed level 26, Gu Xian discovered that the power of his dragon explosion had reached the quality of a 5th spirit ring of a soul king. According to Gu Rong's research, Gu Xian's martial soul quality is sufficient to create a 30-level gap with soul masters of the same rank. One alarming figure. Even he, in his earlier days, could only manage a few levels of difference, while others were reveling in the joy of surpassing levels. Gu Xian had already attained the strength to battle across 3 major realms. Ning Fengji is a person of clear purpose and capable of action. Having decided to prepare a 100,000-year soul bone for Ning Rong Rong at her 7th ring, he inevitably had to gather soul bones. He promptly departed the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School with Gu Rong. There was no choice. Carrying soul bones is exceedingly valuable, and Gu Rong could utilize spatial teleportation at critical moments, ensuring safety. Meanwhile, Gu Xian found time to study his talismans. Although there are 12 talismans, it does not mean Gu Xian can freely wield the power of all 12. Without the Tiger Talisman being in place, he cannot harness too much power, otherwise. The combined effects of several extraordinary talismans could cause his fragile body to disintegrate in an instant. He needed to test whether utilizing 3 talismans would disrupt the balance to prevent unforeseen incidents during future battles. As the Sacred Master statue manifested behind him, accompanied by the fluctuations of his thoughts, beams of white light shimmered. Gu Xian continuously felt the effects of the talisman powers circulating within him. Soon, the powers of the 3 talismans operated in unison. Gu Xian felt an unprecedented surge of power coursing through his veins, an endless reservoir of vitality that rendered him impervious to harm. Coupled with the formidable dragon flame, he felt almost invincible in this state. However, he was not blinded by the intoxicating rise in strength. He understood that invincibility was merely an illusion. Possessing the insight of a transcender, he would never delude himself into believing he was truly unbeatable. There are always greater mountains beyond the mountains, and greater beings beyond the beings. It was only by nurturing a heart dedicated to learning that he could aspire to traverse even greater distances. The power of the 3 talismans was already approaching its limit. Any additional talisman would likely lead to an imbalance of power. After assessing his body, Gu Xian concluded that, in the absence of the Tiger Talisman to maintain equilibrium, he could only wield the power of 3 talismans simultaneously. Any more would risk chaos and uncontrollable surges. Even the Holy Lord would dare not toy with such forces. It was prudent to arrange for the Tiger Talisman early on. This way, when faced with danger in the future, he could activate all talismans at once, ensuring that his adversaries would find themselves utterly bewildered. At that moment, a robust and commanding voice resonated from outside the training chamber. Gu Xian was not surprised by the sound. Although Gu Rong had departed, it was evident that Gu Xian's training could not be delayed. However, Gu Rong could not trouble Chen Xian to assist Gu Xian with his training, nor would Gu Xian accept such help, while Chen Xian would not refuse. Gu Xian preferred not to burden others, especially since they were not family. Thus, Gu Rong had hastily summoned a trusted confidant from hundreds of miles away. A fool. Good morning, Gu Xian greeted as he opened the door, revealing a muscular man with bulging muscles and flowing crimson hair cascading down his back. Yet his face bore a comically ingratiating smile. He was a product of Gu Rong's careful cultivation, though his innate talent was modest. Allowing him to attain only the level of a soul Douluo, he was still a rare expert in the Douluo continent. His martial spirit was that of a fiery skeletal tiger, which possessed remarkable quality, albeit with somewhat lower innate soul power. Otherwise, attaining the title of Douluo would have been well within reach. Due to the nature of his skeletal martial spirit, Gu Rong occasionally provided guidance, fostering a bond akin to that of a mentor and disciple, despite the absence of formal titles. Upon learning of Gu Xian's exceptional talent and the need for him to serve as Gu Xian's future protector, Ah Fu did not hesitate to agree, even swearing allegiance with his martial spirit without flinching. "Come on, young master," he said with a grin. After a hearty breakfast, Ah Fu, following Gu Rong's directives, commenced a series of rigorous training exercises with Gu Xian. To be honest, when he first laid eyes on the training regimen provided by Gu Rong, he was astounded. Is this truly meant for a single day and not an entire month? However, upon witnessing Gu Xian's strength firsthand, Ah Fu was left in awe. It became clear why Gu Rong insisted he swear unwavering loyalty to Gu Xian. Should any outsiders catch wind of this talent, it would surely stir upheaval. After practical combat training, Gu Xian swiftly recovered, and they transitioned to mental conditioning exercises. By the end of the morning, Gu Xian appeared largely unaffected, while Ah Fu was utterly exhausted. The two lay on the grass, one drained of mental energy, the other depleted in both soul power and spirit. Gu Xian's training was unremarkable, merely a routine. Were it not for his extraordinary grandfather, few could endure such trials. Those with such privilege often found themselves unable to withstand the rigors. Noticing Ah Fu's bedraggled state, Gu Xian raised his hand, and the runes of the dog talisman materialized before him. A beam of white light surged forth, entering Ah Fu's body. This was a technique he had recently been experimenting with. Talismans were far too precious to lend out without compelling reason, so inspired by the monkey talisman, Gu Xian had begun exploring the effects of externally channeling talismanic power. The talisman's energy, guided by Gu Xian, surged toward Ah Fu. Gu Xian watched in anticipation as Ah Fu, struck by the white light, exhibited the same runic markings of the dog talisman in his eyes. Then, a brilliant glow enveloped him, prompting even Gu Xian to involuntarily shut his eyes. Remarkable, truly remarkable, young master. Ah Fu's excited voice reached Gu Xian's ears before he had even opened his eyes. When he finally did, he beheld Ah Fu, who had previously appeared worn and drained, now revitalized and brimming with vigor. How do you feel? Gu Xian inquired, mustering his own energy. I feel as though my soul power and spirit have fully returned. As if I had never assisted you in your training at all. No, I even feel a slight enhancement. Ah Fu had lingered at the 86th level for an extended period, and the prospect of improvement ignited a fervor within him. Ah Fu gazed at Gu Xian with fervent admiration, recognizing the terrifying potential of his young master's abilities. The Seven Treasures glazed tile pagoda seemed utterly insignificant in comparison. With the young master's prodigious talent, he envisioned the rise of yet another super Douluo, contemplating whether his family might finally secure a position of respect and influence. Although the effect was potent, it could only restore him to the pinnacle of his current age, rather than his lifelong peak. It appeared that the power of the talisman could indeed be externalized, but it was merely a temporary measure, its efficacy falling short of wielding the talisman itself, perhaps a full tier lower in potency. Gu Xian murmured to himself before succumbing to fatigue, his eyelids growing heavy as he slipped into slumber, during which he would restore his mental energy. Ah Fu regarded the exhausted Gu Xian with a mix of emotions, his smile gradually fading. Approaching Gu Xian cautiously, he gently lifted him and placed him upon a chaise lounge, covering him with a light blanket. His young master was incredibly diligent. At such a tender age, he could endure such hardships. The future surely held boundless promise for him. Reflecting on Gu Xian, Ah Fu was reminded of his own disappointing son and grandson, which sparked a wave of frustration within him. Observing Gu Xian sleeping soundly, Ah Fu did not remain idle. He hurried off to attend to other matters. Chapter 37. Unmerited Benefits. When Gu Xian awakened, twilight had already begun to descend. He found himself immersed in a vast wooden tub filled with crystal-clear warm water, which shimmered with a faint green luminescence. As he opened his eyes, he beheld the almost completely transparent medicinal bath, an experience he was partaking in for the first time. It was nothing overly remarkable. The green essence mingled with his breath, gradually integrating into his body, instilling a sense of warmth. Sensing the potential benefits, Gu Xian wasted no time and began to meditate, absorbing the verdant energy from the tub. Within a minute, the water transformed into pure clarity, leaving Gu Xian enveloped in a comforting warmth, reminiscent of activating the dog talisman. Rising from the tub, Gu Xian stood, the sound of flowing water accompanying his movement. His 6-year-old body, bolstered by the 26th level of soul power, appeared indistinguishable from that of a 10-year-old boy, every muscle perfectly sculpted, his physique nothing short of perfection. Young master, you are awake. I have placed your clothing beside the bathtub. You may cleanse yourself now. Came a voice of Ah Fu from outside. Gu Rong had specifically instructed Ah Fu to refrain from interfering in Gu Xian's daily life. Thus, in order to avoid any awkwardness, Ah Fu prepared the medicinal bath for Gu Xian and, after placing him in it, exited the room to busy himself with preparing dinner. There was no need to worry about Gu Xian missing lunch, for the medicinal bath would sufficiently provide him with the necessary nutrients. Old Fu, what exactly was that concoction I soaked in today? I have never seen it before, Gu Xian inquired as he stepped out of his room, donned in fresh attire, exuding the elegance of a refined gentleman, unparalleled in grace. He looked at Ah Fu, eager for an explanation regarding the medicinal bath. Young master, that substance is a true treasure. Have you ever heard of the 10,000-year plant-type soul beasts? Ah Fu began to explain while serving Gu Xian some dishes. Generally, a 10,000-year plant-type soul beast has a small probability of producing a rare treasure known as tree heart. What you soaked in today was a diluted essence derived from a small segment of a healing-type 10,000-year tree heart. It can repair a soul master's body, enhance their vitality, and elevate their life energy. In essence, it provides a robust foundational effect. Such treasures are rare, and over the years, few have had the privilege to utilize them. I only received this from the bone Douluo last night. Ah Fu spoke cautiously, as though fearful that someone might overhear this matter. The drop rate of this substance is comparable to that of soul bones, albeit lacking the ability to enhance cultivation or grant soul skills. However, it lays a solid groundwork for soul masters, which is why the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School frequently acquires it. Regrettably, it is a rare commodity. Even the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School has limited availability. Although we are to invest a soul bone into Ning Rongrong, Chin Xin has indicated a need for resource allocation. So it's time to utilize these long-stored tree hearts. This essence is somewhat akin to whale glue, yet it is considerably milder. The price disparity is astronomical. Gu Xian paused momentarily, then resumed serving himself. He understood Ning Fengji's intentions and held a measure of admiration for his actions. Ning Fengji's ability to win hearts was evident. He adeptly employed a strategy of gradual benevolence, allowing one to feel his kindness until it accumulated into an obligation. His approach was remarkably measured, for otherwise, Gu Rong, who had been suffering just yesterday, would not have eagerly followed Ning Fengji today. Although Gu Xian appreciated the sweet allure of such favors, he had no intention of swallowing the explosive charges along with it. He would hold on to it, waiting for the moment the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School wronged him before deciding to return it, or perhaps maintaining the status quo until he chose to relinquish it. With the presence of the dog and horse talismans, these resources were of little consequence to him. A mere bit of training could yield similar effects without wasting such precious materials. Gu Rong understood this as well, yet it also reflected Ning Fengji's stance towards him. In the future, refrain from using such resources on me. They hold little value, yet I must still receive what is due. Afterward, find a safe place to store them. Do not misplace them, Gu Xian considered, ultimately deciding against utilizing the resources provided by Ning Fengji, wishing to avoid any moral disadvantage should their relationship sour in the future. Other resources he could accept without guilt, as they originated from Gu Rong's quota. A titled Douluo simply did not possess an abundance of resources. It was normal for a sect to benefit its descendants in return for service. However, the employment of precious resources by Ning Fengji was a different matter entirely, and he was unwilling to owe him a favor. Understood, young master. A Fu hesitated momentarily, but quickly recovered. Recognizing that his master's remarkable recovery methods rendered the 10,000-year tree heart somewhat inconsequential. Young master, this is your allocation for the month. Please keep it safe. From now on, I will retrieve it monthly and deliver it to you. A Fu produced a box and handed it to Gu Xian. He was astute enough to discern that Gu Xian wished to maintain a distance from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School's interests. After all, he had heard some troubling rumors lately regarding Ning Fengji's actions. The only reason Gu Rong had not severed ties was due to the debt of gratitude owed to him. Given Gu Xian's exceptional talent, he was destined for greatness, and it was improbable that he could be swayed by such trifling favors. Very well, Gu Xian nodded, and seeing that a Fu had grasped his intent, he chose not to elaborate further. Should he perform admirably, aiding him in breaking through to the titled Douluo realm would not be out of the question. After enjoying dinner, Gu Xian engaged in some light exercise before commencing his meditation on soul power. First, he utilized the dog and horse talismans to bring his body to its peak condition, then closed his eyes to fully immerse himself in cultivation. With the dual talismans enhancing his abilities, Gu Xian absorbed the energy of heaven and earth at an astonishing rate, surpassing the speed of most soul masters of his level. In a single night, he achieved the equivalent of 3 or 4 days of cultivation, boasting an efficiency 3 to 4 times greater than theirs. This was an experience he had never encountered even when solely utilizing the dog talisman. After all, prolonged absorption of soul power typically led to a subtle discomfort in his meridians, but now, any slight sensation was instantaneously repaired. It was simply the perfect combination for cultivation. Meanwhile, Ning Fengji was laboring diligently in his quest to acquire sufficient soul bones. His first destination was the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan. The Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School possessed several soul bones suitable for Gu Xian, and similarly, they were also fitting for the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan. Though the attributes did not align perfectly, they were still dragon-type soul bones. Such valuable items were not merely traded. Even the knowledge of their existence was enough to incite greed. It was precisely due to the 2 fire-attributed dragon-type soul bones that the entire Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan found themselves enveloped in an air of tension. Chapter 38. Yu Yuanjin seeks the Dragon Blood Fruit. Although Ning Fengji had promised Gu Xian excellent body refinement resources prior to their arrival, Gu Rong was no fool. Could the effects of the 10,000-year tree heart truly compare to those of soul bones? Moreover, with Gu Xian possessing the restorative powers of the dog and horse talismans, The value of the 10,000-year tree heart was diminished to dust in comparison. The reason he had allied with Ning Fengji to approach the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan was largely due to Ning Fengji's favorable disposition. After all, though he had not reserved the most suitable soul bones for Gu Xian, he had nonetheless provided substantial body refinement resources without knowledge of the dog and horse talismans. This was already a commendable effort. He could not reasonably expect Ning Fengji to prioritize his grandson over Ning Rongrong. He was not so shameless. Furthermore, since he had set his sights on the Stardow Forest, he felt a newfound clarity regarding his future. A few soul bones were trivial matters. He had numerous ways to procure them, and they would be of his own doing. He now considered himself unrivaled within the Tiando Empire, even more so than this ancient dragon. Observing Yu Yuanjin and the greedy gazes of his kin, Gu Rong snorted coldly, his late-stage rank 96 cultivation erupting without concealment. The overwhelming power of the undead and the might of the dragon surged forth. The once greedy gaze of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus clan member instantaneously transformed into one of clarity, as he looked upon Gu Rong with eyes brimming with fear. Yu Yuanjin, witnessing this scene, could not help but shudder as a torrent of soul power surged forth from him. Yet, under the suppression of Gu Rong's formidable 96th level prowess combined with his perfect physique, Yu Yuanjin's own 95th level and aging body paled in comparison, leaving him with no choice but to maintain a semblance of dignity and avoid any major embarrassment. "Why, you have broken through," Yu Yuanjin exclaimed in astonishment, directing a bewildered gaze at Gu Rong. Just moments ago, the two had been quietly striving at the 95th level, yet now Gu Rong had silently ascended to the 96th. Both possessing dragon martial spirits, how could you be so exceptional? Furthermore, it was already astonishing that the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School had one 96th level Chun Xen. Now they had another, Gu Rong. When would the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus clan finally claim the title of the foremost sect in the world? Humph, now you know. Although your clan's dragon transformation skills are indeed commendable, I also have Ning Fengji on my side, so do not entertain any misguided thoughts. Gu Rong retorted with a newfound sense of satisfaction, finally experiencing the exhilarating sensation of suppressing an old friend through superior rank. There was a certain delight in watching a former comrade gradually being surpassed and overwhelmed by oneself. Ning Fengji observed Gu Rong's demeanor without uttering a word, simply smiling as he regarded Yu Yuanjin. This was one of his reasons for bringing Gu Rong along, while Chun Xin possessed greater intimidation. Announcing Gu Rong's breakthrough served its own purpose as well. Having two titled Douluos of the same rank was sufficient to instill considerable dread among the unscrupulous. Humph, I am not one to be insatiably greedy. Sect Master Ning, state your terms, whatever my Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus clan possesses. I assure you we will procure it in its entirety, Yu Yuanjin declared, his eyes fervently fixated on the two soul bones before him. The 40,000-year-old dragon-type soul bones, comprising the left and right arm bones, although possessing a fire attribute, did not conflict with thunder. They could even yield a synergistic effect. Most importantly, with Gu Rong having broken through, it would be utterly humiliating for Yu Yuanjin to remain trapped at the 95th level. Thus, he resolved to obtain those two soul bones at any cost. It was rumored that the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus clan once acquired two gemstone-type soul bones, and Ning Fengji's current visit was to negotiate an exchange for those soul bones with Lord Thunder. Ning Fengji surveyed the two items he had presented and smiled as he spoke. While the three major sects were indeed interconnected, should they encounter soul bones suitable for one another, the first thought would not be to offer them to the counterpart. Instead, the instinct would be to secretly hoard them while subtly hinting at their existence, waiting to see who would crack first and make an offer. The one who speaks first would undoubtedly incur a significant cost. As an astute businessman, Ning Fengji would never engage in such a losing transaction. However, his obsession with the 9 Treasures Glazed Tile Pagoda had clouded his judgment. He could not ignore even the slightest possibility. As for the potential losses, he believed that once the 9 Treasures Glazed Tile Pagoda made its appearance, any dissenting voices within the sect would naturally dissipate. Moreover, since the soul bones were currently in Ning Rongrong's possession, even if they did not evolve the martial soul, the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School would not suffer substantial losses. Oh, you mean those 2 gemstone soul bones? Yu Yuanjin's eyes narrowed with excitement. If he did not seize such a lucrative deal, he would appear a fool. After all, they had released hints precisely for this day. Sect Master Ning, you must be aware that my Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus clan has recently faced considerable depletion. Otherwise, we would not have made such overtures. While these two soul bones are indeed precious, Yu Yuanjin's thoughts were laid bare before Ning Fengji. He understood Yu Yuanjin's intentions all too well. Although the quality of the four soul bones was fundamentally equivalent, since Ning Fengji was the first to propose a trade, it meant that in addition to the soul bones, he would also have to provide something of value along with a substantial sum of gold soul coins. 20 million gold soul coins. I will offer 10 million gold soul coins for each soul bone to Lord Thunder, Ning Fengji stated, producing a violet golden card and gently sliding it across the table. Yu Yuanjin gazed at the small card, feeling his lips grow parched. Though the blue electric Tyrannosaurus clan was indeed prosperous, the sheer number of clan members meant that after expenses, the amount of gold soul coins saved each year was quite limited. Ning Fengji's casual display of 20 million gold soul coins represented the entirety of Yu Yuanjin's savings over the years. This sect master Ning, you know that my blue electric Tyrannosaurus clan is quite affluent, yet to hastily offer 2 soul bones for trade Yu Yuanjin was tempted to acquiesce immediately. For exchanging 2 gemstone soul bones for 2 others would guarantee that those soul bones would undoubtedly end up in his possession. Transforming clan resources into personal enhancements was undeniably advantageous. However, as the clan leader, he could not solely think of his own gain. He had to seek some benefits for the clan as well. Let us add another 10 million gold soul coins, Ning Fengji proposed, indicating that while the 7 treasures glazed tile school might lack in certain areas, they certainly had an abundance of wealth. With the appraising capabilities of a 9 treasures glazed tile pagoda, it could be deemed a treasure-finding mouse of the Douluo continent. As Yu Yuanjin observed the additional 10 million soul guide cards and felt Gu Rong's increasingly unfriendly gaze, he was about to give his consent when a thought suddenly struck him. Sect Master Ning, I can forego that additional 10 million. However, I have heard that your 7 treasures glazed tile school once possessed a dragon blood fruit. Is that true? If you could present the dragon blood fruit to me, then this transaction could be concluded. Yu Yuanjin's gaze was piercing as he fixed it upon Ning Fengji. Chapter 39. The longing for Xue Qinghe. It is said that a parent's love for their child is profound and far-reaching. Although Yu Xiaojiang was deemed a failure and had severed ties with his family, Yu Yuanjin still remembered that he had such a seemingly useless son. He could not bring himself to believe that his son was genuinely a failure. Moreover, how could a true failure possibly execute a martial soul fusion technique alongside 2 advanced martial soul wielders? Perhaps, just perhaps, it was due to his martial soul's deficiency in dragon essence. Despite having invested considerable resources into Yu Xiaojiang over the years, that time had already elapsed. It is often said that distant relatives are less favored, and having been away from home for so long, Yu Yuanjin's initial anger towards Yu Xiaojiang had long since dissipated, leaving only an enduring sense of longing. However, as a sect leader, he would never reveal such emotions. A father's love is as steadfast as a mountain. If it were possible, he would still wish to give Yu Xiaojiang another chance. The other members of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus clan, upon hearing that Yu Yuanjin sought to exchange for the dragon blood fruit, were also taken aback. Why do blue electric Tyrannosaurus soul masters seek to absorb dragon-type soul rings, even if the attributes do not align? It is precisely to acquire the dragon essence contained within the soul rings, thereby accumulating a foundation for their own dragon transformation. A single dragon blood fruit contains dragon essence that can rival the high-quality dragon essence provided by 10,000-year soul beast. Any genius from the blue electric Tyrannosaurus clan, consuming it could potentially initiate their dragon transformation at least 20 levels earlier. While ordinary soul masters begin their dragon transformation at the 30th level with the dragon blood fruit, they could enter that state at the 20th level. This is the miraculous elixir capable of altering the fate of the blue lightning tyrant dragon clan. For this clan, the dragon blood fruit, while not an immortal treasure, is indeed superior to one. However, the growth conditions for the dragon blood fruit are exceedingly stringent. It can only flourish in the burial grounds of true dragons that have lain to rest for 100,000 years. The dragon blood fruit in the 7 treasure glazed tile school originated from the nest of the unicorn fire Tyrannosaurus. Upon hearing Yu Yuanjin's request, Ning Fengji's expression momentarily shifted. Does the esteemed sect master harbor any reservations? If it is not feasible, you may simply return with an additional 10 million gold soul coins. Yu Yuanjin observed Ning Fengji cautiously, fearing he might utter that the dragon blood fruit was no more. Do not entertain such thoughts, old dragon. That dragon blood fruit has long since been bestowed upon my Zuner by Fengji. Such treasures are not for you to dictate. Gu Rong was the first to disclose the whereabouts of the dragon blood fruit. Hiss! Yu Yuanjin's eyes widened, ready to erupt in indignation. What is your Zuner? that he deserves to consume the dragon blood fruit? Yet, upon reflecting on the rumors circulating in the outside world, it was known that Gu Rong's grandson, Gu Xian, possessed innate full soul power. Damn it, with such talent, he still seeks the dragon blood fruit, unafraid of being overindulged to the point of demise. Alas, it appears the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan is simply out of fortune. If that is the case, so be it. Yu Yuanjin instructed the two to wait in place while he vanished in an instant. After a brief interval, Yu Yuanjin emerged bearing several boxes. Sect Master Ning, I apologize for the delay. He took his seat at the head of the table and presented 2 boxes. Herein lie the 2 soul bones you require. Both arm bones, one aged 30,000 years and the other 40,000 years. Yet both are of impeccable quality. Yu Yuanjin opened the boxes, revealing 2 soul bones resembling exquisite gemstones. Quietly nestled within, they were the left and right arm bones, their perfection comparable to the 2 soul bones Ning Fengji had previously produced. Although one was slightly less aged, it mattered little. It did not exceed 50,000 years, and the distinction between 30 and 40,000 years was negligible. Moreover, it was only fitting for him to concede a bit in this exchange. Very well, your generosity is appreciated. I shall not be remiss in accepting. A flicker of fervor ignited in Ning Fengji's eyes as he beheld the 2 soul bones, with the gemstone torso bone already within the sect's possession. Only the gemstone head and leg soul bones remained to complete the set. With a wave, he stowed the soul bones and performed a respectful bow towards Yu Yuanjin, presenting him with the flame dragon seed soul bone. Yu Yuanjin reciprocated with a gesture, accepting it alongside 30 million gold soul coins. Esteemed Lord of Thunder, with this transaction concluded, I shall take my leave, as I have pressing matters to attend to. Ning Fengji performed a courteous gesture of farewell. May you travel safely. Sect Master Ning, and do take some of our Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan specialties back with you. Yu Yuanjin lifted several gift boxes from the table, offering them to Ning Fengji. Though it was a transaction, they had undeniably gained the upper hand. Bestowing some specialties from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan would serve to maintain amicable relations. Of course, his primary motive for offering these gifts was to glean information regarding the location of the true dragon's resting place. If it could nurture the dragon blood fruit, perhaps a trace of dragon essence remained, potentially serving as a cultivation ground for the younger generation. To extract information, Yu Yuanjin insisted on escorting Ning Fengji to the door. And at last, just before departing, Ning Fengji revealed a rough location to Yu Yuanjin. Fengji, my heartfelt congratulations. You are one step closer to realizing your aspirations. The bone dragon soared through the sky, with Gu Rong and Ning Fengji seated atop its head. They faced each other, and Gu Rong was the first to extend his congratulations to Ning Fengji. It is inevitable. After all, it concerns Rong Rong. I do not wish for her to tread the path I have taken, so I can only find ways to facilitate the evolution of the 7-treasure glazed tile tower. Ning Fengji felt equally helpless. How could he be unaware that Gu Rong also coveted those 2 soul bones? However, for the sake of Rong Rong, he could overlook certain matters. After all, Gu Xian, no matter how gifted, belonged to another family, and his ties with the 7-treasure glazed tile school were not particularly close. Yet, Ning Rong Rong had the opportunity to surpass the 7-treasure glazed tile tower. Where do we go next? Gu Rong inquired of Ning Fengji. Tiando City. Let us confer with Shui Yi and see if they have any news regarding the gemstone head and leg bones. Ning Fengji replied without hesitation. While it was not impossible for Ning Rong Rong to absorb other types of soul bones, since this was an experiment, likely a singular opportunity, he must arrange the most suitable soul bones for her. The complete gemstone soul bones, combined with 100,000-year spirit ring, should suffice. If this does not facilitate the evolution of the 7-treasure glazed tile tower, then the 9-treasure glazed tile tower may very well remain a mere legend. Tiando City? Very well. Gu Rong's eyes narrowed suddenly, recalling how Xue Qinghe had led his grandson astray, causing him to frequently engage in research with whale glue. This time, he intended to seize the opportunity to settle accounts with Xue Qinghe. The prince's mansion. Xue Qinghe felt as though he had been targeted by some ferocious entity, his entire body prickling with dread as he involuntarily sneezed. Young master, are you all right? From the shadows, a pair of serpentine eyes opened, casting a worried glance at Xue Qinghe. I am fine. I likely just caught a chill from reviewing documents all night. Xue Qinghe had returned after a 2-day absence to find a mountain of reports awaiting him. To catch up, he had no choice but to endure a sleepless night. He had returned from the soul hunting expedition without resting and had spent the entire night reviewing the paperwork. By the way, Have you found any information regarding the matters I requested? Despite his fatigue, Xue Qinghe continued to scrutinize a document, while simultaneously inquiring with Shilong about the incident involving Gu Rong. Chapter 40. The Arrival of Douluo. Upon his return, Xue Qinghe instructed his subordinates to investigate the identity of the individual Gu Rong was protecting, for he was exceedingly curious. To think that a low-ranking soul master could garner the protection of a super Douluo, it must either be a prodigy or a monster. When did the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School produce such an exceptional talent? Young master, we have yet to uncover any useful information. Moreover, we have discovered a peculiar issue. According to reports from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Gu Rong has not left the school at all. Shilong scratched his head. They had just returned, and the news gathered from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School was merely mundane. Yet, the most baffling aspect was that those individuals insisted Gu Rong had not departed from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Could it be that the Gu Rong they had seen that day was a mere illusion? Not left? What is the situation with those informants? How could they have erred on such fundamental intelligence? It appeared that the Wuhuan Palace was increasingly falling under the sway of that woman. Xue Qinghe naturally did not believe that Shilong's judgment was flawed. If it were not an error on Shilong's part, then the misinformation must lie elsewhere. It is not entirely the fault of those informants for their inaccuracies. Gu Rong and Gu Xian had departed from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School for less than a day. Around 10 o'clock in the morning, they ventured into the Sunset Forest, spending some time in search of soul beasts. Upon capturing one, they immediately fled, absorbing its essence in no more than 3 minutes before retracing their steps. They arrived back at the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School by merely 6 in the afternoon. A remarkably swift return, indeed. This scenario hardly resembles a hunting expedition for a soul beast. The intelligence network must either be severely compromised, or it is certain that one of the Gu Rongs is an imposter. If that is the case, he leans toward the belief that the Gu Rong within the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School is the counterfeit, for after all, it is merely a substitute. The game he plays is rather intricate. The Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School appears to be quite formidable. It would be prudent to seek an opportunity to visit and discern its true nature. Xue Qinghe stroked his chin, and his thoughts drifted to that unconventional little brat, the child who, despite his youth, behaved like an old man, conducting himself with a gravity that was anything but endearing. As he pondered this, his eyelids grew heavy, and he eventually succumbed to slumber, resting his head upon the desk while still clutching the memorial. Shilong emerged from the shadows, casting a glance at the sleeping Xue Qinghe and sighing. His young master was simply too earnest in his endeavors. The role of a prince could easily be delegated to a stand-in, and matters of state could likewise be entrusted to another. Yet, Xue Qinghe stubbornly insisted on shouldering these burdens himself, exhausting himself to the point of neglecting his cultivation. Even this recent soul-hunting venture had been squeezed into their already hectic schedules. To Shilong, it seemed that his young master was suffering unnecessarily. Gently draping a blanket over Xue Qinghe, Shilong completed his task and then withdrew into the shadows, making his exit through a concealed passage from the prince's residence. Meanwhile, Gu Rong accompanied Ning Fengji in a quest across the continent for gemstone soul bones, offering prices that were undeniably fair. In a short span, the entire continent became aware of Ning Fengji's search for gemstone soul bones. He recognized that such actions could potentially allow those in possession of these coveted items to inflate their worth, yet he found himself with no alternative. Those truly intent on investigating would not be deceived. Thus, rather than operating in secrecy, it was more advantageous to openly declare that the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School was in pursuit of gemstone soul bones. Coupled with the high prices offered, he was confident that he would procure an ample supply of soul bones. Indeed, shortly after acquiring a gemstone right leg bone from the Tiando royal family, Ning Fengji received news of another gemstone head bone. At times, one cannot help but admire the influence wielded by these great powers. In just a few days, under the vast machinery of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, Ning Fengji was on the verge of assembling a complete set of gemstone soul bones. While Ning Fengji stirred the pot across the continent, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School welcomed an unexpected visitor. Douluo approached with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing with a proud expression upon the opulence of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Although he felt a tinge of envy for their prosperity, he remained indifferent. Should he so desire, he could effortlessly reduce the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School to nothing more than a mere title de law. The guards at the entrance of the school recognized Douluo and quickly rushed to report to Chen Exine as the protective elder of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Both Gu Rong and Shen Xian were required to maintain a title Douluo's presence within the premises at all times. Otherwise, with such a collection of relatively weaklings, any formidable opponent could wipe out the core leadership of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School with ease. With a swift motion, a beam of sword light descended from the heavens, landing and retracting into Chun Xian's body. Those surrounding Douluo Bo hastily made way for the two. Douluo Bo's reputation was formidable, and being in his presence created an unbearable pressure. Old Poison, what brings you to my Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School from Tiando City? Chun Xian regarded Douluo Bo with a hint of disdain in his gaze. After all, anyone who could associate with Xue Xing was unlikely to possess high moral integrity. While he held no animosity, he certainly had no desire to forge any ties with him. Do you think I came here looking for you? I am here to find my young master, Douluo Bo replied, his demeanor exuding arrogance. Your young master? What would your young master want at my Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School? We have never hosted your young master, Chun Xian responded, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes. Douluo Bo was renowned for his carefree and independent spirit. He had previously rejected the Spirit Hall's invitation to join, enduring a chase of over 800 miles by the Zhu Douluo, only to be rescued by Xue Xing and spared his life. It was indeed astonishing that such a person would one day recognize someone as a young master. You wouldn't understand. The young master I acknowledge is none other than Gu Xian, Douluo Bo declared with pride, as if it were a matter of great honor to have named Gu Xian his young master. Gu Xian? Shen Xian's ears felt as if they had gone deaf. His expression one of disbelief as he stared at Douluo Bo. How could this venerable elder, over 100 years old, recognize a mere youth as his young master? This has nothing to do with you. I swore an oath upon my martial spirit to acknowledge him as my young master. Were it not for the respect I hold for you, I would have barged in without hesitation, Douluo Bo nonchalantly retorted. Detecting no signs of deceit. In the time leading up to this, there was no possibility of Douluo Bo and Gu Xian having met, given that neither had ventured outside. Thus, there was only one explanation. Gu Xian must have encountered Douluo Bo during the recent soul-hunting expedition and subsequently brought him into his fold. Chun Xian was astonished at how the old man and young Xian had managed to reach such a point without anyone else's knowledge. It seemed that Gu Rong had developed his own clandestine intentions regarding the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, something even Chun Xian, who had trained alongside him for a lifetime, was unaware of. It appeared that Gu Rong genuinely harbored some grievances against the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Chapter 41. A Sense of Helplessness. Come with me, Chun Xian instructed, uncertain of Douluo Bo's ulterior motives but confident that he would not joke about such a solemn matter as recognizing a master. The dignity of a title Douluo was not something to be discarded lightly. To enter the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School under the pretense of recognition was an affront he did not believe Douluo Bo would stoop to. Young master, I have arrived. Douluo Bo, having spent 3 days gathering ample ice and fire spiritual energy after settling Didian, made his way directly to the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. During those 3 days, he had contemplated much. Since he had already sworn allegiance, he might as well commit wholeheartedly. Moreover, he had witnessed Gu Xian's extraordinary talent. Describing it as monstrous would not be an exaggeration. With such potential, climbing to the pinnacle of the Spirit Master realm would be effortless. Even after his departure, the bond they shared would ensure that Gu Xian would not let Yan Yan suffer. Ah, you've arrived. Gu Xuan, currently engaged in practical training with a Fu, paused his movements upon noticing Douluo Bo's arrival. Sword Crown, Poison Crown. A Fu also spotted Shen Xian following closely behind Douluo Bo, and though he had no concerns for Gu Xian's safety, he found himself somewhat perplexed by Douluo Bo's address toward Gu Xian. You, a dignified title Law, are addressing a young master of the Great Soul Master. And to my astonishment, even your own master has consented? Is his charisma so profound that even a title Douluo cannot resist bowing before him? Little Xian, what is the nature of your relationship with this old poison master? Qinshin observed that Gu Xian indeed recognized Douluo Bo and did not exhibit any signs of disputing Douluo Bo's title, though a barely perceptible frown crossed his brow. Douluo Bo is no ordinary title Douluo. He is a formidable weapon of mass destruction, known as the nuclear armament of soul masters. Originally a revered figure in the Heaven Do Empire, he has now pledged allegiance to Gu Xian, potentially causing a stalemate between the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School and the Heaven Do Empire. Moreover, it is astonishing that they had no prior knowledge of such a significant development. In the Sunset Forest, he had witnessed my second soul ring, thus uncovering my secrets. To protect my identity from exposure and the ensuing dangers, Grandpa Bone compelled him to vow allegiance to me through his martial soul. From this day forth, he and Afu shall oversee my daily life and protection. After all, Grandpa must also fulfill his duty of safeguarding Uncle Ning and the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, and cannot afford to squander excessive time on me. Gu Xian lightly brushed this matter aside. So that is how it is, Qinshin mused thoughtfully. Gu Xian's talents must remain concealed for now. Should outsiders discover them, the only paths left would be death or joining him. The strategic value of Douluo would be too precious to squander, and the strength of a title Douluo is certainly adequate. Most importantly, both he and Gu Rong cannot fully devote their hearts to Gu Xian, as preserving the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School is their responsibility. Observing Douluo, Qinshin felt a wave of emotion. This old bone has indeed changed. He has gone so far as to arrange for a soul Douluo's protection for Gu Xian, not to mention a title Douluo's as well. Since this is the case, then welcome aboard, old Poison Master. Fengji is currently preoccupied and cannot extend a proper welcome. But upon his return, he will surely host a banquet to celebrate your joining the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Qinshin's demeanor toward Douluo softened somewhat. After all, they would be in the same boat moving forward, and it would be illogical to sour their relationship. Mutual care and support are essential. Douluo, however, did not put on airs, primarily because he knew he could not match Qinshin's strength. By the way, Lil Xian, I noticed your recent spar with Afu was limited to some basic martial skills. Would you like me to teach you some sword techniques? It would enhance your versatility in combat. Qinshin had previously observed Gu Xian's match against Afu and was genuinely intrigued. Gu Xian displayed an impressive sense of combat awareness and timing, allowing a mere great soul master to exert the aura of a soul sect through sheer physical prowess. With such martial talent, Qinshin could hardly fathom the spectacle Gu Xian would present should he take up the sword. Grandpa Sword, I shall not waste your time. I feel quite content with my current state. My beast martial soul does not particularly favor weaponry, and I prefer the visceral satisfaction of hand-to-hand combat over swordplay. Gu Xian tactfully declined. How could he not adore wielding a sword? It is worth noting that his second martial soul, the pure Yang sword, is a rare and formidable weapon. Though it may not rival the legendary Zhejian sword, Haoyan sword, or Qingping sword, it still holds a measure of renown. Moreover, wielding a sword is undeniably stylish. He intends to practice swordsmanship in the future, but not at this moment. He perceives the relationship with the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School as quite harmonious at present. They are connected yet independent. Should he establish a master-student relationship with Qinshin, the bond would deepen significantly. Very well, but do feel free to come to me with any cultivation questions in the future. Qinshin sighed, realizing there was little he could do. After all, if Gu Xian did not wish to wield a sword, there was no point in insisting. It would be absurd to have a Tyrannosaurus Rex wielding a sword in a duel. Feeling somewhat disheartened after being turned down by Gu Xian, Qinshin expressed that he could be approached later should Gu Xian change his mind, before turning to soar away on his sword. Previously, he had not paid much attention, but since Gu Rong passed down his legacy to Gu Xian, the desire to find a successor suddenly emerged. Regrettably, his standards were rather high, leaving little opportunity for those children who had awakened sword martial souls to catch his eye. After much contemplation, he found himself drawn to Gu Xian, who had grasped the essence of swordsmanship through combat. Alas, the feelings were unrequited. Coupled with the complexities of their relationship, Qinshin was left to oscillate between frustration and resignation. Hey master, I'm here to report for duty. Douluo approached Gu Xian, rubbing his hands together. This was his first time lowering himself in such a manner, and he was uncertain how to behave after pledging allegiance. Having been high and mighty for so long, he found it awkward to assume the role of a subordinate. Fear not. Maintain your composure. Afu will take you on a tour of the vicinity shortly. Typically, aside from ourselves, no outsiders venture near this mountain, so you won't have much to occupy your time. Also, from now on, I shall refer to you as Old Poison. Henceforth, you and Afu will alternate as my sparring partners. Gu Xian was indifferent to the matter. Douluo's primary task was to ensure his safety until he had matured. As for having Douluo humble himself, he had no intention of seeking validation through his comrades. Moreover, he had realized that training with individuals of lower cultivation levels could be quite taxing on his spirit, particularly during the final stages of mental fortitude training. Even Afu, as a soul Douluo, would find it exhausting. With Douluo now present, it was opportune to alternate their training sessions, allowing him to adapt to the diverse combat styles of soul masters. Excellent. Agreed. Both Douluo and Afu nodded in unison. Douluo had no objections. After all, he was merely a great soul master. Even if he had to hold back, it was hardly a significant burden. However, Afu cast a somewhat resentful glance at Douluo. He may not have known the specifics, but he felt a twinge of discontent. Although he would often feel fatigued after training with Gu Xian, he would experience a slight boost in strength upon recovery. This was previously a solitary benefit, but now it was shared with Douluo. While he bore no ill will, he couldn't help but feel a bit miffed. Yet he dared not express his feelings, as one was a master and the other a title daw, leaving him to stew in silent frustration. Douluo, bewildered by Afu's gaze, thought to himself, I'm here to alleviate your burdens. Yet you look at me as if I owe you money. Chapter 42. The Shock of Douluo. Perplexed by Afu's expression, Douluo quickly refocused on Gu Xian, nodding in agreement. He then stepped aside to observe as Gu Xian and Afu commenced their combat training. The more he watched, the more astonished and relieved he became. His astonishment stemmed from Gu Xian's formidable combat awareness and practical strength. A mere great soul master could contend evenly with Afu, who had suppressed his cultivation to the soul sect level. It is essential to note that Afu was a soul Douluo, and even with his cultivation restrained to that of soul sect, he was not an opponent to be trifled with. Yet Gu Xian matched him blow for blow through sheer physical prowess. Relief washed over Douluo as he realized he had made the right choice. Possessing remarkable talent and the willingness to transform that talent into formidable strength is indeed a rarity. Truly, individuals like Gu Xian, who exhibit both innate ability and steadfast perseverance, are few and far between. Most prodigies, despite their extraordinary gifts, often succumb to external influences, leading to the squander of their talents and a descent into mediocrity. Take, for instance, his granddaughter, who, despite being born with an innate soul power of level 8 and now 12 years old, has only managed to reach level 24. Logically, if Douluo had genuinely committed to her training, she could have easily attained level 26 or 27 by this age. Yet, due to a lack of perseverance in actualizing her potential, she remains at level 24, even with the assistance of her esteemed grandfather, a title Douluo. Moreover, it is worth noting that she may find herself unable to triumph even in battles against peers of her own level. With Douluo as a reference point, he has gained profound insight into how exceedingly rare it is to encounter a young prodigy like Gu Xian, who embodies both talent and tenacity. However, as he observed Douluo, an unsettling feeling began to arise. There were moments when Gu Xian appeared to be gravely injured. During those instances, he marveled at the fierce spirit of the Gu family, where sparring was taken to the extreme. Yet in the blink of an eye, Gu Xian, whose bones had seemingly shattered, was enveloped in a radiant white light and miraculously revived on the spot. Initially, he speculated that this was merely a rare soul skill of Gu Xian, allowing him to recover from injury once. However, for 2 hours he witnessed Gu Xian, akin to an indomitable cockroach, repeatedly sustaining injuries only to recover and grow stronger with each encounter. Though the increments in strength were minuscule, as a title Douluo, he could distinctly sense that Gu Xian was indeed becoming more formidable. At this juncture, he was left utterly bewildered. What sort of extraordinary ability was this? Unkillable, resurrecting on the spot, and replenishing soul power instantaneously. Which martial soul possessed such unfathomable prowess? He felt fortunate to align himself with such an exceptional talent. As Douluo stroked his sparse beard, his hands trembled in awe. The prospect of pledging loyalty to someone endowed with such irrational martial abilities and soul skills left him in a state of disbelief regarding his future standing within the Soul Master realm. Following the completion of Gu Xian's fundamental combat training, Afu proceeded, as usual, to administer mental pressure training. After an entire morning of rigorous exercise, both Gu Xian and Afu found themselves utterly exhausted. It was no wonder they needed to alternate. The training regimen of a grand soul master consumed the vitality of a title Douluo daily. Who could endure such a toll? Perhaps only an affluent sect like the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School could sustain such demands. As Douluo observed the collapsed forms of Gu Xian and Afu, he was about to assist Gu Xian when he witnessed Gu Xian raise his hand, emitting a beam of white light that enveloped Afu. Are you unharmed? Douluo gasped in astonishment as Afu sprang back to his feet. He had personally witnessed how Afu had depleted his mental energy. His gaze shifted back to Gu Xian, incredulous that this young man's soul skill could be utilized by others as well. Afu sighed, acknowledging the undeniable power of the young master's skills, stating that once the poison crown was in place, tomorrow's experience would elucidate everything. Afu lamented that although his strength had incrementally increased, he was unable to feel joy. as Douluo's involvement meant he could no longer savor the daily ascension and power. Every morning, following breakfast, the young master engaged in practical combat training. And as one could see, the young master's soul skills exhibited almost divine efficacy, allowing him to recover from even the gravest of injuries in an instant. Hence, during practice, they could afford to unleash their full potential, but given the nature of real combat training, they had to allow the young master some opportunities to counter, which typically meant adjusting their levels to that of a soul ancestor. After a Fu gently laid Gu Xian on the recliner and covered him with a blanket, he led Douluo out of the room. Following practical training, it was essential to engage in mental fortitude exercises, primarily involving exerting mental pressure on the young master until his mental energy was thoroughly exhausted. But the young master can recover. Why doesn't he restore himself? Douluo inquired, perplexed. A Fu explained that recovery through soul skills and the gradual enhancement of mental energy through self-replenishment were fundamentally different concepts. Additionally, the young master utilized nighttime for meditation, which constituted his rest period. Douluo was left in awe at a Fu's nonchalant demeanor. What sort of individual was this? At the tender age of 6, he was so rigorous with himself. Reflecting on Gu Xian's relentless commitment to training, one could not help but compare it to his granddaughter's lackadaisical approach. Douluo's expression hardened. Yin, do not blame your grandfather for being stern. If you do not exert yourself, you may very well fall behind in your development. Douluo, struck by Gu Xian's serious attitude toward training, resolved to bring Douluo to the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School in a few days. While she might not be able to dedicate herself as fully as the young master, at the very least, she should not let her potential languish. Does the young master enjoy such exquisite meals? Douluo gazed at the lavish spread prepared by a Fu for Gu Xian, feeling momentarily faint. Naturally, as the beloved grandson of Master Gu Rong, the young master is entitled to the finest of everything. As a venerated figure in the Heaven Do Empire, do you think the empire has neglected to provide your daughter with medicinal meals or baths for cultivation? A Fu's inquisitive gaze pierced Douluo's heart. What rubbish has the Heaven Do Empire provided for him? Throughout the year, aside from handling affairs for the empire, I have seen nothing of value, Douluo retorted. The resources for Douluo's training had all been procured from the Eye of Ice and Fire. However, due to his lack of knowledge regarding herbal remedies, he had never encountered any potions to assist in enhancing soul power. Under my current circumstances, I should technically be considered a member of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Can my granddaughter also enjoy such privileges? Douluo pondered, nurturing thoughts of bringing his granddaughter to the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School once more. The food was simply too lavish. Many of the dishes Gu Xian consumed possessed properties that enhanced physical strength and invigorated soul power. If she were to partake in such nourishment daily, he was confident that his granddaughter's training efficiency would increase by at least 30%. Chapter 43. Douluo exclaims, freak. Young master, do you think I could bring my granddaughter to the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School? After witnessing the young master's training resources, Douluo felt a profound yearning. The following morning, as Gu Xian enjoyed his breakfast, he cautiously broached the subject. The opulence was simply staggering, and the resources were all foundational, leading him to envision the heights his granddaughter could achieve with such support. While she may not match the young master, she could certainly attain a growth rate comparable to his own, could she not? Though her martial soul had evolved later, her innate soul power had reached level 9. Had it not been for the interference of toxins, he wondered how he could still be at level 91. Previously, he had harbored doubts about Douluo's potential to break through to title Douluo. However, after witnessing the resources of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School and Gu Xian's diligence, he began to feel that it might not be so unreasonable to invite Douluo to join the school. Even with the formidable backing of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Douluo may possess the opportunity to transcend the rank of title Douluo. Your granddaughter? Gu Xian glanced at Douluo and then at the table laden with precious medicines and delicacies, comprehending the implications. Douluo was merely a rustic individual, oblivious to the treasure trove he guarded. Otherwise, he would not have nurtured Douluo in such a manner. Indeed, Douluo nodded fervently, not aspiring for Douluo to receive the same treatment as Gu Xian, yet half of it would suffice. Although you have ostensibly joined the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, your allegiance lies solely with me. Thus, even if Douluo were to join the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School alongside you, she would not receive substantial resources for her cultivation, at most enjoying the privileges of an inner disciple. Of course, I can allocate a portion of my share to her as a form of compensation to you. Gu Xian pondered. Despite Du Gu Bo's affiliation with the seven-treasure glazed tile school, he would not heed its directives. Consequently, the benefits afforded to Du Gu Bo would not be as lavish as those enjoyed by Gu Rong and Chenexai. Should Du Gu Yin join the seven-treasure glazed tile school, she would similarly be considered part of his faction, largely disregarding orders. Thus, while the resources available to her would not be negligible, they could never compare to his own vast reserves. However, this posed little concern, for the resources at his disposal were more than sufficient for his needs. Indeed, he hardly needed to rely on them for sustenance, especially with the aid of the dog talisman, which rendered food unnecessary for his survival. Yet, culinary delights were an essential aspect of life's enjoyment, and he could never forsake such primal pleasures. Nevertheless, if Du Gu Bo were to truly bring Du Gu Yin along, he would not hesitate to allocate some of his resources for her benefit as a gesture of goodwill towards Du Gu Bo. After all, it was somewhat humiliating for a titled Douluo to have a great soul master as a servant. Although he did not personally feel this way, the perceptions of others weighed heavily. Let this serve as compensation for Du Gu Bo's endurance of such gossip. No, it's unnecessary, young master. The fact that Yin Yin can enjoy the status of an inner disciple is already quite commendable. Your own cultivation is paramount. Do not squander resources so frivolously. Upon hearing Gu Xian's intention to divert some of his cultivation resources to Du Gu Yin, Du Gu Bo was initially moved, only to hastily wave his hands in refusal. As a subordinate, how could one be so inconsiderate? When a superior extends a kindness, one should graciously accept, but one must not overreach. Moreover, the quicker Gu Xian's growth, the more advantageous it would be for him. If a lack of resources were to hinder Gu Xian's cultivation even slightly, it would be a significant loss. No matter. It is decided. These resources are essentially superfluous to me. They hold no real significance. I merely find them delectable, and since they were distributed due to my grandfather, I indulge in them. Otherwise, food has become entirely dispensable for me. Gu Xian waved his hand dismissively, regarding these resources with indifference. While they may hold value for others, for him, they were merely embellishments. Furthermore, this gesture could foster goodwill with Du Gu Bo, which was hardly a loss. However, it was likely that Du Gu Yin had yet to arrive at the Tiando Royal Academy and had not encountered Yu Qianeng. It was certainly feasible to align her with his side. Naturally, considering Du Gu Bo's temperament, Du Gu Yin would likely not be as irksome as Ning Rongrong. Thank you, young master. Hearing Gu Xian's words, Du Gu Bo could utter nothing further, bowing deeply to express his gratitude and appreciation. After the meal, Gu Xian and Du Gu Bo embarked on their first practical training session, experiencing firsthand the potency and combat techniques of soul masters beyond the assault type. Despite the protective nature of the horse talisman allowing him to disregard toxins, he approached the training with utmost seriousness. It must be said that utilizing poison for control was truly repugnant. Its dispersal was as elusive as clouds, and even the slightest contact would spread throughout the body like a persistent parasite. The pressure exerted by this training far surpassed that of Gu Rong and a Fu at the same rank. Fortunately, aside from the horse talisman, fire proved to be highly effective against toxins. To combat the poisonous threat, Gu Xian was compelled to enhance his control over flames. As he engaged in the fiery clash against toxins, his mastery of fire grew increasingly meticulous. Observing Gu Xian incinerate the toxins with his flames caused Du Gu Bo's pupils to constrict. He had not anticipated such formidable firepower concealed within Gu Xian. The might of this flame could effortlessly incinerate a soul respect, grievously wound a soul sect, and even pose a challenge to a soul king. Moreover, he seemed to have found someone capable of resisting his family's greenscale poison. Du Gu Bo's eyes gleamed with increasing brightness as he regarded Gu Xian. Following the completion of their practical training, Gu Xian and Du Gu Bo proceeded to engage in mental training. It was only through practice that Du Gu Bo realized the extent of the exhaustion involved. He needed to meticulously regulate his spiritual power, ensuring he neither excessively pressured Gu Xian's mind to the point of collapse, nor applied insufficient force to yield negligible results. He could only exert pressure while gradually fine-tuning his own output of spiritual energy. This approach not only honed Gu Xian's abilities, but also served as a means for Du Gu Bo to enhance his own mastery. While outputting energy, he also endured self-exhaustion. Even though Du Gu Bo was a titled Douluo, he too felt fatigued when Gu Xian called for a halt. This was a testament to the years of suffering Du Gu Bo had endured, strengthening his spiritual power. Otherwise, even if he refrained from lying down, he would likely be feeling the strain. As Gu Xian neared slumber, He paid little heed to do Gubo's condition, as was customary, casting a dog talisman to empower his training companion. Gubo did not evade this surge of power, but instead quietly embraced the sensation of the white light enveloping him. Boom! Almost instantaneously, Gubo felt his depleted soul power and spiritual energy replenished, as if he had never expended any at all, his vitality surging to its zenith. This. Gubo gazed at his hands, his expression one of disbelief. He was a titled Douluo, yet Gu Xian, a mere great soul master child, could instantly restore him to peak condition. A prodigy. Observing the slumbering Gu Xian, Gubo could only slowly utter these two words to describe the extraordinary nature of Gu Xian. Chapter 44. The Arrival of Du Guyan. Grandfather, do you truly need this? On the journey to the seven-treasure glazed tile school, Gubo returned home and, without a moment's hesitation, packed Du Guyan away. He summoned a carriage and departed from the residence prepared for him by Xue Xing under the cover of night. In the carriage, Du Guyan regarded Gubo with a perplexed expression. Although she had previously heard Gubo mention his allegiance to the seven-treasure glazed tile school, there seemed to be no need for such haste in bringing her along. Need? How could there be any doubt? Yin, let me tell you, your presence here to accompany the young master in his training is already a tremendous favor from him. Remember what your grandfather said. Upon meeting the young master, do not display any petulance. Gubo imparted his advice earnestly. Grandfather, you are a titled Douluo? How embarrassing it is to acknowledge a mere child as the young master. Du Guyan was not particularly shocked, having been forewarned, yet she still felt a tinge of embarrassment on behalf of the titled Douluo. What do you understand? With the talent of the young master, if I, his grandfather, do not embrace him now, I shall find myself lacking the qualification to approach him once he grows up. Gubo tapped Du Guyan's head lightly. He wasn't particularly concerned that Du Guyan would provoke Gu Xian, although Du Guyan, like Ning Rongrong, had received the support of powerful figures since childhood. She had not developed a spoiled and overbearing temperament. In contrast, she was a paragon of humility compared to Ning Rongrong. Gu Xian could not tolerate a little witch, but he would certainly have room for an ordinary woman. Moreover, he was not a eunuch. How could he truly be indifferent to the charms of the opposite sex? The presence of beautiful girls during cultivation certainly brightened one's spirits. This was also the reason why Gu Xian did not refuse. After all, Du Guyan's background was still quite pure, and being his granddaughter, there was no harm in them interacting. Grandfather, must you exaggerate so? Du Guyan exclaimed. Is he truly as monstrous as you say? It was the first time Du Guyan had heard such an exaggerated description from Gubo. Oh, what level are you at now? Gubo glanced at Du Guyan. Level 24, Du Guyan declared proudly, puffing out her chest. Among her classmates, her cultivation could indeed be considered the highest, eclipsing all others. And do you know what level the young master Gu Xian is currently at? 26. And his second spirit ring is a purple 1,000-year spirit ring. He is merely 6 years old, and it has only been a little over 4 months since he awakened his martial soul. Do you comprehend what this signifies? Gubo regarded Du Guyan and, without waiting for her response, continued to expound upon Gu Xian's accomplishments. He belonged to Gu Xian, and from this point onward, Du Guyan would inevitably align herself with Gu Xian's faction. Revealing a bit of information to her was not problematic. 6 years old, level 26. How is that even possible? Du Guyan stood up in disbelief. And with 1,000 years second ring. Must it be so exaggerated? Do not blame me for not giving you a heads up. You know Ning Rongrong of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, right? Yes, she's the young lady who nearly pushed Gu Xian to his demise, known as the Little Witch. Gubo and Du Guyan exchanged their thoughts. Good, now you see, due to that little witch, the relationship between the young master Gu Xian and the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School has soured. He might sever ties with them at any moment. Thus, the young master certainly does not favor delicate and pretentious girls, so do behave yourself when you meet him. You may not be aware, but to reward me, he even allocated some resources from his own share for you. You cannot afford to be as lax as you are now. While you may not need to match the young master's pace, at the very least, you should not fall too far behind. Otherwise, when the young master wishes to assign you tasks, you might find yourself unprepared. Gubo imparted his wisdom to Du Guyan earnestly. Of course, if he is willing and you have no objections, I would certainly hope for the two of you to come together. Suddenly, Gubo's expression shifted, a mischievous smile gracing his face. In his view, Gu Xian's flames could purify his toxins, so Du Guyan's poison would pose no threat to Gu Xian. For the Du family, Gu Xian was indeed the ideal partner choice. Oh, grandfather, what are you saying? Du Guyan was still absorbed in thoughts of Gu Xian's prowess. and Douluo's sudden teasing made her cheeks flush with embarrassment. Young girls often mature early in the Douluo continent due to the influence of soul power. By the age of 12, their physical functions are relatively well developed. She had witnessed many young couples expressing affection at the academy. Yet Douluo's abrupt comments made her feel both shy and indignant. Although she had matured, Gu Xian was still just a child. Was there truly a need for haste? Yin Yin, do not blame me for speaking out of turn. The young master's talent is undeniably exceptional within the Douluo continent. You should strive to maintain a close relationship with him, as it offers you an advantageous position. For others, even the opportunity to connect is unattainable. Douluo stroked his beard while observing Di Yin, who remained silent in agreement. Her lack of rebuttal indicated her acceptance, although they had never met. Gu Xian's excellence had already garnered a significant amount of favorable impression from her. But so what? Perhaps we might not even find him appealing, Gu Yin retorted, her face still flushed as she glared at Douluo. Suit yourself, but I have already spoken my mind. Do not lament later if someone else gains the upper hand. Douluo closed his eyes, exuding an air of calm. As the carriage approached the Seven Treasures glazed tile school, Gu Yin lifted the curtain to gaze outside. The architectural style of the Seven Treasures glazed tile school exuded an aura of opulence without appearing ostentatious, devoid of the garishness typical of a nouveau riche palace. Yet, every structure unmistakably conveyed the grandeur of the Seven Treasures glazed tile school. The carriage made its way toward the peak where Gu Xian resided. One might wonder why there was no driver, yet with the presence of a titled Douluo, the spiritual energy guiding the horses was more than sufficient. Gulme, let me introduce you to the young master. Maintain a respectful demeanor, Douluo instructed as he descended the carriage with Gu Yin. Understood, grandfather, Gu Yin replied, rolling her eyes. However, she was well aware of the customs within the realm of soul masters and refrained from indulging in any childish antics. Gu Xian's grandfather was formidable, and Gu Xian's talent was exceptional. One was capable in the present, while the other would undoubtedly excel in the future. Those of them who lived under the protection of others naturally held deep respect for the pillars of strength. Before long, Gu Yin could hear the sounds of combat echoing in the air. Intrigued, she followed Douluo toward the small courtyard. It was her first encounter with someone so extraordinary. Despite his youthful appearance, his soul power was even more formidable than her own. The small figure engaged in a fierce exchange with an elderly opponent, and observing their battle made her realize that should she intervene, she would likely be unable to endure even a single move. Yet, that child handled the confrontation with remarkable ease. At that moment, she acknowledged the validity of her grandfather's words, recognizing the young boy's worthiness to pledge her loyalty in advance. Chapter 45. Ning Fengji returns to the Seven Treasures glazed tile school. The news of Douluo's joining the Seven Treasures glazed tile school spread like wildfire. Particularly, on that snowy night, he was so enraged that he shattered over a dozen bowls, and remarks of him being ungrateful echoed throughout the palace. It was fortunate that he had exchanged a gem soul bone with Ning Fengji. Yet little did he expect that Ning Fengji would turn around and steal away the offerings from another nation. However, it was a relief that the Seven Treasures glazed tile school openly supported his ties with the Tiando royal family. Otherwise, Snow Knight's anger would have manifested in far more than merely shattering a few bowls. Meanwhile, as Ning Fengji sought a gem soul bone, he was equally taken aback upon hearing this news. Although he had courted Douluo in the past, he had never succeeded. Why had Douluo suddenly declared his allegiance to the Seven Treasures glazed tile school? After a fortnight of searching, he had successfully located the soul bone of the gemstone's head, alongside the arm bones acquired from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, and the right leg bone obtained from the Snow Knight Emperor. Along with the torso bone stored by the sect, he was merely one left leg bone away from completing the entire gemstone series of soul bones. However, whether due to its absence or the malicious hoarding by rival factions, he had found not a single clue regarding the gemstone's left leg bone. Uncle Gu, why did Douluo suddenly declare his allegiance to our Seven Treasures glazed sect? Ning Fengji inquired, casting a glance at Gu Rong. He had noticed a slight shift in Gu Rong's expression upon hearing this news. You mean that old poisoner? Wasn't it during the soul hunting expedition that Xian'er and I undertook in the Sunset Forest? After witnessing Xian'er's prodigious talent, I compelled him to either perish or pledge his loyalty to Xian'er and serve as his guardian henceforth. You are aware that we old fellows are often preoccupied with accompanying you or guarding the sect, making it difficult to dedicate ourselves entirely to his protection. Thus, alternative measures had to be considered, Gu Rong remarked, unable to conceal the smile on his face. While he chuckled, Ning Fengji's expression turned somewhat melancholic. Although Gu Xian's talent was indeed remarkable, was it not rather extravagant to have both a title Douluo and a soul Douluo as guardians? Even the holy maiden of the spirit hall did not enjoy such privileges. Uncle Gu, is this not a touch exaggerated? Ning Fengji said, placing a hand on his forehead. Exaggerated? Given Xian'er's talent, I dare say that one title Douluo may not suffice. If possible, I would even endeavor to fetch another, Gu Rong declared with a flourish, as though the other title Douluos were mere trifles. Very well, Uncle Gu, if that pleases you. However, since Douluo has joined the Seven Treasures Glazed sect, as the sect leader, I cannot neglect to make an appearance. Previously, I could offer excuses, but now that I am aware I must return, Ning Fengji concluded, feeling that after searching for half a month, it was unnecessary to continue. Those willing to trade would have already come forth, while those unwilling would not be easily persuaded. It would be better to return and arrange a welcoming banquet for Douluo. Fengji, let me make it clear. The old poisoner is solely responsible for Xian'er. Do not entertain any ulterior motives, Gu Rong warned, eyeing Ning Fengji warily. It was precisely because he could not be by Gu Xian's side to protect him that he had assigned a title Douluo to him. Should Ning Fengji attempt to poach Douluo, he would not hesitate to unleash his wrath. How could that be, Uncle Gu? I'm not that kind of person. Ning Fengji replied with an awkward smile. Truth be told, the allure of a title Douluo was hard to resist. Yet, with Gu Rong's warning hanging in the air, he had no choice but to regard Douluo as an external guest. As he contemplated how Gu Xian would soon enjoy the same treatment, Ning Fengji couldn't help but sigh. Young master, please enjoy your tea. At the bone peak of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect, Douluo quickly acclimated to her new identity. Witnessing Gu Xian's talent coupled with his diligence, she found herself unwittingly inspired and gradually devoted herself to her training. Moreover, with Gu Xian extending an olive branch to Douluo, he included Douluo in his training regimen. Each day, she trained alongside Gu Xian, albeit at a significantly lesser intensity. Previously, she had always been the strongest among her peers, and with little pressure, her training had been lackadaisical. However, upon observing Gu Xian's remarkable talent and tireless effort, the spirit of the king within her began to ignite. Her enthusiasm for cultivation surged dramatically. With the guidance of a title Douluo and a soul Douluo, her progress was nothing short of remarkable. Every time she encountered Douluo, Afu couldn't help but lament the lack of worthy descendants among his progeny. Otherwise, he might have shamelessly sought a promising future for them. Thus, a youthful maiden began to accompany Gu Xian. Fortunately, Douluo's presence did not disrupt Gu Xian's training. Aside from the 5 daily instances of the dog talisman he granted her and a portion of medicinal resources, her presence had minimal impact on his routine. Though 5 instances may seem scant, for an average soul master, it was rare to wield soul power freely, as the recovery of soul power could take nearly a day after depletion. With Gu Xian's 5 instances of the dog talisman S enhancement, Douluo's combat awareness improved significantly, equating to what many would achieve in an entire month. Not to mention, such an enhancement in combat awareness was highly coveted by many. 4 instances were dedicated to combat, while the remaining one was utilized for recovery after mental fortitude training. The visible transformation in Douluo's vitality was evident. Douluo internally rejoiced at having chosen the right ally, and he became increasingly devoted to Gu Xian. In just half a month, Douluo fully embraced a role as Gu Xian's attendant. Each day, upon Gu Xian awakening from his mental restoration, he would bestow upon Douluo the 5th instance of the dog talisman. Once awake, Douluo would take over Douluo and Afu's duties, serving Gu Xian during meals. The way Douluo gazed at Gu Xian was sweet enough to produce honey. Ambition is a characteristic trait of every woman, and Douluo was no exception. After Gu Xian fully revealed his formidable charm, Douluo surrendered to her infatuation without any surprise. Yet, Gu Xian remained preoccupied, still young and lacking the strength to ponder such matters. Young master, I have observed several suspicious individuals loitering nearby. Should I take measures to cleanse them? Gu Xuan, enjoying a meal under Douluo's service, listened as Douluo shared his recent discoveries. Indeed, the recent delivery personnel seem intent on probing into the young master's affairs. Should we apprehend them and hand them over to the Shadow Hall for further handling? Afu promptly followed up with an inquiry. They are likely personnel from a spear hall. No need to concern ourselves with them, Gu Xian replied, fully aware of their intentions. Their scrutiny was merely a response to the sudden changes at Bone Peak. Any fluctuations in rival forces warranted investigation. It was only natural for outsiders to be curious about Bone Peak's abrupt seclusion. However, as long as it did not impede his training, he preferred to let things unfold naturally. With Douluo, a titled Douluo, safeguarding the area, and Chun Xian stationed at the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect, unless the old guards of the Spirit Hall personally intervened, it would be nearly impossible for them to uncover his secrets. The Spirit Hall. These people are truly insufferable. Their presence is pervasive. Douluo expressed his disdain for the Spirit Hall, recalling how he found himself indebted to Xuesheng after being pursued by Yuguan. Lately, Xuesheng had been pestering him, attempting to coax him back, and he was nearing his wit's end. Chapter 46, The Night Banquet. Although his actions were not entirely honorable, he was indeed intimidated by Xuesheng. Over the years, she had dealt with countless troublesome matters, tarnishing his reputation. Now that he has a splendid excuse to extricate himself, he naturally seeks it with great eagerness. Thus, he pays no heed to the demands of Xuesheng. "Haha, Suan, I am back." At that moment, Gu Rong suddenly appeared atop Bone Peak. After a long day of travel, he had finally traversed the majority of the continent to return. Despite being a soul saint, Ning Fengji was somewhat fatigued from the journey, and at that moment, he chose not to accompany Gu Rong to meet Douluo, opting instead to rest and present himself more formally for the visit. "My lord, your grace." Upon seeing the unexpected appearance of Gu Rong, Fu and Douluo, along with Yin, were momentarily taken aback, but quickly composed themselves and bowed. "Ha! Suan, have you missed your grandfather during these 2 weeks apart?" Gu Rong waved his hand at the trio, his gaze lingering on Yin for a moment before shifting to Gu Suan. He instantly teleported to sit face-to-face with Gu Suan, a beaming smile upon his face. "Not bad. At least you haven't forgotten." Gu Suan glanced at the overly eager Gu Rong, setting down his bowl and chopsticks with a resigned air, as if soothing a child. "Did your trip go well?" Gu Suan was aware of their purpose for the journey, and, out of curiosity regarding whether the boundaries of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School correlated with the Age of Soul Rings, he inquired. "It went reasonably well. Combined with what the sect has stored, we have nearly gathered all the components, except for the left leg bone," Gu Rong expressed, a hint of frustration creeping into his tone. While Ning Fengji had managed to procure nearly all the soul bones needed for Ning Rongrong, his grandson had yet to acquire even one. "This cannot stand. My grandson must not be inferior to others. Following this, he too must embark on a soul-hunting endeavor. I shall not return until I have secured a complete set of high-quality fire attribute dragon-type soul bones." "How is it that you returned so swiftly?" "If it were a head soul bone, I might have some insider information, but as for the left leg gem soul bone, I truly have no knowledge of its whereabouts. It is all due to the news of Douluo joining the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School that prompted our early return. Furthermore, collecting soul bones has become increasingly difficult, as those with ulterior motives will always find ways to obstruct our efforts. If all else fails, we might have to substitute with other soul bones." Gu Rong waved dismissively. "Ning Rongrong's absorption of soul bones has no bearing on me. My grandson's situation remains unresolved. If she manages to absorb 6 high-quality soul bones, she ought to be content." Gu Rong's indifference towards Ning Rongrong had grown increasingly pronounced, particularly in light of Ning Fengji's preferential treatment. The vast disparity between the two only served to exacerbate Gu Rong's inner grievances. Despite the favorable treatment Gu Suan received in Douluo's eyes, Gu Rong understood that Gu Suan had no need for such tokens. He had seen a suitable soul bone for Gu Suan within the Tiando Imperial Palace. Yet Ning Fengji only seemed to notice the right leg gem bone, which made Gu Rong realize the fundamental truth that Gu Suan was ultimately an outsider. Relying on others is inferior to relying on oneself. He had completely relinquished hope of having the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School assist Gu Suan in gathering 6 soul bones. Another banquet? The old poison does not belong to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. He is merely responsible for ensuring my safety and will not be subject to the sect's commands. Gu Suan fully understood the strategic significance of Douluo. Could Ning Fengji remain indifferent? Of course, I have already made it clear to him. The old poison will only join us as a guest elder and will not be beholden to any directives from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Gu Rong assured with a pat on his chest. "Well then, you may attend the banquet on your own. I still have training to attend to and cannot spare the time." For Gu Suan, the foremost priority was to cultivate and enhance his strength. He had no desire to engage in matters unrelated to his training. "In that case, let us forego the banquet. I have no fondness for such convoluted affairs," Douluo remarked, somewhat apprehensive at the prospect of the evening's gathering, especially since he was naturally a solitary individual who detested such social events, particularly banquets. Then, I shall not attend either. Douluo had initially been delighted at the prospect of the banquet, for although the past fortnight of rigorous training had yielded substantial rewards, it had also taken a toll on her spirit. Unlike Gu Suan, who was utterly devoted to strength, her youthful heart yearned for merriment. Yet, with Gu Suan abstaining, how could she, as a maidservant, depart from her post? Moreover, with her grandfather opting out, would the banquet even proceed? Go ahead. After all, he is a titled Douluo. Although he joins us as a guest elder, there should still be a proper process to follow. You too, as the granddaughter of the old poison, cannot simply abstain. Gu Suan did not harbor the same fervor for compelling others to engage in the same relentless pursuit. In fact, he preferred fewer competitors, allowing him to be the sole figure on the path of advancement. Douluo was still just a child. She could not be excessively stifled, lest she succumb to despair. Furthermore, Douluo genuinely required a legitimate identity to silence Xuexing's criticisms. As for Gu Suan, he was truly disinterested in mingling. The future of Douluo continent promised to be tumultuous. Without sufficient strength, he would likely have to evade conflicts. With a martial soul of the Holy Master, if he were compelled to retreat, would that not render his journey futile? Very well. Douluo conceded with a nod, reflecting on his young master's unwavering dedication to cultivation. With such steadfast determination in pursuit of the path, how could one fail to scale the heights of greatness? Douluo gazed at Gu Suan with wide, dreamy eyes. Although he was stringent with her training, the earnestness of a man dedicated to his craft held a unique allure. Though she could never become a person like Gu Suan, it did not diminish her admiration for him. Observing Douluo's infatuated expression, Gu Rong silently praised his grandson. It had not taken long for him to captivate the young lady's heart. It seemed his ambitions to secure a harem for his grandson and extend the Gu lineage were not as unattainable as he had thought. Meanwhile, in the Tiando Imperial Palace, Xuexing's expression was somewhat peculiar as he regarded the invitation that had unexpectedly arrived. After all, with merely a guest elder being added, Ning Fengji had not elevated the affair to grandiose proportions, inviting only a few nearby factions of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School and Xuexing from the Tiando royal family. The absence of invitations for the Snow Knight Emperor and Xuexing was simple enough. It was to avoid provoking their ire. How intriguing. I did not expect Ning Fengji to manage to lure Douluo away. This conveniently resolves my dilemma of how to circumvent Douluo to target Xueyi. Xuexing mused, his fingers lightly tapping the table, a subtle smile gracing his lips. With Douluo's obstruction removed, the execution of his plans would proceed far more smoothly. By the way, has there been any progress in uncovering the information regarding the soul-hunting personnel led by Gu Rong? Xuexing suddenly recalled the investigation he had commissioned to Shilong and wondered if there had been any developments over the past half-month. Shilong hesitantly stepped forward, stammering for a while without managing to utter a single word. Has there been no news up to this point? Xuexing exclaimed in astonishment as he gazed at Shilong. With the two major sects nearly in disarray, apart from Hao Yian's sect, how could there still be no findings? Indeed, there was nothing to report. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School had no record of such a genius. Shilong scratched his head awkwardly and replied, "We were given 3 days to provide news, yet it has been half a month with no results." This led him to question the efficacy of the Soul Hall's covert operations. Well, it's just a soul sect. There is no need to be overly concerned. He then inquired, "By the way, has anything interesting occurred at the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School lately?" Seeing Shilong's demeanor, Xuexing shifted his focus away from the matter at hand and began to ask about recent events within the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School had indeed been bustling with activity. Upon hearing this, Shilong became animated, recounting how the continent had been shaken by the recent actions of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, particularly after they announced their willingness to exchange 2 soul bones of equivalent age for a precious left leg bone. The undercurrents of tension had surged. Additionally, the inclusion of Douluo into the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School had sparked restlessness among the other kingdoms under the Tiando Empire. Shilong relayed the various significant developments occurring across the continent to Xuexing. Thus, Ning Fengji has already gathered 5 soul bones, only needing the final precious left leg bone. Xuexing mused, stroking his chin. Ning Fengji likely aims to forcibly enhance Ning Rongrong's Seven Treasure Glazed Tile with the power of 6 precious soul bones. Otherwise, there would be no need for such elaborate efforts. Shilong reflected. Utilizing precious soul bones to fortify the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile is indeed a commendable strategy. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School has researched soul knowledge for many years, and it appears to be bearing fruit. Xueqinghe thought of the emerald left leg bone in his collection and smiled faintly. The more Ning Fengji desired it, the less urgency he would show in acquiring it. This notion resonated with all the major factions on the Douluo continent. However, it could not be delayed for too long, as no one could predict who might be unable to resist the temptation to trade as Ning Fengji's bargaining chips grew. The rarity of this final soul bone stemmed from its status as the last piece. Once Ning Fengji assembled 6 precious soul bones. Without confirmation of their efficacy in evolving the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile, their value to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School would undoubtedly diminish significantly. Moreover, the young master you instructed us to keep an eye on is proving to be quite troublesome. Xilong winced at the thought of Gu Xian. What trouble has Gu Xian stirred up now? Xueqinghe did not expect that, in the absence of news regarding the mysterious genius, issues with Gu Xian would arise as well. Xilong then reported on Gu Xian's situation within the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Essentially, he had not descended from Bone Peak at all, where he was being guarded by Soul Douluo and the newly joined Douluo, a veritable fortress that was nearly impossible to infiltrate. Oh, it seems this young man, Gu Xian, harbors secrets of his own, to warrant the protection of both a title Douluo and a Soul Douluo. Xueqinghe mused, his eyes glimmering with intrigue. Even if Gu Xian possessed innate full soul power, such precautions seemed unwarranted. After all, this was the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, and they were not foolish enough to provoke others on their territory. Either Gu Rong was excessively indulgent of Gu Xian, or Gu Xian indeed possessed some tremendous secret that necessitated the constant presence of a title Douluo for reassurance. Prepare yourself. I wish to see what schemes Ning Fengji is concocting, and I shall also pay a visit to that intriguing young lad. Xueqinghe smiled slightly, intending to observe the young boy who piqued his interest. For months had passed. He must have acquired his soul ring and progressed significantly, given his innate talent. Boom! In the Tiando Imperial Palace, Shui Yi slammed his palm onto the table, while Xueqing stood before him, head bowed, yet visibly trembling. Logically speaking, Douluo was someone he had recruited to the Tiando Empire, and now that Douluo had departed, it should not greatly concern him, especially since without him, the Tiando Empire would not have enjoyed years of tranquility. Yet, the peculiarity lay in the fact that although Douluo had left, he had meticulously detailed all the affairs he had managed on Xueqing's behalf over the years, so as not to leave any debts unsettled. Though he indeed owed Xueqing a life-saving favor, the myriad incidents accumulated over the years had long since repaid that debt. In fact, had it not been for him, both Xueqing and Xuebeng would have perished long ago. His previous reluctance to depart stemmed from their friendship, but now, friendship paled in comparison to Gu Xian's orders, rendering his exit inevitable. The Emperor Shui Yi had not anticipated that Douluo had done so much for Xueqing over the years. Now that the latter wished to leave, he found himself bereft of reasons to impede him. How could he not be enraged? This is your final opportunity. If you cannot persuade Douluo to return, then you need not come back at all. Simply retire to the clan's territory. The Emperor Shui Yi was genuinely furious, tossing the guest token left by Douluo at Xueqing's feet and speaking in a frigid tone. However, he could not afford to confront the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School directly, leaving him with no choice but to sacrifice Xueqing. Of course, he understood that it was impossible to detach Douluo from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Yet as long as Douluo still recognized himself as a guest of the Tiando Empire, it would suffice. Yes, I will do my utmost. Xueqing hurriedly knelt, trembling as he picked up the guest token and held it in his hands. Begone. Yes, yes. Xueqing scuttled away from the palace. Although the Tiando royal family was not as ruthless as the Xingluo family, the coldness of the royal court was not something an ordinary person could comprehend. Time swiftly passed to the night. While the stars shone brightly in the sky, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School was ablaze with light. Although it was merely a small banquet, the atmosphere was fervent. The protagonist, Douluo, felt the grandeur of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School for the first time. In just one night, the banquet was prepared to such a splendid extent. One could only imagine the grandeur of events planned 6 months in advance. During the banquet, various influential families from Tiando City mingled, casting envious glances at Douluo and Ning Fengji upon the high platform. Their strongest members were merely Soul Douluo and Soul Saint, utterly overshadowed by the formidable presence of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. With 2 Super Douluo already present, the arrival of a nuclear bomb Douluo left them feeling utterly envious and helpless. On the high platform, Xue Qinghe surveyed the surroundings, but did not spot the individual he sought, a flicker of perplexity crossing his visage. Logically, as a high-ranking disciple of the seven-treasure glazed tile school, it was improbable that the person would not attend such a banquet. Observing Ning Rongrong frolicking amidst the crowd, a hint of confusion flickered in Xue Qinghe's eyes. Chapter 48, Douluo's Crisis. Your Highness, are you quite pleased? Although he was searching for someone, Xue Qinghe maintained a gentle smile, exuding an air of refined elegance. However, to Xue Xing seated beside him, it felt like a deliberate provocation. Douluo's departure from the Heaven Do Empire to join the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School may have been detrimental for both him and the Snow Knight Emperor. However, for Xue Qinghe, it was hardly a loss, perhaps even a fortuitous turn of events. Xue Qinghe, being a disciple of Ning Fengji, was backed by the entire Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. With Douluo's departure, he had effectively aligned himself with the very institution that supported Xue Qinghe, leaving the latter likely reveling in delight, perhaps even in his dreams. No, uncle, how could you think that? Xue Qinghe's lips curled slightly upward in response to Xue Xing's remark. Though he verbally denied it, the smile on his face was impossible to conceal. Xue Xing felt a surge of frustration. If he did not resolve the matter of Douluo today, he might very well be confined to the clan grounds for the rest of his life. The thought of enjoying the privileges of a prince contrasted sharply with the mundane existence of commoners within the clan, and he could not bear the idea of such a life even for a single day. With a disdainful snort, Xue Xing rose and made his way toward Douluo, determined to engage him once more. This time, he would need to show his utmost sincerity. Ning Fengji, mingling among the crowd, observed this scene but merely smiled, choosing not to intervene. The oath of Wuwen was not a vow that soul masters could casually disregard. While it may not be binding, most who held faith would adhere to it. Furthermore, with Gu Xian's charismatic personality, Ning Fengji believed that Douluo would not make a misguided choice. Master, where's Gu Xian? Xue Qinghe inquired softly as he approached Ning Fengji. This question instantly narrowed the eyes of Gu Rong, who was standing beside Ning Fengji. Xue Qinghe felt a sudden stiffness, as if he had drawn the attention of a great terror. Yet, the pressure he sensed was merely oppressive, devoid of any murderous intent. Ah, that child Gu Xian prefers to avoid crowds. He is likely still engrossed in his training, Ning Fengji replied, having noticed Xue Qinghe's reaction, but choosing not to excuse him. After all, Gu Rong had been harboring his grievances for quite some time, and it was better for his health to vent them than to bottle them up. Gu Xian is still young and must focus on his training. You boy should refrain from seeking him out unless necessary. If you lead him astray, I shall not hesitate to break your legs, Gu Rong declared. Recalling how Gu Xian had become acquainted with Whale Glue shortly after meeting Xue Qinghe. If they were to spend more time together, who knew what kind of influence Xue Qinghe might have on him? While he did not oppose Gu Xian pursuing romantic interests, it must not be as frivolous as that of the royal family. A large question mark appeared above Xue Qinghe's head. His recent interactions with Gu Xian had mostly taken place over 2 months ago, and they had primarily discussed matters pertaining to soul masters and imperial powers. How could he possibly lead Gu Xian astray? Senior Gu Rong, have you perhaps misunderstood? How could I lead young brother Xian astray? Xue Qinghe felt compelled to clear his name, lest he ruin any future opportunities to connect with Gu Xian. Only you know the truth, Gu Rong snorted, choosing not to divulge his concerns regarding Gu Xian, thus sparing Xue Qinghe some embarrassment. All right, Qinghe, Gu Rong is quite diligent in mentoring young Xian, fearing any external influences on his training. In fact, the poison Douluo has been specifically invited by Gu Rong to protect him. Even our Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School has no jurisdiction over the poison Douluo, who is entirely at Yang Xian's command. Ning Fengji interjected, redirecting Xue Qinghe's curiosity. What? Xue Qinghe's eyes widened in disbelief. Although he was aware of Douluo's affiliation with the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, he had not anticipated it was in such a servile capacity. After all, Douluo had once refused to join even the Spirit Hall. Now, he was willing to serve Gu Xian? What a ridiculous turn of events. Now you understand. Therefore, it is advisable to minimize disturbances to young Xian's training. To Gu Rong, young Xian is invaluable. Should you disrupt his training, do not blame me for not warning you. Ning Fengji cautioned Xue Qinghe, subtly advising him to refrain from discussing inappropriate matters with Gu Xian in the future. To Xue Qinghe, this implied that he should not seek out Gu Xian for companionship. If he were to interrupt Gu Xian's training and hinder his progress even slightly, he would face dire consequences. Can young brother Xian truly endure such an intense training regimen? Xue Qinghe questioned, eyes wide with concern. Gu Xian was foregoing even the banquet to focus on his training, demonstrating a remarkable dedication. Yet, he was merely a 6-year-old child. Could he truly withstand such relentless discipline? Oomph. Do not presume to compare young Xian to you lot of inept individuals, Gu Rong retorted, his pride swelling at the thought of Gu Xian's training fervor. He was confident that his grandson would surpass Tang Hao's accumulation of strength to break through to the title Douluo level. Xue Qinghe fell silent. Was he truly considered waste? He had reached level 42 at the tender age of 15. Reflecting on the Spirit Hall's vixen, who had achieved level 30 by 12, he realized he had become rather complacent. If someone with innate spirit power at level 9 could achieve such heights, what of Gu Xian? With innate full spirit power and dedicating all his time to training, would he not likely surpass her in the future? Suddenly, a sense of urgency washed over Xue Qinghe. He possessed innate spirit power at level 20. If Gu Xian were to outpace him, would that not be a disgrace to the angel god? Observing Xue Qinghe lost in thought, Gu Rong proudly lifted his chin. This was about striking at the hearts of these inept individuals, who dare to squander their grandson's training time, unaware that young Xian could cycle through spirit power dozens of times in an hour. A day's effort for them was equivalent to several days for Gu Xian. There was simply no comparison. Once Xue Qinghe regained his focus, he ceased to dwell on Gu Xian and instead began to follow Ning Fengji, eager to learn the various ways he navigated interpersonal relations. As a soul sage who had risen to the position of sect leader of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, Ning Fengji's social acumen was undoubtedly worthy of Xue Qinghe's utmost attention. However, throughout this learning process, Xue Qinghe often found himself lost in thought. Meanwhile, Xue Xing continued to trail Douluo like a persistent weed, unable to be shaken off despite his efforts. As time passed, the banquet began to wind down, and guests gradually departed. Yet Xue Xing remained fixated on Douluo out of respect for their past association. Douluo refrained from expressing his irritation directly, though he occasionally cast glances at the sky, aware that time was slipping away. How many more times must I say this? I have acknowledged a new master and no longer have time for your trivial matters with the Heaven Do Empire. Seek someone else. Douluo's expression darkened as he waved dismissively at Xue Xing, taking a step forward. Yet, he unexpectedly stumbled, and in the next instant, his figure vanished from the hall entirely. Chapter 49. Gu Rong's Assistance. Douluo's peculiar actions caused the remaining few to narrow their eyes in intrigue, particularly Xue Qinghe, who had conjured countless possibilities in his mind. Snowstar, who had been knocked to the ground, never anticipated such a scene. With no face left to linger at the Seven Treasures Glazed sect, he rose and departed without a backward glance. After all, from this moment forth, he would no longer be the exalted prince of Snowstar. Perhaps he would never again have the opportunity to meet them. So why should he perform for the likes of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect? Qinghe, the day is waning. I shall not keep you any longer, Ning Fengji remarked, having sensed the unease in Douluo, turning his gaze towards Snow Qinghe. This was in essence a dismissal. Indeed, master, I shall not impose further. After some time, Qinghe will pay a visit again. However, upon hearing that the master was recently seeking gemstone-type soul bones, Snow Qinghe vowed to mobilize all the resources of the Crown Prince's residence to assist his master in achieving this goal. He hastily clasped his hands in respect, not forgetting to enhance his master's favor in the final moments. Ah, thank you. If you manage to procure the soul bones, I shall owe you a favor, Ning Fengji replied, maintaining a composed smile as he regarded Snow Qinghe. Old fox, Snow Qinghe muttered to himself as he turned away from the Seven Treasures Glazed sect. Inwardly cursing, Ning Fengji was meticulous in his dealings, aiming for the entire Seven Treasures Glazed sect to owe him a favor, not just one individual. Yet, he could not voice these thoughts. Bonuncle, what is the situation with Douluo? Should we go investigate? Ning Fengji inquired of Gu Rong after Snow Qinghe's departure. There's no need. He transmitted his thoughts to me before leaving. It's a trivial matter he can handle himself, Gu Rong replied, shaking his head. You scoundrel. From now on, Fengji's safety is in your hands. I shall take a leave of absence for half a month, Gu Rong said, entrusting Ning Fengji's safety to Chen Xian before vanishing in an instant. What's this? Chen Xian raised an eyebrow at the scene. Brother Jian, do you consider it a trivial matter? Ning Fengji murmured, gazing in the direction of Bone Peak. I'm not certain, but in that moment, Douluo must have been in great agony. Chen Xian, a master swordsman with keen perception, sensed Douluo's chaotic soul power and pained expression. There was even a fleeting moment when his body seemed to lose control. What kind of torment must a titled Douluo endure to lose command over his own body? Should we go take a look? Ning Fengji felt this was an excellent opportunity to enhance his rapport with Douluo, who clearly seemed to be experiencing a setback in his cultivation. The Ning family, if nothing else, was renowned for their research on martial souls. If he could resolve Douluo's predicament, there might be a chance to entice him to the Seven Treasures glazed sect. There's no need. Old Bone clearly wishes for us to remain uninvolved, so it's best we refrain from prying. The current state of affairs is quite satisfactory. Chun Xian maintained his steadfast integrity, disinterested in delving into other secrets. Moreover, the relationship between both parties had evidently reached a perilous precipice. Should they overstep their bounds very well, Ning Fengji sighed, his expression turning serious once more. If the gemstone left leg soul bone cannot be procured, then I shall have to trouble you, Brother Jian. Rest assured, concerning Rongrong's future, I shall not hesitate. Chun Xian's eyes flashed with a cold glimmer. Yet, they still had time. As long as they could gather 6 soul bones before Ning Rongrong reached level 20, they were in no immediate rush. Presently, it would take at least 3 years for her to attain that level, providing them with ample preparation time. Douluo, upon returning to Bone Peak, immediately retreated to his chamber. However, before he could even settle into meditation, the excruciating pain compelled him to cry out, his body collapsing to the ground, convulsing uncontrollably. His symptoms typically manifested at midnight, and prior to that, he would usually seek a secluded spot to utilize the ice and fire energy stored within his poison pills to alleviate the internal pain. He had intended to return from the banquet once the time was right, but Snowstar had clung to him like a persistent adhesive. Out of respect for their past camaraderie, he had not wished to embarrass Snowstar, but the latter's relentless pursuit had crossed the line. The agony he felt escalated over time until he could no longer suppress it, ultimately leading to an outburst. Yet upon returning to Bone Peak, he found the pain overwhelming, shattering his will. What's going on? Gu Rong rushed back as soon as Douluo returned, almost in tandem, only to witness the latter's tormenting state. He quickly approached and grasped Douluo, channeling his robust soul power into him. How is this possible? Gu Rong sensed the dire condition within Douluo's body. Every inch of him was tainted by the deadly poison. It was as if ravenous rats were voraciously devouring his very being. A normal person would have perished long ago. Yet Douluo somehow remained alive. Instinctively, Gu Rong exerted his soul power to forcibly suppress the toxins. I apologize for troubling you, Old Bone. For your assistance, Douluo managed, his pain slightly alleviated, casting a grateful glance at Gu Rong. What on earth is happening? Your body. Gu Rong was taken aback by the severity of Douluo's condition. Given the current state, he likely had only a few years left to live. It was worth noting that Douluo had been brought in to serve as a guard for Gu Xian. But if Douluo were to perish due to his own issues, it would render Gu Rong's investment of time in vain. Old Bone, please help me suppress it for a moment longer. I will soon resolve this. Douluo's complexion was pale, but with Gu Rong's assistance in suppressing the toxins, he would have the opportunity to summon the ice and fire energy within his inner core. Very well. Though Gu Rong had many questions, he could only wait until Douluo resolved his predicament before inquiring further. With Gu Rong's support, Douluo swiftly summoned the ice and fire energy, rapidly countering the toxic forces with it. Gu Rong retracted his hand only when he saw Douluo managing to fend off the deadly poison, his expression one of astonishment. Douluo's method of neutralizing the toxins was, in Gu Rong's eyes, rather extraordinary. Particularly, the ice and fire energy seemed capable of extinguishing even the most formidable of poisons, which had previously posed a challenge to him. Nevertheless, this brought him some relief. As long as Douluo had a means to combat the toxins, he would survive for a few more years. After those years, Gu Rong believed Gu Xian would have matured as well. In fact, Gu Rong shook his head, uncertain. It would be prudent to observe further. If it truly seemed appropriate, he could inform Xianer later. Time swiftly elapsed, and after noon, the toxic forces within Douluo gradually subsided. At long last, Douluo exhaled a sigh of relief, opening his eyes and beginning to breathe heavily, his clothing thoroughly drenched in sweat. Upon raising his gaze, he beheld Gu Rong standing with his hands clasped behind his back, surveying him from a lofty position, his eyes brimming with scrutiny. Chapter 50, The Prank of Xue Qinghe. Gu Rong sought to secure a safeguard for his grandson, not to burden him further. If Douluo were to persist in this manner each night, How could he ensure the safety of his grandson? Huh, Douluo, you truly have my gratitude today. Douluo clambered to his feet, his appearance disheveled and pitiful. Pray tell, what transpired? Gu Rong remarked, contemplating the relationship between Douluo and his grandson, ultimately deciding not to be excessively harsh. He gestured for 2 chairs to be brought forth, beckoning Douluo to take a seat. If a solution could be found, he was willing to exert himself. Douluo remained silent, once more bowing respectfully to Gu Rong before sitting down. The moment he settled, a flicker of relief was evident in his eyes. This indicated that, after enduring considerable pain, even standing had become a challenge for him. After catching his breath and stabilizing his body, Douluo began to articulate the tribulations of his life. Each word painstakingly enunciated. When recounting sorrowful events, tears welled in his eyes but were resolutely held back. I see now. I had wondered why you had long since broken through to the 91st level, yet had not progressed further over the years. So, this is the reason. Gu Rong observed Douluo, a peculiar emotion dissipating within him. His previous disdain for Douluo stemmed mainly from the embarrassment of having lost the title of Douluo. In his eyes, despite having achieved a breakthrough years ago, Douluo remained stagnant at the 91st level for an extended period. This led him to believe that Douluo had fallen into decline alongside Xue Xing, resulting in a lack of diligence in cultivation. With the misunderstanding clarified, Gu Rong's grievances toward Douluo naturally faded. Only one who had delved into Douluo's circumstances could comprehend the excruciating agony the old poison master endured daily. Such torment, heart-wrenching and deeply entrenched, would have extinguished the will to live in others. Yet, this old fellow had persevered for so many years, which, in turn, garnered Gu Rong's admiration. A formidable individual indeed. Douluo could only manage a bitter smile in response. Did he not know how others spoke of him behind his back? Yet, would he disclose that his stagnation in cultivation was due to poisoning? What a farce. I would appreciate it if you could help keep this under wraps. I do not wish for Yin Yin to worry. Douluo once again inclined his head. Very well, I'm not one to gossip. But how long do you believe he can maintain this condition? Gu Rong sighed, gazing at Douluo. He understood why Douluo could endure. It was due to his attachment. Douluo was Douluo's greatest vulnerability, and he could not afford to perish before she was thoroughly settled. Yet, understanding was one thing. He needed to ascertain how long Douluo could hold on. 20 years. I can last another 20 years. Douluo stated resolutely, looking up at Gu Rong. He needed to prove his worth. Only then could Douluo's standing in Gu Rong's heart be elevated. Are you certain? Gu Rong found it hard to believe. Considering Douluo's current state, 20 years seemed implausible. Even 20 days might be a stretch. Unless I possess a means to alleviate the toxin's eruption, though I would need to leave for approximately 3 days around the 15th of each month for preparations. Douluo spoke with unwavering determination. Very well, but do not succumb to despair. I shall devise a solution for your martial spirit. Perhaps, in your lifetime, a remedy may yet be found. Gu Rong reassured him, rising and placing a comforting hand on Douluo's shoulder. He empathized with Douluo as they both toiled for their descendants. If he could assist, he would endeavor to do so. Should he fail, in 20 years his grandson would have matured, and a simple talisman could easily resolve Douluo's current predicament. Thank you, Douluo. Douluo turned, only to find Gu Rong had already vanished from his room, leaving behind the lingering warmth on his shoulder as evidence that someone had indeed stood there. Gazing at the open door, a smile unexpectedly graced Douluo's aged face. Though uncertain if a solution would materialize, he now possessed a glimmer of hope. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School was reputed as the second holy land for martial spirit research. Perhaps they indeed held the key to remedying his troubles. So, Elder Shilong, does Elder Ci Xue have any insight into his situation? In a carriage returning to Tiando City, Xue Qinghe recounted the events of the evening to the two seated beside him, Ci Xue and Shilong, before inquiring of the adept in poison, Ci Xue. Uncertain. I have not heard of anyone troubling him during this time, so it should not stem from an injury. Shilong was the first to dismiss that possibility. Douluo's temperament was such that he would rather perish than submit, effectively ruling out any chance of Gu Rong having harmed him. After all, if Gu Rong had truly resorted to coercion against Douluo, the outcome would only have been a corpse. Xue Qinghe nodded at Shilong's assertion and turned to Ci Xue. What about you? Ci Xue's small eyes narrowed into slits. Countless thoughts raced through his mind, yet he dismissed each one in turn. Although he too dabbled in poison, he also employed counter-harm defenses and was not a purely poison-focused soul master. Thus, he had no concerns akin to those of Douluo. Moreover, He had never even heard of a soul master being hampered by their martial spirit. Forget it. It is futile to inquire. Xue Qinghe observed Xue's contemplative expression and sighed. While their loyalty was unquestionable, their intellect and knowledge were lacking. Let us set aside Douluo's matters for now. Please send a message to my grandfather to ascertain if he possesses any knowledge regarding the situation. Additionally, see if you can uncover what led Douluo to serve as a subordinate to Gu Xian. Xue Qinghe shifted his focus from Douluo to his burgeoning curiosity about Gu Xian. Although only 2 months had passed since their last encounter, he had not anticipated such significant changes in Gu Xian's circumstances. Despite not having seen Gu Xian at the banquet, he had unexpectedly learned that Douluo had not joined the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, but had instead pledged himself to Gu Xian as a young master. For a titled Douluo to willingly accept such a position indicated that Gu Xian must harbor a significant secret, a profound mystery indeed. He needed to uncover what had drawn Douluo in. It might even be linked to the peculiarities he had observed in Douluo that evening. Indeed, Xilong and Xue exchanged glances, sharing a wry smile. If they could not resolve Douluo's issues, delving into the deeper enigma of Gu Xian would be even more challenging. Let's take our time to investigate. If we cannot uncover the truth, it is of little consequence. Let's first make a visit to the Imperial Palace. I am exceedingly curious to see the expression on Xue's face upon discovering that his long-cherished Douluo has departed from the Heaven Do Empire to join the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School solely to apprentice under a young boy. Commanded Xue Qinghe with a hearty laugh. Chapter 51. The Overthinking Douluo Grandfather, what brings you here? Gu Xian exclaimed, having concluded a night of rigorous cultivation and opening his eyes to find a towering elder comfortably seated in a recliner, beaming at him. The sudden sight of such an aged figure, Gu Rong, was indeed quite startling. With a roll of his eyes, he rose from his bed. I simply wish to spend more time with you, as it has been quite a while, Gu Rong replied cheerfully, disregarding Gu Xian's eye roll. Xuanya, Fengji believes you've been cooped up at home, engrossed in your cultivation for far too long. He asked me to see if you might be interested in attending the academy. If you find it unsuitable, he is more than willing to fund the establishment of a Seven Treasure Academy just for you. During their travels across the continent, Gu Rong had heard from Ning Fengji that Gu Xian's solitary demeanor was a cause for concern. Considering Bibi Dong as a cautionary example, Gu Rong felt there was some merit to this observation. Although Gu Xian had previously expressed disinterest in attending an academy, the offer of a personalized institution from Ning Fengji was compelling enough to warrant a reconsideration. What if Gu Xian were to agree upon hearing that a school would be built specifically for him? Gu Xian was taken aback by the proposition. Constructing an academy was no small expense, particularly one tailored to his needs, which would undoubtedly elevate the costs. It seemed absurd to establish an institution solely to address his temperament, out of concern for his psychological well-being. He found himself perplexed. On one hand, he could argue that Ning Fengji held him in high regard, but it was unmistakably clear that his affections leaned towards Ning Rongrong. Conversely, while he could argue that he was not valued, he received all the benefits he deserved, save for those instances where his interests conflicted with Ning Rongrong's. If he were to express his frustration, he would rationally understand that Ning Rongrong was indeed his beloved daughter, the embodiment of all Ning Fengji's aspiration for the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Yet, if he were to dismiss the irritation altogether, Ning Fengji's inexplicable favoritism towards Ning Rongrong left him unsettled. Never mind, I have little interest in attending school. I'd rather devote that time to my cultivation, Gu Xian declared. Shaking his head, the thought of attending an academy seemed exceedingly mundane to him. He could utilize that time to enhance his strength instead. Additionally, he felt a growing desire to distance himself from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. While Ning Fengji had indeed treated him well, he consistently favored Ning Rongrong in matters concerning them both. Nevertheless, he often received supplementary support in various aspects, resulting in a fluctuating state of mind. With Douluo now under his command, Gu Xian contemplated relocating to the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Eye for his cultivation. It was undeniable that the affection Ning Fengji had for him was largely based on pragmatic considerations. Had his talent been less remarkable, or had Gu Rong not possessed such formidable power, Ning Fengji's attentions would likely have waned. I knew you would choose this path, Gu Rong said, patting Gu Xian on the shoulder. He had unwavering confidence in Gu Xian. The trivialities of ordinary affection would not sway him. Moreover, he firmly believed that by providing Gu Xian with ample companionship, he would not fall victim to emotional manipulation. By the way, Xin'er, I have something to discuss with you. Gu Rong seized the opportunity to relay the situation regarding Douluo to Gu Xian in detail. Do you have any means to alleviate the poison within him? Douluo was, after all, one of Gu Xian's subordinates, and Gu Rong deemed it necessary for Gu Xian to be aware of the circumstances. When Gu Xian felt ready to treat Douluo, that would be entirely his decision. What do you think, grandfather? A noble steed dismisses all external influences. Anything detrimental to its health is regarded as heresy, Gu Xian remarked, his eyes narrowing slightly, a hint of pride evident in his demeanor. The power of talismans was indeed formidable. When do you intend to administer the antidote? Gu Rong suggested that they should wait a while longer, at least until Gu Xian could ascertain Douluo's unwavering loyalty. Let us address it soon. Previously, ignorance may have been bliss, but now that we are aware, to disregard it would be somewhat cruel. Moreover, it is not my style to witness my own suffer, Gu Xian replied. Previously, he had lacked an excuse, but now that he had a rationale, he would not hesitate to utilize his talismans. Allocating a portion of his time to his talismans in exchange for a loyal subordinate seemed a worthwhile trade. Are you certain? Wouldn't it be wise to wait a little longer? Gu Rong mused, believing that only by allowing Douluo to experience the depths of his suffering could he come to value the health he had been fortunate enough to regain. No need, Gu Xian retorted. You have mentioned that his lethal poison originates from his martial soul. Therefore, as long as he continues to wield his martial soul, he cannot escape the threat of being poisoned again. If he wishes to avoid repeating the past, he cannot betray me. Gu Xian's reasoning illuminated Gu Rong's thoughts. Indeed, Douluo's poison was unlike ordinary injuries. If Douluo sought to live freely and healthily, he would forever remain under Gu Xian's control. Very well. Since you have made your decision, we shall proceed as you see fit. With the allure of the martial soul oath and Gu Xian's talismans, there was no need to worry about Douluo developing any treacherous intentions. In fact, upon realizing that Gu Xian could resolve his martial soul dilemma, Gu Rong was confident that Douluo would employ every means at his disposal to cling to his grandson's support. Young Master Old Bone, Douluo and Yin entered, carrying the morning meal, only to find Gu Xian and Gu Rong seated together, their expressions stern and serious. For a moment, both felt utterly at a loss. Please set the food down first. Yin, step back for a moment. We have some matters to discuss with Old Poison. Gu Xian instructed Yin. Since Douluo wished to keep Yin uninformed, Gu Xian would not overstep his bounds. Once Douluo was healed, he could choose when to disclose the matter to Yin. Grandfather? Yin was somewhat bewildered. It was her first time witnessing such a solemn scene since arriving at Bone Peak. Don't worry, Yin, you should step outside for a moment. Grandfather and the young master have some important matters to discuss, Douluo said, correctly surmising the nature of the conversation. With a bitter smile, he affectionately ruffled Yin's hair. All right, very well. Yin glanced at Gu Xian, and upon receiving an encouraging nod from him, she felt a sense of relief. With a slight bow, she placed the food down and exited the small courtyard. Young master, Old Bone, may I inquire what matters require discussion? Douluo assumed that Gu Xian, upon learning of his predicament, might harbor disdain for him and was preparing to assign him some perilous task to drain his value. He was concerned that this might embarrass him, hence the request for Yin to leave. However, given the circumstances, he no longer cared. His life was of little value. As long as he could secure a future for Yin, he would consider any sacrifice worthwhile. As they gazed at the seemingly self-sacrificing Douluo, Gu Xian and Gu Rong exchanged bewildered glances, utterly perplexed. Had this man conjured up some fanciful notion in his mind? Chapter 52, The Eyes of Ice and Fire. Old Poison, have you perhaps misunderstood something? Douluo's grandiose demeanor incited a throbbing vein at Gu Rong's temple. One may question his character, but his integrity remains beyond reproach. Having vowed to devise a means to save your wretched life, he will undoubtedly follow through. Is he the type to present one facade while harboring another? Indeed, he is, as the unfortunate souls who have met their demise by his covert machinations are not few in number. Old Poison, my grandfather briefed me on your predicament. I can assure you, I possess the means to resolve it. Gu Xian had no intention of engaging in a tug-of-war with Douluo and thus launched directly into his formidable abilities. Douluo, momentarily dazed, initially believed he had misheard. However, after replaying the words in his mind, his eyes suddenly sparkled with a glimmer of hope. Young master, are you implying? Douluo's voice trembled slightly. Who could fathom the toll he had incurred in his relentless pursuit of a remedy for the venom of the azure scale serpent? At this juncture, he had grown somewhat despondent, yet Gu Xian's words illuminated his darkened world like a beacon of light. You have witnessed this ability before, though due to its remote application. It merely facilitates instantaneous recovery from bodily injuries. Gu Xian waved his hand, and the sacred master steel materialized behind him, before Douluo's very eyes. Gu Xian removed the talisman from its surface. Holding my talisman is an entirely different concept from remote invocation. I can guarantee that, with my talisman in your possession, you will instantaneously purify the toxins within your body and elevate your physical condition to its zenith. Gu Xian's assertions resounded in Douluo's ears like thunderclaps. Instinctively, he was reluctant to believe. After all, what manner of power could cleanse one's body of toxins in an instant and enhance one's physical prowess to peak condition? Did he think himself a deity? Yet, recalling Gu Xian's actions over time and the tranquility in his gaze, Douluo found himself inexplicably convinced. I beseech you, young master, save me. Douluo, without hesitation, knelt before Gu Xian, his head bowed low. Though he knelt, his form stood resolute like a towering pine. Fear not, for as long as you accompany me, your salvation is assured. However, it cannot transpire within the Seven Treasures glazed tile school. The commotion would be too great. Gu Xian pondered the ruckus caused by Gu Rong's use of the talisman previously. Although Douluo's strength paled in comparison to Gu Rong's, the disturbance created by tidal Douluo would undoubtedly be substantial. Young master, I am aware of a concealed location that houses elements conducive to enhancing one's cultivation. During this time, Douluo had gleaned much about Gu Xian's legendary status within the Seven Treasures glazed tile school. This man was, after all, the living encyclopedia of the sect, and while he may not recognize the numerous herbs flourishing within the eyes of ice and fire, Gu Xian's extensive reading of various classics might enable him to exploit their properties. It was worth noting that the herbs in that location were so ancient that Douluo could scarcely discern their age. However, based on their potent essence, he was certain their age was considerable. Should they be utilized as resources for cultivation, irrespective of Gu Xian's capabilities, Douluo would certainly secure a share. Even a fraction would be more than welcome. After all, compared to those resources, what mattered more to him was the resolution of the azure scale serpent's venom. It could be said that the greatest misfortune of Douluo's life was his lack of insight, hoarding treasures yet allowing himself to starve. Oh, Gu Xian's eyes twinkled with intrigue. Was Douluo truly opening his heart to him? Indeed, it is a treasure I discovered in my youth, and it is through that location's unique environment that I have managed to suppress the toxins within me. Such a remarkable place exists? Gu Rong's face bore an expression of keen interest. Given Douluo's physical condition, he could have perished multiple times over. Yet, the existence of a treasure capable of prolonging his life to such an extent was indeed extraordinary. Where's this place? Is it far? Gu Xian had no precise knowledge of the Eyes of Ice and Fire's exact location. Aside from Douluo, no one possessed that information. It is situated near the location where we encountered one another in the Setting Sun Forest. On that day, I had intended to harness the power of that treasure to suppress the toxins within me. Douluo replied with a sheepish smile, scratching his head. Grandfather, let us travel using your 8th soul skill. The sooner we depart, the sooner we return. As Gu Xian spoke, he tossed a dog talisman to Gu Rong. This was a recent discovery of Gu Xian's, a nifty little technique. A soul master adorned with a dog talisman would not only restore their body to peak condition, but could also unleash their soul skills as though they had activated their martial soul's true form, rendering cooldown times obsolete. It could be said that a soul master wielding the dog talisman faced no restrictions when deploying soul skills. With a mere will, they could unleash hundreds of strikes in a second effortlessly. Excellent. Gu Rong believed he had grasped Gu Xian's intent. After receiving the dog talisman, he skillfully activated its power. Having used the horse talisman previously, he was now nearly at his peak. For him, the dog talisman represented boundless energy, with any additional enhancements proving relatively inconsequential. Shall we bring Douluo along? Gu Rong inquired of Gu Xian. No need. Her lack of strength would only create complications. We can tend to her upon our return. Gu Xian was disinclined to accommodate a burden, especially since the Eyes of Ice and Fire were not suitable for low-ranking soul masters. All right, I will inform the old hag. Gu Rong used his soul power to assist Douluo from a distance, then mentally locked onto Chen Xian, relaying a message. All set, let us depart. After a brief moment, Gu Rong declared, taking one of each of them, and with a flicker of the 8th soul ring, the 3 figures vanished from the Seven Treasures glazed tile school. Swordmaster off again? In the grand hall of the Seven Treasures glazed tile school, Ning Fengji inquired of Chen Xian. Indeed, it seems they are in a hurry, so Old Bone directly employed his 8th soul skill to teleport away. Chen Xian shook his head in response. Given Douluo's peculiar behavior the previous night, Their hasty departure seemed entirely justified to Chen Xian. Alas, if only we knew the true nature of Douluo Bo's situation, we might have devised a means to draw him closer. Ning Fengji sighed. By the way, I have received word from the palace that Emperor Shui Yi fell into a state of rage-induced unconsciousness upon learning that Douluo Bo had joined the Seven Treasures glazed tile school merely to serve young Xian. Fengji, should we not pay a visit? Chen Xian, recalling this amusing incident, sought Ning Fengji's thoughts. Oh, do you know who informed him? It seems it was Shui Qinghe, who rushed to the palace to report. As Chen Xian spoke, he handed Ning Fengji a piece of silk detailing the events that transpired in the palace. Upon receiving it, Ning Fengji's lips curled into a slight smile as he scanned its contents. It appears my disciple is somewhat discontent with the status quo. Chapter 53. Douluo Bo utilizes the horse talisman. In the vicinity of the ice and fire yin-yang, a spatial rift materialized, and in the blink of an eye, 3 figures emerged from within. Ah, exhilarating! Ancient Rong exclaimed, clutching a talisman that seemed to grant an inexhaustible 8th soul skill, his voice booming with bravado. The resonance of his shout sent the soul beasts in the setting sun forest into a frenzied retreat, as if confronted by some unfathomable terror. This unprecedented experience of a soul skill without cooldown was utterly delightful, especially as neither his soul power nor mental energy showed any signs of waning. The sensation was simply exquisite. With his talisman in hand, he felt more assured in collecting soul bones for ancient Xian. Douluo Bo witnessed ancien Rognes exubérance, and a glimmer of excitement flickered in his eyes. If the effects of this dog talisman were so astonishing, the horse talisman must surely resolve his own dilemmas. Young master, please allow me to assist you, Douluo Bo eagerly proposed, transforming into a 50-meter-long serpent, gently extending his head toward ancient Xian. For others, being treated as a mount might be a source of embarrassment, but for Douluo Bo, ancient Xian was the savior of his clan. He would gladly endure any humiliation, even to the point of being a steed. Very well. Ancient Xian nodded in acknowledgement. He was aware that Douluo Bo's treasured location was shrouded in toxic mists. While he himself was indifferent, maintaining his dignity without unnecessary exertion seemed prudent. Ha, let me join as well, Ancient Rome exclaimed, instantly appearing atop the head of the Emerald Scale Serpent King. This was a novel experience for him. Riding a title de law, Douluo Bo bore no objections to Ancient Rome's actions, and upon ensuring both were settled, he swiftly darted away. Youths, I've surrounded my treasure ground with a vast array of toxic mist, forming an innate poison formation. Even ordinary soul masters, including title de law, find it exceedingly difficult to breach. Without my guidance or consuming my antidotes, intruders would soon succumb to the corrosive poison, their organs ravaged by its lethal grip, Douluo Bo explained as he maneuvered deftly. Soon arriving at the outskirts of a forest ensnared in toxic fog, the myriad colors of deadly toxins coalesced into a dense mist, effectively separating the poisoned realm from the outside world. At the formation's perimeter, Douluo Bo paused to allow ancient Xian to inspect his meticulous setup. This poison formation was his pride. He was confident that in combat within it, he could contend with a level 93 soul master. Indeed impressive, ancient Xian remarked silently, while ancient Rong's eyes brightened at the sight. With this formation in place, those below the title duo rank would struggle to penetrate without extraordinary means. Given the relative isolation of the setting sun forest, few title de law would choose to venture here. Thus, establishing this location as a family stronghold would conserve considerable energy. Moreover, situated in the forest's mixed region, it would not demand excessive haste before the 7th ring. Let us proceed, ancient Xian declared, unfazed by the potency of the poison, which posed no threat to him. Even without obtaining a soul ring, the extreme flames of the dragon talisman would render him immune to such toxins. Observing ancient Xian's nonchalance, Douluo Bo's initial pride was swiftly subdued. He had merely sought praise, yet it appeared he had unwittingly stepped into the realm of the experts. Under Douluo Bo's guidance, the toxic mist barely dared to approach before being cast aside. The serpent moved with remarkable speed, and within moments, the trio entered a realm of extraordinary spectacle. Young master, this is the treasure I spoke of. Douluo Bo gently set down ancient Xian and ancient Rome before reverting to his human form beside ancient Xian. The volatile energies of ice and fire surged here. Even a mere inhalation could spell doom for an ordinary soul master. Yet Douluo Bo reassured, your formidable soul skills should shield you from any concerns. This is indeed a treasure, ancient Xian mused, inhaling the vibrant atmosphere that invigorated him. The subtle currents of dragon attribute energy enveloped him in blissful comfort. Since you appreciate it, allow me to bestow this place upon you, young master, Douluo declared, eager to present this haven to ancient Xian. To him, the ice and fire yin-yang, I was merely a means to suppress toxins, now that he could rely on ancient Xian to address the poison. Retaining it served little purpose. Better to offer it as a testament of loyalty. Very well, I shall not refuse, ancient Xian replied, narrowing his eyes in contemplation before gesturing to summon the horse talisman into his grasp. The location is splendid. Now, let us see your performance. Grasp the talisman tightly and channel your soul power to activate it, he instructed, tossing the talisman to Douluo. Thank you, young master. Douluo's eyes sparkled with fervor. Having witnessed ancient Rong's usage of the dog talisman, he had some inkling of the talisman's applications. Keep your distance when using it. If you damage anything here, beware of my wrath, ancient Rong warned, casting a wary glance at the rare herbs carpeting the land. His expression disapproving towards the eager Douluo. Douluo lacked appreciation for the value of these herbs. Yet ancient Rong was well aware. Each of these plants, if brought to the outside world, would be considered treasures, surpassing even the resources ancient Xian had utilized thus far. He would feel a pang of regret if even a single specimen were to be ruined. Moreover, this was now his grandson's territory. He could not bear to witness Douluo's reckless antics wreaking havoc here. Ah, thank you for your guidance, Elderbone, Douluo stammered, soaring into the sky. Once he reached a sufficient altitude, he grasped the horse talisman firmly. Gazing at the seemingly mundane stone, his resolve solidified as he clenched it tightly, channeling his soul power into it. In an instant, the talisman radiated brilliance, its power enveloping Douluo completely. The toxic residue that had long festered within him dissipated as if erased by an eraser, while his nearly depleted body was swiftly replenished by an influx of energy. As he regained his peak condition, the previously suppressed power within him surged forth like a volcano awakening. The entire poison formation reacted to Douluo's newfound strength, churning as though heralding an apocalypse. However, with ancient Rong's protection over the ice and fire yin-yang eye, the upheaval caused by Douluo remained contained. Above, a vast cloud of toxic mist coalesced into a swirling vortex, within which a verdant serpent writhed. As the serpent twisted and turned, arcs of lightning flickered into existence within the fog, only to be swiftly consumed by the poison, the terrifying soul power radiating outward in waves. The great serpent traversed with its head held high, roaring with a fervor that conveyed not only exhilaration, but also a profound sense of liberation, as if it had cast off an immense burden weighing upon its back. How ostentatious! Gu Rong and Gu Xian gazed skyward at the imposing figure of Douluo. When Gu Rong suddenly pursed his lips and murmured disdainfully. Gu Xian, upon hearing this, remained silent, yet his sidelong glance spoke volumes. Chapter 54. The Allure of the Ice and Fire Duality. Douluo unleashed his soul power freely in the sky, for he had long been compelled to suppress the toxins within his body, a necessity that had deprived him of the experience of wielding his full soul power for years. His body, tainted by venom, felt akin to a rusted machine, incapable of relishing the sensation of fluidity in any endeavor. Yet today, he discovered the exhilarating sensation of a body untainted by poison, a revelation that brought him unparalleled ease. It was as if the weight of 1,000 burdens had been lifted, rejuvenating his once-decayed components. The ecstasy that coursed from flesh to soul was a sensation Douluo had never before encountered. Let alone Douluo, even someone like Gu Rong, who bore no significant ailments, would enter a state of elation upon utilizing a talisman for the first time, much less Douluo, who had endured agony throughout his life. The fact that Douluo had not succumbed to overwhelming euphoria was a testament to his commendable mental fortitude. At that moment, he resembled a liberated husky, exuberantly channeling his newfound strength. Meanwhile, Gu Xian, sheltered by Gu Rong, gazed up at the spectacle unfolding above. Truly ostentatious. Is it truly such a delight? Gu Rong remarked with a hint of scorn. You speak of your first experience with talismans as if it were a grand affair, yet you nearly crushed me in the process. Gu Xian shot Gu Rong a sidelong glance. Grandfather, was that not simply an uncontrollable impulse? Gu Rong scratched his head, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. Enough of this. Observing that this old rascal would need time to acclimate, Gu Rong shifted the conversation. This place is abundant in rare materials of exceptional quality. Henceforth, I shall not need to request cultivation resources from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, for I can procure them directly from here. Upon arriving at the ice and fire duality, Gu Xian had already resolved to chart his future path of cultivation. First and foremost, he would no longer rely on the resources from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Although those resources were a privilege bestowed upon him due to Gu Rong's status, he saw no reason to settle for inferior goods when superior options were available. Moreover, this decision would serve to delineate a boundary with the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, which he found quite agreeable. Absolutely, the herbs here appear extraordinary, far superior to those found within the sect. Gu Rong nodded in agreement, just as he hoped to provide Gu Xian with the finest resources akin to Ning Fengji's intentions. Furthermore, I intend to cultivate here from now on. Whether or not I return to the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School is of little consequence. Gu Xian could distinctly sense the immense enhancement this place offered to his training, a boon that even the volcanic simulation training room constructed by the sect could not rival. Yet, the only concern was the matter of reputation. But does he truly need to concern himself with such trivialities? Moreover, should any whispers arise, Ning Fengji would swiftly extinguish them before they could even take root. Gu Rong was momentarily taken aback upon hearing Gu Xian's intent to remain here for cultivation. He understood the potential hazards posed by the active flame particles in this realm, but what would become of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School? After all, the school had invested heavily in constructing a volcanic simulation training room for Gu Xian. It seemed somewhat inappropriate for Gu Xian to abandon the sect so readily. Grandfather, I do not wish to sever ties with the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Although Uncle Ning may show favoritism towards Ning Rongrong, he has never wronged me. Unless extraordinary circumstances arise, I do not intend to completely dissociate from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Gu Xian did not harbor ill intentions, yet he also wished to avoid the stigma of being a traitor. Remaining at the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, however, served only to torment his mindset. Rather than endure such trials in that tempestuous environment, it would be far more prudent to depart, allowing him to cultivate with peace of mind and preserve the dwindling sentiments he held for the sect. Gu Rong opened his mouth as if to speak, but ultimately refrained. He recognized that Gu Xian would feel discomfort remaining within the confines of the sect. He too felt unease. Yet the long-standing bonds he had nurtured with the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School made it impossible for him to leave unless faced with dire circumstances. Gu Xian, however, was different. His feelings towards the sect had likely worn thin, given his grandson's tenacious nature. Lingering at the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School for too long could indeed lead to a complete severance, perhaps even hostility. Well, very well. But are you certain this place is truly suitable for your cultivation? After all, the elemental energies here are not solely comprised of fire. The ice elements are also remarkably potent. Might this not affect you adversely? If proximity breeds conflict, perhaps a greater distance would cultivate a more harmonious relationship. Who knows? Perhaps being apart might even ease the tension between Gu Xian and Ning Rongrong. It poses no issue. After all, it is merely a bit of ice. Gu Xian waved his hand dismissively, his gaze drawn towards the spring of the ice and fire duality. He could not ascertain whether it was due to the dragon attribute of his martial spirit, but ever since arriving here, he had felt an inexplicable attraction emanating from this place, a force rooted in the essence of the ice and fire duality. Perhaps it was the dormant souls of the two true dragons within the ice and fire duality that had taken notice of him. For even though the Holy Master is a fire demon, he is also among the most eminent true dragons in the realm of dragons, acknowledged by all 12 zodiac signs. Though now reduced to mere stone, the draconic essence pulsating from the sculpture is undeniably potent. Perhaps this very reason is what drew the attention of the dragon souls to him. Seeing Gu Xian's determination, Gu Rong ceased to press the issue, instead leading Gu Xian on a leisurely tour of the ice and fire duality. Come, Xianer, let grandfather teach you some potion concoction techniques. Although you are well-versed and have perused countless texts, certain secret formulas are never found in the archives. With the herbs available here and the formulas I impart to you, you'll be able to brew your own elixirs for cultivation in the future. Upon witnessing the circumstances within the ice and fire duality, Gu Rong had resolved to secure this location as an essential strategic asset for the Gu family. No one outside the Gu family would be privy to the secrets held within, not even Ah Fu. As the original master, Douluo Bo was indeed permitted to come and go freely with Gu Xian's consent. However, outsiders must never be privy to the slightest detail regarding this place. The allure of wealth is potent, and the treasures of heaven and earth here are abundant, surpassing even the combined worth of all the assets belonging to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect. It is fortunate that Douluo Bo is not discerning. or he would surely lament in despair. Chapter 55. The Initial Trial of the Ice and Fire Duality I. Young Master, I am eternally grateful for your life-saving grace. Douluo felt for the first time the invigorating sensations that accompanied such a healthy body, and he could not help but exult in the skies for an extended period. It took him over an hour to return to a state of calm. Once composed, Douluo hastily transformed into a streak of emerald light, landing before Guxian. Kneeling on one knee with both hands holding a talisman, one could only ascertain through experience. Observing the innocence in her demeanor heightened his enthusiasm. He supported himself on the ground, enveloping her beneath him, eagerly leaning forward to nuzzle her face with his rather unpleasant mouth. Montak Yanlai Etrasing Tsu Tiangxin murmured an apology before stepping down from the stage and extending a hand to his teammates below. They reciprocated, and as Mo Yanlai approached, they exchanged mutual high fives, concluding their shared merriment. As memories flooded back, he suddenly glanced around, searching for Qingqing. His last recollection halted after falling into a deep pit and colliding painfully with an object. That was your lewd power, not some celestial ability. Deng Ziyuan appeared incredulous. This habit was one that Lu Wen had always insisted he cultivate to avoid leaving himself vulnerable to exploitation. It served as a form of protection. After all, a comrade had already prepared a grenade-like incendiary device designed for throwing. Unlike a Molotov cocktail, I swiftly took the grenade, pulled the pin, and hurled it at the mountain wolf. Lin Jingzhu shot an annoyed glare at Su Xianer as she approached, initially intending to inform her of her decision to participate in the Tianlai competition. However, she was taken aback to find her engaged in some sort of game. Meanwhile, Lin Jingzhu clung tightly to her, incessantly nudging her and squealing with excitement while listening to music. With a smile, Hua Xiong produced the traversing key and tossed it against the barrier, swiftly opening a passage. The two soared out just as 8 azure dragons pursued them, causing the barrier to close automatically. The aura emanating from her was reminiscent of the cold corpse I had previously encountered, as if the essence of her being had been stripped away. Did you orchestrate the affair concerning Lishichi? Peng Yuhai's icy tone addressed Zhang Yi. While his words rang true, I still felt a twinge of discomfort, considering the 6 lives at stake, all of whom were innocent. However, at that moment, Billy had already turned to leave, leaving me unable to voice further concerns, well aware that I could not afford to be soft-hearted, lest I jeopardize our significant undertaking. Mu Xiaohan and Ji Wuming were just preparing to defend with their vital energy when they realized they had been rescued ahead of time. In a moment of passion, Yang A directly, excitedly pulled away a dining chair and knelt before Zhang Rui, the sound of his knees striking the ground echoing with a thud. Tears of grievance welling at the corners of his eyes. Not far away, Tang Wei's expression was evidently displeased, though she refrained from voicing her discontent, recognizing her role as the president that evening. Moreover, within this circle, relationships among assassins were not uncommon. Soldiers are typically punctual. At 6:59, the doorbell rang. Lausen glanced through the peephole, opened the door, and 3 individuals dressed in plain clothes entered. I had been smiling while Lao San spoke, finding the situation utterly absurd, as he remarked that ordinary people could not possibly engage in such antics. Joking aside, I'm not like Chaji. You need not bring anything. Just come with empty stomachs. Away chuckled as he patted my shoulder. 2 days later, Jean Bebe returned to the hospital, heading straight for the office of the plastic surgeon. Given that the groom was a scientist and his colleagues were of various professions, their revelries commenced rather ordinarily. You need not refund my tuition. Simply extend my study period by a month. I genuinely enjoy learning to paint from teacher Luo, I stated sincerely, recalling how my classmates would tease him, causing us to laugh until our bellies ached, reminiscent of my high school days. Chapter 56, Approaching 30. Although Guxian claimed that the ice and fire duality I was well suited for his cultivation, Gu Rong remained skeptical until witnessing it firsthand. Thus, Guxian was compelled to conduct an experiment. As for danger, with the presence of the dog and horse talismans, what peril could Guxian possibly encounter? What truly concerned him was whether Guxian could cultivate within this mixed domain of ice and fire. After all, the nature of simulated cultivation grounds emphasized harmonious attributes, and it was difficult to believe that conflicting attributes could yield favorable results. For a quarter of an hour, the vital energy within Kaaba surged wildly before gradually subsiding, ultimately stabilizing at the mid-stage of the 7th level of the opening realm. With a single step forward, Luo Tian's entire body leaned forward, collapsing once more onto the ground. Thanks to Fenglan's ancestor filtering the process, Yizhua did not need to exert himself as painstakingly as Fenglan had in the past. He simply did not have the time or the need. Nevertheless, Fenglan's ancestor had selected hundreds of jade slips that Yizhua should investigate. Subsequently, with a mighty flap of the bony wings on the skeletal dragon's back, its massive form soared into the air, gliding toward a specific direction. Tianming, we must not delay further. Captain Hua Dao, let's set forth, Han Chuan said, stroking his white beard as he strode to the front of the group. No longer glancing back at that man. You need not search any longer. You cannot see me. I am merely a specter now, or perhaps a being born from the psychic essence of this celestial realm, and you will not be able to perceive my presence, the voice echoed once more, now considerably weaker than before. Furthermore, the sheer number of corpses shocked Zhao Ji within the royal palace. Consequently, Zhao Ji issued orders for all the residents of the city to commence assisting in the transportation of these bodies. Following the address on the membership card, Zhong Shilang and Erqiang found a CAF near the Yasaka shrine. During the day, it was bustling with patrons, but now, in the afternoon, it was at its peak. Chun Feng nodded, recalling that Qianxi Longya had conveyed the same to him. At this moment, Chun Feng genuinely believed in Guan Pian, the insider from the Divine Martial Division who was embedded within the Guan family and responsible for aiding his efforts. The precious one sprang up in excitement, and with a resounding bang, Lu Mashio intended to check on her, only to be met with a collision that struck his chin, nearly bringing him to tears from the pain. They had just confirmed that Wesley's breath still felt warm, indicating he was not in mortal danger. Outside, the police continued their calls, while terrorists within the mall recklessly opened fire. Though Yanqing was unreliable, the situation concerning Rong Ju had to be clarified. If this individual were an operative, then harboring any uncertainties would be a grave error, prompting Gu Qinyu to ascend the stairs to probe Rong Ju further. While Yu Ye could not traverse every department, gaining insights would undoubtedly benefit future scientific inquiries. One must accept the consequences of their wagers. You shall immediately don your shorts and run a couple of laps outside, Huang Fu Yi declared, his expression brimming with arrogance as he grinned mischievously. In the realm of the president, there exists no problem that cannot be resolved with a mere slumber. Should any issue persist, one might simply indulge in a second slumber. If one were to engage in 7 nightly slumbers, rest assured, no ailment would remain. As Gu Qinyu meticulously established the barrier, she cast her gaze downward to observe Yun Lianxing gradually awakening, presumably roused by the oppressive aura of the Lord of Wuliang City. This insight had been gleaned by Sun Wan during a conversation with the elderly patriarch of the Shadow Clan, prompting her reluctance to bring others into this realm indiscriminately. It is indeed astonishing to contemplate that the ever-assertive Gu Qing, who had long professed to let the plot unfold autonomously and harbored a particular disdain for altering the fates of others, would one day take it upon himself to modify a string of code and even restructure the original narrative. His demeanor was as serene as the clouds, exuding an air of nonchalance, his visage adorned with an impeccable expression. A gentle smile graced his lips, captivating the attention of all who beheld him. Chapter 57. The Impact of the Absence of Talismans. After escorting Gu Xian and Du Gu Bo back to the Seven Treasures glazed sect, Gu Rong conferred with Ning Fengji, ultimately departing the sect under the cover of night, armed with the horse and dog talismans. Within the resplendent Seven Treasures Hall, Ning Fengji sighed deeply as he watched Gu Rong's retreating figure. Though Gu Rong had never shown any indication of wanting to leave the sect, he could sense a growing estrangement between them. Do not worry, Fengji, the old bones will not abandon you. 1,000 gold coins? Oomph. Do you fancy yourself the top courtesan, worth such a sum? Gu Nansheng was never one to be trifled with. His insults were only surpassed by those even more cutting. In such circumstances, one might naturally lean towards the reclusive elders, yet the outcome was entirely unexpected. The two formidable elders were dispatched with ease by the young progenitor of the Blood Clan, as if slicing through vegetables. He first convened a meeting with the upper echelons of the Watcher Alliance to share his thoughts. Following a comprehensive discussion, they ultimately reached a consensus of compromise. Indeed, the money was sealed with transparent tape, fortuitously intercepted by me, remarked Grandpa Li. And now, Gu Momo audaciously claimed to possess the roots of a domineering lineage, leaving everyone astonished. Having reconciled their sentiments, Gu Chao observed the familiar texture of the skin, soon discovering that within the center dantian, the energy had penetrated the skin, causing the cells of the epidermis to proliferate wildly, not only in the epidermis, but also in the dermis and all associated appendages. Due to the frequent influx of outsiders for work or tourism, local residents had taken to becoming landlords, constructing houses in the outskirts where land was inexpensive for rental or sale. Zauhan's Kumans instantly sparka atampast, igniting widespread controversy both in the court and among the populace. Meyer Lansky, noticing Qin Xiaoyou's slight relaxation, felt an internal surge of satisfaction. Just as he was about to speak, Qin Xiaoyu, without consulting him, boldly entwined his arm around Li Yuzhu's slender waist and strode forth. Summer Snow, ever unhurried in her endeavors, was the first to mount one of the wooden horses. Chun Shu, who had been eavesdropping all afternoon, had hoped to join the teachers for a meal, but upon learning they were dining on local delicacies, he relinquished the idea. Bai Siyuan, a name that resonates beautifully. Yet regrettably, I did not witness her demise. Even as the Empress, she remained unsatisfied, tears cascading down her cheeks like a gentle stream. At this moment, Ji Xian stood upon the deck, gazing intently at the broken sword, the exquisite sword, feeling an unusual sensation wash over him. The ancestral hall resonated with the sound of whips. As Yi Feng bit his lip in silence, his father remaining unchanged after all these years. To leave this mountain hollow, one must first traverse over 300 miles eastward to reach the thoroughfare frequented by merchant caravans. Observing the earthen giant emerging from the mountainside, Di's mind raced as he quickly pieced together the events leading to this moment. He was a disciple of a celestial master, and his discord with the Jade Su Fairy had led Zhuge Anren to comment from the sidelines. Meanwhile, the Lord of Monster Peng incessantly raised his cup, even exchanging seats with others to share a drink with him. Here comes. And this, steamed rice, exclaimed the ant, who placed a bowl of fragrant, steaming glutinous rice before him. My cousin has become increasingly estranged from me. What have I done to provoke her ire? Xiao Yunmo, upon observing Yi Qingqing's evasive actions, felt a twinge of unspoken disappointment within. A mere few dozen meters separated the bustling night market from this tranquil street, where the silence stood in stark contrast to the cacophony of vendors, as if they belonged to entirely different worlds. I won't go outside. It's too cold. There are noodles in the kitchen. I'll cook for myself, Du Ruo retorted, unceremoniously diving back and assorting the infant's garments. Chapter 58. Yi Xinlan's Return. The absence of talismans on Gu Xian was indeed a predicament. After all, his rigorous training had been predicated upon the foundation of talismans. Now, without them, his training felt somewhat constrained. Both of Fu and Gu Xian struggled to adapt, resulting in the current awkward situation. Young master, are you unwell? Du Gu Bo exclaimed in alarm, for Gu Xian was a precious gem of the Du Gu clan. As Cheng Yao opened the door, he rummaged through a pile of items carried by Lan Yingshun, retrieving an electric toy car he had purchased for his nephew Cheng Yin, presenting it like a treasure as he entered Cheng Yin's room. The 7th prince and the 12th prince were indeed fortunate, having serendipitously secured positions as a marquis and a count, respectively. Cheng Yuan, bewildered, pondered whether this was a consequence of prolonged suppression in his line of work, resulting in a form of occupational hazard. Just as Cheng Yuan was calculating his remaining funds, he noticed the carriage had halted and could not help but inquire. The Emperor of the Purple Weeping Star approached the barrier, where mystical energies continuously descended, and the force that had drawn him towards the celestial body gradually waned. A light chuckle resonated from outside the door. Upon looking, one beheld a young man clad in a tailored suit, adorned with a prestigious watch, entering with an air of confidence. In less than a minute, all the warriors of the Ma family were brutally slain, their deaths gruesome, leaving the onlookers in muted astonishment. The Black Mountain Old Demon snorted coldly, his massive bone teeth rising, transforming into a blood-red demonic light that soared into the unknown night sky. However, at that time, Ma Baoguo was nearing 90, and upon returning to Jinling after achieving the title of the Green Robe Medical Sage, everyone presumed he had long since passed away. It was indeed remarkable that the aristocratic families could relinquish, even momentarily, their ambitions of land annexation. Initially, the three engaged in a lively exchange of opinions. But as the discussion deepened, the Fushi siblings transitioned from speakers to listeners, enraptured by the master's profound teachings. The 7-star sword fell to the ground, and Sun Wukong, chuckling, picked it up, collecting all 5 treasures into his possession. Along the journey, the guardians of the mountain had informed the fire and water boys that the sage was currently in seclusion, and the situation relied entirely on the great master Xuandu's vigilance, prompting the water and fire boys to immediately focus on the crux of the matter. Amidst the tittering laughter, Taishang Laojun departed from the Golden Light Temple. Leaving the kingdom of Jisai, deeply concerned about the rapid expansion of the Buddhist sect and perpetually haunted by thoughts of the Buddha relic from the Golden Light Temple. There is no need to ponder further. Even shackled by meteorite chains, they were no match for me, Qi Yang remarked nonchalantly. Subsequently, all the demon clans in the heavenly court performed a solemn 3 kneels and 9 bows before the sacrificial altar, demonstrating the unwavering resolve of the demon race. Feng Jin waved his hand, confidently beckoning the 2 individuals closer, and quietly briefed them on the latest mission ahead. These matters had, in fact, been the subject of their earlier discussions, and now, as they spoke, a sense of indignation lingered. The casualty ratio surpassing 21 had cast an unsettling pall over the countenance of their rearguard, Wales, though such losses were negligible for the Fallen Star sect. For him, who had volunteered for battle, it represented a significant loss of face. Beside the rapidly decaying corpse lay nothing but a 3rd-tier magical green staff, a few materials, and the sole remnant of vitality, the activated vine roots still pulsing with life energy. As for the task of probing the Shun family, Yao had already devised a plan. Once Su Xuan returned with his academic accolades, he would prepare a gift and pay a visit to the Shun household amidst the festive congratulations from neighbors. My most genuine hesitation stemmed from the fact that this was Ian's inaugural private fund. Dear sister, no matter how thoroughly you scrutinize, you won't uncover any discrepancies. For that fabric only reveals its true nature when confronted with workshop dyes. Do you understand my point? Linglong smiled, tipsy yet radiant. Chapter 59, Seriousness. An unprecedented level of seriousness. Gu Xian's progress was astonishingly swift. With Yi Xinlan's presence, it was indeed possible to push some of that momentum towards the 9-heart begonia. After all, diligent cultivation, coupled with the protection of a premier healing soul master, could facilitate significant advancement, making it somewhat easier for others to accept. As for how many would believe, that was of no concern to Gu Xian. I will provide you with a reason, and you may proceed accordingly, he suggested, dissuading Gu Rong from taking a leisurely stroll. In the state of the 3 talismans, Gu Rong was only capable of taking action. The Fire Qilin, a divine beast of immense size and formidable bloodline, possessed a terrifying level of strength that was beyond imagination. Even though the Sword Saint was exceptionally skilled, competing in sheer strength with such a creature was utterly impossible. The Fire 2, while an advanced fire-type star beast, would likely struggle to match even a moderately powerful water-type star beast in the ocean. Could it possibly contend with Kandachi? Once Ibu regained his composure, he acknowledged that the Northwest Army, having prepared itself, would find it challenging to resolve the conflict swiftly. Should they act rashly, they might fall into other traps. The 2 barbarian generals' words rang true. Pressing forward relentlessly left the Northwest Army with no avenues of escape. In Sun Zikong's view, since Chu Huan and Sun Yang were married, it was only natural for them to reside together. With Sun Yang settled in this courtyard, it was only logical for Chu Huan to move in as well. Just wait. One day, I shall step into the starry sky beyond and conquer that realm, he declared. He understood that the marshal Xu Xingjun and the leader of the 28 constellations, Jiao Mugong, were not allies, but rather adversaries. As a trusted lieutenant of Mo Lai Xian, Chun Jia, a member of the Rakshasa clan, was well aware of the secrets beneath the great wilderness. Mo Lai Xian had not concealed these from him, and Chun Jia had been diligently gathering and cooperating with the crystal-devouring ants to mine dark elemental crystal stones, transporting them to the Fire-Water Tree star via spatial transmission arrays. Fei Gang sought to capture more mining slaves and preferred to keep a low profile. Thus he did not voice any opposition. However, the adversaries were formidable. After leading them to the outskirts of this planet, they suddenly launched an assault. The armed transport ship was shot down, prompting this group to descend upon the planet, compelling Fei Gang to follow suit. Yet, a full day had elapsed since their return, causing Ko-Ing to feel increasingly uneasy. Had their skirmish been witnessed, it would undoubtedly have stirred considerable commotion. In their exchanges, the 2 combatants' blades had yet to clash even once, a testament to the difficulty of their duel. Seeing Wang Peng drink, Xia Yang felt a twinge of sympathy for him, albeit with a hint of curiosity. The outside world had long circulated rumors that Wang Peng was a close confidant of Chen Dongjiang. So why was he being treated in such a manner today? After much contemplation, he concluded that the only plausible explanation was underlying discord. He recalled the youth he encountered while praying for blessings at the Chenghuang Temple after narrowly escaping the chaos of war. Distinguished figures from various factions in the Jianghu had gathered at Huayang Villa to celebrate Su Ran's ascension, including Su Yang, who had benefited from Su Ran's favor. and the leaders of numerous prominent families from the capital who had come uninvited. As Zhu Ke fainted, Lu Huo rushed forward, cradling her in his arms. Gradually, he seated himself on the ground, allowing Zhu Ke's body to recline. At the same time, he exerted a portion of his consciousness into her being. Amidst the spectators' discussions, Jing Mo Xian escalated his actions, lifting Han Shui air directly and stepping into the elevator. Chu Tian Kuo was thoroughly disillusioned, dismissing the jeers of the crowd beneath him, for they were unworthy of his time. Seeking one's own demise, many thought, some even intentionally leaving the city. An alert guard stationed outside immediately sensed the disturbance and shouted, prompting the elite defenders to spring into action, encircling the assailants. Chapter 60, You Dear Mother, Do Not Wish for This. Yi Xinlan was no fool. How long had it been since Gu Xian awakened his martial soul? Half a year? In less than a year. He had elevated his cultivation to 2 rings, the second of which was even a millennium soul ring. Such occurrences were not merely things to be proclaimed. Even among close acquaintances, they were kept secret to avoid drawing external attention. Gu Xian's current cultivation was evidently unusual. Typically, individuals would be scrambling to conceal such advancements. Yet they brazenly displayed their prowess. Indeed, it is primarily thanks to Brother Bao's profound wisdom. I am truly in awe. Niu Jian immediately lauded him. The concepts presented by Lin Fei were entirely new to him, and they seemed rather profound. Even if he were the Einstein of the canine realm, he would need to ponder deeply to transform Lin Fei's words into his own understanding. Chun Feng, the weakest among them, found it even more challenging to awaken than Chun Sheng. He expended a significant amount of spiritual energy to rouse Chun Feng from his stupor. Let us dispense with the pleasantries. Follow me inside to avoid Rong Yilong chasing you away, Lin Fei instructed. Chun Feng muttered under his breath. Yet the extraction results had already surfaced, and there was no altering them. All he could do was silently accept his fate. The individuals under his command practiced a hodgepodge of martial arts. Many in groups ABC lacked comprehensive cultivation techniques, with some only possessing training methods suitable for the internal energy stage. This is merely a conjecture based on the inspection results. You may consider it as a reference. Lin Fei remarked. Chu Feiqing shot forth like a soaring sword, reaching a cloud in an instant, and without hesitation, he plunged into it. Chun Hao, deep in slumber, abruptly threw off his blanket, angrily cursing the rooster in Funyo village. Did I not mention that they were scheming together and then got into a fight? In my attempt to mediate, I ended up dislocating my own arm. I am the true victim here. Why do you all persistently target me? Jiang Kairan furrowed his brow, lamenting how the principal incessantly meddled in his trivial affairs. Whoosh! Tentacles lashed out, striking the blood-red shield, which shattered almost instantaneously. Yet the sound vanished mysteriously, without even stirring a ripple. Only the blood pigeon tree, retreated under the impact, ultimately stabilizing before Li Qingyuan. Zhang Fugue, struck by a single punch, was left dazed, his face swollen and marred by numerous finger imprints, presenting a truly dismal spectacle. Yu Wuxin initially harbored a modicum of doubt, intending to seek counsel. Yet Master Qianyue urged him to depart, compelling him to bow in farewell. Li Qingyan, reluctant to elaborate, wielded his broken sword and unleashed a slashing strike. His primordial energy, surging forth from the blade's edge, transforming into delicate white strands that swiftly reached the bearded man before him. Within the arena, the major concluded his cultivation. The remaining merit points were sufficient for him to traverse the arena. After bidding farewell to several allied companions, he instantaneously manifested on earth. Upon uttering these words, Yi Xiaofeng, undaunted, brandished his long sword, holding Yi Haoran in his embrace with his left hand, and with a sudden motion, delivered a formidable strike towards a demonic head from a distance. Bicini bit her lip, lowering her head further as she spoke, her voice imbued with palpable grievance. Observing this, Yu Wuxin silently shook his head, yet at that moment discerned a hint of anomaly in Duan Gang, whispering, Master, Brother Duan may have been ensnared by a spell. Look. He extended his right index finger, pointing towards Duan Gang, who remained frozen in place. Seeing that Wang Lang was finally willing to engage with her, Bicini promptly swept her long hair aside and sat upright. The Iron Rod Skeleton General, upon hearing the words of the Iron Blade Skeleton General, cast an admiring glance at him before both ascended the desolate mountain behind the solitary village. Exchanging glances before issuing a retreat command to the Iron Blade Skeleton General and the Iron Rod Skeleton General. Even though he had become astonishingly powerful, it is often said that there are always stronger individuals. for him to reach such heights. It is implausible that no one else on this vast earth could match his prowess. Chapter 61 prepares for the fourth spell in advance. The healing efficacy of a 9-heart begonia is indeed remarkable, possessing the terrifying ability to resurrect the dead. Yet Yi Lingling's soul power remained insufficient, compounded by her inadequate control, causing her to exhaust her soul energy within merely 10 minutes, her body swaying perilously close to collapse. Fortunately, Dugian's quick reflexes allowed her to catch Yi Lingling just in time. "Why do you needlessly show off?" Dugian admonished, gazing down at Yi Lingling, who was a head shorter than her. The sound reverberated around, and the black-robed skeleton appeared to sense a threat, retreating amidst the piercing sound that shattered the silence of the train. Surrounding the god, King Yutian, several divine kings encircled him, wary of his potential escape. Meanwhile, Yutian felt increasingly vexed. He mused, "I do not possess a dream demon system. How can I provide it to you?" Changla made several attempts to tug at Changqi's sleeve, only to be ignored. Observing her aunt's increasingly grave expression, Changlu despondently lowered her head. The red-eyed worker ant was no ordinary soldier. It silently regarded Lin Mo, seemingly pondering his origins, deliberating whether he was prey worthy of capture. Lan Xing was quite knowledgeable about the matter. Thus, upon her utterance, the others fell into deep contemplation. Consequently, the modifications in nomenclature, such as Captain 1 and Captain 2, did not stir any confusion among those within the local network. "You are indeed correct. What does that refer to? If everything is orchestrated by Director Mondo, how could he have known I would gather the demonic spirit sacred crystals?" Li Bai inquired. Sherpo's eyes sparkled with determination. This was the chosen one of Shulin, and for that reason alone, he would do everything in his power to assist Lin Mo. After a soft chant, the Black Blood Saint's heavy sword radiated with sudden brilliance, as spiritual energy transmitted in a wondrous manner, gradually reaching all the wooden blocks. After the old beggar departed, the electric guard, old guard, and day guard excused themselves on the pretext of having matters to attend to, instructing Li Bai and the other 3 disciples to await in the inn, planning to deliberate further the following day. The first roar gradually dissipated. However, in the next moment, a second roar erupted, mere minutes apart, yet imbued with even greater fury. Li Jun felt a jolt, fully aware of the formidable strength of the Chaos Demon Ape. In the primordial chaos, many Chaos Demons existed, yet only a few, led by the Chaos Demon Ape, could rival the Panga God. Now, with most Chaos Demons perished, the Chaos Demon had effectively revived. Although he was somewhat dull, his character was exceptionally good, and he was particularly discreet. Anything he promised would be earnestly fulfilled, which I found quite reassuring. As for the Baibao Group, its current market value had soared to a staggering $100 billion. While still far from the first tier, it had already secured a leading position in the second tier. Just as this thought emerged, a cloud of dust loomed in the distance, as beasts and birds charged forth. A truly terrifying sight. "I wish to go to Europe," Wang Dalong declared resolutely, uncertain of Lu Xingwu's reaction. In comparison, Steward Mao and the warriors behind him appeared as mere specks of dust against the brilliance of the full moon, one dazzlingly radiant, the other quickly overshadowed and extinguished. Nan Li's expression was one of sorrow as he gazed at Lu Guang's statue, remaining silent and motionless. Meanwhile, Lu Guang, nestled within the spirit-connecting jade, brimmed with hope for the future, incessantly inquiring of the mirror about the secrets of the cultivation realm. The game League of Legends was developed by the great inventor upon his arrival on Earth. Without the great inventor, it could be said that the game would not exist. The night was as dark as ink, devoid of even the slightest glimmer of light. Not a single figure was discernible among the patrolling servants. Chapter 62. The Terror of Ning Fengji. Increasingly, I found it incomprehensible to understand Uncle Bone's maneuvers. Ning Fengji stood atop the vast plaza of the Seven Treasures glazed sect, gazing towards Bone Peak, his eyes reflecting a tumult of emotions, ultimately coalescing into a deep sigh. According to the sect's guards, the patriarch and young patriarch of the 9-heart Begonia clan had been invited by Gu Rong to visit Bone Peak. Although the sect itself had few healing-type soul masters, Gu Rong preferred to invite members of the 9-heart Begonia family for assistance. "First, I will check on Mother, then return to Brother to prepare for Mother's return home and the journey back to Yulin Mountain." Li Hua seemed oblivious, drawing his knife and slowly advancing, causing Lu Shi to flinch in fright. Li Hua had already confirmed Lu Shi was awake. It was merely a scare, intending to extract some down from Lu Shi's down jacket to block his ears, now nearly convinced that a mysterious voice was at play. Suddenly, a powerful force surged within him, and he managed to support himself with one hand, straining to rise, his face contorted in a fierce roar, ultimately succeeding in standing up. After I finished speaking, Lu Chu smiled without saying anything, placing the food tray opposite me before sitting down. Very well. Let this princess test just how formidable the Dragon Clan's Imperial Guard truly is, Jun Chua proclaimed, springing lightly as if a fluttering butterfly, stepping atop the heads of the common folk, swiftly leaping to the front lines of the Imperial Guard, her feet alternating as she kicked against the wall of soldiers they had erected. At that moment, Su Banzian chuckled, stating, "My arm merely dislocated. It is nothing serious. I have already reset it myself, just temporarily unable to move." With her hands propped beneath her chin, she pondered for an extended period. She recalled a moment upon encountering the Serpent King's stone, when she was momentarily taken aback by the sudden revelation of a snake within. Without further contemplation, she proceeded to dissolve the stone, taking precautions to avoid any unintended harm. She had even employed her ability to perceive through its layers and instructed John to meticulously grind away the surface, forbidding the use of a stone dissolver. At this juncture, Ninth Brother had regained his normal complexion. However, upon closer inspection, I noticed a slight limp in his gait, though the reason eluded me. Such discomfort, however, would never be displayed. First, because the Shao royal house could not be overtly offended, and second, due to Lord Nangong's fondness for Shao Yumia, his prospective daughter-in-law. While these two were undoubtedly concerned for her safety, their primary worry was the implications of Shao Yumia's downfall. What would become of the remaining rebels from the Nanhai sect and Xian Villa that she had yet to eliminate? Thus, it became evident that only he could infiltrate Feng Yuan to abduct Yi Qinglan without triggering the array. A miracle truly unfolded. At this moment, a droplet, reminiscent of a teardrop, gradually seeped from the tip of the bloodthirsty soul grass. The physical prowess of the 5 individuals improved as the intensity of their training escalated. Their reflexes and speed exhibited marked enhancement, particularly in the realm of jungle combat, where their coordination became increasingly adept. The two exchanged laughter simultaneously. Life is best lived in the innocence of childhood, free from burdens. Shally mused inwardly, but chose instead to admonish. How could you speak like that? She gazed upward, and the creature responded with even greater enthusiasm. The elder, filled with joy, pondered the source of this delight, concluding it must relate to his daughter-in-law's affairs. Upon witnessing this, the Eastern King's expression darkened. He stamped his foot, unleashing a purplish-red aura towards Yun Shitian. Since Jun Yun and his companions were unharmed, it seemed that Liu had no intention of seeking misfortune at the Duke of Xian's residence. Boom! The golden magical energy enveloping the body detonated upon striking the ground, causing Kaijas to collapse, further fracturing the already uneven terrain. Wu Yong descended slowly, the golden light dissipating, yet he could not find Kaijas' figure, prompting him to realize something was amiss. Suddenly, I grasped the queen's intent. She sought to exchange her nephew's life for favors towards Leia, refraining from punishing me as a condition for me to treat Leia with kindness. After all, Ma Chisin was already deceased. Killing me would serve no purpose. It appeared her fondness for Leia was indeed profound. Chapter 63, A Gift from Dustheart. The parting of Gu Xian and the Seven Treasures Glazed sect had become an established fact, and Ning Fengji refrained from making any insensible attempts to persuade Gu Xian otherwise. Both parties endeavored to maintain a semblance of dignity in their final exchanges. If he could not treat them fairly, he must bear the consequences of his bias. As for executing Gu Xian due to his departure, setting aside whether Qinshin would stoop to such actions, none would dare to provoke Gu under the watchful eye of Dugubo at the Seven Treasures Glazed sect. Do not concern yourself with him. They were never part of our considerations from the outset. Ling Wei instructed. The demon leader fell to a single sword strike. Now, there were no experts left to entangle the king dragon. The terrain of the encampment erupted as the wind and earth formation surged to life, resembling a surging sandstorm, plunging the demon clan into chaos. In the preceding moments, as Chang Shang communicated briefly with the officer in Mandarin, the officer's demeanor underwent a dramatic shift. Now scrutinizing Hui Kai, who, along with Han Zaicheng, was taken to another work area, leaving Hui Kai perplexed regarding their activities. She looked around for Li Hao, who seemed to have been summoned as well, yet his whereabouts eluded her. It is my father who has failed to care for the child. I apologize. Her mind momentarily spiraled into chaos, akin to a twisted bundle of dough, making it impossible to unravel a coherent thought. Young Marshal, I have conducted a tally One horse has perished, yet no other losses have occurred, although a significant portion of our baggage has been lost. Sun Sheng relayed, approaching Wu Anfu. The last incident had involved a man named Jing Majian. This time, it was fueled by the lingering animosity towards him and the desire to take Chu Yangchen away. Following these events, Hui Kai's perception of Han Zai Cheng shifted profoundly, leading to a considerable change in her attitude towards their potential marriage. Her visits to the Han household increased daily. Li Xiaoyan spoke softly. Jing Hao did not object. The street remained bustling with life. Children scattering in all directions to pursue their own endeavors. He remained silent, enveloping her tightly in his embrace with astonishing strength, as if wishing to meld her into his very being. After an indeterminate time, he suddenly leaned down, gently kissing her lips, softly, tenderly, with reverence and longing. The shaman, upon hearing this, felt a twinge of fear. She had not intended to venture outside, yet the news had somehow spread, and their door was crowded with villagers awakened from their dreams. Ultimately, under pressure, she reluctantly gathered a few makeshift talismans to bring to the altar. Chen Yuan's gaze sharpened, exuding a fierce intensity. His previous life had crumbled because of him. For years, she had lived in the simple thatched hut left by her father, embodying innocence and purity. Presently, there are no particularly effective pharmaceutical treatments for autism. The optimal period for intervention is between the ages of 2 and 6, and you have detected it relatively early. Typically, it is recognized around 2 to 3 years of age. At the moment the gunfire erupted, a passerby contestant, running toward the toxic zone at the 130 mark, had their level 1 helmet shattered, blood spraying forth, resulting in immediate elimination. One by one, comrades fell around him, while the shield bearers and musketeers had already become separated from the cavalry. Without infantry support, they were nothing more than living targets. Upon hearing this, the figure in the green robe realized that this lady had come to disturb their dreams in the dead of night simply because she could not sleep. Brother, is it true that once one is vaccinated against cowpox, they become immune to smallpox? Zhao, he inquired, gazing at the liquid within the vial. When all 100 contestants had assembled, the lights within the glass house illuminated, allowing the audience to observe those inside. Xiao Zian suddenly murmured to herself, seemingly attempting to unravel Chen Yuan's mysteries, though regrettably, their interaction had been too brief. Ling Su spoke with a palpable aura of menace, expressing his fervent desire to rush to Western Europe and obliterate this so-called ecclesiastical organization. Chapter 64, An Unexpected Guest. Ultimately, Chen Xin departed, leaving behind a simple book resting quietly in the seat he had occupied. In contrast to Ning Fengji's calculated maneuvers, Chen Xin's approach appeared refreshingly straightforward. This sword technique served both as a legacy he wished to bestow upon Gu Xian and as a form of restitution. As a forebear, having previously displayed bias, he felt compelled to offer compensation. Whether Gu Xian accepted was secondary, but boss, I did not intend to conceal anything. At that moment, Zhuge Hui seemed to adopt a different persona, her voice barely above a whisper as she explained. Li Qing furrowed his brow, his expression darkening considerably. The arrival of skilled practitioners from the snow country began to alter the dynamics. And even the most valiant soldiers of Tai Qian would find their courage rendered futile in the face of overwhelming force. The ease with which Zhang Lu dispatched Chang Hao, coupled with her courtesy towards Yi Fan, indicated to her that he surely possessed extraordinary capabilities and stature, not to mention other undisclosed matters. Initially, Itachi had harbored doubts regarding Kakashi's words, but now, the situation appeared far more grave. Great Chanyu, it is time for us to cross the river. At this moment, Chu and the captain of the Chanyu's guard interjected from aside. Wubo involuntarily shivered slightly, drawing his sleeves closer as he sensed a chill emanating from the dragon throne. It's nothing. I can still endure. Tonight, I have come to disturb you primarily because someone is prepared to discuss certain matters with you. He who pointed towards the nearby Yin Hu. Observing the situation, Yang sighed deeply. The deeper the feelings, the heavier the future wounds, a lesson she had learned well. They had been summoned by the Dark Demon clan to deliberate on affairs, and upon their return, they unexpectedly discovered an intrusion into the forbidden grounds, along with the presence of an unfamiliar youth. Xiaolu contemplated for a moment before bringing it up. Whether this girl would agree or not would be up to her. Yuan Shu had always held Yang Hong in high esteem, and with Yang Hong's humble demeanor, Yuan Shu's anger dissipated considerably. Su Mengan Suin Fro's momentarily, mechanically turning around, and upon seeing Gu Zekin, they awkwardly raised the corners of their lips. The arrows whistled through the air with considerable ferocity. Once struck, one could very well find oneself with a gaping wound. Without completing the mission, there could be no return to Earth. All of one's friends and family awaited there. And regardless of how challenging the objectives might be, one could only grit their teeth and press on. Following a cacophony of sound, a deluge of tiles and dust cascaded from the rooftop, cluttering the majority of the shop. Qin Huai shook his head. Had Zhao Go directly stripped these two of their positions, he might have resorted to brutal punishment to coerce Su Chuan and Yu Fei into confession. Clutching a bundled raincoat upon returning to his room, he had yet to address the situation when exclamations erupted from the hall. It could be described as a confluence of railways, highways, and waterways, serving not only as the transportation hub of Guangzhou, but also as a crucial nexus for the entirety of South China. All these provisions were prepared on Earth, utilized sparingly along the way, yet now they proved invaluable. A surge of intense sword intent suddenly radiated from him, filling the surrounding realm with an overwhelming aura, creating a world imbued with sword energy, amidst which thunderous roars resounded. Originally engaged in combat with Jin Chan'er, Mu Yueshue was taken aback by the arrival of Qin Mu, her demeanor instantly shifting, and she promptly directed her attention towards him. However, at this moment, the limbs of Feiyu Gongzi had stiffened, making it impossible for him to rise. Ultimately, he could only place it on the ground, retrieving several fire crystals from his storage ring and laying them on the ground. The following day, after Su Ying had breakfast, Lu Mingda escorted her to the storefront before heading off to work. The lady said little, merely nodding several times, and promptly directed the team towards the distant peaks. Chapter 65, Taking Action. Haha, Deadwood, come out. Outside the courtyard, Ning Rongrong was drenched in sweat, her face etched with fatigue. Yet, despite her legs trembling from exhaustion, Ning Rongrong maintained her posture, proudly puffing out her chest and shouting into the courtyard. Last night, she had unwittingly received some news from Ning Fengji. He intended to prepare 6 high-quality gem soul bones for her to attempt to break through to the 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda. Due to Qing Qinghe's introverted and sensitive nature, coupled with her pride and resilience, it was improbable that she had no prior connection with Jiang Ling in her past life. Thus, upon this life's encounter, she readily accepted his assistance. For instance, when a user holds a smartphone and does not visibly awaken it, they can place their thumb on the home button, simultaneously executing user recognition to awaken the screen and proceed with fingerprint unlocking operations. Recently, she had been observing the collaborating suppliers for inventory acquisition. She paid particular attention to those aged 30 to 40. The term organization had long been established in China, initially a verb, later adopted to denote military strength. Subsequently, after a leisurely dinner, she would accompany her grandmother for a stroll in this area. Lin Kai patted the city wall, and the sentient thorn demon, Vine, immediately released its hold on the sound source. The night was tranquil, with the sound of a heart being crushed by 5 fingers, juices oozing between the gaps, causing the red-haired figure to halt its crawl, turning back in terror. The first batch comprised the elven village led by Celine, while the subsequent group, referred to as the Dark Elves. Warriors breaking through the bone barrier become formidable dark force masters, capable of locking their vital energy, which only begins to decline after the age of 50. Choosing not to dwell on it, she walked inside, following her instincts to the 3rd floor, arriving at a dormitory door, which she then pushed open. As for Ro Fei, she merely found the girl's actions tonight rather peculiar, but refrained from commenting, observing her every move, ultimately allowing her to blow as she pleased. From the very first glance, Qian Meihua took a liking to the child. In recent days, she had been attending to Jiang Zhen without needing Jiang Lian's intervention. The leaves flourished with vitality, the soil rich and soft, presenting a deep brown hue. Upon examining the wild fruits nearby, one could detect a hint of spiritual energy. Such a wind direction was not easily ensnared unless they drew near, their positions intersecting. Regardless, the former transformed from the notorious Wang He into the esteemed Wang Mi, while the latter had consistently shown faith in him since the inception of the alliance. Due respect must be accorded. He refrained from continuing his words. Yet Shen Zhao stared at him blankly, seemingly startled by his actions. Savoring a bowl of delectable mushroom fish soup, the crown prince found it insufficient and served himself another generous bowl of rice. Yet, even as he gasped for breath, his eyes rolled back, desperately reaching out in an attempt to rise, displaying an indomitable spirit. Gao Mingyang silently admired. No wonder he had sought the master's guidance for 4 years without success, while the master readily agreed to his association with Shower after merely sharing a drink once. As the current top-scoring shooting guard, Hardin not only bore the responsibility of scoring within the Rockets, but also took on the role of the core organizer. Master, what are you planning to do? Ho Zhanshan clung to his weapon reluctantly, fearing that his twin hammers would be snatched away again. Hearing this, Shirbao nearly leaped for joy, suppressing his excitement. He nodded repeatedly in gratitude, casting a favorable glance at Yao Tai and the others at the door. There's no need for that. I shall escort the prince back to the capital using the earth escape technique. Everything will be in order, Lien Sheng declared. Unfortunately, it was too late. Upon seeing Ho Zhanshan's arrival, Alice erupted into a peal of silvery laughter, and countless golden cross wheels surged towards him. Initially indifferent, Ho Zhanshan only realized the gravity of the situation when the winds and sand surrounding him dissipated, prompting him to summon his full demonic power to activate 3 dust-evading pearls. Chapter 66, Anomaly. Were it not for Tang Qishan's recent strictness, he would have sought Jiang Yue long ago and wouldn't be here exchanging pleasantries with Njiqiu. Given that the Shanshigensu governor, Chang Gung, was already of advanced age and had only recently assumed office, the entire military was firmly under Luo Shoheng's command. The last time the temple was shelled, Wu Xuanji had also sought his assistance. When facing the media, a simple statement of under-verification could easily deflect numerous inquiries. In such a public setting, it was naturally inadvisable to openly declare the existence of evolvers. Fortunately, there were internal aliases used by the police. After traversing half the court in a long-distance dash, he knocked over his last central defender and even bewildered his own goalkeeper. The final shot seemed to serve as proof of something. Luo Shijing finally realized that his perspective seemed to be constrained within the confines of the biological research environment of Blue Star. Had he not been discovered, he would have made a direct escape. Now that he was caught red-handed, he was prepared to act without reservation. Based on Nji Xia's rudimentary understanding of the Tang family data, they would likely not keep Tang Xian in the front courtyard, but rather in some inconspicuous location. Nji Xia nodded. Tang Xian was the last remaining bloodline left by Ji Qiu, and she would naturally do everything in her power to protect her. The Prince of Ichu could not enter the court to serve as an official, nor could he wield real power. Logically, even if he were to visit the palace for a greeting, there would be no need to linger until afternoon. Her husband had always been sensitive to heat, yet tonight, he wished to ignite his own warmth. As Lin Hanqi fell onto the bed, the solid chest of Lung Wuqing followed suit, and tonight, a passionate love affair was all but destined. Initially, Mu Jihan thought he was speaking nonsense, but as she listened more closely, she discerned the truth. Her father had been secretly contending with Junhao all along, likely employing some means to steal Junhao's confidential materials. While Junhao believed she had stolen them for her father, Afong finally buried her face in Jiang Ming's embrace, and though her shyness lingered, her heart felt utterly at ease. Li Ning had encountered assailants wielding knives more than a dozen times. The only course of action he could take was to draw his blade and strike, regardless of whether they were friend or foe. Li Ning could no longer distinguish between enemy and ally, and could only act to eliminate those who sought to kill him. Just out for a stroll, and I happened to run into my company's employees. Although Zhou Chu felt that Han Shui's tone was somewhat unkind, she was after all Qing Yun's good friend. So Zhou Chu remained quite courteous. At that moment, Li Ning's roar could likely be heard from many places, a sound reminiscent of a beast bellow, a roar of a primordial giant. Li Ning felt a surge of joy, secretly contemplating that if all else failed, he could still use that bird to gather intelligence. Though he had never formally promised Zhang Hu's position, he understood that Zhang Hu's role was one he could not occupy. Thus, this time around, there was no need for communication or coordination. After someone ignited the spark, the great powers of Huaxia, America, England, and Japan would swiftly ignite like wildfire. Hanqi, what is wrong? Why is your face suddenly so flushed? Unbeknownst to her, Shang Wanwaner turned her head and saw the myriad complexities in Lin Hanqi's eyes, as well as the rosy hue adorning her cheeks. 9 demons, Zishao, gather all the wolf warriors and ghost foxes on earth. Lidaniu comunicata. Everyone present was astonished, not expecting that Tang Bo would attempt to counterattack at the final moment. Yet he was now too weak to continue. His hands were shattered and his head severely injured, leaving him in a dazed state on the ground. Primarily, Chang Shiji was unaware that despite being injured, Duan Qiu could still unleash heavenly-level combat prowess. Albeit relying on weaponry to do so, he could easily dispatch ordinary heavenly-level adversaries. Su Zimo thought no further, clutching his clothes as he entered the bathroom, casually closing the door behind him. He gazed at his haggard reflection in the mirror and sighed softly, turning on the faucet to splash cool water on his face, which brought him considerable relief. Every question posed by Murong Xian at that moment was so casual and yet so incisive that it left Chu Tianyu feeling quite challenged. 180,000. The person in the partition spoke again, unhesitatingly quoting another price. Yin Jiang Tian seemed to be toying with Jiang Feng, commenting on the duel while disregarding Jiang Feng entirely. Perhaps this was also the reason why the Douluo tribe could maintain formidable strength despite their fragmented way of life. Lulu, over here, in an inconspicuous corner by the back door of the Central University of Finance and Economics, Zheng Ji waved at Lulu, who was emerging from the rear entrance. The remaining individuals remained silent, mounting their steeds to follow him. Long Yintian clapped his hands on the armrests of his wheelchair and leaped into the air, landing steadily atop a horse. With a flick of the reins, he galloped away, the sound of hooves gradually fading into the distance. A translucent pearl curtain separated the room into two halves. Miss Yuer smiled gently as she approached the curtain, gracefully seated herself, and with a delicate motion of her fingers, ethereal melodies flowed forth from the guqin, adding an exquisite charm to the otherwise mundane banquet. It turned out that over a century ago, during their youthful days, they were a couple admired by all. Fu Yin wished to assist, but recalling how Yin Long had previously seized his body during his weakness, he hesitated. If he were to draw blood again, he could not predict how much would be lost. Should he lose too much and weaken again, Yin Long would undoubtedly seize the opportunity, having learned from experience. Suddenly, a blankness flashed in his mind, and amidst the buzzing in his ears, he heard Lin Ying's response. Seeing him nod in agreement, Alan shared with him the general characteristics of AI Lin Luo's attire and demeanor before quietly stepping aside to observe Ge Wu's performance. Since they are leaving, why pursue them? Killing them would merely add a few more corpses to this place. After Bai Qianhui finished speaking, she approached Lan Ruo Shui and utilized the soul revival technique to summon Lan Ruo Fei's spirit back to existence. Lin Xian sidestepped Tony, noticing he was still in pursuit, and quickly raised his fist, uttering a fierce remark. Nangong Chanyun mused that the wooden nature of the flying sword was already challenging to refine. Who would have thought that Min Zitong would refuse, stating that once he achieved mastery in refining tools, he would create a cauldron for alchemy. Hearing this, he silently encouraged himself, hoping to advance his skills soon and repay those who had once assisted him with tangible actions. Chapter 67. The Misunderstanding of Douluo Boom. The shield was once again forcefully shattered, and a water blue pendant at Ning Rongrong's waist similarly exploded in an instant. The shockwave from the shattered shield sent Ning Rongrong flying. Even the residual force from a 5th-level soul guiding device was beyond Ning Rongrong's capacity to withstand. Her body was covered in fine cracks, rendering her a bloodied figure. Her breath faint as she slipped into a near-death state, and even if saved, her potential would be compromised. The sword light before his eyes was dazzling. Not only was Huang Kuei's main body battered, but even his avatars bore deep wounds, nearly on the brink of collapse. Before long, under the relentless assault from all sides, Huang Kuei suddenly realized that his avatars had scattered unbeknownst to him, leaving only his main body encircled by 6 adversaries. The deceased wore a gray short-sleeved shirt, gray shorts, and silver high heels. The bedroom was furnished with a vanity and a wardrobe. The deceased's hands were adorned with numerous rings, and the villa contained a bathroom, a kitchen, and a water heater, with air conditioning present throughout. This summarized the location. The auctioneer did not feel disappointed, for during the auction, the host had instructed that this youth was a rare gem. Whoever possessed the discerning, I would claim him as their own. Senior. Upon seeing Mu Bai's arrival, Ayin was overjoyed, even disregarding C2 Xiao Zhao's presence as she leaped into Mu Bai's embrace, leaving C2 Xiao feeling a pang of sadness at the sight. Now, only the deceased and Ting Feng remained, and since Ting Feng was still gravely injured, it was even more impossible to proceed. Feeling troubled and lacking clarity, yet knowing that this grudge must be avenged. Previously, observing the methods of alchemy, he realized that the practice was quite costly, with many materials being nearly impossible to procure. Thus, he intended to seize this opportunity to amass more silver. The entire process of drawing his sword while injured was seamless and fluid. Before drawing his sword, Qiao Yu had already targeted Chu Qingran's acupoint, and the effect of the hemostatic powder was remarkably swift. Chu Qingran experienced only a slight numbness akin to the sensation of flesh being cut, but it could hardly be described as pain. My lord, the conspirators have infiltrated the ant demon domain. I beseech your majesty to investigate. The demon mirror rumbled gruffly. A wise person recognizes the times. Ling Tian remarked, you are indeed a clever individual. Having torn up the IOU, I shall not pursue the matter further. I take my leave. Lan Zhan, sensing the opportune moment, promptly vacated the contentious area, strategizing against Ling Tian. As the foremost family, The Lan clan was absolutely unwilling to swallow this humiliation. The deceased's stomach was empty. Just before her demise, she indulged in forbidden fruit with another. Whether this was voluntary or coerced requires further investigation. However, had it not been for Brother Dong's interruption, had we been the ones struck, we might not have survived unscathed. He then began to curry favor with Dong Zhanyan. No, we must not act rashly. This could alert our enemies and hinder our investigation, Jiang Bailey countered. The spectators dared not even breathe, utterly astonished by Chun Yi's ethereal movements and combat techniques. As a chi refiner, few took the time to contemplate such techniques. Witnessing Chun Yi's fighting style revealed the paramount importance of skill. Perhaps I shall discuss with my superiors, advocating for an earlier leave for you to meet. Yu Ruodong suggested with a forced smile. The students were at home relishing their hard-earned break. Naturally, the scholars were studying, while the less studious engaged in gaming. Overall, they were all busy in their own ways. I am out of funds now. You are aware, I have nearly exhausted the inheritance from Wei Sin. I truly have no money left. Lu Lingshan spoke the truth. Given her expenditures, her finances had dwindled to nearly nothing. Xiaohong remained unfazed, walking and smiling as if attending to a matter unrelated to herself. Valentine and Lin Peng exchanged glances and sheepishly scratched their heads. They found it impossible to refute the seemingly revitalized Xiao Menglu. Chapter 68. Understanding Reason. A beam of sword light cleaved through the sky, appearing above Ning Rongrong. The sword's shadow gradually retracted, revealing Chun Exin standing in the void, observing the surroundings where Douluo Bo was glancing about with a furrowed brow, his expression questioning. He sensed no enemies. Yet Douluo Bo's actions compelled him to wonder if adversaries lurked undetected. Casting a sidelong glance at Ning Rongrong's dire state, Chun Xin raised his hand to channel soul power and stabilize her injuries. Just as the adversary was about to strike, they were intercepted by an individual entering from the inn. The Kirin King is concealing great terror. The Kirin King must possess formidable might to provoke the wrath of the heavens. Especially if he could withstand divine punishment, his strength would become even more terrifying. Along with Wang Shubai, this maneuver of using a blade to kill was indeed clever. After all, fans wield a peculiar power. Sometimes, their inexplicable support could eliminate Zhong Yao Shi without a trace. Anning clicked on the image sent by Jin Yubei. The house he claimed to have purchased was precisely the one she was to sign the contract for today. Lu Yi's escape was anything but leisurely. Had he not been gravely injured, he would have fled with ease, while the two pursuing him, an elder and a youth, were exhausted from the chase. As they ascended, Shun Xiu led Lu Yi and Wulong upward, pausing to survey the surroundings with each floor they climbed. Lan Cheng cast a glance. Although fear gripped him, excitement prevailed. After all, this was their first encounter of this nature, and fortunately, he had someone trustworthy by his side. The man's voice was both domineering and gentle, evoking a feeling akin to the arrival of spring for any man who heard it. The audience responded in unison with approval. Li Guang missed his shot, shifting his stance to deploy his technique, darting into Lin Tianyo's blind spot. As I attempted to approach, Li Tingting shot me a disdainful look, raising her glass to swallow the bitter liquor within. The man donned a black suit, his thinning hair and a gaze imbued with a ghostly allure, observing me with amusement. Xiang Gangtian utilized his heavenly eye to probe into Shi Long's thoughts, astonished to discover that the secret guard was such a brazen entity. A proud expression involuntarily crossed his face as he accepted the token and strode towards the main seat. Li Lianying was reputed for never seeking favors or meddling in political affairs, hence his good reputation. To assume he truly refrained from interference is naive. Sometimes, a single phrase before Cixi outweighed 1,000 words from others. Cixi was quite generous toward her own. The pressure exerted was significantly greater than that which had previously suppressed Luo Hao and his companions, exceedingly formidable. The sound of clashing metal rang out, weapons colliding furiously before me. However, the leader of the European Union failed to comprehend why the people of Huaxiao were willing to use the guild's relocation token in advance. Some factors had ensnared Shin Linfeng. His sole aim in doing so was to keep me by his side. Moving like a long rainbow, he vanished, landing directly before Xiang Gangtian. Sensing something amiss within the crimson glow, the monk's expression turned peculiar, yet he displayed no fear, launching an immediate attack without hesitation. It's fine. My brother and sister are not the kind of fuss. With that, he embraced Zhang Yuan and resumed his slumber. Dean, what shall we do? Due to the terrifying strength unleashed by Jin Jiaolong, Qin Niu, and others, the second-level Taoist elder of the Royal Tao Academy dared not intervene. hastily inquiring of the ashen-faced Jin Yintian. Several unfinished arrow towers in Douluo City were struck down amidst the first round of artillery fire, collapsing with a resounding crash. The source of the 10,000 magnet was of immense magnetic force, causing gravity to surge dramatically. Should the magnetic stone be infused into the star seal, the power of the seal would become exceedingly fearsome. A thought flashed through Zhao Di's mind, filling him with excitement. Chapter 69, The Soul Bone Tycoon. Gu Rong gazed at Gu Xian, his eyelids twitching. His grandson truly mirrored him, possessing a heart as dark as his own. This is for the best. Harboring such resentment cannot be pleasant. Now that you have personally taught Ning Rongrong a lesson, you should feel somewhat relieved, Gu Rong remarked, patting Gu Xian's shoulder. He understood that Gu Xian had long been holding in his rage. Angered by Ning Fengji's inaction towards Ning Rongrong, and frustrated with Chun Xin's inaction, he had been bottling up his feelings. Free from Lin Chuqian's entanglement, Dongfang Mei was overjoyed, leaping from her spot as unmatched sword energy surged into the underground palace, breaking a large hole to escape. Murong Qing had no choice but to comply, taking a deep whiff. It was indeed quite pleasant, though there was an odd substance near the flower's roots, not soil but excrement. Had it been in the past, Hitsugaya Toshiro would have acted without hesitation, but now, as the captain of the 10th Division, he could not abandon his post, knowing that chaos would soon erupt in the Soul Society. Upon opening, he was met with a perplexing message. Yuxia, let me join your circle. I seek protection. Indeed, many years ago, His Majesty the Wolf King, driven by our differing ideologies, brazenly struck me down, shattering my heroic spirit, yet he refrained from taking my life, leaving me with a mere remnant of existence. I am acutely aware that he has always harbored a sense of trepidation towards me, wishing to prevent my resurgence and the rekindling of past events. Divine power, which exists in the cosmos alongside the spiritual energies of nature, does not vanish into thin air, nor does it arise spontaneously. The current emergence of divine power raises questions. Yet the disappearance of such power can be surmised by Rincon. A chill ran down Qin Chongfu's spine. He was unafraid of the battlefield. Yet the prospect of meeting those unknown humans instilled within him an inexplicable dread. Xiao Mo's heart blossomed with joy as he promptly handed the construction blueprint of the crocodile camp to Feng Xiaoning. This blueprint is of a specialized nature, accessible only to those with the requisite knowledge. From this day forth, I am resolute in my commitment to rescue my homeland and its people, to bravely advance in the cause of liberation for China, to charge into battle, and to gallop across the field, placing my life at stake. This is a vow of advancement. According to recorded texts, the process of a ghost fetus maturing from its parasitic host is exceedingly intricate, requiring at least 3 months. Old Lu's words nearly pronounced Yu Feng's death sentence, but he abruptly halted, shifting his gaze towards me, his expression exceedingly peculiar. It seems it is time to contemplate subsequent steps. Qiuyi stroked his scruffy chin, lost in thought. You must never wear that, Ning Yunxi emphatically warned her son while pointing at the incorrectly made garment. As soon as the system's voice faded, a sudden white, luminescent gateway materialized before Qiuyi and the others. In that instant, the air seemed to crystallize, and I could scarcely hear my own breath. Seated at the dining table, a servant swiftly presented her with a steaming breakfast, yet her greatest delight remained a cup of boiled milk in the early morning. Shortly thereafter, Ji Sheng, puffing on a cigar, began to applaud enthusiastically, prompting others to join in. However, before the ignition could commence, Yi Chen suddenly froze in place. If his memory served him correctly, Su Qingsheng had mentioned arranging accommodations for him today, yet there had been no word thus far. The black insect exhibited no hesitation, nodding slightly before playfully nudging my palm with its head. All right, let us refrain from boasting here, lest we become the subject of ridicule. Zhang Fan waved his hand, though an unmistakable sense of pride lingered on his face, only to feel somewhat disheartened upon witnessing Fu Yingying's indifferent reaction. What a shabby hospital! How is it that there are no patient gowns available? Li complained incessantly after rummaging through the room for what felt like an eternity without finding anything to wear. Chapter 70. Gu Rong's growing intent to leave. Gu Rong gestured to sweep all the soul bones into Gu Xian's arms. Although Gu Xian had no use for so many, they could serve as rewards for his subordinates in the future. Soul bones are meant to be displayed to the subordinates. Only by showcasing the benefits will they be motivated to exert themselves. Gu Rong's lips curled into a smile as he waved his hand once more, casting another batch of soul bones into the fray. However, the quality of this batch was not as high, with a variety of mixed attributes. This sect excels in perception, vision techniques, and insight, allowing them to probe the weaknesses of their enemies and strike decisively. Everyone was immersed in a bustling and joyous atmosphere, bending down, their wrists deftly maneuvering as they plucked watermelons from vines, engaging in underhanded tactics, undermining foundations, and pulling the rug out from under others were all familiar antics to Guhan. Liu was scoffed, entirely unconvinced that Scarface would bring so many individuals to the hotel merely for a meal, especially since he had just received accurate reports of a brawl occurring. Indeed, there was a vacancy at the deputy section chief level, and the county requested each unit to submit candidates. Fan Jiel leveraged connections to recommend Fan Yu, which seemed a foregone conclusion. Yet unexpectedly, a Chun Tian emerged today. Upon hearing this, Yu Zhe trembled, staring at Ming Fu as if he had encountered a monster, rendered speechless in astonishment. He had believed that no one in the world would consider this matter, yet it was discovered by the most unassuming of elders. At the age of 6, while traveling with his elders, he expressed a fascination for the sound of human skulls shattering, leading him to smash the heads of 10,000 individuals in a city to listen to the echoes. Once the first outer brother raised a toast to Xinjiang, the floodgates opened and countless others rushed forth to offer their salutations, most of them too agitated to utter anything other than cheers to Brother Jiang before displaying their ostentation. Fortunately, at Jiangxin Zai, he managed to procure a significant amount of spiritual water, extracting a barrel and, foregoing tea, drank it greedily, allowing his body and spirit to relax. Wei Zhongxian, along with the Jinyui and those engaged in patrol and cleaning duties, had just arrived at the ticket counter when Qin Yao showed up. Xiao Yu checked the time. There were still 10 minutes until noon. He quietly focused on the screen before him. The 43-inch LCD display presenting an immersive image that effortlessly drew one into the game. A throng of Tiger Clan demons reveled in the experience. Yet Bai Di Tian squinted his eyes, gazing towards the west. From the land of Shu? Indeed, the Ming Empire commands Hanzhong, Yizhou, and the southern wilderness. These troops must belong to the Shu region, coming to reinforce us. However, after the Great Battle, Qin Yang still possessed an astonishing 50,000 troops. Such strength was truly formidable, Cao Cao assessed. From the Luoyang front, aside from increasing the garrison at the Tiger Prison and Sisui Line to 100,000 by reallocating 5,000 new soldiers under Ma Teng and Wang Ping, he also transferred the 200,000 troops commanded by Li Ju and Guisi to the front lines of Luoyang to support Ma Teng and Wang Ping in defending against Han Sui's forces. One young man sat down, embracing Lily's shoulder. Observing Lily glance towards me and Chu Tian, he shot us a hostile glare. How intriguing. I smiled, a phantom thief. Was it? My gaze meticulously roamed the wall, slightly furrowing my brow as my eyes traveled from a gray-white jade dragon pattern to a lotus-shaped water basin. Wang Yuan observed all of this, yet he and Su Shaoxian proceeded discreetly, though Wang Yuan felt an inner discontent at the reverence the mortals displayed. It was certain that this celestial mechanism divine armor was the mysterious seal guarding Mount Tianwei, wielded only by the celestial emperor in times of dire peril to unleash its ultimate power. The warm blood gradually soothed his heartache. This sensation felt exquisite, so warm, a warmth he had not experienced in a long time. What are you doing? You know full well. Upon hearing Liao Fan's words, the police officer entering the room coldly retorted. Chapter 71. Departing from the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect. Will you ever return to the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect after this departure? Gu Rong inquired of Gu Xian. No, Gu Xian firmly declared. Having decided to leave, he would never return. Moreover, should he encounter Ning Rongrong in the future, he would not hesitate to send her on her way. Well, it's for the best. Staying here would always be a humiliation for you. It is indeed a pity that your head and torso soul bones are not complete. However, I still wish to exert my strength and struggle free. Yet I was firmly pinned to the ground, my hands and feet forcibly pressed against the floor, the searing pain coursing through me repeatedly. Yet I had grown numb to the agony. On stage, 10 individuals were engaged in a spirited exchange, or rather, a rehearsal, while nearly 200 spectators encircled them below. Following the 7th system prompt, the enhancement of the Azure Dragon halberd reached its zenith, leaving its soul force utterly depleted. One could only articulate such sentiments to safeguard one's existence. Otherwise, what alternative was there? They remained blissfully unaware of the truth. Subsequently, the Martial King continued with the introductions, presenting the National Martial Arts King, Wang Tao, and the Nordic King, Nicholas, both of whom were the Voidan realm, with Wang Tao holding a higher rank than Nicholas. Naturally, given the camaraderie we share, how could one be so distant? With a flirtatious wink, He seemed eager to embrace a brotherly bond with me. I found myself at a loss for words. In the face of such brazen audacity, my only recourse was to ignore him. Were it not for the girl's clear and innocent gaze, Lin Shuang would have perceived this utterance as a blatant provocation. The king of slaughter released me and approached to cradle the braid, gently patting her back in a soothing manner. Through this conference, they not only distanced themselves from all ties, but also invited scrutiny from various societal sectors, conveying a significant message in the process. The renowned philosopher Albert Camus once posited that as beings of existence, humanity persuades itself of the value and meaning of life. Our existence is not absurd. From the vantage point of Xiao Yaosheng, he observed that the sword hero, the tiger-headed monster, Wu Man, and the disciples from the Destiny sect and the Celestial County gang appeared formidable and unyielding, especially since the sword hero was originally part of the Destiny sect. Friend, do you not reconsider? Xian Dongzi squinted slightly. Although El Dongbin's response was not unexpected, Xian Dongzi still seemed quite displeased by the abrupt rejection. Suddenly, the once clear sky grew overcast, and a thunderous roar resonated from Mount Hao, not emanating from the heavens but from Tang Zheng's palm. I only arrived yesterday. If you possess healing abilities, could you assist my elder in regaining his mobility? Wang Hao inquired. However, the generals under his command, himself included, were all remnants of the defeated army, schooled in the ways of the German forces. The vassal suddenly recalled that when he was gravely injured and unconscious, Feng Shi seemed to have been by his side. It resembled a gray puppet head, somewhat akin to that of Billy, yet Qin Gu remained unfazed, his fingers dancing across the keyboard. All right, let the games begin, declared Wu Zentianfei, striking out with a palm that instantly inverted yin and yang, enveloping the area in chaos, hinting at a mastery akin to that of the primordial great Luo Golden Immortal. Bao Weiwei was, of course, oblivious to this. Had she known, she would have disregarded him outright, sparing herself his unrequited affections. Just as he was shaking hands with Hindenburg, he suddenly felt the pressure from the other party's grip. Turning to look, he found Hindenburg's eyes filled with astonishment. In Chapter 72, during the Seven Treasures Conference, Ning Fengji was incorrigible. Even though Ning Fengji endeavored to conceal his feelings, the news of Gu Xian and others departing the Seven Treasures Glazed sect spread rapidly. That very evening, Ning Fengji found himself surrounded by numerous elders of the sect, convening a punitive assembly. Setting aside Gu Xian's talent, the mere possibility of Gu Rong departing the Seven Treasures Glazed sect was intolerable to the elders of the sect. The Seven Treasures Glazed sect had managed to stand firm on the continent, becoming a bastion of strength. Possessing a naturally cool demeanor, her expression when unadorned exuded an unyielding aura that compelled others to bow in submission. Qi Yang slumbered for several days and nights. Upon awakening, the sky had turned dark. Supporting himself on his arms, he rubbed his forehead, plagued by a headache. A delicate face surfaced in Jiang Tianyu's mind, as a gentle glow began to illuminate his previously stern countenance. Regarding such matters, the two brothers were entirely indifferent. They had not come to serve as mercenaries, nor did they intend to join any mercenary band. During the previous competition, the team members had grown accustomed to their roles. Although there were fans present during training, their numbers typically only reached a few dozen. Upon hearing this, Hua Erlang had no choice but to withdraw his troops, waiting outside for Yang Fuxing's summons. At this moment, Yang Fuxing and Zhang Gang were attired as master and servant, with Yang Fuxing embodying a true semblance of Yang Huan. He held considerable confidence in his disguising skills. As long as no one approached too closely or touched him, he believed it improbable that others could discern his true identity. As her final word fell, Hua Muzhou abruptly lifted his gaze towards her, his bloodshot eyes filled with an incomprehensible darkness that left Hua Tingting shaken, rendering her unable to utter another word. Yet, I remained unconvinced, retorting sharply, conceiving a child is not a simple matter, considering you spent some time in Vancouver. Perhaps you could have called Fang Yisher there. Who knows? Sometimes it only takes one night. Ding Ying accompanied Chang Ning outside, intentionally leaving the courtyard lights off. Chang Ning understood the unspoken cue. The interior was illuminated while the exterior remained dim, rendering the outside world obscured. As soon as he stepped out, he wrapped an arm around Ding Ying's waist, to which she responded with a slight twist, yielding to his embrace, and with a few movements, her body instinctively leaned towards him. After a short distance, Elena led everyone to a private room on the second floor, akin to a VIP suite. Yet, before her stood the man she adored, and certain occurrences were inevitable. Since he had made a request, there was no point in declining. The individual who had sealed Nan Gongchu's powers was indeed formidable. Even though Nangong Chu understood the secret method to unblock his own acupoints, it took him the better part of the day to free himself from the restrictions. I asked, has the intelligence department deciphered his abilities? Chun inquired while continuing to shoot in suppression, simultaneously opening a communication channel on his portable computer. There was no response. Shuiyan seemed to have retreated to another realm, showing no regard for Li Si. The young man, suspended in midair, found himself cornered and, facing a fierce blow, swiftly crossed his arms in defense across his chest. In that instant, an overwhelmingly potent pressure descended from the lofty heavens, sweeping across the scene, enveloping everything beneath its might. Bing Bing, Zhou, he called out, halting Lin Bingbing, who was stepping forward. As she turned, he tightly embraced her. Shang Luo's gaze grew distant, for unbeknownst to her, her delicate hand had disarmed Chang Ning partially, and his brother suddenly leaped into her view. Surely, he would say no more. It was well-deserved. She was not only exceedingly charming, but also remarkably intelligent, though she remained humble and disinclined to vocalize it. In Chapter 73, a scheme against Ning Rongrong unfolded. Very well. I shall begin with the first matter. The Grand Elder, Jian Ning Fengji, nodded without contradiction before speaking. Due to Ning Rongrong's actions, our Seven Treasures Glaze sect has suffered the loss of a future talent destined to become a titled Douluo. Ning Rongrong must compensate for this. Regardless of the means employed by you or her, it is imperative to recruit a talent whose abilities can rival those of Xiao Xian into the Seven Treasures Glazed sect. The Grand Elder cast a bomb into the water surface. In the black hole transportation system, the burdensome negative influences of the black hole along with its formidable power cannot be compared to the half-hearted strength initially employed by Huaye. If one were to confront multiple adversaries while simultaneously predicting their every move, would that not leave the enemies themselves bewildered? Just as this thought lingered in the air, Lin Pingji's stomach unexpectedly grumbled, causing his cheeks to flush with embarrassment. She was not quite accustomed to being waited upon and felt a pang of awkwardness, wishing to break the eerie silence. However, before she could find the right words, Gu Yi returned. Reed Okiris chuckled softly and continued, my grandfather, the previous emperor of the merfolk, was Navi enough to trust humanity, thus opening the pathways for communication with them. Hua Manlu could not witness the chaos at the city gates where myriad creatures fled, relying solely on the sounds of their retreat to infer the situation. In a stroke of good fortune, the conundrum of enabling extreme matter and super genes to merge autonomously has finally been solved. Magical Chuyang approached with a smile. On Nix's side, Sushi was the star player, dazzling the fans by repeatedly utilizing her athletic prowess to penetrate the defense and execute slam dunks. Thus far, at least from the outcomes observed, no individual has emerged who genuinely comprehends the true intentions of the observer or has sought to intervene against them. I asked, which hospital is this? The swan inquired, a hint of anger lacing her voice. Had she not felt a sharp pain coursing through her body with even the slightest exertion, she would have surely erupted in a furious outcry. Yin Weiyang could scarcely fathom the extent of humiliation and torment endured to have resulted in such a state. Huang Xin, Han Lei, and Su Xinlan quietly murmured among themselves, genuinely believing that Li Exine had perished. Yet now they were elated to discover that their dearest concern still walked among the living. Had Hu Ao been present, he would have undoubtedly been taken aback. For the individual in question was none other than Hong Jun, who had just spoken with Hu Ao about maintaining the balance between realms. However, the reason for his sudden appearance in an arcade on Earth remained a mystery. Upon witnessing this, Han Xiao initially intended to assist her, but was instead thrust away by an overwhelming force that surged towards him. To win their trust, it was imperative not only to dominate through sheer might, but also to conquer their hearts, ensuring their unwavering allegiance. Yun Fei, what they say is true. The events of your were indeed instigated by your ancestor. With a long sigh, Xiongda and Xiong'er approached with determined strides from a distance. At the sound of this, Attila retrieved a map from his pocket, perusing it briefly before pointing to Yang Yu, saying, the king of Shu leads the vanguard, crossing Qingquan Mountain to reach Jilin City. This area was once under the jurisdiction of the Tang dynasty's Anshi Protectorate, later seized by the Turks. Now, the local commander has close ties with Anthony. After a prolonged moment, the radiant light gradually dissipated, revealing a dragon-headed figure, resplendent with golden scales and a pair of magnificent golden wings, wielding a sharp trident. He stood proudly in the void, impervious to the flames that scorched or the whirlwinds that tore at him. Hu Ao furrowed his brow slightly, murmuring softly as the aura surged into the Xinyuan sword. which instantly radiated a blinding brilliance, piercing forcefully towards the ground under Hu Ao's command. Night Mo's choice of the prison star was evidently strategic. Transforming ordinary individuals would undoubtedly weigh heavily upon him. Despite his numerous kills, there remained a distinction between mindlessly slaughtering and calculated execution. Yet, should he target these filthy, despicable death row inmates, such burdens would vanish. Chapter 74. The Unveiling of the Pure Yang Sword. With a flash, outside the sunset forest where fire and ice met, Gu Rong executed a grand leap, taking Gu Xian and others away from the Seven Treasure Glazed sect. What is this? Yi Xinlan and her companions were experiencing Gu Rong's abilities for the first time, gazing at the unfamiliar forest that bore no insignia of the Seven Treasure Glazed sect. It was evident that this place was not within their domain. What kind of power is this, that it can transport us in an instant? In the next moment, still clutching her black-screen phone, she dared not seek a Quan for assistance, and instead sprinted towards the sea. Steadying herself, Chun Shuangjiang decided to summon Lu Dashan to fetch Ning Liang, not out of fear of calamity, but merely for reassurance. What are your intentions? Do you wish to eliminate him as well? A hoarse voice, tinged with urgency, broke through the tension. Yu Yu struggled vehemently, akin to a rabid dog, and Chun Yuzha felt his patience waning. Wang Mu, having contemplated this matter thoroughly, found her smile vanished. After all, as the mayor's wife, her every gesture exuded an air of authority. Upon seeing her mother lying motionless on the hospital bed, her head heavily bandaged and her features obscured, Luo Yangyang's heart sank. After a formal handshake with Molly, she refused to release her grip, pulling Luo Yangyang towards the ancient castle. Curtis must still be on the mountain, possibly severely injured. He needed to return swiftly to deliver the final blow. Initially intending to rescue someone, Jiang Peng inadvertently dragged himself into the water, swallowing a mouthful of it. Yihua, answer the phone. Dong Huang Baiji's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, realizing she could not escape her fate tonight, and thus resigned herself to Yihua's teasing. Lin Yuexian, observing Gu Jingyuan's reverent demeanor towards Zhou Ping, felt a surge of anger. Even a biological son could scarcely exhibit such deference. Meanwhile, Angel's group had no time for celebration, as they had numerous concerts to conduct in the 17-star system. Everyone was fully committed, eager to ensure their group's name echoed across the starry seas. Zameo let out a thunderous roar, sensing an unprecedented crisis of mortality. Yet, Zameo did not retreat. After unleashing a fierce cry, he charged forward. Today, he dared to present Mu Zhao Zhao before Russell Lawn, fully confident in his preparations. The Baoyao glasses distinguished themselves through professionalism and service, reliant on his training of employees. While he had yet to secure ample time for comprehensive training, he found himself with sufficient time to perfect the training materials. Consider yourself fortunate. This formation has been cultivated over many years, resting by the sea with water as a supplement. Truly, you are an amateur. Forget it. Why bother with anger? Dong Tianwang genuinely wished to cease conversing with him. Upon witnessing the black-clad Yuan sure abandon his martial techniques for close combat, Zhang Maching's lips curled into a cold smirk. Su Sanhua arrived at the home of a middle-aged man, instructing him to gather bamboo, rattan, and other materials, and then tirelessly crafted them, spending an entire day and night to create lifelike structures like paper buildings and large beds. Peng Xueqing leaned against the white-painted wooden railing. Watching the distant white swan fade away, her delicate features devoid of expression, long hair dancing with the wind, her eyes vacant, lost in thought. Just as the clearing robots were about to surge forth, he suddenly pressed his finger to his forehead and unleashed a divine technique. Amidst the gentle rain, between the verdant pines and cypress, the temple sprawled across the landscape, its gray walls and green tiles suggesting a time-worn history. While idly strolling down the street, the two feathered owls suddenly overheard a gathering of voices, piqued by curiosity as they leaned in to listen. Chunde possesses a remarkable quality. He knows precisely when to speak and when to remain silent. Clearly, now is the moment for silence. And there's no need to inquire about the whereabouts of those 10 or so households. Simply listening is sufficient. Chapter 75. The Choice of Soul Rings. Upon hearing Gu Xian's words, Gu Rong's expression contorted in disbelief. What on earth is this dual martial soul? It is well known that the strength of a dual martial soul lies in its ability to attach high-year soul rings to the other martial soul. Yet, not only is Gu Xian's martial soul incapable of accommodating high-year soul rings, but it has also forfeited the ability to swiftly enhance cultivation through the addition of soul rings in later stages. Must one truly sacrifice something to gain something? He has acquired a formidable martial soul, yet lost the most significant advantage of a dual martial soul. Lu Zhan is not her support either. He is merely the best she can currently secure. It is worth noting that his usually solemn demeanor has caught the attention of Lu Dingyi, who has playfully teased him a few times. However, at present, her eyelids feel excessively heavy and painful, making it difficult to open her eyes. Yet, she senses her consciousness gradually returning, and her thoughts are beginning to crystallize. Recently, she has encountered several new scripts, yet none have captured Shun Huanyan's interest like Lin Luobai's work. Additionally, director Yang Fan has frequently voiced his critiques in front of Jiang Tong, leading her to remember Yi Chu over time. The Flame Xian Ring encompasses 3 major domains: the Gravity Domain, the Heavenly Fire Domain, and the Ice Domain. The earliest riser was Yu Heng, whose sleep quality had deteriorated with age. He rose early to practice in the painting boat, though rarely performed. In time, he became accustomed to rehearsing kung fu opera each morning. Rimulu, already perplexed, found herself even more bewildered upon hearing Lin Un's inexplicable remarks. Since the first chapter was interrupted, the accumulation of anticipation naturally would not overlook the conclusion. He understood that his body could not endure much longer. All his internal organs were likely beyond repair. Nevertheless, he was content with the outcome. If there ever comes a day when I wish to rejoin the circle, I will certainly seek you out. Chen Rui replied with a smile to Qin Tang's message. Thus, in the ensuing battles, regardless of the dangers that arose, Chunin forcibly restrained the urge to unleash the ice fury, instead wielding a spear nearly 2 meters long to temporarily mitigate the attacks on other reincarnators. At dawn, Chen Yin arose early, stretching in the courtyard of the Welcome Pavilion. After breaking a light sweat, he returned to his room, where staff had already delivered his toiletries. The hunger pangs, a terrifying sensation that nearly drove Lamia to madness, relentlessly coursed through her body. She emitted mournful cries as the fish bones nearby had long since spoiled, attracting a swarm of flies. The traversers were not easily swayed by Zhao Jia. However, sensing that this muddy, ape-like figure still harbored undisclosed secrets, they chose to remain silent. Similarly, Afadi awaited with great anticipation. Did you encounter the black mark nightmare on the periphery or at the center? Elric turned to Azriel, simultaneously drawing the dragon-toothed sword from her spatial pocket, her gaze warily scanning the surrounding forest. Muccio had a thorough discussion with Huang Yin regarding the security arrangements for the event, deploying numerous guards and ensuring Huang Yin maintained communication with the police department to mobilize forces in case of any unforeseen incidents. If Zheng Yi could directly adapt to immunity, he might consider confronting formidable entities recklessly. However, just as Chen Yufan's fury reached its peak, a dark glow suddenly emanated from Fang Yun's abdomen. In the blink of an eye, the 2 individuals before Fang Yun closed their eyes and fainted. Although still wielding the Samadhi True Fire, Chen Yufan could sense that the power of the fireball in his hand had reached its zenith, and it was precisely this limit that enabled him to maximize the potential of the Samadhi True Fire. Chapter 76, The Unsealing of the Pure Yang Sword. In the mixed region of the Sunset Forest, the highest-ranked soul beasts barely reached 10,000 years. Except for those unable to escape on foot, other soul beasts, upon witnessing the emergence of Douluo, seemed to recognize a natural enemy, as if they wished to sprout 2 additional legs or wings. Douluo's formidable strength at level 93 rendered him virtually invincible in this mixed region. Upon inquiring about the required age of the sunflowers, he plunged into the sunflower sea and plucked a magnificent 400-year-old bloom. Having decided not to deploy his main forces, Shun Fu chose to liberate himself from constraints. The competition venue remained unchanged, taking place within the semi-open confines of the Golden Bridge base, where all substitute players were granted their moment to shine. Ultimately, the score concluded with a victory for the Chinese team, 2-1. Master, are you not a Qilin? What difference does it make whether we worship him or you? Yu glared at the Qilin in disbelief. As soon as the award ceremony concluded, a throng of reporters swiftly surrounded Luo Yishuan, clamoring for information. Hearing the guard's words, Wu Kai nodded in gratitude before exiting the alley and hailing a cab to Lin Yushuan's residence in GZ. Wandering through the wilderness in winter, even in the absence of monsters, the biting cold can drive one to madness. The path of escape is fraught with peril. Every time Han Shuang gazed at the rifle in his hands, he recalled how his wife had learned the location of the hidden weapons from the leader, only for fate to turn cruel, resulting in her demise at his own hands. Uncle Wang wore a pained expression, his brows furrowed with fatigue and despair. Even someone as careless as Zhang Xiang could easily discern his forced smile. At that moment, Li Wei had nearly forgotten that the individual lying on the stretcher was merely a decoy. Her face exhibited no remnants of the previous performance. Instead, she genuinely believed that Wu Kai could not endure such exertion and began to waver. Retaliate? Luo Yixuan frowned at the identical remarks from Dongfang, Yi, and her brother. As they spoke, a sleek black Mercedes sped into view, halting beside Mo Yuchi's vehicle. Wei Feng noticed that upon seeing this car, Mo Yuchi's brows furrowed slightly, her expression becoming somewhat unnatural. As the candle extinguished, a twisted wisp of smoke rose languidly, reminiscent of a bizarre and malevolent smile. Qin Yu closed his eyes, attentively savoring the steam of the kappa, hoping to comprehend its profound utility. During this venture, the furious Jin gang was tasked with acquiring Wang Bingbing's star-rated hotel for Wang Qian. Initially, everything proceeded smoothly, yet unexpectedly, he found himself in dire straits. A situation Wang Qian had not anticipated. Lin Dehai gritted his teeth and, along with Yang Xinran, hurried back to their room to strategize. Thus, in their desperate struggle, they found themselves rapidly depleting their stamina, leading to a swift return to defeat. The once boisterous crowd gradually fell silent, leaving only the persistent beat of drums echoing the anxious and disheartened hearts of the assembly. Qin, laser, I called out, without a moment's hesitation, unleashing a beam of laser light toward Wu Yang. He understood that feigning death would yield no benefit. Perhaps other beastmen had witnessed his previous actions. Or perhaps there would be beastmen ready to deliver a fatal blow during the burial. Others were somewhat disheartened, having failed to make their mark, apart from Hui Yuhao, who unleashed a mental assault. The rest had not even had the chance to act. By the time Han Ro revealed her martial soul's true form, they found themselves unable to intervene. You are an assassin. Perhaps in the realm of covert elimination, you could pose a threat to me, but alas, you are a coward at heart. Thus, you intend to confront me head-on to avoid unnecessary harm, perpetually fixating on Yun Xinyan as a means to intimidate me, hoping to eliminate me with ease. Yi Tian narrowed his eyes. Wu Si steadily approached Yin Bingbing and her companions, knowing that as long as he remained near them, he could safeguard their well-being. Chapter 77, Soul Skill, Hell's Gate. What is this? Douluo gazed at the enormous soul ring above him, initially bewildered. Could a 100-year soul ring possess such might? Even a 10,000-year soul ring would hardly be this terrifying, he thought, his eyes filled with wariness. But in the next moment, the colossal soul ring descended upon him, encircling him before rapidly constricting to ensnare him. Douluo instinctively attempted to struggle, only to find the soul ring suddenly dissipate into a burst of light. An invitation? Everyone felt a twinge of surprise, pulling out their own invitations, quickly donning expressions of sudden realization. Aunt Wu prepared dinner and waited for Shun Mabe and Shi Bai for a while, with no sign of their return. She ultimately placed the meal into the refrigerator for preservation. Nevertheless, it must be said that in the world of Pailai, the heavy sword reigned supreme over other weaponry. Thus, after much contemplation, the path of the sword emerged as the finest. Shi Bai's smile caused Shun Mabe's heart to skip a beat. Almost instinctively, he embraced her, yearning to draw her into his very being. The sound of flowing water seemed to lead to the restroom. Anxious for her boyfriend's safety, Su Mengkong followed the sound to the restroom's entrance, essentially confirming it was the source of the noise. He brought her back to the car, where she sat in the passenger seat, the vehicle gradually cruising along the road. Teacher Chun, why are you here again? The words implied that this was a repeated occurrence. Are you not a man? Surely you possess some measure of tolerance? It was hard to believe otherwise. Otherwise, would we ever escape? Mo Yuhing's mouth hung open wide enough to fit an egg upon hearing He Haiku's analysis. Unlike him, Nen he exhibited no desire to converse. Inexplicably unsettled since witnessing those images. Every time Qi Zhen spoke to her, it disrupted her peace, prompting her to cease communication altogether. Shun Mabe laid her on the bed, covered her with a blanket, and sat nearby, observing the changes in the red bumps on her face. At that moment, Zhan Howard positioned the gleaming sword against Zihua's neck, compelling her to unlock the great lock and allow the fleet to depart. Outside, Hao Fei, who was searching for Xiao Ming and the others, heard the gunshot. His expression shifted, and he exclaimed, "This is not good," as he dashed toward the source of the sound. One person urged others to drink tea, while another called for dinner. Tang, Yin half-pulled, half-dragged Zhou Zhou outside, walking side by side down the corridor. Yet he was acutely aware of his identity. As a mere mortal, he was but an ant that could be crushed by cultivators at any moment. Any fanciful aspirations seemed utterly absurd. "What are you staring at? Go home," Lin Xiaoxiao hastily whispered, shooing away the two nosy onlookers. Zhuge Baihe nodded with a smile, the hostility of the past having vanished, her demeanor now exceedingly friendly. "It has been so many years. You probably wouldn't recognize them anymore," Lin Ma remarked casually. Those who had experienced the Battle of St. Camel Mountain were largely left with a profound impression of Zhang Yi. Whether familiar or not, they all nodded in acknowledgement. The set of pull-up techniques promulgated by the state amalgamated the practices of national martial arts, external cultivation, Taoist breathing techniques, and aspects of internal manipulation, encapsulating countless essences within merely 9 movements. Only techniques that bear no cost, are replicable, and yield immense benefits can be supplied in infinite quantities. The black, demonic aura surrounding him thickened, igniting like a blazing fire as Baiming sat amidst the malevolent energy. Just then, an 8-person patrol team approached from the southeast. Causing Dongnan's heart to tighten, he silently rolled behind a nearby tree trunk, hearing the synchronized footsteps of the patrol drawing near. AIZ solemnly stated, "Do not speak yet." Following that, she trailed Sakura Sanjahachi to the front, leaving Huai feeling quite awkward. Chapter 78. The Dark Golden Terrorclaw Bear in the Sunset Forest. Hiss. Dugibo inhaled sharply, astonished. Was his soul skill truly so formidable? The force ceiling was beyond his ability to break free from, and given the circumstances of the Saint Lord's martial soul, this soul skill likely affected all indiscriminately. From soul masters to titled Douluo, it seemed none could evade this grand sealing technique. Yet this was not the most terrifying aspect. The true horror likely lay within that hellish realm. Desolation and despair, none. The boy, having regained his senses, was about to charge forward when suddenly someone grabbed his hair from behind. He was yanked to the ground, and before he could discern his assailant's identity, 2 slaps landed on his face. A pair of swift, unexpected hooks forced Kagura into a position where she could not evade, compelling her to focus on defense to ensure she would not be struck by the subsequent hooks. After all, having reached the finals, the player's reflexes were sharp. Instinctively, Kusanagi Chiba maneuvered to unleash a fiery attack. Amidst the excited screams of Ruo, Shi, and Qing Foam, Yi Tian's thoughts had long drifted from the playful waters. Had he been discovered? That seemed implausible. Nangong Ruo, she carefully reflected upon the entire process of her tracking, finding no faults. Her lightness of foot was such that even seasoned veterans would struggle to detect her from such a distance. Should the Ouyang family, masters of movement, witness her steps, they would surely be astounded. This technique, derived from the authentic Tang Dynasty Taoist Tiangang Beidou footwork, harnessed the power of the Northern Dipper starlight, channeling the might of heavenly thunder for one's own use. However, invoking such forces required a secret incantation. Observing Xiao Tianli's earnest demeanor, Ling Hao smiled and shook his head, his gaze sharpening as his internal power surged forth, reminiscent of an ocean's vastness, instilling trepidation. Continuing northward amidst the ruins of numerous buildings, the increasingly shocking sights began to overwhelm. At that moment, the sky rumbled, and a strange array of colorful clouds appeared, coalescing into a wondrous vortex. It was as though a nonchalant glance from a powerful being of the upper realms had descended, and compared to the explosive force emanating from the previous painting, this power had gone unnoticed by others, yet had silently approached Ling Hao. Lung Yin helped the fallen Qini to her feet while resting a hand on Xiang Lai's shoulder, though the sword in his hand had been taken by Xiang Lai. Glancing at the sword he now held, Xiang Lai mused, "Why is this sword so heavy?" At that moment, a middle-aged man exited the elevator, trailing behind Song Yujia, seemingly searching for his designated room, according to the number on the door. Upon entering the company, Song Yujia did not linger. She merely cast a fleeting glance at the sign that read Anhua City Foreign Trade Import and Export Company, Jiangzhou Office. The search for card was indeed peculiar. Yet Mu Mu maintained an air of composure. For Mu Mu, becoming the White Wolf equated to an unexpected acquisition of freedom. There was a sincere desire to find the time to express gratitude to Li's ancestors. As summer unfolded, she continually surveyed the surrounding terrain. For establishing formations required a strategic advantage of the land, enabling one to tread upon the spiritual veins, thereby exponentially enhancing the efficacy of the array. In the dead of night, Luo Yishuan, enveloped in slumber, found her energy depleted from the morning's affair and her quarrel with Dongfang Yi. Suddenly, her phone at the bedside erupted into sound, rousing her from her dreams. With a countenance of gloom, she buried her head beneath the covers. But the phone seemed to conspire against her, ringing incessantly. Yet, one certainty remained with Xia Tian. The Shumi ring could undoubtedly encompass the 6 realms. The sole challenge lay in the resistance posed by various factions. As he spoke, a tempestuous gust swept downward, and Lan Mo gazed at the blazing inferno below, murmuring Schwer. I shall release you now. Chapter 79. The Dark Golden Terrorclaw Bear with a Background. Boom, boom, boom. In the heart of the Sunset Forest, a massive emerald serpent coiled its tail around the paw of a colossal bear, relentlessly striking the ground. Each blow sent tremors through the earth, leaving behind immense craters. Curse it, you reckless fool. Douluo Bo seethed, a clear wound visible on his waist, with traces of blood seeping forth. He was undeniably furious. Subsequently, Ting Shu found himself alone, leaning against the railing of the deck, welcoming the sea breeze as he gazed into the azure expanse of the ocean, lost in thought. While contemplation was necessary, Li Lingyi still required time to deliberate on the particulars. For his purpose in infiltrating today was not to engage with prisoners, but to survey the terrain. At that time, the mecha had been engineered to control the Super Dream, significantly curtailing its combat capabilities. However, this current mecha was designed to amplify the Super Dream's strength, embodying the collective efforts of Team Rocket. Upon hearing his response, Tian Xuanzai continued, when the time comes, simply inform the shopkeeper that you are here to deliver jade, and you shall find me. With that, he disregarded Bai Yu and strode away. Niu Gao turned sharply to see Zhong Xiang approaching alongside a general. In terms of rainy days, floating bubbles could not compare to Hackalong. In sunny weather, they fell short against the Ninetails and Cold Tortoise, and in snow, they paled against the Blizzard King. While not the pinnacle, their expertise in all areas rendered them moderate. And it was precisely this moderation that allowed floating bubbles to effortlessly conjure rainbows and create super shadow clones. Indeed, it proved effective. Li Mu exclaimed joyfully as he observed an increase in the dark spots on the card. He hurriedly stepped forward to inspect. He had already bestowed upon himself a king's blessing. Remaining any longer would render him an ice sculpture, as if his very soul were to be encased in frost. This was utterly absurd, considering that he felt no chill while excavating outside. Thus, Long Fei was compelled to select one of the 4 ninjutsu techniques that would be the most beneficial and frequently employed in the future. One he could still wield even after attaining the rank of shadow. Before him, Gu Jingfeng, with a shadowed expression, regarded the silent Shen Qingwu, his lips pressed tightly together. His features taut, his eyes sharp as a hawk, fixed unwaveringly upon her. He vividly recalled that Lung Jun had an affection for Su Huanyan. More precisely, Lung Jun's mother was particularly fond of Su Huanyan. Can magic insects breed within the human body? Jia San inquired with curiosity. If so, consuming even a single mouthful of contaminated water would be no different than continuous drinking. Bansha felt somewhat embarrassed. She had indeed caused considerable distress to everyone in recent days. She took Yanhua's hands and placed them in her palms, smiling warmly as she nodded in acknowledgement. A middle-aged man in his 40s, holding a simple yet ancient key, toyed with it, his eyes reflecting a blend of curiosity and scrutiny. However, the matter of the dream realm had already been detected by Xiangwan and Zhongche, prompting her to hasten in eliminating any traces of them. Additionally, there was news of strange phenomena appearing on Mount Jiao, which had manifested 3 days prior at dawn. After Xiao Yishuan departed, Xia Yuqing remained in the hospital room alongside Xia Yujia, feeling an unsettling sense of worry as nurses entered to check on patients, administer medications, and set up 4 drips. A friend's birthday? What kind of friend would prompt her to wish to attend such a gathering? Who says I have no feelings for him? Xia Yuqing interrupted Lan Qianming, her eyes glistening with emotion, complex and tinged with red. The crimson-eyed assassin narrowed his eyes, displaying a look of disdain, just as he prepared to launch an attack, when suddenly he froze, swiftly turning to observe the thicket where Ding Lei was stationed. Chapter 80. The Son of the Bear Lord, the experiment emerges. Young master, since the soul hunting was successful, shall we return now? You still have 3 soul bones to absorb. Douluo Bo respectfully addressed Gu Xian. Given Gu Xian's current configuration, he stood as a unique entity across the entire Douluo continent. Standing behind Gu Xian, he found himself at a loss for how to yield. It was almost impossible to concede. At this moment, Douluo Bo was more eager than anyone for Gu Xian's growth, for he represented the future of the Douluo clan. Brooklyn, however, was contemplating the aftermath of victory. Engaging in street brawls akin to those on Pennsnotton Street could easily ensnare him. The spectators present shuddered, their expressions grave and complex. Once again, Xiao Hongwei addressed the villagers on various solutions to the surplus of vegetables. At that moment, a server presented a bowl of turtle soup before him, to which he lightly tapped the table with his fingers in appreciation. Only Huangquan, Saint Emperor, and Xiong Aoyang were engulfed in complex emotions upon witnessing this scene, their hearts laden with concern. A well-dressed, middle-aged man, clearly affluent, took a sip and could not suppress his praises. Has Qianqian been obedient to Grandma while Grandpa is away on business? Pan Dawei inquired, affectionately ruffling Qianqian's hair. Damn it, I wonder what they smeared that causes the mice to avoid it. However, he had little time to ponder as the rodents surged toward him, some even beginning to climb up his legs. Could it be that the system cannot enter this place? Bai Fu mused for a while, finding no resolution. Remaining stationary served no purpose. She could only wander about in search of answers. Thus, he fought with fervor, for his killing sword could manipulate the environment once it penetrated another's body, disrupting their mental clarity. As he spoke, his cheeks burned fiercely. Fortunately, he had applied black ointment. Otherwise, Li Yanran was certain her face would be crimson with embarrassment. Let it be that I lose to Huaxing Island, Shun Tianxing remarked through gritted teeth, gazing at Su Huai, ensnared within the Poison Dragon Valley. Only a handful among the 10 ancestors lacked a power base, and Kong Xian was nowhere to be found. Yet her 5-color divine light was an innate divine ability, unmatched by any below the rank of saint. As Yu Xiener beheld the gaze of the 5 tigers from the jungle, and sensed their formidable cultivation, she immediately spoke up, threatening them with the rules of the safe house. At that moment, however, the command from the Guardian suddenly echoed, and with the shift in circumstances, Yu Xiener had no choice but to lead everyone into the inn for refuge. After all, her faith in the spirit needle acupuncture was unwavering, and if the authorities truly possessed any incriminating evidence, they would have undoubtedly taken action by now, rather than merely inquiring in such a mild manner. As night deepened, Dongzi made a phone call to his parents, informing them that he had learned much from his classmate S home over the past couple of days, and that he would not be returning that night, planning instead to head directly to school the following Monday. What's wrong, Mom? Are you troubled? Han Ku inquired as he entered the room, and spotted Qin Mei lost in thought on the sofa, his expression filled with concern. What? Do you? Lin Feng exclaimed, his eyes widening in surprise at the words of Elder Wanhua. Fortunately, their conversation was taking place within the sea of spirits. Otherwise, such a reaction would have revealed his surprise. We must stop them, a man from the snow country exclaimed as 5 figures charged forth from the forest. I am inquiring about your origin, Nan Feng stated, his question aimed at discerning whether the newcomer was a deity or an immortal, seeking to ascertain their stance. The other party, however, seemed reluctant to provide a direct answer, though an alternative possibility existed, that this individual was above worldly affiliations and remained neutral. The ensuing discussions among the citizens of the capital became fervent, particularly after some insightful individuals recognized that these were indeed the vanguard of Jinwu. Consequently, the vanguard garnered immediate acclaim from the populace, a stroke of fortune credited to the unchanging nature of the Jinwu guards, which provided a stark contrast. Chapter 81. The First Victim of Hell. The corpulent figure executed a complete 180-degree turn upon the ground, pivoting as the dark golden bear king exerted its claws, risking internal injuries to abruptly twist its body. The immense gravitational potential caused blood to seep from the corners of the bear king's mouth. The anger that had propelled it forward was now matched by its determination to flee. The whirlwind generated by its turn kicked up considerable dust, heralding the struggle that was to ensue. Boom, boom, boom. Shintu Haolong awaited him at the foot of the mountain, carrying nothing with him. After Tang, Xuanya entered the vehicle. He fell silent, allowing Shinta Haolong to reflect for a moment. It was not until they had exited Luoxi Mountain that Shinta glanced at the jade ornament he wore. The following day, news emerged regarding the banquet hosted by the Yun and Song families. Although the event had not invited reporters, several had caught wind of it and staked out the venue. While the coverage was scant, it nonetheless informed the business community that the Yun and Song families had reached a long-term cooperative agreement. When Shirlei saw Song Yuyin emerging with Gu Jiuzhou in her arms, he was taken aback. When had the young mistress become acquainted with the second young master? Of course, our UXIN being assaulted is directly tied to you, Lu Hui exclaimed, gripping my collar. If it weren't for you, Zhang Tingting and her cousin would not have brought people to confront UXIN. You're the one causing trouble, and yet you dare to pretend otherwise. I'm sorry. Truly sorry. I didn't expect someone would get hurt. The gentle, magnetic voice drew the attention of the three. Bang! I am Colonel Wu Yuanfu, an instructor of the Wolf Tribe. Welcome, Mr. Zhang. Everyone was taken aback by their instructor's actions, except for Li Ku, who found it incomprehensible why his instructor would treat such a young man with the same deference reserved for a superior. Before Nan Yu could catch her breath, another occurrence transpired. This time, she could not hold back and let out a soft yelp. My phone is saved under Yin Jia. Yet Song Shirue instantly recognized it as Li Yanyan. I am utterly astonished. Muze, how are they faring? Teng Chuan inquired slowly, lifting the teacup on his right. Just then, Baron Jiduan suddenly halted his assault, gathering fire elements around him, forming a massive fire impact at his feet that surged outward in waves. No reward without effort. Do you have any requests? Li Xian replied, cautiously, without immediately accepting the demonic heart. This was also a long-term goal set by Chun Xing, requiring considerable time for complete realization, yet marked the first step he intended to take. The persistent conflict between Xian Xiao and Mu Yunma, which Xian Xiao had been fervently attempting to overlook, was now exposed by Mu Yunma, akin to being laid bare beneath the scorching sun, with no place to hide. The two projectiles, one trailing the other, were nearly identical in trajectory, even emerging from the chamber simultaneously. In a distance of approximately 20 miles, the straight run did not take long, and from afar, Mu In spotted a series of ancient structures, the imposing entrance adorned with the 5 characters, Golden Gate Divine Viewing. Moreover, extraordinary certification required another extraordinary sovereign to act as a sponsor, and the certifying institution was also of significance, such as which academy issued the certification or whether it was from the Practitioner S Guild, effectively branding it with the respective academy or Yin Kai City S mark. Bai Yu, Xu Ming, and the others were astounded that their usually formidable superior would utter such nonsensical and even frivolous remarks. Had they not been absolutely certain of the aura surrounding Qin Yu, they might have suspected that their superior had been impersonated during an outing. Oh, ISNT, this our future superstar? What brings you here to audition? The effeminate man sneered as he spotted Zhang Yang. Chapter 82. Qian Renshua's Daring Maneuver. Unlike the absorption of soul rings to enhance soul power, absorbing soul bones primarily serves to fortify the body, thus taking a bit longer. Upon returning to the Eye of Ice and Fire, Gu Xian made his way to Yanchuan, once again relocating the fire apricot blossom out of the spring's vicinity before sitting down himself. He then retrieved the soul bone to begin the absorption and refinement process. The 2 soul bones he intended to absorb for his 3rd ring would undoubtedly be of considerable age. Having the dog horse talisman was beneficial, but at times it needed to be lent out. The other day, Xiao Yuan Ming, during that phone call, had appealed to Yin Xuan with both emotion and reason, sharing even the past that Jiang Yunhao could not divulge to outsiders, presenting an air of trust and familiarity as though she were family. For reasons unknown, she clenched her teeth and took 2 sudden steps forward, placing her high heel on the piano. Nothing occurred, and that feeling of ease returned. The throbbing in her head intensified, as though something within was on the verge of shattering. The layers of shackles seemed to be entirely overwhelmed by these memories, no longer able to bind her. As the saying goes, left eye twitches for wealth, right eye for disaster. Did this not imply a significant omen of misfortune? Hua Qingsui did not spare a glance for Ling Lei, instead casting a cold, profound gaze towards Zui Tingshu. The last piece of news returned with the same lack of findings as the police department, and Hua Qingsui's gloomy visage grew even more frigid throughout the night, shrouded in an icy demeanor that could instill fear. The brawny man, bare-chested, stood within the tent, illuminated by the flickering light of the tallow torch. His bronze skin glistened, muscles rippling as if forged from iron. His long, slightly curly hair cascaded over his shoulders, and a thick beard adorned his face, giving him the appearance of a lion dozing in the sun. Yang Tianan, realizing his indiscretion, rubbed his chest and said, "Let us depart. We should return before your mother grows concerned." With that, he turned and began to walk away. The thought of the matter caused Chun Gong's brow to furrow. When Lu Jintang was present, he had been a staunch supporter of Chun Gong's endeavors. Now, with Guo Chuanliang's arrival, it was evident that he would not extend the same backing. However, Guo Chuanliang, now the vice-governor, could not simply dispose of him, even if he held a disdainful view. Old Li ultimately chose silence, bowing his head in deference to Wang Dalu's intimidating demeanor, too afraid to utter another word. At the very least, Yu Suzhenren maintained a slight upper hand. After all, although Jian Chen's assault was fierce, it comprised merely 3 strikes, which Yu Suzhenren effortlessly countered with a mere flick of his dust whisk. Even biologists have stated that resurrecting creatures, such as the saber-toothed tiger, is nearly impossible. Current technology simply does not allow for it. Even conducting experiments would require substantial financial backing and a formidable team, with a success rate so minuscule it can be disregarded. Who possesses or represents such resources or influence? Suddenly, a sound pulled Jin Shengzhe from his contemplation, the tension in his heart tightening, leaving no room for further thought. Yang Yi heard Lei Wendao's words and merely smiled, choosing silence. Initially, he intended to confront Lei Wendao upon his arrival today, pressuring him into signing a contract before offering him a mere peanut as a token. But the monks summoned by Lei Wendao prompted Yang Yi to reconsider. The morning's instructional session was led by Ming Ji. An elderly professor with graying hair awaited them on the first floor. As the disciples entered, they greeted the professor in unison. Do not find it peculiar that I am aware. Gathering intelligence is, after all, a skill in which assassins excel. Moreover, given your hypocritical and cowardly nature, I find it difficult to believe you would be forthright with others. In recent days, Meng Xinyao and her companions have been preoccupied with the safety of Mo Chun and his companion. However, during the time of their disappearance, numerous strange occurrences transpired, preventing them from searching for Mo Chun and his companion. Chapter 83. The Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family bearing the blame. The continent was abuzz with commotion regarding the ancient banyan tree, and the Spirit Hall, which had long coveted the entirety of Douluo, a continent from the shadows, received the news. After casting a glance at the intelligence regarding the seven-treasure glazed tile school, Bibi Dong carelessly tossed it aside. To her, it was somewhat superfluous. Although Gu Rong was powerful, he was merely a super Douluo. The only advantage was that his departure from the seven-treasure glazed tile school allowed for an assault on seven-treasure. The notorious thief Yin San, hailing from the Swallow sect, was proficient in the art of shrinking bones, effortlessly traversing rooftops and walls as if treading on level ground. What is happening? Nangong Ruoli pondered. Could it be that the attribute of his true energy is misaligned? Previously, he distinctly observed the door shimmering with the light of 4 different elemental true energies. Yet conspicuously absent was the white light representing the metal attribute. He had encountered the revered Xuanwu sacred beast, the most noble among the turtle clans and the terrestrial sovereign. The earth-shaking beast, having dealings with various turtle clan leaders. He walked through the void, resisting the chaotic currents of time and space, his speed greatly diminished, rendering him unable to evade such an attack. The crux of matter is that we have safeguarded their homeland. I believe recruiting soldiers this time will pose no issue. Upon hearing this, the tyrant contemplated and addressed Hu Yu and the others. Your master is correct. I shall certainly exercise caution, Dan irrespectfully replied, though his gaze fiercely swept over Nangong Ruoli. Yet, this transformation was enigmatic. It could be described as both his own change and a glimpse into future transformations. For he witnessed another version of himself, drastically different, continuously evolving, rising and engaging in slaughter, leading to profound alterations within him. However, after 40 flying swords were sent flying, Che Wuyo's figure had already reached the side of the flying flower sword. In that instant, he executed an unexpected maneuver, clinging to the flying flower sword as if he were an adhesive bandage. N.I. Duosher slammed the table and exclaimed, "Ah, thank you for the reminder. Let us venture out and search." Initially, he believed Long Siener would not wish to assist in locating Sundishing, yet unexpectedly, in the dead of night. It was Long Siener who sought him out, and knowing her sharp tongue masked a tender heart, he felt quite moved. Of course, within this context, there were also many high-quality replicas. Having such items as mere decorations at home is indeed quite lovely. Forban is a significant town in Chang'an Province. In the former Chang'an Province, particularly this region, was notoriously impenetrable, tightly controlled by the Suan group, which has now suffered substantial losses, nearly decimating its own ranks. Zhang Etienne, hearing this, slightly bent forward, his right sleeve sweeping out to reveal a palm-sized mirror that flew from his sleeve, shimmering with a bluish light before instantly expanding to 100 feet. One Mumatsi was already a formidable challenge, if Su Yang were added to the mix. The hunchbacked elder could not guarantee his own success. Gazing at the enchanting figure before him, particularly her exquisite visage, he felt a sudden pang in his jaw. Chi Huan shifted his gaze to Gong Beixing, who was looking at him with a hurt expression, silently inquiring about the current situation. Moreover, there was good news. Upon awakening, they received a message from Wu Xian informing them that her father had sent word that Bao Yuyun had departed from Minhai. After delving half a mile into the mine, they gradually began to encounter scattered cultivators, all of whom were wholly absorbed in extracting the crimson moon sand. The depths of this sunken wasteland were inexplicably harder than iron. Even with the full force of their magical tools, they could only leave shallow marks, truly as Chao Sun had stated. It could take the better part of the day to find a single piece of ore. The safest approach would have been to first release a cage of birds into the cave to assess the oxygen levels before descending. Yet since the cave had already been excavated, it should pose no issue. Do you truly believe yourself worthy of my sister? You overestimate your own significance. Feng Fei remarked with a smile. Chapter 84. Yu Xiaojing's Fantasies. Bang! At the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family stronghold, Yu Yuanjin slammed his palm onto the armrest of his chair, causing the ironwood armrest to shatter instantly. The assembly of elders glared at Sarnas with ashen faces. Under the scrutiny of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family members and the murderous gaze of Yu Yuanjin, Sarnas, despite trembling slightly, maintained a facade of composure. Sarnas, has your spirit hall perhaps gone too far? At this hour, there were no taxis available on the road. Ouyang Haoxiang realized this, and, having confirmed Chun Jun's whereabouts over the phone, promptly dispatched a vehicle to fetch him. Consequently, after reviewing those lists, Yi Qiu had memorized every detail, and upon examining Wang Chengcai's new personnel roster, he discovered it was indeed quite impressive. Understood. Wei Yan accepted the command and turned to leave. Dong Zhao watched Wei Yan's departing figure, perplexed. Such individuals were abundant in Xuchong, so why did the general insist on him? You have truly lost your mind, Chun Jun said hoarsely, but as the words escaped his lips, they came out in a most peculiar manner, incomprehensible to anyone. For he was currently held in Qin Yuqing's embrace, struggling for breath, feeling as though he were engulfed in flames. The utterances that escaped him were merely a series of syllables. After a brief observation, Chao Ong raised his hand, wielding the changing sun-golden spear, and declared, all troops, abandon the camp and retreat. In that very moment, Edward was suddenly enveloped by an overwhelming sense of familiarity, reminiscent of the scenes he had encountered in his previous life. The tension was palpable, etched on the faces of all present. The forthcoming moments were pivotal in determining their futures. With no vacancies upstairs, a disciple from the Xinyuan sword sect rose to suggest, friend, might you consider another establishment? As Lin Chengqi activated the night vision function, he relied not on this scientific instrument, but wholly on the thought perception module of his wisdom eye to discern his surroundings. Yet, the audience in the live stream remained utterly engrossed in the unfolding journey. What on earth are you standing there for? Strike! Hit him hard! Quoted Fei Yi, brandishing a baseball bat menacingly at Qinjun. David Geffen, a man of singular conviction, believed that to achieve success, one must not overly concern themselves with the opinions of others. Though this may seem a universally acknowledged maxim, Geffen embodied it through his actions, serving as a testament to his juniors. He wishes to take me as a concubine, but my father and I oppose it, recounted Wang Jinglong, who had been forcibly taken, leading to her father's demise at the hands of Wang Jinglong, while she herself could not evade capture in Dongwang town, ultimately being discovered after several days in hiding. A pale golden orb of light slowly materialized in mid-air, radiating boundless illumination in all directions. The remaining black flames, upon encountering the sudden influx of golden light, dissipated swiftly, akin to snowflakes melting in the scorching sun. Harvey's self-created conclusion could not be said to elevate the animation. At the very least, it avoided a sense of anticlimax. Diana bit her cherry lips, unable to physically accept the sensation of excessive intimacy with males. She approached and, without a glance, drained the potion in one swift motion. Lily, adopting a haughty demeanor, stifled a yawn moments after, placing the game controller atop the water tank's barrier, her wide eyes blinking at Helen. Old Xiao flicked his fingers, gently tapping the increasingly grotesque brow of his son, whose body was grotesquely contorted, sending him rolling several paces away. The overwhelming presence of a low-level pinnacle king incited great displeasure in the lower-ranking king, Alola Gagala, particularly due to the intense greed emanating from the opponent's eyes, which ignited his fury. Chao Pai fixed his gaze upon Xiao Ji, who averted his eyes, yet wore a faint, enigmatic smile. Chapter 85, 5 Soul Bones, an ultimate enhancement of physique. The invincible Yu Yuanjin fainted. Even when ensnared by Sanaza's ploy, he merely suffered minor internal injuries. However, upon reading a letter, the world's foremost beast martial soul master Yu Yuanjin coughed blood and collapsed. Nevertheless, in his final moments, he summoned his strength to obliterate the letter entirely. Yu engines fainting sent shockwaves through the blue lightning tyrant dragon family, which had already suffered greatly, prompting them to withdraw further. Consequently, 3 off-road vehicles accelerated abruptly, attempting to shake off the pursuing Santana sedan. Lu Jian opened the system's item bar and discovered a green leaf icon emerging in what had previously been an empty inventory. If Yi Ling Xiao is willing to seek a great scholar to take you as a disciple, you must ask yourself whether you are prepared to relinquish this opportunity. Mr. Qin, upon learning of your injury, I have driven here personally to escort you. Let us proceed to our battlefield hospital, Niao Nuli said respectfully. In these times, life was arduous for all, especially in rural areas where farmers could only distribute grain, lacking any means to acquire sugar or meat rations. Inside, apart from those elixirs and spiritual jade, lay a fine defensive spiritual treasure, already deemed a substantial asset for a force like the Wan family. Daozi, both powerful and wise, was outstanding, alleviating any concerns about his untimely demise in some obscure corner. Bai Yu had a peculiar quirk, whether in the temporal bureau or here. She must sleep at the stroke of midnight. The body's innate resistance to ailments strengthened, naturally suppressing malevolent forces, aligning perfectly with the ways of nature. Upon seeing Lu Yao, Jimu's expression remained unchanged. She calmly extended the cake to Lu Yao. Young and handsome, with a sweet tongue, he nearly usurped the authority of the chief eunuch. You wide. I want to see Brother Shun. Bai Xiao maintained her lofty demeanor towards the servants, treating even Zhang Guanjia, who had always attended to Huqing Shun, with the same superiority. Following the game's prompts, Bai Shun grasped the final battery and approached the Vanguard Titan. Shun Fanqing playfully rolled her eyes. Huqing Shun, seated beside her, appeared even more irate. Amused, she clasped his large hand, gently squeezing his thumb as a means of soothing his emotions, lest he unleash his fury, endangering everyone present. As her words faded, when Moyen witnessed a miraculous scene, the ashes within the box seemed to be drawn into the bracelet as if magnetically, leaving the intricately carved wooden box utterly empty in an instant. Your Majesty, the external minister has completed the writing. Tuoba Yu's voice echoed through the grand hall, bringing Shuang Fei Chun back from his reverie. What sensory chamber? What brethren? Who else is there but me? Is there something I have yet to uncover? Wait. The emperor has reigned for over a decade and has been labeled a tyrant for quite some time. Why did an assassination attempt occur the moment she arrived? This is a bustling district where underground passages are routinely cleared, especially with several significant international conferences recently held, enforcing strict measures. If Nora encountered workers, the cleaners would surely face dire consequences. On the morning of February 2nd, 2016, in a luxurious hotel apartment in London, Colombian Radamel Falcao lay despondently on a spacious bed, his vacant eyes staring blankly at the ceiling. The banquet extended from within the fortress, reaching the gilded city walls and out to the vast plains beyond. Yet Wang Zhonghua, as the mayor, would only take action after voicing his thoughts, rescuing the 2 doctoral students. However, Lu Xie did not have to wait long. Even without the shadow guards to investigate, the other party had already come knocking. Witnessing the 3 fists of shadow erupt, Huiji's countenance hardened, and he spat a mouthful of blood, which swelled in the wind, transforming into 6 fiery arrays that enveloped Jiang Wei and the others. Chapter 86. Concerns regarding soul, ring absorption. Good heavens, young master, your physical prowess now rivals even my own, Du Gubo remarked, reaching out to pinch Gu Xian's muscular arm. Under the continuous catalysis of 5 soul bones, Gu Xian's body was nearing maturity. At merely 6 years old, he stood an impressive height of 185 meters. Aside from his cherubic face, one could hardly discern his age based solely on his physique. The Oma Aviation Military Academy was not a grand air combat institution, being comparable to the Tanzania Air Combat Academy. In contrast, the Star Sea was distinct, with the island's movement speed and methods being difficult to gauge. Understanding them required extensive observation. Consequently, transport arrays were seldom found between the islands of the Star Sea, and even if present, they could not always be activated for travel. However, this information was promptly corrected by the true news disseminated by Zhu Nong, which led to his presence here. Upon the opening of the door, Lamar suddenly turned around and surveyed the changing room. Every teammate he beheld immediately straightened up, embodying a spirit of I can do it. As he observed the South Korean team, he noted that apart from one player of a somewhat adequate height, the rest were conspicuously shorter, prompting a sense of disdain from the Knicks. In the fourth quarter, Lamar played for merely over 5 minutes, seemingly intent on not scoring. Each time the ball reached his hands, even when presented with the finest opportunities, he would opt to pass it at the earliest moment. Kobe swiftly turned around, yet his movements lagged slightly. By the time he pivoted back, Lamar had already darted past him, eyes set on their half of the court. Although I remained unconscious during this period, it was paradoxically among the happiest days of my life. From my dreams, you accompanied me daily. Indeed, I am fervently wishing to trade all first-round draft picks just to see those scoundrels seethe with frustration. Lamar had not forgotten for a moment the circumstances surrounding his own draft experience, and he was relentless in seizing every opportunity for retribution. Among these, the central city of Chiyun, a veritable nexus of earthly essence, birthed countless masters and governed millions of souls. Standing as a renowned celestial city, second only to the celestial capital in the entire realm of immortals. Due to age-related concerns, the youth's recent endeavors were kept relatively confidential. While not particularly in favor of it, both of his doting mothers supported this venture that could indeed be likened to constructing a towering pagoda. As he intended to return, a torrential downpour ensued. My master and others led the group to seek refuge in a secluded city god temple nestled within an alley. Yet, maintaining a steadfast loyalty in a muddled existence, one must constantly question whether those one pledges allegiance to truly embody justice. She too was a spirit. Were it not for the divine power bestowed upon her by the Emperor of Fengdu, she would have already been utterly disintegrated by now. Yuanxi, with an air of noble aloofness, turned back, making her way home. Her accompanying ghostly envoy attempted to follow, but was silently dismissed by her. The colossal dragon of Kuei, Shui, bore a terrifying visage, its maw agape in a roar, head tilted back, as if preparing to strike like a cobra, plummeting swiftly towards Zhou Zhengrong and his companions. They stumbled step by step before collapsing to the ground, gazing down the path, which appeared to stretch endlessly beyond their sight. The fans of Shen2's super topic were promoted through the intricate craftsmanship of potatoes, starting from the simplest shredded potatoes to steamed, stir-fried, and fried varieties, culminating in a hearty stew of ribs and potatoes. Goodness, boss is at the airport out there? The youth, unable to remain cooped up in the room, had just settled his belongings when Li Sunzui eagerly dragged Xiao Yihan outside to survey the surroundings. That was the Ghost Emperor, Shun Tu, who, like myself, commanded respect as your highness from all spirits within the underworld. Master Wang explained. Chapter 87. Transforming Stillness into Motion. Gu Xian's absorption of the soul rings was remarkably rapid, and at the very limits of his physical endurance, the dragon flame swiftly refined the soul rings to mere jest. What remnants of soul beasts and their residual spirits? The dragon talisman was incinerated entirely, leaving only a torrent of pure soul energy flooding into Gu Xian's body, as immense soul power surged into his meridians. The previously sealed realm experienced an instant breakthrough, with the bottleneck dissipating entirely. As for Lu Yi, Yi Xiao now genuinely regarded her as a younger sister, thus refraining from excessive elaboration. Moreover, he understood that discussing Chang'atao would complicate matters. Explaining Lu Yi's origins would only lead to further confusion. As soon as Ying and the others vanished from view, the youth, Zhen, urged impatiently. The first Dark Sovereign extracted a communication jade slip, sensing its contents, his brow furrowing slightly. At the epicenter of the eruption, energy fluctuations continued to emanate, suggesting that both parties had yet to exhaust their collided forces. Nilik felt a tremendous force collide with his chin, his body soaring like a leaf, and he could even see a few teeth fluttering above him before blissfully losing consciousness. Upon seeing Zhang Xiaohan draw a firearm, the crowd momentarily froze, fear flickering in their eyes, the earlier bravado significantly diminished. However, the sharpness of the blood transformation divine blade exceeded her expectations. The 5 elemental shields shattered in less than half a breath. Fortunately, Qingmi's speed did not betray her trust, as she promptly evaded just as the blade descended. A formidable legion from the Rakshasa Palace encircled them from all directions, each exuding a palpable aura of menace. The elderly lady remained silent, retrieving a meticulously folded red cloth from a drawer beneath the altar, then, illuminated by the dim glow of a red candle, began to cut with a pair of scissors. Regarding the affairs in Lingzhou, Qin Yu was aware that the outer demonic clan would undoubtedly take action against the 9 provinces of the celestial domain. Their faces were awash with fear. How could you remain unperturbed? Do you truly believe I would grant you an easy escape after slaying them? Dream on. The scientific aberration regarded Yi Tianyi's back with incredulity. After some self-introductions, Li Ran had nearly grasped their names and personalities. How strange, forget it. Just toss him into the cell. He'll find his way out eventually, the guard remarked. After receiving the Shadow's verbal assurance, Chung Daosen no longer hesitated, stepping deeper into the graveyard while occasionally tiptoeing to survey his surroundings. With a swish, the ghostly sword sliced through two wild wolves. One sustained a wound to its belly, while the other was cleaved in half from behind, both perishing immediately. Do not think to deceive us. Shortly you will undergo a bone age test, and should your age not align, matters will not remain so simple. Elder Jean seemed to discern something. Continuing, he directly manifested his true form, transforming into an enormous, menacing ice serpent spanning 1,000 feet, charging forth with earth-shattering might. After reporting to the authorities and assisting in the capture of Jin Hao and Li Tianming, Gao Long and Chao Bing arrived at their former office, confronting Chu Feng, who sat there. The tense atmosphere rendered the two nearly breathless. Upon witnessing the cabinet door swing open unexpectedly, they released a sigh of relief, stealthily approaching the door, ready to flee at the slightest sign of trouble. As Li Shuiying, emotionally stirred, clutched Qin Yun protectively, fearing any malice from Qin Mu. The Empress felt a throbbing headache. The breakfast had barely been consumed, and now her stomach churned. If he was not mistaken, the occupants of that vehicle were likely associated with Su Jiarue, if not indirectly. Chapter 88. Frenzy? A single blow would suffice. Roaring, Gu Xian, feeling an explosive surge of power within, could not help but bellow. This sensation was something an ordinary soul master could never comprehend. It was akin to shedding an immense burden in an instant. Gazing around, Gu Xian turned to Gu Rong without a hint of hesitation. Tightening his grip around his fist transformed into an illusory dragon claw and striking towards Gu Rong. However, upon encountering Gu Feng, merely at the 7th level of immortal cultivation, he wore an expression of disdain and contempt. Seeing Tang Fei's face filled with despondency, Yin composed herself. Tang Fei was not Zhao Hui. Moreover, his kindness towards her over the years was genuine. She ought not to harbor such malevolence in her speculations about him. Lang Zhan had no time to respond. He bellowed, "Let us go," and swiftly scooped up the hawk-nosed man, sprinting back the way they had come. Undoubtedly, the rain would complicate his escape. He needed to find some dry twigs and also cut some branches to conceal the entrance. Who knew if there were snakes lurking in this cursed place? Contemplating this, Lang Zhan made his way towards the edge of the forest a few dozen meters away. Jealousy lingered behind him as Ji Bingchu climbed over the wall. Within a few days, Wang Ting returned with a skateboard, expressing his desire to visit Taiping town on his days off to seek teachings from Pei Qin. Fang Fu usually did not concern himself with such matters, merely suggesting that he ask his parents. If his father did not object, he could indeed pursue the proposal. Hao Yang was taken aback, realizing they were oblivious to the immense value of the demon beast's flesh and blood. Although it could not compare to the demon crystal, it was still far more potent than spirit stones. A demon beast at the celestial rank contained more spiritual energy than 100 spirit stones. Did they truly not recognize this? However, Lu Zhang was displeased upon hearing that Zhang Ren served Lu Xiu and had even persuaded the soldiers under Yi Zhou to surrender while continuing to govern Nanyang County. Thus, Lu Zhang ordered Zhang Ren to be brought back for punishment. Shun Tianhao was utterly perplexed, yet his lack of understanding did not hinder his ability to resolve the issue. It was said that cats have their own ways, and so do mice. To deal with these individuals, he could only seek out those connected to them. At present, the only family within his network with any involvement in this matter was the Tang family. A frigid gaze pierced the air like a winter tempest, capable of instantly freezing one's very blood. Yu Minghui's eyes were fixated on Lin Yongfang, making Lin Yongfang feel somewhat bashful, prompting her to slightly turn her face away. Wei Ai listened, somewhat dumbfounded. However, at that moment, she could not refuse Su Tianchua's earnest pleas, though her heart ached with reluctance. She found herself unable to articulate a rejection. After a considerable time, she swayed her body, lifted her feet, approached him, and checked his breath before abruptly withdrawing the bloody dagger from his chest. This was the moment she had been waiting for, confident that no one would be more committed than she, having prepared for this since half a year ago. It was precisely for this reason that she uncovered the connection between Zhong Yin and the matter, leading Xiao to directly call his phone. Gu Qinyu glanced once more at the furry creature squirming in the corner, feeling her integrity utterly exasperating. She had preemptively tasted the difficulties of selecting a school for children in her previous life and resolved to drag Yi Xiaocheng into the fray. Murong Su ordered someone to treat Xiao in his main hall. Xiao merely smiled in silence, although the wounds on her hands appeared alarming. She had already surreptitiously applied spirit spring water after the injury, and by morning she would feel significantly better. Yet, seeing Murong Su so concerned for her well-being brought her a sense of joy. In comparison to the enormous hand that could obscure the heavens, the Wang Kuei flower, hovering 10 zhang above the ground, resembled a sluggish mosquito in flight. Thus, Chen Weikuan was diligently crafting an illusion before Zhou Xian, suggesting that the divine mechanism camp was still in its prime. Chapter 89. Experimental Mouse Charm. After absorbing 2 soul rings of 60,000 years and 4 soul bones of 80,000 years, Gu Xian's cultivation once again reached a bottleneck. However, this time, Gu Xian did not hastily absorb the 4th soul ring. The soul power of Soul Master contributes to bodily growth. He had only just broken through level 40, having been propelled by a powerful force. His body had not yet been refined to perfection. This was akin to Qian Renxue, who possessed innate full soul power at level 20. Her first soul ring absorption was bound to be different. The monkey demon Lin Shura, king of Jinan Rongqingzi and his subordinate Marshal Long Yuxuan, king of Liangshun Li and his first general Xiaofeng, king of Beihan Zhangqingyang, king of Chu Wuqing Gaoshida and his fierce general Shuechun, king of Yonanzhan Yifan and his fierce general Wulong, and prominent rebels such as Yuan Fudong, Yan Yishi, and Wu Guli, among others. Half a year of collective training had concluded without competition. Although he harbored a dislike for Lei Mo, he would not seek trouble with him. He simply chose to ignore him, engaging in light exercise while waiting for Xiao, and Nua Kaio. What was worse, Cold Wind's life force was critically low. After expending significant stamina, his life force had only risen by 2, totaling a mere 32, insufficient even against the might of a giant infant. Kong Bianchuan was choked to death from behind. Subsequently, his corpse was discarded into a sheep pen. By the time the shepherd discovered it, the short-legged sheep had already devoured it to a bloody pulp. Xiao, Ing Emperor, it would be best if you refrained from calling us so affectionately. Those unaware might mistakenly believe you share a special bond, Yi Ran boldly stated, unafraid of offending others. An endless lifespan does not preclude death. Infection by a virus can lead to death, excessive blood loss can lead to death, and overexertion can also lead to death. It merely means one does not age. Zhen Liang entered and encountered Jinya, leisurely sipping tea, while Lan, clad in black and wielding a sword, quietly stood guard. This underground boxing arena yielded him profits exceeding 100 million annually, making it his most lucrative venture. Once the Imperial Seal technique erupted fully, a terrifying energy swept through, engulfing the skeletal elders in a cataclysmic explosion. Zhao Sun's expression changed dramatically, while Cheng Jiqiang and others who had followed Lin Beilu from Su province showed no signs of surprise, instead wearing cold smiles. They slowed their pace when in the presence of others, but once they left the manor, they employed their lightness skills. By dusk, they were nearing the summit of Cloud Mountain. That would mean distancing themselves from this forsaken land and seeking a different occupation, living out their lives as an ordinary person in a haphazard manner. The so-called dragon veins and earth caverns mentioned by the geomancers were merely concepts of feng shui. Those who learned from the predecessors would determine the site for imperial tombs, while subsequent learners sought out burial spots. As long as one grasped a fragment of knowledge, finding a suitable location was assured. His demeanor mirrored that of Shan Tianqing. However, he was more subtle. At least he knocked before pushing the door open. Upon the back of the largest black whale, a tall, lean elder merman clad in blue battle armor, witnessing the situation, set down his drumsticks, ceasing his drumming. With a gentle wave of his right hand, the merman soldiers atop the black whale halted their assault, laying down their weapons, seemingly awaiting something. The general who had returned to the city after being absent yesterday was a military officer serving outside. Who else could it be? However, Qiu Jing remained silent, and the old monk Yuan Ji was at peace with his circumstances. The swordsman was a captive, while M.O. Li was with Meng Qi's group, leaving everyone else with no choice but to follow along with trepidation. The other party appeared disheveled, murmuring to themselves, then began to cough violently, spewing forth clots of blood, exhibiting signs of having lost control. The male elder, anxious and bitter, momentarily forgot to maintain order in the chaotic scene, hastily carrying the individual into the tent to examine her injuries. What does it matter if your aspirations are higher than the heavens? At best, it's merely a second-rate auction house. How could it possibly contend with a first-rate auction house? Chapter 90. The Moon Gate's cultivation level is too high. With his thunderous shout, the entire hospital room fell into an abrupt silence, leaving only the sounds of busy doctors. You demons, even if I die, I shall take you with me. Not far away, an inner disciple of the sword sect wiped the blood from his face, gritting his teeth as he spoke. Damn it, get moving. Heavy breaths surged into the throat and flooded the mouth. Yet when finally spoken, they morphed into indistinct murmurs. However, once the blood was absorbed, no anomalies emerged. As if nothing had transpired at all, Ding Yintian articulated this, and both individuals seemed to comprehend, for although Ding Yintian did not state it outright, they understood that this forbidden technique was likely easy to invoke, but challenging to utilize thereafter. It was no wonder Ding Yintian entrusted it to them so readily. Before El Tanming departed from this place, he exchanged a greeting with Zhang Zhun to avoid arousing his suspicions. In the presence of this individual, El Tianming had become significantly more cautious in his actions, no longer as casual as before. Chun Yu exerted himself to defend, while also guarding against the techniques that had previously incapacitated him. The difficulty was akin to pedaling a bicycle on a tightrope, while clad in armor weighing 200 pounds. Really? Su Jingrou's eyes sparkled with excitement, eager to try. Chun Qingdi thought that if death were to come, so be it. After all, his senior sister would accompany him, making it all inconsequential. The blue spirit bird emitted a long, melodious sound, sensing the rich aura of spiritual energy in the area below, which was markedly distinct from other locations. Yet at that moment, a statement from the Amei sword sect abruptly dissipated the atmosphere of intrigue within the discussion group. Believe? I certainly have not witnessed it. All I have seen is indifference, distrust, and opportunism, Juana replied sternly. Following this victory, Catherine's appetite for power was whetted. She aspired to seize the position of the Ottoman governor. It turned out that the visit was for a marriage proposal, causing Su Ru to unconsciously furrow her brow. Although she had no such intentions, historically, matchmakers had always been skilled in persuasion, and it would be prudent to avoid offending them. She would need to contemplate how to decline gracefully. A number of cultivators hurriedly brought forth a large load of stacked wool bales. Elena decided to sell the wool before the cultivators. She called out to Richard, directing them to unload their wool bales from the cart and move them to the counter. The Lin family was indeed well off. Both parents were present, and there was an older brother whose father conducted business in the central market. Returning to the divine realm, Jianjia was absent, and Jianjia dared not linger. Observing Jianjia tremble as if shaken by a sieve, she wondered if it was fear of her. Then how do you mental mages survive? I refuse to believe that every practitioner of mental magic can survive to level 7, Aerie retorted with a dismissive smirk. Yin Su hesitated briefly before acquiescing. Although he possessed the Frost Sun sword, its immense energy consumption made him reluctant to wield it recklessly. While the techniques within the Heaven and Earth secrets were overly monotonous, these two manuals could indeed fill the gaps in his abilities. Noticing one of the chains break, the Black Dragon Emperor couldn't help but feel elated. However, as he observed Yun Su's transformation, his expression grew grave. He realized that with Yun Su continuously harnessing the power of the Lunar Pearl, his eyes were gradually turning crimson, a clear portent of impending corruption. Bystanders retreated in alarm, with the Lin family members growing increasingly anxious, particularly the two from the Star River realm, who wore expressions of tension. Although Huang Hong was also an ability user, his powers were rather lackluster, too weak to be of use, yet too strong to be manageable. As Yang Ming's words fell, the two were about to retort, but their peripheral vision caught sight of an increasing crowd of onlookers. Turning to look, they were taken aback. This was no ordinary gathering. It was akin to 300 burly men on an airplane seeking trouble. At this juncture, the majority of sects openly expressed their support for the Liu family, while a minority, due to their ties with the Li family, issued statements backing them. Sir, you mustn't be so formal. Luo Li returned to the space ring, entering the Grand Sage's legacy, where 2 strings of her zither had snapped, severely depleting her energy. She required recuperation, and it remained uncertain when she would emerge again. Hee. Do elaborate. Tang Chun smiled, sensing from the very utterance that the situation aligned closely with his suspicions. In the eyes of these ancient beings, Huang Xiaodian was merely a youth in his 20s, essentially still a child. Upon seeing Dick S' arrival, Alan was already consumed by rage, launching a high-speed thrust toward him. After his thrust was blocked, Alan did not pause. In a frenzy of energy, he unleashed a barrage of skills and slashes, his physical stamina and fighting spirit seeming to recklessly assault Dick. You betrayed the Dragon War Alliance? Huang Xiaoyan's face bore no terror. Instead, he appeared somewhat relaxed. News of the military's impending arrival had spread throughout the area. The locals were eagerly anticipating the army's swift arrival. The man stated respectfully. A wave of good-natured laughter arose from the audience, At this formal announcement of Su Zhou's departure from the table tennis scene, everyone wished to treat him with kindness, hoping that time might slow down just a little longer. In truth, Yufeng knew that Lu Zila's hometown was comprised of YK people, and that within this locale, her family had never sought assistance from her, a cadre sister, regardless of their endeavors. Ghost Lady, you're my idol. If you fancy this man, please feel free to take him. Chen Yi entered the room, beaming at us. Thus, Ling Qing waited from 2 in the afternoon until 8 in the evening. It still saw no sign of Si Luhin and Yen Yi. Captain Zhou had just proclaimed that he would certainly find a way to capture Tang Yandai. But given his abilities, such a notion was undoubtedly a pipe dream. Chapter 91. The Art of Seizing Immortal Herbs. The images collected by Douluo were mostly from 6 years ago. To pursue Douluo, one would need at least a strength of level 92. As for Yang Wudi, there was no need to overly concern himself. 6 years prior, he was at most at the Soul Saint level. After much contemplation, Gu Xian ultimately decided to first manifest a replica of Yang Wudi. Wait, perhaps I can do it this way. Gu Xian produced a piece of raw wood and a carving knife. When Mu Shihuan entered the room, Aunt Yang, who had been waiting for her, informed her that Grandma was already asleep. After exchanging a few words, Aunt Yang returned to her room, while Mu Shihuan quietly ascended the stairs back to her own quarters. Were it not for the existence of these 3 factions, given Buddhism's characteristics, Shaolin Temple would likely be 10-fold or 100-fold more prosperous than it is today. The only recollection she had was that her grandfather had once told her that Li Junwu was a warm-hearted individual, as well as someone who could not remain idle, constantly running about without a trace. Just as they surged forward, an explosion of sacred and profound energy erupted ahead. Radiant golden light illuminating the surroundings like a realm of divine soil, radiating dazzling divine glimmers outward. Yet the space remained remarkably stable, as Mo Li nestled under a blanket in a chair, gently closing her eyes. Thus, aside from the already deceased great-grandfather, the individuals present were all trustworthy. Guan Ping'an glanced at his suddenly relaxed mother, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Over 200,000 new soldiers scattered across the battlefield, each craning their necks in anticipation, their eyes fixed unwaveringly on the 2 figures seated atop the high podium. It was not that she lacked the desire to contribute, but rather that due to her family's circumstances, many tasks were handcrafted, severely limiting her ability to increase production. Since parting with Xinling, his strength had significantly increased, and upon encountering Zhang Yuan, he could not help but feel a surge of combat fervor. Lu Xing'er was delightedly listening to Lu Yun and other generals discussing strategies for killing, occasionally bursting into laughter, while Lu Ping sat nearby, not interjecting, merely gazing around idly before turning to observe the outside world. The doppelganger smiled faintly, gently taking the porcelain vial from her hand, and said, I have always been here. It is merely that you cannot perceive me. Having uttered these words, she turned and stepped gracefully into the depths of the cavern, vanishing from sight. In the distance lay a desolate ruin, the place once known as Mary Geos now reappearing before the two, having circumnavigated the globe once again. Wendy and Jessica maintained a cordial relationship, and her rapport with Eleanor was also quite amicable. Yet with Cecilia, despite never having had a conflict, there remained a palpable distance. Astute, perceptive of the situation, it was no wonder she could serve as a lieutenant in the 100 Riders. Wu Jibong was indeed no ordinary individual. Hu Shimei had fully awakened. It would take some time. Lien Haiping produced a storage pouch belonging to Du Xianyang, the leader of the Fox Anomaly sect. To everyone's astonishment, this being, as the master of a multitude of fox demons, was in fact a wolf demon. Just as Tang Yujia was about to speak, he was abruptly interrupted by Chuijia's voice, casting a dark glance back at him. In the next moment, 2 enormous fists collided with a resounding crash, unleashing a ferocious gust that sent tremors through everything along the coast. On that day, the newsbirds of white fluttered across the globe, disseminating the tidings of the Fire Dragon Pirates' victory over the Whitebeard Pirates, seizing their dominion and territory. The flag of the Fire Dragon Pirates now flew proudly over the seas of the New World. Xiao Shuji, after a moment of contemplation, coldly declared, "Issue a decree. Li Jun harbors treacherous ambitions and a heart unfit for loyalty. All policies enacted during Li Jun's tenure are hereby nullified, and it shall be publicly announced that he amassed wealth rivaling nations and fled to establish himself as king in Danzhou after his treachery was exposed." Chapter 92. Your Creator. Yang Wudi lay on the ground, gazing at Gu Xian, whose face radiated joy, yet in his eyes, apart from hatred, there was only profound guilt. The knowledge that had been meticulously preserved across generations in his family had unexpectedly leaked during his watch. How could he possibly face his ancestors now? Gu Xian was rapidly flipping through the herbal compendium, but in the blink of an eye, the once ink-filled pages transformed into a wooden tome. The atmosphere was cacophonous, filled with laughter and shouts. Yet Shunhe seemed to absorb every word of the conversations, her unease growing with each passing moment. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed in the ears of Su Wuyo and the practitioners from the two major factions, causing their expressions to shift in alarm. For the roar emanated from the heavens, from the fiery ocean above. Now that Lin Dong's old adversary had perished, he hoped Yi Tian was aware of the whereabouts of the puppet pill. Indeed, it was as such. I had a dream yesterday, wherein a divine being informed me that a young master named Shun Shi from the city would purchase the large turtle at my doorstep. This morning, upon awakening, I indeed found the turtle waiting at my door, hence I came to your esteemed residence to sell it, the old farmer explained. This was the crux of the matter. The youth planned to inquire about the orphanage once he washed his face. No worries, let us depart tomorrow. Trust me, the age of miracles shall not disappoint you, Li Fengsheng said with a smile. The eldest, Claude, had an affinity for computers, managing the family farm with technology since high school, while the second, Michael, enjoyed assisting with the family's accounts. Either that or the other party lacked any means of arrangement. This was hardly surprising. The path of immortality is boundless, yet human capability is finite. Some remain loyal to a single pursuit, dedicating their lives to it, and such cases are not unheard of. The officials entered to take a look, only to find a room damp and musty, with corners already festooned with green mold, emitting a pungent odor. Unpleasantly, they remarked. She opened the food box, and an enticing aroma immediately filled the shooting space, rivaling the sandwiches prepared by Nan Shu in the morning. I do not particularly fancy pear blossoms. It is merely my mother's preference. Hua Shuo refrained from taking the items from Qing Rang, leaving her uncertain whether to retract her hand. Stephen picked up the letter delivered by the owl, his brows furrowing slightly at its contents, which caused him a modicum of distress. Chun Feng surveyed his surroundings. Within 10 meters, he spotted over 100 types of materials, while the once vibrant mutated beasts of the mountains and seas had transformed into mere drops of essence. This was a genetic crafting competition, where the work of genetic warriors was greatly simplified. They could simply take what they needed. The next moment, Wang Jiao dispelled the illusion sword technique, using this rare moment of respite to continue deciphering the spatial codes. However, this news had yet to be made public. Given the magnitude of the incident involving Fu Cixi, logically, the program should still feature her, yet for reasons unknown, the Fu family had directly transferred this resource, leaving Yichun to sort out herself. Blocks of magical steel ingots appeared in Stephen's palm, which he expertly molded into various component shapes with his alchemical hands. Under the assistance of the computing power of Tower Spirit No. 1, the precision of these components surpassed the crafted by the astrologer mages, though the sole drawback was the severe depletion of Stephen's magical energy. Gao Ming, upon hearing Ouyang's words, chuckled and addressed Dunklin. Mr. Dunk, are you truly willing to relinquish such imminent profits to another? Under the gentle caress of Ruo Hexin, Bairong appeared slightly bashful, yet made no move, merely gazing intently at Ruo Hexin. I shall see him off. Zi-chan will accompany me. Brother is rather dull, so do not take offense with him. If you must vent your frustrations, feel free to strike him as you wish. This is my final request of Ling Chao, she called out, referring to her as sister-in-law. Chapter 93, Knowledge of Herbalism Acquired. Your creator is here. Gu Xian, pleased with the success of the experiment, felt a minor flaw was inconsequential, and thus took a moment to introduce himself to Yang Wudi. Furthermore, possessing such a formidable skill as the Mouse Talisman, it would indeed be a pity not to showcase it. As Yang Wudi had surmised, Gu Xian had drawn significant inspiration from him, and though he would ultimately reclaim the Mouse Talisman from Yang Wudi's body, he was willing to let it be. Lu Ji's actions took Huai by surprise, leaving her unsure of how to respond while embracing Le Gu. The dual cultivation technique required several days of continuous practice, and half a core must be consumed. The wife implored the magistrate, yet he paid her no heed, insisting she and the maid rest in the adjacent room while he awaited the specter with sword in hand. However, this eerie silence only heightened Wu Zhao's unease, an ominous premonition intensifying within him. When steaming in the upper tier, a layer of thin dough must first be laid down, followed by the oil cakes, then covered with another sheet of dough. Once removed from the lower tier, the oil cakes were paired together and served on a plate, accompanied by sweet syrup and pickled vegetables, creating a particularly fragrant and flavorful dish. That Master Yang was invited from Yaojiang as a corpse handler. It is said he can conjure spells to turn corpses into warriors for killing. Yoshikawa Taro remarked. Perhaps he has grown despondent. After all, age has caught up with him. Fu Feng Tianju's voice carried a tone of sorrow and regret. Damn it. Do you truly think I would hesitate to pull the trigger? Wan Ao Tian seethed with rage, his trembling hands gripping the pistol tightly. As a designer also employed at CI, Feng Ran had encountered him several times in a previous life, thus she was well aware of the tricks he might employ. During our journey, we would traverse the vast grasslands, home to both wild beasts and demonic creatures, providing us an excellent opportunity for practice. Suddenly, a surge of profound spiritual energy erupted from him, enveloping the grand hall and forming an energy barrier around its perimeter. The situation was remarkably straightforward, so much so that Duan Chaonuan felt a flutter in her heart. Li Xiang abruptly snapped back to reality, the penultimate sentence from the information flashing vividly in his mind. Is it ready? Ren Xindu spoke only after Long Yichen had completed all his actions. Your timing is quite fortuitous. In 10 days, we have a scheduled confrontation with the alien tribes at the Black Great Wall. Without further ado, Li Xiang performed a respectful 3 bows and 9 prostrations before Wan Ji and the portrait behind him. Was it also due to Huayu Real Estate? The company of Song Wanner's mother, Song Tianfeng, no longer watching the surveillance footage, furrowed his brow and said, "You are truly astute. No, rather, formidable. It's astonishing that such a remarkable individual exists among humans." Sensing the complete loss of energy, Qin Tian could only marvel at the uniqueness of this so-called ninjutsu, which effectively merged stealth illusions with the ancient 5 elements techniques of Huaxia, leaving him feeling somewhat bewildered. Those chilling words echoed persistently in Han Mingchao's mind, revealing that she would not hold him accountable, nor was there any need for him to bear responsibility. No matter how much he did, it was merely a farce. She had never loved him. A moment of melancholy is fleeting. Better times will surely come. Yet life is singular. Once lost, it cannot be regained. I have nothing to lose. Merely a little emotional investment wasted. I have plenty of feelings to spare, so your loss is inconsequential. Zhang Tilong remarked nonchalantly. We humbly welcome Elder Water Dragon. Please forgive our inadequate reception. Lu Qingyun and Daoist Yun said in unison with utmost respect. No wonder a fool like you fell for it. There are more fakes than real goods here. I wonder how the head shopkeeper is so eager to assist you. It's quite perplexing. Lu Qingqing mused, her beautiful eyes scrutinizingly Chong Kong as if attempting to see through him. Chapter 94. The Mouse Talisman shocks the crowd. What are these? Gu Rong gazed at the flowers and herbs Gu Xian had presented to him and others, momentarily taken aback, while the others held a piece of a mortal herb in one hand, looking at Gu Xian with confusion. However, a few discerning individuals recognized their worth. For instance, a Fu trembled as he held the coxcomb phoenix sunflower, his instincts clamoring to absorb this substance for immense benefit. This solidified his belief in the treasures Gu Xian provided. Numerous elders, having reached the limits of their spiritual roots, paled in comparison to them, leaning more towards treasures and supernatural powers, with a pressing interest in the study of Tao, often neglecting such matters. Yes, my brother no longer wishes to be brothers with Gao Yu. They returned together last night. But Gao Yu didn't arrive home until 11. Du Zihan bit into his bread. After stowing away the blood-colored coral grass, Yuan Hong continued his search at the riverbed, gradually approaching the direction of the bearded man. The 10-mile distance was neither short nor long. Within 2 hours, the bearded man and Yuan Hong had completed their search. Nearing the critical point where the great river flowed out from Elephant Valley, Zhang Yang twitched his nose. He Tai rubbed his bald head vigorously. Wei Song tied back his long hair, and Tang Haoran gazed calmly at his counterpart. This was the fundamental difference between Zhang Yang and Ji Nanja. Zhang Yang could swiftly control the basketball according to the dynamics of the game, while Ji Nanja could only ensure his own safety, unable to balance the court. Ji Changsheng, even if you come back to life, so what? We can kill you again, burying you in the annals of time. A powerful figure clad in green armor bellowed, his gaze sharper than a battle sword as it fixed on Ji Changsheng in the distance. The might of thunder reasserted itself before Xia Yang, never failing to impress him. The massive form of the Triceratops was sent crashing to the ground by the force of the lightning. Gao Yu seized the ball, feigned a move, and immediately broke through. Wei Yong could not block him and was swept aside by Gao Yu. Instead of attempting a layup, Gao Yu took a direct shot. The ball struck the backboard, grazed it, and then went in. Master, Does this mean you've been following us all along in the Eastern continent? Meng Feng could not help but inquire. With various factions unable to find their direction, what kind of power did these top clans still possess? Jiang Shaoyang hesitated. This was precisely what he feared. He was acutely aware of Huang Tu's strength, and with Yan'an village deploying over 1,000 ninjas, annihilating the kingdom of Qi was merely a trivial task. His engagement, was it a blessing or a curse for her? Perhaps all would only be revealed tomorrow. Would the subsequent events be left to fate? In the face of such a seemingly hopeless situation, the Qi figures, feeling they had completed all possible preparations, murmured as if surrendering to despair. In the center of the playground, only Yang Xiao and Wang Qian remained, surrounded by a circle of students. How should she explain to Gu Tingqian that the one she desired was, in fact, the Gu Tingqian who reciprocated her feelings? I lack the authority to know your mission. The third Hokage only instructed me to assist you. Whether you choose to share your mission with me is entirely your prerogative. Jiang Shaoyang responded with remarkable composure. A rational assessment. Although Telly's outwardly replied this way, he felt a flicker of curiosity about the identity and intentions of the newcomer. Damn it, I can't starve to death. I must fill my stomach before setting out. Jiang Shaoyang thought defiantly, immediately rushing to a corner, tearing flesh from the beast's body with his kunai, devouring it ravenously. Ling Yin lifted him effortlessly with one hand while the other subtly raised, a black thread slowly extending from his fingertip like a serpent. Surrounding individuals shook their heads in disbelief. Upon recognizing the identity of the newcomer, Lu Haochen nodded. The Wu family, another clan in the eastern region on par with the Ji family, possessed formidable strength. Lu Haochen later sought to learn more about this individual named Wu Dao. Chapter 95. The Inescapable Attachments and Obsessions. Gu Rong was astounded. This power was so extraordinary it seemed like a fantasy. It was truly possible to transform a wooden sculpture into a living being. Concerned that he had not observed closely enough, Gu Rong even personally examined Yang Wudi's body. He was further astonished. Apart from lacking memories and cultivation from recent years, this Yang Wudi was indistinguishable from the real one. Yang Wudi was equally stunned. Previously, he only needed to face Gu Xian for resurrection, but this time, the revival. Are you alright? Yang Yiru, relieved to see Yang Bufan was out of immediate danger, turned to express her concern for Su Yi. You can escape, as long as you immediately abandon the Stytic Spark mercenary group. You can take me away from Maurat. You can go anywhere you wish. Fan glanced at the door, lowering his voice as he spoke. Most of the young sorcerers could only recognize one as the contemporary demon lord, Lord Apophis, while the identity of the other remained a mystery. Nevertheless, this did not deter them from displaying their astonishment. For anyone capable of battling alongside a demon lord in the demon realm must surely be legendary. Ling Wei approached, whispering something into Ruo Yu's ear, causing her complexion to change dramatically, her face paling. Upon hearing this, Shi Bao nearly leapt for joy. Straining to suppress his excitement, he nodded repeatedly in gratitude, casting a glance at Yao Tai and the others at the door, who suddenly appeared remarkably pleasing to him. 3 days hence, we shall investigate the situation. Tonight, let's first deal with these 3 mortals, the tiger demon bellowed. Above, it must be that transforming dragon constrictor hunting, for we encountered it when we were above. Yifeng immediately thought of this formidable creature, as such beasts capable of transformation are exceedingly rare. Su Yi had initially believed that his polite gesture would be understood as mere courtesy, but to his surprise, as soon as he finished speaking, he saw the cultivators of the Su family who had been afflicted by the evil seed were now confined in a valley. Subsequently, personnel discovered from both the Yi and Lin families were also brought into this place. As a result, the business at Lin Zhixiao's clinic plummeted, with the young sister-in-law rarely seen feigning illness for treatment. As dusk descended and the sun sank lower, the sky was ablaze with crimson clouds, resembling a fiery phoenix resting upon a parasol tree, igniting half the heavens. The ethereal clouds danced gracefully, constantly shifting their forms as if attempting to retain the last vestiges of light. Mu Shiuefu sat before the Guqin, glancing at the banana trees outside. Raindrops pattered against the leaves, each drop resonating softly, as if washing away all dust, the green leaves glistening with a layer of brilliance that refracted a subtle, dim light. They ascended to the half-broken Tinya cliff, where a weaker lower-level sage within the ranks could no longer endure. The Xuanwu Emperor struggled to sit up, placing the jade seal upon the imperial edict. After completing this action, it seemed as though his strength had been utterly drained, collapsing back onto the bed. As for Zhang Sun, he remained unnoticed by anyone, contentedly consuming his food while listening to their tales. The Lord of Guanghan paid no heed to these happenings. Her power gently surged forth, transforming those red-skinned skeletons into bone dust. After traversing for some time, she suddenly thrust a palm forward, causing waves to surge ahead. This action startled those around, who intended to check on Jiang Xing, only to be stopped by him. Xia Zixuan shook his head, equally perplexed. His eyes flickered with a strange light, as if obstructed by something, revealing only a sky filled with dust. Yi Bai deftly evaded these assaults, effortlessly seizing several items, which he promptly devoured, draining their essence. Bai Qi smiled knowingly, aware that Wei Changfeng was merely jesting. In such moments, who would dare to dawdle? Hu Cheng let out a cold laugh, grasping the outstretched hand of the burly man. With a gentle pull, the man lost his balance and stumbled to the ground. Hu Cheng placed a foot upon his back, and no matter how the man struggled, he could not rise. Chapter 96. The Distinct Parents. Why did the ancestor not intervene? Why did he allow him to refine Wang Shidi? Tian Yuzi inquired. This is the greatest secret of the sect. All that remained was the head, surrounded by copious bloodstains and shredded flesh, while the main body had been entirely devoured. Qin Feng had not anticipated that his careless action today would create a new trend in the great Zhao kingdom. Of course, that was a matter for another time. The four founding elders of the Qinxing sect collectively huffed in anger, unsure whether it was due to their resentment towards Qian Yang and others' audacity or their vexation at the words of the Bone True Monarch. Better to be a peaceful dog than a chaotic person, Chun Xiaoyi mused, finding some truth in this sentiment, though as an emperor, he felt somewhat disheartened. Gung Yinqing elegantly settled herself, extending her delicate, jade-like fingers to lightly rest upon Yang Chengda's pulse. With her beautiful eyes half closed, she began to quietly diagnose him. It was nothing new to draw a blade against Do Dan in a fit of rage. Even pursuing him in a circle among the clans of the western regions was not particularly remarkable. No, this creature is not an immortal being. It is called the Undying Snow Bug because it possesses magical immunity and formidable defenses against fighting Qi. Even if it is cleaved in two, it can resurrect and will become two, making it quite troublesome, Kubai Te explained nervously. Moreover, he seemed familiar with maritime affairs. If he read the situation correctly, these individuals would undoubtedly find their place in the future. It was no boast. When it came to overseas enterprises, who could be more adept than them? Louise felt that Shang, this rotund fellow, was no match for Peter in either looks or culinary skills. Zhang Yi stretched and entered the bedroom he had prepared for himself, collapsing onto the bed in a deep slumber the moment he crossed the threshold. Upon hearing Xiang's voice, Xie was overjoyed, quickly turning to her, the previous despondency vanishing as if it had been an act. Arrest all these traitors and await my orders. The blue-robed deity showed no mercy, commanding his army to capture the subordinates of the white-robed ones. Additionally, Lin Tian believed that Shang was merely afflicted by some bad luck and would not meet a dire fate. The level of this instance was not particularly high, just ranging from 30 to 40, and Lin Tian had barely qualified to enter. Since she is yet to arrive, I might as well wait. Otherwise, if I take the top task, would that not be ungracious? He declared grandly. In the spiritual realm, the nine-tailed fox took several deep breaths, her eyes sparkling with joy, as if struggling to believe this was real. Rubbing her eyes, she excitedly began to move, resembling a walking Persian cat. Now, with little time to prevent the two celestial spirits from a desperate struggle, securing her own life took precedence. I swear by my delicate bosom, should I deceive you, may it explode on the spot. Hong Qingfei hastily raised her hand in an oath, her expression earnest, seemingly devoid of deceit. However, at that moment, the city gates behind Di Heng suddenly swung open again, a voice resonating from outside the city. Upon the release of this news, it was akin to a drop of water falling into a boiling pot of oil, causing an immediate uproar. The Bureau of Demon Regulation was quite formidable, maintaining order among the demons of the world, yet the great Yin dynasty was merely one of many ancient empires. Tang Wan was at a loss for words to describe her feelings. However, compared to her initial bewilderment, she was now acutely aware that her current emotion could only be defined as touched. As the energy converged in her dantian, a wave of heat radiated outward, causing Jiang Feng to break into a sweat. Hu Yanzhu's expression turned astonished. Did young Master Pan wish to incite her to betray the court and join forces with Liang Shan to ambush the Prime Minister? The tips of her ears, concealed beneath her chestnut hair, turned a shade of crimson as she reached out, rummaging through the drawer for chocolate. Upon receiving the basketball, Iguodala charged towards the basket with remarkable speed, yet as he prepared to dunk, he was met with Cousin's interference. Cousins leaped high, blocking Iguodala's path to the basket, forcing him to pass the ball at the last moment. Indeed, the Heavenly Emperor had once discovered an ancient celestial thunder monument at 8 Desolation Ridge, within which he had inscribed the Sword Classic. At that time, I had not understood, for the quality of that Thunder Sword Classic was rather low. Yet it seems the Master had anticipated your arrival here long ago. The devouring heavenly beast mysteriously chuckled. As the two individuals arrived near the harbor, they were met by a throng of martial artists, meticulously comparing images and conducting thorough searches. Upon receiving the summons from the ancient Ape King, several prominent generals of the Dragon Beast clan promptly prepared for action. After the ancient Dragon Beast and Thunder Dragon generals received the military orders, they led their forces to launch an offensive against the naval troops stationed under the reign of the Kangba Dragon King in north. These two individuals are my esteemed in-laws, Murong Batian and Yi Wanxiu. Once the 9th elder paid his respects to his grandparents, Jiu Qiansui proceeded to introduce him. Sure too. Have you thoroughly searched the area from the Imperial City to the ascending Heaven Peak? Suddenly, the 9th elder asked with a furrowed brow. A few beads of cold sweat trickled down Rainoer's forehead as he vigorously shook his head, seemingly attempting to dispel any ominous thoughts. I hoped that the drooping eyelids would gradually lift at the inquiry of Elder Qian, only to suddenly burst forth with brilliance. After listening to the profound words of the divine martial demon lord, the hunting king serpent grasped the situation and rallied his forces for a comprehensive counterattack against the imperial troops. He never considered himself a virtuous person. When faced with intolerable circumstances, why should he endure? He refused to harbor resentment while allowing others to ensnare him. Such was not his nature. Indeed, just seconds later, Gaia and his companions witnessed a brilliant brown light streaking across the pitch-black night sky, heading towards the sacrificial altar. Let us wait until Hauer makes his move. If he still cannot be subdued, we shall inform the Grand Elder. Our long-standing plans must not be thwarted by him, Xi Jinping stated. It was only after evening study that Lin Xingji learned the reason behind Lin Yueji's earlier reprimand, as the Lin family had encountered crisis. Having reviewed the script and familiarized himself with it, even performers whom he deemed adequately competent were dismissed by Jun Ci after merely a minute of viewing. With the arrival of summer, the grasslands welcomed the rainy season. Under the abundant rainfall, the farmland outside Yinqing flourished remarkably. If prolonged downpours did not occur, it could be anticipated that this summer would yield a bountiful harvest. The police conducted a meticulous investigation at the clinic, leaving no stone unturned, including potential clues. To make matters worse, a cacophony of sounds within a 50-meter radius incessantly assaulted his mind, distracting his focus. Adapting to the noise and maintaining concentration was the foremost challenge Mills had to overcome. Chapter 97. Long time no see, son. This was a family portrait requested by the lady after the young master was born, though it was unexpected that it would be painted so soon. A Fu gazed at Gu Xian, momentarily lost in thought, and quietly explained. All right, I understand. You may go cultivate. After absorbing the soul bone and celestial herbs, you should be able to break through to the tidal Douluo level. Gu Xian returned to his senses and gently patted a Fu's shoulder, signaling him to take his leave. Yes, young master, I shall do so. Yi Chun, of course, was unaware of the other's thoughts. Having resolved one matter, he could not overlook the other, fearing that if the defense shield were breached, he would be at a disadvantage. Mr. Malfoy, I regret to inform you that I do not have a suitable owl for you, sighed the plump lady, finding it quite challenging to accommodate such a discerning and esteemed customer. As the grand doors swung open, the interior was instantly illuminated, revealing a resplendent hall. In the face of such disturbances, Li Nuo had long become accustomed. From the moment he rose to fame, he had prepared for conflict. He then closed his eyes, steeling himself as he savored the taste in his mouth, the metallic flavor of blood spreading within Hao Honk's oral cavity. However, before he could fully stabilize his form and lower his center of gravity, an ethereal figure appeared behind him, shadowing his every move. Subsequently, 100 saints were teleported from the Transformation Dragonstar, and specialized sect personnel would soon escort the 29 sect saints to the Spirit Energy Star System. Kanan's expression turned serious as he soared into the skies, where he caught sight of 7 incoming nuclear missiles. In the midst of conversation, Li Xiu retrieved a jade vial from his sleeve, uncorked it, and gestured for everyone to take the pills within. The discussions were filled with pleasantries about the joy of collaboration over the years, which Mu Yang found tedious to listen to. Emperor Taiji surrounded Jinzhou, and this time, as what Daso remained unperturbed. The court had received intelligence in advance and sent provisions to Jianzhou, alleviating their hunger. Furthermore, the court promised to dispatch reinforcements to Jianzhou immediately, greatly boosting Zuidasho's confidence in defending the city. The colossal waves crashed against his chest and abdomen, engulfing him, and no matter how he struggled, he could not escape the grip of the surging waters. The waves swept him towards Tian Lingzi, who was behind him. A keen observer would notice that he was discreetly watching the surroundings from the corner of his eye, his focus on the 5 shadows belonging to the Kongtong 5 elders, which were forced back by Li Jing with her cross-shaped blade. Han Ge presented the dance video directly to them, simultaneously offering guidance on their movements. Despite the introduction of Adebayor, Real Madrid's offensive strategy remained largely unchanged, as Adebayor had yet to reach the tactical significance that Mourinho sought. Falling short of the level of Drogba that Mourinho admired, Adebayor merely enriched Real Madrid's attacking options. 2 beams of radiant light traversed the magical energy circle, enveloping the entire triangular prism, which previously somewhat ethereal, instantly transformed into a magnificent stained glass-like structure, rendering its interior completely obscured. Spiritual awareness, the hallmark of the Golden Core realm. You are not my father, Chen Outyin, Michael exclaimed, realization dawning upon him as he faced the false Chen Outyin with a mixture of shock and fury. That very night, Han Ge received a call from Liang Yiru, where Gao Xing candidly expressed his desire to leave. Luo, Jinhua, and the members of the Jinhui, initially tasked with overseeing the situation, abandoned their posts to seize their own Qianji cannons. A towering fire elemental, radiating an orange glow and standing around 5 meters tall, steadied itself amidst the fiery torrents, daring not to descend further, but instead inquired of one of the fire elements. The outcome of the battle was evident. The lamp god held the upper hand, and the fire demon king was defeated, bursting forth from Abang's body. Chapter 98, The Love of Parents. Gubei sensed that this individual harbored ulterior motives. He nodded, encouraging him to continue. However, Yang Shoufu remained oblivious, as this matter had no connection to Yan Jun whatsoever. The civil unrest had been orchestrated entirely by Mr. Wen. By the way, where's my space ring? Dr. Edward, noticing the space ring in Zhou Zhong's hand, promptly inquired. In the next moment, sparks flew as the 7 barrels transformed into a torrent of molten lava, splattering over Jing Tang's 3 teachers. Some individuals began to tidy up the chaos to ensure the venue could operate the following day. Commander Li, I am merely a student. Please do not elevate me to such heights. Kindly share what the matter is, Zhou Zhong replied with a smile. Ying Nantian was exceedingly domineering, conjuring a hand from the elemental forces of heaven and earth, which he directed towards Chao Xiang with a fierce strike. The northwestern winds howled as Song Anren suspected that she had not been killed, but rather frozen to death. It is undeniable that the primary reason this public service advertisement can incite a fervor of public discourse lies in its creativity and emotional impact. However, the esteemed broadcasting network of Anner Media has played an instrumental role in this achievement. To Black Soil's astonishment, the second fastest runner of that time, who was among the elite in the realm of thousands of gold, and had fought alongside Huang Yuannan to carve out a vast territory, displayed no reaction whatsoever upon hearing this news, not even a hint of surprise. Under the immense pressure of cosmic forces, the ethereal image of the thunder god burst forth. Yet all the thunderous energy did not scatter. Instead, it was wholly absorbed by the thunder pearl, rendering it even more refined and its aura increasingly terrifying. Akin to a meteorite or a shooting star, descending with great force. A wave of relief washed over me. Indeed, what was there to fear? The greatest specter in existence was right beside me, despite his constant insistence on being a deity. Upon stepping outside, a colossal, long sword materialized beneath my feet, thrusting forward with great vigor, and this great sword soared into the air. He found himself at a loss as to how to refuse Ling Qianqian. Her love burned so fiercely that Fu Qingyang felt that any slight deviation in his actions or words might wound her heart. I smiled at him reassuringly. Although my smile was obscured by the veil, I knew well that I was smiling. Upon the Xianyuan sword, 9 stars illuminated the night sky, their beams shooting upwards as if connecting to a sun beyond the heavens, transforming the sword into a blazing orb of heat. At the time of Yinyu, though Ling Zuan held the position of executive vice county head, his words carried great weight. However, upon reaching Qishan, he found himself overlooked as a mere county leader. As a mere observer, Hu Chang'e felt a poignant sense of helplessness upon witnessing this scene. Very well. I shall now transmit the spirit consciousness brocade along with information about the continent into your divine space. You may organize it at your leisure before departing the valley. With that, Master may vanish from sight. To this day, Lu Qing'er remained oblivious to the reasons behind the demon lord's reluctance to acknowledge their relationship. This is no exaggeration. Over 10,000 years ago, a disciple from a prominent family had crippled a student from the Great Thousand Academy, and that very night, the family vanished without a trace, leaving no survivors among the 3,000 members. Following that incident, few dared to provoke the students of the Great Thousand Academy. From these simple two-method approaches, Lu Yuan discerned that Lin Yihai possessed extraordinary capabilities, displaying the awareness befitting a high-ranking individual. The surrounding formation shattered, transforming the entire area into a peculiar domain, where anyone entering or exiting could be easily detected. As for Yi Tian, the Athena in his possession exhibited no surprising behavior, directly racing towards his own lower lane. Chen Bao, in an exasperated gesture, shrugged his shoulders, neither affirming nor denying. He was merely an amateur, and even if he were to learn, it would require effort. He pondered whether to utilize some of his spare time to bolster his theoretical foundation, for he could not allow even the formulas to elude him so effortlessly. Since Lan Jun fortuitously acquired the lightning-emitting vine, Lu Fan had been unable to shake his obsession with the Black Lotus, which had displayed exceptional qualities long ago and was likely even more formidable now. Under such relentless attacks, numerous gashes had already marred Chu Tian's back, his crimson blood thoroughly soaking through his garments. "You intend to introduce the power of death into this world?" he inquired, gazing at the picturesque utopia through the portal opened by the soul gem, before turning back to assess the surroundings. In the realm of gastronomy, a dining enterprise thrives not solely on its superior flavors compared to others, but rather on the strength of its brand. Hill lowered his head slightly, pursed his lips, raised an eyebrow, and a barely perceptible smile flickered at the corner of his mouth. Tim might speak ill of him within his social circle, yet the most easily circulated words today were those found online. One could surmise that Trellis was cognizant of this, caught in a quandary after hearing Lin Ku's remarks. In fact, the Fox's Food Festival does not adhere to a specific schedule. It is typically held when most individuals are available, such as during school vacations or weekends. Sometimes, the weather must also be taken into account. Due to stringent confidentiality measures, the new artillery of the Qing army relied on strict secrecy. This time, the Qing forces employed a strategy of luring the enemy deep, drawing the Ming army to the foot of Shenyang, where they concentrated their superior firepower to annihilate them in one fell swoop. Xiaxi felt a surge of blood rush to her head, her once fair complexion now reddening as if it would bleed. It is crucial to note that auction houses are not limited to this locality. They exist throughout the entire continent. All of this was due to that rascal Yi Xuanli. Had it not been for him, how would she have been unable to go wherever she wished? The more Su Qing contemplated, the angrier she became, her countenance turning a shade of green. And then there was South America. The drought season in South America is inherently arid. Even the tropical rainforests are not exempt. The Benihans group possesses numerous farms in that region, and if the drought worsens, losses are inevitable, potentially catastrophic. Chapter 99. The grand male protagonist of national comics. Mental fortification is a gradual process, and as Gu Xian gradually absorbed the effects of the Wang Chuan Qiu Shui Du, his mental cultivation began to ascend. When Gu Xian reopened his eyes, his pupils, which previously only turned golden when utilizing the martial soul's power, now shone as if forged from gold, resplendent and dazzling. Having absorbed the Wang Chuan Qiu Shui Du, Gu Xian not only elevated his mental strength to the soul saint level, but also awakened the so-called fire eye, golden gaze, and his demonic essence. Chen Jingyang escorted Wang Haiyan towards Zhang Donghai's residence, discovering that he harbored no aversion to Wang Haiyan's playful jabs. With no one able to impede them, neither the police, nor the government, nor Lu Changfeng, this news, which they had yet to fully process, suddenly reached Song Jinhai's ears. The battle raged on. With the two combatants engaged in a fierce struggle for over 300 exchanges, the disparity in their strengths becoming increasingly apparent. Meng Fan grew bolder with each passing moment, his fists moving with such rapidity that they appeared as mere afterimages, while Xue Ao began to show signs of fatigue. What is that?" Yishang pointed towards the right front, and Su Xiaoyu followed his gaze to discover a massive pit. "Very well, splendid. Come fort. Seize these wretched souls and cast them into the secret prison. Whoever dares to defy me again shall face the annihilation of their entire lineage." Lin Qingxian bellowed, his crimson eyes glaring fiercely. Faced with such irrefutable evidence, Lin Tianya had no room for rebuttal, and any attempt to resist was crushed beneath Lin Qingxuan's kingly pressure, leaving him unable to raise his head. Officer Wei, our company is inundated with matters at present. You know this to be true. We genuinely have no time. Xiao Yunfei was utterly unwilling to associate with this violent woman. It was genuinely perilous, and one could easily find themselves rendered impotent. Tang Feng wore a cold, sinister smile, his bones cracking as he unleashed an overwhelming and ferocious energy. The crowd was already intimidated by Mo Fan's ruthless demeanor. Those 2 million were not mere low-grade spirit stones, but genuine mid-grade spirit stones, which could be exchanged for a minimum of 20 million in low-grade spirit stones. Director Zhang may not be a good person, but he remains within the realm of humanity, unlike certain individuals who have long lost their humanity. The youth tilted his head, catching sight of his own face, which appeared almost demonic, reflected in the mirror-like walls. The old gentleman had returned from his exercise. Lu Su now essentially slept whenever she pleased. Back then, our male classmates were quite chivalrous. After I finished scolding him, that scoundrel refused to leave, prompting Chang Ji and the others to speak up. Although the air of ancient times was undeniably fresh and conducive to health, and one could enjoy a life free from worries about education and career, there remained many constraints. In the hall, Zhun Yin paced restlessly, his brow furrowed and his voice a low murmur of anxiety. His light blue brocade robe had become slightly wrinkled, and the bloodshot hue in his striking eyes indicated a sleepless night. It was no wonder that Helian Lan and his companions moved through to Qi as if traversing an uninhabited realm, effortlessly coming and going. Initially investigating for a traitor, they had ultimately found nothing and let the matter drop. It now appeared they were exceptionally adept at concealing their true intentions. Having married Lu Qiao, he would undoubtedly cherish her. How could he treat Lu Qiao as he would his wife? A chilling breeze swept through, causing her flowing skirt to billow, accentuating her unadorned, ethereal beauty, untouched by the dust of the world. Chun Tao was destined to worry, fretting when it was necessary, and even when it was not. Grandmother, I'm still in school. Mu Jiao, initially quietly enjoying her snack, immediately invoked her studies as a shield when the conversation turned to her. To my surprise, one of the competitors was Scarf Girl. This was entirely unexpected. Looking around, there were many unfamiliar faces, but they must all know me. It seemed that since my association with Mu Meiqing, I had become infatuated with fleeting pleasures and neglected a whole group of newcomers from the computer lab. Chapter 100, The Cautious Rainbow Cat. As a swordsmanship instructor, it was imperative that, beyond mere technique, one's character held equal importance. Those resurrected by the mouse talismans possessed an independent self-awareness that he could not control, an immutable fact. Thus, he could only opt for individuals imbued with a sense of justice for resurrection. Only in this manner could the revived refrain from turning against him. After all, no villain would willingly accept their life being governed by another. Furthermore, another man directed his gaze towards Bailon. The three of them shared a familiar look, suggesting a prior acquaintance. At that moment, Shi Jian spotted Bailon and his companions, his brow furrowing. He recognized everyone except for Bailon. In that instant, Zhu Ming distinctly sensed the disdain in the other's eyes, akin to a Beijing dweller encountering an outsider at Xianmen Dazzlin. Akin to a candidate from SD seeing a BJ candidate on their first day at university. Xiao Changhua nodded heavily before finally ending the call. He can now only place his hopes on Xu Yue. No, there won't be a next time. I'm going to find Xiao Hua and have her apologize to the teacher. Gu Tianxiao exclaimed urgently. How was I to know this fellow was so resilient? He survived a blow to the head. Bailon admitted, feeling somewhat embarrassed. I hope I won't regret helping you. Lu Pingfan mused. The colossal beast continued its rampage through the ruins, appearing as if it had lost its mind. Its ferocious strength was enough to induce palpitations, yet Bailon summoned courage within himself. Damn it! Chao Pairu exclaimed in rare frustration, then sat down, fuming silently at Si Hongchu. However, the seasoned agents from the Eastern Factory immediately recognized the passageways as military structures, prompting them to scale the walls and leap into the premises. Had it not been for Zhu Ming's prior arrangements for surveillance outside, the Fan family might have managed to escape with some core members. Lu Pingfan smiled gently, picking up his guitar, strumming while singing the chorus. Niao Wujing roared, no shooting. All archers in Xuanqing paused in surprise, halting their arrows. And you see, everyone knows by now that she is the Sin concubine of the Cheng Wangfu. There will be no punishment. That identity cannot be erased. Do you not wish for her to remain by your side? Fayer laughed heartily. How could that be? You appear younger than us. Chung Feng smiled reassuringly. Yang Feier now comprehended fully that this individual was not only slightly eccentric, but also possessed a fractured mind, likely due to years of solitude in the mountains. Galtai understood that he had but one task: to rekindle the player's spirits. At midnight, a shadow stealthily withdrew the latch from Jia Qianqian's door, slipping into the room, approaching the bed, and abruptly yanking the slumbering Jia Qianqian upright. Awakened from her dreams, she instinctively screamed as she realized someone had intruded to abduct her, struggling fiercely. Shen Ning peeked from the corner, noticing Lao Qi retreating once more. Lao Qi had recently injured her, and she was unwilling to confront him directly. If Yan Xiaohua were to meet an untimely fate, the ones most profoundly affected would undoubtedly be Yan Jingdong and his son. Have we been discovered by the demon army? Chun Xiaoming expressed her deep concern. Long Jie, Shang Wanlei, Nia Wujing, and Su Aizi finally gathered to commence negotiations. Regardless of its utility, whether the police can locate the corpse remains a question. Li Daniu Ramarka. Lord Huangfu turned, chuckling, and lavished praise upon Xiao Yufu before instructing the summons of Jiang Ming and Jiang Su back to the Dali Temple. As for himself, he would converse with the elder Jiang. In the darkness, a certain individual could only sense a sigh, almost palpable, and a warm hand grasping their own. Chapter 101. The Hero. My money, all this money is mine, Huang Yutsue exclaimed, charging forward, gleefully lifting the leather suitcase off the ground, her joy palpable. It's not true. I followed his advice, and indeed it yielded naught. However, my great-grandson tried it and discovered it worked, so I'm beginning to believe his words. Elder Xie shook his head. Strangely, the steakhouse and all the servers had mysteriously vanished, replaced instead by a clothing store with its doors firmly shut. Upon seeing people, Chu Yun immediately entered a state of concealment, stealthily moving towards the student. Although it appeared that Chun Bo was attacking the illusion, he swung the blade in a fluid motion towards the infant. Children, are you looking for me? A harsh plastic bag sound echoed, instantly blowing the smoke on the right side in another direction. Upon arrival, Wang Jing also encountered the formidable creature he had just detected. Indeed, it was a behemoth, towering over 3 meters with bulging muscles and its upper body exposed, adorned with wrist and ankle guards studded with wolf teeth and fierce red markings on its face. One must admit, Lu Jingfeng was indeed wealthy. His residence was expansive enough to accommodate numerous sects for visits, and he could even purchase official titles. It was remarkable that such a rank as a deputy general could be bought. One could only wonder who possessed the audacity to sell. The Time King, Nazdam, had cast a spell on the world tree, ensuring that as long as the tree endured, the night elves would never age or fall ill. From a distance, one could see dozens of lanterns hanging outside the minister's residence, suspended at varying heights like twinkling stars. Although night had fallen not long ago, the place was already ablaze with light. Now that the city is built, we can hardly defend it. At that point, all our efforts will be in vain. Yi Fei remarked indifferently. No problem. You carry on. Yi Fei smiled, allowing the NPC to handle the formalities while he perused a promotional brochure for the King S tournament. It is difficult to ascertain what psychological state Bu Zhanfeng is in, yet each time he witnesses Li Shuji's ascension, it ignites a fierce conflagration within him. At the forefront stands a battalion of light cavalry, flanked on either side by 10 routes, all aligned with precision. Following them are 10 rows of spear-wielding soldiers and 10 rows of infantry. Despite their overwhelming numbers, there is not a hint of disarray. They are arranged meticulously, akin to a legion of terracotta warriors. However, before he could conclude his current affairs, an envoy from the Empress Dowager summoned him to the palace. The word marriage was pronounced with particular emphasis by the Grand Princess Hong Yue, her scorn directed at Yang Guangbei, while her gaze frequently drifted towards Lin Yijia, exuding an air of aloof superiority. It is indeed a travesty that someone deserving of a princely title has been overshadowed by the Emperor's favor towards Lord Wei, who received a mere baronetcy. After a brief interlude of 3 to 4 minutes, he selected the 10 roundest walnuts, scrutinizing them with furrowed brows, ultimately choosing 2 that pleased him the most, revealing a radiant smile. The room was quite clean as he sat on the bed. The quilt exuded a warmth reminiscent of sunlight, yet his spirits remained heavy as he glanced around, realizing that Yi Shiqin's plight might even surpass his own. Ji Ruyan furrowed her brow, feeling a twinge of disappointment regarding Yu Heng's actions. The usually articulate Lu Yu found himself inexplicably tongue-tied in the presence of the store manager, as if an unseen force had stifled much of his intellect. He consoled himself with the thought that it must be due to his cold. Before long, An elongated Lincoln vehicle glided into view. The uniformed driver exited to open the rear door for Jin Yunma. A wave of warmth enveloping him as the interior temperature had been adjusted to perfection. Jin Yunma settled into the car and remarked, "Imo-ing, you have indeed sent a vehicle for me. However, I cannot guarantee what expression you will wear upon seeing me." The following day at noon, the Imperial Grand Hotel bustled with activity, where Ouyang Shui found herself coerced into a blind date. With a detached smile, she mused on how she had come to this juncture. Wang Haitao, who had always regarded Yi Shiqin as a sister, reflected on his thoughts with regret, lamenting, "If only I were wealthy, she would not have to endure such hardships." While they speculated that the hotel harbored some form of threat, their greater concern lay with tangible adversaries, unaware that the game had employed nothing more than a simple poison gas to render their preparations futile. The vanguard led by Yao Beibei comprised 9 individuals. Including her, there were 6 disciples from Qinqiu Peak, while the remaining 3 hailed from Yanzi Peak. Yumiyin, Wan Yinjini, and Ing Zilu. One man bore a prominent scar across his forehead, lending him an imposing presence. Their journey yielded considerable rewards, 5 6th-grade beast cores and 11 5th-grade beast cores. Yet, Bao Ge did not cease his endeavors. He emerged from beneath the gambling table. Rising to his feet, no one anticipated that they would ultimately unearth such a high-quality jade stone, having expended merely 50,000, a remarkable stroke of fortune. They failed to notice, or perhaps overlooked, that when the fairy lotus breached the wall, the myriad entities within the realm occupied by Yi Chun remained utterly still, refraining from launching any form of attack. The toxic tongue flower is one of the principal ingredients for concocting the Miao Fa Dan, utilizing its roots. Yi Chun was acutely aware of its intricacies. Despite this assertion, would the Yi family truly accept our surrender? Given their current might, they could easily obliterate our Lan family. The elder mused, his brow creased with concern. Zhang Zhun stretched languidly as he made his way to the studio of Yi Ming, where they were testing the new generation architecture. Encountering some challenges akin to those faced by Qiu Qiu, the research team eagerly sought his guidance, for they regarded the first generation as Zhang Zhun's brainchild. Chapter 102, The Majestic Rainbow Cat. Rainbow Cat's demeanor was resolute, so much so that even Gu Xian found it astonishing. The number of individuals who could calmly accept their resurrection and be willing to relinquish the opportunity for a renewed life was exceedingly rare. One could say such individuals were as scarce as phoenix feathers. After all, every human possesses an innate desire for survival, though few are capable of suppressing it. Gu Xian felt a stir of emotion. Enough with the hesitation. As long as you wield that sword, he urged. Following this trial, Su Wan became emboldened, leaping gracefully from one willow tree to another before landing firmly on the grass, which, for the moment, remained a safe haven. The sound of her footsteps echoing like the crisp crunch of dry leaves. Meanwhile, the residents of the imperial city, who had gathered to spectate, widened their eyes, fixated on the striking visage of Xiu Chun. "Oh dear, Qinshen, put down your phone during meals. Lan is here. Why not greet her?" Li Wanru reproached Jiang Qinzi with a furrowed brow. "I implore you, Su Luo, I beg you." Yi Xinwan's tears flowed uncontrollably as she grasped Su Luo's hand, her voice quivering, for she truly lacked the confidence to make any further demands of her. Upon exiting the Lan family estate, Zhou Nan felt an eerie silence enveloping him. From the outside, it resembled a desolate abode, squarely enclosed, like a prison cell, the ancient wooden structure adorned with 2 lanterns and a plaque inscribed with Lan Fu. Although her voice feigned delicacy, it was undermined by her slightly coarse tone. The speaker was none other than Madame Wang. When Ran had heard plenty of idle gossip about her perceived foolishness, yet she remained indifferent and had no intention of divulging how she earned her living. Witnessing the rapid blush that rose to her cheeks filled her with joy, and she effortlessly swept the person into her arms, disregarding her disheveled attire and the loose ties dangling by her side. This, of course, was the result of a certain captain's abuse of power, as proximity to the water's edge often yields the sweetest fruits. She rose, her ankles still slightly uncomfortable. Having just visited the master, the exertion had been rather harsh, necessitating some bandages to mitigate the strain and prevent further injury to her joints. At this moment, he could instantly discern that the manner of the chief attendant's demise involved an injection of coagulant toxin into his neck, causing his blood to congeal and lead to a swift death. For a month's access to VIP, I reckon it amounts to a mere pack of Huangala cigarettes. The kind priced at 17 yuan, perhaps not even that much, the monk mused. The monitoring room lay in disarray, several monitors shattered by the assailants, their power supplies severed. Aunt Wu was the most inconspicuous employee at Dawn Technology Company, tasked daily with cleaning the various floors' restrooms, twice a day, once in the morning and once in the evening. Her monthly salary amounted to 5,000 yuan, inclusive of 5 insurances and 1 fund, with meals provided but no accommodation. Lu Qi Huang, well-versed in many matters, enlightened Hua Sheng regarding why Chu Linger, despite her stable condition, remained in a state of unconsciousness. Upon seeing their daughter emerge, Wintertsong, still a mere child, felt her eyes redden as if she were about to weep, almost embracing Hua Jiao in her arms, feeling an injustice deeper than even Hua Jiao herself. Boyong, what troubles you? Tang Hui called urgently as she rushed to the entrance of the toy room. The number of celestial crystals and their veins remains an enigma. Initially, there was no intention to continue the cultivation. However, Hua Sheng, disregarding prior reservations, seeks to enhance his abilities, believing that even a slight improvement could afford him a greater chance of survival when faced with Lin Qingfeng. In Chapter 103, the Fire Dance Cyclone Sword Technique, Hong Mao, a prominent figure in the realm of national comics, possesses only one notable weakness: his youth and insufficient accumulation of power. In all other respects, he stands as an unparalleled entity, naturally harboring aspirations to confront the forces of nature. Upon realizing that the heavens are obstructing his disciple's advancement, Hong Mao's determination to oppose celestial authority only intensifies. Ancient Xian, too, experiences trepidation, although Hong Mao's current prowess falls short of divine status. He is not a native of this world. What if he could indeed transcend boundaries? The elusive Shi Fei has seemingly vanished, appearing quite satisfied with the contents of a certain vial. Particularly disconcerting is the sight of Zhang Shuai's gaze flitting over Su Ran, as if evaluating merchandise. What is amiss? Is there something so fearsome about her? Meanwhile, Shangguan Ruoqi remains detached from the unfolding drama, glancing between the bloodied garments and the two figures, Yi Fei and Rome. Had the situation not been so dire, Jiao might have found herself applauding the displayed skills, which rival those of Su Ran. She promptly follows Qi Yao closely, nearly pressed against him as they enter the cavern. The Xian gate receives a kick. Although armored, it does not leave Xian Yong in a perilous state. Yet a mouthful of blood escapes him. Ah, you favor physical connection, while we cherish emotional bonds. Every time Zhu Yin utters a remark, Yunbai instinctively retorts. Even the ominous sounds emanating from the computer cannot diminish the burgeoning pink bubbles of excitement that arise. Moreover, when it comes to procuring items, she has always entrusted such tasks to Xing San, sparing herself from the need to engage directly. Nevertheless, his heart tightens momentarily before he relaxes. This is Wu Wan City, governed by the 3 major tribes, and as a candidate from the Chang Mountain tribe, he feels impervious. Surely, Su Mu would not dare to threaten him. A mere blood-casting stage warrior would not provoke a declaration of war against the Chang Mountain tribe, would he? Do not fret, the itch will subside shortly. Just perform well, and consider it a preemptive request for your reward upon my return home. Qing He whispers into Yunbai's ear. Through the mirror, she observes Lu Qing, who smiles with a sense of relief and pride. Just as this smile begins to blossom, Lu Qing turns to the girl who had accompanied her in harvesting the begonia blossoms, offering her a gentle smile. As he departs, his mother hands him 500 yuan, which he had initially intended to refuse, yet ultimately succumbs to her insistence, embarking on the journey back to school. And Luo Chu stands in a daze. A fleeting encounter with a red sports car had stirred a vague sense of unease within her, as if she recognized it. Indeed, it was Zhong Yan's vehicle. Qian appears puzzled. What sort of question is this? No, and Luo Chu would not inquire without cause. Do not push too far. Lin Xian Yao, equally covering her lips, is filled with fury, her gaze nearly ablaze. Li Fan's clothing is soaked, a testament to the immense pressure he currently endures. Though Ma Huiling has not experienced such trials herself, she understands that one must maintain focus when breaking through a bottleneck, lest they fall into madness. That simplifies matters. Here is the plan. You return and carve animals according to the 12 zodiac types. Once you complete a batch, deliver them to the city, and I shall purchase them directly, Kai Xiaohua proposes. After securing his homeroom teacher, Mei Sanqiang, Wang Yu returns to the classroom post-lunch to resume his schedule, diligently striving for self-improvement, addressing all past deficiencies, and committing to excellence. Lin Yang, I do not wish to force you into a union with someone you do not love. However, what have you done? Aunt Su expresses both sorrow and ire, realizing he has utterly muddled the situation. She had hoped to use this opportunity to deter Luo Yu, yet all her efforts have been in vain. Chapter 104, 9 Transformations of the Divine Dragon. With ancient Xian's mental guidance, the fiery space rapidly envelopes Hong Mao and ancient Xian, disappearing into the spatial realm of Douluo continent. It resembles the meter realm, creating a dimension wherein they can engage in unrestrained combat. However, this time, ancient Xian does not invoke the fiery domain or the dragoness flame. It is merely an ordinary, albeit slightly warmer, dimensional pocket. Where's this? The 3 individuals turn to Su Zuiyin, who, intent on inquiring if something is amiss, falls silent as an object falls at his feet, prompting him to hush. Simultaneously, a thunderous sound erupts from all 4 directions, causing the very space to tremble violently. Nearby, all are jolted backward, and in the blink of an eye, the area within 1,000 meters is left deserted. Su Yang, quick on his feet, gestures subtly to Chen Zhijin, who retrieves his phone from the pocket of the Chun family scion and tosses it directly before him. Yifeng's expression reveals surprise. He had not anticipated that these 2 youths were none other than Ko Zhong and Su Xiling, the legendary twin dragons of the Tang dynasty. Thus, it dawns on him that he is situated in the time and place of Yangzhou during the twilight of the Sui dynasty. Having come to this realization, Yifeng eagerly contemplates what transformation his body may undergo when the 5 elemental forces within his organs align harmoniously. Yin Lu ponders this, unable to suppress a sigh. She suspects the reason behind Chun Ao's silence, but struggles to believe that the typically timid and ineffectual Chen Ao would seek to protect her at this moment. After a day of harmonious coexistence, as evening draws near, Yixing Tian stealthily approaches the wall surrounding Bai Zihua's abode. The very wall where he had previously clashed with Bai Zihua. Indeed, to this day, the only force capable of interrupting Guan Yu's charge is the enchanting skill of Shi Shi. Aside from Shun Liang, everyone else bears the marks of battle. Even Qian Guang has sustained injury. What would be the cause? Having finished his sentence, Su Zuiyin's face flushes with a deeper hue, his emotions contrasting sharply with his commanding rhetoric. Brother, rest assured, this time, I shall pursue relentlessly, embodying a spirit unafraid of hardship or exhaustion. And I vow to seize the stronghold. Ning Weiguo promises earnestly. Witnessing Atai's uncertainty, Huang Taiji falls into contemplation, while the assembly within the 10 erupts into hushed whispers. This news is indeed shocking. Feng Tian faces a dire situation, already situated in a frigid climate. The emergence of a newly awakened volcano in the south has siphoned away much of the Earth's fiery essence, rendering the region between the White Mountain and Black Water even more frigid. Zhu Ke asserts, we shall employ forbidden techniques, sealing it with the blood curse of sorcerer. Though it may cost me half my life. With insufficient spiritual and magical energy, the spell remains uncast, risking backlash and leaving little hope for survival. Any objections? Lu Han raises an eyebrow, shedding his usual gentle demeanor for that of a rebellious youth. Upon hearing the hefty man's words, 2 former subordinates of Zheng Jingren rush over, hastily lifting Zheng Jingren and, without a coherent plan, activate the flying technique, urgently fleeing the scene. I knew it, you are indeed a good person, a thoroughly good and undeniably divine one. So you shall not disappoint me, Ryan said with a beaming smile. After the crowd dispersed, Lin Tian observed that nothing significant had transpired at the entrance of the fragrant pavilion. Merely a white mass coiled beside the restaurant's door, its head concealed within its body, covered entirely in scales. Originally, he had ventured into the palace seeking revenge against Lin Tian, yet now he had inadvertently become Lin Tian's subordinate. Wasn't that rather self-defeating? Rest assured, just proceed without worry. I have already made the necessary arrangements. Old Master Yao declared confidently, patting his chest without a hint of trepidation. Chapter 105, Collective Breakthrough. Destination, Starry Forest. Master, though he had long been prepared for this moment, Gu Xian's heart still quivered when it arrived. A twinge of reluctance surged from the depths of his soul. It is worth noting that he had never experienced such emotions, even towards Gu Rong. Although Gu Rong was his grandfather, the childhood memories he provided were far from pleasant. Despite his subsequent reformation, the lingering grievances remained. Only Hong Mao, the master he had deceived and manipulated, evoked a different sentiment. Jiang Yin, however, remained unperturbed, summoning 8 skeletons and unleashing a soul chain that pierced through the air. The atmosphere was charged with excitement, as many were utterly astonished to encounter Chen Mo in person. As for the crops themselves, the father of hybrid rice had perfected his work, leaving no room for further development. Present at the scene were various individuals from the Sports Bureau, Hu's singular thought regarding Su Rui's participation in the 10,000 meter race was that it mattered little whether he secured a ranking. What counted was participation. After all, in the world, counterfeit products abound. True isolation from them is an impossibility, merely differing in legality. Vlad glanced at the burning furnace behind him and the man before him, exuding an aura of madness and brutality, and he could not suppress a deep swallow. Then, astonishingly, this fool pushed him towards the fiery furnace without hesitation. Undoubtedly, the Icefield Wolf King, Qin Xian, was currently the pinnacle of top-tier pets. Fortunately, the power of the gluttonous beast's illusory flash, while formidable, was not sustained for long. Even without considering the life he accumulated after becoming a Shadow Mage, he must have been 100 or 200 years old before ascending to legendary mage status. The main quest was to usher in the interstellar era. Though there was no time constraint, Lin Feng felt the task was insurmountable, as though he could never accomplish it. You look rather appealing. If you are willing to stay, I shall pardon your transgression, the landlady said with a lascivious grin. Li Yinli dispatched an B-class zombie with a single punch, then, stepping onto its head, crushed an A-class zombie beneath it, resulting in an explosion akin to a ripe watermelon. The banquet hall was already filled with numerous guests, adorned in splendid garments, all of whom held official ranks of second tier or above in the Chuling kingdom, granting them the privilege to bring their families to the feast. Even upon entering the palace, they could only share a table with the less favored concubines. However, Zhongqing was different. Having been designated by the emperor, she possessed the right to dine alongside him. As everyone commenced their actions, the Iron Blood Gang, led by their rogue leader, finally arrived at coordinates 2349, where the terrain was complex, nestled beneath stone walls, surrounded by endless vines and towering trees. At that moment, Fei Tai found himself less than relaxed. As the de facto ruler of Jincheng, an entity beyond the control of the Nine Elders, he was filled with anxiety regarding how to confront this crisis. However, he was determined to remain here. If he were to leave, it would be with dignity, not in a disgraceful retreat. Xiao shot a fierce glare at the lecherous rogue. This is bad. It can't be done. The rogue had already made plans to intervene. 1 foot poised at the corner of the city. I don't wish to watch any longer. Today, let me teach you a lesson. Since you have invited me to strike first, I shall not hold back. With that, the Wind Emperor's battle spirit surged violently, swirling around him in layers. Though Li Erniu felt anxious, he could only suppress his impatience and remain stationed at the city gate. The joint military exercise commencing tomorrow morning was of immense significance to the Far East, and he wished to face everyone in a state of high spirits, especially since envoys from various European nations, as well as representatives from America, Canada, India, Australia, and more, were attending. Chapter 106. The Awakening of the Bear Monarch. The moment Gu Xian emerged from seclusion, Gu Rong and his companions sprang into action, heading directly towards the Starry Forest. However, Gu Rong was unaware that this time, the Starry Forest would not be as easily traversable as the first. A month prior, Bear Monarch's youngest son had perished. Had he been a human guard, upon the death of his young master, his first instinct would likely have been to flee and seek refuge rather than report back. Bai Jiyue felt a sense of relief. With Bai Yixing married off, the Gu family would no longer keep a watchful eye on her. It was evident that she had been raised in the countryside, lacking exposure. Upon hearing of the Gu family's wealth, she had willingly boarded the carriage even in the absence of a groom, oblivious to the fact that it was a fiery pit. However, the prince rarely painted. After their marriage, Princess Linen would have to coax Qiao Yuan gently to elicit even a single painting from him. Lao Meng was somewhat better off. As a high-ranking official, he was aware that these firearms originated from the territory of the Ku family, and that his wife had trained an army composed of ordinary people using those very weapons. Let us go. His dual wings shot forth, and the cannon barrels emerged from his body, all aimed at the saber-toothed Tiger King. Zhang Shun had frequented the Lu residence numerous times recently, having established a superficial friendship with Lu Yixuan, and had naturally encountered Su Luo, who was often by her side. Yet at this moment, the demon clan exchanged glances, each aware of the most genuine thoughts harbored within their hearts. It would perhaps be better to return to the Monster Hunter world. In that case, his absence would leave no evidence behind, allowing him to escape unscathed. At 5:30, you can sleep a little longer, Bai Yixing whispered softly, lowering her voice unconsciously in response. The meteor gun touched the light screen, shattering it into countless sparkling fragments that coalesced back onto the gun. Subsequently, the black rhinoceros armor gripped the meteor gun with both hands, beginning to charge its power. However, Li Siyu's room was exceedingly opulent. Every decoration and item was of the finest quality. Upon reaching this point, Lin Jiayu lost her coherence, collapsing beside Lu Fei and weeping softly. As she contemplated this, Wu Fei instinctively moved to leave, but at that moment, a green jeep passed by him. Without a moment's hesitation, he leapt onto the jeep. First and foremost, the initial lesson was that the octopoid beings possess an almost pathological obsession with half-awakened individuals who refuse to succumb to their mental control, particularly those at level 4. Zhao Zhu was not overly concerned that Fan Pian would betray him, although their relationship could hardly be described as amicable and was tinged with some unpleasantness. Zhao Zhu understood that Fan Pian needed to rely on his own abilities to assist in stealing dinosaur eggs. Thus, there was no reason for him to entrap himself at this time. Your cousin? Surely he must be quite wealthy then? Si Chang was taken aback, unable to fathom that this youthful individual was, in fact, her cousin. Is this the blood of the Crimson Dragon? Yet, there seems to be such an abundance of it. How should I utilize this, brother? Ye Feng Ingweeded. Upon hearing this, Xie Yunfei felt an affinity, perceiving the old man as quite to his taste, unyielding and impervious to flattery. Damn, I cannot comprehend why it seeks to establish a presence in Japan, a land teeming with such lunatics, spoke a man with a stern countenance, resembling a university professor. In a battle of such disparity, annihilation comes as effortlessly as child's play. There's no need for severe injury. Likely they wouldn't even need to catch their breath. It's all a matter of ease. Chun Yun's brows knitted in concern, sensing an ominous portent of significant events on the horizon. It was not merely that Lung Bingyu's talent surpassed Jian Feng's, but rather that Lung Bingyu had previously possessed a higher cultivation level and was also somewhat older, making her current superiority over Jian Feng entirely reasonable. Chapter 107. Entering the Stardow Forest, Dugubo's request. On the outskirts of the Stardow Forest, a spatial rift was forcefully torn apart by a pair of bony claws, from which Gu Xian and his companions emerged. Is this truly the Stardow Forest? Du Guyan exclaimed, her eyes widening in astonishment at the unfamiliar surroundings. This is simply astonishing. One moment we were in the Sunset Forest, and the next, we find ourselves here in the Stardow Forest. Taking a deep breath, she noted the air here was markedly different from that of the Sunset Forest. Lu Yu sneered, uncertain whether Old Poke was genuinely aware of his true prowess or merely testing him. Chun Ba's enchanting visage darkened instantly as his fingers crushed the communication mirror, causing the fair maiden beside him to pale and flee the room in fright. It had just ensnared the golden-armored Silver Emperor, who erupted in a flurry of spines, piercing its tongue countless times with agony, compelling it to retract its tongue hurriedly. Zhu Shasha closed her eyes momentarily before gravely stating, the situation is dire. That cursed energy has infiltrated the very core of the body, with some having already penetrated the heart's meridians. In truth, what she observed was far more terrifying than her words conveyed. That cursed energy resembled living vermin, infesting every inch of Shirley's body. After dispatching the message, Su Fong arrived at the broadcasting studio, familiarizing himself with the operations of the various components before bidding farewell to Qiu Ning and departing. Ever since the third prince announced his intention to take Yang Lan as his consort, he had maintained decorum around her, refraining from any excessive behavior beyond mere embraces. Much to Yang Lan's immense relief, Su Fong turned to see a well-dressed young man accompanied by a dozen others approaching. Strike! I succinctly uttered a single word, instructing Li Jiangguo to contact the personnel, as I too hastened to mobilize our forces. Only half remained in Honghe province, while the rest had been taken away by me. Lu Yin approached me, her curiosity finally getting the better of her, and led the black cat to our location. The familiar scent of medicine indicated that I was likely once again in a hospital or some similar establishment. As I spoke, I simultaneously activated the Nanming scripture and the Tianxin righteous method, the former emanating warmth and dispelling layers of snow, while the latter summoned winds and clouds, transforming the very colors of the heavens. My uncle waved his hand, allowing the young gentleman to exit, while he continued to gaze thoughtfully at the chessboard before him. Romanoff burst into laughter, exultantly rushing over to seize the wrench from the wall cavity. A resounding crash echoed as the massive cold iron gate, weighing thousands of pounds, began to rise slowly. Ahead in the tunnel, the nascent demon sun illuminated the mist-shrouded town of Rose Town, the very cradle of vitality. Yet, as I surveyed the scene, the rooftops of the surrounding houses shimmered, and upon glancing at the plaque inscribed with Salt City, I realized that what adorned those roofs was indeed sea salt. Chun Xingwang's sigh, laden with unspoken meaning, lingered in the air. Without delving into how Chun Xingwang and his companions busied themselves preparing to return home, let us observe Zhang Jing, who had concluded the recent pilot recruitment at the United Nations. He granted all newly enlisted pilots a 3-day leave to attend to their domestic affairs. One confidant's lips twitched slightly as he bowed his head in compliance, while the middle-aged man continued to shake his head, slowly closing his murky eyes. Upon hearing this, Wu Qi merely scoffed, utterly disbelieving the oath issued in the name of the Holy Spirit. Surrendering was out of the question. Arrows rained down from the sky, a tempest of shafts slicing through the clear air like locusts as soldiers fell one by one. The moment Gongsun Bing ascended the city wall, he was immediately besieged by a throng of Yuan soldiers, vastly outnumbered. Subsequently, attention shifted to Isle, who was being escorted by Kashawagi Starna, as the atmosphere grew palpably awkward. Silence enveloping the crowd. Numerous peculiar gazes darted back and forth between Isle and the vice squad leader. Chapter 108. The Paths of Two Women. Gu Rong sensed something amiss. Du Guiyan's soul ring configuration? This was the first time Gu Xian had considered this matter. Previously, he regarded Du Guiyan as dispensable, believing that as long as she could thrive, any soul ring would suffice. However, with Du Guo's input, he found it necessary to contemplate further. Both Du Guiyan and Yi Lingling had consumed immortal herbs, their innate talents remarkable enough to astonish in any grand era. If the king were to become a prince, and the emperor were to bestow a beauty, so too would Prince Qin. Xiao Jingjing refrained from mentioning Prince Qin and the crown prince, focusing instead on her father and Prince Qin, her gaze fixed on the fourth master. "Old madam, you have remained silent as well?" the old matron remarked, questioning her. Zhang Momo interjected, not vying with the old matron, but rather inquiring how the old matron could be like her. After speaking, she glanced at the old matron, a hint of regret crossing her expression. On the surface, it appeared to belong to the third prince, yet in reality, it was the crown prince's. Yi felt a flush of embarrassment. Having claimed the crown prince was inactive just yesterday, he found himself contradicted today, an unpleasant sensation indeed. Nonetheless, this was entirely normal. A venerable Taoist could master whatever he wished in an instant. For instance, while Yiyan might require a decade to cultivate a certain scripture, the esteemed Taoist could achieve it in the blink of an eye. Such was the disparity. Ji Xinyan anticipated what Zhao Momo would inquire. Wishing to avoid both the question and the answer, she instructed the attendant to rise and departed, the maid trailing closely behind her. After a brief interval, a middle-aged man, resembling a steward, emerged alongside the soldiers. Lin Zhongluo cast a surprised glance at Lin Jiangyi, only to find a flicker of light dancing in those dark eyes. Meanwhile, Kai Zhong appeared to offer an opportunity. Li Jun exited the vehicle midway, hailing a taxi straight to Rongqing Highly Technology Company. "Thank you, benefactor. With your assurance, I feel no apprehension. You and the esteemed sisters, please take her away. Go." Mrs. Su, the epitome of a virtuous wife and mother, demonstrated her steadfast resolve in allowing her children to pursue their education. Subsequently, Zhao Dong whispered something inaudible into Wu Ming's ear, prompting an immediate hearty laugh from him. "What nonsense! You say the carriage is flying in?" Elderly questioned, bewildered by the absurdity. However, the impeachment of Su Xianshan by the Donglin Party undoubtedly represents a form of resistance by the gentry class against imperial authority. Officials who had previously maintained a stance of neutrality, aligned with their own positions, naturally found themselves supporting the Donglin faction. Fortunately, Qiying was robust, while Shanshan was slender. After several vigorous shakes, blood flowed continuously from Shanshan's mouth. "Major Longinus, I am truly a loss as to how to express my gratitude to you. You have not only salvaged the near-shattered reputation of the royal family, but have also salvaged the fate of the entire populace of Alabaston." At this moment, Kabura finally exhibited a semblance of regal composure, no longer rendered speechless by anxiety as he had been previously. It is no wonder he harbors such animosity towards slave owners. During the war atop the massive elephant, he actively sabotaged government plans, relentlessly pursuing key members of CP0. Guena suddenly realized, after months apart, he seemed to have lost some weight, yet he remained strikingly handsome. Adorned in a long black trench coat paired with black jeans, he appeared even taller and more elegant. Su Yifeng and Gu Yuning exchanged glances. He hurriedly pulled down the hem of his trousers to shield his injured foot before diving into the covers. Beneath the moonlight, she donned a flowing white robe, her skin luminescent and translucent, glistening with a sheen, her black hair cascading down, flecked with a few snowflakes, resembling a celestial being descended to the mortal realm. Star Array? The two elderly gentlemen's eyes brightened. They were certainly familiar with such magical formations, for otherwise they would not have been stationed here. What kind of madness would compel one to claw at the stone wall, leaving behind gnarled scratches? Chapter 109. The Radiant White Tiger. Crisis. As the saying goes, experts see the subtleties, while novices merely observe the spectacle. Dugu Yin, Yi Lingling, and Yi Xinlan were all unskilled in combat. Thus they could only appreciate Gu Xian's flamboyant movements and fierce swordplay. Yet, Gu Rong, a Fu, and Dugu Bo were seasoned veterans honed through countless battles, and they naturally discerned Gu Xian's unorthodox fighting style. Could this be the 7 kills swordsmanship of the sword Douluo? Dugu Bo gazed at Gu Xian's swordplay with intense envy. The thought sent a shiver down his spine. He immediately ordered the surrounding troops to converge and launch an assault on the Vanguard Army S-Guard division from the flanks, addressing the urgent need of their frontal forces. With clenched teeth, Tong, who harbored a deep-seated hatred for Ning Fan, this fellow had thwarted several of his plans, and though he had yet to find an opportunity to strike, he was taken aback to hear this man's voice in his ear once again. As the Japanese Army's submarines returned laden with ammunition and supplies, they found themselves encircled by the American fleet, and the American submarine forces promptly launched an attack. Xie Qingyi remarked, "You are the reincarnation of Li Yuanba, hating the heavens for lacking a handle and the earth for lacking a ring, hurling a copper hammer into the sky, only to smash your own skull instead of breaking the heavens." Although February had arrived, ushering in the Dragon's Head Day, the weather remained frigid, with heavy snowfall blanketing the ground. This place bore witness to an abundance of memories. Lin Xian, Lan Kangzi, Ji Shiyu, Xie Songshu, Xie Bai Xiao, and even Luo Yi, among many others. Upon seeing the birthmark, the elder brother of Marshal Xiao, Daoist Xiao, was overjoyed. After some calculations, he proclaimed that a celestial dragon had descended to the mortal realm, promptly bestowing upon him the name Golden Dragon. As for the remaining 50,000 troops, they were tasked with ensuring the safety of the base, while he commanded all militia forces in Inner Mongolia, Outer Mongolia, and the 3 northeastern provinces to assemble immediately and enter a state of alert to cooperate in defending their positions. The more she insisted, the more Ning Fan became convinced that this girl was deliberately provoking him, testing his resolve. Isn't it only through experience that one can ascertain what it means to be a man? Boss, I'm coming. With that, Ning Fan grasped his trousers and lunged towards Mu Bing, only for her to inadvertently kick at his direction in her flustered state. Whenever Gao Pengfei raised his arm and called, they would once again reclaim their identities. The pain nearly caused Situ Yun to faint. He bit down hard on his collar to maintain his consciousness, while Tuoba Shui retrieved the best wound medication from her bosom to apply to Situ Yun. "You may consider yourself a rough man, but do not dare label me as one. I am, after all, a connoisseur of unparalleled luxury," Jiang Donglu scoffed. As Murong Lan saw Tuoba Jieb blocking her path, her sword came to a halt. She moved her lips but could not utter a word, her heart heavy with sorrow. Lin Yi sensed an overwhelming hostility in the surroundings. A few monsters were manageable, but facing 16 at once proved rather daunting. "All right, Bald Chong, cease your antics. We are fine." Ing Jun shot a glare at Bald Chong. Xue Ding consolidated the gathered intelligence and consulted Qian Jiu and Qian Shi once more, ultimately concluding that the white horse guest had indeed reached the innate realm and was likely aiding the mother and child. They had also attempted to breach the beast tide's perimeter, only to find that as they approached the center, the density of ferocious beasts increased exponentially, causing Lan Yu and Tu Ka Feng to feel an overwhelming pressure. "Damn it, you dare to ambush me!" I shouted furiously, swiftly sidestepping. My attack missed, and the red lion let out a furious roar, behind it gradually materializing a colossal red phantom. Staring at the phantom, I was momentarily taken aback. It was none other than a Swanee. It seemed this creature was a descendant of the Swanee. Yi Haochuan conveyed his thoughts and the current situation in the Jinyuan realm to Long Xiaotian, seeking his counsel. Chapter 110. The Appearance of Lord Xiong. The colossal serpent transformed by Dugu Bo bore down upon the 2 white tigers. At level 94, especially with the Bai Lin serpent emperor martial soul that excelled in poison and possessed ample soul power, Medusa's glare and time freeze had been relentless. Even though the radiant white tiger possessed a purification-like soul skill, it was still subject to Dugu Bo's seemingly cheat-like combat prowess. With a roar, Dugu Bo lunged at one of the radiant white tigers, delivering a lethal dose of poison. He quickly retrieved some tea from his spatial storage, brewed 2 cups, and walked to the bedside, placing 1 cup at Shi Wei's bedside. However, the Long Princess knew that the Mate Garden had long been occupied by the Han family. Should Han Shuo choose to enter through the back door rather than the front, it would not be difficult for him to come back. Thus, she was not surprised by Ling Wanru's appearance. Understood. Ouyang Qinyu had been here numerous times. Even with his eyes closed, he could navigate effortlessly. As for danger, as long as one avoided the undeveloped deep mountains and forests, one would not encounter wild beasts. There was essentially no risk. The moonlight cast a distant gaze, and the leader among them was none other than the city lord of Yan'an City, Yan Liao, followed closely by nearly 100 8th-tier powerhouses and countless 7th-tier ones. Grasping a candlestick, Hua Yao approached the edge of the bed and resolutely ignited the sheets and bedding. Watching the flames flicker to life, Hua Yao suddenly chuckled softly, then forcefully unleashed her spiritual energy to shatter her own internal organs. As blood spilled from her mouth, she turned and collapsed onto the already ignited bed. In the darkness, Shi Wei could discern the expression on her face. Songhai remained oblivious as to whether Shi Wei spoke the truth or not. After all, as a martial artist, they had agreed to reunite within a month. After escorting his senior sister to the security checkpoint, Xiaofan hurriedly made his way down the terminal. In an instant, a vast army of avian beasts surged forth, following their king with an overwhelming momentum, crashing toward the koi monster and catfish monster like a raging flood. Later, she truly found it impossible to continue, yet it was not as entertaining as he had imagined. She laughed with an air of indifference, uttering words that were both insincere and genuine, her eyes revealing a profound sadness steeped in self-mockery and solitude. Break. Chu Zhe casually uttered a single word, after which the melting white mist ultimately shattered, dissolving into stagnant pools of lifeless water. Lu Yushun's remarks were evidently directed at Lu Yan, a subtle jab at the recent taunt of calling him uncle. Madame Qiongji spoke in a tone so bland, as if discussing the most mundane of matters. Yet her demeanor only served to intensify Ying Zheng's discomfort. Thus, having achieved their expectations, Chu Yi and Li Zi did not linger, returning directly to Baida City. Ying Lyman and Zhao Yi huddled together, their eyes alight with excitement as they watched Feng Jie run and shout, laughing uncontrollably. Want to hear more? The accountant, growing impatient, cast a disdainful glance, as if urging Yang Su to hasten and produce the silver, lest he spoil the storyteller's enthusiasm. Everyone present was taken aback. Even Li Er and his companions were momentarily stunned. Had they not been the first to strike? Shouldn't Han Yuan have retaliated? Old one, are you floating in the clouds? Do you believe I won't come to your house again? Cheng Yaojin remained unperturbed, instead chuckling as he glanced at Wen Yanba. The younger generation merely seeks to enlist some local neighbors for protection. It hardly qualifies as military prowess, merely the strength of the townsfolk. Yang Su humbly remarked. Not a word of it was exaggerated. He had entirely emptied 3 large wooden boxes. Even the hairpins and silk flowers had diminished in number. In his previous life, the polar bear had been reduced to skin and bones. Yet this was the Tang dynasty, where the Arctic was still untouched and polar bears ought to be particularly fierce. Oh, there truly are those who act courageously for others. You wish to stand up for them, do you? Then you might want to consider whether you can contend with my 2 bodyguards. If not, you should promptly leave. Cheng Jijia waved, and immediately 2 bodyguards clad in black suits and sunglasses rushed over. Chapter 111. Fierce Battle, Absorbing the Soul Ring. However, for now, he could only temporarily accept such circumstances. He was no ordinary person, and thus did not lead a typical life. Yet, no matter how much he concealed it, the day of reckoning would inevitably arrive. Just this morning, the 7th princess had threatened him with her family's lives to compel him to marry her, and in the blink of an eye, she was inquiring of Yi on how to select a husband. Bound by the edict of the celestial emperor, Hua Lin had once been oblivious. Now, she no longer sought to confine Zhou Wei, for the doubts that had once lingered in her heart had been resolved. However, beyond her astonishment, Hua Lin began to ponder. To secure a martial artist of such strength for such an embarrassing task, one could only surmise that the capabilities of the Xiaoyao Tavern were far from ordinary. As Yin Cheng stepped further into the hall, Yin Yuchao's complexion grew increasingly grim, his body trembling uncontrollably. When the flight attendant's warm voice chimed in, the airplane had already reached the skies over Jincheng, preparing to land. Amidst the turbulence of the descent, they finally returned to the long-absent Jincheng. Yet at that moment, with a gaze clouded and unable to restrain herself, Luo Qingxue swept her red tail, forcibly dragging Su Xiaoyao down. Meng Qiqi observed the rugged man with reddened eyes, feeling a twinge of sympathy, yet her greater ire was directed at those who mocked these farmers to tarnish her name. The mute divine doctor, spotting Yushi sitting on the bed, hurriedly approached, expressing his concern over her absence the previous night, fearing the worst. He had only just ascended the mountain to search for her, and, upon seeing a campfire by the river, assumed she had returned, prompting him to hasten back up the mountain. Stop pretending. You woke up earlier than I did. If Xuan Ai and her group were as disciplined as you, they would have already broken through to the Doshi level. Ruo Lin chuckled, fixing her gaze on Xianlinger, with the celestial beings as their sharp blades. The other deity-level masters of the primordial deities exuded an overwhelming aura, advancing like a force of nature. In a flash, the moon god of war and the heavenly king of the blue nation brushed past one another. Countless gaping wounds appeared on both their arms, rapidly spreading and engulfing the upper bodies of the two mighty warriors. Crimson blood erupted like a fountain, coalescing into a dense mist of scarlet. Xuelingyu could not help but furrow her brow, glancing at her own thin garments. It was summer, and everyone was clad in light clothing. Even though garments of this era were not as revealing as those of her previous life, one could hardly claim they were warm. Chun Haodong was still unaware of this. Should he inadvertently harm Xiao Xiao or Feng Lulu, he would surely draw a sharp intake of breath. She feigned calmness, swirling the liquid in her glass, in the light. It resembled a captivating charm in motion. It was even simpler than Xiao Zhe and his companions had imagined. Bai Zhe's accumulation had reached a terrifying level, and if not for his deliberate restraint, the heavens would have unleashed their oppressive might at any moment. A fire serpent birthed from flames, exhaling purple flames, surged toward Yanzhan. The Baixiang heavenly god could not allow this individual, bearing a blood relation to Yanba, to escape. He must be killed. Time passed. A century had gone by. Our promises fulfilled until we meet again. The Source Taoist cast a glance at the ever-smiling, silent time Buddha before stepping into the void and departing the Buddhist realm. Secretly chuckling, the Blood Sea and the Demonic Shadow had already experienced the emergence of self-aware clones. Would they still fear this voice? Xue Qianqiu delicately clapped her slender hands, each strike infused with a formidable fighting spirit. Azure blue energy erupted from her palms, transforming into wisps of mist under the glow of the azure night pearl, casting the secret chamber into a realm akin to a fairyland. Yesterday, the five of us did not level up. The game has been ongoing for over a month, and progress has begun to slow. Li Yijin noticed her hands were still bound, cursing his own foolishness as he circled behind the wooden stake, drawing his sword to sever the bindings. However, those seemingly thin ropes proved astonishingly resilient. With each strike, they bent and twisted, making it difficult to gain leverage. Corinne, a powerful high-level sorceress, undoubtedly provided formidable assistance. Yet, as the steward, Jesse did not wish for his master to take risks. The prideful family as experts? It truly was a stroke of luck to find them without effort. Yang Qi felt joy in his heart. The first time he entered the divine realm, he encountered the AO family of Thunderclap Continent, which did not even count as a branch of the AO family. Perhaps the AO family's headquarters was unaware of this offshoot. Whether one deemed his imagination too grand or his vigilance excessive with such thoughts, it was destined that Zhang's ambitions would come to naught. The only advantage Tsong Yi could seize was that this Martian sage had lost his sanity, resorting only to the simple use of energy without unleashing any techniques. From beneath the blue-haired man emerged a beauty, albeit one whose form was entirely transparent. The battle between the two was sustained solely by blood, with life and death as their singular purpose. Yet how tragically pitiful it was. Just moments ago, as their blades collided, his long sword was sent flying, causing excruciating pain in his palms, nearly beyond his grasp. Xian Shuang, however, showed no mercy. With two swift rotations of the hilt, she launched another fierce attack. An advanced will, terrifyingly high, belonged to the supreme level of will. The myriad demon gods wished to sink into the mud to dispel this oppressive power. The old pope charged forward, entangled in combat with Tsong Yi, and even the seasoned holy knights nearby rushed to assist him. Upon hearing the other party inquire about the Changle gang, the director knew that some matters were typically met with one eye open and the other closed. Many things were understood without needing to be spoken. Chapter 112. Misunderstanding. The Silver Dragon King awakens. The mighty gorilla roared towards the heavens, pounding its enormous metallic fists against its chest twice before charging forth. Mr. Lung returned to his courtyard, dismissed the servants, and reclined on the bed, having spent a half-day conversing with his grandmother, leaving him weary. The 14th train, bearing 4 bombs, if halted at this juncture, would possess at least a 70 chance of saving all aboard. Before him lay a solitary red candle. Suddenly, a beam of white light shot in a mere thread. Upon touching the candle, it erupted into countless white strands, as if a layer of white wax had enveloped the red candle. My goodness! Yang Shan felt a tumult of emotions, recalling the intimate embrace shared with the princess, Guanfang. He hurriedly reflected on whether any inappropriate actions had transpired, and the memories of last night's tender entanglements with Guanfang flooded back. I leaned close to Chun Hui's ear, voicing my concerns, to which he nodded in understanding, choosing not to elaborate further. Although Su Ruoxue possessed unparalleled swordsmanship, she was utterly no match for the Yin spirits. Moreover, the Yin spirits that Kong Xuanzai could command were certainly not limited to 1 or 2. If entry into the pyramid was impossible, then the vast expanse was unmistakably bare of human presence, the only explanation being that they had fallen into the abyss. After speaking, Su Zilin gently patted him on, who had been listening nearby, murmuring a few words before taking his leave. Alongside him were several severely injured soldiers, in dire need of treatment in the rear. As Zhou Mikan's wife, she felt compelled to pay a visit. After the initial excitement, Yi Dongping regained his composure, only to discover that the few pieces of calligraphy and paintings on the table amounted to less than 1/5 of what was lost, stirring unease within him. Dong Ruan recalled that due to the incident involving Qiu Yilan, Ruan Qingyan had already forged enmity with the faction of Empress Gu. Should he incur the wrath of his master's in-laws, even with his profound cunning, his future days would be fraught with difficulties. Borrowing money from Xiang Zhiran was akin to signing a contract of servitude. Zhou Xiaodian was not yet destitute enough to resort to such measures. Tung Qingshan suddenly drew closer, startling Baiqi, who retreated a step, exclaiming, "What do you intend to do?" At that moment, Baiqi was genuinely fearful of Tung Qingshan. Of course, my intentions in discussing this were not to dissuade Uncle Gang Shun and Aunt Pang from dining at my home. I had already articulated my true sentiments earlier. Upon returning to the locust tree, Chen Xia's expression grew stern. The shipbuilding technology of the Ming dynasty had suffered grave stagnation since the days of Zheng He. This vessel was a relic from the last century, a feat achievable decades prior. Could this matter truly deceive the teacher? Moreover, as you have observed his talents and are aware of his profession, it is evident that, given his age, his future prospects are bound to be bright. Lin Yud quietly tore a note, issuing commands to the kitchen to incorporate nourishing and invigorating dishes into dinner. Surely the computer can manage the entire landing process? Viola queried, having listened intently from his side. This matter, you and I both know, Lin Yu replied with an awkward smile. After a moment's contemplation, he realized he had no incriminating evidence against Bei Xian, and his tone faltered slightly. Both Ru Yu and Yu Yin widened their eyes, glancing at the city below before looking up at Fan Ning, their faces a tableau of shock, feeling that the situation defied logic. "Commander, are you injured?" With such close proximity, Lu Ming could distinctly perceive that Xian Yuan Hengchang's spirit was lacking vigor, as if some essential spiritual particle was missing, a conundrum even Lu Ming found insurmountable. It was easy to imagine that having lost his domain, Demogeo was currently in the weakest state in millennia. As his adversary, Graz's subsequent actions were predictable. Fortunately, the old emperor of the empire heeded his counsel, promptly reinstating 4th Prince War King and conducting thorough investigations into the Crown Prince and the 2nd and 3rd Princes. Headaches, dizziness, and an all-encompassing fatigue coursed through him, rendering him more exhausted and uncomfortable than after a brawl. One Yiming nodded. This was indeed typical behavior for a rebellious youth of 16 or 17, characterized by low self-awareness and a tendency to confront problems with resistance, a natural response to parental and institutional pressures. The patriarch of the Zhao clan, a branch of the Anshan city Zhao family, personally emerged from seclusion to visit Fan Ning and Gu Qingwei. They were all personal guards. Trivial matters would be discussed, yet significant issues would remain unspoken. Knight's Morning shook his head. This scene further enhanced the intimidation factor of Lu Yao and Arthur, as the healing battle song approached its conclusion. Indeed, yet at times, it can still serve a purpose, primarily for psychological solace, Xing Yi remarked, producing a copper coin from his pocket and flicking it toward Xiaobai. The societal backdrop was rather intricate. To be precise, the complexities stemmed from his father, Wang Jinshui, a wealthy merchant in the city. He ascended the steps, reaching the door, his fingers brushing against a large, damaged hole, while his gaze drifted towards the interior of the porch. "Sister Isabel, do you think we will find my parents this time?" Bao Mei quietly inquired of Isabel. The concluding phrase of life and death together sent the brothers' emotions spiraling out of control. Zhang Tianyi had never uttered such words, highlighting the formidable challenges they faced in the impending battle. Chapter 113, Peril. It was merely that Emperor Tian feared his actions might attract the attention of the divine realm, thereby disturbing the Silver Dragon King's slumber. Otherwise, he would have undoubtedly resolved the matter with Gu Xian personally. This lad's martial soul was extraordinarily potent, wielding an almost divine might, transcending mere humanity. Indeed, both the King of 10,000 Beasts and the Red King nodded in agreement. Although they remained uncertain as to why Emperor Tian had suddenly altered his stance, they nonetheless recognized Gu Xian's exceptional nature. Gu Xian was unlike any other. Long Lin Fei's deep-set eyes resembled black holes, fixating unwaveringly on his brother without uttering a word. Regarding Mai Fai's employment, I knew she must have been reluctant. The remuneration was substantial. Yet she still relinquished the position, illustrating that her love for me surpassed all else. With a flick of the elder's right hand, the surroundings transformed serenely. Bei Chen suddenly groaned, blood spilling from his lips as the barrier of the Shura battlefield, which had confined space, shattered explosively, inflicting backlash upon Bei Chen. Gu Ling'er forced a smile, yet she hadn't anticipated that her words would provoke such staunch skepticism from Long Lin Fei. Fortunately, Li Shi and Kai Yan's attention remained averted from him, fixated instead on Liu Yang's new lotus pool. Liu Ying's beauty was renowned not only in Qingzi town, but also in Lilu City, Nanhe County, and throughout the entire Jiaozhou. And with her powerful backing, winning her favor would elevate not only herself, but also her entire clan. Is this truly the case? This statement, initially a rumor picked up by Long Hua, was something he himself didn't believe. However, upon witnessing Fei Heir's nonchalant demeanor, Long Hua's heart tightened. What a world this is. Those without money are ostentatiously generous, while the wealthy are so miserly they can hardly spare a drop of oil. Must we truly resign ourselves to the ancient poet Du Fu's lament? The rich man's door reeks of wine and meat, while the road is strewn with the bones of the frozen. In terms of the scale of single-store merchandise display, even the esteemed Bayerjin pales in comparison to the comprehensive establishment of Neichan jewelry. However, when analyzing profitability per square meter, Neichan jewelry falls significantly short. Bayerjin boasts a remarkable profit of 145 per square meter, while Neichan jewelry languishes at a mere 69. Hearing a sound, Gu Ling'er swiftly turned around to behold a handsome young gentleman, his face flushed and adorned with a radiant smile. In recent days, EMO has diligently applied herself to the lessons I imparted, exhibiting remarkable diligence, which brought a sense of solace to Yunimo. Since they were already out, Liao Fan resolved to create more trouble for the military intelligence, thereby freeing himself to seek out his brother. They were acutely aware that processing this information would require time. Hence they refrained from disturbing Tang Xiao. Jiangnan young master. Fu Can's pupils contracted sharply as memories of the elegant figure clad in white, wielding a sword and holding a white fan, flooded his mind. The architectural style was ancient, even somewhat primitive, yet this did nothing to diminish the overwhelming aura emanating from the structure. From that imposing presence, AI Air could almost faintly sense the royal demeanor of this Incan king's spirit. The Alchemist Association's influence permeates the entirety of the southern barbarian continent. Unlike the Central Fighters Academy, which serves as a comprehensive institution, the alchemists possess numerous alchemy towers, each housing several mentors and hundreds of academies, or, in some instances, just a solitary mentor and apprentice. Currently, all of China is aware that Chongqing is engaging military operations against Yan'an, prompting many to scrutinize the attitudes of both parties during the conflict, particularly the new 33rd Army stance. However, it is not the common folk, still troubled by their livelihoods, who are concerned about the new 33rd Army's position, but rather the truly affluent individuals. The puppet army has indeed retreated, leaving behind over 100 corpses and wounded on the front line, as the Japanese forces showed no regard for the lives of these puppet soldiers, lacking any intention to rescue them. Chapter 114. The Threat of the Six Great Soul Beasts. Boom, boom, boom. For consecutive earth-shattering sounds echoed. 4 terrifying figures descended from the heavens. The Tianqing bull python and the Titan great ape were hurled by the king of 10,000 demons. The 4 figures surrounded Douluo and the others. Among them, the Red King Titan great ape and the Tianqing bull python appeared in their beast forms, while the king of 10,000 demons presented himself as a humble, elegant gentleman. The three beasts and one human radiated an aura of terror. Aware of the formidable strength of their adversaries, he nevertheless pressed forward with unyielding determination, akin to a moth drawn to a flame. As for the jadeite, one need not even mention its organized value. Those 7 beads, each comprised of turquoise, rank 5th among jadeite varieties. With countless prompts resonating in Tang Yi's mind, a dazzling yellow halo rippled beneath his feet. With a desperate cry, Lu Jiming felt utterly hopeless. Despite exerting all his strength, he was still pursued by that diamond-shaped gray mark, which forcefully slammed against his back. Tai Bai Jinxing pondered, realizing none of the deities he knew possessed such formidable combat prowess. It is said that the beauty of Diao Chan could eclipse the moon, rendering the denizens of the 3 realms indifferent to Chang'e. The 2 emperors stormed toward the vicinity of the black hole, unleashing a frenzied barrage that obliterated the surrounding void into fragments, venting their fury. Ultimately, in a state of resignation, Song Ming had no choice but to bring her along. However, he cautioned Shui Jing to remain close by his side, not to stray far, and Shui Jing seemed to have been assigned to this rescue team. The strength of the powerful speaks volumes. They are perpetually on the lookout for opportunities, but for the wise. Opportunities abound everywhere. It's merely a matter of whether one can discern and seize them. Are we unable to answer? There is not the slightest hint of suspense. The reward is already in our grasp. It merely pertains to answering the questions correctly, not an insult aimed at us. Although Chen Tianhao was indifferent to the trifling sum of money, he had to maintain connections with those involved in his investments, such as the medical company, Dragon Clan Live, and the Shinhao Mall. On the 4th day, the atmosphere in the Kunlun conference hall had considerably eased. Some individuals began to engage in light-hearted banter, suggesting that this first round of warfare had not only brought them victory, but also shattered their previously rigid perceptions of their enemy's overwhelming strength. Nevertheless, tension could not alter the outcome. Chu Daoang did not have a second chance after failing to enter, as Chen Tianhao decisively concluded the battle. According to Chief Morning Bell, the drink known as Gao was merely a phonetic expression and could be prepared using only cold water, albeit requiring an extensive brewing time of half a month. Qian Feng's gaze shifted towards Tian Lazy, feeling increasingly flustered, and quickly averted his eyes, regaining his composure as he lowered his head and said, "Peak Master, unless there are other matters, I shall take my leave." For reasons unknown, Qian Feng felt an overwhelming desire to depart promptly. Upon seeing Zhang Tianyi seated, the youth rushed in, kneeling before him and exclaiming, "Benefactor." During this period, even if they fought 3 against 1, the results were uncertain. Forcibly retaining Hunyou would undoubtedly invite trouble. Within the sacred grounds, Qianyi remained unaware that one could actually trade for the magical tools used in cultivation. Even ordinary treasures were being offered for sale. A person stated that he wished to personally meet the young master, clutching 2 swords and awaiting his arrival. As Qiu Ji remarked, Ling Tian surveyed the grim battlefield before him, astonished by the brutality of the 6 paths of reincarnation. It seemed prudent to limit their participation in future battles. Cold-blooded could not help but furrow his brow. Yet, the Death Warriors exhibited no reaction, compelling Ling Tian to admire their mental fortitude. Chapter 115, The Trap. How unfortunate! This was the only sentiment the king of 10,000 demons could muster. Initially contemplating a dignified demise for Gu Xian, he was taken aback to find that Gu Xian's fate remained uncertain while they found themselves ensnared. The madness reflected in Gu Rong and Dugabo's eyes left no doubt that they were willing to fight to the death. "Grandfather, wait." Just as both sides were on the brink of confrontation, Gu Xian patted Gu Rong's shoulder, tempering his fiery temperament. A few days prior, Lindy's phone had been out of service, preventing Zhang Ming from reaching him. The Hua father and son were indeed renowned physicians within the martial world, adept at treating external injuries and possessing unique techniques. However, they understood that disregarding orders in such circumstances would only bring more trouble to Zhang Jiping. Such instances were not uncommon, and they had consistently resulted in increased complications for him. Thus, they had no choice but to comply with Zhang Jiping's commands, quietly exiting the tent to commence further arrangements. At this moment, atop the peak of Ggn, the ancient sword, lost in dreams, bore an unexpected faint smile. As if 1,000 blossoms had suddenly bloomed, the gentle expression appeared utterly incongruous with the previously stoic demeanor of the cold swordsman. What a disaster! Dream Baiyu rushed forward, swiftly unleashing a flurry of strikes to disperse the thick stone eggs, rescuing the trapped sailor. Indeed, the realm of a Yuan Ing cultivator could not simply be mastered by acquiring memories. This session with Old Puppet had proven immensely enriching. Having departed from the Yin Quan Hall, Zhang Zhiping felt elated as he made his way toward the Xiedian building, reflecting thoughtfully on the guidance he had received from Old Puppet over the past 3 days. The annihilation of the exquisite primordial divine realm is effortlessly achieved, while even the royal primordial divine realm dares not challenge its brilliance. However, during this particular moment, the power of firecrackers is generally not overwhelming. It is rare for them to cause significant harm to a child's hands, yet they can easily bring a child to tears. The fervor for emigration in this era has devastated a multitude of exceptional and capable individuals. Many of them, who thrived within the domestic system, found themselves filled with hope when venturing abroad, only to be greeted by an overwhelming deluge of cold reality. "Hand over that rebounding shield to me," Akaji commanded. His face darkened as a double-sided giant axe materialized in his grasp, his demeanor taut, like a leopard poised to descend upon its prey. "This is a chaotic core I have acquired, yet it differs from the conventional chaotic cores I am familiar with. Its primary manifestation is not tentacles or a frenzied state, but rather an ability related to spatial attributes." Yu Jing conveyed her understanding of the core to Professor Liang. A chilling smile unexpectedly graced Bai Qi's otherwise stoic countenance as he disregarded the frantic exclamations of the two, calmly surveying the perimeter of the massive pit. Akin to a spectator at a lakeside theater, Zhao Feng writhed like a donkey, while the Mozhang Sanxian sword wore an expression of amusement. Zhao Zhun, Ge Zhan, and the others appeared equally helpless, with the elderly trickster, the most senior among them, fully aware that this was the result of his disciple's irritation, yet chose not to intervene. Qin Kuan often felt a sense of mediocrity and harbored an insatiable thirst for power. Ma Feifei had indeed spoken the truth in recent days. Gongsun Qiong had been acquiring surrounding land deeds, yet it remained uncertain whether Gongsun Qiong intended to transform Watanabe into a hub for practitioners. Time passed, and villagers from a nearby hamlet ventured into the mountains to gather firewood, stumbling upon this desolate land while also hearing Ling's cries. "How could you reveal my measurements?" Su Jiatian stole a glance at Yang Yu, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she reproached Lin Muxiue. Strangely, regardless of the turmoil within her, Zhou Zhuling's physical condition remained unaffected. Her illness did not exacerbate as a result. "All grievances shall be resolved today. I wish to send you on your way, Master, to eliminate future troubles. Once I have dealt with you, I shall also seek to eliminate senior brother Yang Jian. Your existence is too obstructive for me to forgive, and I cannot allow you to live," Zhou Qingfeng declared bluntly, his tone cold and pace unhurried. Chapter 116. The Despair of Bear Lord and the King of 10,000 Demons. "At last, I have been deceived." Gu Xian revealed a cruel smile as he observed the two beasts, laughing aloud before slicing the air before him with his sword twice, without any reaction from the creatures. The sword energy crisscrossed, slicing through space and solidifying as two portals to another dimension emerged. Through these gates, both the King of 10,000 Demons and Bear Lord felt an overwhelming wave of despair wash over them, rendering them breathless. Why is this so strange? It is merely a matter of market demand. Moreover, establishments of such caliber as five-star hotels are bound to partake in such enterprises. Have you not noticed the bustling atmosphere here? At this hour, few tables remain unoccupied, a testament to its popularity. Lin Feng replied with a smile to Xiaoruashi. "Darling, why are you being so disobedient? Did I not say that upon arriving in America, you must heed Uncle Scheibing's words? What is happening? Not only do you disregard my instructions, but you also dare to retort against the company's CEO." The father's words were thunderous, emanating a palpable frustration. "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Brother Daxian, even if I were to endure a fate worse than death, I shall never yield to the Japanese. I fear nothing," Zhu Shiyao exclaimed with fervor. Yin Long's provocation jolted Fu Yin awake. If that kiss continued, originating from his conscious will, the nature of their relationship would irrevocably change, making it impossible for him to interact normally with Han Yinjin and the others thereafter. I sat atop the city tower, gazing at the mountainous scenery while Fong Daxian lounged on the sofa, squinting his eyes and humming a disjointed rendition of the Peking Opera Empty City scheme, specifically the segment featuring Zhuge Liang. One string belongs to the earth, serving as the palace. Saturn divides the seasons. The string is the largest, composed of 81 threads. Its sound heavy and dignified, a string for the sovereign. Who are you? Knowing we are the four priests of the demon realm, do you still dare to act so arrogantly? The hurricane inquired. Huang Xie was acutely aware that Lin Ying was no longer in mortal danger. With Feng Di's medicinal elixirs and proper rest, she would surely recover in due time. Yet, despite being a spiritual beast, Huang Xie could not shake her concerns. To forcefully break through would mean that their group might manage to circumvent the demon god sect's blockade of the Black Dragon Manor. But such an action would expose their whereabouts, nullifying the purpose of infiltrating the manor. The subsequent passage through Stone City would prove exceedingly challenging, as they would undoubtedly face relentless ambushes from the demon god sect's elite, having experienced the trials before despite the unbearable pain. Yinling grit her teeth and advanced past the first barrier, proceeding directly through the second. The third barrier, overseen by the Qinxia, posed no hindrance, and by the fourth and fifth barriers, no one remained to guard them. Not leaving? It is certainly best to minimize casualties at this juncture. Is this assistance merely a hindrance? It was my oversight to underestimate the dire lack of timber in this place. It appears to be in utter disarray. Driven to the brink of desperation, Su Zhan lamented to himself. He had believed that revealing their identity as representatives of the Four-Direction City would provide some room for negotiation. Yet he had not anticipated. Lord Barbarian, my brute strength. A young man burst in, panic etched across his face as he gazed at Lord Barbarian. With a swift thought, the Ding fire divine sword soared into the heavens, descending with a magnificent force akin to a blazing inferno. As a meteor streaked down to crash upon the skull of the skeletal figure, the sound of the blade resonating thunderously. We can only allow our bodies to slow their growth. Intent dictates all. Those with greater ability can decelerate their growth even further, Li Jian observed, seemingly discerning the master's thoughts, and continued to elaborate. Do you desire this item? Knight Xingqian sneered, casting a glance at her before conjuring a flame that ignited the essence sphere of this world's malevolence. The fire quickly consumed a plethora of combustible materials, transforming the sphere into a massive fireball, its searing heat causing the distant pseudo-deities to sweat profusely. Chapter 117, Retreat and Hatred. Damn it, all of you perish. Bear Lord and the king of 10,000 demons hastily approached the gates of hell. Upon witnessing this, Gu Rong quickly distanced himself, for the gates of hell were not far from them. Bear Lord's proximity to the gates equated to encroaching upon their territory. As he observed Gu Rong and the others fleeing, ferocity surged in Bear Lord's eyes. At this moment, no one could ascertain the fate that awaited them upon being drawn into that dimension. Yet his instincts, Zhou Wuyun hurried forward, feeling trepidation toward the existence of the immortal phoenix. Yet he pushed through, steeling himself to approach Zhou Wushuang and the others. Upon hearing this, His Majesty the Emperor nodded in agreement, fully aware of the capabilities of his trusted aide. It was thanks to him that he had been saved during a nighttime ambush, leading to his deep appreciation, ultimately bringing him to his side for personal protection. This office chair was grand, yet Lin Shun's silhouette appeared even larger. Pei Zhuxian tilted her head upward, catching a glimpse of the man's slightly exposed crown. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuner blinked, seemingly pondering the meaning behind Sun Xiaoxiao's words. However, before she could respond, a gentle knock echoed through the room. Eli observed, characterizing her as a semi-mature beauty, both simple and unpretentious, exuding an air of aloof elegance. Zhao Wu, having received a request relayed from his lawyer, was acutely aware that a paper cannot contain fire. He had dispatched someone to conduct an appraisal out of town, only to have them unexpectedly abducted by Bai Guo's associates, and now they had returned, causing quite a stir in the hospital. The soul, being the purest form of self, cannot be concealed. This sword-shaped soul must belong to a practitioner with a passion for swordsmanship, Chen Yinfeng mused. I exchanged glances with Yanzi, both of us half convinced of this revelation. After all, there was no concrete evidence to substantiate our suspicions. Moreover, if CEO Su truly acted in such a manner, what could her motives possibly be? Anming and his sister could only manage a wry smile, for neither had anticipated that Jun Qingge would possess such audacity. In the animated version, the spectacle was even more dazzling. The sound of friction against the ground, the billowing white smoke, and the marks left behind, all far removed from reality. After hanging up with Lu Xian, Suyu hurried to the animation studio. Such matters could not merely be resolved with words, but rather required the works to speak for themselves. Chen Shi appeared bewildered, instinctively glancing at Su Lu, only to realize that her cheeks were flushed red, awakening him to the truth. It was not merely a chain breaking, but a complete severance. Fang Chun lowered his head for a closer inspection, rising with a grimace. Luo Quan mixed some weeds into the mud, constructing a waist-high stove platform with the red bricks Fang Chun had carried in, then sealed the gaps with clay. placing an iron pot filled with water atop it to attempt the first ignition. Suddenly, snowflakes began to flutter down from the sky, gracefully landing upon the two. As if the wind whisked away their whispered words. Though the weather was cold, their hearts were warmed like spring. Brother Long, if we can rescue our families, we would do anything you ask. We would have no regrets in death, another buyer exclaimed. After the banquet concluded, many, being company leaders, excused themselves to attend to pressing matters. Yu Ning nodded obediently, resembling a mortal from their previous lives, convinced that as long as his brother was present, he would be safeguarded. There was hardly any fluctuation in energy. It arrived abruptly and departed just as unexpectedly. With a flick of his wrist, he infused his cane with spiritual light, and at the moment the faint glow emerged, a formidable power surged forth. At this juncture, he deduced from the barrage of comments provided by his viewers that even if Zhang Daxian was not lying, the truth was certainly not entirely aligned with his narrative. Chapter 118, Balance Experiment. Xiao Xian, how shall you deal with these two beasts? After several spatial disturbances, Gu Rong finally led Gu Xian and the others back to the Twilight Forest, fortuitously encountering a 9,000-year-old flame fury tiger along the way, which he promptly subdued. After enduring numerous tribulations, Yi Lingling and Du Guyan's spirits reached their limits, and they fainted upon returning to a safe zone. Yi Xinlan took the two women to rest first. Delin, being the orphan of a martyr and having no close relatives, felt no need to consult others. As long as the two of them got along, that sufficed. I exerted tremendous effort, yet could not breach Chunji's emotional barriers, my heart heavy with sorrow, confusion, and helplessness. Dr. Lin, we shall see you tomorrow, many associated with the Mountain Tiger Gang called out in unison. To be honest, I have always maintained a good temper, rarely engaging in disputes or succumbing to anger easily. After recounting his exploits, Ji Ning introduced the existence of players and elaborated on the current prosperity of Yinzhou City and the strength of its awakeners. Though he was unaware of when the blanket had been placed over him, nor when he had drawn the person into his embrace, this momentary satisfaction remained undiminished. Yet, it was evidently impossible. Since the other party had resolved to take action, it was clear they aimed to come here, and would not allow this place to be destroyed so easily. Having completed a 5-kilometer weighted run, the two were now drenched in sweat and gasping for breath. Punished with the run, they had missed breakfast, intensifying their hunger pangs. He's fine, just experiencing a bit of blood loss. He will recover slowly, Yang Jingrui reassured, cradling Ping in her arms and gently rocking him to sleep. The excited Dudu driver gazed at the reflections of the two in the left rearview mirror. Bai Shasha lamented on the table, "It's too late to say anything now. Had I known earlier, I would have listened to you and bought a test kit right away." A fierce jealousy, akin to a wildfire, suddenly enveloped Q-17's heart, so intense and unstoppable that it scorched his rationality. Both were artifacts. Evidently, the divine needle was far more precious than the Qilin gauntlets, qualifying as a semi-divine weapon. Young Master Yin Yu puffed out his chest, a cold smirk gracing his lips. The members of the Baiwen Mountain Manor similarly wore expressions of pride and triumph, as if to proclaim to all around, "Do you see? Even a mountain beyond mountains has been subdued by us. Other factions better submit obediently or face the consequences." For, when Zhang Yao returned home late last night, she had locked herself in her room, initially weeping before succumbing to silence. The core of a star is its hottest region, the very essence of supernova, the true reason why one would not dare to approach. "You are the ones who turned Tamamo into this, aren't you?" Index suddenly confronted Chu Yu, raising her voice. "Tomorrow, I shall set off for the overseas realm. I kindly ask for your assistance with matters in the wilderness, Senior," Yang Fan stated. The Revolutionary Army, leveraging the acute class conflict within the country, initiated the Revolutionary War under the leadership of Quilining, sweeping across the nation in less than 3 months, ultimately seizing St. Petersburg. Before finishing his sentence, Guangxi abruptly sensed that the blizzard had ceased, turning to see an ice wall shielding him from the storm. "Sister, I believe my husband is right. Were those people before? Now they remember. Have you forgotten the grievances we endured? However, the foreigners have raised a ruckus, demanding that you return the painting. I've seen shamelessness, but I've never witnessed such utter lack of shame," Yang Yahweh exclaimed. "Langya, I must admit, I find it somewhat difficult to broach this subject." Han Chi scratched his bald head, feeling embarrassed. Chapter 119, Martial Soul Fusion. Gu Xian remarked with a smile, eliciting a shiver from Dugabo and Gu Rong. "Young master, is your experiment legitimate?" Dugabo initially intended to inquire about its safety, but the words caught in his throat, leading him to choose a more tactful phrase. "Rest assured, It's secure, Gu Xian replied with a warm smile. Once the balance of yin and yang within him was restored, his emotions were no longer influenced by dark or righteous energies, rendering him significantly more at ease. A ferocious aura ravaged the estate, stirring an astonishing tempest that sent sand and stones flying, trees snapping, and houses shaking. Titus Maid, too, harbored a fervent desire for all those ancient council nobles who frequently opposed him to perish. At that moment, the entire golden square suddenly trembled. The dense golden light surged outward as if stimulated, rushing towards the periphery. Lin Mufang gazed intently at the beams of light, his expression grave, for he sensed an overwhelming aura of danger emanating from it. Listening to Chun Zheng's words might have left room for imagination, yet the sounds echoing from Chun Zheng's earpiece painted a less than beautiful picture. The two of them were now tacitly aware of one another, their understanding having deepened significantly. Leaving little to be said, Su Jiarong, who usually adopted a dismissive demeanor towards him, now appeared considerably softer in countenance. It seemed that motherhood had brought her a sense of stability, thereby diminishing her previously evident hostility. When all eyes turned to Lin Fei, they were nearly struck dumb. Not only was his attire spotless, but after enduring the 10 consecutive slashes from the Wind Emperor, he remained unscathed, his heart steady and breath unhurried. Standing with his hands clasped behind his back, as serene and composed as a sovereign surveying his domain from the ruins. With the sound of pressure release, the robot's chest opened wide, and shadows leapt forth. You previously mentioned that humanity was able to break free from the corporation's control only with the aid of wizards. Are we to follow in the footsteps of countless historical events and commence infighting? He wore an expression of disbelief. Mu Tian chose not to respond, showing no reluctance as he stepped forth with the thunder god's pace, unleashing torrents of lightning in his wake. It was evident that the prince had long been prepared for this, as it was certainly not a plan devised upon their arrival at the residence. Yet how could the prince have anticipated so accurately, with the group replenishing their supplies of pills and talismans? The battles on the third day proved significantly better than the previous day's skirmishes, at the very least allowing for the release of talismans when they found themselves at a disadvantage. Su Shoshin nodded silently, fully aware that he did not comprehend what constituted a large-scale team, but understanding that he could not afford to show fear at this juncture, as the old adage goes. Excessive words lead to missteps, thus he chose to remain reticent. This indicated that the court had no intention of treating the plague victims. They merely sought to eliminate one after another to curb the spread of the epidemic. The spiritual wine was specifically ordered by Su Huai from Chengwushan and Shaoruofeng. The Shao family was adept in spiritual planting, often producing first and second-tier spiritual wines. Coincidentally, as Su Huai planned to open a tavern, he entered into a long-term contract with the Shao family for a steady supply of wine. On a weekend morning, as visitors flocked to the virtual experience hall of the whole corporation, they stumbled upon a newly added stall near the parking lot, where chocolate was being crafted on-site. Strangely, if the secret realm existed in the back mountains of Lingshu Palace, how could there be such a vast desert? The crowd exited the palace in silence. The long palace path enveloped in an eerie stillness, with not a single breath dared to be drawn. Yang Hengrui, unperturbed, embraced her directly. Both exhaled deeply, reminiscing about scenes from years past, their hearts filled with nostalgia. Observing this, Deng Zhougong brandished the purple lightning hammer, and Guang Qingzi, realizing the potency of this artifact, hastily produced a talisman, and the two treasures clashed. Chapter 120, Slaying the Titan Giant Ape. Perhaps having gone a long time without hearing flattering words, Long Ji suddenly felt uncomfortable and instinctively averted his gaze from her. After a moment, realizing this was inappropriate, he quickly turned back, humbly nodding to her. "Thank you, Aunt." His voice was clear and courteous. "I do not know. Although I was there, the matters understood by the Marquis were not disclosed to me." As he gazed at Shun Yinyan's captivating figure, Han Yuan felt a warmth rising to his cheeks. However, after taking a couple of bites of food, he disregarded everything else, no longer speaking to Shinshur-san, and instead immersed himself in eating. After all, he had been hungry all day, and with Shinshur-san's extraordinary culinary skills, it was a feat if he managed not to devour the entire platter. At this moment, Yin Wangyue smiled, her laughter as radiant as blooming plum blossoms, exceptionally striking, while Xiao Wanyin stood in shock, momentarily rendered speechless. Yusu instinctively glanced back, even though Jun Shun had not divulged a word concerning the political landscape. Having been by his side for so long, she had absorbed enough to possess a certain clarity. As several flying swords pierced through the last remaining phantoms in the square. Not a single one could be seen moving thereafter. In this manner, Ma Qingfeng's figure swayed as he ascended from the 1st to the 8th level, each floor releasing a myriad of colorful lights encapsulating insights into the Tao, with each layer surpassing the previous in profundity. In recent years, due to Shun Yunyan, he had undergone significant changes. Particularly, his temperament had grown increasingly composed compared to before, which seemed to bode well for him. Uncle is being too kind. I came specifically to see grandfather off. Your Highness, the Grand Prince has arrived, wishing to see you. He is already in the front courtyard. The steward reported from outside. Yin Shichi sighed, pondering how her astute and capable mother could be so oblivious when it came to matters of the heart. The security guard was taken aback upon witnessing the state of the gang leader, astonished that such an attack had occurred here. Gradually, more people arrived, many of whom were so frightened that they forgot to call the police. Yin Shochuan had schemed throughout his life, the triumphs of youth, the arrogance of middle age. Did he ever calculate the desolation of old age? To kill is to kill. Having fallen today at the hands of the Wolf Fong, I, Bruce, have no words left. Bruce shot a glance at Zifeng, his sharp voice ringing out, making it evident to all that a hint of unwillingness and helplessness lingered in his words. The Duchess of the State went forth, discussing nothing but the matter of having Yu Yichen escort Zhou Yi to Zayan City. Li Yuqian nodded, keeping pace with the steps of the hall manager. And once they ascended the stairs, the manager of the Four Seas Tavern, Guo Baogang, was already waiting at the elevator doors for him. It appeared that a stormy night awaited, though Dai Dong remained blissfully unaware. Today seemed fortuitous, as the city was urgently in need of herbs, and they required Dai Dong to engage in detailed discussions there. The two of them walked along the street until they reached the end, then turned northward and entered a pharmacy named Deshan Hall 1 after the other. Good. Having you as my students, I have no regrets in this life. Zhou Chan expressed his delight, and, noticing the time was not early, he returned to the Six Arts Pavilion to rest early, hoping to appear in good spirits when proposing marriage. Though the old demon was pleased that his disciple had grasped the legendary Tao, he himself was unsure of the source of his joy, despite knowing that everything in this world was an illusion and that the shadow demon was deliberately deceiving him. Lin Fei still felt a pang of guilt. Does that old man wish to repeat the fate of the ultimate weapon Kraken? Ying Luo vividly recalled that if not for Zhang Yongshan's ultimate weapon, how could the once thriving large gathering place have turned to ruins? The stench grew increasingly potent as a wave of pale, yellow viscous liquid surged forth from a cavernous pipe behind. The turmoil of the sacred cloud sea had subsided, while below, Yi Wushuang sat cross-legged in a mysterious space. At this moment, Jia Su gazed calmly at the two, knowing that while their conversation appeared lighthearted, it actually bore grave implications for their lives. A single misstep could lead to a disastrous fate, leaving no room for luck. Igar chuckled. Is someone here to deliver a head? The hero capable of rescuing someone from my grasp has yet to be born. The colossal humanoid machine, Ekgat, emitted a piercing sound indicative of its internal mechanisms whirring at high velocity to generate energy. Upon lifting my gaze, I realized that the object before me was none other than the golden lottery wheel, its numbers illuminating the fact that Yilei still had 6 chances left to draw. Within the confines of the dwelling, Qing Wuhen and Beiming Su emerged, equally stunned by the spectacle. Had Yu Shuang truly reclaimed the Shinshu clan? Just as Lin Tian led a group through the depths of the crypt, 2 gunshots suddenly rang out from the front. On stage, Du Yin did not so much as spare a glance toward the corner where Du Jiping and Luo Feng were seated. Instead, he chose to sit beside Xiosi. Yet, after only a few meters, he halted abruptly, beads of sweat forming on his brow. In the tranquil sky, a brilliant golden light materialized, growing ever more intense until it transformed into a massive copper mirror, enveloping the heavens. Firstly, she was devoid of clothing, in a state of utter nudity. Secondly, there was an individual at her side, encircling her waist. Although newly awakened and suffering from an inexplicable headache that dulled her usual reactions, she still grasped the gravity of the situation. Presently, with the nascent soul taking form, it was imperative to nurture it diligently, for neglect posed the risk of regression. Thus, one could not afford to be remiss. Lu Yingfeng withdrew his sword, and suddenly, Lu Minzhan felt the burden lessen significantly, allowing him to relax. Abruptly, the young man, fueled by an unknown surge of strength, shoved him aside, shaking off all traces of inebriation, his eyes wide with disbelief as he fixed his gaze upon Long Jiang. It was 10 a.m., the morning rush having just subsided, and the flow of traffic had noticeably thinned. To avoid arousing suspicion, Li Xiongfei deliberately maneuvered his vehicle to a position parallel with a Ferrari, separated by a lane and another car, allowing him to observe from a vantage point in his SUV. Chen Rongjiang rapidly reduced his speed to below 30, and the business vehicle not only failed to overtake, but also matched his deceleration, maintaining an identical distance. Everyone could glean some martial insights from the scene, yet none could fully comprehend or master the essence of what was being conveyed. Upon careful reflection, one could discern that Amitabha and the mother of the purifying Buddha were concealed within the eyes of the colossal Buddha. Chapter 121. The Bear Experiment with Monkey Talismans. After eliminating unstable factors, Gu Xian approached the soul ring of the Titan Great Ape, gazing at the terrifyingly potent crimson ring. He summoned the Holy Master Steel, upon which 5 talismans were already embedded, signifying that with one more soul ring absorbed, he would attain an impressive half of the total talismans. In Gu Xian's strategy, the significance of the monkey talisman was on par with any previously acquired. However, this time, I sensed that she was evading something reminiscent of 7 years prior. She had severed ties with all her friends, changed her phone number, switched jobs, and relocated. Although she smiled and assured me she was fine, as her mother, I knew she was suffering greatly. It had been this way 7 years ago, and now it was repeating. I understand your desires. The demon goddess passage, perhaps? Fei Hua's voice carried a hint of amusement as she chuckled. Not with me, but with my sister. Go find her yourself. With that, she abruptly ended the call. I believe that the forces of life represented by Kunlun might offer a solution. Perhaps her parents would have a way. A chill enveloped me, as my skin and bones grew numb where the breath pointed, and the white-robed knight was engulfed in excruciating pain, as if 1,000 steel needles were piercing his pores, rendering him utterly immobile. What astonished Zhang Yang the most was the complete absence of any aura emanating from his opponent. In other words, this formidable adversary had reached a level of mastery, allowing him to conceal his presence effortlessly, achieving a state of the void. Indeed, the 3 A-level missions presented by the Wheel of Fate were sufficient to keep the Wolf-Tooth Mercenary Corps occupied for days. If the Golden Legion maintained a fervent state driven by their desire for victory, the state of the Tyrant Cavalry was one of despair. They had lost their thirst for life, entering a mindset akin to that of the undead. Lele clasped the key with reverence, hands pressed together as he mumbled incantations for an extended period before forcefully casting the key off the cliff. The key traced a beautiful arc through the air before vanishing from sight. As time passed, despite the coolness of the night, many officials were drenched in sweat. Having knelt for approximately 2 hours without any news from the Longlin army and the shadow guards sent to investigate. Once again, a visit was made, and Jiang Lijun found herself engulfed in darkness, unsure of how to respond to Ji Chengnan. I awaited the dawn in silence beneath the night sky, and at last it broke. I coughed twice, startling Su Chang into wakefulness as he rubbed his eyes and inquired, "What is wrong?" Caught a chill. The body of the poison fire sandworm king, formed of liquid crystal black sand, was remarkably lightweight, almost indistinguishable from its true form. Yet, when it attempted to move, it found itself ensnared as if trapped in quicksand, its speed reduced by more than tenfold. In an instant, it was seized by the gigantic hand conjured by Yi Ning's spiritual power, plunging it into a predicament. Jiang Lijun appeared rather upright, yet the woman across from her, Sophia, exuded a wholly different aura, even appearing seductive while consuming her food. Given that their affair had been discovered, it was in accordance with Guan Jing's character that he would immediately seek out Yang Liqian. Gunyan, troubled, rubbed her temples, lamenting her plight. Had she known the previous night, she would have abstained from that troublesome peach blossom wine. Although the peach blossom wine was indeed a rare find, its potent after-effects made her wary of causing further embarrassment. The Su family's awareness of Shishi's return was evident, yet they had chosen to remain silent, abstaining from intervention. A group awaited news at the tea party venue, while their scouts positioned themselves high above, closely following Hu Ziyin's carriage, their spiritual power permeating the air to observe the situation. Hong Tianci had just felt his realm continuously ascending, all thanks to the boon granted by this heavenly net arm. Chapter 122. The flame giant dragon's explosive soul bone, no soul ring required. Observing Gu Xian conjuring the monkey talisman, both Dagobao and Gu Rong instinctively retreated a step. After all, Gu Xian's current talisman abilities were beginning to take on an eerie quality. Rest assured, the power of the monkey talisman is ever-changing, capable of altering the structure of living beings at will. I will first attempt to transform this dark golden claw bear into another type of soul beast. If this method proves viable, then the subsequent soul beasts I require will merely need to meet the age criteria. One cannot deny that spending an extended period alongside Qi Tianshou had inevitably led even the mighty Jade Emperor to adopt some undesirable habits. On the British front, an Indian infantry regiment and an Australian infantry regiment, serving as the vanguard, advanced swiftly under the cover of tanks. The landscape revealed rows of peach trees in full bloom, as April ushered in a spectacular display of blossoms. The peach grove stretched for hundreds of steps, vibrant flowers carpeting the ground and petals drifting gently down. Feng Lin was somewhat taken aback to discover that the obstacle hindering their advance was, in fact, a chessboard. Thus, to evade capture, Feng Lin subconsciously veered left, where Li Tang lay in wait. A powerful Xianxian realm practitioner was selected from a group of Tai realm cultivators. The prices of different types of Huancidans vary, as do their capacity to change colors. Xiao Yi nodded, maintaining a composed demeanor, though a hint of tenderness flickered in his cold eyes. He hesitated for a moment before resting his right hand on Lin Wanwan's shoulder. Feng Lin's words were merely a strategy to stabilize the current situation. His true intention was to prevent any conflict between the parties involved. With a few deft strikes, Sun Wukong dispatched several shrimp soldiers with ease. Much like the earlier skirmish against the Yikshas, his formidable strength, combined with his divine weapon, rendered the shrimp soldiers powerless against him. Director Yi, will you still expel classmates Tanya and Bilingling? Lin Rue deliberately directed his words into the loudspeaker. The wolf's face, unlike that of a human, displayed a myriad of expressions, its smile evident as the skin above its nose wrinkled and the corners of its mouth curled upward. Lin Rue leaned closer to Ruanbing, whispering in his ear. Upon hearing this, Ruanbing's forehead instantly beaded with sweat as he nodded repeatedly, his complexion paling. Seeing Chun Xueshan in such a distressed state, I refrained from transforming my bird and withdrew from her nest, knowing that remaining there would surely lead to another transformation. They had already committed a crime, leaving no avenue for retreat. However, after listening to Lin Songhai's analysis, they realized that if they continued down this path, their future would be one of utter despair. Su Feng grasped the outstretched hand with a frigid demeanor, stating, "It is I. What a motley crew you are. Do you think merely possessing a powerful dog grants you the right to bite indiscriminately?" With that, he kicked the burly man away. In a state of confusion, Beichen was startled. The extreme lightning was not easily tamed, akin to his previous mastery over the flames of punishment and the lightning itself, which had caused him considerable torment. Yet, he found himself powerless to halt this transformation. As for the powerful realm emperors who grasped the primordial laws above the realm sovereigns, their might was even more terrifying. Capable of harnessing the cosmic forces across countless miles, a single strike from them could obliterate any being of the realm sovereign level. Indeed, the newcomers were Dong Yangpa and Zhou Tong, who, like Hua Ling, had escaped from the Zhongxing abyss. However, there were also two striking figures accompanying them. Concealing an exceptionally opinionated individual would prove to be a formidable challenge, unless one could genuinely touch their heart. Shua Hanan could scarcely believe such a possibility existed. After all, he was merely an ordinary citizen, having been an unremarkable commoner just a year ago. Yet now he found himself conversing with the future leader of Z country, discussing life and aspirations. Chapter 123, Self-Detonation Technique, Soul Bone Armor. Gu Rong and Dugubo gazed at the vivid red soul ring, feeling as though their mental state had matured significantly over the recent period, to the point where 100,000-year soul ring seemed trivial. In the past, such an existence would have been unimaginable. Gu Xian, however, did not seek assistance from Dugubo and the others, but rather took it upon himself to violently dismantle the corpse of a dragon. With no expectations in his eyes, he had already mentally prepared himself before taking action. To prevent conflict, he aimed to avoid Lu Fan's sharpness, establishing a camp in Zheng County to defend against Lu Fan's army and hinder its westward advance. Lung Feng nodded slightly to Bian Xinyang and Lu Yangshi, acknowledging them before leading his horse into the courtyard. The man in the black robe chuckled ominously, forcefully closing the value box as his figure gradually faded from the challenge space. Once he obtained the elixir of immortality, relying on the power of the dragon spirit and the golden silk armor, achieving eternal life would pose no challenge. "There's no need to continue pretending in my presence," he remarked. "To kill me, you truly have the heart to sacrifice your subordinates." Observing Cheng Yingjie feigning ignorance, Lian Cheng rebuked him in indignation. To break through the encirclement of the Baishuan soldiers, one would need to sacrifice oneself and charge through the sharp weapons ahead with their own flesh. Far away in the eastern district, Wang Xiangnan abruptly halted his actions and raised his gaze towards the northwest. It was evident that he was proficient in the Xinbei language and likely hailed from the border regions, Lu Fan commented. After all, the spirit of the fox was no trifling matter. Its abilities were formidable, representing the essence of the earth and sky. With such spiritual nourishment, the value of these two sets of hands would undoubtedly be remarkable. That night, at the stroke of midnight, the army, under the command of Tumi Du, launched a surprise attack on the eastern gate of Tian City. Once the battle commenced, flames of war erupted, and the sounds of drums and shouts resonated thunderously. Friends? Bai Wan's eyes brightened in surprise, only to dim again as she realized that the so-called friends of Guizhanan were merely acquaintances. In the span of just 2 months, Chile progressed from producing 1 or 2 small spheres of illusion to now conjuring 5 giant dragons that danced around her. Just then, as the Thunder Beast found itself in dire straits, Chun Yun's body erupted with a roar that was anything but human as he floated somewhat woodenly toward the door. Comrades, I completely understand your feelings. Your demands are entirely reasonable. It is our government's failure to meet your needs that has caused you suffering. On behalf of the city government, I sincerely apologize, Duan Zitao said earnestly. Arrogant. The Red Army Command is not a place you can simply waltz into, the voice on the communicator scoffed. That evening, Hua Zai treated Ma Yong and the others to a meal without putting on airs, dining at a popular restaurant near Taiyuan Street. And they agreed to visit the Forbidden City together the following day, along with some attractions Ma Yong had expressed interest in. Tang Chong wore a look of realization. He was already aware of this matter, but he wished to steer the conversation away from it, not wanting to delve into issues concerning Dongli. Since joining Ma Yong's gang alongside his cousin Ma Long, Hansu had remained relatively low-key, yet every young person yearned to make their mark, especially given the recent continuous conflicts faced by their group. Let us get started, Li Long exclaimed, immediately shedding his clothes like a wild stallion breaking free, diving into the fray with abandon. Lin Wei scoffed coldly, unceremoniously tossing Lilith onto the bed as though she were a sack of sand, showing no sign of tenderness. The military, by nature, adhered to strict confidentiality protocols, thus most individuals would refrain from gossiping indiscriminately. Suspended on the second beam, Wang Dashu's face was ashen, his body covered in wounds, blood streaming down his face and body from his hair. Well, as an outsider, I shouldn't say too much, but Yishi, you must understand that your brother is doing this for your own good. Yin Xin counseled. Chapter 124, Target Ain with ulterior motives. Hiss. Dugabo instinctively took a step back. Gu Xian's current state was quite peculiar. Although he was merely a soul emperor stuck at level 60, the strange armor he donned gave him the sensation of facing a titan ape. Particularly, the eyes hidden behind the mask sent chills down his spine. He was just an ordinary control-type tidal daw. His old bones could hardly withstand such turmoil. Cold Feng shot an intense glare at Gu Jinyu, wishing he could immediately carry him back to spare himself the embarrassment here. Upon seeing Qiao Mimi approaching, she greeted her, "Young mistress, this way please." He opened the door for Qiao Mimi, who smoothly entered, taking a seat in the back. In the depths of Qin Fen's heart, a fleeting hesitation arose. After all, such actions bordered on the unethical. Nevertheless, in these extraordinary times, one must resort to extraordinary measures. Yet, to the outside observer, he appeared to be genuinely expressing his feelings, entirely devoid of any pretentiousness. This is precisely why Lu Guangjing, after his ostentatious display, garnered the grateful gazes of the traitor leader and those 2 ruffians, finding satisfaction in such appreciative looks. "Fear not, your attending physician has declared you fully recovered," Lu Lighting chuckled wickedly, observing the mismatched black and white athletic attire. Qin Fen finally ceased his movements. This exemplifies the art of conversation. Merely mentioning Han Fu subtly implies that Han Fu is the central figure here, while he himself is merely an onlooker, with no intention of overstepping boundaries. Watching Wang Xiulan engage in laughter and conversation, Li Erlong could not help but chuckle as well. Realizing that despite their age, being referred to as young master by their fathers would undoubtedly elicit laughter from anyone. Li recalled that during their previous mission in the Dark Plains, Lin Kai had casually produced a lighter to ignite a campfire. In the next moment, he traced circular patterns with both hands, conjuring a magnificent Taiji diagram that soared into the heavens, colliding fiercely with the dragon-shaped fist energy of the old boatman. In an effort to appear more mature, Su Ran had deliberately elongated her eyeliner today, adding a hint of smoky allure around her eyes. The fragile yet deeply affectionate visage of the beauty left Duan Yihong thoroughly satisfied. Furthermore, considering that this depth of emotion was something Yin Qinfeng could never attain, he felt even more content. After all, he lacked prominence within the directing circle, and his scripts rarely attracted any notable stars, leaving each film in a state of mediocrity. The car's heater was cranked up, and Cheng Yuan, feeling drowsy from the alcohol, immediately lost consciousness upon reclining in the vehicle. After tallying their gains, SoulLand utilized the function of the Tontian Gate to establish a teleportation array within the secret chamber, transporting them back to their initial location. Of course, the high priest would not fall for his deceit. However, Yin Mianxing, being his nephew, had always been favored. The high priest feared the reckless courage of Yin Mianxing, who wished to experience the demeanor of a general, thus dispatching him to Yogu City. Wan Yao frowned with concern, hastily assisting Yi Hua to his feet, smoothing his disheveled hair, and with some difficulty, she helped him to the edge of the bed. At lunch, Jiang Bihua was notably absent, yet no one at the table mentioned her. I had a sinking suspicion that my aunt had lied, and Jiang Bihua likely did not wish to see me. She began to engage familiarly with the noble ladies, inquiring about their recent affairs, how their preparations for the new year were progressing, or the academic pursuits of their children, as well as the achievements of officials who had recently passed the imperial examinations and taken up their posts. He was well aware that the cold flame seed could consume his very soul through his own essence. Liamo unboxed a carton, discovering a neatly arranged layer of vintage-style Barbie dolls on top. The auctioneer at the Wildfire Auction House was exceptional. Each one had undergone specialized training and was adept at eloquence, particularly skilled at creating an atmosphere that would drive up prices. Jindang City, located in central Dongwuzhou, boasted a commendable level of auctioneering expertise. All right, I understand. You all go and tidy up your things. We shall depart shortly to find Lingling's soul ring, Gu Xian mused, contemplating an early return. Having finally acquired sufficient strength for self-preservation, he resolved to venture forth. With his current prowess, he believed he would encounter little danger on the continent. Indeed, Yi Lingling's eyes sparkled with excitement. The moment had finally arrived for her. She merely intended to notify Li Changsheng and express her loyalty. Everything else was at Li Changsheng's discretion. Although the roads were lined mostly with single-story houses, and even some that had long disappeared from modern Chinese or Western landscapes, they appeared considerably tidier. With a gentle call from Yun Shun, a towering fire giant rose majestically, blocking the incoming ice spears. The playground was rife with alliances and conflicts. The tension between black and white individuals had escalated beyond control. The prison guards outside the barbed wire recognized that this could not continue. Thus they rang the bell, signaling the end of the outdoor time. A muscular man with dreadlocks, clearly capable of joining the NBA, appeared on the scene, effortlessly spinning a basketball in his hand. Bian rushed to call Jingyang down, glancing back at Lu Cc's silhouette with a smile. Shi Peiming, feeling anxious, quickly covered his mouth with his hand, looking helplessly at Lu Cc. Their eyes met, and they felt as though that sound was as tender and warm as the spring sun, leaving Lu Cc blushing. Lu Shuangong pondered that perhaps he had bullied the individual too much, even to the point of diminishing their intellect. As is widely known, foreign television stations often operate on a subscription model, importing popular films and variety shows from other countries for broadcast. Upon entering the car's private compartment, Shi Peiming indulged in a handful of cat fur, while Lu Cc comfortably lay on Shi Peiming's lap, exposing her soft belly. The officials, seeing their commander subdued, retreated in unison, prompting the Miao villagers to cheer in delight. Barca sighed, then seized Guan Meiling's arm, pulling her into the city, fearing she might impulsively act out. Formation training is a vital aspect of military discipline, instilling a habit of obedience to commands and enhancing cooperation among military members. It reflects the spirit and demeanor of a military force. Unexpectedly, after Lin Ke finished speaking, Han Dongji's expression grew even more troubled as he muttered, "Why is it like this? Why me?" His gaze remained fixed vacantly on the place where the second prince resided. Under the night sky, Xiaoyer's calm tone struck Mei Ji as somewhat eerie, yet she nodded without hesitation. Lin Ke had no choice but to fabricate a story, claiming he wished to venture outside the city for leisure, only to encounter bandits who attempted to abduct him, fortuitously rescued by the fourth prince returning to the capital. Upon hearing this, Han Dongji insisted on visiting the fourth prince the next morning with gifts to express his gratitude, allowing the frail Lin Ke to retreat to his quarters for rest. The burly man inquired with astonishment, "Who are you? And how do you know me? A surge of joy filled Xiaofeng's heart. This individual was indeed Huang Zhong. He merely focused his mind, devoid of distractions, and with a hint of his own spiritual energy, he dove into the black seven-pointed star medal that had long served as merely an ornament. She sported short hair, wore frameless glasses, and her fair skin elicited envy, making her freckles even more pronounced. Gulping, Lin Yi unconsciously raised his hands, mimicking dragon claws, and strode towards the fiery dance of Shiran. Amidst the mocking laughter of Gao Hai, the vehicle resumed its journey, slowly passing by Lishinka. Chapter 126. Gu Rong returns to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Gu Rong set down the letter in his hand, wearing a perplexed expression. He was the first to awaken from the absorption of the soul ring and soul bone, while Yi Xinlan and Afu would likely require another day to complete their absorption. Although it was long anticipated that with Gu Xian's rapid growth, these old fellows would not be able to provide much assistance for an extended period, it was still surprising to find themselves dismissed so swiftly. The letter left by Gu Xian contained merely a few sentences. I have gone out to play. Do not follow. Let us each indulge in our own pursuits. If anything arises, I shall inform you. Healing and saving lives is our responsibility, so do not fret. The doctor helped me to my feet and spoke softly. Although she remembered nothing, there was an inherent sense of detachment and vigilance, a primal instinct attuned to the perception of danger. Naturally, Gung Haosher would not be foolish enough to confront Han Feng directly. The reason Gung Haosher dared to charge towards Han Feng was that he had spotted a flaw. Yet, could this fleeting moment of happiness truly signify eternity? No one could provide an answer to that query. That evening, Han Yu filled a large bag for AFA with an assortment of snacks, including spicy strips, chewing gum, lollipops, and biscuits. Hulina did not consider herself to be slandering. She believed she was merely stating facts, thus she did not take it to heart. Young Master Yi, I have also promoted the two friends you just met today, Xi and Mian continued. Ma Yunfeng and Gao Xiong were both at by Shui Yintian, along with the one-eyed Xiao Qi, the still recovering Zhao Su, and the buried Li Yanli. Contact Sun Wei and Ergo. They're closer to you. Let them proceed first. And after the Passat departs, you can follow. I furrow my brow and instructed. If the treasures from the ancient tomb were extracted, even if they were worth a fortune, it would merely be a matter solvable by money. However, Du Jinbong was not lacking in wealth, and it was said that his riches could sustain him for several lifetimes. Yet, why would he choose to risk being the target of everyone's gaze? In the corner of the room, the sound of fabric brushing against itself was heard, followed by the soft patter of footsteps drawing nearer. A thin blanket was draped over him to prevent the cold air from seeping into the bones of this decrepit old man, providing a meager defense for this frail figure. Li Weici felt a slight reassurance. With Tian He's prowess, surely he could devise a solution. Moreover, the experts from the Criminal Investigation Bureau awaited the capture of an intact, living superbrain, which might reveal a means of resolution. Sang Han's fingers flew across the screen as she remarked, just logged in, currently in pursuit. In a matter of days since awakening, his body had astonishingly recovered to about 50 or 60%, clearly indicating that the plentiful nourishment he had received was not in vain. Some loved him, some loathed him. Opinions were divided, and his reputation was a tapestry of praise and disdain, yet his strength remained undeniable. This was the authentic state of Andre in England. To my astonishment, under Dawn Siki's guidance, I approached those swirling black vortices, yet my form was not ensnared within. Rather, it felt as though I stood upon a fragile vessel, gliding forward with the continuous rotation of the whirlpool. However, upon witnessing Sun Deli's eyes glimmering with lust, it was utterly impossible for her to shake his hand. Alas, these truths were not lost on Suzhou. Yet thinking of the moment when his uncle went to fetch the meal, he had discreetly scrolled through his phone and stumbled upon disparaging remarks about his uncle. Initially unfazed, his mood soured significantly. I leaped to my feet and dashed outside, adjusting my clothing as I went, but my brother was not one to simply close the door. He slammed it shut with force as he exited. It was as if he were an individual with a poor memory, attempting to imprint scenes from his recollections, because the individual himself struggled to remember clearly. So too did the images appear vague. Chapter 127. With two powerful punches, Chun Xian broke through. This place, though a hell for ordinary cultivators, served as a paradise for those of the sacred realm. Should an ordinary cultivator arrive, they would likely be crushed instantly beneath the dense and potent spiritual force. Yet divine power thrived here, flourishing without restraint. Half an hour later, a tempest of yellow sand surged forth like a roaring tide, and the protective barrier once again demonstrated its might. allowing us to weather the storm unscathed. He picked up an object, examining it closely. Indeed, what he held was the petrified head of Qin Ming, which had since detached from the body, while Qin Ming's petrified form lay toppled on the ground, having been cast down by Xiaojin's wave of his hand. "How did you know?" Qian inquired with curiosity. The esteemed male lead, Huo Wenin, resided in a penthouse, far removed from the company of ordinary actors. Just then, Xing Lian, finding the matter difficult to ascertain, nodded in agreement, sending Si Feng and Bei Ling away while preparing to return to her quarters for rest. After being struck by the Seven Treasures' mysterious tree, Sun Wukong's ferocity surged. He bared his teeth and let out a roar, swinging his golden staff towards Dingguang Huanin Buddha. Lu Bing felt a pang of melancholy. A lingering ache within her heart belonged to the remnants of her original self. Did her original form still harbor expectations for this father? Her purpose for emerging was to obtain this seal. Now that it had been accomplished, there was no reason to linger outside any longer. She ought to return. The two wielded their weapons, clashing in the air, their strikes and parries creating waves of spiritual energy akin to a tempest, sweeping in all directions. Though Scorpion was a heavy-set tech enthusiast, rarely stepping outside, he was well aware of the myriad events unfolding in the world beyond. The high walls consisted of two barriers. The outer wall was significantly taller than the inner layer, rendering the inner wall invisible from the outside, with roughly 5 meters of space between the two. As the night shadow of the rising dusk clashed with the fierce tiger over the Ling clan's estate, the infernal phoenix was present. Let the infernal phoenix recount the circumstances at that time. Zhang Xiang could hardly be bothered to respond, maintaining his usual deadpan expression as he nodded at the boss. Yi Feng, filled with rage, lunged at Zhang Xiang, pinning him down, his hands and feet entwined like an octopus. The once dense fog had expanded significantly, and the lakeside ground remained strewn with verdant stones. Upon closer inspection, one could discern subtle variations in the hues of the stones, with evident creases between the shades, reminiscent of the marks time had etched upon an elderly face. "Ha, Tiger, it's not yet time to spend lavishly, is it? In the future, we might be looking at expenditures in the tens of millions or even hundreds of millions," Chen Ning chuckled. Li Sun discreetly wiped away a bead of cold sweat. Fortunately, he had been prudent, utilizing the Tianyao sword sect from the southwest as a buffer. Otherwise, he would not have navigated the situation so smoothly. As Yan Shuiyue heard this explanation, she winked playfully in this direction, adding with a smile, "However, due to the nature of the light, we might as well treat the entire mirror as a celestial water mirror. After all, the water mirror's mantra can appear at any position on the lake surface." This day might be deemed the most disastrous in the history of the leech family. After tightly coiling around Wang Ping and gnawing for several minutes, the leeches were dismayed to discover that their massive suckers had yielded no results. The phoenix understood that the phoenix matron followed her master's lead. She had long harbored rebellious sentiments towards the dark organization. "Whatever the master requires of me, I shall comply without hesitation," declared the infernal phoenix with conviction. They were merely 3 individuals stripped of their combat capabilities, yet they dared to threaten Yi Feng. They truly did not comprehend the meaning of danger, did they? Although they had not succeeded in invading the virtual realm, through their formidable reproductive capabilities and bloodline erosion, the MO had unknowingly obliterated countless races and seized vast territories through intermarriage with various alien tribes. As soon as these words were uttered, the banquet hall erupted into a cacophony of discussion, with attendees perplexed as to how Yi Feng had come to be regarded as a benefactor to the Zhang family. The information provided by the Academy regarding the Deep Blue delegation was merely a list of names and titles, rather perfunctory in nature, prompting Huakin to seek out alternative channels to acquire more substantive insights. "You're already aware of my stance, Billy," she declared. "I have resolved to be no longer astonished by the Anderson packaging team." Billy Jean, an ambitious manager, had the formidable financial backing of the Russian tycoon Prokhorov, allowing him to even pay for the players he desired. Contemplating this, Tao Ci felt an incessant throbbing in her head, even as an ancient beast of gluttony. Her situation appeared rather awkward. It was no wonder that when she first encountered Tao Ci, despite not being particularly taken by her appearance, she felt an unshakable urge to draw closer rather than harboring any aversion. Upon hearing this, old Zhang could only manage a wry smile, recognizing that his attempts at concealment were futile, as the 2 individuals before him had already deduced the truth. In fact, it was not only Su Ming who harbored such thoughts. All members of the Anomaly Bureau shared this sentiment. If there were no changes, what purpose would the revival of spiritual energy serve? Su Feng was the primary defensive target for Robert Parrish, and Hakim Olajuwon's actions were entirely justified. After 3 consecutive aggressive maneuvers, when Ryu was taken aback, for he realized that Yun Hao's strength in these successive counterattacks had increased each time. What could account for this? Dongfang Yuping gazed up at the black puppet, her heart a tumult of emotions, her fingers fidgeting restlessly, her magical energy surging, as if she might explode at any moment. Without granting any opportunity, 10 martial artists unleashed their most potent auras, charging towards Chu Xinghan and Bao Yun with lethal intent. Hearing Yu Zhengnan's words, Ning Dafeng was instantly struck with fear, wishing to grasp Lin Feng's hand forcibly. Matters such as these ought to solicit the opinions of others. If the Bai family and their associates consented to the proposed price, then renovations could commence. For Shan Junshun, whose cultivation was suppressed by the All-Spirits Soul Array, Yin Wufeng was greatly astonished. Had it not been for Lord Ji's provision of the All-Spirits Soul Array, this battle would have been fraught with complications. Chapter 128, The Dust of Lemon. The onlookers wore expressions of glee, reveling in the misfortune of Wei Er's hound, as a sense of vindication washed over them. After all, enmity among men can arise with the utmost ease, and any boastful claim related to certain abilities can render one a public enemy. The black sword light clashed against 2 treasure blades, causing Tian Fan to spew forth a mouthful of blood, which fell to the ground with a thud. As the 2 swords slipped from his grasp, embedding themselves nearby. A Maoshan Taoist? At the mention of this legendary title, everyone immediately thought of Lin Shu, Lin Zhengying. Yihua sent a message inquiring about the whereabouts of the 3 women, and upon learning they were still in Bone Town, he forwarded the coordinates of the Barbados Institute, requesting their presence. While only 1 model was needed, Yihua had not spent sufficient time with them to distinguish between their identities. Thus he called them all to select one. Sun Bai, who had been lingering there, teased that the difference between a man and a boy was starkly evident, with the primary indication being that the man possessed an understanding look toward those who had come before him, while the man, experiencing the mundane for the first time, was often lost in thought regarding that sensation. Before sleep, the deity addressed the world. You operate in such a manner, finding your suitable positions, and you shall evolve for 100,000 years. For the longest duration of the deity's rest was 100,000 years. Hence the deity allowed the earth and stars to move autonomously, deeming this a favorable arrangement. At this moment, Lin Yin stowed her bow, an arrow, retrieving a shotgun from her spatial watch. The shotgun's formidable power sent any approaching zombies flying with each shot. In a flash, the zombies that had been slowly advancing toward Lin Yin were obliterated, leaving not a single one behind. Simultaneously, a classmate, having procured a red silk ribbon from an unknown source, unceremoniously wrapped around Yiming's forehead. This adornment was a classic signature of breakdancing. To be fair, Chun Yuanxiao's singing was indeed commendable. His voice resonated deeply, with a rich timbre, rhythmically captivating and melodically profound. Furthermore, his emotional investment during performance was palpable, with expressions and gestures that were strikingly appropriate, and he deftly grasped the nuances of rhythm and cadence. Since he had been discovered, Jiang Yu ceased to be furtive, recognizing that damaging the blood vessels could also pose difficulties for the subterranean creatures, thereby alleviating his forthcoming burdens. The blade of condensed spiritual energy was far more potent and sharper than any sword forged from mysterious iron. Observing this, Yi Chen's lips curled into a frigid smile. Fushi's assertion stemmed from the notion that if it were merely the denizens of the beast prison, it would be manageable. However, should their otherworldly beasts be included, their strength would multiply exponentially. Each disciple of the 10,000 Beasts Valley felt immense pride and honor in their affiliation with the valley. In the lower realm, amidst a picturesque locale surrounded by mountains and lush trees, a beam of light descended from the heavens. One could observe the magical valley trees having their bark stripped. It could not fathom the presence of Old Zhu or the axe wielding the sky-splitting blade. According to Old Zhu's scientific reasoning, he could not comprehend the underlying principles. The foundation worker, Shi Jingtian, pondered whether his tasks could be accomplished, as every collapsed structure had a sound foundation. While reflecting on this, he inadvertently noticed the road surface damaged by a creature. This house was the only one they had not purchased, yet the owner had not appeared for over 6 months. Should this continue, the individual would be classified as missing, allowing them to directly obtain usage rights for the land from the office. Upon hearing this, Yuan, who had been somewhat morose, suddenly brightened, her face radiating joy as if she had stumbled upon a great treasure. The man's gaze scrutinized Yi Chun from head to toe, and upon noticing the fierce five-clawed dragon emblazoned on Yi Chen's celestial robe, his expression shifted to one of astonishment. How could there be a dragon on his attire? Was he, perchance, the son of the celestial emperor from the immortal realm? Correspondingly, of the 1,000 cosmic warplanes, only one was under the meticulous oversight of hundreds of personnel, while the cosmic battleships, as large-scale operational units, could not afford to have their crew reduced. Thus, all positions within these vessels were fully staffed. However, at this moment, Lu Su had already risen first, gesturing respectfully towards the 5 chief examiners from his seat, which was met with warm smiles of acknowledgement from them in return. Naposo's meaning was clear: do not gather too many defeated troops, as the commander-in-chief. He too had his pride. Minutes later, Arthur suddenly let out a roar, and everyone felt a powerful aura emanating from him. His arms thickened slightly, exuding a formidable presence. With the success of the first episode, Lu Shuo felt reassured to entrust the project to Anthony and his team. He collected his thoughts and began to sketch the comic he had set aside for many days. Any absence of a single factor would significantly impede speed. Thus, within Deva, Li Kaming was notably regarded by Tang Huan. Unbeknownst to Lu Shuo, Yang Chun had even orchestrated a live broadcast. Lu Shuo was not particularly fond of live streaming. Yet, as long as the Lu Jin network operated according to the standards he initially set, he would refrain from interfering. Indeed, at the outset, there was a certain wastage of materials. However, with time, one gradually became adept at handling various substances, leading to fewer errors when managing smaller quantities later on. To Li Wei's left stood his highly paid Russian retired Special Forces bodyguard, who raised his hand, while to his right, the French ex-Special Forces operative hesitated before doing the same. After a while, Bellies gradually ceased his movements, and those surrounding him paused as well. Observing Bellies' ashen complexion, some felt a sense of foreboding and promptly withdrew. As they drew nearer to the northern gate, the streets began to teem with the occasional passerby. The night fragrance merchants, awaiting their exit, formed a long queue, the pungent aroma wafting through the air, compelling pedestrians to cover their noses and hasten their steps. Duan Yu opened his mouth, but uttered not a word, not even sipping a cup of tea, as he departed with a swift stride. A tremendous sonic wave erupted within his consciousness, unleashing tumultuous tides, as his spiritual essence endured a harrowing assault. Due to the intensity of the ongoing conflict, even demigod-level knights like Locke accumulated immense pressure that demanded release. Jiang Xie paid little heed to the situation, pondering the reasons behind the excessive consumption of high-grade spiritual medicines over the past days. It was simply a painful ordeal. Having risen to sudden wealth through a robbery, he now found himself stripped back to his former state, a reality he struggled to accept. Chapter 129. The Sword Cultivation System of Douluo Continent. Chun Xian and Gu Rong returned to the Sword Peak almost in tandem. The moment Gu Rong set foot on the peak, a barrier formed by Chun Xian's third soul skill, the Spirit Sword Defense, enveloped the entire Sword Peak. Although the dispersed nature of the barrier significantly diminished its defensive capabilities, it was never intended to serve as protection against anyone. It merely functioned as a warning, a preemptive alert. As long as one possessed sight, the sight of such a barrier would suffice. Ah, born into privilege, yet possessing a heart akin to a bodhisattva. My foolish elder brother has squandered a fine hand of cards into this disarray, Kate remarked with a blend of sarcasm and despondency. The Xianhuang Great World is one of the 8 major cultivation realms, its vastness rivaling that of the Abyss Realm. However, the Abyss Realm is divided into 7 continents, with land slightly exceeding the ocean's expanse, while the Xianhuang Great World consists of merely 4 continents, predominantly covered by water. Meijia Hospital, a private institution under the new Jia Group, reserves the 15th floor exclusively for the C family. Venerable Wan Han smiled slightly. It appears that the pill master is indeed erudite, even aware of this ancient secret. However, our sect has also encountered an obscure record stating that the divine bird chose this location for its tribulation due to the presence of the 9 earth fire eyes. If she claimed it existed, would that mean he could avoid accompanying such a man on shopping excursions? Zhao Zhichen and M.O. Ling discussed matters pertaining to their battle team aboard the cruise ship, and as their conversation progressed, Zhao Zhichen suggested, if you could summon your sister-in-law, the discussion would be even more detailed. One day, he brought her into his sect, appointing her as the deputy sect master, and gradually, Su Jinxiu became more familiar with him, sharing her innermost thoughts. Perhaps due to frequent encounters with demonic creatures, the architecture and rooms here were impressively spacious. Li Wan, however, appeared unusually solemn, as she realized that the plan had already commenced unbeknownst to her. Meng Hai always approached matters with a foresight mindset, understanding that the unknown is the most terrifying aspect of any situation. Entering the vibrant, great colorful forest was merely the beginning. What lay ahead was entirely uncertain, with the escalating difficulty of tasks being a certainty. The confidentiality maintained by the National Alliance was remarkable, continually presenting unexpected missions that caught one off guard. After uttering this statement, Zhang Zhun fled the island without looking back. His immediate priority was to stabilize his injuries and preserve his innate cultivation level. Since returning to the Solar Star Celestial Court, Bai Feng had remained by Li Mo's side, without any objections on his part. As the saying goes, a single moment of anger can lead to the slaughter of a city, showcasing the esteemed status of the 5 generals within the empire. Moreover, each general commanded an elite force, with every unit comprising 5 heavenly-level legion commanders, numerous earthly-level captains, and 100,000 elite soldiers, their combat prowess evident. I suppose so. However, it is not that I am in a bad mood. I merely feel a sense of nostalgia, Suwon replied candidly. Indeed, according to Tong Tai's perspective, his early morning venture alone was intended to facilitate the delivery of numerous items, leading him to adjust his departure time out of concern for completing the task. However, he had no friends in the city and required no gifts for any business. Regarding the origin of the theory of the 5 elements, another account asserts, before the heavens and earth were separated, there existed a state of chaos. The universe was a singular entity with the sun, moon, and stars yet to be formed, and the alternation of day and night, warmth and cold, absent. Yet, a surge of spiritual energy intertwined and thrived within. Jiang Lang's words elicited nods of agreement from the crowd, as all present were experts and recognized the veracity of his statement. Lang Zhejun was hardly a match for Tong Tai, as he failed to mount an effective counterattack before being knocked to the ground by a barrage of whirling police batons. The air filled with roars, as everyone braced for a fierce struggle, witnessing the dense encroachment of the demonic horde, devoid of any hope of escape, and resigned to their final resistance and struggle. Chapter 130. Ning Fengji's Bitter Heart. Meanwhile, outside the border city of Notting in the Tiando Empire, a colossal serpent cautiously concealed its presence as it approached. Observing the bustling city, Deming's eyes gleamed with malice, yearning to annihilate every detestable human. Both Ro Yi and Ming shared this sentiment. After Emperor Tian declined to avenge Ming, Deming realized that no one in this world could be relied upon. For these soul beasts, to Emperor Tian, they were merely expendable. Although within Qi Huang City, the hidden talents and experts were numerous, the city lord was not necessarily the strongest, yet no faction dared to challenge the authority of the lord's residence. Not to mention, the backing of the Huangfu royal family alone was enough to intimidate most forces. Elders' remarks sparked a commotion throughout the venue, as the inheritance of the Flame Emperor represented an extraordinary opportunity, an irresistible temptation for any martial artist. However, Brant pursed his lips, understanding that Princess Griffin had invited him here with a letter, deliberately avoiding the gaze of the royal faction, surely intending to convey something significant. He remained unhurried, settling into a calm state as he awaited further developments. Hat trick! As the ball sailed into the net, Anfield Stadium erupted like a volcano, the crowd igniting with fervor. Upon hearing the commentator's words, the Liverpool fans united in a chant, hoping that George could replicate his initial hat trick while donning the captain's armband. Gripping the remote control, he pressed a button, and the massive LCD television across from him flickered to life. After the third disruption of the U-15's offense by Pujiang High School, Ma Kong regained possession of the ball, passing it to the flank as the right back and right winger coordinated to launch a counterattack. Today, the capabilities of the brain domain have become increasingly recognized and acknowledged by the public. The emergence of such abilities in high-stakes battles is utterly commonplace. Yet, to witness a purely technical contest in today's quarterfinals, executed with such brilliance, is indeed a rarity. Ahem, at the age of 20, George's proficiency in Mandarin was not particularly commendable. His intended message at that time was likely, "I am immensely grateful for your 100 yuan. Without it, I could not have devised such a flawless plan. I shall return this 100 yuan to you." Zhang Ming, lacking interest in football, was unaware that they were the much-discussed members of the Xiangju middle school football team. However, she recognized the two leaders among them. Although AC was his mother, due to Wu Kexin's own experience of reincarnation, certain matters were more effectively conveyed by him. Observing the situation, they exchanged a glance, prompting AC to summon Meng Guqing to a quieter location for discourse. Upon hearing this, Su Wanqin chuckled. His words elucidated why Feng Lingxue could convey messages to her while in the realm of giants. Do not feign ignorance. Tell me how you plan to deal with Li Bing, Lu Lao insisted, unwilling to let Su Yang evade the inquiry. Upon seeing the black crystal iron badge adorning Caesar's attire, all the shopkeepers became exceedingly amiable. The badge itself bore a value exceeding 10,000 gold coins, its presence signifying that the bearer possessed a spending capacity exceeding 5 million. However, before he could even make a move, Su Yang had already knocked him out. This gathering had indeed turned out to be quite intriguing. Regrettably, retracting one's words at this juncture was evidently impossible. Having arrived at their doorstep, Xiao Tai could only brace himself and proceed. Meng Meng proposed 3 suggestions. The first was to consolidate the businesses of the 3 families under a single management, allowing each family to live off the dividends. In the next moment, the body of the barbarian youth became enveloped in a myriad of electric currents, causing him to collapse involuntarily to the ground. On the other end of the phone, Li Yufeng was momentarily stunned for over 10 seconds, regardless of the circumstances. He had sold the stocks, thus apologizing to Yang Fan. Eugene remained silent, yet the white mist began to whirl rapidly like a vortex, and the gentleman concealed in the shadows emitted an eerie laugh, as if footsteps were gradually approaching, heavy and solemn, accompanied by an unbearable stench of decaying flesh that assaulted the senses. Chapter 131. The Transformation of Martial Souls. Young master, I have conceived a brilliant idea. Inside a slowly moving, luxurious carriage, Gu Xian lounged lazily on an exquisitely crafted small bed, while Yi Lingling and Du Guyan each held a paper detailing Gu Xian's 6 major talisman abilities, furrowing their brows in contemplation. Suddenly, Du Guyan, who had been gnawing on her finger, sprang to her feet and eagerly approached Gu Xian, exclaiming her excitement. It had been several days since they departed from the Sunset Forest, and although the carriage's speed, "Stop. You must express your thoughts to your Murong senior brother in the most artful manner. There are 34 ancient divine fragments remaining, and you ought to prioritize your family." Wu Fan interjected. Faced with the formidable Stormcaller, which left them utterly confounded, the 3 fleets of the Federation each exhibited varying reactions. In contrast, the Han army players had long been prepared. They swiftly donned sunglasses sold by the system store to entertainment players and covered their faces with towels, seizing the opportunity to launch a ruthless assault on the yellow-turbaned soldiers while they were caught off guard, sneezing and tearing up. After tearing apart the corpse, the old Taoist gazed at the blood and entrails strewn across the ground, then flipped his hand to grasp a talisman, murmuring incantations before casting the talisman onto the ground. "All right, Brother Luo Yi, I will have someone take care of it immediately." Upon receiving Luo Yi's message, Minnie promptly replied. Attribute. When affixed to a weapon, it bestows the effect of gluttony. When attached to armor, it grants the effect of devouring. When adorned on jewelry, it confers the effect of soul absorption. The White Eagle Blade possesses 3 special effects: Bloodsucking, Eagle Strike, and Eagle Groove, with the latter being the key to elevating the secret grade White Eagle Blade to the innate secret grade. Pao leisurely savored his drink at the flagship inn, while Bao Xinglong had already expanded the inn's presence throughout Yuhang, negotiating with the Lord Player of Shanin to establish a hotel in the Shanin Administrative Office. At that moment, an ear-piercing alarm echoed throughout the space city, causing people on the streets below to pour out of their homes like headless flies, crowding into the vertical lifts, preparing to flee to the airfield. Realizing the situation, Yuan Lei sought out Li Yong, while Zhou Bai maintained a serene smile, concealing her achievements and fame. She was indifferent to how Yuan Lei would persuade Li Yong to accept an interview. If even Li Yong could not be managed, then Yuan Lei's years of journalistic efforts would have been in vain. Halt! Another voice called out, belonging to Su Wanyang and Sunlin, who dashed out from the sanatorium. Although Xiao, he had surged to the top of the player rankings following the battle at Bright Summit, utilizing the God-burying pill. His prolonged state of severe injury would undoubtedly allow some top-tier experts to surpass him. Moreover, Princess Inua, being a senior disciple of the Ling Tian sect, was at least more knowledgeable about this area than the geographically challenged Yu. Due to years of failure, the morale of the Red Country was inherently lower than that of other nations, with the 9 competitors lacking coordination against the harmoniously cooperating teams from other countries. Even a slightly stronger brave would face defeat. Furthermore, the summoned brave from the Red Country held no advantage. Originally, Zhao Qian envisioned a straightforward scenario, introducing Jing Yan to the Tai Su Palace, which would then take her as a disciple, thus resolving everything. However, If others were to discover the secret surrounding Jingyan and contend with the Tai Su Palace, it would likely require a different price to be paid. Acquiring some exotic treasures from the cosmos? Su Ming was equally at a loss regarding what treasures could unlock the cosmic chains. The two raced forward in succession, and before long, they scaled the wall, landing in the forest outside Konoha village. Zhuiyang ceased his retorts, even halting his run, fixating his gaze on Paulson. Consequently, all the fans in the stadium and viewers at home became acutely aware of the unusual stillness of the king of Magdeburg, who stood motionless on the field, observing the Danish Paulson. Never one to doubt others, she had always preferred to act according to her intuition. Yet, ironically, Priya's instincts had consistently proven to be the most accurate. From the outset, Priya had sensed no oddity or hostility from Hela. Thus, she had never harbored a shred of wariness or aversion towards her. Chapter 132. The Resurrection of Long Xiaoyao. After manifesting the human figure, Guxian promptly cast the mouse talisman. Some matters, if difficult to ascertain through exploration, should be approached with clarity and simplicity. It would be best to summon a prominent figure from the future to provide guidance. Accompanied by a burst of white light, a terrifying black soul power instantaneously surged forth. The beam of light, formed from soul power, collided directly with the barrier of the fiery space. The entire fiery realm trembled precariously. After the cremation of the class leader's remains, we ceremoniously laid his ashes to rest in the martyr's cemetery. I'm not entirely sure. The status of a land sheep is not particularly high, and I only know what some other exotic beasts are aware of. Lisa Han shook her head. However, after considerable contemplation, Yanqing realized that he had assisted her, and despite being weary from battle, his subconscious urged him to rest a bit longer. Thus, they could not afford to fail. Even in defeat, they must ensure swift recovery, learning all means of self-preservation, including how to confront the seemingly insignificant yet cunning adversary of pride, and how to achieve everything possible. Stab. Blood Fiend No. One was the man who had sat to the left of Yi Tianhe that day, and, at this moment, he acted as the commander among this group of assassins. With none of them bearing the shadow of Yi Tianhe, no one could voice it. Associating with such a person would be too humiliating. Lan Xin cast a sidelong glance at Wang Zihao. Outside the city government courtyard, they hesitated to take action, merely following along, hoping to intercept Su Yiming on Zhongxing Avenue. A sense of frustration enveloped them. It turned out he had purchased that piece of land. Had they known, they would not have sought to reclaim their honor. But now it seemed likely they would not only fail to regain it, but also suffer further humiliation. Pursue! Yi Tian exclaimed, charging forward, only to be halted as someone grasped his arm. This time, it was Mo Yang rather than Deng Mingxin. Yet, one must not forget, Your Highness, that the National Advisor is also accompanying us. In the entire Yanzhao Immortal Kingdom, the number of mighty figures who can rival the National Advisor is but a handful. A voice reminded him. Unable to resist, Lien Rong acquiesced. Besides, kissing Ling, she was not an unpleasant experience, rather a curious sensation, ultimately leading Lien Rong to compromise. Lun Yin had never been so entranced by a kiss, as if through it, unspoken words could be conveyed to one another. Ji Lun Yin was taken aback by Shang Shi's demeanor. What had she said to provoke his ire? Ilan felt that the box, filled to the brim, would henceforth belong to her. Even this exquisite redwood box, which had been moved from Yi Ning after her prayers, was of the finest quality for wedding dowries. Worth over 1,000 taels, a rarity even in the Yi household, reserved for the firstborn. Mu Yin could only sit quietly, slowly seeking enlightenment, hoping to break through this bottleneck. Upon hearing Qing Yi's words, both Shangwan Wen and Ouyang Hongyu were momentarily stunned. Even the Empress's brow furrowed slightly, though all three maintained their composure. Only Mu Xi gazed at Qing Yi in disbelief, her eyes filled with shock and reproach, as if Qing Yi should not have uttered such words. Zhao Shu chuckled. Go tell her, I am about to depart, but I shall return. Li Wei, half convinced, stepped outside. Zhao Shu reclined back on the couch, closing his eyes to reimagine his plan. Ling Baolu halted her dance, looking at him with confusion. Upon noticing his expression, she felt a twinge of uncertainty. Daddy, I am not lying. I truly had a nightmare, Ling Huainwan said, fearing her father might see through her. Quickly embracing Ling Mo and burying her face in his nightclothes. No, that is not what I meant, Master Ahu stammered awkwardly, but before he could finish, an icy chill enveloped him, causing him to instinctively tremble and step back, uncertainly gazing at the enigmatic Chun Yi before him. Chapter 133, Long Xiaoyao's Musings. Regarding Gu Xian's talk of a found soul bone, Long Xiaoyao could discern even without thinking that he was being deceived. However, he was not particularly concerned about it. To him, he was already akin to a dead man. Although Gu Xian could revive him, it likely wouldn't last long. He was simply curious as to how Gu Xian was aware of the secretive path of Tang San's ascension to divinity, yet remained ignorant of the relatively open secret of the soul nucleus condensation method. The tiger, a cold, resolute aura enveloped him, and Si Tong Feng pondered. Who could it be? Surely, it could not be merely a one-man scheme, for such meticulous planning seemed orchestrated by an unseen hand, premeditated to bring about the downfall of the Xiaohou clan. I know her, Zhou Mingjian declared decisively, sitting down. Had his nerves not been extraordinarily resilient, he believed he might have already bled to death. Following the Yellow Turban Rebellion, various noble families began to fiercely contend with one another. The Chao clan found themselves at a disadvantage in their conflict with another family in Chunlu. In a bid to turn the tide, the Chao clan decided to recall Cao Cao from the kingdom of Jinan. Gazing into his warm, affectionate eyes, she understood that he had forgiven his mother and felt gratitude toward her. She realized that her efforts had not been in vain. The decisions she made were indeed correct. Gaining his acknowledgement made all her exhaustion worthwhile. All right, Chairman Zhou, Wang Dong nodded. Glancing at the silently weeping Yang Shua, heaved a helpless sigh, recognizing that the urgent matter likely rested solely on her shoulders. The clouds remained as dark as ever. The difference now was that Nie Xiong had witnessed everything, and fear gripped him, causing his hand to tremble on the gun. At that moment, he contemplated fleeing, as the courage to fight had crumbled in an instant. It seemed that Nie Xiong would never again dare to clash with Chu Zhai, for his life would forever be shadowed by that moment. Thus, when Wei Junsheng emerged from the bathroom, Su Mi was already fast asleep in bed. He fidgeted with his phone, hesitating to reach out, suddenly feeling that the sound of her voice might render him speechless, perhaps even lead to an argument. During this lesson, Prince Hao listened unusually attentively. In truth, he had no clue what Xiao Weiwei was explaining, as he was merely observing her expressions. "Young master, come eat." Wang Fan's voice chimed in, though it bore a hint of tremor, as though he were suppressing laughter. Those two brief words stirred ripples in the boy's heart. He resolved to remember that name, vowing to never forget it. Moreover, the warmth of the Red Sea had drawn most sea creatures from the Blue Sea to this side to weather the cold season, allowing them to indulge in a lavish seafood feast. Subsequently, a cacophony of sounds erupted, as the master unleashed a surge of immense spiritual power to counter the onslaught of sword rain. Yang County Magistrate remained at the banquet table, promptly inquiring upon the return of the two who had escorted the county magistrate home. Zhang Xiao chuckled at the flustered crowd, his script scattered by the wind, revealing a page. After the battle, Zhang Lingling calmly analyzed the situation with her team, gradually restoring their rationality with her explanations. The wind, sun, and rain had led the three to reflect on how splendid their days were in Huantian City. Everyone nodded in agreement, realizing they were indeed of the same ilk, finding no shame in ambushes. According to calculations, the genetic materials brought by Fei Yun could yield 628 bottles of basic gene breakthrough potions, 72 bottles of intermediate breakthrough potions, and 3 bottles of advanced potions. In recent years, the Wadiandi Empire enjoyed peace, yet the supplies within Tianhong Pass had not been replenished in a timely manner. After yesterday's battle, various resources were nearly depleted, leaving Tianhong Pass unable to ensure supply. Under everyone's gaze, the ailing man slowly began to move his hands, and in an instant, a chaotic and surging essence coalesced between his palms. In light of this situation, Du Feng chuckled softly. Is there something wrong with this wine? Indeed, there was. A few milliliters of poison had been discreetly blended into the bottle, a lethal toxin that vanished upon mingling with the wine, imperceptible even to the world's finest sommeliers. This sudden blow caused Long Chun to halt abruptly, wary of making any reckless moves. Upon reflection, he nearly slapped himself for his earlier folly. Chun Hui's tardy remarks required no probing from the crowd. Her expression of detached pity had already laid bare her sentiments. In a magical world, spatial rings should exist, right? They are essential for murder, arson, and travel. Why did you use a palm instead of a finger? Ningyu etlaymet. And isn't this connected to you? How come you are missing your middle finger while he retains all 5? I cannot say. Suffice it to say, this is of utmost importance to my Wu family. Wu Bai is now the leader of the Ghost 8 Blessings, and as such, is understandably reticent to divulge his affairs to outsiders. After tidying up, just as he was about to step out, an elderly woman suddenly appeared in Wang Tianxing's line of sight. Mo Cho furrowed his brow slightly, but refrained from saying much. for he was on another's territory and had no obligation to be accorded respect. Moreover, if he wished to eliminate Ningyu in this desolate land, he would need to enlist the assistance of these individuals. That would not do. Could it be that in the future, my wife will still have to rely on your hands to caress me? Mo-chan retorted in annoyance. The master of the war sequence had just unleashed a terrifying spell, yet the opponent had already evaded contact, completely vanished from sight. No sooner had he spoken than a series of rapid, high-frequency slashes struck the silver mech, causing it to tremble violently. Such a defense was exceedingly taxing, and Douluo had no fear of the enemy exhausting their stamina. To be frank, at this level of difficulty, there was hardly any consumption involved. If the opponent had this notion, they were gravely mistaken. Chapter 134. The Harvest and Human Traffickers. The space within the room warped, and Gu Xian's figure materialized from thin air. Finally, my efforts have not been in vain, Gu Xian sighed, a smile emerging as he felt the soul core within him spinning incessantly. After a friendly duel with Long Xiaoyao, the latter fully acknowledged Gu Xian's talent, insisting that Gu Xian become his disciple. After much contemplation, Gu Xian deemed this not particularly significant, especially considering Long Xiaoyao's character and integrity. Once all the foreign players were preoccupied, the few guilds could at most hold out for 3 days. After that, they would still have to face defeat, and the outcome would remain unchanged. The others, upon witnessing this, also took action, and in an instant, the air was filled with the shadow of gunfire, obscured by the fierce energy of the shots. Fortunately, there was a table in front of me, allowing me to barely lean on it. Without that support, I might well have collapsed to the ground by now. Although I still cannot ascertain what these individuals have been doing outside, there is no doubt they are biding their time, waiting for the opportune moment to stir up trouble. Yet, therein lies the dilemma. Even knowing I am ensnared within the star core, how does one go about destroying it? Truthfully, the moment the box opened, my heart felt as though it had been struck by an unseen force, as if the contents of the box were inexplicably familiar to me. Yet I could not recall their name. Chun Xiaoran turned to stand before Lin Shuan, obstructing her view, leaving her to gaze at the man before her. The owner of the fleshly palm was none other than Chun Xiaoran, his long black hair fluttering gently in the gradually calming wind. Beneath his dark bangs, a pair of eyes, as profound and unfathomable as a lake, revealed a hint of indifference. The subtle differences lay solely in their respective understandings of the true essence. The figure clad in black darted away. Should Mido fall outside the ring or faint upon the stage, Douluo would emerge victorious, and he, Lei Banzhou, would be hailed as an unparalleled genius, with all desires no longer mere vacuous illusions. In the 100 Ghost Cave, taking lives to forge means was a common occurrence. These 5 had traversed this path, having engaged in such deeds numerous times, and felt no particular remorse. The situation was perilous. Unless he disregarded everything to harness the power of the Star River map, he might have a 30% chance of breaking through the encirclement. The only ones capable of attracting such a figure here were undoubtedly the 2 of us, especially since this youth was acquainted with my cousin. Perhaps he was drawn here because of Yun Jilan. Moments later, he returned to his wooden chair, remaining silent for a while before moving his fingers, causing a sound transmission talisman to transform into a flame and vanish within the Grand Hall. The first thought that crossed his mind was that Sun Qingyun had discovered Su Qi's location and had sent these 8 individuals to eliminate him. It was not until the dead of night, when the world fell into an eerie silence, that the spiritual herbs in the medicinal field were finally watered. That child must be regretting it now. He should never have stepped into the Kuling realm, the scholar in the blue robe thought with a twinge of guilt, patting Xiao Zhenghong's shoulder before turning to enter an adjacent open room. A faint aura manifested upon his fingertips, distinct from spiritual energy, for there was nothing tangible to draw upon, almost ethereal in nature. Not only the disciples of the medicine sect, but even Han Feng, who was hiding underground, could not help but exclaim in astonishment. The phrase ignorance is bliss could not be more aptly applied to Shangya. The Flame Emperor did not evade. A pale yellow circular shield swiftly enveloped him. The shadow ball resembling a bubble dropped into boiling water, causing no ripples. The red dragon soared several hundred meters before hovering in midair, casting a disdainful glance at the rapidly approaching Thunder Eagle Knights. Its maw opened once more, akin to a flamethrower, unleashing torrents of flames upon the city of Shrek below. A perceptive elf noticed the anomaly, and disbelief spread across everyone's faces. Upon receiving the news, Diablo intensified the assault on the Rog Camp and Rugao Yin while dispatching 200,000 high-tier demons to support Ball. Jiang Xinyue's delicate brows furrowed. her expression darkening as she hesitated, saying, "I am unsure of his exact origins, but he is formidable. All the major forces in the world respect him, and no one dares to provoke him. Even the 9 places grant him certain benefits each year. Had it been in the past, even with her deep affection for Xiao Cheng, she would not have acted so shamefully in public. Yet knowing she was fated to die, why concern herself with trifles?" The 4 arrows were transformed from Xiao Cheng's sword energy, naturally under his control. If he wished to pin Li Yun down, he would do so. Reporting this matter to Cao Cao would undoubtedly cause the Prime Minister greater distress. Sun Yu was about to relay the current predicament to Cao Cao when he noticed Sun Yu signaling him with his eyes. Lifting his gaze to the troubled expression on Cao Cao's face, Sun Yu decided to bury his concerns deep within. Although Shang Kashi was smiling and engaging with others, his gaze remained fixed on Yang Bo, who was conversing with a general resembling a total soldier. Shang Kashi recognized him as Lu Ziqing, the general of Shandong. As he approached, an unpleasant stench of alcohol wafted toward him, causing Yu Haoling to involuntarily wrinkle her brow. Bai Mudan had been waiting in the Shilla tea house for Chang Daegu to return with the drum, yet she remained absent even after everyone else had finished their performances. Chapter 135. Murder. Boss, do you really think we should act? Just looking at them, it's obvious they are either wealthy or noble. What if we provoke the forces behind them? In a spacious room, 3 individuals huddled by the window, intently gazing at the narrow corridor outside. One particularly shifty-eyed fellow cautiously spoke to a fearsome-looking man. "You know nothing. Do you think if we refrain from acting against them, we will be safe?" The team previously mentioned by Feng, he undoubtedly dominated the top 6 ranks, with the last place, the Donglin Guard team, having merely stumbled into the mix by sheer luck. The other teams exhibited varying degrees of capability. Upon hearing this, Lao Luyan, who was searching for a disc, turned in surprise. Staring at the delinquent brandishing a gun at him, his face etched with shock. However, behind him, another man possessed a temperament that was entirely at odds with his own composed demeanor. Stewart held tightly to the reins as a warhorse streaked past him, charging directly towards the rows of glimmering lances. This middle-aged gentleman was the head of the Mitsui group, and thus, the individuals he represented in this message must undoubtedly be the true wielders of power in the land of the rising sun. Upon hearing the inquiry, Suyao, with narrowed eyes, regarded Levi in silence, keen to discern how he would proceed. "The sword you recognize is none other than the cherished blade carried by our esteemed ancestor during his campaigns against the Emperor," Wu Mingche declared. The traveler was indeed fierce. Disregarding the disparity in realms, he leapt forth, forming an encirclement around Yuxian. Yet this was merely a fade, akin to the initial impressions of Lu Jingshu when she first took residence here. She too found the opulence overwhelming and excessively extravagant, yet it was merely superficial. Su Fang's imposing presence had instilled terror in the aquatic monstrosities, driving the remaining creatures to flee in panic towards the resort lake. "My father's troops, numbering around 30,000, rely on this place for sustenance. Furthermore, my son and I need our own savings. If we do not earn now, how shall we secure a future for my brothers?" Chen Che expressed. Disinclined towards alcohol, perhaps due to his youth, Chen Che found it difficult to appreciate its merits. In social business gatherings, drinking was unavoidable. Yet in mere camaraderie, he would certainly prefer to abstain. Shun Rui, accompanied by her brother, ventured to the oil paper shop, and Wei Wanshan, with no choice, had to follow suit. The nature of the formation varied, and, consequently, so did its activation method. Upon observing this array, it is apparent that activating it with spirit stones will necessitate a considerable fortune in spirit stones, Mu Wu Miao elucidated. Uncertain whether this news was fortuitous or ominous, the group united their efforts and successfully pushed open one side of the stone door. Before them lay a vast stone chamber, its ancientness undeniable, cloaked in dust, yet unable to conceal its grandeur. The eyes concealed beneath the black linen finally emerged, revealing a pair that had been deliberately hollowed out, dark and abyssal like a bottomless chasm. Initially, Lin Xing felt a sense of pride after swiftly defeating Luo Qingli. But the pinnacle of the city's martial prowess soon served as a clarion call of caution. Observing Ling Ling's dazed expression, my emotions became complex, a turbulent blend of sentiments. My only concern was whether she truly comprehended everything or remained blissfully ignorant. The tasks of slaughtering, plucking feathers, and gutting, followed by igniting a fire, were not daunting for Kong Yun. Over the years, aside from refraining from theft, he had engaged in nearly every outdoor endeavor to make a living. Before long, the chicken was skewered over the flames. Once soft and fair, The feathers had turned a shade of ashen black, stripped of their luster. Even the formerly smooth plumage had become matted in places. Blood-stained Beacon gazed in silence at the plate before him. The food had lost all flavor, and it was cruel to be denied even the scent. Meng Xiao stared vacantly at the bottle of water forcibly thrust in her hands. Was she also part of this society? Yet she had been unaware until now, despite their might. How could mere flesh hope to outrun the swiftness of light? The bewitched beasts could only lament in despair as they separated from their soul-stabilizing pearls, collapsing, utterly exhausted, upon the ground. The elder smiled silently, blowing gently on the knife in his hand. His rough, calloused fingers grazed the blade, drawing a slight cut. Lu Huaicheng spoke truly, even if he did nothing wrong. If Gu Liangyan chooses to believe otherwise, no argument will sway her. The flame soul sword drew a thin line of blood across the neck of the dark demon. Despite his usual arrogance, trembled with fear, nearly collapsing. Why flee? We have successfully dispatched a sovereign. With this dimensional cannon, who in the valley could rival our American team? Joel proclaimed, birds are the most susceptible to death from stress, and given the current state of the one in the cage, it was unlikely it would survive even if rescued. Yet, the sight of his mother in tears made him uncomfortable, compelling him to face the inevitable matchmaking. He had not anticipated that those two fools would unveil such treasures. The old estate had proven quite lucrative, and Liang Wei had indeed secured himself two formidable allies. In the distance, all the young cultivators turned pale and hastily retreated, unwilling to approach the battlefield. Before the match, Fred had meticulously employed a spatial detection spell across the entire arena, revealing only 5 entities. How had this suddenly escalated to 12? In the courtyard, Liang Wei, Dejun, and Han Xiaodong, alerted by the ruckus, made their way toward the commotion. After the spring and autumn period, various nations extensively utilized bronze to mint different styles of currency, including knife coins, spade coins, and circular coins, culminating in Qin Shi Huang's unification of the square-holed round coin, which persisted until the late Qin dynasty. The laws of the celestial path are the fundamental principles governing a realm. When the laws coalesce, they form the essence of the world. This essence births its own consciousness, known as the consciousness of the world's essence, which instinctively maintains the natural order of the universe. This is what is referred to as the heavenly way. Shen Liang had come to a tentative conclusion that the masked man was indeed Xingyu, yet he adhered to their agreement, feigning unfamiliarity with Xingyu. Chapter 136. The Soul Master transforms into a soul beast. Young Master, shall we leave them to the spirit hall? Surely, there won't be any issues? De Guyan anxiously inquired, glancing back at the receding spirit hall, a hint of worry in her tone. After all, this was the first person she had saved, carrying a special sentiment. Rest assured, the smaller the town, the better the spirit hall's standards. Totter City is merely a medium-sized city. The spirit hall's officials within are quite responsible. Eternal entities are invariably guarded by fearsome beasts on the verge of eternal realms, leaving them with no hope whatsoever. This year, the world's busiest deep-water container port is Kwaichung Container Terminal in Hong Kong, which will only yield its title to Singapore in 20 years and to the mainland in 30. Gu Qi's fervent dedication to extreme sports was a source of great discontent for his mother, who found herself helpless to change his ways. As the fierce sword energy intertwined, it seemed to undergo some unknown transformation, continuously colliding and stalling until it erupted into a tempest of sword energy, sweeping across the entire sword domain. Uncle Chun scanned his surroundings. Ahead lay a dense forest, where remnants of crumbled walls could be discerned, resembling the ruins of a dilapidated temple. Chen Weiyun paid her no mind, engaging in conversation for a while longer before taking her leave, while the executives accompanied her exit, leaving the performers to revel in their festivities. The void tore open once more, and the hazy figure of Lord Moke stepped forth, radiant with divine light. The power of immortality converging effortlessly to intercept the strike delivered by Guan Yu. This segment of the interview aired at 7 in the evening. By that time, Yi Yuqing had finished work and was at her apartment preparing cheese, eagerly awaiting Chen Weiyun's return. As for this elusive technique, Li Xiaoke had only heard its name and never witnessed its execution until today, when a blood demon vanished into the earth, prompting memories of this legendary method to resurface. A furious roar reverberated across thousands of miles, imbued with unmatched power, sending shivers of dread through all who heard it. On the top floor of the towering edifice, a scarred face adorned with stubble meticulously polished a vintage golden handgun. In this era, such a retro firearm was considered a valuable antique, and this scarred individual was indeed an aficionado of these relics. As she surveyed her achievements, she poured herself a glass of red wine, offering a toast to Lillian and Adam before taking a sip and dialing Fong Fong on WeChat. After their cathartic release, they calmed down to observe the machinery, gaining a deeper appreciation for the formidable prowess of the steam engine. Meanwhile, Audie, appearing on the verge of tears, rushed to the front of Xia to prepare the vehicle. In times of peril, what one truly needs is rather simple: a warm embrace and a few comforting words, which are the rarest forms of genuine affection in this world. With silvery hair cascading down to her waist and deep, emerald green eyes that seemed to hold boundless depths, her divinely handsome visage was unmistakable, even if reduced to ashes. At the moment John stepped forward from the crowd, Wolverine's expression shifted dramatically as he charged towards him, riding the favorable winds of Qi Wang. It would be prudent to promote scientific farming to attract more students to the Agricultural College of Hangzhou, ensuring a future where more talents could be cultivated. The crisp, hurried footsteps approaching from outside brought an inexplicable sense of pressure, causing even the dust dancing in the light to leap in surprise. Huangshan County. Upon realizing that Zhang Jiaoliang had finally thought of that place, Tan Peng felt a weight lift from his heart. Why purchase so many items? Do you intend to stay here for an extended period? Lu Qingwan inquired, though internally she felt delighted, as they had already obtained their marriage certificate. Just as Mr. Sun finished speaking, a notification chimed in Wang Yuan's ear, signaling the arrival of system prompts. Witnessing this scene, Jiru Huan revealed a triumphant smile. It seemed that fear was not entirely absent, which was fortunate, as without it, she could not execute her long-planned scheme. Chapter 137. The Creation of the Seven Great Demons. Raising her hand, 7 crosses emerged in the fiery space, binding the 7 individuals securely upon them. These crosses were positioned at 7 distinct points within the fiery realm, with the final position occupied by Gu Xian himself. Young master, is such formality truly necessary? Observing Gu Xian's grandiose demeanor, Du Guiyan and Yi Lingling felt it was rather excessive. Is it merely a matter of modifying a few soul master's martial souls? Transforming them into soul beasts is not an insurmountable task. The blood-red eyes of the caterpillar flickered incessantly, clearly enraged, yet forcibly suppressed its fury, continuously reminding itself to remain calm. Du Guiyu murmured, gazing up at the sky, and after a prolonged silence, let out a sigh before re-entering the ghost prison. Is this an explanation? Anyone with eyes can see it, can't they? How could one traverse such a vast swamp in a carriage? At the street corner, a tall man kept his distant gaze fixed on the receding teal carriage. Guan initially intended to greet him, but it seemed that Yutong was not inclined to accept her salutation. He was the biological son of the Grand Princess of Beiki and the Emperor of Nanyue, and even as a hostage, the legitimate heir of Nanyue held an unassailable status. Who would dare poison him? Aside from the most esteemed individual in Nanyue, his biological father, the Emperor, who else possessed such audacity? Tang Yun arrived quite early, with still over half an hour before the banquet commenced. Guests were first arranged to rest in the side hall of the Changchun Palace, presided over by Empress Wu. You're sending him away again? After all that effort to convince myself to set aside my pride to see her, she sends me off again. That girl truly does not recognize a good thing when she sees it. Die for me, Mo Yong bellowed, his soul power surging like tumultuous waves, extremely volatile. As his palm, resembling a large fan, struck fiercely at Yi Feng, enveloped in soul energy. Lu Ruoyan caught his eye immediately. Unexpectedly, such a fine treasure was coveted by many, and his older brother behind him also had his sights set on her, insisting on acquiring her. Although Yue possessed considerable combat experience, the sudden emergence of Wu Qing's inhuman strength was terrifying. However, his combat experience paled in comparison, and just as he thought to flank the opponent for an attack, he was shot, allowing Yue to escape. How could Wu Qing not feel rage? Though money is desirable, one must have a life to spend it. This simple truth was understood by Haifeng. Afterward, he cast a glance at the neatly folded bedding, a bitter smile forming at the corners of his mouth. Yet trouble loomed, as both nations encompassing the Serengeti plain seemed reluctant to permit the mechanical undead dragon to enter, fearing it would incite panic, particularly since Wang Dao's notoriety was widespread. He was infamous for calamity wherever he went, and they were even more averse to his arrival. The Gathering Spirit Hall was known to few. Even the deceased Qin Tianyu lacked the qualification, reserved only for genuine prodigies or those who made remarkable contributions to the Dragon Soul. Upon hearing Chun Zhang's words, Bai Qian Nua's delicate form trembled involuntarily. tears cascading down like a broken dam. Sects such as the Blood Orchid sect and several others had not even qualified to appear before these 10 colossal gates in the past. Young Master Wan Jiahui has died, Zhao Wujing reported to Luo Lingfeng, the news of Wan Jiahui's recent demise having reached them swiftly. Last night, Lu Yaoyuan had persistently called for Chu Ci, plunging his heart into despair, while Zhuang was perplexed as to why she instinctively lied. Fatty, I initially intended to grant you a bit more time. Unfortunately, you brought this upon yourself. Wang Xin said coldly, arms crossed. After all, she had altered the script first, for Shang Ming to continue the unfolding narrative. He had no choice but to adapt the script accordingly. Because he was unaware of AI Suixin's intentions to alter it in such a way, he had been exceedingly anxious. Though I wish I had never met her in this lifetime, I must admit that it was precisely because of my presence that her life has been tumultuous. In merely 2 decades, she should have been focused on her studies, graduating, and marrying into a well-matched family to enjoy a life of comfort. Sun Dajing expressed his immense disdain, abruptly shaking off Chun Xiaohong's hand and retreating to a distance. Qihua examined closely, noting the presence of 5 elemental energies: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, each exhibiting an alarming degree of purity. His actions were not rooted in wealth or the backing of a powerful figure. Wang Fan mused that it seemed his actions had indeed captured the attention of the school authorities. The trio of significant figures from the political education office were likely eager to meet him at this very moment. She approached him, halting suddenly at a distance of roughly 10 feet, her amber-hued pupils fixated solely on him. You all go ahead and eat. I have matters to attend to. Allowing her hand to rise, she glanced at her watch before sweeping her gaze over Wenyang. Laha Su was still far away. He could neither steal nor deceive. Nor could he beg. If it were anyone else, this journey would have been rendered impossible. As Long Zhan began to speak, Xiaofeng immediately turned to lay on the seat, his eyes fixed intently on Long Zhan. Yu Xian also rose from the sofa, observing Xia Shiguang, who had already entered the courtyard, her expression complex. Even if it truly is a haunted house, I must venture inside to take a look. Lu Qingqing fears hunger more than ghosts. He felt that the words of these two seemed accurate, and ever since the chrysanthemum yellow pearl began to glow, a strong premonition had grown increasingly vivid within Qi Fan's heart. Xia Shiguang merely held onto his arm like a child, allowing Gu Chun to pinch her cheek and wink at her. In the summer twilight, it became evident that Gu Chun had truly awakened. With a grand flourish of his fox fur sleeves, Wei Chuan cast aside his trivial duties and seized the Zhongzhu order with determination. I vanquished Yi Guqing with that very sword. Beneath the heavens, who else is worthy of wielding it again? Qin Yang, unable to contain his excitement, lifted his phone and captured her visage, admiring the result with satisfaction. Although utilizing the 6th-tier lightning was indeed fraught with pain, as long as he managed the intensity, Shen Tsung would ultimately find himself in a safer position, devoid of any genuine peril. Within the city of Shuzhou, the Matsui Brigade stood ready, with the division commander imparting final instructions to Commander Matsui Ichiro. Meanwhile, Fu Yang awaited the impending battle, steering the holy court with a flicker of anticipation. He had never before witnessed such grandeur, and reflecting on past celestial conflicts now seemed akin to child's play. Chapter 138. The Birth of the 7 Little Demons. Is the transformation of the martial soul truly this agonizing? Du Guyan gasped in astonishment at the plight of the hapless experimental subject, her voice trembling. She felt a wave of relief wash over her, grateful that her household's young master had not chosen her as the first test subject. Otherwise, even if her martial soul had metamorphosed into an ice dragon, she would have vehemently opposed it. Such torment was unbearable. Realizing the gravity of the situation, she vowed never to experiment on herself without absolute certainty again. Hua Xiao swiftly retreated, yet he was besieged by an overwhelming number of skeletons. There was no escape without confrontation. Nevertheless, he remained undaunted, for with sword in hand, nothing could encroach upon him. However, at that moment, a sinister smirk crept across the ghost general's lips. What did this signify? He was well aware of the formidable power of the Qin sword and dared not approach it recklessly. After all, the ghost sovereign had expended considerable energy to wield it in the past, and he would never be so arrogant as to compare himself to that legendary figure. Today, I shall depend on you, the handsome man declared, brandishing a duck he had slain, before proceeding to pluck its feathers. Once completed, he departed with the now transformed duck meat. Sensing an imminent threat, Lu Qingyi and Yi Wuyo sprang into action. Yet, just as they soared into the air, they were abruptly intercepted by several burly men who ensnared their limbs. A skeletal remains, impaled against the stone wall by a steel lance, had astonishingly retained its deathly posture after all these years. Hearing this, Qin Gu scoffed, articulating each word deliberately. What if they are thieves? Today, you shall face the old man before speaking further. With that, Qin Gu lunged forward, fists raised. She remained wide-eyed, disbelief etched across her features, yet her pupils dilated, and blood trickled from her lips. She could scarcely fathom meeting her demise at the hands of her lover. Just yesterday, they had exchanged tender affections, and now they were irrevocably separated by the chasm of life and death. After consulting the map and turning the corner, he headed towards another route where a bus awaited, ready to transport him to school. Get lost. The soldiers, however, paid no heed to his protests, knocking both individuals to the ground with a single punch. Yet, he had gained her heart. She had bestowed upon him her very essence, her most treasured possession, more valuable than life itself, and more profound than sweet memories. They were bound by life and death, unwavering in their devotion. What was he to do? Thus, as they charged forth unprepared, it would seem as if they had triumphed over their adversaries, catching them entirely off guard. How could this be? I gasped, eyes widening in disbelief, as I stubbornly removed several packs of cigarettes from the top and examined them closely. The cans were a dime each, and the bottles of cola 2 dimes. Yet today seemed to have brought a scant number of customers, leaving me with little to collect. Lost in contemplation, pondering trivial matters, Qi Tianyang suddenly tugged at my sleeve, pulling me back from my reverie. Cooperate? Huh, what will we possibly collaborate on? My company is already riddled with holes, on the brink of collapse. Song Chong chuckled, though his smile was laced with bitterness. The situation had unfolded too abruptly. Zhang Li had been caught entirely off guard by the wet nurse's kick, nearly sending him tumbling from the vehicle. Additionally, the attire of the locals exuded an air of ethnic tradition, with only a few clad in outdated shirts and leather shoes, reminiscent of a bygone era before liberation. Douluo gazed at the sky, lost in thought. At that moment, Heya emerged. Before long, the roller skating rink was packed with people, those who could skate and those who could not, all perspiring profusely, reveling in the lively atmosphere. As the cacophony of music and flashing lasers reached a fever pitch, the White Wave Army outnumbered the garrison of Yang County, eventually discovering a gap in their defenses, leading to a brutal struggle for control of the battlements atop the city walls. Among them were striking white wolves, their majestic forms reminiscent of the mountaineers from the World of Warcraft. The moment Lin Mu laid eyes on them, he was entranced by their beauty. The old demon had initially planned to transform Tian Shao into a half-demon, awaiting the day when Yi Lei's powers would grow once more, restoring the vitality that had been lost, thus allowing him to achieve the minimum threshold of the lower demon race. Sensing the malevolent aura emanating from Han Shao, the 4 demon steeds became panicked, their frantic whinnies filling the air. One collapsed, its legs giving way, while another fell into a fit of terror, rolling over. Within the Star River Palace, danger loomed at every corner, and the oppressive atmosphere mirrored that of the outside white mist. Yi Lei's spiritual energy was confined to a mere 30 meters. Should he lose his radar, the perils of this realm would escalate exponentially. Bai San, ever unpredictable, scrutinized Lin Fei with trepidation. Having witnessed Lin Fei's miraculous feats time and again, he held a deep-seated respect for him. Yet upon hearing Lin Fei's confident, boisterous laughter, an ominous premonition surged within him, compelling him to flee like a streak of light. For this, I must trouble Yao Yao once more, to see if she possesses any means to upgrade the technological dragon. In this critical moment, Lin Tian grasped the magnitude of what had transpired. The mantis had unexpectedly broken through its own cultivation, manifesting in human form. The illusion dream quickly materialized a light shield before itself, yet Kashibu's strike was terrifyingly powerful, shattering the shield with ease. At the western entrance of Taohua Town, a multitude of yellow turban elite troops, numbering in the thousands, surged towards the town, evidently intent on encircling Sundali. If you're merely a passerby, why do you harm the citizens of the Mingyu realm? Why treat the forgotten granny with such disrespect? The knight demanded. Gong Daquan rejoiced, exclaiming, "That is simply marvelous. I shall certainly attend." He promptly retrieved a gilded business card from his pocket and presented it to Zhao Yu. Bai Yu Xue remained perplexed, questioning why Zhu Xiangjuan would assist one so intent on securing a position of power. Thus, Zhu Xiangjuan made yet another appointment with an otolaryngologist. Explaining his condition to the doctor, the physician assured him that it likely posed no significant issue. suggesting that the olfactory cells in his nostrils may have sustained injury and were presently in a dormant state, expected to recover in due time. Indeed, this was of a destructive nature, a force far more potent than that of the Imperial Tower, hundreds, thousands, even tens of thousands of times more intense. As Gue Ma gazed on with reluctance, Seventh Master stepped into the bathroom, indulging in a comforting hot shower. As a result, one wandered aimlessly in front while the other followed chaotically behind, and somehow they found themselves entering a restaurant where they ordered 2 sets of children's meals, with Mei Qin taking responsibility for the bill. Although this tripod seemed equally constrained by the laws of this realm, preventing it from unleashing its full potential. The flames swirling around it indicated a burgeoning power that hinted at its ability to counteract these very laws, reminiscent of Zhuangzi's philosophy. Chapter 139, The Sheep Talisman. The dog talisman allows one to return to their peak. However, the frenzied state of the little demons represented their pinnacle moments. Had it not been for the restraining cross, they might have already begun their wild, unbridled gallop. I require the strength of the sheep, Gu Xian murmured, observing the deranged 7 demons. Previously, he had been concerned about the age of his soul rings, but since the tiger talisman had forcibly balanced the power within him, such concerns had diminished. It turned out that those who had reached the realm of myth within the guild were primarily players themselves, with no heroes among them. Lin Shuyu was unaware of the content of their conversation, yet she was certain that her mother would not easily consent to her being with Zhou Jingming. Growing weary of the incessant calls, he waved his hand lightly, and the person who had been shouting vanished without a trace, cast out of the inn. The Chinese and American teams would undoubtedly choose to enter the circle from 2 edges, while the Belgian team had only one route, straight into the circle. Baby didn't advance. She must be feeling quite down. As her boyfriend, it's only right for me to comfort her immediately. Just as I was lost in contemplation, a genuine thunderclap suddenly resounded in my ears, and I felt as though I were plummeting into the clouds, my body uncontrollably descending. Surrounded by an engulfing darkness, I could only perceive an endless fall, ultimately losing consciousness in a haze of confusion. Upon hearing the officer's inquiry, Han Mo's heart began to race. He was not afraid of being recognized. If it came to that, he was confident he could silently eliminate the officer. However, this would impede his ability to gather information. Yu-In pursed her lips, gazing at the astonishing attributes, before resuming her examination of the subsequent fate attributes. At that moment, the office door was flung open, and Gu Linji stormed in with great urgency. Those with high emotional intelligence naturally concealed their feelings. Even if they disapproved, they would not lose their composure at such a significant occasion. In contrast, Fang Yuma's eyes nearly ignited with jealousy as she beheld Su Cha entering in a starry evening gown, radiating an aura as though the entire award ceremony were dedicated to her. This was also a crucial stage for showcasing oneself before Jialeila, and Xia Chun had prepared thoroughly. Jiangli suspected that Su Haxiang was still unwell, as she rarely spoke and had not smiled, indicative of depression, while riding a motorcycle could offer her release from her mania. As Aisha, recognized as one of the top 5 combatants in the Special Operations team. Even if this was merely a ruse, she had to evade it. The main building was an old-fashioned 3-story structure, though it appeared to have been recently renovated. The walls remained quite pristine. Onlookers among the students turned their heads. The leader was about to take action. It was wise for bystanders to keep their distance to avoid an unfortunate fate. The sense of being watched that I had felt earlier might have been due to the alchemical vessel awakening the mark of the fallen phoenix, drawing the attention of an immortal-level powerhouse from the celestial realm. The Gung-Gue tilted its head, inquiring about Xia Chen's intentions, its plump body firmly blocking the partially open door, staunchly guarding the trainer's safety. Yi Longyuan resembled an ignited powder keg, suddenly bursting with rage, an immeasurable fury erupting forth. The leader of the X-2 Special Operations Team, Long Shou, shouted, his words brimming with trust in feng shui. Su Haxiang nodded in understanding, although she disliked oranges. She did not wish to disappoint the young man's goodwill and placed the fruit on the table. The emperor pondered the earlier question, with Princess Ning's clarity and composure. Could it be that the Rome family was indeed wronged? His brows furrowed tightly. The man reluctantly retracted his concealed weapon, swiftly maneuvering to evade the collision course of the carriage. Yet the carriage seemed to possess a mind of its own, and the driver's skills were remarkable, making escape impossible. Chapter 140, The Hospitable City of Noting. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Due to the need to teach the 2 women footwork, Gu Xian led them deep into the wilds after departing from Tao City. Fortunately, his sense of direction was strong enough to prevent them from straying. After enduring half a month of life under the stars, Du Guiyin and Yi Lingling finally managed to grasp the basics of the Lingbo Weibo and treading on snow-seeking plum footwork techniques. Gu Xian's gains were not insignificant either. First, concerning Soul Bones 6, Yinli had long since departed, and a gentle breeze carried her response. I'll take care of the child for you. I can't be bothered to listen to your incessant prattle. You become like a nagging old woman. How mundane. The voice faded as she walked away. Su Haochuan. This young man had indeed surpassed his predecessors, living up to his adoptive father's reputation. An elderly gentleman who had washed his hands of the game for many years, lamented while playing with his jade snuff bottle. Whether it's through the back door of the Divine Lordess Hall or from the back door to the main hall, someone must have been injured and crawled their way here, he stated earnestly, crouching down to scrutinize the ground. Fu Yunxi, however, paid no mind, casually grooming her eyebrows. This time, she arched the tips, diminishing her softness and adding a touch of sharpness. I have no time for formalities. Let us work together and support each other. Otherwise, we'll all be damned to remain here. The police officer grumbled impatiently. An analysis of his language and tone indicated that the two could not possibly be aliens. A general voiced his opinion. The child remained still. Zhonglan made a gesture to call out, briefly inserting the pacifier into his mouth before withdrawing it, saying, "Call Daddy," and mimicking the action again. Xiao Yao was unperturbed by the fierce expression on his face. "We do not oppose your leadership. We merely wish to sell you some pigs." This group controlled the pork business, driving down the price of live pigs while inflating that of pork, which was indeed despicable. Moments later, Li Luo entered wearing a sea blue robe, fanning herself, appearing radiant and untroubled, as though she had never been lost. Xiao Yao had not anticipated this layer, as she had never considered exploiting a back door for an advantage. Moreover, she had intended to sell cloth at the Linji fabric shop. Kay nodded, collecting the wine and gold coins from the table before rising to leave, while the group watched his retreating figure with varied expressions, none daring to speak. Mu Yi grumbled, and upon looking up, saw two fists, one black and one white, swaying before him, instantly tightening his lips as he silently marched forward. Daring not to glance at the already vexatious duo, this constant temperature chamber was a product of high technology, capable of providing a stable temperature for the biological entities contained within. The life state of the ant eggs would remain in a dormant mode, preventing hatching and maintaining their embryonic form. Chen was unaware of Murong Shue's thoughts and had no desire to know. He merely regarded Suya as an ordinary friend, unbothered to curry favor with a mere mortal given his status as the Demon Emperor. His current status is not completely foreign to practitioners. In fact, he has even hired several cultivators as bodyguards. To say he is arrogant would be an understatement. He believes that only he has the capability to accomplish this task, while others are incapable. Xue Xiaoxiang initially thought she had found a protective wing in Emperor Dantai Majin, considering it the most fortunate encounter of her life. For certain purposes, Lin, who presently requires not only a tenfold increase in combat prowess, but also a deeper emotional resonance. Should these elements enable him to achieve a more profound state of mind, Lin, who would undoubtedly persist in this pursuit. As soon as Su Ran arrived at the pet shop's entrance, her phone rang. Upon checking, she discovered it was a call from Yen Sui. Additionally, locating Aunt Yang is crucial, as the venerable ancestor of the Southwest sect has vanished from the Su family. Should this news spread, it could thrust the Su family back into the spotlight. At this moment, Pei Jingqiu began to feel genuine anxiety, unable to confront Yi Beixian. On ordinary days, Qian Kai holds considerable influence in Wu City, especially when Su Xing embarked on his adventurous journey to Yu City for the first time, where Qian Kai faced significant challenges in problem-solving. Suddenly, his jaw dropped, and Pei Jingqiu was taken aback by the unexpected intimacy. Momentarily flustered, her large eyes darted around, unable to settle. Initially, she merely intended to borrow a path to the palace, but unexpectedly arrived at her destination. Just as Mo Ning sought to inquire about the location of the soul-replenishing pill, a nearby eunuch rushed forward. However, the appearance of Emperor Qin Shi and his companions made Han Yuan realize that his past experiences were not mere dreams, but indeed real occurrences. That's right. Once the task is complete, I will also give you 200,000 yuan, Deng Zhixue stated. At first, no one was willing to believe it. But when the Eagle Tribe Aerospace Bureau subsequently released nearly 30 years' worth of observational data and simulated the scenarios of the distant hairy exoplanets approaching Earth, Everyone fell into a profound silence. As for the strength of the avatar before them, no one could ascertain its true power. But it was certainly not weaker than Li Guang, who ranked 11th in combat prowess. After a cordial exchange, before Qian Kai and the one-eyed scarred man could utter a word, those who complied had already taken the initiative to deal with the dissenters. If all goes according to plan, Wu City will soon become Su Xing's territory, and his methods for acquiring this territory are relatively straightforward. Reflecting on the rescue of Wu Linglong, it remains unclear whether it is a blessing or a curse. One can only hope that the Yin family will not be implicated. Feng Luo, is it? I still don't understand how you ended up being auctioned off, Gu Yin said, appearing like an obedient child, resting her chin on her hand as she gazed at that unoffensive face. Feng Jing then shouldered the medicine box, bowed, and took a step back before turning to leave. Xia Yin quickly followed him, escorting him to the entrance of the Fu Lu Hall, only to be stopped by the guards. Yet, she felt unhappy, deeply so. Her heart ached. Why wouldn't he confide in her? Thank you for the compliment, Director Yun, Chu Luoshi said lazily, sensing that the praise carried an undertone of complexity and intrigue. Construction of the third phase must be completed to my satisfaction. Currently, it falls short of my expectations. Lena was dissatisfied with the status quo, knowing that the chip industry, color television industry, and computer industry were yet to be initiated, and the value of the heavy industrial city was woefully inadequate. Li Mozan had known Lin Su the longest, and understood that Lin Su was not one to speak without discretion. At this moment, the mention of the Emperor's preferences in her presence carried an implicit warning. Chapter 141. The protagonist? Merely a bystander. In the eyes of villages like Shanghun Village, Nodding City is undoubtedly a desirable location. Even in the present, to Tang San and Xiao Wu, it appears exceedingly prosperous. Yet the stark reality is that in a small city like Nodding, even the city lord is merely a sole sovereign. Across the entirety of Douluo continent, it ranks among the most backward cities. Within the city, the number of soul masters is few, and those with capabilities have mostly sought opportunities elsewhere. Even Xiao Wu, a soul master, finds herself at a disadvantage. Her elder brother possesses a matching hairpin, and to this day, she has yet to prepare the words to inform him of their father's demise. However, the Far East is the foundation of the Jiang family. For centuries, no one has dared to encroach upon their territory, and at present, others lack the capacity to manage the chaos in the Far East. Who should be dispatched? If you wish to work independently, yet the dispatch center refuses to assign you tasks, what can you do? As he entered the house, Lin Changyu called out for his wife, this grandiosity making Feng Zichen feel rather uncomfortable, as if an important relative had arrived, stirring unease within him about the questions to come. Yu Xuanquan and Shi Ruomei adjusted their postures, preparing themselves to approach Shi Yi and her companions resting in the pavilion, only to overhear Shi Yi's caustic remarks before they even drew near. In Guangzhou City, Fukang Group reigns supreme in the mechanical processing industry. Every year, during the city's skills competition, the comprehensive ranking is invariably topped by Fukang Group. Wang Kuan was taken aback when Feng Zichen actually approached him, took the money from his hand, and raised an eyebrow with a peculiar smile, a smile that felt hypnotic, almost like a whirlpool, strangely eerie. Huang Sidong retrieved a cigarette from his pocket and lit it. The dark red flame flickered under the incandescent light for several seconds, visibly burning down a segment of the cigarette. A minute later, Huang Sidong finally exhaled a cloud of smoke that filled his lungs. 666 felt somewhat troubled. Bay Air was the first-place winner from the previous season, while Xinxia achieved the highest score, making them formidable opponents. As if to compensate for the lack of timely notifications, the system erupted in a series of congratulatory messages. Just imagine, how many players in the Demon Realm had luck as similar to his? Without such fortune, he would likely still be a beggar. Brothers, we still need to level up. We must take our leave for now. Until we meet again, Zhao Lin waved his hand. In an instant, thunder roared outside, followed by flashes of lightning. Before long, torrential rain poured down, with large raindrops mercilessly drenching every corner of the imperial city. This spirit was quite clever. Yuan Yuan raised an eyebrow, noting from its voice that it was still young, perhaps easy to deceive. According to statistics compiled by Wang Yinzhong and some of the Zhou family's cultivators who received gifts, the total value of these offerings has already surpassed 10 million low-grade spirit stones. Lu Sansheng would assist him in redeeming the souls wrongfully lost at his hands, granting them the opportunity for rebirth, thereby alleviating his own sins. Xin Yuan, how nonchalantly bent down to pick up the fallen memorial and, upon opening it, found it filled with accusations against him. Junior sister, I must confess, I am quite pleased. Dealing's voice was soft, his peach blossom eyes as beautiful as ever. Indeed, it seeks to exploit the narrative of being 18 to compel Yu to prioritize the main quest. Bai Ruoxue, in a bid to frame herself, was willing to wager her own reputation, presenting these photographs to Yun Jinhua, convincing him that it was she who had sought to conspire against herself. However, Cao Cao, based on his understanding of Yuan Shao, considered him to be ambitious yet lacking in talent, deficient in courage, stingy and ungrateful, obstinate and self-willed, possessing a multitude of troops yet lacking clear command, with proud generals and inconsistent policies. Thus, he resolved to muster the tens of thousands of troops at his disposal to confront Yuan Shao's impending assault. Chapter 142. Tang Hao makes an appearance, feeling wronged. Gulp. Tang Xin initially intended to voice that Gu Xian had to pay for injuring his classmate. Yet the moment Gu Xian cast his gaze upon him, an overwhelming sense of pressure enveloped him. Was it an air of nobility? Or perhaps the aura of a formidable opponent? Tang Xin could not discern the source of this suffocating presence that gripped his heart, but he found it deeply unsettling, if not fearsome, prompting him to instinctively lower his head. Ah, what a predicament! The boss felt a shiver run down his spine, shaking his head in resignation. He understood that once the opportunity for pleading was missed, there would be no room for retreat. The tightly fitting scales enveloped his entire form. As he gently stroked them, he felt their formidable hardness. No wonder Chengdang claimed that ordinary weapons could not harm it. This was quite different. The colorful cloud bridge was far more majestic and fantastical than an ordinary pedestrian bridge, and it surpassed it in length and width. Douluo was truly astounded, snapping photos incessantly. Last night, Fu Lin had conducted an investigation into their rivals, only to uncover that the adversaries were not manipulating the situation from behind the scenes, which was rather perplexing. The zombies paid no heed to what one wore, their claws and jaws lunging straight for the two who had been knocked down. The pair screamed in resistance, yet they were instantly torn to shreds by the zombies, leaving nothing but tattered armor behind. Upon hearing this, those privy to the truth cast strange glances, and Su Feng subtly signaled to the newcomers. Never mind, better safe than sorry. I shall remain at the forefront. It would be fortunate to provide Gu La with an escape, lest we truly face humiliation. A threatening growl resonated, as the two-headed lizard seemed to sense by Jing Xuan's abnormality. Its two grotesque heads lifted high once more, slowly approaching Bai Jingxian. The man clad in a suit, looking bewildered and slightly irritated, stepped into the light from a shadowy corner. The ancient visage of the high-crowned Taoist finally displayed a flicker of emotion, while real man Lu abruptly recalled the scene of Su Zhuang and the three Yuan confronting and defeating the three great demons. Chui suddenly felt a profound malice. He envisioned his future self toiling for upgrade materials. The medical record's subsequent photographs depicted Lin Onxin in ambiguous poses with various men, some of whom he recognized, renowned directors and currently popular male stars. She had heard it said that those rebels were reckless, having revolted due to not receiving the military pay dispensed by the court. Jian Yijuan felt akin to a sinner, as the tranquility and beauty of everyone around her were utterly shattered because of her. On this day, yet another explosive news story swept across the internet, overshadowing even the news about me. Indeed, a good brother, a lifelong good brother. Chen Zhonglu began with a beaming smile, but upon recalling his mother, a wave of melancholy washed over him. This situation cast a heavy pall over the entire Middle Yuan world, and as time passed, this oppressive atmosphere thickened ever more. Lin Jijia chuckled softly. No, I rather enjoy it. After answering, she proceeded to pick up something to eat. Indeed, the moment I invited her to sit, she unceremoniously tossed a divorce agreement at me and demanded my signature. He appeared in no mood to engage in idle chatter with Lin Howren, simply sitting there, as if he were waiting for her. Xie Yanan responded with resolute clarity. As Zheng Rui had just enumerated, he had already meticulously searched through the system. Be it chickens, ducks, geese, dogs or pigs, cows, sheep, and horses, every conceivable livestock could be found in this world. Ronoa believed that, as the official manual of the company, its contents should be updated promptly, at least to ensure greater accuracy, rather than the current discrepancies. He felt it his duty to point out this error. However, he could also understand, for it was a manual intended for newcomers, naturally designed to extol the company to the utmost. Chapter 143. The Appearance of the Azure Bull Python. In the realm of soul masters, there has long existed an obscure, unspoken rule. The first to release their soul ring will exhibit diminished momentum. Dan Hao, in the presence of the junior Gu Xian, wished to assert the demeanor of a powerful figure. However, Gu Xian remained unaffected by the aura he unleashed, even neglecting to manifest his martial soul. This thwarted Tang Hao's intention to subdue Gu Xian decisively. Yellow, purple, black, 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 red. 9 in total. Zhao Hao activated a 1,000-mile eye talisman and looked up, immediately spotting Song Jiang on the deck of the first great ship. He hurriedly examined this individual's attributes, discovering that his favorability level had reached 80 and loyalty stood at 75, finally allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. As it turned out, she had overthought it. Upon entering the main hall of the New Covenant Cathedral, she found the people inside still reveling, singing with abandon, their voices hoarse yet unwavering, seemingly brimming with boundless vitality. This, Luo Yao knew. It was merely that the vehicles in the magical city were fewer in the more remote areas. Luo Yao reflected with some regret that she would miss this week's competition, as it marked the final week of the regular season. At this moment, Lu Lang's first reaction was to wonder if Lin Xin had encountered other specters or cultivators. She offered no response, slowly approaching his side before lying down. This position was where he had just reclined, now replaced by her. Ah, so that was the case. I knew Sister Ying would not be incapable of discerning priorities. Lu Lang felt a sense of relief, though he considered that from the outset of their collaboration, she had appeared remarkably astute and likely would not leave any loopholes. This time, although Gongshu Lang perished for the Baijin manor, it was entirely a thankless endeavor. Indy extended her hand and shook it. She suddenly paused. It seemed that the Gator Hotel was indeed their destination. Yao Yao, can you still hold on? Qin Junyat's voice was laced with a distinctive hoarseness, oddly enchanting. There were a total of 45 top-tier factions. No matter which first-rate power emerged in the martial world, they felt inferior when faced with the 9th-tier martial forces. This fellow, despite being ensnared in such predicaments, dared to address me in such a tone. In other words, now, today, Li Guo is currently lying in his own bed, awaiting the restoration of normal blood circulation. Moreover, as for the timing, if the news is a replay, it would be July 2nd. If it is live, it would be July 1st. However, upon reflection, Wang Feng had also come to understand that if his mother were truly a devout believer, how could she possibly contravene the teachings of her faith by marrying a pagan father? Kai wielded his command sword, leaping first from the trench. On the other side, Ning Guoqiang brandished the team flag, his roar echoing like thunder. This situation gave rise to the hunting of star beasts, for not everyone was willing to witness their sect devoured by these creatures. Thus star beasts had become akin to street rats, universally reviled. At this moment, a colossal Cho tidal storm coalesced into a towering sword, viciously aimed at Yang Lin. Due to Yang Lin's fortuitous obstruction, both Li Chong and Mo Huayuan bore the heavy weight of an ominous presence in their hearts, the immortal who sought to obliterate the Star Palace. Recently, Mo Huayuan had been engrossed in the study of 2 celestial artifacts he had acquired. He understood that once the reincarnation commenced, he would have to invoke the heavenly reversal mirror with all his might. At that juncture, concealment of the mirror's activation would be impossible, inevitably alerting that immortal. Of course, one might argue that assistance from the intersex elite would suffice, yet they lacked the requisite capabilities, particularly the extraordinary physical strength. Relying solely on magical artifacts would prove insufficient, and no one could ascertain the true ferocity of the heavenly tribulation, which posed a pivotal dilemma. Yang Lin was struck with terror. The tyranny of the temporal laws surpassed all imagination. A single strike from a master of rules rendered them utterly powerless before him. Chapter 144, Alliance. De Ming had not forgotten that. Had it not been for Gu Xian's signal that day, that fearsome old man would never have targeted Ming. If he wished for him to live, collaboration with me is imperative. That individual must be entrusted to my care. De Ming turned to Tang Hao and spoke coldly. Very well, however, I must interrogate him first. Tang Hao hesitated momentarily, glancing at the Tang, San held into Ming's grasp, before nodding in acquiescence. Nonetheless, he felt compelled to first consult with Gu Xian. As he strode forward, the ground trembled, and the towering figure of Li Kuang lunged towards the distant young man in white. Yin Lanyue promptly set the child down, while Yin Shishi felt Lin Lan's forehead, startled, and withdrew her hand. Yax planted his left foot firmly, carving an arc on the ground, while his right arm extended outwards, mirroring the circular trajectory. Momin's latte. Having amassed sufficient energy, Yax crossed his arms before his chest, unleashing an X-shaped blue and white light from his forearms. At that time, Sister Chen lamented to her, revealing that she had erred twice in her life. the first being deceived by that scoundrel, and the second failing to prepare adequately for her future. Why portray her as a dangerous individual? Had he not frightened her, she would not have burned herself? Would she? AI Mu thought defiantly. Gone were the myriad of monstrous spirits. After waiting for the better part of the day, a skeletal hand emerged first from the gates of hell. I squinted as Boine rose to extinguish the bright light in the room, then lay down, draping her arm across my neck as a pillow. However, she would gradually acclimate. She would not betray her parents, her master, nor Chu Lingyun. Strangely, under the blue light, no fingerprints were discerned, neither on the shards of glass nor on the wardrobe or bedside table. Only the doorknob bore print. Lu Yun, you have finally awakened. The azure eyes dimmed, not from disappointment, but from relief. This individual bore a visage adorned with abundant hair, resembling an ape. Yet 2 yellowed teeth protruded menacingly beyond his lips, and most strikingly, his round eyes glowed with a faint crimson hue. Regrettably, Chen Xian remained oblivious and would never suspect that her close friend, Sun Hao, harbored such feelings for her. Lin Yong did not linger in the CF. Upon exiting, he found a pendant adorning his neck. It is often said that dogs view humans with disdain, yet this is a grave misjudgment, for dogs possess a clearer perception than humans. At that moment, Nan Feng exuded an aura devoid of malice, akin to a celestial being, which the old dog readily recognized. Ignoring the astonishment and disbelief of those around him, Lin Liang immersed himself in the sensation of the enormous bough in his grasp. For reasons unknown, it felt as though this bough was an extension of his very being, with no barrier separating them. Barbarians have no use for such things, Nan Feng remarked, noting that incense was a rare and costly commodity, typically reserved for the wealthy. The ritualistic ice stone could forge formidable earth-based artifacts, greatly enhancing the cultivation of earth-related mystical powers. You think everyone is as fortunate as you? The only way to summon him is through a soul attack. However, such an approach lacks precision and poses risks when dealing with those possessed by spirits, Meng Li stated. Upon hearing this, Xie and Yuan Jun exchanged knowing glances, the phrase cold dry toad surfacing in their minds simultaneously. Yet at that moment, Zhang Jian hesitated. In his view, how could an emperor be easily deposed? Even amidst countless faults, direct removal was unwarranted. Gentle persuasion was the path forward, for Yilahanji was the sole legitimate heir of the late emperor. Even so, after a tumultuous turn of events, the motorcycle still clung to its gear. It skidded 6 or 7 meters upon the intense friction between its wheels and the ground before the engine succumbed and died. Traveling together is meant for mutual support, a strong ally to rely upon. But for Shangqing, the primary concern upon entering the Divine Void domain was fulfilling the clan's mission. In the face of duty, Yun Xing must yield. The region where Yun Xing and his companions found themselves was collectively known as Yuzhou, though merely a trifling corner of the Divine Void domain. It was an expanse of considerable magnitude, rife with various sects, with the Da Huang sect being among the most powerful. Clearly, this time the Liao dynasty did not intend to harm the Western Xia, but genuinely sought to rescue them from peril, aspiring to be the saviors who would right the capsizing ship. Upon receiving the deep green jade token, Yun Xing felt not relief, but rather an overwhelming pressure enveloping him. In that moment, he grasped not merely a pendant left by Lu Chan, but an immense responsibility. 3 strands of long whiskers adorned a head of white hair. His chiseled features and piercing starry eyes surveyed the assembly, exuding a natural authority without a hint of anger. Zhao Zhen's words left Wang Zheng momentarily speechless. He had not anticipated that his steadfastness was misguided, nor that his cherished principles were flawed. Was the notion of prospering one's own self in adversity while benefiting the world in prosperity truly the intended meaning? After learning the truth, Guodashan felt profound regret and expressed outrage towards Li Hong's actions. Given his sincere remorse, we submitted a request to the court, which subsequently granted Guodashan bail, stipulating he must not leave Lianhua town without permission for 1 year. Let us pray that some of them return, otherwise it could spell disaster, Yin Feng said, massaging his temples in distress. Having traversed this journey, she had garnered considerable gains, and she no longer harbored any reluctance to serve as a handmaiden beside Gubo. Now that she knew her brother-in-law was Run Yin, it was far better than discovering this after their union. As Yushi's words hung in the air, Zhao Yi began his cultivation, seemingly indifferent to her mention of severing ties with lingering affections. Drinking tea is regarded as a rather personal affair for Easterners. Typically, it is shared among close friends, family, or colleagues, making face-to-face tea drinking with strangers rather awkward. From my anxious expression, Liang may discern that a significant issue had arisen. Thus, she composedly handed me the car keys at her office door. There was no point in using the system to inquire about the dragon egg's whereabouts, primarily because the system was rather unreliable, demanding experience points. Do not worry, Admiral. If the main fleet's sisters are indeed in slumber, they will certainly awaken at the sound of your call. It seems that Lexington, eager to convey his strength to Yin Feng, firmly grasped Yin Feng's hand. Chapter 145, Explosive Circle. Do not command me. De Ming, witnessing the stalemate between Gu Xian's domain and Tang Hao's God of Death domain, realized that to subdue Gu Xian, he must suppress him from various angles. Thus, although he verbally declined, his body was entirely honest. Celestial Blue Dull Domain. The Celestial Blue Bull Python let out a long, resonant howl, and a green light spread between its twin horns, as if time itself were momentarily slowed. Another gunshot rang out, forcing Yang Ran to hastily fire her weapon. Her hiding spot fully exposed, she emerged from a thicket, swiftly darting to the side as the massive python's body crashed down where she had just been. Elder Yang Songhai of the Flying Cloud Gate gazed in disbelief at the bronze chariot outside Dragon City, now riddled with holes, struggling to recover from his shock. It appeared that Mo Chu had indeed assigned some tasks to Gu Qing, albeit scheduled for the day after tomorrow. He swung his chainsaw sword forward with all his might, the blade effortlessly slicing through the throat of the aberration, and the political commissar pushed aside the body to continue his advance, only to be forced back into cover by a hail of bullets. A single remark from Shun Tingjun rendered Wang Yuli speechless. How could he explain that Lu Zhan had followed Shin Tingjun to discover she had entered the tea house, only to find potential danger after careful scrutiny and notify him? Just as he opened his mouth, he saw Master Shi standing before him, his eyes obscured by the customary black blindfold of the monks, prompting him to slowly withdraw his outstretched hand. Unexpectedly, as the wooden stick was about to strike Yuling Han, it halted just an inch away. Although he was uncertain why Yi Ling could sway General Qin, it was undeniably advantageous for his own plans. Why not go with the flow? Zhao Hao stood outside the low wall, watching Ling Shuang enter the house, then glanced down at the scarf around his neck, feeling a warm glow in his heart. At that moment, Lin Bufan found himself at a loss for words, and from the implication of the Heavenly Gate's master, it seemed other sects within Yinzhou were similarly affected. He did not expend energy on this matter, continuing to diligently practice the 10 diagrams secret manual daily, now able to maintain the posture of the first diagram for over 40 breaths. Each session left him invigorated and pleasantly warm, though regrettably, he could only practice once a day, as more would yield no results. Several maidservants were momentarily stunned. The crown princess refrained from action, but when she did strike, it was with ruthless precision. Miss Au, are you all right? Did you sustain any injuries? Ping Hu anxiously examined Su Yuqing, fearing for her safety. Regrettably, Li Zanxing had been dismissed. Had he been present, there might have been a glimmer of hope to save Yonglu. The Grand Sorcerer could construct a 5-story mage tower, and by extension, the Holy Sorcerer could build one reaching 10 stories. Meanwhile, Qian Yiming had received the Emperor's gratitude, instructed to deliver it to Emperor Luo Shang. Had it been previously, Xiao Xiang's mastery of the fragrant convergence would have easily quelled any fear of this Lu Tong ban. However, she had just escaped from the celestial prison, utterly exhausted, and with all her skills tied to her blade. Now that her chaotic life was in ruins, how could she face an adversary empty-handed? Nonetheless, she had noted that the Emperor preferred not to carry handkerchiefs, always using those presented by the eunuchs, sometimes even borrowing from the concubine Yunge. Mrs. Gu sat in her usual spot, held in the embrace of Gu Jun. The table was laden with a bountiful feast, including all her favorite delicacies. Cold Yutan noticed that nearly everyone was watching him. He smiled slightly and gently removed the warm jade headband from his forehead, placing it delicately on hers. The contents within are about to reveal themselves, sighed Ming Han Feng, feeling that ever since being with Yun Tu, tranquility had eluded him. Whether in the illusory Beast Mountains or here, I shall take what I can carry, stuffing everything into a bag. These items will prove invaluable for my future. What I cannot bring, I shall consume or drink. I am uncertain of my next steps. I can only proceed one step at a time, seeking a place to hide, and then devise a way to contact Fourth Mississippi. The rice, which should have been steamed by now, remained grainy and crumbled in hand. The fox fur cloak lay open on the couch, while its wearer, already partially undressed, revealed a scarlet satin undergarment beneath her open robe. Yet a thought struck in too. If he were to roast Shui Wuqing, it would be akin to roasting Ming Han foam. Thus, he found it necessary to shatter this clay pot. Regardless of whether it contained spicy or 3 flavor ingredients, he had to inspect what lay at the bottom of the pot. In truth, he was not mistaken. The elderly man was indeed Li Wei's father, Li Sun's grandfather, Li Jia. In his youth, this man was a formidable figure, having founded the vast Li family estate, which his son had since taken over, allowing him to enjoy a life of leisure at home. Zhuo Zhongming understood that Sang Jiuyo's words were largely intended to comfort him. For compared to the time Sang Jiuyo had annihilated 20,000 vanguard soldiers of the Northern Frontier Army with just a few thousand troops outside Yiyang Gorge, his current battle had been a dismal failure. This statement sounded more like something a brother would say. Sang Jiuyo remained with closed eyes, her voice calm and distant. Such an important item. How could the prince entrust it to me for safekeeping? Sang Jiuyo fiddled with the medallion, her brow slightly furrowed. To be fair, this was quite a reasonable offer. A 12-point royalty is something many disheartened authors may never attain in their lifetime. Stay away from me. After casting her an impatient glare, Gao Mingxian coldly uttered this phrase and prepared to continue onward. Indeed, after all, intelligence is paramount here, Lin Xingyin stated with a proud and smug expression, then shot a glance at Song Yai that seemed to convey envy and jealousy. In the face of desire, individuals become lost. Even when the path ahead leads to hell, they are blinded and charge forth without hesitation. Yutong, what on earth is going on? Have you been brainwashed by Song Yai? Or has your head caught a fever, causing you to suggest, I do not target her? Did you not always believe she stole Jin Tian from you? Tan Liling gestured as she spoke. However, upon seeing that Song Yai was concealing matters from them and refusing to divulge anything, Song Guomin and Qin Roland grew increasingly convinced that the fault lay entirely with Song Yai, who had no grounds to defend herself. Chapter 146, Explosive Circle, Interrupting the Spell. After using the explosive circle, Tang Hao brandished the Haotian hammer, intending to deal a heavy blow to Gu Xian with the primary objective of shattering his domain. Yet, the next moment, the entire fiery domain exploded as if it had ingested gunpowder, expanding violently. The flames surged forth, engulfing the god of death domain that encircled Tang Hao, increasing its area 6-fold. Not only that, but Tang Hao's god of death domain ignited at that instant, the murderous intent surging forth. The special forces on the playground were abuzz with speculation, increasingly puzzled about what Dr. Chao Rue was attempting to prove. Moreover, why would he need to validate any research conclusions to them, the special forces? For instance, at this moment, Beiming Wuxia believed that even if a bird were to defecate directly above his head, he would instantly perceive it and evade. Yet unfortunately, he was doused with a bag of cold water right then and there. The earth, which devours the vast world, has its inhabitants deeply troubled as they scrutinize the methodology of the RR virus. Days have drifted by, and yet the proprietor has not granted them permission to return. Located not far west of the unreturning mound, after assigning Tian Wei and Wang Yi to lead the training, Li Xiao set forth alone towards Xingshan Station. Following the address left by Wu Liang, he successfully located Wu Liang's residence. As he called out, Qian Yuanjia took the initiative, brandishing his twin-lettered swords. With a deft flick of the mother sword, the sun sword traced a swift and uncanny arc, slicing through the air towards the cloaked figure. 2 crimson blades emitted an unprecedented radiance, piercing the very essence of one's heart. Fortunately, during these days, Tang Yi and the 13th Ant were preoccupied with consolidating the Tang family's assets, leaving them no time to spread rumors. When Yi Fantian's hand struck the massive sword he wielded, a surge of madness gripped his heart, igniting an exhilarating fervor. Such a colossal sword was not something an ordinary individual could contend with barehanded. As Bai Mozi entered, her countenance bore no trace of emotion. Her gaze towards Gu Qinglian radiating a chilling aura that made Gu Qinglian tremble involuntarily. On another front, the captain of the household guard, Jin Dakuai, was promoted to the position of deputy commander, while Su Mao, the captain of Du Shaoru's household guard, ascended to vice thousand house and was elevated to the rank of general. President Yuan, it seems you have not directly answered me. Are you suggesting that the authority to supply seasonings was deliberately withheld from Mr. Zhao? Xiao Tong continued her inquiry with unhurried persistence. Disaster struck as the second son's ailment flared. The formidable Hai Kong Jinren unleashed a powerful assault, his hands coalescing with vital energy, striking directly at the back of Hai Yuan Jinren. Sensing danger, Hai Yuan Jinren retaliated with a punch, and the two forces collided, sending Hai Kong Jinren reeling before Qiu Xian, Yi, and the others. Meanwhile, The five were engaged in jovial conversation, oblivious to the fact that Long Yuling still held onto Tai Muyun's arm. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Tai Muyun struggled to articulate his thoughts among the others. With the manner in which you currently address me, I could impose immediate punishment. Xiao Huairan retorted swiftly. Despite his resentment, he understood that Dongfang Lung Yu, under Lu Yu's protection, was beyond his reach. Consequently, he planned to unleash his grievances upon Pei Donglai, even going so far as to leverage connections to investigate Pei Donglai's identity the previous night. I have to reiterate until you comprehend. I am not merely anyone but a recent graduate of Xianchen Academy, here to undergo training. Reflecting on this, Tai Muyun deemed it prudent to reveal his affiliation with the academy, for Xianchen Academy was renowned across the continent. Why have you come? Zhong Lingyu inquired curiously. As the exclusive interview had concluded, yet the girl had returned for some unknown purpose. Moreover, the invocation of the god-slaying technique relies on the manipulation of true essence and mental power, eliminating the need for direct piloting. The station military across various regions. Apart from the troops in Mian County, which are under Wang Zongjia's direct command, consisted mainly of former subordinates of Hua Hong, originally dispersed to seize military power from him. The majority of the soldiers, aside from a few close guards and officers, were remnants of the original Hanzhong forces, whose combat efficacy was somewhat lacking. Chapter 147. The Holy Master takes the pure Yang sword. The mental sea ignited, causing Tang how to forget the steps of the detonation entirely. Were it not for Gu Xian retaining some utility in him. In the moment he relinquished his defense due to anguish, the true dragon flames within the realm of fire would have reduced Tang how to ashes in an instant. On the other side, the Tianqing Yolong beheld the scene, despair washing over it. Initially, it had anticipated that the confrontation between two title O-level warriors and Gu Xian would be stable. Director Jia, while perusing documents, strained to listen to the movements outside. 20 minutes had elapsed since the direct executor, Section Chief Lu, reported back, and the current situation remained unknown. Fortunately, such a year-end gala occurs only once annually. Otherwise, it would indeed be unbearable. Regarding Mo Feng's assertion that the injured had contracted gangrene, Wang Qingyan dismissed the notion without a second thought, as the Moraxella bacteria had only been reported in Africa, with no traces found elsewhere in the world. Yin Mo remarked, "Those matters are in the past. Let us speak of them when you are ready." Reassured by Song Wanner's promise to remain, Yin Mo felt a profound sense of calm wash over him, dispelling any inexplicable anxiety. The fierce winds continued to rage, yet most present were oblivious to the swirling dust blinding their vision. Fixated instead on the images flickering upon the large screen, dreading the thought that the 30 lives trapped in the basement may indeed wither before their very eyes. Zhou Gonggong, why have you not expelled this beast from the selection stage? The Empress Dowager thundered. For a novice, attempting to concoct a 4th-grade demon god pill of secondary difficulty from the outset was nearly an insurmountable challenge. In this desolate wilderness, what other options remained but to find a cave before nightfall? Suku, of course, fell outside the realm of ordinary instructors, for her presence here was nothing short of miraculous. By this reasoning, it could be inferred that some soldiers might also be afflicted with such ailments, albeit still in the latent period awaiting an outbreak. Xiong Lei was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Jiechi's uncle would utter such words. It seemed he had planted spies near that villa or frequently visited, or else how would he have known to say such things? At this moment, the lotus seed-like roots of the primordial soul were in a state of Navi understanding, a kind of innate enlightenment. The officers stationed in Dangzhou had grown familiar with the commanders of the water forces over time. Upon sighting the severed head, everyone believed the reports from the Liezhou army to be entirely truthful. I shall not waste words with a mere warrior. I demand to see the general. Chai Qing expressed disdain towards Zhang Er. No problem. I shall handle the students. The principal asserted firmly, while Yu Xian expressed gratitude and shook hands with the principal. The hounds of the powerful cannot possess aspirations. Eli scoffed at Yu's threats, replying with a smirk, "It is merely a pair of ornaments. Does your master truly care?" He then turned to Xiong Jing, who remained silent, his gaze unwavering. "Are the swords you wield not Zhao swords? Are you not from Zhao?" Eli inquired once more. With the lifting of the Star Supreme's decree, Pangu Supreme dispatched all 5th-tier Forbidden Supremes, recently freed from the seals set by the Star Supreme, into the Hongmeng Eternal Battlefield. At that moment, Jitai Xian swiftly summoned 1,000 Eternal Supremes from the chaotic time and space. Upon arriving, the heavily armored troops of the Chu army were utterly exhausted. Xiong Jing promptly commanded the formation to halt, and the soldiers knelt to rest. The drum beats interspersed among the ranks ceased, and the somewhat disordered formation tightened once more. Over 50,000 soldiers, undaunted, settled 200 paces from the Qin army-S formation, some even retrieving rice cakes. The two nations, Chu and Qin, had an accord. Now that the king of Qin had retreated, I must naturally return to the Qin palace to report to the king. Mikan reiterated her earlier reasoning, her expression devoid of any emotion. Chapter 148, The God of Shura Strikes. Boom! 9 dragons unite. Gu Xian transformed into a fiery dragon, his aura surging as he surged forth, enveloped by countless flames. Charging at the Tianqing Yolong. As the flames converged, the fiery dragon expanded rapidly, reaching a length of 300 meters at the moment of its imminent inflation. Roar! The flame god dragon faced the approaching azure bull python without a trace of hesitation, directly opening its massive jaws. In fact, Ling Yu had almost ruled out the hotel as a potential ambush site. Once a confrontation erupted there, the commotion would be too great, leaving only one possibility: his villa in the suburbs, a veritable blind spot for law enforcement. Above the city walls of the inner and outer city, 2 swathes of pale, yellow divine light formed protective shields, meticulously safeguarding the 2 walls. No, you take 4 and I'll take 6. Just now, those 2 mentioned using me as a benchmark. You merely coincidentally seized the opportunity and shouldn't act coy any longer. Lenny chuckled. Subordinate Songfeng greets the Lord. Lu Tianshan knelt on one knee, respectfully exclaiming aloud. Having lived 2 lifetimes, he rarely encountered a worthy adversary and had no desire to become their enemy. Uncertain of how to navigate under the oppressive rule of Ba Wudao, the Blood Knife King was taken aback, prompting a raised eyebrow from Qin Jun. For it seemed the Blood Knife King had also heard of the Dark Shadow. Banson believed that his heart would remain unperturbed throughout his life. Yet the moment he laid eyes on Lin Feiyong, he was utterly startled. In response to Wu Shisan's words, Fan Shaonin sensed something amiss. Turning to gaze at the lake's surface, which suddenly illuminated, with the surroundings gradually brightening as more luminous objects appeared atop the water. Thus, for countless security personnel, the sole distinction between them and Wang Baobao was their surname. Lito would not overlook any information, even inquiring meticulously about their daily lives, cross-referencing and discerning through numerous discrete sources. Legend has it that within the heart-protecting mirrors of the 12 sets of battle armor lie fragments of a map. If one could assemble all 12 sets, a complete map would emerge, revealing the locations from which Tai Wuhan had gathered material for this armor. As explained by the Lord of Shadows, the vehicle remained stationary, and suddenly, Qin Yifeng unfastened his seatbelt. Xiao Anxin observed his actions, feeling a strange sense of tension. A month and a half passed in silence, with no one mentioning Chun Shubao again. The fallen monarch meant little to them. Xing Yu understood that this was indeed the typical strategy employed by consignment car dealerships, first presenting an outrageous price to lure you into consignment, then concocting various excuses to extract fees while bombarding you with calls to further lower your psychological defenses. Initially, it was Xiao Yueyin who introduced everyone, followed by inquiries about Lei Tiehu's personal information. Sun Wenwen, on the 5th floor, was also a fresh graduate, having just secured a job, though her salary had yet to be received. Give up? You haven't even competed yet. Is that a sign of such low confidence? I do not favor a brother like that, Chen Xinyan remarked with a slight smile. Brother-in-law, do you believe that all things possess a spirit? Did I err today? After recounting the events of the afternoon, Xing Yu inquired again. Shimin Jinlian, however, paid no heed to their words. Their opinions mattered little, for this material was inherently meant to deceive. After Xiao Fei was wheeled into the operating room, Luing took the scalpel in hand. Upon removing his clothing, her hands trembled uncontrollably. Tears blurred her vision, making it impossible for her to extract the bullet under such circumstances. Han Wei, noticing several herders eyeing the remaining wine in Lin Shui's hand, feared he had offended them. Having heard of certain unique customs among the Mongolian people, he realized that one must adhere to local traditions. Considering Lin Shui was still in recovery, he took the wine bowl from her and drained it in one gulp. Chapter 149, The Illusion of Time Reversal. As he gazed at the unconscious Tang Hao, Gu Xian approached and with a few swift kicks shattered his limbs. Having experienced a false resurrection, Gu Xian would henceforth treat these protagonists and supporting characters with increased caution. Now, though Tang Hao lay unconscious, what if something unexpected were to occur? With a wave of his hand, the fiery realm was activated, and Gu Xian released Du Yin and Yi Lingling, subsequently tossing Tang Hao into the space. After all, he was not lacking in soul power at the moment. Amidst the murmurs, Aunt Zhang withdrew her meaningful gaze from Shang Qingshu's retreating figure, crossing over the numerous servants within the courtyard before entering the house. Just moments ago, she had been able to think clearly, but now, under someone else's directive, she found herself utterly at a loss for words. Even if this father of hers was somewhat muddle-headed, he could not disregard the heirlooms left by her elder son's mother. Jiang Jiani sighed with relief upon reaching the restroom, then offered an almost self-deprecating smile at her reflection. She truly had formed an alliance with a man. Irrespective of his identity, their ancestral spirits would undoubtedly employ every means to erase him from the family records. It was precisely because she believed herself ill-suited for business that she decided to start with familiar territory. However, the true purpose of the envoy's visit was not to assist, but to destroy any evidence of communication between the governor and the Ho family. Their earlier pretense of leaving was merely an act, for he knew the governor would not miss this opportunity to court him. "How can I assist in sealing the demon?" Yi Chun hastily inquired, for he still held faith in the weapon spirit, fearing that if the giant were to falter in battle, the entire lower realm would descend into calamity. Thankfully, young Annie was naturally gifted and obedient, effectively bringing this complex role to life. With her pregnancy now 3 months along, Lu Qing sought to delay the announcement as much as possible, but the truth was becoming increasingly difficult to conceal. Surely, she must be eager to seize this opportunity to flatter her master, hoping to win his favor and perhaps earn a reward of the ancient dragon, Saliva Herb. Gugu was utterly perplexed. Why must the deity's true form be that of a mountain chicken? Her cultivation had been surpassed by her 6th junior brother, leaving her to ponder her future. It was due to his unique approach to the study of legalism that Shun Buhai was deemed a prodigy, referring to his knowledge as the art canon. At such times, Song Jiuyao would feel that this was precisely the life she had always yearned for. Previously, Wang Chun had encountered a situation akin to that of Nan Suixing and the others, and before he could react, he was transported here. Cheng Yuan hesitated, saying, "Master, I cannot ascertain the inner workings of this matter. However, I do know that when He was still at the Holy Academy, the ruffians on the streets went unchecked, committing numerous excesses. I'm not afraid. My home is nearby. I'll take you back," de Maotu declared, lifting her into his arms. Duolu sent word via the Shui family seal, naturally to inform Song Jiuyao that the Shui family wished to meet her. Without waiting for Yun Kong's reply, Zhang Taichuj elegantly stretched and ambled toward the various factions present. The foaming sword was a fine weapon, exquisitely crafted, shimmering with a chilling brilliance. It suddenly reminded me of the day in the 2 rivers when he Xiao burst into my tent, announcing that Lord Long had gifted me a treasure, this very sword, which had unexpectedly returned to He Xiao as possession. Gazing at the imposing mountain stronghold, Gu Hao furrowed his brow slightly, then surveyed the surrounding environment before turning to navigate toward another mountain range. Yun Xie did not respond immediately, but instead pulled Long Yin Hua into his embrace, smiling faintly. "We shall discuss this later." He seemed reluctant to answer directly, as if concealing something, causing Long Yin Hua to furrow her brow, her foreboding feelings intensifying. After 7 successive harvests, a total of 7 rebirth fruits had been collected, yet the rebirth fruit tree now bore no fruit. The radiant aura surrounding Chi-Chi did not vanish upon its emergence. Rather, it gradually intensified, enveloping De Wuhui as he braced against the surrounding pressures. Upon witnessing this scene, Kusang was convinced yet still felt an overwhelming sense of shock and disbelief. What manner of creature was Chun Fei, that he could consistently attain such fortunate outcomes? Should these powerful beings all perish, they would undoubtedly face severe repercussions upon returning to the Ming sect. While safeguarding the supplies for the Sword Guardian Alliance, Yang Sudong made a special trip to the Imperial Palace of Tianlong City, spending 5,000 yuan to request a guild war with the Oath of Love. Upon hearing his words, the crowd collectively gazed downward, where the black peaks were faintly visible and the dense fog below appeared relatively thin, unlike the obscuring mist in the air. As a colossal fist swung, waves of spatial ripples emanated outward, relentlessly crashing down upon the malevolent entity. Under the terrifying assault of this immense fist, the evil body continuously vanished. Seeing that the divine dragon was prepared and the agreement finalized, the chains binding it were gently severed. The divine dragon let out a thunderous roar, a resounding dragon's cry that compelled the onlookers to cover their ears. It then soared excitedly above, seemingly liberated from its constraints. Yet he did not succumb to unconsciousness. Instead, a frenzied light flickered in his eyes. Even though he was unable to resist, he fought against it incessantly, Refusing to yield, he would never submit. The host began by introducing each of us, conducting individual interviews with the coaches, largely inquiring about our confidence for today as competition and the strategies prepared to seize the championship title of this finals. Ron Carolyn finally came to her senses, suddenly throwing herself into Ron's embrace and weeping bitterly. The cat girl lacked the strength to restrain the frenzied Fairy Xiao. The remark that Fairy Xiao would react this way indicated that Lin Hai and Ru Hua might have entered a different realm, with at least one of them having done so. Suddenly, the brow of the radiant Jade furrowed as she tore apart the colorful jade ribbon. After all, while all three had contributed to the assault on Richard, it was unjust that only her treasure sustained damage while the other two remained unscathed. After waiting for some time in the underground palace, Cecily still had not appeared, prompting Ron to abandon his weight and leave the underground palace. He traversed the surface, riding his armored beast through the realm of death, yet he still found no trace of Cecily. This old fool would not strike now, having been intimidated earlier. We shall observe the developments before acting. After a moment of silence, Yang Tian spoke softly. The medicinal city was merely a vast castle, inhabited by royal family members, their servants and soldiers. The earth trembled violently as these two formidable entities clashed. The golden-haired Tianping's mane danced wildly, eyes flashing with golden lightning, each strike shaking the very heavens and earth. Damn it, don't let me catch you. Inside that private box, the heat was terrifying, with only the blazing divine radiance visible. Chapter 150, Shrek Ein. In truth, Gu Xian had never understood one thing. If the Azura god intended to select a successor, he would undoubtedly seek out the most talented individuals. And what of Gu Xian? He considered his own talent to be undeniably exceptional, harboring within him both righteous and dark energies, distinct yet balanced. He could embody both slaughter and judgment. Surely he would be more appealing to the Azura god than Tang San. Yet that was not the case. Do you think that will intimidate me? Mo Qianqian shielded her chest with her arms, attempting to maintain distance between them. Han Jinfeng seemed to sense her intent, gradually closing the space between them, forcing her against the cold wall. Yu Lingsu wore Su Qingma's oversized shirt, which draped down to her thighs, yet only 2 buttons were fastened, exposing her beautiful figure to Su Qingma's gaze. Su Qingma raised his head to observe the largest petri dish, within which the first Xiaolong had once been cultivated. We cannot leave him here. Look at his injuries. We cannot abandon him in this desolate wilderness. Someone with compassion noticed his battered state, coupled with stitched wounds, and could not bear to leave him behind. Be quiet. The one who had taken advantage now played the victim. In truth, Qiu Qianjian had already regretted lifting her at that moment. He had no desire to entangle himself with her, yet his body acted against his will. The pair of eyes, resembling blue lanterns, dimmed, and that figure vanished into thin air as if it had never existed. If he wished to return to the ancestral grounds of the Ji family and reclaim the patriarchal power, he needed a loyal force at his command. As tens of thousands of warriors amassed into a sea of humanity, rushing toward Yi Qiu, they suddenly halted. Ran Xinian was taken aback, quickly realizing that everything was far more complex than he had imagined. The intentions of Wu Tingting and Fu Chang were undoubtedly more than met the eye. Lias and the others sighed softly, extinguishing their hopes in Hayot Kazuyuki. He possessed the world's finest divine annihilation tool, the Crimson Dragon Emperor's claws. Yet the host was utterly inadequate. His gaze darkened as he placed a hand on Nya Xiaoxiao's back, aggressively kissing her, clearly unable to satisfy his desires. While Nya Xiaoxiao had already unbuttoned his shirt, revealing his muscular chest, delicately tracing circles upon it. Meanwhile, the Lord of Shui Shipeng, remained unwaveringly loyal to the court, and, as Shui, she was in close proximity to Sichuan. I intended for Zhang Zhao to seek out Shi Peng directly upon returning to Chengdu, requesting his military support. What happened? Su Yi's cold, emotionless voice echoed, causing Yu Rong's smile to vanish instantly. Moreover, Chun Jilei practiced the iron sand palm and cultivated his path through it. His hands rivaled divine weapons, while Lin Feng's sword fingers against such divine arms were practically courting death. The kind of heart-wrenching agony that Yi Feng had never experienced before led him to realize that the top 10 tortures of ancient times paled in comparison. Only when he felt this pain akin to being cut by 1,000 blades did he understand their true brutality. Upon finally seeing her mother return, Yi rushed forward, hesitated briefly, then embraced her mother wholeheartedly. The 5th elder steward, however, was deeply shaken by a single statement from 5th Changtian. The phone on the bedside began to ring. It was her mother's phone. Yet the obstinate ringtone failed to awaken the slumbering mother. Additionally, the boy's intense focus was infectious, causing those around him to unconsciously become engrossed as well. Employing both coercion and temptation, Imadon could only suppress his frustration and utter a statement that none would believe, then proceeded to recount the origins of those 3 items. Lu Che, a prodigy of the soul path, took thousands of years to reach the threshold, while Bai Mei practiced the method of refining the primordial spirit, laboriously employing the sword heart painting path and listening to the way of the sword to barely succeed. Then, those carrying bowls and dishes did so without needing Lin Muzin's orders, moving with enthusiasm. Look, he is significantly inferior, even compared to Callahan. The Napoli fans finally recalled Callahan's goal and subsequently trampled upon Wang Dalong. Stubbornly domineering, Yuan Chonghuan inevitably clashed with the ever-magnificent Ming Dynasty emperor, leading to tragedy. How could 2 tigers coexist on the same mountain, especially within a court? To their astonishment, Casey and the others discovered that Wang Dalong had never boarded a vehicle. By the time they arrived at the training ground, Wang Dalong had long been there, training profusely. After returning the water avoidance pearl to Kitagawa Yoko, Ji Kaixiang realized he still possessed over 100 luminous pearls. However, due to repeated adjustments to the flow of time, it remains day in the alternate space, while the outside world has already succumbed to darkness. Before Lu Yi returned to the shop to inquire about Guo Fei's whereabouts, everything in the establishment had resumed its normalcy. Aside from a few individuals practicing martial arts in the backyard and the change of the person manning the counter. It was not until dusk that Lu Danqing and Xiao Weiwei found a hollow in the rocks, preparing to camp for the night. Ji Kai reassured them, suggesting that in due time, they might have the opportunity to seek out some nefarious individuals and enslave them, thus enabling them to construct whatever their hearts desired. Since the Taoist dared to venture forth, he had no intention of concealing his identity. Swan Kingzi had encountered the 3 sons of Heaven's mechanism. The masked figure removed his veil, revealing a square-jawed face marked by a scar stretching from his ear to his chin, lending him a somewhat sinister appearance. Moreover, upon closer inspection, it became evident that there were numerous ordinary individuals within the group, working in pairs to carry or transport supplies. Their garments were tattered, and their health appeared poor. It was likely that many would perish on this journey. A peak 7th-tier warrior, unguarded, sustained a full force strike from mid-8th-tier warrior, yet emerged unscathed, lively and vibrant. Besides Zhang Yi and Lu Jiao, the minister of the Leaf Shadow Department, Namikaze Minato, and the captain of the Umbu combat team, Mike Guy, were also present. A melodious voice suddenly reached Chang Tian's ears, instantly drawing his attention back to the present. Several elemental mages from the elven race joined forces with a signal tower. Ordinary signal arrows could only be sensed clearly by elves within a radius of several dozen miles, while the signal tower could cover hundreds of miles. Chapter 151. The Grandfather of Tang San. Human, I am your eternal foe. In Tang San's mental realm, the sky-blue bull python roared furiously, bound by 3 crimson chains that rendered it nearly immobile, creating significant turmoil. Yet even so, Tang San's mental world remained in a state of upheaval. Having regained consciousness, Tang San could only cower at the sight of the sky-blue bull python, terrified that any sudden movement would provoke its wrath. Yu Sanjia could hardly describe the sensation of a physician being forced by a patient to disrobe while on a sickbed. He bound the physician and tucked him into the quilt. Wei Choufu did not linger long in the courtyard. He merely ordered the removal of a large chest of gold and silver stored in the house before hastily departing. Contemplating Chu Fengyan's unrivaled swordsmanship and his rapidly increasing power, it was easy to draw connections between this sword totem and Chu Fengyan's formidable strength. The onlookers felt as if they had plunged into an ice cavern, a chilling sensation surging from their spines to the crown of their heads. You truly are a person of deep loyalty. If you are willing to bear the burden of the heavenly punishment, we shall also go all out, risking our lives alongside you, Master Chu Li Zi remarked. And while he initially did not comprehend the trio's conversation, at that moment, Nangon Yuqing had finally grasped their meaning. Chu Fengyan opened his spiritual sense, probing delicately, sensing the aura of the supreme sword energy, which he discovered resided in the innermost depths of the palace. Those yearning for greater power surged forward, including Lin Haohong and the One-Eyed Giant, as they were the only 3 capable of realizing their innate talents. For the others, their gifts would be lost after the sand table experience. 2 beams of sword light pierced through the army of blood gods, shattering blood-condensed spiritual artifacts with ease. Very well. I shall refrain from informing the general this time. However, I hope you will not require another warning. Furthermore, I expect you to maintain exemplary conduct in my presence, lest I hold you accountable for today's events. Zhang Chengyang admonished sharply. Let Yin Yin and the others stay with me. I have felt rather lonely these past years. Bai Suzhen remarked after Zhang Sanfeng concluded his call. What did you just say? I didn't quite catch that. Could you repeat it? Chen Shimo could hardly believe his ears. He glanced at Zhou Tingting, who was enchanting, breathtakingly beautiful. Everyone stood up in unison, respectfully addressing the old principal. The old principal held an irreplaceable status in their hearts. The beautiful sunset cast a golden glow over the earth, illuminating Shi Yongqi's tall figure. As he extended his hand to catch the leaves fluttering down from the trees in tranquil serenity. Although he desperately wished to gaze at her for her safety, he could only suppress his desires with great effort, striving not to reveal any signs of his inner turmoil. After all, Wei Du was exceedingly powerful, and should they unveil their intentions, they would plunge into an irretrievable abyss, a risk he could not afford to take. Of course, I understand this, Lin Yuhan replied, sticking out his tongue as he continued to wrestle with the dumplings on his plate. Currently, there is but one course of action, to first suppress the outpouring of the Dragon Vein's energy field, thus prolonging the current condition of the Sun family until the Feng Shui formation is established. At that point, the formation will naturally begin to function, and the issues faced by the Sun family will be resolved. Yi Zipping informed them. In the netherworld, the Nine Hells, with the underworld as its foundation, arise the fires of the Yin extremes. At the moment the protective barrier of Wei, Shu and Xue shattered, Zhang Sanfeng's ghostly flames finally took shape. However, as the two parties continued their inquiries, attempting to locate Yi Fantian, they discovered that the place from years past had undergone significant changes, rendering their search for Yi Fantian fruitless. A cold, ruthless expression revealed itself on Yi Fantian's face, transforming into one of sheer savagery and madness. Chapter 152. The Sky Blue Bull Python's Speculation. The words of the Sky Blue Bull Python detonated in Tang San's mind. He recalled, previously, he had attempted to assassinate a seemingly youthful individual with a concealed weapon in front of the library. Yet that person effortlessly saw through his ruse and retaliated against him. Subsequently, he was rescued, and he indeed heard his father's voice, but he had no time to investigate further before losing consciousness. Unbeknownst to him, he remained unaware of what transpired afterward. One fire spirit fruit could be used to concoct 3 fire spirit pills. Currently, Xie Dongya had already obtained 2. Once the 3rd fire spirit pill was successfully refined, Xie Dongya would embark on a quest for the palace of Emperor Xinyuan. As soon as Mercedes departed, the young girl collapsed onto the bed, then began to moan. When I inquired about her condition, she merely shook her head, expressing that she felt her body's strength expanding explosively, as if it might burst apart. She could no longer allow him to drain her vitality. Seeking the best treatment in City C was presently her only option. First, let me discuss my method. The air in the ghost realm contains an unidentified component that can diminish the potency of worldly spells by 10-fold or more. For the time being, let us refer to it as the Fallen Law gas, as its existence evidently restricts the power of humans who arrive from the mortal realm. Shadows gradually multiplied, and upon careful counting, there were indeed over 100 individuals present, seemingly harboring great dissatisfaction towards Li Do, relentlessly pursuing him without regard for those beside him, including Lu, Yi, and others. Hearing that statement, Yi Ziqing admitted to feeling a pang of sorrow, yet he could not bear to relent. After all, they existed within the spatial confines of mountains and rivers, not merely borrowing the land for sustenance, but also consuming vast resources from the space. As the days turned into years, the debts of gratitude accumulated insatiably, becoming an ever-growing burden that seemed impossible to repay. The motorcycle was laden with figures clad in ebony uniforms, each brandishing a firearm aimed squarely at him. Although Qin Tianren remained unscathed, it was evident that his adversaries were intent on delivering a lethal blow. Should they advance even a few centimeters, he would sustain tangible harm. Someone leaned in close to the young man and Mayor Fu, whispering the recent events. An astonishing glimmer of coldness flickered in the young man's eyes, so pronounced that it instilled a sense of dread in those who beheld it. Chu Shaoxing dared not lose him. After all, Taitu was an exceptionally skilled subordinate, fiercely loyal to him. Before the words could fully escape her lips, Aseo Chihiko felt an unwarranted pinch on her rear from a scoundrel. Not merely the military ants, but were there not numerous beasts on this isolated island capable of obliterating corpses? Carnivorous creatures consumed flesh, while others drank blood, igniting a frenzied competition over the remnants of bones. The sword energy dispersed the dust on the platform, while Xiao Jinghong's sword emanated an intensely chilling aura. Following his strike, the surroundings were enveloped in a shroud of white mist. While one may be willing, it is prudent to consider the capacity of one's ant. Henceforth, you are not to act as recklessly as you did today. Dong Lanxiang lay on her bed, quietly reflecting on her earlier sensations. Thus, Su Jinsi abandoned the notion of treating Consort Zone's condition through medicinal baths, opting instead for alternative methods. All right. Mingyao, do not be afraid. Your aunt believes in you. I trust you. Tian Shui comforted Su Mingyao, gently patting her back and enveloping her in her embrace. The monk's countenance darkened, yet he was rendered speechless. Indeed, to oppose Long Qingchen was tantamount to defying the Dragon Clan, and the immortal tribe of 95 stars was hardly a match for them. Initially believed to be an unoccupied, celestial abode, it became apparent that others had long resided there. One must admit that the hearts of all present immortals were rife with mixed emotions. Chapter 153, Flander heads to Noting City. Boom! Tang Sen abruptly sat up in bed, sending the covers flying. Ah, you're awake. At that moment, a plump red-haired boy rushed in, and upon seeing Tang Sen conscious, he swiftly turned and bolted out. Wait, I'll fetch the teacher. Ma Hongjuan's words trailed off as he disappeared into the distance. The Azure Bull Python? Tang Sen was too preoccupied to respond. I only arrived early due to certain matters. After all, Sister Jeanne is quite busy with the affairs of the group. How could I dare to disturb Du? He forced a smile in response. As for the nature of the impending battle, that was of little concern to Wang Nanbei. His immediate priority was to stir the waters, creating as much chaos as possible. Just as the world was engrossed in a verbal skirmish, a renowned television station astonishingly flew into the disaster zone, broadcasting images of the F-35 wreckage. Wukong was hardly a creature of calm demeanor. Less than 2 minutes had passed before he began to screech at his master. You finally couldn't help, but ask me. I wouldn't mind telling you, but Lien Cece smiled smugly, extending her finger in a gesture that implied her information came at a price. According to the data, there is a particular method of pig farming that suits your current situation remarkably well, the mainframe declared. This was not a matter of Kata's adopting a high-handed attitude. Refusing to treat Kadali, he could handle combat, but treating others was another story, as he could just as easily turn a half-dead person into a corpse. Is it not true that neither the Emperor nor the Empress Dowager possesses the authority to compel Shangguan Honglai to divorce me? Feng Yufei thought bitterly. At this moment, Yin Yang, unfazed and even smiling, stood as the strongest among them, having discerned the power of the ancient demon ancestor from the previous strike, and thus addressed the individual before him with a grin. This matter had little to do with Yi Zijing. After all, Qing Ying's uncle was not hers. Upon entering the kitchen, Wang Fan whispered to the washing dishes, Annie, you look absolutely stunning today. This elicited a rosy flush on Wang Fan's cheeks, as she shot a playful glare at the speaker. You scoundrel, what nonsense are you spouting? I don't even know you. The scarred man was thoroughly enraged. We'll see how it goes. I can't say for certain. I need to check just how dire the situation is. If the condition is particularly grave, it could take anywhere from 3 to 5 days or even a week. Gao-san spoke Gandili as the clock inched toward midnight. Wang Gu informed Sun Qingde of her intention to visit the emergency hall to ascertain the status of Lu Ye and Gao Yuding. Tu Kai awoke, surveying his surroundings, and then fixed his gaze on the frost-laden snow before him, ultimately resting his eyes on the figure standing nearby, arms crossed, grinning at him. The ship's material was not the result of any blessing from the spirit of the mountain. It merely contained a small quantity of alloyed secret silver, Krita explained. In a lavish mansion somewhere in Xiangnan province, Tang Tianpei, chairman of Phoenix Youth Travel Agency, wore a grim expression, his eyes glinting with malice. The flushed Carl Corinne bellowed his orders, exerting every ounce of strength as if it would grant him a modicum of reassurance. Truly a troublesome individual. I am curious how the greenhouse above your garden is constructed. Wang Laogui remarked with a sardonic tone. We should gather the surviving heroes and discuss how to defeat the chaotic demons, Neza suggested, patting Daji on the shoulder. Upon glancing up, he observed his 2 disciples, impeccably dressed and bearing serious expressions, not at all resembling robbers. In a quiet underground chamber, Lu Ying entered slowly, only to be abruptly seized by a smooth body, leaving him momentarily stunned. However, upon witnessing the man's demise, the others comprehended that their previous assumptions had been egregiously misguided. Watanabe, Ni Island, Our Najizaka members are quite adorable. Aren't they? Shira turned to today's guests and inquired. This prolonged silence seemed to stretch indefinitely until one individual, unable to contain themselves any longer, broke the quietude. One was impeccably dressed and poised, while the other feigned resistance, harboring intentions of revenge against their father. Thus, they became entangled. He beheld the tragic life of a youth and his indomitable spirit, fostering a sense of admiration within him, leading him to stand in place. When the time comes, as long as she possesses the crucial secret recipe, namely the spring water and other essentials, she need not fear any risk of exposure. Chinexayan smiled softly, uttering a few words before placing them upon the wooden figure's neck, applying a slight pressure. At that moment, the airship above would respond to the ground personnel's signals, hoisting the bones one by one, depositing them into the cargo area of the airship. Once a sufficient quantity of skeletal remains was accumulated, the transport airship would set forth toward the cosmic battleship, still hovering several kilometers above. A glimmer of cold light flickered in his eyes as he focused intently on the dagger in his hand, tracing the etched lines along its edge. Uncle Fat must capture the murderer and tear him limb from limb, avenging them. The rotund man exclaimed angrily as he gazed at those in the waterhole. Certainly, it is your personal culinary efforts that convey sincerity. You wouldn't be unwilling, would you? Shangwan Lin inquired earnestly. Very well, I shall prepare your ingredients. I hope you do not disappoint me when the time comes, Daniofu replied. As I gazed upon the monument and the coffin, my breath quickened. This is the place where the white mist resides. I have come here today to accept her divine demonic form. The divine demonic form is formidable, yet it bears significant side effects. Nevertheless, come what may, I shall embrace the divine demonic form today. Chapter 154. The Martial Soul, Blue-Silver Emperor, returns. Success. As time passed, when Yi Lingling reopened her eyes and sensed the transformation of her martial soul, she sprang up with excitement. Just as she was about to share her joy with someone, she noticed Gu Xian and Dugu Yin amusing themselves with a patch of blue-silver grass they had unearthed from an unknown source. Well, what are the results? Gu Xian and Dugu Yin shifted their attention to Yi Lingling upon her awakening. The results are quite impressive, I have. Zhang Ning glanced at Zhang Jiao and then scrutinized the strategist before responding and leaving the room directly. Thus, the two were not overly anxious. However, when one of them was frozen by the chill exhaled by the ice dragon, everything changed. The ice dragon, which had just been rigidly obeying orders, suddenly seemed to come alive, its once lifeless eyes beginning to move. Following this, the 5th, 6th, and 7th elders of the Bai family approached in succession to conduct their trials, and even the offspring of several elders came forth to attempt it. On the ground, a surge of white chaotic energy emanated from Yi Luo's palms, becoming increasingly conspicuous and astonishing in its power. Reclining on the bed, the door that remained firmly shut provided her with a sense of security. The person at the entrance lingered for quite some time before their footsteps gradually faded away. Lin Yi's expression wavered between gloom and brightness, unpredictable. Suddenly, he sat cross-legged, his consciousness delving deep into the ocean of his mind, where the gate to the other shore flickered with a faint light. There stood a figure cloaked entirely in a black hooded robe, their face obscured by a mask, rendering their features unrecognizable. Yet their cold gaze was fixed upon her. Bai Yu is out with 3 votes. For the last one, I believe there is no need for a breakdown. Bai Yu's exit has become a foregone conclusion. Are you certain this is the outcome you desire? Inquired a staff member of the production team. Then I shall take my leave. Take care of yourself, Xiao Junyan said, casting a reluctant glance before returning to the side of his ancestral elder. However, during the 4th level of restriction, only the 1st layer of Dao soldiers could be birthed within the Yin-Yang creation pool. Thus, this artifact was nearly useless in the early stages and could only unleash its power after being refined to the 16th level of restriction. Prince Rong had been scheming to overthrow the Gongsun family's dominion over the D Kingdom. Naturally, he had covertly investigated those loyal to the Yell clan, which is how he came to know of Shang Wanhong, and he subsequently informed El Ziki, hoping to aid in the search for Shang Wanyu. The man knelt on the ground, his hands pressed against the earth in an attempt to rise, yet his legs lacked the strength, rendering him red-faced and breathless before he slumped back down. Shoo, do not make a sound. I have heard that the most beautiful woman in Tiandu has come here to pay her respects. The voice was soft, yet Mu Cheng could faintly discern that it was the same voice she had heard moments ago. The deep night enveloped the town, and Mu Feng cast a glance at the antique clock on the wall, lighting a roll of tobacco leaves, which soon produced wisps of white smoke. obscuring the vision of the two. It is getting late. There are classes tomorrow. Let us sleep, Mu Feng urged. Reconnaissance is necessary, as among the royal ranks. They possess the strongest speed and power. Otherwise, we would need several emperors to investigate the situation. The queen was present, and due to her status, everyone felt somewhat restrained. Once she departed, a throng of children, including Xier, excitedly gathered together, chatting animatedly. 700 years ago, the world underwent drastic changes, and the souls trapped in the city of fiery light gradually faded away. He searched throughout the underworld and eventually returned to the place where they had met and fallen in love. Were it not for that faint glimmer of hope sustaining him, he would not understand why he continued to exist. Dingbo arrived as scheduled. Dingbo was around 60 years old, of average height and rather thin, resembling an ordinary old man. However, the occasional glint in his eyes made others hesitant to meet his gaze. Chapter 155, The Loyalists' Revolt. Shrek. Just as Tang San was strolling through the village with Xiao Wu, his legs suddenly weakened and he felt his knees, clutching his chest, as if something of utmost importance was slipping away from him. Just moments ago, Tang San and Xiao Wu had met at Shrek. Although there were some discrepancies, Tang San did not blame Xiao Wu for offending Du Xian. After all, in Tang San's eyes, what fault did she have? Simultaneously, he infused his spiritual energy into his arms, poised to counter any sudden lethal strike from his opponent. Those old geezers in the sacred hall, who relied on the divine demonic pills to extend their lives, were in for a dire fate, weren't they? Lei Kuang continued to inquire. Meanwhile, numerous media outlets in China, which had previously shown little interest in American horse racing, began to flood the airwaves with coverage. Do not flaunt your prowess before us. Those of the Sun family who are not afraid of death will not be easily intimidated. If you intend to use us to coerce my father, it will be a futile endeavor. This pass at the Hangu Pass truly embodies the notion of one man holding the fort against 1,000. Zhenghua couldn't help but marvel at this ancient stronghold. The group advanced slowly. The black blade's shattered edge began to tremble as the first foot stepped into the valley. And when Lei Hao approached the black blade, its tip plunged into the sandy ground with a soft thud. Murong could gaze at the agile figure weaving through the multitude of soldiers and felt that in the warrior's effortless gestures, the brutality of slaughter seemed less cruel. Countless lives vanished in the sunlight, akin to petals carried away by the wind. Business people emphasize profit. If one merely incurs losses while seeking fame, it holds little significance. Liu Bei, however, chuckled and said, Jia is unaware. I share a connection with the governor of Qingzhou. Though we have not met for quite some time, I believe he will treat me kindly. Therefore, there will be little risk in my appointment to Qingzhou. You need not worry. Bai Jiafort, of course, was aware of its own situation, yet at that time, its strength could only dominate a region. They had also heard of Bai Wujin's grandson from Bai Jiafort, yet they had never heard anyone mention that this individual possessed such formidable strength. Just as Mu Qinshuan was taking Summer Lai's pulse, Yi Lifan burst into the room in a flurry, drenched in sweat, clearly encountering an urgent matter. A team of young men rode spirit beasts, lions galloping along the ancient path, raising thick clouds of dust. They were all clad in azure brocade, with the sleeves and collars embroidered with the Nangong family crest. Su Qing and Lei Duan simultaneously gazed toward the summit of the Tsongshan Mountains, where another aura was manifesting, even surpassing that of Tsang Bili. Capture her? How I wish I could, but alas, it has proven elusive. Duan Meng spoke in a calm tone. Yet Mu Huanfeng detected her underlying anger. This was the first time Duan Meng encountered such a formidable opponent as Mu Yuchun and his companions. To leave him unchecked would be bothersome. However, to truly deal with him would require a pretext that would not appear as bullying. Now that the emperor has just ascended the throne, with the state precarious and the Guo family's position delicate, any disturbances arising from this could be exceedingly detrimental. Of course, some arrogant individuals may choose not to join any faction, as long as they possess sufficient confidence in themselves. In a direct confrontation, they were swiftly subdued by the enemy's firepower, resulting in the injury of Captain Guo. The soldiers cleverly set up decoy troops, engaging in a cat-and-mouse game that effectively constrained Yunzhong's movements. Their 7th Battalion commander, Liu Jilong, had already led 2 other companies to coordinate with the regiment's actions, advancing towards Yasumeo. Upon hearing this, Xiong, in the riverside, turned his blade inward, resembling a puppet controlled by its master. When battalion commander, Liu noticed Commander Long's anger. He patted his shoulder and headed south to locate his reconnaissance unit. Both were astonished. Was the enemy's logistical support as formidable as their main force? Before stepping away, Battalion Commander Liu made a downward slicing gesture towards Commander Long and vanished into the shadows. Chapter 156, The Undying Guxian. Guxian's experiment proved remarkably successful. After transforming the Silver Emperor into human form, it successfully occupied the position of the Soul Spirit Silver Emperor. Guxian then attempted to transform a Silver Grass into the Silver Emperor, which also seamlessly took the place of the Soul Beast Silver Emperor. Thus, the throne of the Silver Emperor was firmly grasped by Guxian. However, a dilemma arose. Neither the transformed Silver Emperor nor the plant version possessed any intellect. Although the earlier commotion was somewhat unusual, Qinzhou was not a frequent visitor to such places, leading him to ponder whether this oddity was merely commonplace in such a cacophonous environment. Cao Cao and Zhang Xiu conversed as they walked, with Zhang Xiu speaking little. When questioned, Cao Cao humbly responded, but remained silent when not prompted. As the chains broke, Zhuang Fengyu's strength returned. In a fit of rage, she violently tore the bloodied crown from her head. In contrast, Yuan Tongtian, despite his strong foundation and vast magical power, was still recovering from the considerable energy expenditure during their previous clash, requiring a brief moment to regain his breath. Han Shenghao observed the unfolding events with a sense of pretentious composure. He believed that Chun Fuxing, being relatively inexperienced in cultivation, would inevitably display a certain naivety, especially since the latter had come specifically to convey a message, clearly motivated by a desire to protect his homeland. With hearty laughter, both men shared a moment of joy. But Shirbujing suddenly gestured towards Xiao Zilong, whispering a few words. Only after harnessing the Sun True Fire accumulated within the Cave Heaven artifact alongside the Phoenix Flames did the fire become even more radiant and intense. Meanwhile, another group of Japanese invaders, under General Yamaguchi's command, landed not far from the harbor. Upon seeing dozens of ships docked at the pier and the cargo being unloaded, General Yamaguchi wasted no time and led the remaining 1,000 troops towards the harbor with fervor. Qinshuan, Lingling called out, tossing a jade pendant, an item entrusted to her by Gu Zixiao for Qinshuan. Having experienced hardship, she understood the pain, making her more empathetic towards Li Luo's impulsiveness. However, she did not anticipate that Li Wenyang would also act on impulse. Your Highness, there are still places we have yet to explore. Reluctant to return home after finally being out with the man she adored, Yi Buyo regretted not having anticipated such occurrences, leading them to accompany Xiao Huan. At that moment, a commotion erupted outside as the elderly matriarch, who had initially retired to rest, ultimately made her way over. Do you believe that if I release you, within 10 minutes you will be slain by the Bai family? Qin Fengzi remarked. Bach chuckled awkwardly. According to protocol, he should have been there to greet Wang Chang upon their arrival, but an old friend had unexpectedly dropped by with 2 bottles of fine wine. Men are indeed heartless beings, are they not? When a heart is wounded, torn to shreds, one becomes reluctant to trust again or feel for anyone anew. Xiao Fengming winced in pain, but swiftly lashed the whip in his hand, striking the man's back with a force akin to a venomous serpent, causing him to cry out in agony as his sword slipped from his grip. The young warrior finally noticed the white bandages peeking from Wang Chang's attire, rendering him momentarily speechless, wondering why an injured soldier had been sent to partake in the contest. Wu Qinfei stole a glance, quickly averting his gaze, fearful that the guestkeeper would discover Jiaoyu. As he ascended the mountain, he felt as if his heart remained entwined within that grove. Upon hearing this, Shenburu finally comprehended the identity of the dragon rider, his astonishment prompting him to scrutinize further, leading him to conclude that the prowess of the celestial demon lord likely surpassed that of Zhang Tianzhong and his companions. Chapter 157, Despicable and Shameless. Tang Hao was acutely aware of the lawlessness and mischief of these ancient beings. Having lived for too long, they delighted in tormenting others for amusement. Thus, he harbored no doubts that Guxian would indeed follow through with his words. He would certainly do so, rather than endure such humiliation. He would prefer to perish at this moment. Oh, your bones are quite resilient. Even now, you dare to threaten me? Guxian observed Tang Hao's hoarse voice with a slight smirk. According to the Great Witch's statistical analysis, the number of individuals achieving the title of Do Huang in their prime across the entire Do Qi continent did not exceed 1 million. Master, my senior brother was wounded by a boy from a village outside the city, Meng Kuei stated succinctly, fearful that the wrath of Duanmu Jiang might be directed at him. The most terrifying aspect was the unwavering resolve of the upper echelons, while the lower-ranking soldiers exhibited a fearless disposition. Such a military force, driven by the determination to extract a bloody toll from their foes, was impossible to halt. Finally, it was accomplished. Unexpectedly, the refinement of these items significantly advanced my cultivation. Had such occurrences not defied logic, I would have considered repeating the process multiple times. After 3 full months, Ling Yuan successfully refined all the treasures. Having spoken, Goli disregarded Chu Yang and Yao Yao, striding purposefully towards the elevator. Naturally, Qianlong would not be so easily vanquished. At a critical moment, he utilized spatial displacement to teleport hundreds of meters away, entirely evading the attacks from the 3 ancestors of the Holy Sword sect. However, remember this. Locate the Star Desolation Divine Cauldron. This is Brother Shang Limo's expectation. The chaos of Jiuhuang stems from the 9 domains origin realm across from Tonggu. Suinji declared, what a blood-killing haul. This time, they even brought the divine crossbow. Meanwhile, as Ling Yuan was forced to retreat by the annihilating divine light, he caught sight of the situation at the 4 symbols' great array, prompting a cold smile as he remarked, "This is a place replete with the essence of heaven and earth, imbued with sufficient imperial aura." Thus, Lu Bian commenced his journey to Chang'an long ago. Chu Yunlong grinned broadly, revealing his 8 white teeth, and seized Asa by the neck, lifting him away from the training grounds amidst Asa's suddenly fearful gaze. Racing towards the city walls. Just as Xia Sisi was puzzled, the car door swung open, and 4 men suddenly burst forth without a word, seizing both her and her companion and pulling them into the vehicle. "Very well, I shall accept this. If anything arises in the future, remember to keep in touch. We are all in this together." Ying exchanged pleasantries. As Mu Jing's sword maiden swiftly teleported forward, she deftly exploited the vulnerabilities lying before Vayne. Following this, she activated her E ability to reset her basic attack, thereby slowing Vayne down, and then unleashed her Q skill to strike at the second weakness. The critical damage, combined with the vulnerabilities effect, decimated Vayne's already meager health by a staggering 2/3, given her pure damage build. "My lord, please do not blame yourself," a nearby companion consoled, fully aware of their leader's inherent kindness. "The reason IC permitted Tang Yu to take the stage directly instead of relegating him to the sidelines lay in his commendable experience. After all, he had endured several years in the LPL, even if his achievements appeared rather unremarkable due to his lack of opportunities to showcase his talent. To maintain neutrality, one must uphold a position of detachment. Mu Tianin, born of a prestigious lineage, and Wang Wanjian, a paragon of imperial loyalty, together stood resolute against the tempestuous challenges posed by the princes, as unyielding as Mount Tai. How infuriating! Shuilian sped northward with Jiangdong, initially poised for escape. Yet encumbered by a burden and injuries, her speed now matched with the 5 shadow soldiers. The resounding crash of shattering glass echoed across the ground, as the rich aroma of wine permeated the air. Both Jiao and Chang felt a shiver run through them at the sound of the shattered cup. Chapter 158, I Am the Noble Dragon. Tang Hao's expression was one of deep turmoil, contorted and fearsome. Yet before Gu Xian, he had neither the strength nor will to resist. TSK, the young master resembles a grand villain. Not far off, Du Yin and Yi Lingling, witnessing Gu Xian's menacing demeanor towards the defenseless little rabbit, couldn't help but whisper their critiques. Had they not personally observed Gu Xian conjuring a counterfeit Tang San and a false blue-silver emperor from the blue-silver grass, they would have found it hard to believe. This military aircraft, provided by the United States, was armed and equipped, with Hawk Eye's voice resonating through the glasses. This news had gradually spread throughout the provincial capital. Now, what Ing Lerong needed to do was to boldly take over the Yi Merchant Association. Have you considered that should you act against him, a tremor would also resonate through Baining? Gu Biao's voice, though calm, carried significant weight. Long Jinfei stated clearly that given the adversary's preparations, they would not be easily frightened. There must be a substantial reason compelling these individuals to enter Huaxia to eliminate him. At this moment, Long Jinfei yearned to uncover the identity of the puppeteer behind scenes. Only by positioning himself as bait could the truth be revealed. Upon hearing Popovich's words, an abrupt silence enveloped the room, all eyes fixed intently on him, rendering the atmosphere rather awkward. Mui Chen refrained from returning to the company, transferring all his work to the hospital, attending to Su Yutong while simultaneously managing his duties. He had even massaged her hands and feet and tended to her body the previous night. Shi Minjian also made his move, his right hand outstretched, manifesting a mid-grade spirit sword, the finest of those nurtured within his sword gourd. With a flourish of the spirit sword, he cleaved a brilliant arc of light. Muli shook her head, inquiring, "What brings you here? Where are your guards?" It was peculiar for him to abandon the capital for this remote town, and even more so to be without a single protector by his side. Tony curled his lip, but swallowed his words. It was astonishing to him that the usually aloof young master had finally learned the virtue of restraint. He was indeed maturing. Just moments ago, Old Xiao had remained silent. However, upon hearing Old Xiao's remarks, he nodded in agreement. He chuckled softly, dismissing the past. What mattered was that the present version of you still stood by my side. Madame Xie had saved their son and provided medicine to enhance their martial prowess, enabling them to come to the aid of young Master Xie that night. Although they struggled to accept that a mere country bumpkin had suddenly taken charge of the Qin family, it was undeniable. Ilenia seemed to possess some means within her vicinity. Extending roughly 30 paces, no fog encroached. Thus, the range of their followers was similarly confined. Despite Jiang Ho's message to Yao Qing, indicating that she could return to the Jiang residence should she find her living arrangements unsatisfactory. The potential fallout from a quarrel with Madame Shan that might lead to a divorce would surely render future days exceedingly bleak. Looking back, it seemed they had indeed purchased this temporal magic cube tree at an opportune moment. Madame Xie instructed, adding 2 dishes for the lady, bidding her to enjoy at her leisure, as the proprietor hurried off to the backyard. Connecting the third-generation super soldier's physique to a royal-grade quantum computing system was a revolutionary advancement in the laws governing energy capacity. Theoretically, such a feat should be impossible. It had materialized before their very eyes, leaving He both bewildered and amazed. Wooden puppets ascended the martial stage from all directions, gradually enclosing the testers within a barrier akin to an iron fortress, each puppet seeking its designated target to attack. Regardless of the commotion stirred by the nobles, they were compelled to confront an undeniable truth. The might of Ovas was overwhelming, bolstered by 3 legions, the Rat King's aid, and the extensive resources and connections painstakingly amassed by Gulf throughout his lifetime, not to mention the formidable assassins he employed. Chapter 159, Tang Hao's Ultimate Evolution, Meme Beast. Boom! Thunder reverberated as Gu Xian's words fell, its resonance uncertain as to whether it signified applause or a desire to strike down this blathering fool. Tang Hao's pupils dilated in disbelief, his nostrils flaring. He could scarcely fathom that a formidable elder like Gu Xian would utter such shameless words. And here he was, the illustrious Hao Yi Douluo, subjected to the mockery of this old rascal. His newly adjusted glasses shattered on the ground, forming a web of cracks, rendering them unusable. Armed with a high-definition map that could detail even the smallest villages, Li Nan was now poised to track the changes of numerous rivers and identify precise routes suitable for road construction in Shu territory. Eagerly, he charged forward, propelled by the biting cold wind, claws outstretched towards the opposing beck. Moreover, if there were indeed matters to evade, they could not be escaped from, given the adversary's strength. There was no need for deception. In the magical realm, a mere difference of a single level could yield vast disparities in power. Though the specifics of Oswide's strength remained unknown, it was at least above the title of sage. After all, he had witnessed an array of overwhelming spells and artifacts in the secret realm, leading him to form this understanding. Very well, let us await the outcome. Zhu Yi scoffed dismissively, no longer speaking, brimming with confidence. Minion gazed up at the black rock formations towering at least 6 or 7 meters above her, now crawling with no fewer than 100 skeletal figures resembling magical beasts, a hint of astonishment gracing her features. Most mercenaries at the base level were destitute and struggling individuals. They rarely opted for the time-consuming and costly pursuit of archery, nor did they possess the means to practice such skills. These protective spells ensured that as long as Shiri and the others weren't besieged by multiple attackers or confronted with particularly formidable characters from the Redwood Magic Academy, they would likely remain unharmed. Waterwood's entire body was encased in a wooden skeletal structure, its limbs growing more robust, with branches atop its head intertwining into a single sharp horn. At this moment, Dongfang Yunan also harbored doubts regarding Ning Fan, shaking his head, seemingly unconvinced of Ning Fan's ability to successfully refine the Ziyun pill. In a moment of daze, the sound of shattering could still be heard, akin to the delicate tinkling of glass fragments crashing to the ground. Ho Chi comprehended Wang Ling's expression with remarkable clarity. If she chose not to depart at this juncture, it would render her motives utterly inexplicable, save for an inclination towards self-destruction. Wan Bao tossed aside the quilt, perching herself at the center of the bed, while Qing Weishuani mimicked her posture, sitting upright and gazing intently at her. Lu Feng was beset by a plethora of unanswered questions. Mu Qingyu was undeniably peculiar, and the enigmatic Amei Mountain seemed to be a nexus from which all manner of extraordinary beings had suddenly emerged. As anticipated, a fervent obsession glimmered in Gao Jia's eyes, suggesting that a mere beckon from Douluo would compel him to draw near. Li Su felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. The strain of 2 sleepless nights weighed heavily on his mind. To achieve the optimal efficacy of the medicinal properties, a delicate balance was imperative, necessitating the harmonious fusion of each herb's effects. Yet, Ning Fan cast a glance of unease towards Li Ming, uncertain of the path forward. If such were the case, Sun Tzu's disregard for the fragility of beauty was indeed alarming. Just as the soldiers were engaged in hushed discussions, Sun Tzu, clad in his everyday attire, strode into the camp, prompting the soldiers to hastily salute, only to be met with a silencing gesture from him, instructing them to withdraw. As the prosecutorial authorities were poised to initiate legal proceedings against Chen Yue, an unexpected call from a provincial political and legal committee brought an eerie calm to Tianhai City. Meanwhile, Lu Jingxing assisted Yi Lingxi in fastening her apron, observing as she entered the kitchen, while he remained seated at the dining table, his eyes fixed upon her. Chapter 160. The Goat-Head Soul Hammer. A tempestuous surge of soul power coalesced into an energy storm, causing even those several meters away, such as Duge Yin and her companions, to stagger backward. Gu Xian, however, remained impassive as he regarded the fierce beast's soul ring. The 2 golden patterns indicated a clear amalgamation of Tang, Hao's cultivation, and the soul rings he had absorbed. A flicker of impulsiveness crossed Gu Xian's eyes, pondering the implications of this phenomenon. It is noteworthy that vanquishing an ordinary 10,000-year soul beast typically yielded only a single soul ring. The activation required 30 seconds, and the assassin's shadow strike would remain uninterrupted while opening the treasure chest. With 34 seconds remaining on the shadow strike, there was still time. Just then, Xian Lang hurried over, standing at the doorway and gesturing towards the leopard, indicating that Qing Xin was currently in a foul mood. Indeed, it was merely a fleeting encounter. Yi Feng helplessly shrugged, acknowledging the truth of the matter. Yet now, with 3 formidable strangers in their midst, though they had rendered assistance, their motives were undoubtedly tied to the divine weapon. They could not be brought into the negotiations without first resolving the matter of the weapon's ownership. With the Demon Slayer sword in his left hand and the Dark Dragon sword in his right, Lu Chun executed both sword techniques simultaneously. Upon completion, his complexion paled dramatically, the depletion of spiritual energy evident. Uncertain of how many punches he had thrown, Zhao Long found himself gasping for breath, blood oozing from every orifice, reduced to mere exhalations. Moreover, the gray-robed mage had dropped 4 dark gold level staves and 4 sets of dark gold robes, marking this encounter as an undeniable windfall. Battles erupted at various locations in the island's city, within the confines of the black barrier of the contest arena. The Lone King had persisted for so long, yet still failed to extract Wu Yi's soul. He had purchased every item that had caught his eye. Passing through the children's area, he extravagantly declared his intent to buy a limited edition Barbie doll after merely glancing at it. Though it sounded somewhat ruthless, the realm of politics harbored no compassion. Even the esteemed chairman had lamented that his edicts could scarcely influence more than 100 kilometers around the capital, beyond which he was powerless. "James, I need to have a serious discussion with you," Arthur interjected, interrupting James Garfield's motivational speech, not out of rudeness, but because Arthur sensed that James Garfield was in a perilous state. On the way home, Xiang Tianxiao appeared lost in thought, while Mary chattered incessantly beside him, met with his silence. Although the battle at the capital did not endure for long, Bai Qi had gleaned a preliminary understanding of the Ryukyu military's capabilities. From what he had observed, Japan's true strength was woefully inadequate, scarcely worthy of consideration. Bai Qi recognized that the tank cannon smoking device would become a crucial component in future tanks, integral to the 2nd, 3rd, and even 4th generations. Narrowing his eyes, Ingaji suddenly recalled that during the previous nights, he had seen her diligently sewing something, casually inquiring about it. She had mentioned it was clothing for Ling Shu. The chime of the grandfather clock resonated suddenly, akin to thunder erupting in the stillness of the night, startling the room from its tranquil reverie. Mingshan Gue halted at the threshold, fully aware that Yang Shufeng's every utterance was likely to bear ill tidings. Nonetheless, as a minister of the court's political affairs, He was reluctant to relinquish any glimmer of hope, especially since the imprisoned second prince was the first in line for succession. When a man brazenly disregards your concerns, it signifies that there is little room for reversal. Excessive discourse would only squander breath. She struggled to return home, waiting for what felt like an eternity, afraid to venture outside or make contact with anyone, fearing that any news from her might adversely affect Guyu. The point, during its rotation, generated an immense gravitational pull capable of absorbing and obliterating all, yet could not retain these substances, resulting in their expulsion back into the void, thus forming new cosmic dust within the universe. Douluo inhaled deeply. The cake still bore a hint of warmth, exuding the sweet fragrance of egg and cream, mingled with the fresh yet slightly bitter scent of premium matcha powder, a tantalizing stimulus for the salivary glands. Bai Bin radiated fury, leaving a trail of anguished cries and snapping bones in his wake. Yet he refrained from inflicting fatal harm. Rage did not equate to a loss of rationality, for only he could rein in his tempestuous emotions. At that moment, the gold chain around his neck and the gold watch on his wrist seemed to mock him. Turning away, the group resumed their search for employment. After facing numerous setbacks, they finally acknowledged the exceptional nature of this company. Undoubtedly, Liu Fei was no ordinary scion of wealth. He exhibited neither reckless arrogance nor a lack of restraint. Deception is a soldier's prerogative. Jie cast aside the powder in his hands, as the swirling powder intertwined with spiritual energy, forming a natural barrier around him. Following the recent series of upheavals, the Ren family found their minds reeling, momentarily unable to process the events. Then, the one-eyed creature emitted a series of disjointed cries before seemingly collapsing, slumping onto the ground in a manner reminiscent of debauchery, lost in its own thoughts. Thus, it would be wise for you to surrender quietly. Conan chuckled lightly, adding, otherwise, should we lay you down here, it would hardly be a dignified outcome for you, would it? Xing Sha-chun paid little heed to this, seizing the opportunity presented. He felt unfazed by the prospect of facing late-stage or even peak ninefold adversaries, nodding in agreement. The final words disrupted Qin Yan's thoughts, leaving him in a state of conflicting emotions, elated yet melancholic. Now, allow me to perform a piece entitled Illusory City of Music. When Qingqing positioned the guqin before her and settled into a meditative posture, the Chui family is willing to offer an additional 5% of the shares of the Chui group. Chui Yongning lamented with a pained expression. The green serpent, seemingly responsive to Feng Ling's reprimand, lifted its head, emanating a verdant glow. Gradually, the serpent's form contracted, transforming into the human shape of the enchanting maiden in green attire. Liu Yanran, whom Feng Ling had encountered atop the Qiong Tower. As a noble scion, Jiji led the 10,000 troops borrowed from the Zhao kingdom towards Yanjing. The Qin kingdom in the west was not idle, following their defeat in the battle for Lincheng against Zhao 2 years prior. They had successively dispatched forces to seize the territories of Tsiua and Jiao from the Wei Kingdom. Chapter 161. The scent draws near. Hiss. Yu Guangui and Shi Long inhaled sharply, exchanging glances before making their way towards Du Yin and Yi Lingling. Until they confirmed Gu Xian's identity, they were reluctant to antagonize him. After all, those capable of absorbing a 100,000-year spirit ring were either exceptionally gifted or possessed formidable strength. Such talents were typically courted rather than confronted. Moreover, there was currently no conflict between them. It would be sheer madness to disrupt Gu Xian's absorption of the spirit ring. With the call ended, Gu Pingxing's slender fingers rubbed the phone as he struck the steering wheel with a heavy fist. When Jixiao was not particularly familiar with the recently transferred student, she only remembered that he had helped her drive away some ruffians in the alley, which had fostered a slight familiarity, yet she was aware of his notorious temper. Nowadays, many people suffer from gastric or pulmonary ailments, often spiraling into endless worry upon learning of their health conditions. Jiang Lianzas let Erling Jun sit cross-legged on the ground, striking his back with a palm, her shamanic energy coursing through him. Even if one were to wield a whip and confront the Wanxian weapon shop, the proprietors could easily deny any accusations, leaving one powerless. Gao Shui had garnered considerable attention over the years, featuring prominently in a myriad of trending topics, yet none were particularly scandalous. Merely the media's attempts to capitalize on fleeting fame with inconsequential speculations. While replying to emails, Gu Pingxing's gaze fell upon the two individuals engrossed in playing with Lego. His eyes lingered on Wen Jixia's face, a profound depth reflected in his gaze. At that moment, the onlooking villagers noticed Su Jingjing and instinctively parted ways to grant her passage. This Earth, devoid of even a marked star location on the star chart, concealed the most primal life forms of the Shanghai realm. If he were not mistaken, Kuei, Taotai, and Kuan were all representative beings from 400 million years ago. The first generation of life from Shanghai. The princes, particularly, seemed entranced, their eyes fixated hungrily on the dancers. The prince of Wujiu, having been thoroughly chastised by Zhang Lian's huz, was now glaring with unabashed desire at the performers. Suddenly, a voice, seemingly conjured from the void, resonated softly, He Qing's voice. Ascending step by step, it felt as if there were no end in sight. He Qing Fan was uncertain how long he had been walking, only aware that the melancholy within him grew increasingly palpable, visions flashing through his mind. In a domain where countless stars converged, a supreme monarch ascended forcefully, leading millions of troops to conquer the universe. 10 miles were traversed in no time. As the thunderous roar of cascading waters reached his ears, a line of vessels docked along the riverbank came into view. Subsequently, the Allied forces surged forward, encountering no resistance, and entered the eastern capital with ease. The following day, the reconstruction of the eastern capital commenced in an orderly fashion. Yi Fan rolled up the ancient scroll, and, as he prepared to depart, a faint voice suddenly interrupted him. The Ta Ching realm is characterized by a crucial aspect, the condensation of spiritual energy. If the Yu Qing realm's purpose in constructing spiritual fields is to enable cultivators to store more spiritual energy, then the condensation of spiritual energy in the Ta Ching realm signifies an upgrade of that energy. An affiliated kingdom of the empire? Resource poor? Yi Fan felt an unsettling premonition. This news instilled a sense of foreboding within him. Zhang Xiong, do you have any questions? After glancing at the contemplative Zhang Xiong, Wei Jie inquired further. His words were profoundly impactful, each phrase striking directly at the hearts of the audience. What are you laughing at? Do you fear that I might blow your head off with a bullet? The scarred bald man abruptly shifted his aim, directing the weapon at Jiang Chengce. For Yang Jie. Witnessing such a transformation was a source of great comfort. With Li Fan and Yang Jie shouldering the banner of fairy tales, he could finally anticipate a tranquil retirement. He had long awaited the leisurely life in Sansheng Village. Chapter 162, Excitement. Young ladies, could you enlighten me as to the identity of the individual ahead? Yu Egwan inquired, observing Gu Xian, who was engaged in absorbing the spirit ring, firmly believing he was not a figure known to be active on the continent. This sudden emergence of a powerful being, with the opportunity to absorb a 100,000-year spirit ring, incited both envy and a pressing need to ascertain his identity. Seeing Yu Egwan finally steer the conversation to the matter at hand, Shi Long breathed a sigh of relief. Initially, they had only intended to. Jin Yu interjected. You must have misunderstood the wedding. The ceremony and the banquet are entirely separate matters. The wedding has taken place, but due to pandemic concerns, the banquet has been postponed. After Li Shanghan intervened on Eileen's behalf, chastising Li Shanshui, Eileen finally found some peace in her life. Wu Ming felt an immediate tightening in his chest as he surveyed the desolate surroundings, utterly devoid of any life forms. A chilling sensation surged from his feet to his head, rendering him uneasy, intentionally uttering a slew of prefixes. Xiaoxi smiled as she approached Yumin and extended her right hand. After a brief handshake with Yumin, the head of the Bureau of Cultivation promptly began introducing the intricacies of the Lingwu Shizhao to Xiao Shi and the others. In a haze, Lin Kuan felt Sima Jingjing's gentle kisses upon his lips. As his consciousness drifted into a state of confusion, he found himself utterly powerless. Sima Jingjing leaning fully into his embrace, emitting soft, bashful sounds. Ever since being possessed within the Qingfeng Gorge, Xiao Yang's spiritual power had far surpassed that of an average martial emperor in the late stages. Following his exit from a gorge, his spiritual dragon had endured a lightning tribulation, rendering his power exceptionally formidable, allowing him to conduct soul searches with impunity. Upon seeing a red Ferrari parked in the rearview mirror, Yi Shanghan ended the call. Jinyu, carry on with your affairs. These days, inspiration has been bursting forth, and I write several posts daily without daring to slack off. Thoughts raced through his mind, and Jin Mu, with a resolute glint in his eye, firmly asked, is that because my situation differs from others? Lorraine feigned a mysterious smile. Zhu Pingjin silently harbored doubts, yet refrained from voicing them. With a flicker of inspiration, he patted the scabbard of his sword. Su Zheng offered him a faint smile, and, seizing the opportunity while the demon cultivator was still recovering, lunged forward, binding the opponent with the celestial binding rope, leaving them no chance to resist. He then moved in swiftly, wrapping his arms around the opponent's head and twisting forcefully. However, The fake Su Zheng seemed to have perfectly emulated Su Zheng, mirroring not only his appearance and techniques, but also his combat style. As Su Zheng retreated, the impostor followed closely, advancing with swift strikes aimed at Su Zheng's head. Yao Huang's 13 families, with the exception of the Tianwang Yuan Tao, who led the remnants fleeing to Shaanxi, found the remainder of their over 10,000 soldiers at Mengjiao Mountain beside the Inyang River, surrendering without resistance and providing a wealth of free labor for the burgeoning construction endeavors in Shuti. Much like bandit leaders who congregate in the mountains, these gang bosses are anything but ordinary. Even when confronted with matters of privacy, they divulge information with utmost seriousness, displaying no shame in revealing personal details. Such individuals possess a straightforward nature, devoid of intricate scheming, which is why Li Xiong is inclined to befriend them. As Diego Simeone issued his latest directives for the final 15 minutes of the first half, Feng Quan, in contrast, reflected on his performance during the initial 30 minutes. Ling Mu, being the clan leader, whispered with a white-bearded elder before raising several queries regarding the so-called collaboration proposed by Ning Qingxiu. Meanwhile, Elder Wu's remarks not only addressed Yinfeng's concerns, but also served as a cautionary note, aiming to dispel any unrealistic notions lingering in Yinfeng's mind. Chapter 163, Completion of Absorption from the Heart. The most indelible experience for Yu Guan and Gui Mei was undoubtedly the moment Tang Hao absorbed the 100,000-year soul ring of the Blue Silver Emperor, a memory that would forever remain etched in their minds. Thus, the Blue Silver Emperor became an unforgettable presence in their lives. Previously overlooked, they suddenly spotted a small Blue Silver Emperor. Prompted by Gui Mei, Yu Guan turned to Alung, nearly wide-eyed in astonishment. Eric did not invest excessive time and effort into this matter. He merely committed the visages of Hades and Gabriel to memory, intending to repay the favor should their paths cross again. Upon receiving news from Pierce, Honest was momentarily bewildered before relaying the information to his subordinates. Once inside the vehicle, Lu Qi pursed his lips and softly remarked, "Master San has taken him away. Moreover, I fear that my days of ease are coming to an end. I can't quite explain why, but upon seeing Jiulin, I felt a sense of impending doom." Xiaji and Liang Lu leaned closely together, examining the ultrasound image. Although the diagnosis below indicated early intrauterine pregnancy, they struggled to comprehend the murky image adorned with white ripples. "All right, I must take my leave. You continue with your tasks," she declared, rising and brushing off the dust from her attire. Xiaji cast several glances in their direction. Their silence rendered her as invisible to them as a ghost. A familial atmosphere she was all too familiar with. In truth, combat prowess is not merely a matter of rank. It also hinges on techniques, skills, and a level of true energy. After turning away, he unconsciously squinted his icy peach blossom eyes as a tall, imposing figure approached against the light. The morning sun bathed the man in a golden hue, casting a faint glow upon his dark blue suit, making him appear dazzling and resplendent. Ordinary life stars number in the billions, with Chun Muji bestowing titles based on merit to the talented individuals of the human race who followed him. She speculated that this Wu Jie, out of fear for his life, deliberately mischaracterized Long Yi as a formidable warrior to evade responsibility. Observing the jade hairpin kick the red-clad fairy, she felt a pang of sympathy, recalling how the red-clad fairy had just been protecting her. Despair consumed her, as the individual incited feelings of revulsion and hatred within her, pushing her to the brink of madness. 30 million pounds. This figure was neither excessively high nor particularly low. The terrifying aspect lay in the identity and age of Wu Sanshi. Had he been in the prime of his life, such a price would be deemed commonplace. Meng Huai understood that from this moment forth, the 27th would no longer be driven by a momentary impulse to destroy Jerusalem, but would steadfastly pursue strength for the sake of Yana and Jelly. Upon hearing Jin Zhuo's words, Fang Yuan was about to voice his thoughts when he was interrupted by Chen Shi, seated not far from him. After a brief period of recuperation, Zhao Sherman, having been rescued, returned to normal health. At her age, she initially intended to mock Muya with some scornful remarks, believing she had come merely for the free food and drink, so she felt no pressure in her taunts. The girl with dark blue skin leaned out from the upper floor, seemingly confident in the distance, and shouted at her with an expression of indignation. For someone like Yi Fan, even if he truly fancied a piece of raw material, he would approach the negotiation gradually, incrementally increasing the price. How could he possibly start with such a blatant price hike? It was not until the 33rd minute that Lion finally mounted a threatening attack. Johnson surged forward for an assist, failing to return in time, resulting in a counterattack that nearly caught them off guard. Mascherano timely cleared the ball out of bounds, granting Lyon their first corner kick. I could sense the formidable barrier surrounding the stinking cesspool, set at a level no lower than that of Spirit Saint. However, the great tree was similarly affected. Thus, analyzing the strength of the individual who established the barrier, it was evident that approaching it was not an option. Chapter 164. The Grand Gift from Haotian Sect. The Wheel of Fortune turns, just as they had once intimidated Duge Yin and her companions. Now they found themselves frightened back by Gu Xian. They ought to be grateful that they refrained from acting arrogantly at the outset. Otherwise, they might not have had the opportunity to converse with Gu Xian now. Are you all right? Gu Xian ignored the trio of Yuguan, instead turning his attention to Duge Yin and Yi Lingling, while keeping a watchful eye on the three. Among them, two were at level 94 and one at level 91. After exiting the welcoming residence, Su Chun and Shun Ling inquired about the address of the Haoyue sect and proceeded straight there. While Long Zhan was fraught with worry, Su Yunliang was fervently absorbing and refining the medicinal properties of the water in the pond, continuously enhancing his physique. Concurrently, Ren Fifan discovered a special utility of the mysterious space. Anything placed within it could retain absolute freshness. Flowers kept inside for 10 days, or even half a month, would emerge as fresh as if newly picked. Tanger, let's stop talking and return, she said, grasping Gongsun Tanger's hand. Gongsun Jinhua attempted to lead her away, but the pampered Gongsun Tanger, accustomed to being doted upon since childhood, stubbornly resisted, her body racked with pain, wishing only to tear Shun Qingwu apart. As Chu Fumian approached the divine tree, he immediately sensed its fear, feeling the power of creation as the barrier of the divine tree was forcefully breached. Unbeknownst to him, a droplet of crystalline liquid formed at the corner of its mouth, eventually falling with a soft plop onto the grass leaves. His pristine white shirt bore a large footprint from Ren Fifan as he was sent flying backward. However, when it came to those who had shown him kindness, Chu Fumian would undoubtedly repay the favor, and the promises he made were as good as fulfilled. The Huaxia Grand Hotel, a towering edifice of 28 stories, ranked among the top 3 when first completed in Yinjing's skyline, and even today, it still holds a place among the top 30. Though Dongfang Qiubai was the center of attention, he remained indifferent, for no one knew who he truly was. At that moment, he was nothing more than a living clay figure. After activating the night visit to the old summer palace from his waste token, Bai Li Du vanished in an instant from the edge of the pocket, likely just seconds away from being captured. Let us proceed. Zheng Yu nodded, a fervent blaze igniting within him. Catherine had finally arrived. Though her visage remained composed, she was in truth utterly unmoored. Failing to notice the slight emphasis and hostility in Li Qiming's voice as he uttered the words idle onlookers, directing a glare at Zhou Junkai. This was his method of alleviating pressure, and Lu White mused that perhaps she should adopt a similar approach. It had been some time since graduation, and now she resided at the Aoshua Manor in the northern outskirts of the city, living alongside her cousin. Guo Jinan had grown weary of the question-and-answer format, so he opted to elaborate, knowing that Aunt Yun would inevitably inquire. Jiang Xia had begun to understand why the elders of the Plant Clan wore expressions of discontent upon mentioning this individual. Any family burdened with such a character would surely find it difficult to maintain a cheerful demeanor. If Jin Xiu Chun's conduct were to manifest among the human race, he would likely rise to prominence as a crime lord. The second strike had already descended, and the first to arrive, Lu Ziki, immediately unleashed her powers. Yet to no avail. By the time Lu Ziki realized that the assailant could disrupt her abilities, it was far too late. For an extended period after witnessing Baal's emergence, Hiji struggled to untangle his thoughts, yet they remained ensnared in a chaotic web. In this grand, cosmic era, the life of a farmer was rather solitary. Much like what Lu Xinong's father once remarked, to be a competent farmer in this age, one must possess the patience to endure. Chapter 165. The Soul Modification Procedure. With Gu Xian's flying speed, devoid of any concerns about soul power, he returned to the Sunset Forest in just a day. However, within the forest, only Dugubo and Afu remained, quietly cultivating. Yi Xinlan had returned to preside over the Yi family, while Gu Rong had vanished after his battle with Chen Exine. After instructing Dugubo and Afu to prepare alongside Dugu Yan for the sex arrangements, the entire icy realm lay in anticipation. Master, with your cultivation, are you truly unable to refine the bone transformation technique using this Buddhist fire? Lu Xian inquired of Master Zhu Li. However, the technique stone could not guarantee a 100% upgrade of ordinary skills. There was merely a 50% chance of evolving to a new skill, and a 50% chance of enhancing existing skill potency. Upon hearing the elder's words, we promptly began to utilize the technique stone, closing our eyes and continuously envisioning the spellcraft. Quickly tend to him. Without allowing Alan an opportunity to approach Alicia, Brian commanded a nearby priest to issue an order. Given Brian's already elevated status as the leader of the convoy, the priest wasted no time in casting a healing spell upon Alan. Chun Wei hastily set aside his phone, dimmed the screen, and reclined on the bed, feigning interest in a magazine. Zhao Onion could scarcely recall the last time he felt joy. Long regarded as a mere spendthrift, had finally accomplished something significant, resolving the predicament of the Zhao family group while aiding numerous workers on the brink of unemployment. The Hisu sect, located in the central region of the Wandao Mountain, boasted numerous celestial peaks, with countless ethereal palaces towering above. Lin Bao and Shi Shaojun were faring relatively well, yet the perspiration on their foreheads revealed their lack of ease. The words of the celestial maiden ignited an inexplicable excitement within me, yet reason compelled me to remark that she had yet to allow me to finish speaking before departing. Qin Yuan, opting not to rush home, decided to take this naive girl on a leisurely outing, purchasing a few outfits as if accompanying a sister on a shopping spree. Lu Xian was momentarily taken aback. After a brief pause, he noticed Luo gazing at him with anticipation, which suddenly reminded him of something. Zhang Long, too, had always been cautious, fearful of making a misstep, for behind him lay the safety of over 500 clan members. The standard long sword, imbued with the majority of Yi Zhao's power and a portion of her spiritual energy, cleaved through the waist of the devourer. Even the corpse of the food devourer was severed in half, eliciting a piercing howl of agony, as 4 sharp tentacles accelerated their rebirth, lunging furiously at Yi Zhao. Though Lin Xiaoran sensed something amiss, she did not dwell on it excessively. The captain of the heavenly generals at the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage was indeed a formidable expert. Yet, in the face of Lin Xiaoran, she felt she could hold her own in battle. Xiaonan glanced at the overwhelming number of golden needles whistling through the air, and with a roar of defiance, he withdrew his blade, positioning the bloodied sword defensively before him. "Thank you, benefactor, for your assistance. I am profoundly grateful." Bai Heng, lying on the ground and coughing up blood, uttered weakly. Her body emanated waves of frigid energy, suddenly coalescing into a vapor suffused with coldness, surging towards Luo Xue with an overwhelming force. Though intangible, such an assault conveyed immense pressure and threat. But why would a member of the Xia family be assigned to reside in the backward 36 cities of the southern barbarians? These cities, not only limited in cultivation resources but also plagued by mixed spiritual energies, offered no advantages for personal growth. What was the Xia family's intention in placing Yuxian there? Tous en soul technique. Soul return. At that moment, a voice resonated above the crowd. Subsequently, countless black shadows converged, ultimately materializing into the deity Lei. The Buddha spoke, "With cause and connection, the world gathers. With cause and connection, the world dissipates. Everything has its ties. You cannot escape." Wang Bugui added, "Such meaningless prattle. You speak as if you possess boundless benevolence. I shall see what you can do to me." "The hell of Sinluo? Bah, I fear nothing." The restless spirit within the ancient corpse retorted. Today, the 6th prince intended to make Yin Yi pay for his past betrayal of Lu Huanong, employing merely 70% of his strength. Had he erred? Onlookers, aside from Xiao Fengge, who reveled in schadenfreude, were taken aback. It turned out that the Xia King, too, had fallen under an enchantment. Her lips pursed slightly. She refrained from immediate speech. Yet her profound gaze remained fixed upon Yi Mengmeng. As she uttered these words, the Empress Dowager turned and exited, several maids hastily guiding Bai He forward. She did not require assistance, yet there were those in need, such as Shen Shuasheng, who now yearned to return but found impossible. This place was the ancient ruins of Hattusa in the Hittite Empire. After 3 millennia of weathering, the once magnificent city had eroded into mere mounds of earth, with only a few remnants of walls whispering tales of its former glory. "What are your intentions?" Alma inquired directly, seeking clarity on their detailed plans. A flicker of malice crossed her eyes as she sensed the sudden surge of soul power emanating from Yu Qingqing. Yun Yi rolled over, abruptly pinning Lu Huanong beneath him, pressing his lips against hers as he began to kiss her. "Chen Xiaoming has returned from military service. Old Lu's son is back." Neighbors of Chen Xiaoming began to arrive at his home, eager to see whether this soldier had changed or achieved anything noteworthy. Just as Chen Xiaoming prepared to take action, an untimely voice of mockery rang out from behind, followed by a relaxed youth, adorned with jangling components, stepping between the two parties. Hee, the items you seek are, of course, reserved for you, Sugwa chuckled, mirroring the laughter. Moreover, my mobile phone is in the living room, and I possess no spare change on my person, making it impossible to place a call. Lang Ming sighed heavily, expressing that a significant reason for his journey to Beijing was the stringent surveillance of his pocket money by Yang Shuiling. He had initially planned to indulge in some retail therapy at the prestigious luxury goods exhibition in Beijing, but that dream had now been dashed. The night had completely descended, rendering the surroundings virtually invisible. A predicament indeed, for a creature of higher intellect, like a human, becomes akin to a blind being in the dark. Whereas snakes possess the uncanny ability to sense the presence of humans through their body heat and scent. In this cavern, he was utterly alone. The thought that a single hand could conjure a river of blood was nothing short of astonishing. Augustus maintained his diminutive smile, yet the frivolous air that once surrounded him dissipated in an instant, replaced by a palpable aura of lethal intent. This intense air of murder was not mere bravado. Starkly contrasting with his neutral visage, those who perceived Augustus as a mere ornamental figure were surely destined to meet their doom in the depths of hell. Chapter 166, Biological Anomaly. Thus, the principles of soul energy operation, the fundamentals of combat, and the core control program were laid bare. Within the duality of ice and fire, Gu Xian resembled a mad scientist conducting inhumane experiments on Ulung. He required not a normal soul, but merely one capable of cultivation and everyday existence, thus making the modifications relatively uncomplicated, albeit taking half a day due to his initial inexperience with the procedure. "Do you want to carry you up?" Chen Langya asserted imperiously, his face still adorned with a broad smile, yet the undeniable tone of authority left Wuruoshi momentarily bewildered. Moments later, dozens of long arrows descended from the heavens, precisely striking the ranks of the Norland archers, exploding into brilliant bursts of light. Supervisor Zheng seemed oblivious to El Hong's discomfort, remaining beside the carriage where Hua Qingqing had arrived. Upon hearing Hua Qingqing's voice, he promptly dispatched the carriage back to the general's residence. It was at this moment that El Hong returned to his usual demeanor, being the last to board the carriage. Su Yang was unaware of the developments behind him. At some point, the crowd behind him had swelled, and all these individuals bore the same peculiar expression, mouths agape. Should Su Yang have seen them, he would undoubtedly have been left speechless, questioning what on earth is happening. Then, the sea of clouds abruptly vanished, and he felt as if he were stepping into an abyss of infinite darkness. "Cough." The bloodshot eyes of the scorpion stared at Sun Yen, parting his lips to utter something, but suddenly coughed up a copious amount of crimson blood, his muscular form trembling slightly, appearing precariously on the verge of collapse. Tan Jejia sighed, expressing that she had not intended to reveal this to Chen Langya. Yet, at this moment, Wei Yu was teetering on the precipice of despair, and she could not bear to witness her dear friend descend into further darkness, feeling utterly powerless to assist. Just as the two stepped into the elevator, and the electromagnetic doors slid shut, a figure abruptly emerged from the ground, half of his body protruding while the other half remained embedded in the metallic floor. A trench coat and hood obscuring his visage, revealing only a pair of piercing eyes fixed intently on the closed elevator doors. While his demeanor was impeccably sincere, devoid of any flaws, the implications were unmistakable. This was not a realm within which he held dominion. Should one seek to unearth imperfections and vent their frustrations, they would have to confront the researchers instead. Long Zhishin harbored a cold smirk within. He believed he had exhausted all avenues of patience. If he were to eliminate the leader, it would undoubtedly inflict even greater sorrow upon his grandfather, leading to the inevitable downfall of the Long family. Furthermore, as a brother, Long Zhishin had not yet sunk to the depths of fratricide. In truth, Liu, Guan, and Zhang's trio had long resided in Shu, hardly venturing into the world, let alone attaining any renown. Though Zhang Fei's character was direct and flamboyant, his acts of chivalry were confined to Shu, devoid of any opportunities to gain fame beyond its borders. Alas, after 20 years of acquaintance, he has departed just like that. Elder Yu shook his head, taking a sip of tea, his expression betraying little emotion, predominantly reflecting a sense of nostalgia. Lu Qinyun was left dazed by Song Nanyan's slap. Having lived a long life, she had never experienced such treatment. For example, unless one is seasoned, the psychological turmoil of entering a 5-star hotel with merely 10 yuan in one's pocket is wholly different from that of a 2 yuan shop. Meanwhile, the proprietor could only lie in bed, wholly anesthetized. Once the effects of the anesthesia wore off, the individual would be left in agonizing discomfort, yearning to scratch the incessant itch. Yet, one cannot continuously administer anesthesia. Should it continue, the person would either be driven to madness by the itch or succumb to the anesthesia itself. Qin clutched a few chocolates, initially intending to discard them, yet ultimately hesitated, returning them to their place while silently reminding himself that he was not an exception. There was no need to feel touched, which somewhat calmed his restless heart. Chapter 167. The dark iron pot is about to descend. In the ensuing moments, Gu Xian seemed to transform into a mad scientist, whimsically manipulating the very souls of his brethren. At that moment, he embodied a deity wielding the power to command souls at will, relentlessly tormenting those tainted souls until they were cleansed into a blank slate. He then metamorphosed once again into a master programmer, inscribing his desired codes into the very essence of their souls. Initially ensnared, Yang Qianquan summoned immense power to subdue the flame of his soul within his brow, growing increasingly faint and his body becoming progressively desiccated. Observing the once most tearful face, he noted that not only did it refrain from weeping at his words, but it also displayed a smile upon meeting his gaze. This was merely the first blow. His current state could only sustain itself through this initial strike and nothing more. Once aboard, the group remained outside, and the two guards stationed at the door did not grant entry. After the young man spoke, he turned and re-entered, prompting those outside to disperse, all hastening inside. Bang! Another gunshot rang out, the bullet striking the man's arm, eliciting a series of anguished cries from him. In truth, Chen Mo could sense the potency of the mental shackles that Tina had unleashed. Even facing such a psychological assault, he had to safeguard his mental sea, for a single slip could spell disaster. Naturally, Chimuching would never be a mere punching bag. She believed that the current state of Lu Ru was likely tied to recent events. Otherwise, how could a well-adjusted individual devolve into such a state? After several rounds of drinks, a scoundrel is simply a scoundrel. As the revelry escalated, the words exchanged became increasingly intolerable, a situation that Lu Sang would have previously found insufferable. Yet, with Dai Zicheng's involvement, she felt an inexplicable ease, as if she even found the conversation somewhat agreeable. Ironically, Ning Zihong wore an expression of absolute confidence. Mei Shu would naturally not engage in a dispute with Ning Zihong. Shen Ninghua gazed at Zhao Rujuan with mild surprise, hesitating before looking towards Aunt Zhang. Aunt, I hadn't intended for it to be this way. Her cousin appeared as if startled, struggling to articulate anything substantial after rambling for some time. Naylan Lanner was displeased, yet unwilling to complicate matters for the emperor. She merely cast him a glance, prompting him to look at Yun Shan with a resigned expression. Outside the palace doors, a puddle had formed, the spread of which indeed resembled an ominous occurrence. You wretch! What are you doing? Do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? Xiao Fengjue roared in fury. Soul Vortex! Luo Jun waved his hand, merging the souls of Lei Ci and unleashing a colossal vortex. The Black Wolf, indeed a cunning creature, first surveyed the surroundings to ascertain the absence of ambushes before cautiously approaching Lang Xingtian. After sniffing around Lang Xingtian's body and taking a few tentative bites at his legs, he detected no reaction and subsequently lowered his guard. All right, Captain Mao, I'm no longer jesting. Have you recently encountered any suspicious individuals? Lang Xingtian surveyed his surroundings. Shen Ninghua gently patted the heads of the two children, their foreheads warm and sweaty, worried that they might catch a chill, and promptly instructed someone to take them downstairs for a bath and a change of clothes. They're all dead, the pale-faced maid uttered before collapsing to the ground with a thud. Yet, within the warm and gentle confines of the Imperial Palace Hall, the figure of Yi Wu Shuang, who once occupied her entire heart, now lost to her. Did he still lead a melodious and vibrant life? No, although she assisted the Firehead army. The people there not only refrained from discriminating against her as an ill-fated individual with a severed hand, but treated her with utmost courtesy. At that moment, the Spaniards and the Dutch occupied Taipei and Tainan, respectively, with the Spaniards arriving in Dewan earlier than the Dutch. Chapter 168. Bibi Dong's heart shattered. Whoosh! Two beams of light shot out from the martial soul hall, and both parties seemed momentarily stunned upon encountering each other. Second offering. Why are you out here instead of staying in the offering hall? Bibi Dong's eyes narrowed slightly at the sight of the golden crocodile, a fierce glint emerging. I have no need to report to you what my intentions are. The golden crocodile's eyes flickered, quickly grasping Bibi Dong's intentions as its surrounding soul power surged, transforming directly into a formidable force. especially since she had now uncovered Fong Zay's secrets. There was no longer a need for him to overly avoid her in sensitive matters. A far more exquisite plan than Fong Zay's initial intention to use the flower goddess as a mere tool. The enormous serpent promptly retracted its thoughts of toying with the true dragon descendant. Black mist serpents sprouting from its wings, akin to a tempest devastating blossoms, crashing down towards Lin Xiaolu's head. However, this sycophant merely introduced her to the JMI security system's remarkable success, and after several inquiries from Qin Fei, she nearly wished for it to self-destruct. The comments beneath this post varied widely, with some suggesting that the front desk could not keep up with the influx of people. Adorning eyes, accentuating brows, each pair, whether lips or ears. All the dolls crafted by Zhang San possessed similar features. As for whether this ghost had any accomplices, there was no need for undue anxiety. As long as they pursued this lead, more ghosts would inevitably surface. Observing that she had already deduced the situation, Shangwan no longer concealed the truth, directly revealing the matters between the two. Wiping the cold sweat from her forehead, Bibi Dong took a few deep breaths to calm herself before rising and returning to her chamber. Xian turned slightly to shield the gaze of the two, wearing a look of satisfaction and praise. Yet every word served as a reminder to see Ying Xiao of their respective identities. With a resounding thud, Liang Qinli exerted all his strength, twisting Zhao Bin's head, yet his vitality waned, resembling a final struggle before death. The cry from Luo, filled with infinite pain, caused Qianyu Luo's entire body to tremble. What about the two sword spirits? Qianyu Luo knew that this heavenly tribulation was likely due to the two sword spirits dissipating, yet the price she paid to avert the tribulation was exceedingly steep. She cannot believe the two sword spirits emerged unscathed. After conversing with Andy for a while, they moved on to the next segment, the film premiere. Yin Julian coughed lightly. Sister Shui, truthfully, I quite enjoy spending time with Luo and the others. Long Ji, holding a spray can, painted the words Meng Wei Wei on the graffiti wall, but his atrocious handwriting elicited laughter from Meng Wei Wei. The full moon sky dragon paid her no mind, merely turning away and burying its head within its body, closing its eyes to sleep. The resort, in close proximity to nature, was breathtaking, yet under the scorching afternoon sun, Insija lost the desire to take Su Li on an outing, gazing at the seemingly soul-infested realm of decaying bones before her. A hint of reluctance flickered in Qianyu Luo's eyes. A wave of ethereal visuals fluctuated, depicting scenes of blazing fire consuming the starry sky, where a colossal phoenix and a gigantic black dragon clashed in the void. Amidst the tumult, on that fateful night, the crimson veil was lifted, and the exquisite figure finally became his wife. The safe zone fervently encouraged civilian squads to undertake various commission tasks in such a manner. However, in reality, Yi Qiu Chen remained composed, allowing the chaotic situation within the Yi family to unfold as it may. In truth, her unease stemmed from an indescribable source, uncertain yet undeniably tied to Lei Hu. No, more precisely, it was the formidable presence of the 6 soldiers, each exceeding an average height of 1.9 meters, standing behind Shenbai. One could not help but acknowledge her exceptional massage skills. With a gentle press, all fatigue dissipated. Watching Hua Xiao charge towards her like a rampaging tank, Shenbai's brow furrowed once more. In recent years, due to the meteoric rise of Master Lin Yi from Nodding City, both soul masters and commoners alike in Frere City unwittingly began to take notice of their once lesser brother city. Moreover, a multitude of enterprises were on the brink of closure or reduction. To combat this crisis, many opted to lay off workers, leaving numerous individuals helplessly unemployed. Feng Jianqing was ecstatic, immediately dragging Dai Kongxi to purchase charms from 10 different streets. The Raven was utterly frenzied, colliding, bumping, pecking at people, creating a scene of chaos as people were at a loss for what to do. All right, the day after tomorrow. Su Huinan, ever the proud and reticent figure, preferred not to probe further, just as A.O. Shui did not press him. What needed to be said would eventually be spoken. Lu Dong's expression shifted, wanting to retort, but finding no words, ultimately letting out a huff, visibly disgruntled. A ripple of emotion flickered in Su Mu's eyes before returning to calm, though his right hand, which had been resting on the railing, was now unknown when it had found its way around the jade-like waist encircling him. A thin frost suddenly appeared on Kongxi's face. He was most averse to Yu Hu mentioning his mother, as if her mere mention reproached him for ordering the capture of Yu Gengru and the subsequent raid that led to Yu Forn's demise. The most pressing matter at hand was to elevate their ranks. There was no necessity to become the leader, as that would only waste time and energy. It sufficed to ensure they kept pace with the first group. The reason for expressing such sentiments to her not yet adult grandson, which instilled a sense of unease in his grandmother, primarily stemmed from the charming husband who had been by her side for years. In the presence of his elder brother, this move was utterly a futile skill, yielding effects weaker than the previous noise attack. With weak knees, he collapsed to the ground, his eyes fixed on Kangxi, tears spilling from the corners of his eyes, resembling blood, for her gaze was terrifyingly sharp. Following Wang Rue, the crowd made their way to the place storing severed heads of captives, revealing a vast courtyard filled with an alarming number of severed heads. Rising to my feet, I took a puff of smoke and headed for the exit. Upon reaching the door, I turned back, casting a somewhat sullen glance at Yu, who merely fixed his gaze on me without uttering a word. After Tian Wan and Xie Yuming entered, Li Shenpu turned back and found Hua Lianxue gazing at him with a complicated expression. Brother, I must tell you, my sister is in poor health. We are both orphans and live a life of hardship. My sister suffers from a heart condition and relies on government assistance to barely survive. As a middle school student, I'm not employable. After all, the stigma of child labor is quite severe. Ergue, bring those upstairs down here for me. Even if I die, I will take hundreds of them with me, Liang Zi said indignantly. As they watched Li Yin's figure disappear, the crowd exchanged helpless glances, shrugged their shoulders, and sighed quietly. What could they do when faced with someone so resolute? Being an official truly felt constraining. Chapter 169. The Wuhuan Hall takes the blame. That's good. That's good. For reasons unknown, Flanders suddenly felt a surge of aversion within. However, before he could ponder further, Tang San came running with Ma Hongjun and Xiao Wu. The village was quite small, and the area occupied by Shrek was even smaller, slightly less than in the original narrative. So they were directly spotted by the keen-eyed Tang San as they descended. Days passed, and Tang San seemed to have accepted the news of his father's demise. In the blink of an eye, it was New Year's Eve. Xiao Mu had bought many fireworks and invited numerous friends and relatives to celebrate the new year together. Dr. Chen had clearly informed me that due to the damage to my uterus and my cold constitution, it would be challenging for me to conceive again. Who would have known that after one night with Li Yi, I would find myself in such a predicament? My luck is truly abysmal. It wasn't he that he had slept too late and needed to be awakened, nor was it that the person who woke him intended to do so. The fact was, he was roused by a discussion and a final scream that sounded almost like a shriek. A great calamity? I have heard much about this great calamity. However, I remain utterly uninformed about it. Elder, could you briefly enlighten me about this great calamity? Situ Haomai inquired. Indeed, it was true that Yi Shanshan was usually utterly passive, but today was different. She was particularly proactive, and she had drawn me in irresistibly. Investigating this matter had led to a deadlock. The mystery of what transpired in those 15 minutes remained unsolved. Who was hiding in the workshop, who opened the valve, and who intended to harm whom? Hey, why are your eyes glued to him? Ma Qiaoyan glanced at the departing man and reproached me with dissatisfaction. Yet even so, his expression showed no signs of relief. Harry leaned in for a closer look, feeling a pang of sorrow. I had called Yi Shanshan several times, but she didn't pick up. In the end, her phone was switched off. I sighed. It was all due to this troublesome mouth of mine. You can still be distracted during the competition. You've got some nerve. Haven't you? Chun Qing Fan said coldly, pulling a chair beside him to sit down. Before me stood two young men, roughly 28 or 29 years of age, their gazes fierce and seemingly malicious. Xianhua was deeply inspired, seeing his younger brother so open-minded. How could he, as an elder brother, be hesitant and fall behind? Moreover, the young man before him showed no sign of defense against the attacking army, indicating that his cultivation was at least at the master level. Jiang Sir understood that there was no time to waste. Every second was precious for Yixing Xue, a race against death. He exerted himself to expel the carbon dioxide accumulating in his lungs, his limbs tirelessly propelling him through the water, yet he felt his speed diminishing, the strength within him waning little by little. In an instant, the energy within the heavenly martial sacred realm and various entities surged upward, entering the mouth of the evil god. Fei Yin volunteered and picked up the dice, tossing it casually to reveal a 6, earning a round of applause. Zhu Fan, showing humility, gestured for others to proceed, while Miyamoto Naoto was not to be outdone, grabbing the dice and effortlessly rolling another 6, receiving thunderous applause in return. Observing Tang Zhuro's flushed face, Yi Chun maintained a wicked grin, causing her to blush even deeper. Thus, in the winter of the 29th year of the Chuyuan era, As the troops of the Qin kingdom gradually withdrew, the Zhao kingdom finally found a semblance of stability. The Quanming, Zhan Tao, Jiuzhu Wulikuan, and others drew their weapons, aiming them at Du Xinghai and his companions. It felt as if two resounding slaps had struck their faces, filling them with immense shame and anger, wishing they could find a hole to hide in. Jiang Laosan was also a local, though not from this immediate area. He hailed from a few streets away. The faint moonlight extended behind Jun Yuya, casting his half-shadowed face into obscurity. Chapter 170, Shattering Worldviews. Young master, something serious has happened. In the fiery space, Gu Xian was still in the process of brainwashing the 7 little devils when a panic call from Douluo pierced through from the outside. Gu Xian furrowed his brows slightly. Wasn't he supposed to have them establish a sect centered around the 9-heart Sitang? They couldn't even handle such a trivial matter? In a flash, Gu Xian appeared within the eye of ice and fire. What happened? Gu Xian reined in his emotions and looked at Douluo. I truly have no idea what these 2 black vines are made of. Their toughness far exceeds that of several metals, and once entangled, they continue to constrict inward, as if intending to crush the very essence of life. So that is how it is. I suppose there is no chance for me to enter the field as a substitute? Chun Langya chuckled. I was left speechless, cough. If this person encounters danger, the subconscious human potential unleashed is quite formidable. Unfortunately, this would remain just a beautiful dream, forever unfulfilled. Jean Ronway was tall and slender, yet quite lean, his face appearing somewhat gaunt, and with a sinister smile, he fixed his gaze firmly upon Chun Langya. Shut your mouth. If you utter another word, I will execute you on the spot. Your crime is harboring the fleeing remnants of the Chun Wang faction. The cold glint in Hua Qingsong's eyes was truly terrifying. The red internal phone on the desk suddenly rang. Qin Feng glanced at the caller ID. It was the landline of the Nanhua Municipal Committee, and he quickly picked it up. Mayor Qin, you seem like you're in the mood for a drink. How about I join you? I've heard your family's osmanthus wine is quite good. I've always wanted to try it, Dong Xiaomei said, seeing through Qin Feng's thoughts and taking the initiative to offer. What? Mother, you want to move to the county? After finishing dinner, LV and Yang returned from the kitchen and proposed leaving Qinghe village to LV Xiang, and LV Hong. You're absolutely right. I will never argue with you again. Whatever you say goes, Qin Feng said as he walked, thinking to himself that he wouldn't stoop to her level. Ever since the last time they had scared her by dressing as ghosts, she had held a grudge, not realizing how frightening it could be to dress as a ghost late at night. Although she had succeeded in previous pranks, she still felt somewhat unsatisfied. The several kitchen helpers were left dumbfounded, never expecting the queen to be so formidable. It is indeed regrettable that we cannot simply vanish. Even wild dogs possess their own dignity. If you are indeed that continuously frozen criminal, I will latch onto you without letting go. With this thought, Mo Jiuqing decided against going outside, lest she encounter that old eunuch again, fearing she might truly face punishment from him. After hearing about the matter from Yukomo Yukari, Hakurii Amaya silently resolved to address the issue alongside Marissa. As they spoke, Letian exited the main hall and summoned Wu Song, Chi Chi, and Tu Si, leading them outside. Bai Yi pondered to himself, wiping away the tears that brimmed at the corners of his eyes and forcing a semblance of ease as he spoke. How could we possibly be defeated here? Jiuying gritted her teeth fiercely, clutching her dual wheels tightly, and charged towards the Zaiwixing. Bai Lingjing, how dare you still have the audacity to call the Bai family? Bai Min naturally recognized the voice's owner and scoffed derisively. Her voice trembled, her body shook. The memories of the horrors in the corpse city were still vivid, so terrifying, so despairing, watching her blood drain away drop by drop with no means to stop it. Initially, the bald gang thought to confront Yang Meng, but upon realizing that Yang Meng neither flinched nor dodged, they became the prey themselves, causing fear to grip them as they retreated in haste. Hearing Shangguan Jingshi's comforting words, Huoshi wanted to say something, yet at that moment, she could utter not a single word, only weeping incessantly, as if trying to cry out all the grievances of her 2 lifetimes. Chapter 171. The Sixth Behavior of Bibi Dong and the Others. There was no excessive difficulty, meaning there was still some hardship. Gu Xian spoke with an indifferent expression. When had it ever been the turn of his people to be bullied by others? Young master, they truly haven't made things difficult for us. In fact, upon learning of our intention to establish a sect and compete with the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, they even expressed willingness to offer some assistance. However, they wished to meet with Old Bone. Douluo quickly clarified, fearing Gu Xian's reaction. The visitors were the Emperor Penguin and Batman, endowed with incredible speed. They had just been in the city center and arrived at the site of the former ACE chemical plant in less than half a minute. After work, Kanyu arrived at his newly rented apartment, and with job security, he paid the remaining half-year's rent in one go. Zhao Samar and the others maintained their customary low profile. Being mere shrimp soldiers and crab generals in the personal guard, catching a big fish was a rarity. So they chose targets from the lower end of the bounty list. Their master? Was it not Zhou Feng? Where Zhou Feng went, they were more aware than anyone else and understood better than anyone. The suggestion to accompany Zhou Feng sent a chill through the hearts of the four, and none dared to speak further. The man, terrified to the core, was not blind. He could not have failed to notice the iron latch that had been broken off by the shove, nor the dismembered bodies scattered across the floor of the adjacent room. Mo Ling rubbed her temples in exasperation, deciding not to think further. The Emperor's reasoning was beyond the comprehension of mere mortals like her. This possibility could not be ruled out, as there were no fixed reference points at the time, and the swirling currents created by the vortex made it impossible to determine if the ship was moving. Howard concluded after some contemplation, but he had another suggestion. He felt uneasy, yet found no valid reason to stay. After all, reclaiming what belonged to him was what the young master had intended from the very beginning. Montak Guhan, filled with disgust, forcefully shook off his hand, causing Ling Fei to stumble and fall to the ground. After dinner, Ling intended to take Tang Tang to explore the land. Having spent so long in the deep mountains training, she had hardly played at all, thinking to let her child enjoy a day of fun before officially returning to work the next day. Help! Qin Jing darted left and right like a panicked rabbit, with several red kiss marks on her neck. Lin Muyu knew that if he failed to explain himself, he would be unable to wash away the stain even by jumping into the Yellow River. Fortunately, he was without Lu Shui Fei by his side, or he could hardly imagine how to handle the situation. Boss, I could take down 3 or 4, Ma Zi said with a newfound bravado. He was, after all, a rural ruffian, accustomed to fighting and brawling. However, knowing was one thing, and deciphering was another, akin to how many could become masters in chess despite many being able to play. Lin Muyu, how can you speak like that? Do you know the identity of Director Liao? Bai Juanhao had not expected that his good intentions in having Lin Muyu sit down would be met with such blatant disrespect. As this fellow audaciously claimed he did not need Liao Qiangdong as assistance. The two hands clashed fiercely in the air, producing a thunderous sound that shook the heavens and earth, and the young man from the Bright God clan was sent stumbling backward uncontrollably. A red and a white fire soul locked onto Xie Tingfeng, perhaps aware that reducing him to ashes would bring an end to the devouring of the fire of Qian and Cohen. Ai Wen's anguish was etched upon her brow, and Gulu Changyu looked on with a mix of pain and fury. They had lost their first child together, knowing she was pregnant, yet failing to cherish herself. How could she dare to undertake such a reckless endeavor? Why? Why did you do this? Yinge? Yin Qingfeng was momentarily taken aback. Was it a misunderstanding? Everything today felt surreal, as if it were merely a fabrication. Chapter 172, Instantaneous Moments. Get to me, open. Jin Ao instinctively struggled to withdraw his hand upon seeing Gu Xian's drastic transformation. Yet Gu Xian's grip was as unyielding as an iron clamp, firmly holding his fist captive. Soul Bone Armor. Bibi Dong instinctively exclaimed upon witnessing Gu Xian's change. Although soul bone armors were rarely seen in history, each appearance signified the presence of a top-tier individual. At that moment, 2 beggars approached from the south, each leaning on a crooked stick. Spotting the horse meat cart, they made their way toward it. The shorter beggar remarked, "There's meat on that cart. Let us go ask," replied the taller one. With this matter settled, there was essentially nothing left to worry about. As long as the Heavenly Harmony Society did not disrupt things, the factory could recruit personnel without issue, all proceeding in an orderly manner. The saying goes, it is better to lose a finger than 10, and Zhang Liao, having fought for many years, naturally understood this principle. With a single thrust, he instantly raised the hair on all of Tsong, who hurriedly crossed a spear to block, but his strength was no match for Zhang Liao. Everyone raised their heads to see a tall, middle-aged Taoist priest clad in a blue robe, his round face beaming. "Take it." He swiftly retrieved a roasted fish from his package and handed it to Feng Hua Shizhuho, avoiding the ravenous gaze that resembled that of a wolf. Yun Ting fled in haste, unwilling to steal another glance into Feng Hua Shizhuho's eyes, fearing he might be unable to suppress his urge to vomit. Wu Zhang noticed he wasn't exerting himself intentionally and pointed at the neatly folded blankets, saying, "See that? Fold the blankets properly. You can eat only when they're done." After speaking, he left without looking back. When had there ever been a time when they weren't risking their lives? When had it not been a scene of utter disarray? When had they not pressed someone to the ground, nearly erasing their name? She could mask her emotions from Ling Gongzi, but the other 6 young ladies were evidently incapable of doing so. For Li Ru, Lu Xie, and Empress Dowager Dong had become mere pawns in his hand, tightly grasped, ready to be cast onto the chessboard. No matter what, Li Ru would not allow Lu Xie and Empress Dowager Dong to slip from his grasp, nor would he permit any unforeseen complications. Since you know, why do you continue to tolerate it time and again? I asked, frowning. A figure descended from the heavens, disregarding her gaze entirely, and struck Lu Qingyun forcefully on the back. Moreover, should he accept the olive branch extended by the city of the White Emperor, not only would he lose his dignity, but the Xingyun sect would likely be perceived as weak and easily bullied. At that point, every so-called sacred ground would attempt to exploit the Xingyun sect, resulting in a situation where the losses would far outweigh any potential gains. Although the allure of techniques belonging to the esteemed or even true kings held little fascination for him at present, the True Ancestor Fist Manual was undoubtedly an exception. Perhaps the chilling sensation from this encounter roused a fraction of consciousness from Lu Heng's heavy slumber. Engrossed in her own bittersweet musings, Immortal Chang Jing poured herself a full cup of wine and, after downing it in one gulp, cast her gaze upon the bewildered and utterly confused Nan Ku, seated nearby. Often, when a flicker of anger ignited within Lin Mu's heart, it would serve as a spark, unleashing a terrifying power. What do you mean? Are you dismissing the judgments made by our dozen or so experts? Elder Sun's expression turned cold as he glared at Xiao Nan, his voice laced with fury. After all, the people of the Phoenix sect were allied with those from the One Blade Palace. Yuan Ling and his companions were solely focused on Su Han. If in the end, they were unable to eliminate Su Han, it was entirely possible that they would turn their blades on the likes of Lu Yun and others. After a while, although Yu Jingfeng was located 5 miles underground, his voice resonated clearly. She remembered nothing, not even her own name. The name Ivy was bestowed upon her by Van Royus. All of the aforementioned events were recounted to me later as I persistently inquired with my master, with the more delicate questions arising from my theft of wine from the 6th senior brother-S cellar, which I later extracted from the eldest senior brother-S lips. Chapter 173. The Golden Crocodile discovered a clue. The ancient golden crocodile did not intend to be returned. With a cultivation level of 98, coupled with the soul rings it bore, it was likely to yield a pair of soul rings and soul bones dating back 500,000 years. As for Bibi Dong, the glimmer in Gu Xian's eyes fluctuated uncertainly. Killing Bibi Dong now might indeed provide a 500,000-year soul ring. However, if she were to be slain after ascending to godhood, that would undoubtedly yield a divine-level soul ring. The question of whether to kill now or later was indeed a profound consideration. Dongfang Bai chuckled softly, glancing at me without uttering a word, yet I could sense the layers of meaning embedded within his gaze. I scoffed. I never intended to flee now. There is someone who can torment you. I held a profound trust in He Qingmei's abilities. Upon arriving home, Ji Lingfei turned to gaze at Xia Zekin's residence. After just a few steps, he still had not returned. I felt that Tina had exceeded her bounds. This was not a matter for a subordinate to meddle in. Yet her incessant interference had not led to her dismissal by Qiao Jingnan, but rather had been tolerated time and again. I sensed that there must be some hidden intricacies within this situation. With his thoughts now clear, Li Chong understood the current predicament before him. Restoring this mere illusion was not an insurmountable task, but first, he needed to locate Hui Qi and the others. His decision to donate caught me off guard, as he had never mentioned it to me before. Upon returning, I questioned him about his reason for donating. Had he chosen not to, both Lu Yongjing and I would have devised a means to extract contributions from others. That night, I sat in his room, listening to him narrate stories until dawn. As the rooster began to crow, I returned to my room to sleep, and for some inexplicable reason, I fell into a particularly deep slumber. Enwan tasted the bitterness of her tears, cursing her own weakness. Despite his intention to humiliate her, her heart could not help but ache in pain. The doctor had long sought to capture me, yet he maintained an unhurried demeanor, perhaps misleading me into believing my significance to them was paramount. All the while, unbeknownst to me, that the power within me was not irreplaceable. Li Chong was beset by questions, uncertain how to untangle the knot before him. Suddenly, he noticed Yuan Tong demonstrating something nearby and smacked his forehead, realizing how sluggish his thoughts had become. The Doberman lying outside the dim confession room expressed its displeasure with low growls at the sounds emanating from within, while pairs of luminous green eyes exchanged glances above in the hall's vaulted ceiling. One might say this individual simply could not grasp the situation. Had it been Shun Sini, she would have turned and walked away without a glance back. Yet this was not Chi Ai, but rather Shun Sini. After her death, the demon emperor Mirror Sand offered not a single word of condolence. Jiyu did not blame him, for that was simply his nature. What Jiyu loathed was the one who had killed Ji Shu, Guju Mushui. As expected, Tong Guai Guai lifted her gaze and caught sight of Yin Zai's mischievous grin, thinking, "Grandma, why did you have to go out?" Just when Fan Shui was sinking into despair, a male voice broke through, laced with teasing tones, causing Shang Liang to halt. Fan Shui, slung over Shang Liang's shoulder, could only see the scene behind him. Though she yearned to glimpse the identity of the man speaking ahead, she found herself unable to do so. Buzz! At that moment, the entire divine tree in the distance began to tremble violently from roots to crown. Lin Mohan was continuously growing stronger. Only by becoming formidable enough to instill fear would he ensure that no one would dare to covet his treasures. Eventually, he believed he had achieved a level of strength that allowed him to traverse the world, standing among the elite ranks. Yet even more formidable adversaries emerged to contest him. Remaining in the hotel felt stifling, especially since my disguise would prevent recognition. Moreover, was I not still here? Did you intend to protect only Wan Xin and disregard me? Bai Wanting teased with a smile, and Zhang Fan immediately understood. She was not as poised and noble as he had initially imagined. Chapter 174. The Nine-Hearted Begonia and its connection to the Spirit Hall. The Golden Crocodile felt he had stumbled upon a momentous secret. At this juncture in the Douluo continent, it was common knowledge that Douluo had taken Gurong's grandson, Gu Xian, as his heir. Moreover, titled Douluos held a sense of dignity. Once they acknowledged someone as their master, betrayal was unlikely. This was evidenced by the likes of Shilong and Qi Shui. Even when Qian Rinxua planned to sell them to Tang San in the original story, they did not choose to betray her. Thus, if Douluo recognized an heir, it was a commitment. Li Qianxuan's lips quirked as he finally accepted that this was indeed a master-servant relationship. They even exchanged threats, always striking first before speaking. He truly owed her from his past life. The other imperial artifacts were not weak, rather in the vast battlefield. Their instantaneous destructive power could not compare to this type of imperial artifact. Gradually, Wei Yin emerged from within the protective barrier, casting his gaze around before finally pausing at the sight of a white skeleton, momentarily entranced. Chao Yu and the others, standing atop the roof of the Kong Hotel, silently watched as Suja exited Yinxiao town until his figure vanished from their sight, after which they returned to the Kong Hotel. Hearing Wu Chuang's words, Li Haonan felt a twinge of disappointment, yet he also sighed in relief. If Gu Xiaobei had forgotten him entirely, yet she still remembered Wu Chuang, he would truly feel as if he had slammed his head against a wall. Wang Biao nodded. Although the price was somewhat steep, he did not mind. He handed the youth a mid-grade divine crystal and said there was no need for change. In his possession, even the lowest-grade divine crystals were mid-grade, most of them being high-grade, and there were quite a few top-grade ones as well. Despite the unpredictable nature of his dream world, Lu Feiyong firmly believed that such issues would not yield anything extraordinary. "What are you laughing at?" Nejezitin cast a glare at Li and I, choosing to disregard her. Otherwise, their serious conversation would inevitably devolve into frivolity. As for the Empire, you are not the one they envy the most. Rather, I'm the object of their jealousy. Contemplating the intricately carved images, Wei Yin scrutinized them anew, pondering their underlying patterns. This department store also belonged to Lu Tianfeng's ventures, whose investments spanned across various industries, including retail and freight. The implication revealed by Old Master Chun suggested that Lu Tianfeng had even ventured into the military supplies trade, underscoring the enormity of his wealth. No sooner had he finished speaking than Zhao Gan's gaze sharpened, and he rolled away to evade a barrage of formidable bullets, swiftly seizing the fallen military knife to block the subsequent onslaught. The armed police soldier saluted once more before returning to his post, standing as resolutely as a green pine. Lu Yinchang instinctively raised his arm to return the salute, but halted midway, letting out a sigh of resignation. "Do you truly believe that after killing me, you can effortlessly reclaim all that rightfully belongs to you?" Song Duanwu shot him a scornful glance, gesturing for him to sit and calm himself. "This vehicle indeed belongs to Zhu Zhongshan and his associates," Luo Taifeng remarked after circling the car. Lei Mingqian found a light yellow trench coat in the trunk. His gaze swept across the hall, settling on Meng Zhu, whereupon his eyes sparkled with tenderness. The assembly remained engrossed in the aftermath of the Abyssal Demon Clan's influence. So it was unexpected when Guding abruptly announced the next agenda, leaving many feeling bewildered and discontented. "Did you not see? Just tell me," he said, abandoning the button of her dress and directly probing beneath her skirt. As the night deepened and the moonlight gradually withdrew behind the clouds, I remained entirely oblivious to the princess's circumstances. Upon hearing the man in the black robe declare his unsuitability to continue as the Guo family steward, a surge of inexplicable anger welled within Butler Liu. However, Guiyun's subsequent words doused him with a wave of icy reality. Consequently, in the foreseeable future, Li Qing would often find himself in the Magic City, where the absence of a stable residence proved rather inconvenient. "No, go away." Jiang Hanxue couldn't even muster the energy to glance at him. "What are you talking about? I'm barely old enough. Why would you ask me about events from 800 years ago?" Shen Yin sat by the campfire, earnestly imparting background knowledge to Catherine, who was the genuine adventurer. While he possessed the insight into the plot, if he failed to clarify matters in advance, she would undoubtedly stumble into a pitfall, especially given the multitude of traps within this cursed game. The awe-inspiring might of Tianhai manifested as he swiftly ignited the torch in his left hand and leaped into the air. Although the opponent hailed from humble beginnings, their skin was as delicate as snow, naturally endowed with beauty, which only served to heighten their allure. As she wrestled with her thoughts, the Taoist nun, Shui, approached, and the Lord seemed to regard her, sparking a moment of doubt within her. Yet when the Lord spoke, he instructed the nun to avoid the puddles in their path. He witnessed firsthand the resurgence of Wudong City under Sister A's leadership, blossoming from the ruins into a realm of prosperity once more. Nie Wushuang mumbled incoherently, his teeth chattering uncontrollably, his complexion fluctuating between crimson and pallor as he slowly made his way back to his previous seat, plopping down with a vacant stare and utter silence. Han Fei was reluctant to accept this reality. Nonetheless, he could not allow Wang Wan to endanger them. Fortunately, the doctors did not disdain my canine form, commencing treatment primarily due to the police officer's assertion that I was a police dog wounded by a criminal, thus compelling the hospital to ensure my recovery. As soon as he finished a shout, I lunged forward, sinking my teeth into him. However, being a skilled fighter, he evaded my grasp, leaving me with nothing but a torn piece of his trousers, narrowly missing an actual injury. Xia Qingxiao nearly spat out her drink, questioning whether the figure before her was indeed Su Qi, as the words spoken struck her as peculiar. The two were already betrothed and on the verge of marriage. Yet here stood a groom entangled in infidelity while the bride expressed disdain and fear towards him. When Ruatio smiled and nodded in gratitude to the forebearers, suddenly realizing the necessity of the armor gifted by Iron Third, given their formidable presence. "What are you doing?" The man suddenly sensed the murderous intent emanating from Guanji Nuo, causing him to tremble in fear. With that aura unleashed, he immediately recognized her as a formidable opponent, one he could not contend with. Chapter 175. Do you even deserve it? At a large construction site near the Heavenly Do Empire's royal city, countless civil soul masters fervently engaged in foundational work, diligently adhering to the blueprints. Digging, transporting, and executing their craft to perfection, these soul masters, while perhaps lacking in combat prowess, excelled in structural endeavors. Perhaps as a means to vex the Seven Treasures glazed tile school, Bibi Dong had allocated the territory designated for the Nine Hearts Sea Tang perfectly opposite the Seven Treasures glazed tile school. The girl, distracted while massaging her legs, inadvertently applied too much pressure, eliciting a muffled groan from Liang Ji, who immediately opened his eyes. Startled, the girl knelt and fervently bowed, trembling with fear. In Chun Jiabing's memories, he had clandestinely rendezvoused with countless breathtaking beauties throughout his life, and when not holding a dagger or a wine cup, he had undoubtedly grasped many delicate hands like spring onions. When I beheld Sun Zwatang again, he appeared utterly unrecognizable, his complexion ghastly, eyes sunken and darkened, resembling a half-dead opium addict. She was genuinely heartbroken, especially upon hearing He Sijin and others mention that her aunt had lost her parents at the tender age of 7 or 8. The only token she possessed being a pendant that served as her sole memento. Upon realizing that the malevolent spirit in question was indeed Ma Jian, I was perplexed as to how he had come to such a fate. Could it be that his untimely demise had rendered him so embittered? Outside, the rocket launcher crew prepared for launch, only to receive Baozi's orders, leaving them momentarily stunned by his unusual demeanor. Yet devoid of options, they could only resolutely follow through with the command. Inside the cramped airplane, passengers began to grow impatient, while the economy class still found entertainment. The first-class passengers had long since reached their limits. It seemed that this individual was one of Lu Chuanfu's trusted subordinates. Although his demeanor was humble, his tone exuded arrogance. A quintessential display of a nobleman's servant. Liang Su muttered under his breath, irritated by her insistence on refusal, feeling vexed by her cunning. Had she been an unsuspecting girl, she would have accepted without a second thought, devoid of such needless chatter. Everyone fell silent, too frightened to speak, obediently returning to their offices and sitting quietly. Sun Yuqin fixed his gaze on a glass ashtray on the coffee table, eyes widening before he suddenly turned to Lu Hua. In an instant, the ashtray flew through the air, crashing towards Lu Hua's groin with a resounding shatter, reminiscent of striking reinforced concrete. Those bygone events, which he believed could be dismissed as mere moments forgotten by all, were akin to a sudden rupture of a festering wound, laid bare before both him and her. An unsightly exposure. Quan Mo sat beside Ngo, her hand clasped in his, devoid of warmth, chilling to the touch. Kong Fanny was surveying her surroundings, while the host, Dong Mingsheng, approached with a beaming smile, greeting Wei Hailon with fervent enthusiasm. Furthermore, the reputation of the Demon King Palace had grown ever more resounding in Xianglong Prefecture, with its past grievances also becoming known, predominantly casting a negative light upon its name, although there were whispers of its virtues as well. Yin Ming, having departed from Duga Town, was it his intention to venture towards Gong City? Shalon, eschewing any sentimental rhetoric, directly inquired about his plans. Due to this very reason, Cheng Lingyu was prepared to take a bold risk, harnessing the power of the sage to refine himself, unleashing the full force of his techniques, the abyssal darkness, the burial sky art, the grand arts of elemental division and convergence, the laws of sealing heaven, the vitality lock of all things, and the myriad of skills belonging to the 10 indestructible souls, engaging in a life and death struggle with the exalted sage. The realms of martial and true martial were merely foundational. The soul martial realm primarily focused on the expansion of the mental domain, while the blood martial realm elevated the physical form to astonishing heights. Chapter 176. Ning Fengji could scarcely accept it. A mocking smile played upon Yi Xinlan's lips. Their young master was already unmatched across the land. Thus it was time to reveal certain matters. She was convinced that Gu Xian's intent in allowing them to establish a sect was far from merely suppressing the 7-treasure glazed tile school. Otherwise, such elaborate measures would be unnecessary. She suspected that Gu Xian's true motive was revenge, a retribution against the 7-treasure glazed tile school, compelling Ning Fengji and her companions to regret their choices. She had perused numerous tales. This Qin who was notorious for his ruthlessness towards others. Yet he was utterly compliant with his stunningly beautiful fiancée, Yi, treating her as a precious gem. Like Shi Hui, Rin Xiai had also traversed through some rather unscientific worlds of missions. Although lacking the divine sight of Shi Hui, he was still capable of distinguishing between spiritual energy, yin energy, and malevolent energy. Yet, his wife's words were evidently designed to pique his curiosity, prompting Rin Xiai to follow her lead and inquire further. Xuehan hesitated for a moment. Only after the maid had exited to fetch tea did she hurriedly pop something in her mouth, instantly drawing Gu Meizi closer to her. The imbalance of fortune among those around her weighed heavily on her heart, for when those nearby thrived, it was inevitable that she would feel a sense of inequity. At that moment, the officiant's voice jolted him back to reality. Nanling urged herself to maintain composure, while Tang whinnying beside her yearned to pull Nanling away, yet refrained out of concern for appearances. What would the media think? She watched helplessly as another version of herself stepped forth, embracing Shun Xuanchuan, who affectionately ruffled the hair of this alternate self. Desperate, she called out Shun Xuanchuan's name, but they remained indifferent. Many whispered in private that were it not for the refusal of the Tai Fei to allow the Ji and Yang families to intermarry, perhaps Yang Qian would have already entered the palace. Zhao Su initially contemplated sending an assassin to capture Huang Rulin, as suggested by the old ghost. Yet he feared that before he could act, Zhao Han's men would intervene, resulting in a loss rather than a gain. Despite the grotesque appearance of the wound, a thorough examination revealed it to be superficial, merely a flesh wound. The physician bandaged Shi Hui's injury, harboring a sense of doubt. The old lady had lost considerable blood, presenting a frightening sight, yet her injuries were not severe. With the breakthrough of Wu Ji's strength to the Saint King realm, a flicker of hope reignited within all the human warriors present. Upon awakening, Yao Ji did not linger in the room any longer, even if her attire was ill-fitting. She could not remain there indefinitely. In truth, they had not been apart for long, and Yao Ji had pondered why Yin Shantang had not arrived. At that moment, Bai Ling noticed Xiao Jian's movements and stifled a laugh, saying nothing. Chen Mo, in this moment, wished for a vast expanse of barbed wire, reminiscent of the trench warfare of the Great War, to be laid out in the battlefield, preventing the enemy from advancing smoothly, thus allowing machine guns to operate with impunity. Just as he spoke, someone noticed the family they had been discussing approaching them. I know you too well. Hu Weiyong, your disdain for Zhu Tong is evident, and it would be strange if you didn't seize this opportunity to trample him underfoot. As soon as Li Qing finished speaking, numerous figures materialized around their group, slowly revealing around 20 to 30 azure-hued giant wolves before their eyes. Yet before she could finish her sentence, Zhu Xiangyi adopted a serious expression and said earnestly, "Such words are insulting. Xiao Nyangzi is quite capable. Under her leadership, the people of Lujin village are entirely at ease. Such nonsensical talk of curses should never be uttered again." She had thought she had forgotten, but upon encountering these items, she could not help but recall more of the stories from her past. Gu Qianqian's gaze swept the room, which truly was extravagantly adorned, resembling a gilded cage. Chapter 177. Qian Ruxue returns to the martial soul hall. One must remember that prior to the age of 9, Qian Ruxue resided in the Hall of Offerings, where the 7 great patrons showered her with utmost affection. The golden crocodile was akin to her great-grandfather, and now that she learned of the peril potentially faced by the golden crocodile, how could she not be anxious? Immediately, Xue Qinghe excused himself under the pretext of gathering artisans and swiftly departed from the residence of the 9-heart begonia. Meanwhile, Chen Xian quietly took Ning Fengji away. "Sword uncle, have I truly erred?" On the carriage, Ning Fengji opened her eyes. This battle was her most formidable match as a martial artist, undoubtedly yielding her immense benefits. Tomorrow morning, classes would officially commence. Gushi would first take her younger brother to procure some daily necessities. However, after exchanging but a few words, she distinctly sensed that Ren's mother had grown somewhat distant in her demeanor. Chu Shui dared not speak. Ling Chu Shui appeared frail, her body trembling. Yet the glint in her eyes concealed not fear, but cunning. The gaunt-faced man locked the door, maneuvering around to stand before Chen Yanfeng, leading the way while occasionally bowing and nodding, exuding utmost respect towards him, examining the degree of weathering on the stones and slabs. It was evident that this plaza had likely existed for several centuries. "Please come in," Pei Qing hastily instructed, her feet in motion as she lifted the curtain and stepped out. Just a few paces ahead, she spied Chen Yanfeng striding through the floral archway. As she spoke, Qin Wansha turned her hand, conjuring a sphere of concentrated energy in her palm. Although Min Junsheng was curious as to why Meng Anren did not reside with her family, but instead chose to stay in a hotel, he refrained from voicing his inquiries. "Yes, master." With a mocking curve at the corner of her lips, Xiaoqiu appeared to passively accept Situ Jia's command, opening the car door and hopping out. Upon awakening, arranged for Nian and to have her blood drawn, prioritizing those tests requiring fasting, the matron instructed the nearby doctor. Gu Qian suddenly yearned to return and slap herself. After all these years, why could she still not see through Zhou Yin, still pleading on his behalf? Fool! How could you attribute the blame to the sunglasses? What difference is there between that and stumbling over a stone? Just take them off. Shui Put Song Xiong, taking the initiative, boldly engaged the monster. Yet the sheer number of adversaries rendered his commands ineffective, as some recklessly scattered, leading the boss astray. With a muffled grunt, Ho Sinyu was hurled several meters away, the sound of splintering bones echoing in his chest. A mouthful of blood was expelled midair, and upon landing, he prostrated himself on the ground, appearing quite disheveled. This was merely a customary expression of politeness, instinctively uttered, for her upbringing forbade any lack of respect for elders. Suddenly, the water ghosts on the deck erupted in a collective roar, as if voicing their dissent. They refused, they rejected, and they demanded that the entire ferry accompany them to the grave. Originally, He Shuyang had spoken casually, but to his surprise, Chao Jian acquiesced, and in that moment, he felt the chill of her gaze intensify significantly. The mere thought of being favored by a eunuch sent a shiver down Jing Jun's spine. Such affection was best left unreciprocated. Ever since he abandoned Yuan to ally with Gongsun, a seed of benevolence had taken root in his heart, a sentiment he had never relinquished. Today, Yu Zhong, burdened by a face of sorrowful indignation, toiled in Guangchang from dawn till dusk, a true test of endurance. Yin Tian's heart was tumultuous. He recognized that although Zheng Zhen was capricious, Her essence remained kind-hearted, and her words must have been motivated by some unseen reason. Hong Jian responded, withdrawing his gaze from Zhang Zheng's countenance, glancing down at his finger, now truncated, and, at that moment, he felt that such a sacrifice for a master like this was perhaps worthwhile. The sustenance of tens of thousands depended on this season's harvest. Any carelessness was unacceptable, making wheat collection the paramount task in Guangchong at this juncture. Chapter 178. The entire offering hall mobilizes. He was acutely aware of Bibi Dong's deep-seated resentment towards his angelic kin, even contemplating that had he not stood behind Qian Renxue, she might have slain her. Now, as Qian Renxue beseeched Bibi Dong, Qian Douluo perceived it as a mere threat, far simpler than a plea. Heh! Bibi Dong gazed at the kneeling Qian Renxue, a manic smile breaking across her face. How proud you were, yet here you kneel, and for an antiquated relic, Qian Renxue. It is said that within the arts of witchcraft, there exists a superior illusion. Indeed, it proves fearsome and formidable. However, it appears some illusions are not lethal. Laced with a hint of mockery, long after the black bat had departed, Xia Qianqian remained rooted in place, her expression a tapestry of complex emotions, rage, sorrow, and desolation. Do not call them. They wish to rest, Zui Yimeng declined. What a jest. I took on hang out to dine precisely to afford them some space. Subsequently, a boy crashed against the blackboard, crafted from frosted glass, shattering it completely. Yet he did not relent. Sun Tianshou remarked, a Lang's background is cleaner than anyone else's. There is absolutely no reason for suspicion. Lovers? A serpent and a fox? Did you not claim to be my steed? Qianshi queried with a face full of skepticism. If the information from his investigation were indeed accurate, then it would be prudent to elucidate the origins of Yi Xian's martial prowess. At that moment, within the villa, Lin Lang, having meticulously arranged his home, suddenly sensed an eruption of energy from outside. Could we refrain from using the term puppet? Yin Yaoshun inquired. It is far too sharp a term. Upon returning to the Han household, they greeted Han's father and then delved into the kitchen in search of sustenance. Within the year, poultry and fish were readily available, merely requiring a bit of reheating. Yet, that demonic cultivator seized the moment while Boy distracted the ice crystal giant python, swiftly appearing beside the ice crystal snow lotus, gazing at the remaining fruit, the Xianling pearl, after the flower's demise. Sun Zhaobang, Zhang Dongyang, and Hizhou were rendered speechless. This girl dared to voice anything. The underground cavern trembled violently. While it did not collapse entirely, the palpable tremors elicited reactions from those meditating on the upper levels. After consuming approximately half a pound of silver magic potion, Li Shi could distinctly perceive a crystalline membrane forming upon his skin, a protective barrier concealing the frigid, malevolent energy within him. Li Xianchong is truly Li Xianchong. Li Yingqi exclaimed, recognizing the blood-red apparition, hastily attempting to intervene. As these wails echoed within Hogwarts, members of the Phoenix Society, revived by Tsunade's healing, gradually ascended the walls. Liang Yuman stared blankly around her, ultimately collapsing onto the grass, feeling a chill below. This expedition to the alchemy clan aimed to breach the magical array, acquire pure blood and true feathers, and restore the lineage of the pure blood rock. With powerful treasures in hand, one would no longer fear being bullied, and they would ensure retribution. The ghostly python, over 10 meters long, coiled on one side, its eyes emanating a cold, eerie green glow, standing sentinel. Now, across the mortal realm, under the command of the victorious master of the Wutai sect, the emperors of Wei, Shu, and Wu summoned their subjects to seek out Li Shi's whereabouts, thus compelling him to retreat into the world of the Thieves' Order. As she spoke, Du slowly approached the arena, at which point, all ceased their training and gathered around. Most critically, the absence of any dragon pattern on the bones of his arm indicated that it had not yet been 50 years. With a deep sigh, I recounted to CC the incident involving M.O. Li being possessed by a dog spirit, as well as the matter of the haunted house. Only then did she nod in understanding. Chapter 179. The Scheme of the Shadow Legion. Within the Eye of Ice and Fire, Gu Xian meticulously arranged 7 little demons, positioning them at the 7 cardinal points of the eye. After days of diligent effort, he finally calibrated their attributes and operational systems. Their souls were reshaped to mirror his own, and aside from cultivation, these little demons were to undertake no superfluous actions, all while adhering closely to his commands. To enhance their magical energy, Gu Xian even attempted to nullify their cultivation. "Hubby, keep it up. I'll prepare foot-soaking water for you tonight," Lu Qingyi said cheerfully as she closed the door. The current state of the empire is perilous. To describe it as the dusk of the empire is an exaggeration. The sun has completely set would be far more fitting. This fellow appeared rugged, yet his mind was quite nimble. The newcomers were unrecognizable, clearly not from the Zhang family. Hence, they must be from the opposing faction. Meanwhile, Fang Balan and Wei Zhongxin exchanged glances, both amused and exasperated. Wei Zhongxin pointed at the mirror and made a throwing gesture, only for Long Jigan to realize, as the stray bullet alerted her, that the talisman had already burned away. To be candid, Gu Xinrui felt apprehensive as well. Yet that was the wedding ring Ning Zhou gifted her. Its significance was incomparable. As Hua Chang'an swiftly departed, he furrowed his brows beneath the black veil, seemingly displeased by the commotion. Most of these new recruits had been conscripted against their will, utterly reluctant to serve, let alone face the battlefield. Thus, they consistently sought to evade training. In such a passive environment, how could they possibly excel? Enough idle chatter. What is your purpose for coming here? Lu Dan said, drawing an electric baton from his waist, igniting sparks with the press of a button. Thank you for the recent influx of opulent patrons. It has come to my attention that a striking phenomenon has emerged. The once prevalent affluent figures have largely vanished, making way for a new dynasty of wealth. With the arrival of a stepmother comes the emergence of a stepfather. It appears that, in Su Furu's eyes, intertwining the Su family's lineage with that of the eternal emperor is of utmost importance, an endeavor that brings unparalleled honor to the family name. Zhao Chuan's murky gaze swept across the Hu clan, where only avarice resided in their eyes, devoid of any hint of sorrow. Months have elapsed, and vigilance has long since faded. The confines of this death row are not under stringent watch, as the guards have grown accustomed to the grim routine of executions. When night falls, satiated and yawning, they come to mercilessly shatter Su Xiaoyu's ribs, but this time, he could not return. Though seemingly unremarkable, he harbors the deepest depths among his brethren. Prince Jiju pounded his chest in despair, tears streaming down his face. This was the wound he most dreaded to confront. His sister had disappeared in her prime, and in his quest to find her, he traversed the entire celestial realm. Yet she remained as elusive as a yellow crane, never to return. Cheng Mo, with a wicked thought, pondered whether this could serve as a means to divert Qianqi's attention. Yao Huang's hand trembled as he drew his sword, swiftly severing Jing Ran's head, which then hung from a nearby phoenix tree. It was as if the tables had turned. Previously, Yang Jiu had always complied with our Lord's wishes, never daring to utter a word of dissent. Despite their exhaustive search of the capital, none could uncover even a trace of Gulingza. The arrows launched by the Chu army struggled to travel beyond 100 paces, failing to ignite the provisions stored in the granary. Hu Kaifeng's innate dragon breath fell short of its target, halting 3 feet from the stone, only for a delicate hand to manifest, pale as alabaster. Indeed, it belonged to a youthful figure who seized and nullified Hu Kaifeng's dragon breath. The wind whispered softly. The river flowed serenely, and starlight cascaded down, as if something momentous were unfolding upon the shimmering surface of the water. Naturally, should their efforts prove ineffectual, one might consider reducing their divine power supply, while also seeking ways to diminish their cultivation levels. Chapter 180. The battle commences. First, disable 2. Qian Douluo regarded Gu Xian and posed the pivotal question of whether this was to be a confrontation or a negotiation. Should the golden crocodile perish, conflict would be unavoidable. Gu Xian furrowed his brow at the inquiry. Had matters come to such a pass that one must inquire before instigating trouble? When had the atmosphere of Douluo continent become so amiable? This left him at a loss, unable to act decisively. Should they perish, let their ashes scatter. If we must engage, let us do so swiftly, for I have little time to squander with you. Meanwhile, the likes of Premier Liu and others found no cause for astonishment, now that Yuan Su had also grown stronger. It mattered not if they faced a mere fire cloud evil god, or even a multitude of saint-level beings. They had witnessed such feats firsthand. The ancestral master exclaimed 3 auspicious words, his ethereal visage nearly blooming into a smile. Human desire resembles boulders tumbling down a mountainside. Once set in motion, it becomes impossible to halt. Yi Qinsi, inside, busily hammered away at a piece of wood, intent on crafting a wooden bed for the fox spirit as per Jin Qing's wishes. For if the experts from the Flowing Cloud sect arrived and discovered him in the company of Gu Fei, there would be no washing away the stain, even by plunging into the Yellow River. Having defected alongside Zheng Shili's forces, he found himself looked down upon by the guards. Moreover, Chen Guanghua had established himself in Santang town for quite some time, known to the guards. while Hu Qian remained in obscurity. Having spoken, Lu Zijia ceased his pleasantries with the village chief and resumed the arrangement of the unfinished spirit gathering formation. Upon seeing Xiong Fei's demeanor, the others immediately discerned his intentions. However, they believed victory was assured. From the face of absolute strength, no amount of cunning could alter the outcome. He posed his question with an air of nonchalance, his gentle tone precluding any sense of awkwardness. Yesterday, an incident occurred at the museum, and 2 of my family members were involved. One of them, named Yixuan, is my uncle, Lu Zijia succinctly explained. Upon hearing Tang Li's calm response, the crowd assumed all was well, only to witness Tang Li pivot and deliver a punch towards Fu Cheng. At this juncture, he still clung to the hope of Lin Yuelon. Disregarding the fate of the nation, the Divine Lord and his companions exchanged glances, contemplating for a moment before ultimately nodding in agreement. Hang Ling sighed in resignation, reflecting on how this youth exceeded her expectations. Typically, such a youth would be far less composed in her presence. As for Li and I, Lin Weiwei and Lei Ying found him rather agreeable, harboring a certain fondness for him. All right, elder brother, I must now hasten to Wanshan Mountain, so I shan't delay you further. We shall discuss this in detail upon my return, Mu Yuqing declared. In the year 2000, the traffic situation in Pengcheng remained relatively smooth, with congestion occurring only sporadically. Under a continuous green light, he drove steadily to the Diwang Tower in the city center, a landmark of Pengcheng. Yiling suddenly recalled the mysterious man who had given her money that day, someone who evoked a sense of familiarity. She prided herself on her limited circle of acquaintances, having memorized all she could. Who could that possibly be? As for Wai Fu Yang, did not escape after leaving Yongxing Army's Jingzhou Prefecture, but instead continued to align himself with the Jurchens according to historical precedent. Such matters elude the shallow understanding of Hu Yan. With Yin Kong's prowess in this skirmish, he could be deemed unparalleled. However, such arrogance made him an easy target, as 3 ninjas had set their sights upon him. The shaman was a revered figure among the citizens of Qiancheng, with a white beard and flowing hair, exuding an ethereal presence. It was said he hailed from the mountains and had only recently arrived in the city to receive the people's offerings. Not only was he a guest of the city's elite, but he also frequently tended to the sick, painted talismans, and distributed talismanic water. This runs counter to the principle of the people's railway for the people, tarnishing the reputation of both the locomotive section and the headquarters. Chapter 181, Fierce Combat. Clash. As an elder powerhouse of the Spirit Hall, the battles experienced by Qingwan are beyond the imagination of ordinary individuals. Thus, even when faced with the immense pressure exerted by Gu Xian, akin to that of a limit de law, he still devised a response. With his martial spirit manifested, Qingwan wasted no time in unleashing his true form, opting for the form that maximized his speed enhancement. With colossal wings unfurling, Qingwan chose to retreat as Gu Xian charged towards him. Don't die. I'll be waiting for you. Just as he turned around, the soft voice of Lu Ruoxuan reached his ears, though she was speaking while facing away from him, tears streaming down her cheeks. The Tibetan Mastiff, oblivious to the situation, failed to comprehend that once the common threat was removed, those humans who had fought alongside them would soon turn upon one another. Upon hearing Tang Yan's reference to Liang Chun, Wang Dahai instinctively paused, raising a finger to scratch his forehead. What? Your calm demeanor when addressing Dongfang Qian suggests displeasure at her calling the Purple Emperor by name. Yet seeing his grievously injured state, he refrained from contesting it. There exists another possibility. If we hypothesize that this evolved individual possesses contagious capabilities, it stands to reason that not all villagers were slain. Some may have been taken away after being infected. Shi Hua continued to analyze. Subsequently, the two descended towards the surface of the sea, halting at a distance of several fathoms above it. With a gentle downward press of his palm, Yifeng promptly unleashed the soul-devouring technique. Initially, they believed that even though Si Chi had lost a decade, his character would allow him to start anew, possibly even from a superior vantage point, leading to greater achievements in the future. However, if he was incapable of utilizing the light star healing, then the prospects of any future accomplishment seemed rather dim. Wang Dahai absently fiddled with the Bodhi seeds, appearing somewhat disenchanted, his gaze scarcely lifting to regard Yang Xinchuan across from him. While sipping water and taking a breather, Chun Yuan observed that these 2 elderly gentlemen seemed perpetually distracted, burdened with unspoken worries, their eyes glistening with unshed tears. Chiu Ying could momentarily exert control over the thoughts of a first-tier evolver, but to dominate a second-tier strongman of the same rank was an impossibility, especially when the latter was on guard. Even a fleeting delay would be a challenge. Thus, Qiao Ying's abilities were only effective against lower-tier revolvers. Goodness, I'm fortunate to be clever. These rascals are formidable, Jiang Feng exclaimed, relieved that he hadn't been lurking a mile or two away from the battlefield, as he would surely have been dragged out by these individuals. Yet, it seemed they had sensed Elan's intentions and were exceedingly vigilant in their oversight, ready to employ sticks and whips at the slightest provocation. Such confident words inexplicably eased Lily's anxieties, evoking a sense of miraculous calm within her. Yun Jiansheng declared vehemently that since his defeat to Yi Luoyin 2 years ago, he had been consumed by the desire to reclaim his honor, much like a haunting specter. Upon hearing Bai Shan's recounting, Yin felt a mix of indignation and deep admiration for Bai Shan and the others. Simultaneously, he felt profound sympathy for Mu Shuabei's lineage, realizing that Mu Shue's plight was even more tragic than his own, stirring within him a sense of shared sorrow. Uncertain, yet compelled to try, was it not? As he watched the messenger fade from view, Ling Shi's gaze turned hollow, fixed on the distance, lingering long after the figure had vanished. At this juncture, pondering such matters was merely a diversion. He was infatuated with Mu Zhen, utterly captivated by her. Upon hearing the name Crystal Lake, Freddy's once terrifying visage swiftly crumbled. You want me to take responsibility, Zheng Yuan remarked, as he smoothly pressed Wei Yujie back onto the soft bed. In the Blue Star, Yi Luoyin remained blissfully unaware that he had vastly overestimated the influence of the ancestral star, yet he still lacked clarity on the extent of that influence. This was not a sustainable strategy. Chuan Shan chuckled as he retrieved a white pill from his sleeve. I was astonished, my eyes widening in disbelief. He had not even consumed it. Goodness. Having downed such a large bowl of poison without so much as a flush to his cheeks or a flutter of his heart was a testament to his formidable prowess. Chapter 182. Choose one from 3. Fusion Ring. Protected by Qian Douluo, Qing Wan's dual souls unfurled and then gradually converged, while the 9 soul rings materialized in his grasp. As his dual souls merged, the 9 soul rings began to tremble and draw closer. As the foremost power on the Douluo continent, the various skills they possessed surpassed the imagination of most. Fusion Ring was merely one among many. There was a significant difference. I would not deny having once known you. Guan Xiantong let out a sigh of relief, slowly taking steps to meander leisurely around the hall. Suddenly, Wu Wu collapsed against Xing Fu Chun, weeping bitterly. Obstinate fool. I did not intend to kill you. I merely wished for you to overcome your inner fear of snakes. Who knew you would prove so inept? Had I known, I would have ignored you. It is my fault that you are now lost. The trio thumped their chests, assuring the absolute completion of their mission. Huang Di and Xia Zhetong departed first. With this thought, Bai Ji felt a sense of liberation, regardless of who sought Bai Ji's life. As long as she was dead, it sufficed. A surge of sword energy erupted, its momentum like a rainbow, producing a sharp, thunderous roar in the air, akin to thunderclaps in clear skies. Witnessing the destruction of the once cozy bed, Jizio carried Guan Xiantong from the restroom to the sofa, forcefully attempting to resume their earlier activities. However, as soon as he lay down, Guan Xiantong could not help but turn and retch. Is there any news from Leon? Chu Qiang bellowed, shattering the glass in his hand. In this world where marriage and love are freely advocated, as an elder brother, why concern yourself with others? Just manage your own affairs. Cat Immortal retorted immediately upon hearing my words. No. How could it be that I am unwilling? I merely find it unexpectedly surprising. Bajio hurriedly replied, Wait a few minutes. I'll go fetch the car. With that, he dashed ahead, while Victoria smiled subtly behind him, her eyes betraying a hint of worry. To have gained nothing is truly regrettable. I cannot witness such events unfold, the Bug King mused, shaking his head with a mocking smile. Within a 100,000-mile radius of the Meteorite Mountains, nearly all human warriors have been slaughtered by the demon race, and the fleeing warriors had heard that the Blood Soul Legion had entered a state of exile and had even taken wives, with children soon to follow. Lin Tianyao landed, picking up the shattered infernal sword from the ground, casting a pained glance at it before stowing it away in his storage pouch. Should the opportunity arise in the future, he would repair the infernal sword. Without opening their eyes, they already felt a terrifying pressure, tightly constricting their energy. Yichan finally regained her senses and looked up to ask Xianin, Sister, when will Qing Rang return? Last month, upon their return to the Yu residence, everyone had come out to welcome them, only to find Qing Rang absent, yet no one dared to question Yu Zichan. When asked, others claimed ignorance. Lin Tianyao never anticipated that those disciples who had long held grievances against him would suddenly rally to his defense. It seemed that in this world where martial prowess reigned supreme, everything was dictated by strength. As many were able to undertake certain actions, they would genuinely confront the myriad possibilities that arose, and it was indeed necessary to consider the underlying significance of these matters. In the distance, the blood shadow coughed violently, resilient eyes enduring everything. Regarding the awakened sovereign, he appeared to be assured of victory, laboriously rising to his feet. When the final electronic sound echoed, the match concluded, with the visiting Spurs triumphing over the Pistons with a score of 9,880. Chapter 183. Is this still the Douluo continent? You seek death. Qian Daolu was genuinely enraged. At this juncture, he had no choice but to rescue one or continue the assault. But was it really a choice? With the option of 3 to choose from, he could never forgive himself. Rather than that, he might as well continue attacking Gu Xian. Even if all 3 fell as a result, his heart would find some solace in having avenged them. However, within the central tent of the military camp, Wu Tatong and his cadre of generals cast their eyes, intentionally or not, towards Xue Tingliang's lips. The martial path is inherently arduous. To become superior to others, one must endure the bitterest of hardships. Yifei also placed his trust in Shi Hui and Lu Yi, which is why he had sent them into the Qingyu Jian space for refuge when ambushed. Upon reaching this realization, Kumos was suddenly gripped by a sense of trepidation. Had he indeed chosen to assist the Nandian people against the distant Han, it would have likely resulted in a confrontation from which escape would be impossible. Before that, however, there were several matters that required clarification. By the way, Wu Yin, do you know where the others are fleeing to? Cold Mu interjected, emphasizing that understanding the means of escape was paramount. Lu Qingqing stepped forward, her gaze assessing the exhausted quartet of debauchery sprawled on the ground, and smiled at Yunfei, who had just exited the carriage. Upon mentioning the events of 8 years ago, Su Rulan's expression promptly darkened, her eyes shimmering with a vengeful light. In their view, as long as Master Tang seized control of the second-tier Ironback Wolf King, the Blackstone Coalition will be left with no avenue of escape. Are there still secrets between us? The Emperor Jing'an mused, recognizing the blatant nature of his interlocutor's demeanor. Suddenly, a sinister cackle echoed through the air. Unbeknownst to them, the figure in a black robe had materialized 100 meters away. The time had come for the monthly respite that Xiao Jianyuan traditionally took. Although she had never allowed her leave to interfere with her duties, it did not mean that Li Longji would permit her departure, especially on these haunted nights. Half a month prior to the wedding, Su Yi and I had gone to obtain our marriage certificate, a matter he had consistently refrained from mentioning, leading me to believe that he had no intention of formalizing our union. Nevertheless, we acquired the certificate, and Su Yi offered no comment, neither reproach nor concern. My recent irritability was somewhat related to my physical discomfort, yet it was not a grave issue. The doctor assured me that with timely medication and a few months of proper care, I would recover. Most crucially, I needed to relax and avoid leading a chaotic life. However, when Chun Shi approached me, the lights in the entire lounge were aglow, illuminating his face and the evident agitation upon it. For instance, martial artists could harness various secret techniques to stimulate their marrow and invigorate their bodies, enhancing their physical capabilities. Yet, despite Han Hao and his companions suffering grievously, none of the onlookers expressed sympathy. The actions of those unruly youths had provoked a reaction that left the crowd feeling vindicated. Then, a voice unexpectedly resonated from the entrance, prompting everyone to turn in unison to see Cheng Jinsong stepping into the room. For Wu Yang, money had become merely a numerical figure, readily available in any desired amount. I was reluctant to engage with Chun Shi, opting instead to put on my shoes. After a lengthy pause with no sound behind me, I noticed Chun Shi frowning, scrolling through messages before dialing a number. Listening from the side left me with an uneasy feeling. Wang Miwei could shift the issue into Fu Bo's hands, but Zhang Shaoxin could not afford such a luxury. With Wang Miwei's term concluding, he might be reassigned. Zhang's family had deep roots in Shinshan. He could not afford to offend Wang Jiangyan while simultaneously antagonizing Fu Bo as powerful backer. A luminous orb entered Shui Miaron's mind, and immediately, a profound and mysterious energy emanated from her. Chapter 184. Qingdao, Lu's Regret. Gu Xian, the Gu Xian of the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect, the grandson of Gurong. Qingdao Lu's voice trembled as he uttered these words, his mind rejecting the possibility, unwilling to accept this truth. It is indeed I, Gu Xian declared, his neck slightly raised. possessing the audacity that came with achieving such strength at a young age. Qin Dao Lu felt the foundations of his worldview quaking. Water sources in the desert are scarce, making any significant water source a likely gathering point for creatures seeking sustenance. It seemed capable of piercing through any obstacle, even mountains, effortlessly. The elder tribe leader appeared exceedingly enraged, striking the head of Lu Bo with his fleshy nose, producing a resounding thud upon impact. I distinctly observed the neck of another mammoth stiffen. Having said that, Chu Tian retracted his opponent in a 9-pointed star, rendering everything here as though it had never existed. While no one was aware that Jiang Hai was in peril, the Bull Demon King and other creatures stared wide-eyed at the contented Peng Demon King, who was exhaling smoke, then lowered their heads to inspect the cigarettes in their hands. Tang Yueran, oblivious to the truth, genuinely believed that the first batch of diners at the exorbitantly priced noodle shop had met with misfortune. Though his appearance differed from Wang Fan's, a similar aura began to emanate from him. His 3 roommates continued their conversation, treating him as though he were invisible. He struggled to interject. Gu Chongbei sat in the car, accompanied by 4 burly men, each with a fierce countenance. Suddenly, he paused, lowering his right hand, a peculiar smile gracing his features. After taking a deep breath and carefully setting up a barrier, he promptly fell asleep. There's no helping it. We're destined to be together forever, Tito said, raising an eyebrow toward the moonlit sea. Very well, you articulate your thoughts splendidly, I replied, retracting the shaking divine technique and addressing the armed officers surrounding me. You all heard him. This portly man seeks to slander me, unjustly accusing me of murder. Will you not lower your weapons? All right, I shall negotiate arrangements with the various sects of Kunlun, Master Liling said solemnly before turning to depart. The 6 individuals were all at the 4th tier. Having witnessed the struggle between 3 opponents, their 2 formidable experts were unable to make any impact. Yet they were now being forced out of the fray by this Chun family waste. Chun Tian still had ample energy remaining. The 6 paused, their fighting spirit waning, exchanging glances before turning to flee. Is that why you launched a fierce assault? Tito looked bewilderedly at Jiang Wuming. I, Hong Xian, am that formidable. From the moment I witnessed my sister's plight, I vowed never to show weakness to anyone again. Hong Xian panted. At this moment, the voice engaging in dialogue with me belonged to Mr. Xia, one of the 4 most enigmatic Law Kings of the Green Paradise. The Radiant Law King was among the few elite of the Mani religion. Under intense focus, Lenin might not be able to defeat him in mere moments. Lenin danced and darted, thrusting her sword at the Radiant Law King, who stood immobile, deftly countering each strike. After what felt like an eternity, Rinyu spoke. Lenin, I wish to take my brother home. Will you join us? Her tone was remarkably calm, devoid of sorrow. A tremendous sound reverberated throughout the realm as Dailasai clenched her fist, aimed at a Suya before her. Her feet were firmly poised in the air, and a radiant, multicolored light began to emanate from her, swirling around her figure. Qing Chun was taken aback, gazing at Ning Chun, then shifting his focus to the obstructing stones. These stones were densely packed, nearly filling the entire cavern. However, they had cleared a portion outside, suggesting that Xiao, Yi, and the others might be undertaking similar efforts to remove the stones from within, thereby creating a path for egress. Chapter 185, Shaping the Divine Steps. A ceasefire? What nonsense! Even the weakest among us equates to a 30,000-year soul ring. Only a madman would consider surrendering. And do not claim I am offering no opportunity. 5 years from now, I shall ascend to the peak of the tidal Douluo realm. At that time, I hope your spirit hall can withstand my might. Otherwise, your entire institution shall serve as nourishment for my growth. Gu Xian squinted at Qian Daolu, applying a modicum of pressure. If it weren't for the fact that he was not behind him, the coincidence would be rather uncanny. Could this incident be the reason? The government, in a bid to avert public panic, had chosen not to disclose the information. Xiao, heed your brother's words. There are plenty of good men out there. Why did you choose him? A breakup is imperative, absolutely necessary, Mu Yi stated with utmost seriousness. The 4 of them observed Xian Yunjin's nonchalant gesture as he casually brushed his hand, and to their astonishment, Bai Shi awakened from her slumber in an ethereal manner. Their class had previously been rather lax about students' performances, indifferent to homework or exam results. However, with a new homeroom teacher, who was stern and resolute in elevating the academic achievements of the class, things had changed. Yinze may not go as well. Gu Ning, witnessing Shun Ro's defeat, resolved to inquire personally. Just after her bath, Feng Linglong's demeanor was somewhat affected by the day's events, leading her to appear rather casual. her damp tresses cascading over her shoulders as she strolled through the woods, lost in her thoughts. Moreover, are these individuals not aware that in our tactical formation, there are sentinels stationed in concealed locations? Remarked the snow marten. Xiao Fu, have you gotten sand in your eyes? Suddenly, Jiang Hidong, with a look of concern, questioned Xiao Fu, placing his hands gently on her cheeks in an effort to calm her anxiety. Guning Jing was momentarily taken aback, realizing that the ivy had indeed assimilated into humanity and developed an affinity for giant pandas. Meanwhile, Bertha White, remaining in place, began to adopt a blank expression, gazing out at the scenery while savoring her red wine, tears unbeknownst to her starting to fall. Although these herbs were not worth such a price, their accumulation over time would eliminate the need to scour the mountains when the need arose. Lin Feng, contemplating a prolonged stay in Chuandu, knew he required allies. Thus summoned Li Sheng and Shun Cheng, particularly Shun Cheng, who had a background in the underworld and could leverage his skills in Chuandu. Yang Xiang Wei felt a stir of excitement, but, recalling that her primary task was not to level up, abandoned the idea of venturing into the forest in search of D-class monsters, instead opting to drag the D-class monster back to camp. Woody's heart raced, his pace quickening significantly as he began to teleport recklessly, returning to the group within minutes. After circling around, at Jiang Xingsheng's request, Lu Fufeng led Li Minda and others behind Fan, Shiliang Mountain. Earlier, Wang Hao had contemplated a similar matter, yet lacked the opportunity for validation until now, serendipitously allowing him to conduct an experiment. When the topic of the Snake People's grand leader arose, Medusa's expression soured. Her visit to the Addendum Empire had proven to be a significant loss. At this moment, Guang found himself overwhelmed, consuming a red potion. Having donned both red rings before departing, could she reveal that she had encountered officials long before her foray into animal spirit theft? Indeed, this young man, though still the same wealthy heir from his family, had undergone a profound transformation, his soul usurped by another. The energy arrows and soul force projectiles just unleashed by the martial artist above had already transcended the soul force of Ximen Quan. At this juncture, Liu Yu lacked her usual carefree demeanor, her face marked by faint traces of tears, her breaths quickening, evidently uncomfortable in her bindings. A furious blaze erupted instantaneously, and behind Mo Fan, a resplendent phoenix apparition materialized, dazzling and awe-inspiring. Words need not be overly explicit, yet all present understood. The forthcoming actions, once undertaken, would leave no path for retreat. The consequences of betraying the federal government were already evident in past precedents. Due to combat with the enemy, Ista's mech sustained damage and required a return to base for repairs. After docking the mech in the hangar, the maintenance crew was summoned for inspection. Wang Mengqi watched in amazement as the price of his bloodstone escalated from a starting bid of 1 million to 6.8 million, nearly a sevenfold increase. Witnessing Xia Wuji's imposing presence, every soldier felt a shiver of fear, their attacks momentarily faltering. Observing his prideful demeanor, Li Yonglu realized the other party was not lying, and after a moment's thought, he felt reassured. This was the very center of power for the entire Huagua. This also explained why he sought Gong Yin Ping after sustaining injuries last night instead of Lin Xian Ru. He feared his condition would frighten Lin Xian Ru, while Gong Yin Ping, being a martial artist, would be more understanding of such matters. Although Gu Xing was classified as an S-level anomaly, Erica hesitated to make decisions on his behalf, and the lack of sincerity in their negotiations made her wary of provoking him, leading her to inquire with trepidation. Since Hu Yin, one of the Southern Boundaries leaders, insisted on waiting for him to arrive before deciding on the action, it was clear that the enemy was not limited to just Zhang Shihai. If he had not seen the two ladies, it would have sufficed. Now that he had, he could not allow them to suffer any longer. He was resolute in his mission to rescue them. The proprietress trembled with excitement, her flesh quivering. Zhou merely acknowledged Yang Feng with a casual salute, but his previously solemn expression darkened in an instant. After consuming 2 bowls of rice and feeling her strength gradually returning, the Yu finally ladled herself a bowl of mutton soup and began to sip it slowly. After conversing with a few people, Lin Shou rose to inspect the growth of the bamboo, with Su Yu Wang following closely behind. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of solitude, akin to a lone knight preparing to charge into battle, facing an unfathomable army that had already formed ranks. Listening to the words, Yimu furrowed his brow, falling silent for a moment as he regarded the resolute Miss Shangwan, who was clearly intent on befriending him. He exchanged a glance with Li Bin, ultimately deciding to allow Miss Shangwan to pursue her whims, opting to observe how events would unfold. Gently patting Xiu Yuan's back, Yun Yin smiled softly. I ought to express my gratitude to you. During those lonely years, their companionship had been invaluable. As she spoke, she glanced at Xiaogu and Helian Chun Xiao beside her, smiling warmly. Chapter 186. Qianren Shui inherits the angelic throne. Thunderous. In the depths of the Pope's chamber within the Spirit Hall, Qian Dolu's ethereal form burst in, startling Bibidong from her meditative state. Sensing the familiar yet formidable aura of the newcomer, Bibidong's expression darkened instantly. Did the Qian family possess no decorum? Did they believe they could invade this sanctum at will? Just as Bibidong was about to express her ire, she noticed a figure nearby. I shall take a bit of canned beef and see if it eats, said Luo Jun, extracting a can of beef from his storage. The wind howled in his ears, coldly observing the world, yet he felt a warmth within, for his heart too was aglow. As the crowd gritted their teeth and pressed on, the oppressive force of gravity exacted a dreadful toll on their stamina, rendering their pace tortoise-like. If certain matters could truly be comprehended and relinquished with ease, they would not have arrived at such a dire juncture. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to maintain his composure, subsequently interrupting the meeting to call Yin Tingting. Tang Si, it is indeed unexpected to find ourselves reunited. The visitor was none other than the third-in-command of Russia, who had previously attended the World Medical Competition in the Cloud Tower, and had spoken there. Farewell, Sister Yuer. Shui Xiaolei, overcome with emotions, yearned to engage intimately with Tang Si. Chun Tinya took several bites, consuming the entire golden temple as if it were a mere chicken leg. Sadness and suffering cannot be articulated in just a few words. Even if one desperately wishes to express themselves, it is often better left unsaid, for those sorrowful moments are now behind them. Ultimately, such discussions yield no significance. Stop dawdling and hurry to save the person, Lin Tian urged, witnessing the night shift Dr. Frozen at the doorway. In one corner of the VIP room to the west, a burly man shouted out a number. Roy did not need to scrutinize closely. He could sense that the man was a formidable warrior of the king of fighters' caliber. At the breach on either side, towering walls loomed, where two squads of Mingyue archers rained arrows upon the gap, desperately shooting downwards. Occasionally, fiery projectiles would strike the city walls, erupting into fierce flames. And any unfortunate Mingyue archer caught in the blaze would let out a wretched scream as they fell from the battlements. Having a drink once or twice is inconsequential, but indulging over the long term could undoubtedly reduce one to a state of destitution. The demon-suppressing sacred ring, the pressure of 4 life-bound combat crystals, along with the overwhelming might of a Starlight Sacred Legion formation, left even the Lich King gasping for air. Thus, long ago, Yi Dingxi relinquished his aspirations. Although he adored beauty, he cherished power even more. With power, what beauty could remain out of his reach? Why sacrifice all the alluring beauties of the world for the sake of a mere Zhao Qinghan? Even more terrifying was the fact that whoever bore this card represented the patriarch's direct presence, wielding all the authority of the family head. Additionally, Ing Tianxiu and the others were witnesses, as long as they unequivocally asserted that Su Honglai and his companions were slain by beasts. The truth would remain eternally shrouded in darkness. The northern fortress and its surrounding areas once housed residents, and to hold such vast territories, a population was essential. This necessitated contemplation regarding my policies. Should I consider altering them to attract residents here? Shangguan Yichen concentrated his entire magical essence into a single point, gritted his teeth, and without hesitation detonated it. Wu Ji, do you not realize that even if His Highness the Crown Prince were to grace Kaifeng Prefecture in person, he would not dare to apprehend my foremost disciple, Lin Lingsu, as he began to threaten Wu Ji. As the magistrate of Pingdu City, she had to maintain her reputation. Yet she also needed to address matters concerning the livelihood of the common people. Otherwise, it would be better for her to return home. Perhaps the recent victories had left the crowd in a state of shock. For a moment, no one dared to take the stage. Chapter 187. The Method of Creating Shadow Legion. The Eye of Ice and Fire. Before Gu Xian, a tome exuding dark energy floated silently. One hand leafed through its pages while the other rested atop a little girl with a bowl-cut hairstyle. Ah, you wicked person, let go of me. That is my book. Return it at once, or I shall summon Uncle Long to deal with you. Little Yu waved her fists, yet Gu Xian's hand held her head firmly, keeping her fist just out of reach of his body. In contrast to the two, Do Qingyu pondered the deep wound inflicted by Yanlin. Should he take the stage against the master, he would likely be reduced to a mere eunuch, and thus he was not permitted to compete. The anti-eunuch faction had been clamoring fiercely, forbidding him from participating in the national banquet martial arts competition. Hentide, she then, fueled by an inexplicable rage, sought out her beloved brother, Su, and ultimately, she was subdued by the Tathagata, stripped of her powers, and was transformed back to her original form, confined within the Great Thunder Sound Temple in the Western Paradise. A rather tragic fate for a once mighty practitioner. Ji coldly swept his gaze over the occupants of the vehicle before resuming his impassive stare at the entrance of the CB bar. Yi Liangqiu and Wang Fengju were old acquaintances. However, now that one had entered politics and the other the military, their busy lives left little room for meetings. Yet they engaged in a lengthy and warm conversation. In unison, everyone chorused, "Greetings, sister-in-law." Following this, laughter erupted within the private room. "Should you wish to capture me, you must first defeat me." Giratina retorted directly to Alarn's true intentions. Alarn's desire to recruit him was no secret. As evidenced by the platinum stone he had previously gifted him, Alarn had long been enticing him. "Have you had breakfast?" Mu Xiaoyan inquired lazily, rubbing her eyes and stretching with a yawn. After all, she had moved abroad with Su Yuchuan several years ago, and those who still remembered the events from that time in Chengdu were now a mere handful, mostly older individuals who rarely engaged in gossip. "Shall we venture outside? If something significant occurs while we remain here, we may miss it. Stay back, and leave quickly. I will follow shortly." Han Wei called out urgently as he noticed Lin Shui approaching, knowing full well he had no confidence in dealing with 5 adult prairie wolves. Fearing that, even if he triumphed, he would emerge grievously injured, Ping Lan acted decisively. Having resolved to explain the matter to Qin Fengyi, she would not dawdle. In fact, there had been whispers outside earlier regarding a shipment of seafood from the Hongchang Bank being seized by the Navy. Now, with confirmation on both ends, it served to validate such claims. A chaotic battle was imminent. The strength of the rogue cultivators was not necessarily inferior to that of the disciples of the Lishansong sect. And with the sheer number of rogue cultivators, the Lishansong sect found themselves retreating step by step. Outside, Shun Shui and Yang Chonghua exchanged glances without uttering a word, each returning to their respective posts with a teacup in hand. These 14 puppets were the result of Ling Feng's eradication of the Thunder God Alliance, crafted into 14 mid-level puppets of the Divine Sea Realm. As if finally finding a semblance of support, Lin Lang gripped his collar tightly, gasping for breath. The streetlights along this road remained dark, and the moonless sky offered no illumination. Without light, Lu Huai was unable to discern Yi Chu's countenance. However, King Zhou was acutely aware of the mission at hand. If he could eliminate the opponent, it would be ideal. If not, with this arrow and his series of actions, the demonic pattern metal would only deem his mission a failure, though the 4 esteemed elders did not fully comprehend. Their sole course of action at that moment was to prevent other powerful beings from attacking Wolf Hongxiang. As for Wolf Hongxiang facing the tribulation, he would have to confront it alone. "Old fool, do you not think you are meddling too much? After all this effort to pursue me here for a jade token you failed to steal, was it truly worth it?" Yao Mukin scoffed at the elder with a cold sneer. His strength paled in comparison to Li Yuanba. It seemed that regardless of cultivation level, one's vision here was limited to a mere distance. Although there were only 3 catapults, waves of stones were methodically directed towards the walls of Pu family village, reflecting off the walls in a leisurely manner. Yet Ming Fan understood that behind all of this lay a sinister plot orchestrated primarily by the forces of evil, enabling him to better analyze the movements across the continent and prepare accordingly. Once he grasped this layer of understanding, the necessary defenses became significantly simpler. "Yadong, my dear grandson, are you truly feeling well? Come here, let your grandfather feel your forehead to check if you have a fever." Yazi looked at Yadong with affectionate eyes, extending his weathered hand towards Yadong's brow. "Grandfather, how is it? Not hot, right?" Yadong replied obediently. Long Zushin, clad in his garments and slippers, returned from the restroom to sit by the stove and sip tea. He was unaccustomed to washing his face and brushing his teeth before enjoying his tea. Throughout his life, aside from dedicating himself to a lifetime of revolution and marrying a wonderful wife, his only remaining pleasures were a cup of tea, a cigarette, and the cherished memories of his descendants. However, since this individual was brought by Che, he feared that the other party would not so easily acquiesce. If they were to take action against them, their strength would indeed pose a formidable challenge. Nevertheless, the timely reminder from Lungsha allowed Li Hongxuan to regain his composure, tempering his earlier rage. "All right, I understand." Lin Fan nodded, contemplating that it would be unwise to speak directly to him. The one who intended to take action must surely be well prepared, and he was likely under surveillance. If he were to depart, it would undoubtedly expose them, potentially prompting the enemy to strike preemptively. Slow down. Whether or not you thank me is inconsequential. I am merely acting out of respect for my mother, Luimo interjected, pressing the money on the table into his subordinate's hand with a nonchalant tone. At that moment, the whirring of the spinning wheel ceased, and the sound of an item being obtained echoed once more, revealing an object named Spirit of the Undead. Upon learning of this acquisition, Zhuangzhou halted in his tracks. Ah, what a pity, such an entertaining affair, yet no one to share it with, Lu Imo muttered to himself once again. Logically, as long as the flight path passed over Picado, the first safe zone would almost certainly encompass it. Yet this time, it happened to fall outside that probability. During this period, they had been indulging in the culinary creations of Li Fengman. Their palates refined to the point that reverting to their former fare would now be a challenge. Chapter 188. The Descent into the City of Carnage. Young Master. Douluo hastily arrived at the Eye of Ice and Fire, spotting Gu Xian's figure as soon as he landed. The sudden disappearance of the dragon talisman made him suspect that something had gone awry on Gu Xian's side, prompting his immediate rush over. However, he was a tad too late. Perhaps Gu Xian's battle had concluded too swiftly. By the time he reached the outskirts of the Sunset Forest, the conflict had already ended, and the devastation wrought upon the land had been mended by Gu Xian using the horse talismans. Interestingly, just as Luo Xuening believed her vengeance had been fulfilled and she could enjoy her remaining days in peace, an unexpected revelation shattered her tranquility. The elusive Yun Tian appeared before her, unveiling her true lineage. Li Sandao nodded with a smile. Pancher's response was refreshingly honest, lacking any embellishments meant to flatter Li Sandao. Had he attempted such flattery, Li Sandao would have regarded him with disdain and mistrust. Regarding how to seize the initiative in the matters concerning Wang Mei and Wang Tsong, Chief Editor Yi and Su Nen had a brief discussion. A resonant voice echoed, tinged with a raspy quality, imbued with profound sorrow and a plea. He estimated that the bloodworm incident would last at most a day or two, perhaps yielding around 8,000 words, but by the third day, it would be unsustainable. Chun-Li was indeed skeptical about such superstitions. The idea of a ghostly presence was simply a coincidence involving the deceased animal. Often, even when wearing a bulletproof vest, one could still suffer broken ribs from a strike. The seasons shifted and the weather changed unpredictably. One day was serene and sunny, the next brought wind and rain. Zhao Lijing laughed heartily, his entire being radiating golden light, his spiritual energy bursting forth and swirling above his head. With a raised finger, the trees around him began to stir. Yu Chu glanced at her sent message twice, ultimately resting her gaze on the undulating tilde at the end. As the 6th class prepared for their next round of offense, Zhang Tianxing could no longer bear to watch. He forcefully shoved past 2 classmates to join Li Chong in defending against the 2 pitchers from the 5th class. However, the Magic Guild was somewhat apprehensive. Selecting Savon as their representative was never intended for him to be a mere figurehead. Thus, Maine had summoned Savon several times, urging him to take an active role in the war, continuously instilling in him the notion of using religion as a pretext for warfare. What are you looking at? Zhu Meier sauntered to the window, elegantly perched in a chair, crossing her legs comfortably. The elderly pair surrounded Exent, seemingly mocking him with incessant laughter, calling him a fool. Faced with these 2 choices, Li Chong unhesitatingly opted for the more challenging path of joining the university team. After all, competing in high school was far less intense than in the CBA, merely a notch above the youth league in difficulty, lacking any real challenge. This blood lotus had grown even larger than he had seen in the human realm. Countless lives had been sacrificed for its cultivation, employing the most wicked methods to nurture this pure entity. Qingming found it difficult to ascertain whether to loathe or appreciate this creation. Although the venerable Shangfeng possessed a unique and mysterious technique within the realm of chaos, how many practitioners within this domain could rival his prowess? The final score was etched at 115-83. The 30-point gap caused by Li Chong in just half a game felt insurmountable. Among the vast multitude of magic warriors, there were no fewer than tens of thousands. Most wielded magic weapons of the 4th rank or lower. Those who possessed 5th or 6th rank weapons were truly exceptional talents, each a figure of renown. Zhang Ding held a high opinion of Guoqin. In the days that followed, Guoqin began to challenge relentlessly in the gladiatorial arena, honing his 5 senses continuously. This was not to say that the 2 had never witnessed grand spectacles. In terms of presence, every peak of the Tianwu sect far surpassed this place. However, the Tianwu sect, being a sect, naturally lacked the warmth of human connection found in places like the Mo family, which exuded beauty and charm. Chijie replied coolly, since it is unintentional. There is no need for you to dwell on it, young master. I have pressing matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Greetings, she said, her cheeks flushed, head bowed, unable to meet his gaze, her eyes darting shyly towards Bai Hongji. Absolute God bristled at this remark, his displeasure evident. After all, this was the headquarters of his godless palace in the Central Plains. Could one simply come and go as they pleased, as if it were a public restroom? Yet she truly felt as if she had stumbled upon treasure. A prince, second only to the emperor, lavished such affection upon her, leaving her with no cause for discontent. Mango TV was keen on the German training system, but with Germany's vastness and multitude of teams, selecting a collaborator posed a dilemma. However, as Chunhu ventured into the jungle, he caught a whiff of an intensely pungent odor, one that, while offensive, evoked a sense of inexplicable familiarity. Wei Zifu no longer needed to exert herself to escape the heavily guarded palace, for she could now remain by Lu Che's side at all times. Lu Che momentarily forgot his frustrations stemming from constant constraints, as well as the troublesome antics of Chun Ajiao. Chu Yin counted on his fingers, calculating the funds he would require over the coming years. The tuition and living expenses for university alone amounted to no less than 100,000. Furthermore, he owed Shenyu a considerable sum, as the majority of the funds for his brain injury treatment had been provided by Shenyu. Though Chu Yun was unaware of the source of Shenyu's abundant wealth, Di Luca instinctively glanced at Richard, who, in perfect accord, unleashed his divine power. Sarud's smile faltered, frozen upon his face, confronted by an individual possessing both divine and shadow attributes, two opposing forces in one corporeal form. They would not be able to withstand for long. Please rest assured, one of Savi's aides spoke respectfully to Richard. It was not until the following day that he groggily awakened, hastily vacating the inn his roommates had booked for him. He had taken a day off work specifically to surreptitiously follow Jiang Fengjiao. He then discreetly opened his eyes a mere slit to observe the expressions of this bashful, adorable girl. He had yet to fully comprehend the situation, only sensing a sudden prick at the veins of his arm.